Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at a UK gangster whose story will never be forgotten about. Mr. John Dennis Arthur Bindon was born on the 4th of October 1943 and was an English actor and bodyguard who was known to have very close links with the UK criminal underworld. The son of a London cab driver, Mr. Bindon was frequently in and out of trouble as a youth for constantly getting into fights, which inevitably ended up in him spending 2 separate periods in a borstal. He was spotted in a London pub by Ken Loach, who asked him to star in his film Poor Cow in 1967. The film was a success, and the other film and television productions followed, with Mr. Bindon being sought after to play his gangster persona or tough police detective role. He played a violent mobster alongside Mick Jagger in a performance in 1970, and a London crime boss in Get Carter in 1971. Philip Poiret described Mr. Bindon as the archetypal actor, villain and all-round good geezer. He was also known for having many socialite girlfriends in his heyday, such as Christine Keeler, and Serena Williams, the former Playboy bunny girl, and Vicky Hodge, who was alleged had a 12-year abusive relationship with Mr. Bindon. Through Miss Hodge, who was the daughter of a baronet, Mr. Bindon had gained access to the inner circles of British aristocracy, which he said eventually led to his meeting with Princess Margaret in the late 1960s. This meeting had took place at her home, which was on the island of Mystique in the Caribbean. Mr. Bindon had claimed that he had a sexual relationship with the princess, whilst Princess Margaret later denied the meeting had ever took place at all. This was despite there being photographic evidence of the two together. Mr. Bindon had lived his hardman persona on and off screen. He was believed to be running protection rackets in the West London pubs and was alleged to have connections to many of the most notorious crime outfits across the city. These included the Cray Twins and the Richardson Gang. In the late 1970s, in addition to acting work he was doing, he decided to provide security for many actors and musicians, most notoriously for Led Zeppelin on their 1977 US tour. However, it was on this same tour that he was sacked for having a fight backstage. In 1978, Mr. Bindon was put on trial for the murder of well-known London gangster Johnny Dark. Mr. Bindon pleaded self-defense and was acquitted of the charge, but the case damaged his reputation in the entertainment industry, and that incident, along with it being known it was very difficult to work with Mr. Bindon by directors, meant his acting career started to decline. Mr. John Bindon was born in Fulham, London, and was the son of Dennis Bindon, a merchant seaman and engineer turned cab driver. He was the second eldest in a working class family of 3 children. Mr. Bindon went to Henry Compton School in Fulham, but left at the age of 15, where he was given the nickname Biffo for always starting or getting into fights. As a teenager, he served time in a borstal for possessing live ammunition. After jobs ranging from laying asphalt to dealing in antiques, with his best friend for several years being the glamorous and now infamous international antiques dealer Mr. John Hobbs, Mr. Bindon, however, eventually pursued a career in acting. In 1968, he met Vicky Hodge, a baronet's daughter who was a model and actress. She had introduced him to the inner circles of British aristocracy. Once Mr. Bindon worked his way up the social ladder, he was invited to the Caribbean island resort of Mystique, where Mr. Bindon claimed to have a sexual relationship with Princess Margaret. The biographer of Princess Margaret, Noel Botham, was also of the opinion that Mr. Bindon had in fact had an affair with the princess. It was during this time that Mr. Bindon gained the nickname Big John. This was due to the reported overwhelming size of his penis. It was also reported that he did go back to Mystique for a second time in 1969 and took his girlfriend Miss Hodge with him. The princess later publicly denied meeting Mr. Bindon whatsoever. This was despite pictures of them being released of them sitting next to one another. And Princess Margaret was reportedly very unimpressed to hear allegations of sexual encounters involving herself being published in the press. Mr. Bindon was also awarded the Queen's Award for Bravery, a police bravery medal. He received this for diving off Putney Bridge into the River Thames to rescue a drowning man. This incident happened in 1968, however, there were rumours that he had pushed the man in himself and only rescued him when a policeman had appeared. It was well known amongst friends and enemies that Mr. Bindon had a very violent temper and a naturally intimidating personality. He was accused of running a protection racket in West London, targeting pubs, restaurants and cafes. There are also suggestions of connections to the Richardson Gang and the Cray Twins, who had backed and supported his control of West London. They did this as well as back his rivalries with opposing gangs from South London. The South London rivalries were what some have suggested to be a major factor in contributing to his bankruptcy when he began to accrue drug debts. The true extent of his involvement in the English and UK underworld has never been reliably fully understood or established. Mr. Binden's best-known film roles were for his appearance in Get Carter in 1971 and The Who's film Quadrophenia, which was released in 1979, where he played as a drug dealer. He also appeared in television series such as Public Eye, The Gold Rubbers, Department S, Dixon of Dock Green, Z Cars, Paul Temple and Special Branch, playing out his usual tough guy roles. Despite having a productive film and television career, Mr. Binden felt he needed a break from acting and decided to go into organising security. It was to be a move which would have disastrous personal and financial consequences for him. In early 1977, Mr. Binden was hired by Peter Grant on advice from tour manager Richard Cole as security coordinator for the rock group Led Zeppelin during their upcoming concert tour of the United States. He had previously provided security for actors Ryan and Tatum O'Neal. An incident involving Mr. Binden occurred at the band's concert at the Oakland Coliseum on 23rd July 1977, near the end of their US tour. Upon arrival at the stadium, it is alleged that Mr. Binden pushed a member of the promoter Bill Graham's stage crew out of the way as the band entered via a backstage ramp. As a result, tension had been simmering between Mr. Graham's staff and Led Zeppelin's security team during the day's performances. And as Mr. Grant and Mr. Binden were walking down the ramp near the end of the concert, words were exchanged with the stage crew chief Mr. Jim Downey, which resulted in Mr. Binden knocking Mr. Downey out cold. Mr. Binden maintained that he was goaded into the fight after Mr. Graham's crew referred to him as a weak, limey fuck. Just minutes later, a separate offstage incident had occurred. Bill Graham's security man Jim Madzorkis was accused of slapping Peter Grant's 11-year-old son Warren for taking a dressing room sign, and as a result of doing that was savagely beaten up by Mr. Grant's crew. Led Zeppelin's second Oakland show was only able to take place after Bill Graham signed a letter of indemnification absolving Led Zeppelin from any responsibility for the previous night's incident. However, Mr. Graham refused to honour the letter, and assault charges were laid against Mr. Grant, Mr. Cole, Mr. Biden and John Bonham when the band arrived back at their hotel. The four received bail and later pleaded no contest, receiving suspended sentences. Mr. Binden was dismissed by the band and returned to England. Mr. Grant later said that allowing Mr. Binden to be hired was the biggest mistake that he had ever made as a manager. In 1978, Mr. Binden became involved in a fight with John Dark, a well-known London gangster. This fight took place outside the Rainley Yacht Club in Fulham, London. Mr. Dark was stabbed 9 times, resulting in his death, and Mr. Binden managed to flee to Dublin with his own knife wounds covered up. He gave himself up to police and was subsequently tried at the Old Bailey in October 1979. The prosecution claimed that this was a £10,000 contract killing over drugs, with the fight as a cover for the death. However, the defence argued that Mr. Dark's death was in self-defence, saying that Mr. Binden was in fear of his life, as he was being blackmailed about losing drug money and cocaine worth thousands of pounds. Mr. Binden was acquitted of Mr. Dark's murder in November 1979. It was reported that the substantial appearance of actor Bob Hoskins as a character witness at the trial helped sway the jury's verdict, and that the judge, Sir William Mars Jones, had been sympathetic towards Mr. Binden in his summing up and unhappy with the rebag of witnesses who had been produced by the prosecution. The media reports of the trial, along with the Oakland incident, seriously damaged Mr. Binden's reputation. There were, at the time, many other various allegations of a similar violent nature outstanding against him, and he found it increasingly difficult to find any work in the entertainment industry. This was additionally attributed to his reputation for being difficult to work with on set, as much as to his alleged connections to organised crime. It was reported that during the 1980s, Mr. Binden became a much more reclusive figure, spending much more of his time at the Belgravia flat. He died on the 10th of October 1993, aged 50. Some news sources reported that he died from cancer, and other sources state that he died of an age-related illness, and we were unable to find any definitive answer. John Binden, the crimes he committed, and the life that he lived will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be taking an in-depth look into the man who was dubbed Britain's richest criminal. So how did this multi-millionaire kingpin of the British underworld go on to mastermind a criminal empire to dwarf any crook of his generation? In his early life, Mr. John Palmer, or as he is better known in the UK criminal underworld, Mr. Goldfinger, grew up with a large family of 7 children in Warwickshire, England in 1950. Growing up in a deprived household filled with poverty and hunger, crime soon became of an interest to Mr. Palmer. It was something he was good at and he knew he could make a lot of money doing it. His dad was a former member of Solihull's Peaky Blinders gang. The Peaky Blinders were a street gang based in Birmingham, England that operated from the end of the 19th century to the early 1900s. The group, which grew out of harsh economic deprivations of working class Britain, was composed of largely young men of lower to middle classes. However, when they had disappeared by the early 1920s, the name of the Peaky Blinders became synonymous slang for any street gang in Birmingham. Struggling to earn money, Mr. Palmer left school, where he was described as a serial truant. At the age of 15, he started to do whatever he could to earn some extra cash, from petty theft to stealing paraffin for resale, and even working as a gunner for a street gang. Even though Mr. Palmer did not know how to read or write very well, and was reportedly dyslexic, he was known to be extremely clever and exceptionally street smart. Mr. Palmer soon came to realise that the gold dealers with whom he had sold stolen gold jewellery to actually make much more money than what he was currently making. And so it was at this time that Mr. Palmer had decided to open up a jewellery dealership in Bedminster, Bristol, of his own, and to do this he enlisted the help of 2 other criminal business partners that he knew and trusted, Victor Chappell and James Patch. Many speculate that it was this job that gave him the acute taste for precious metals, a taste so refined that it soon earned him the infamous nickname Mr. Goldfinger. It was also reported that Mr. Palmer received this name after it was reported that he was involved in the handling of gold bullion that had been stolen in the Brinksmat raid which took place in 1983. The love life of gangster John Goldfinger Palmer was as complicated as his criminal enterprises. Evidence from his former partner, given during a fraud trial in Madrid, shed light on what life was like during her and Mr. Palmer's 40-year marriage. Mr. Palmer was described in the court as a womanizer, with a string of lovers including 2 long-term affairs which had resulted in children. Mr. Goldfinger legally wedded Marnie J.A. Ryan in 1975 in Bristol and had 2 daughters. Miss Ryan was a former beauty queen who stayed with him despite his life of crime. Together, the couple had 2 daughters who lived with Marnie at their £1 million marital home in Bath. This Georgian mansion had stables, a dressage arena, a swimming pool, and Mr. Goldfinger often referred to Marnie as his wife, but as Marnie herself admits, women are Mr. Palmer's downfall. They are drawn to him like moths to a flame, but he always moves on however much they've helped him survive. It's just the way he is, she says. It was in the early 80s that a former medical secretary, Christina Ketley, met Mr. Palmer at a cocktail party in Tenerife. He was conveniently holidaying on the Canary Islands with his wife Marnie and their 2 daughters when he was named as a suspect in the heist of the century, in which £26 million worth of gold bullion, diamonds and cash was stolen from a warehouse near Heathrow. Marnie and the children would return to Britain. Mr. Palmer, desperate to avoid justice back in the UK, stayed in Tenerife. During his 18 months in exile, he began an affair with Miss Ketley. This was until he was declared an undesirable by officials and kicked off the island. Miss Ketley is the mother of John Palmer's older son, James Ketley. She was an integral part of his life for 30 years, first as his mistress and then as his common-law wife, in a tranquil corner of Essex. Being younger than his wife, Marnie, Miss Ketley was willing to show her maturity in the relationship and prove to Mr. Palmer and the world that she was much more than just a gangster's trophy girlfriend. And the number of directorships next to Miss Ketley's name at Companies House was a testament to that. It was reported that Miss Ketley had 6 companies in the UK and 7 companies in Spain. Among her commercial enterprises portfolio is a pawnbroker's shop, a second-hand jewellery store, and a beauty parlour in Essex. According to Spanish law enforcement agencies, it is alleged that Miss Ketley's played a prominent role in Mr. Palmer's criminal empire, being totally interwoven in his timeshare rackets in Tenerife. Another of Mr. Palmer's lesser-known mistresses was Saskia Mundinger, with who he had a child as well. It was also reported that Miss Mundinger is also suspected to be deeply involved in Mr. Palmer's criminal enterprise. Mr. Palmer hit the big time in 1983 with the Brinksmat gold bullion raid. The heist was known as the biggest heist in the UK criminal history at the time. While brutal gangland murders and very unfortunate accidents had befell at least 20 of the criminals and police officers that were connected or associated to the Brinksmat raid, Mr. Palmer somehow managed to walk away unscathed. The Brinksmat robbery occurred at Heathrow International Trading Estate, London on the 26th of November 1983. £26 million, now equivalent to £100 million, worth of gold bullion, diamonds, precious metals and cash were stolen from a warehouse. The bullion was the property of Johnson Matthey Bankers, which collapsed following the years after making large loans to frauds and insolvent firms. 2 men were convicted and the majority of the gold has never been recovered. The Brinksmat robbery occurred at 6:40 AM on the Saturday 26th of November 1983, when 6 robbers broke into the Brinksmat warehouse, Unit 7 of the Heathrow International Trading Estate near Heathrow Airport in West London. It was described as the crime of the century. The gang gained entry into the warehouse by bribing a security guard. Once inside, they poured petrol all over staff and threatened to light them with a lit match if they did not reveal the combination numbers of the vault. The robbers thought they were going to steal £3.2 million in cash, but they found 3 long tons of gold bullion and stole more gold, diamonds and cash than they expected. 2 days after the robbery, a couple saw a white-hot crucible operating in a garden hut at a neighbour's property near Bath, Somerset. Suspecting it might be linked to the bullion robbery, they immediately informed the police. The occupier of this house was John Goldfinger Palmer. Mr. Palmer evaded arrest at the time after fleeing to Tenerife with his family only days prior to his company being raided and its directors arrested. Mr. Palmer's family returned to England, whilst he sold his remaining assets back home and set up a timeshare business at an island village together with Miss Ketley near Playa de las Americas. He attempted to move to Brazil but was arrested and his entry refused as he had travelled on an expired passport. Now being deported back to England, Mr. Palmer was forced to face trial. However, despite Mr. Palmer admitting to the court that he did in fact melt down gold bars from the robbery in his garden, he was acquitted during the trial after repeatedly claiming that he wasn't given any indication or at any time made aware by anyone that the gold he was melting was stolen. In the years that followed, Mr. Palmer seemingly managed to stay out of trouble, but this was not the case however behind the scenes. Mr. Palmer was secretly building an enormous timeshare pyramid scheme in Tenerife, which would propel him to the position of 105th on the Sunday Times rich list, a position he shared with the Queen. It has been reported that Mr. Palmer's criminal activities netted him an estimated fortune of up to £300 million, and Mr. Palmer wasn't not shy about spending his money or living up to his Goldfinger moniker. The money earned was just used to buy a mansion, a French chateau with its own golf course, a Learjet, 2 helicopters, a classic car collection, and a yacht called the Brave Goose of Essex, which alone is said to be worth up to £6 million. A timeshare fraud is a property-related fraud, one that offers clients free stays at resorts they have invested in by using their existing shares that they had already brought in previous investments. The victims of this crime are always innocent members of the public, the vast majority being British pensioners who had been conned out of their life savings. Often it was the case that they were the owners of existing timeshares already, but struggling to find people to rent the property, they were persuaded to buy second timeshares in other companies with the promise that the first timeshare property would be sold or rented out at very attractive rates. These promises were never fulfilled, leaving them thousands of pounds out of pocket. It was reported that Miss Ketley was at the heart of the operation. Miss Ketley had worked for one of Mr. Palmer's management companies in Tenerife. In 2001, both Miss Ketley and Mr. Palmer were prosecuted for their involvement in the timeshare racket. Mr. Palmer defended himself during legal proceedings after sacking his legal team in what has become known as one of the longest timeshare fraud trials to ever take place in British legal history. However, Mr. Palmer didn't do a very good job of representing himself to the court and was found guilty of masterminding the largest timeshare fraud on record and jailed for 8 years for his crimes. It was also reported that during his scam, Mr. Palmer had somehow managed to swindle 20,000 people out of a total of £30 million. However, the timeshare scam was too big to stop, and while Mr. Palmer was behind bars, the scam only grew much bigger, because now all operations of the business were under the management of Miss Ketley. Bugged phone conversations in prison recorded Mr. Palmer ordering one criminal associate to make a transfer of £60,000 into Miss Ketley's British bank account by 1 PM that day. It was clear that what had actually remained of Mr. Palmer's timeshare empire had now been passed down to her to manage during his incarceration. Christina Ketley was also listed as the sole director or administrator of a string of real estate firms on the island and the final beneficiary of a portfolio of companies based in the British Virgin Islands. Back in Essex, many locals will be familiar with a high-end pawnbroker shop called Essex Pawn Stars in Kings Road, Brentwood, specialists in luxury watches and diamonds, advertising loans of up to £100,000. However, how many locals are aware of the outlet's links with Mr. Palmer? The service address given on legal documents for Essex Pawn Stars is the cottage where John Palmer was shot dead. The sole shareholder and director, Miss Christina Ketley. The infamous Mr. Goldfinger's luck finally ran out on the 24th of June 2015 when he was shot 6 times by an unknown assassin. The killer and his or her motives still remain unknown to this day, just like most of Mr. Palmer's secrets. Mr. Palmer was 64 when he was murdered in his gated home of Southweald, near Brentwood. The coroner reported that he was killed by means of a gunshot wound to the chest. The fact he had been shot 6 times was only revealed during a post-mortem, as Mr. Palmer had recently undergone open heart surgery, for which the wounds on his chest were mistaken. It was reported that Mr. Palmer was burning documents in his garden when he was shot. Mr. Palmer's inquest heard it was a contract-style killing, and a silenced .32 caliber pistol was likely to have been used in the murder. Police revealed that they believed that a contract killer tracked Mr. Palmer's movements for several days through a spy hole that was discovered in his fence, with the murder taking place in the one area of the garden that was not covered by CCTV, that had been installed for his own safety earlier on. It is also notable that in the weeks leading up to his death, Mr. Palmer and 10 other suspected criminals were due to stand trial over real estate fraud that took place in Tenerife, Spain. And it was to the speculation of many that Mr. Palmer was seeking to strike a deal with the criminal prosecutors, one that would enable him to have all of his charges dropped. While no one still to this day knows the true reason as to why Mr. Goldfinger was murdered, one theory circulating was that Mr. Goldfinger had turned over a new leaf and was now working as a police informant, which of course would be jeopardising the interests of numerous figures in the UK criminal underworld. Another often cited theory is the Curse of Brinksmat. The so-called Curse of Brinksmat, or Curse of the Brinksmat Millions, refers to the early deaths of many of those who were allegedly involved in the robbery. These deaths were all related in many ways, but one particular factor stood out, and that was that each person was somehow or some way related to laundering of the gold that was stolen. Many famous gangsters, from Charlie Wilson and Solly Nahom to Gilbert Winter and Mr. Goldfinger, were all assassinated one after another. In the book Goldfinger and Me, his wife Marnie lifts the lid on Palmer's rise from a deprived childhood in Birmingham to a life of yachts, private jets, helicopters, fast cars, cocaine addiction, and infidelity. His criminal exploits in Tenerife, as well as his links to the Hatton Garden jewellery heist, are laid bare in a very interesting read. The crimes committed and the life that was lived by John Palmer, or Mr. Goldfinger, will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of an ex-armed robber who managed to reform his life through sport in a high security prison, and also his journey at trying to bring more sports into the prison system. At 8:30 on a warm September morning in 2005, 22-year-old criminal John McAvoy was ready. He and another man were planning to raid a security van making a delivery of around £100,000 in cash in Eltham, South East London. Mr. McAvoy did not know that there was a surveillance operation watching the man he was with, Kevin Brown. For months, police had been observing him, waiting for him to commit an offence. As Mr. Brown approached the van that they were targeting, Mr. McAvoy, observing from his own vehicle, spotted a police car. What happened next changed his life forever. The officers jumped out with all the guns, but I managed to drive off, says Mr. McAvoy. I knocked over a lamppost as I attempted to escape. They all jumped back in their cars and chased me, and I kept thinking I had to get out as fast as I could. I was fully prepared to die trying to get away, because I knew what was coming if they caught me. I was going back to that tiny segregation cell, and for a lot longer than the first time. Now on foot, Mr. McAvoy ran into a dead end. With nowhere to go, he was quickly apprehended. It was all over. Mr. Brown had been arrested too. Explaining what it was like to be arrested, Mr. McAvoy said, "I had about 15 guns pointing at me in this little cul-de-sac, and I was face down on the floor, absolutely deflated. They put me in the back of this undercover car, and I was pretending I had concussion, because I was desperate, thinking they might take me to hospital instead and I could try and escape from there. As I was pretending to drift in and out of consciousness, the same police officer who'd arrested me the first time was calling my name. He said to me, 'John, look out the window. There were a lot of people out on the high street with their shopping bags. You will not be seeing this for a long time,' he said. I remember thinking I would do absolutely anything to swap places with those people who were walking down the high street. The 15 years that followed have led Mr. McAvoy down a very different path to the one he had envisaged growing up around hardened members of the UK criminal underworld. Over the course of a life sentence, which was partly served in one of Britain's highest security prisons, it was his best friend's death in a robbery gone wrong that sparked the desire to finally rehabilitate himself. By the time of his release in 2012, Mr. McAvoy had radically turned his life around, and he has since set about encouraging others to follow the same redemptive course he found in the power of sport. Now aged 37, Mr. McAvoy is a sponsored triathlete who competes in Ironman events. A man who broke 3 world records and 7 British records in indoor rowing, all from the confines of a prison gym. There had been an earlier occasion in Mr. McAvoy's life when he was told to look out the window. That first time was when he was a young boy, sitting in his stepfather Billy Tobin's Porsche. He did not know what he was supposed to be looking at. Mr. Tobin was a notorious armed robber who engaged Mr. McAvoy in a criminal apprenticeship from the age of about 8 years old. All those people out there are sheep, Mr. Tobin said. According to Mr. McAvoy, who was taught that working and paying taxes would never lead to becoming a millionaire at the age of 21, like Mr. Tobin had. Mr. McAvoy's father had died before he was born. His uncle Mikey was involved in the Brinks Mat robbery of 1983, when a gang stole a gold bullion and uncut diamonds worth £26 million from a warehouse near Heathrow Airport, one of the most dramatic heists in British history. If you'd like to know more about that, we have a video on our channel, so please go and check it out. Mr. McAvoy's mother worked on minimum wage at a local florist in Crystal Palace. She was unhappy about her son's exposure to that world, but there wasn't much she could do about it. When I was a kid, my mum wouldn't even let me have a toy gun in the house to play cowboys and Indians, he said. She was so anti-gangs and anti-violence, but I was getting older and she could see I was getting pulled further and further into that world. Mr. McAvoy's mum used to say, "You're an accident waiting to happen, and if you live your life in the fast lane, you will crash and burn. You'll end up how they all end up, living in a cage and going to prison." The first time Mr. McAvoy was sent to jail, it didn't deter him from a life that he lived. In fact, during his time inside, he was determined not to submit to the system. "I had no fear whatsoever," Mr. McAvoy says. Prison was part of the lifestyle. Deep down in your subconscious, you have a reality that you're going to get caught. You hear someone's been arrested. You find tracking devices on your car. You know the police are watching you, and you're always trying to stay one step ahead of them. A lot of the people I was surrounded with as a young boy had been to prison, and it was all about not showing weakness and fighting, and so that's what I did. I spent a year in a segregation cell, refused to come out, exercised in my cell every day, I read books, I wouldn't interact with the prison regime, and I was as difficult as you could possibly be. The second time Mr. McAvoy was arrested, his sentencing was much more robust. He was first sent to HMP Belmarsh, a high security jail. When Mr. McAvoy went out to exercise in the yard for the first time, he was met by the London 21st of the 7th bombers and Abu Hamza, the notorious Islamic extremist. It was then he realised the extent of trouble that he was in. "It was like your life has been hit by a train," Mr. McAvoy says. "The powers that be thought me to be such a high risk of escape that they put me with these people that were a threat to national security. I recognised all the faces from the newspaper. Abu Hamza comes up to me really polite and says, 'You've just been arrested, haven't you? Do you need anything?' I said, 'No, I'm absolutely fine, thank you.' Later that day, after returning from the shower, Mr. McAvoy entered his cell to find the Quran, a packet of Weetabix and some UHT milk on his bed. Mr. McAvoy says, 'It was the biggest book I've ever seen in my life.' I went back to his cell and said, 'Thank you so much, I'm absolutely fine.' And he said, 'No, brother, I'm just being polite.' I put it on his bed and I went back to my cell. Then came the moment that would change his view on the world. 3 years into his custodial sentence, Mr. McAvoy was informed of the death of one of his best friends. Aaron Cloud broke his neck and died instantly when he was thrown out of a getaway car after robbing an ATM in the Netherlands. It had been a profound impact on Mr. McAvoy. It was then I realised how precious life really is. I'd never lost anyone that I cared for, and suddenly my best friend dies. All the people I'd admired and looked up to since I was a little boy were just old men rotting in prison, and they'd done nothing with their lives. I got up the next morning and I was completely lost. My reputation, my name, it was meaningless. I looked at myself in that prison cell. I'd wasted my life up until that point. All of it was just down the drain. I made the decision that I'm not living this life anymore. The prison gym became Mr. McAvoy's refuge. It was a way of challenging his energy into something rewarding, an escape from the toxic goings on with other inmates, a chance to do something with his time inside. Mr. McAvoy discovered the indoor rowing machine, and he found he was allowed more than his allocated time outside the cell if he was training for one of the many rowing challenges, and it gave him more focus. After a few months, Mr. McAvoy was at the top of the prison leaderboards. Soon, supported by prison guard Darren Davis, he trained for the 24-hour indoor rowing challenge and broke 2 world records, 100,000 meters and the furthest distance rowed in 24 hours. Mr. McAvoy asked the prison library to order him stacks of books on training and sport nutrition. He wanted to learn about becoming an athlete. In total, He became the proud holder of 3 world records and 7 British records of indoor rowing, all achieved in prison. Mr. McAvoy explained, "A lot of these characteristics that I had, the will to win and want to be successful, I only used to see in criminals, and suddenly there's this other group of people. The mindset was the same, but I just had to channel my energy into something positive." Mr. McAvoy's progress was noted, and he was soon put up for parole, but it didn't go smoothly. When I went to my first hearing, the judge sat across the table and said to me, "What are you going to do when you get released?" I said, "I'm going to become an athlete." He was a Crown Court judge in his 70s. With his glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked up at me with a smile on his face and said, "In all my years of sitting in parole hearings for life sentence prisoners, you are the only one who has sat in front of me and said such a thing." Mr. McAvoy was absolutely convinced and adamant that he was going to do it, but he found out that his parole had been refused. However, Mr. McAvoy was downgraded to an open prison system, where he could take qualifications to prepare for an early release. Mr. McAvoy was released from prison in 2012, and one of the first things he did, after getting a Nando's and going to see his mum, was head to a London rowing club in Putney. He wanted to make it as a professional rower. Months later, when somebody typed his name into a search engine, headlines of his past and his mugshot came up. He decided to reveal his story and was met with an understanding, but as it turned out, he was too old to make it in rowing. He turned his attention to endurance sport and triathlon instead, landing a sponsorship from Nike in Ironman races. When the UK's national lockdown had been lifted, Mr. McAvoy had ventured into the Alps for a few months to train and work on a project helping young disadvantaged British children experience similar destinations in order to broaden their horizons. In the UK, Mr. McAvoy wants to continue pushing for reforms in the prison system that further focus on sports rehabilitation role. He has his own foundation, and he is involved in several other charities including Boats Not Bars, Guns Not Gloves, and the Twinning Project. Mr. McAvoy has campaigned in support of the initiative of bringing parkrun into prisons, and backed the 2018 report that recommended lifting a ban on teaching inmates boxing and martial arts. In 2019, he took up an ambassadorial role with the European Commission, seeking to encourage more people to exercise. Mr. McAvoy said, "I just want to have a positive impact on the world and make up for all the wrong I've done in the past." Your view and vision of the world is very limited by what you're exposed to as a child. That criminal world has become so normalised to me that I felt that everyone else was abnormal. Now I look back on it and I can't even believe some of the things we used to do. I have to live with that every day. It's one of the conscious reasons why I do what I do now. Because they're not mistakes, they're decisions. Poor life choices based on what you know. Sport changed my life, and without it, I wouldn't be the man I am today. I am so adamant and so driven that other people get the same opportunity to turn their lives around and find purpose and direction in life. I was as bad as you can get, and if I can go through that journey and process of change, it's possible for anyone, and I am so determined to help other people get that same chance. We wish Mr. McAvoy all the best in the future, and we hope that he manages to keep on the right path and help others change their life with sport. What are your opinions on some of the things that Mr. McAvoy has brought up? Do you believe that sport should be more involved in prison? What are your opinions on the report that recommended lifting a ban on teaching inmates boxing and martial arts? Do you believe that setting up a martial arts or boxing competition may reduce violence in the prison? And how important do you think that exercise and taking part in sports or physical training plays a part in the rehabilitation of a prisoner? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more from Street Crime UK, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be looking at another drug kingpin, Mr. Lance Kennedy, mastermind of an audacious smuggling gang that rented rural holiday homes and chartered helicopters to drop off millions of pounds of drugs from Europe. Mr. Kennedy, one of the UK's most prolific drug smugglers, operated an international cocaine trafficking ring that was built in Birkenhead but controlled from Barcelona. Mr. Kennedy, a top-tier international drug trafficker, organised helicopter drug runs from Belgium to southern England. He grew up in Wirral and recruited trusted contacts from the area, including at least one of his old St John Pleasington school friends, to build a network that supplied cocaine to gangs across Britain. His friends from home operated on the front line, greeting the drug-laden helicopters in Kent, distributing the cocaine to regional criminals and feeding cash payments back to Mr. Kennedy. Though not much is known about Mr. Kennedy's partner, it is believed that he was a proud father of 4 children. The then 32-year-old from Birkenhead built a close-knit team that supplied the substance to criminals across England and Scotland from their Wirral base. He founded that supply network on the importation of huge quantities of cocaine from the European mainland via helicopters. Mr. Kennedy, stationed in Spain, arranged for the helicopters to be loaded with the drug then flown by Dutch pilots across the Channel and into the UK. The network booked rural retreats on common flight paths in the hope that no one would notice anything unusual about the trips. The private flights would be booked between the Belgian town of Antwerp and the southern English airports, with Kennedy's associates responsible for renting selected properties on those routes. The helicopter pilots would then drop off their consignments without significantly diverting from their flight paths, disappearing from airport traffic monitors for just a few minutes at a time. 6 flights, which contained a combined total of just under 500 kilograms of cocaine, with an estimated wholesale value of £17.25 million, were linked to Kennedy. These individuals took lengthy and complex steps to mask their criminality, which was controlled from abroad. The volume of Class A drugs attributable to this group within the conspiracy period is huge, and the damage caused locally and nationally by their evil trade was unquantifiable. Pilots would land in surrounding fields and the cargo would be unloaded before the helicopter would return to its scheduled flight path. The enterprise primarily targeted the northeast drugs trade. Working from a base in Barcelona, Mr. Kennedy used encrypted mobile phones to control the gang's movements. It was from there that he also used his criminal contacts to secure hundreds of kilograms of cocaine on the European mainland, and convinced Dutch helicopter pilots to fly it across the Channel. The cocaine was so pure that his conspiracy could have been worth around £350 million. They were a multi-million pound drugs import ring with seemingly no connection to Teesside. Lance Kennedy and his mob brought vast quantities of cocaine to the UK, but when they wanted a ready target market, they looked away from their home city of Liverpool. Their focus moved out of the northwest, along the M62 and to Teesside. Mr. Kennedy became the latest northwest underworld kingpin to spot the potential to make a fortune selling cocaine in the northeast, but he's now living to regret it. The elaborate 12-membered gang had neatly planned out roles to a precision that even shocked detectives all across the world. Apart from the drug peddlers and pilots, there were key individuals who took on roles ranging from the financial backer to the safety guy. The kingpin, as we now all know, was Lance Kennedy, of no fixed abode, but formerly of Birkenhead. He recruited others to work for him and oversaw the distribution of drugs across the UK once they had been imported. The second in command was Robert Ferry Stewart, who was aged 48 and of no fixed abode, but also formerly of Birkenhead. It is believed that the drug ring was a combined effort of Mr. Stewart and Mr. Kennedy, who both fled from London to Spain, and then to Thailand and finally caught in the Ukraine. We will look at the exciting rat race in a moment, Mr. Stewart, a courier for the gang, travelled the UK picking up cash and dropping off drugs. He fled while on bail for a second cocaine and cannabis plot in the northeast, which he was sentenced to for 3 years in his absence. The financial banker was Paris Newcomb, aged 48 and from Beverly Road in New Ferry, who supplied Mr. Kennedy with money and rented one of the cottages for drugs drop-offs. He had a close connection to Mr. Kennedy and supplied Alison and Connor Fraser Clark with a van to deliver drugs and pick up cash. He was subsequently jailed for 12 years and 8 months after the drug ring was busted. J. Flip Flop Robinson, aged 33 and from Beckwith Street, Birkenhead, was the transport organiser. He drove a Japanese Honda that contained concealed compartments and delivered drugs, predominantly to the northeast. He was linked to 4 of the helicopter drops and was said to have directed the ground operation of at least one of them. Flip Flop was jailed for 14 years following his arrest. The next in line was Philip Smart, aged 31 from the Somerville Close in Birkenhead. Smart had close contacts with the gang's couriers and was often referred to as the safety guy because of his concern for the drugs being transported. The minder, Connor Fraser Clark, aged 27 from Hassel Road in Rockferry, stored drugs and encrypted phones at his home and delivered drugs and picked up cash on behalf of the gang. He also oversaw the movements of his dad John Fraser and was arrested in North Yorkshire with £210,000 in his vehicle. A later raid on his house led to the discovery of 16 kilograms of cocaine, given a street value of £11 million. Connor was sentenced to 11 years and 4 months in prison. Next was Connor's wife, Alison Fraser Clark, aged 25 of Elmswood Road in Tranmere. She was also arrested alongside her husband Connor. Alison went on trips for the gang with Connor and, whilst heavily pregnant with his daughter, recruited a friend to take her place. After giving birth, she quickly returned to the road on behalf of the gang. Alison had a background of mental illness and was particularly young when involved, and so she was serving a much more lenient sentence of 8 years and 8 months. Another courier was Matthew Payne, aged 35 from Sale Road in Abbeywood, London. His role came to an end when he was stopped with 60 kilograms of cannabis in his vehicle in a separate conspiracy. Mr. Payne was jailed for 11 years. The lookout and Stewart's right-hand man was David Campbell, aged 68 from Woodchurch Road in Prenton. Effectively Stewart's right-hand man, Campbell travelled the UK with him and acted as a lookout at times. Campbell was ultimately handed 12 hefty years in prison. John Fraser, aged 62 and the father of Connor, was a trusted courier for the ring. He was overseen by his son and daughter-in-law Connor and Alison Fraser Clark, respectively, and was involved in the conspiracy for 2 months. He was subsequently jailed for 12 years. Russell Ford, aged 30 from Glanagores Prestatyn, was a drugs courier and money collector. Police found £70,000 in his car on one stop, and Ford was jailed for 7 years and 8 months. Stephen Maddox, aged 32 from Plattgrove, Rockferry, was the final member of the drug ring and was jailed for 4 years for acting as the gang's money launderer. The trafficking of cocaine and heroin by Manchester and Liverpool drug lords has become well established among organised criminals. It has led to multi-million pound rings forming as dealers work with counterparts in Middlesbrough and Stockton. The appeal to criminals is obvious, cash and lots of it. Teesside is seen as an opportunity by criminals, given the traditionally high level of Class A drug use, which provides dealers with a ready customer base. In 2016, research suggested cocaine use in parts of Stockton was higher per person than that in London, Amsterdam and Paris. Middlesbrough and Stockton are usually the places mentioned in court cases involving cross-country drug gangs, but a disturbing feature of Mr. Kennedy's case was that he would also target smaller towns. The market town of Guisborough and Thornaby were among the locations the gang was attempting to flood with Class A drugs. Cleveland police detectives are also well aware of how their patch is being eyed up by suppliers. And it was actually an operation by Cleveland police rather than the much larger Merseyside police which brought the Scouser Mr. Kennedy to justice, which we will explore in just a moment. There's also a link with the famous Harry Potter star. Miriam Margolyes' holiday home was used as a drop-off point. A second holiday home used by the gang was the Gun Emplacement Cottage in Dover. The picturesque retreat rented out on behalf of the BAFTA-winning actress Miriam Margolyes has a garden that overlooks the channel and crumbles into the white cliffs of Dover. Built by the army in 1910, it is said to be the closest home to France on the English mainland. One of Mr. Kennedy's highest ranking subordinates, Paris Newcomb, booked the property for the gang in April 2016. Days before Christmas in 2015, one helicopter trip disappeared from radar after passing the market town of Faversham. It reappeared 8 minutes later near Eastling, a tiny village in the middle of the Kent countryside designated an area of outstanding natural beauty. 5 weeks earlier, Matthew Payne, a courier and organiser managed by Mr. Kennedy, had handed over £3,950 to secure Crow Cottage, a holiday home near the village for 6 months. At the time of the helicopter flight, mobile phone masts placed Payne and associate J. Flip-Flop Robinson in the area of that secluded retreat. It is believed that Payne and Robinson had been waiting for the cargo of cocaine to land. It was later revealed that the suspicions of an estate manager had been aroused when a white bedsheet was spread out on the ground of an orchard behind the cottage of the day of the drop-off. The concerns were heightened weeks later when a dispute over the second instalment of rent led to the booking being cancelled. Mr. Payne told the owners he would send his brother-in-law to collect children's clothes and toys left at the property. Days later, the estate manager let in 2 men with Liverpool accents to pick up the items, only to watch them pull 2 holdalls from a cupboard under the stairs. The bags were so heavy the men had to drag them to their vehicle before leaving without any of the children's belongings they were supposedly sent to pick up. Mr. Kennedy may have been an international smuggler building a powerful contact book, but he was brought down by police officers left to deal with the misery his drugs were causing on the streets of England. The entire ring was busted when the arrest of couriers couple Alison and Connor unlocked a chain of evidence that led to one of Britain's biggest cocaine traffickers. The two were linked to the drugs plot by an operation that started on the streets of the northeast and ended with detectives unravelling the international conspiracy. The gang's main customer base were Teesside communities such as Stockton and Guisborough. Cleveland police launched Operation Spoonbill to probe the sources of cocaine supply. It was also around this trip that detectives uncovered a bizarre chain of events in which Kennedy's key contact, Robert Ferry Stewart, and his driver and lookout, David Campbell, repeatedly travelled the length of England. On April 10th, the pair left Wirral for the northeast, reaching Teesside at 4 p.m. 1 hour later, they started a journey to a hotel in Ashford in Kent that took them 6 hours. The next morning, Mr. Stewart drove to the gun emplacement cottage to meet other gang members before staying the night in the property, then driving back to Ashford to pick up Mr. Campbell and heading back to Wirral. The following morning, the pair drove back to Dover. Under police interview, Mr. Campbell claimed he and Mr. Stewart were actually on a trip to Euro Disney in France, which they pulled out of before reaching Dover. But text uncovered by police revealed what really happened. As Mr. Stewart and Mr. Campbell were travelling to Dover, another of the conspirators, Connor Fraser Clark, texted his wife Alison from the gun emplacement cottage saying, "Things are changing again, might be tomorrow. Something to do with the weather, and we need to get a hotel because he's going to get someone else staying at the cottage with Flip-Flop." Later that night, Connor texted his wife, "Just had a phone call in the cottage. The woman said she was in Australia, but 1471 the number and the area code is London." It made the ferry and Flip-Flop really paranoid. After Mr. Stewart and Mr. Campbell returned to Wirral, Connor texted Alison to say, "Stuff coming at 12:15 tomorrow." That morning, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Campbell began the long drive back to the south coast. While they were travelling, a helicopter took off from Antwerp at 11:32 a.m, and at 12:17 p.m, Connor texted his wife, "I've got to wait till 2 though. Ferry went home last night and I've been asked to wait until he gets back." 32 minutes later, he wrote, "Chopper is here," and referred to 160 bits. Bits is slang for a kilo. At around 2:20 p.m, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Campbell arrived in Dover. By just after 3 p.m, they headed back the 300 miles to Birkenhead with a car now laden with drugs. In just 3 days, the pair had travelled from Birkenhead to Stockton in the northeast, down to Kent, back to Birkenhead, down to Kent and then back to Birkenhead. Before that crucial bust on the Fraser-Clarks, the National Crime Agency, by coincidence, took out one of Kennedy's pilots. On April 21, 2016, just days after 160 kilograms of cocaine was dropped off in Dover for Mr. Kennedy, Niels Wartenberg was arrested with passenger Ricardo Vorstenbosch as they landed at Red Hill Aerodrome. The flight, which was being tracked by the NCA and other agencies, had dropped from radar near Yalding in Kent. There, Joseph Peel had loaded his rented BMW with drugs from the helicopter before joining the M26, where he led police on a 100-mile-per-hour chase as they swooped on him. Inside his car were holdalls containing 43 kilograms of cocaine, 60 kilograms of heroin, and 30 encrypted phones. The haul was valued at £12 million. All three admitted conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Wartenberg and fellow Dutch national Vorstenbosch were each jailed for 18 years, and Peel from North Kensington in northwest London for 16 years. That drop's connection with Kennedy's operation is unclear, but Peel, when arrested, was found with a slip of paper in his pocket on which the phone number of Russell Ford, who was one of Kennedy's drug couriers and cash collectors, was on it. The group used sophistication to adapt vehicles to conceal drugs. Honda Accords were the vehicle of choice. When Russell Ford was stopped in an Audi A6 at the Tees Barrage, he had a hidden compartment in his car operated by the cigarette lighter, and a stash of cash was found. In September 2016, detectives identified the Fraser-Clarks as potential drug couriers and monitored them on a trip to Newcastle before stopping them on the A19 in North Yorkshire. Inside their vehicle, one of many used by the gang that had secret compartments built into them, was £210,000. A subsequent raid on their Wirral home led to the discovery of 16 kilograms of high-purity cocaine hidden under a bed. The drugs were given a street value of £11 million, but perhaps of more value to the detectives were the mobile phones they seized from the husband and wife team. After cracking those mobiles, officers gained access to messages detailing gang member movements, and the bust opened the door to the gang's wider movement, with messages between key members mentioning helicopters and meetings in the Kent countryside. Cleveland police liaised with the UK's air traffic control. Detectives then matched the time and locations of those meetings with potential suspicious private helicopter flights scheduled overhead, piecing together the elaborate conspiracy. However, by this time Lance Kennedy had already escaped to Thailand, where he teamed up with his co-conspirator Robbie Stewart, who also fled to Thailand due to an unrelated drug charge. It is believed that the true scale of the operation may have been far greater, with detectives believing that Kennedy may have been behind more than 6 helicopter drug flights ultimately being pinned on him. Little is known about what they did after meeting in Thailand, but in February of 2018 they emerged in Eastern Europe. Armed border patrols captured them attempting a nighttime river crossing from Moldova into the Ukraine. Dramatic footage obtained by the Echo showed them being marched at gunpoint after their capture by a team from the Belhorod-Dnipropetrovsk border unit. The Ukrainian authorities also released pictures showing the pair being detained by gun-wielding troops in a field and sitting handcuffed against a wall lined with rugs. Mr. Kennedy, wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with Boss, watched via video link from Strangeways as he was jailed for 18 years and 4 months after admitting conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Lance Kennedy received one of the longest jail sentences ever handed to a Merseyside drugs crook who admitted his crime after masterminding a plot that saw half a ton of Class A drug flown into England. Had he not pleaded guilty, a move that saw his sentence reduced by 1/3, Judge Sophie McCone told him that he would have been jailed for 28 years. Despite his guilty plea, the sentence he received is far longer than those handed out to most of Merseyside's most notorious drug smugglers, including Curtis Warren and the Fitzgibbon brothers, Ian and Jason. Such was the case against Mr. Kennedy, where his barrister was simply left to argue why the starting point of his sentence should not be 30 years or above. Asking Judge McCone to simply be as merciful as possible, his argument centered on how only a select few drug smugglers linked to the importation of extraordinary amounts of Class A drugs have been given 30 years or more. That group includes Mehmet Bebasin, the London-based smuggler who plotted to import 40 tons of cocaine with Paul Taylor from the Vauxhall area of Liverpool. Mr. Taylor of Paul Orr Court received 22 years for his role in the plot. While other Merseyside drug dealers have received longer sentences than Mr. Kennedy, they were not given a reduction for a guilty plea because they fought for the case against them. To put into context Mr. Kennedy's 28-year term, had he lost the trial, it would have been on par with that handed to West Derby plotter Eddie Jarvis. Mr. Jarvis used his immense criminal wealth to buy a 7-bedroom mansion in West Derby, a luxury Spanish villa, and expensive jewellery before being convicted in 2005 for masterminding a plan to traffic 593 kilograms of cocaine, which was foiled after the drugs were seized from a yacht on the island of Margarita, off the coast of Venezuela. Following the conclusion of the sentencing, Cleveland Police Detective Sergeant John Fitzpatrick, who led on Operation Spoonbill, said this was a complex inquiry and the sentences reflect the scale of the conspiracy which was uncovered by our organised crime unit. Mr. Kennedy was held in Monster Mansion over fears underworld contacts would spring him from custody. Those underworld connections were believed to be so significant that when he was brought back to the UK to face justice, he was remanded in HMP Frankland. The high security jail dubbed Monster Mansion holds some of the nation's most notorious and dangerous murderers, rapists and terrorists. Mr. Kennedy was sent there because detectives genuinely believed his criminal contacts were capable of a serious attempt to spring him from custody. The lifestyle that he led and the life and crimes that were committed by Mr. Kennedy and his helicopter gang will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Status in today's world does not run on street cred anymore. It's all about how many likes and retweets or followers you have. You don't have to be the toughest kid on the street anymore to be the coolest. But it also means that if you are the one being bullied, it doesn't stop when you go home. Lee Duffy did not grow up in this world. When he was a kid, the more people you could beat up, the less you got beat up on. And this was a kid who got beat up on a lot. And as cliche as it sounds, to tell you the story right, we have to start right at the very beginning. Lee Duffy was born on June the 11th, 1965 in Middlesbrough. When he was a toddler, his parents would move him to the South Bank, where he would spend the rest of his life. To put it bluntly, Mr. Duffy had a terrible childhood, both in and out the home. His father was a stereotypical working class drunk, who would come home and put a hand on his wife and children. It is reported that at one point, he pushed his wife out of a window and broke her collarbone. Though we are not sure how she died, one thing we do know is that Mr. Duffy prevented his children from attending her funeral. This is just one instance of the psychological damage that Mr. Duffy inflicted on his children. Unwittingly, he was also teaching them that if you wanted something, you had to fight for it. Literally. This would lay the framework for how Lee dealt with his conflicts later on in life. He didn't have it any easier outside the home. He was bullied relentlessly at school for the size of his head and for the size of his lips. Reportedly, the kids would make fun of him and say that he looked like he had a disability. He was a skinny boy growing up, and when puberty hit, he only got a little bit taller, not much stronger. When he was 14, he was jumped by 6 guys and he wasn't strong enough to defend himself. This was a turning point. Mr. Duffy now realised if he wanted to stop being bullied, he would have to become the bully. As a young lad, Mr. Duffy dropped out of school, and he ended up trying to enroll in trade school so that he could work with his hands. But the South Bank is not an easy place to find a job, and it is arguably one of the hardest places to grow up in. Mr. Duffy soon gave up on trying to stay on the straight and narrow, and quickly fell into the world of drugs. It started out by using drugs here and there, until it turned into what some would call an addiction. From there, he got involved in selling.
By all means, Mr. Duffy moved fast up the food chain. He did this mostly through fear tactics. When he decided he was done being picked on, he started to bulk up, going to the Grinchtown Boys Club regularly to lift weights.
And it was now that Mr. Duffy decided that it was time to take over the Middlesbrough criminal underworld.
He had finally hit the physical size that he wanted to be, and his newfound strength and profession as a criminal, Mr. Duffy was now ready to do some serious damage. He used his size to intimidate his competitors, and he wasn't afraid to resort to a brutal fight in order to prove his point. Some people believe that he was born with a slightly longer than average arm, and this helped him in his fights. There is some credibility to this theory, given that before he bulked up, Mr. Duffy was considered by friends to be lanky. Speaking of his fights, many people referred to Mr. Duffy as a boxer, but no one would label him that today in today's standards. He occasionally fought for money, but never in a professional setting. Mr. Duffy is better described as a strongman or a thug. Mr. Duffy's strength is what made him notorious, being referred to as a crime boss and the most feared man in Middlesbrough. He went from being a small child who couldn't defend himself to someone who was feared solely because of his strength and temper. Mr. Duffy's violent temper was out of control, and it eventually landed him in prison. Whilst in prison, he met many notorious figures from the UK criminal underworld, who still remember Mr. Duffy and his antics to this day. Whilst locked up, Lee Duffy had lifted more weights and became more confident with his fighting skills. Although he got into a lot of fights, Lee Duffy managed to keep his head down and was released from prison in May of 1990. Whilst he was still inside, he bumped head with another man who was well known in the Middlesbrough criminal underworld. Because Mr. Graham was so well known in the Middlesbrough criminal underworld, Mr. Duffy had picked him as his sworn enemy, determined to bait him out into a fight. This man was Viv Graham. Mr. Graham was a businessman who knew how to intimidate his competition. He was not a man to be walked over and decide once for all who was the better man and the real king of the Middlesbrough criminal underworld. Unfortunately for Mr. Duffy, this ultimate match was never to be. Mr. Graham had a business to run and common sense between his ears. Despite the numerous invitations from Mr. Duffy to set up a fight, Mr. Graham had no interest whatsoever. There are several theories as to why Mr. Graham had no interest in fighting Mr. Duffy. Some suspect that he knew he was the superior man and felt he had nothing to prove. Others believe that the reverse is true, that Mr. Graham was scared to lose his status to Mr. Duffy by literally losing in a fight. Regardless of the reason, he refused to face Mr. Duffy in a contest of strength. For Mr. Duffy, who was now dependent on drugs, this was the ultimate insult. He started to spend every weekend in Newcastle where Mr. Graham lived. He was always high and drunk and looking for a fight. Supposedly, he once took on 4 bouncers outside one of Mr. Graham's nightclubs, hoping to get his attention. During the 15 months that Mr. Duffy was free, police said they received over 96 complaints that pointed right back to Mr. Duffy. Some of the complaints were related to his attempts to get at Mr. Graham, but not all of them were. Sometimes these complaints occurred in and around the nightclubs of Middlesbrough. These altercations typically happened when Mr. Duffy felt his honour was attacked or his character was being called into question. A man whose life rested on his entire reputation, he had to take these matters very seriously. Mr. Duffy's violent temper was clearly spiralling out of control, and the drugs only made it worse. Whenever he showed up somewhere, people would either leave simply out of fear or because they knew he would cause trouble. It started to become common knowledge in and around Middlesbrough that violence followed Mr. Duffy wherever he went. More than a few people reported that simply just by walking by a door, Mr. Duffy had scored the entire mood of the crowd. There had been 3 previous attempts on Mr. Duffy's life. He had been shot twice. The third attempt on Mr. Duffy's life is when he had petrol poured over the top of him. His friends started describing him as the Terminator because he always came back. And of course, after multiple attempts on his life, This only contributed to more drug taking and more violent altercations from Mr. Duffy. Unfortunately for Mr. Duffy, his violence was about to be his undoing. On August the 24th, 1991, Mr. Duffy went to a club high on cocaine, weed and ecstasy. While he was there, he ran into a man called David Allison, an old friend of his. Really, an ex-friend to be more accurate. They had been buddies growing up, but their relationship had soured as Mr. Duffy's infamy had grew around Middlesbrough. When Mr. Duffy pulled up to the club, he and Mr. Allison were still on very bad terms, and everybody knew it. Multiple eyewitness accounts say that the mood went very sour as soon as Mr. Duffy walked in. No one knows exactly who started it, but the two started yelling at each other in the club. This caused a mass exit of the building as people did not want to be inside when this fight broke out. However, the pair were ordered to go outside and take their argument out there. Once the altercation was taken outside the club, although it had started off verbal, it very soon turned physical, with Mr. Duffy having the upper hand like he always did in most fights. He was banging Mr. Allison's head on the ground, not letting up for even a second to breathe. To everyone around him, it seemed like once again Mr. Duffy was proving his power and bullying someone else who dared to disagree with him. There were plenty of spectators who were all there to fuel Mr. Duffy's ego. However, some people started to flee because they feared Mr. Duffy was going to kill Mr. Allison and they did not want to be a witness. However, no one could have guessed what came next. One of Mr. Allison's friends slipped him a knife while he was on the ground, and he quickly lunged his knife upwards into Mr. Duffy's side, dropping him to the ground. Everyone who was watching the fight quickly scattered, with only a few people sticking around to call an ambulance. Despite being rushed to hospital, Mr. Duffy died at 3:55 AM on August the 25th, 1991. Many people believed that no one would turn Mr. Allison in. This was due to fears of being dragged into the situation themselves. However, in a shocking turn of events, Mr. Allison confessed to the crime himself and handed himself in, and after a trial he was fully acquitted after claiming it was in self-defense. Lee Duffy is one of the most infamous UK criminals, especially in the northern criminal underworld. Some loved him, some feared him, and many despised him. No matter what your opinion of him, Lee Duffy is gone, but it will never be forgotten. There are numerous books and movies about him. One most recently released is The Whole Moon. All of the books and movies are an attempt to help Mr. Duffy live on forever and try to understand just who Mr. Duffy really was. Some say Mr. Duffy was a really good man and he just got swept up into the nightlife at the time. Others say that Mr. Duffy was a bully and that's all he knew. He most certainly would not be the only person who grew up in such a way in the Middlesbrough criminal underworld. One of Lee Duffy's closer friends, Lee Harrison, also fell into this lifestyle. However, he managed to make a success of himself and become an MC. He was better known as Hooligan X and was somewhat of a famous MC at nightclubs in the area. We will be making a documentary on Mr. X very soon, so please keep a lookout for that. Hooligan X and Mr. Duffy had lived in the area their whole life, so it was no surprise that they both end up being caught up in the drug world. While Mr. Duffy made a name for himself as a fighter, Hooligan X became a DJ and an MC. Many people believe that both men died well before their time because of their fast-paced lifestyles. According to some, Mr. Duffy knew that he would die young and chose to live the life the way he did because of that very reason. Maybe that's the reason why Mr. Duffy is still a symbol for many young men who are in his position today. Regardless of the reason, Lee Duffy is a man who, especially in Middlesbrough, will never be forgotten. What are your opinions of Lee Duffy? Was he really a bully and a thug that many knew him as? Or was he just a young man who was struggling to express himself and had a very bad childhood? Please let us know in the comments below. If you like this content, please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. And until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please like, share and subscribe for more exciting content. Today we'll be looking into a criminal who doubled up as a DJ in a club, Mr. Lee Harrison, better known by his moniker, Hooligan X. Mr. Lee Harrison was born on the 8th of March 1966. He was of mixed race. His mother was of a Burmese Portuguese origin, and his father, Mr. Tom Harrison, is by his own admission an old villain who has spent much of his life cycling in and out of jail, including a 30-month sentence for conspiracy to supply drugs from Pakistan in the early 80s, but more about the drugs later. Mr. Harrison grew up in the North Ormsby area of the town, which now has the enviable record of being one of the cheapest places to buy a house in the UK. During Mr. Harrison's childhood, it was a solid working class neighbourhood where everybody knew everyone, where doors were left unlocked and children would play football or ride their bikes in the streets. Mr. Harrison was an excellent junior boxer. He was known for his looks and didn't like getting hit in the face. Being handy with his fists came in useful a few years later when he got involved in football hooliganism. The Middlesbrough front line followed their beloved team around the country, fighting pitched battles against rival fans. He said, "We would get guys from all the nearby estates," says Mr. Paul Slater, who was a member of the front line. It wasn't about the violence, it was about gaining respect for our hometown. And Mr. Harrison loved it. He loved the attention. It was those bloody Saturday afternoons that inspired his MC name, Hooligan X. It was around this time that Mr. Harrison drew a close bond with Mr. Lee Duffy, a former boxer, bouncer, and gangster who was known as one of the most feared men on the Teesside estate in the 80s. For more about Lee Duffy, do check out his video on our channel. Mr. Harrison left school with no qualifications and immediately started helping his dad out in the copying game. At one stage it was mainly counterfeit clothing. They used to get bundles of gear, tracksuits and trainers, and that was the fashion then, and they'd sell it all over the northeast. But they also had a sideline in fake Rolex watches and perfumes. They would get the bottles in Romania, the essence from France, and the boxes were made in Birmingham. It was all done professionally. It would cost you about £2 to make a bottle of Coco Chanel. It was a life of crime that paid for the flash clothes, fast cars and fancy foreign trips, but music was always Mr. Harrison's passion. As a 6-year-old, when they were invited to weddings, he'd be on the dance floor and he was unbelievable. Mr. Harrison's love of music was inherited from his dad. Mr. Tom Harrison ran the doors at the Speakeasy, a nightclub that later became the Havana, and had a huge record collection. The pair listened to reggae, particularly Bob Marley at the time. Mr. Harrison spent summers working in Spanish resorts. He started by handing out flyers for nightclubs, but graduated to working as a DJ. People just wanted to dance their tits off all night, says Mr. Allen, who accompanied Lee on one of the trips and was later to become a DJ at the Havana. They were just lost in the music. It was in places like Ibiza and Tenerife that many British clubbers first experimented with ecstasy and later started taking it back to the UK. During his time in Spain, Mr. Harrison mixed with DJs who were later to become some of the biggest names in the British club scene. In Middlesbrough, a local club owner put him in charge of entertainment at the Havana and later the Arena nightclub in town. The 1990s proved to be boom times. The money was rolling in, but it all came to a shocking end for Lee in 2001. It was called the Second Summer of Love. 1989, a new genre of music is sweeping through nightclubs across Britain. It's reached the gritty northern English town of Middlesbrough, and the Havana nightclub is packed and bouncing. The synthesized beat produced by the Roland TB-303 bassline machine is vibrating through the walls, and clubbers are dazzled and blinded by strobe lights, disco balls and smoke machines. The Havana is like a furnace inside. Condensation is dripping from the ceiling, sweat is pouring down the clubbers' faces, but they're completely entranced by the music. The scene is inspired by house music, a genre of electronic dance music pioneered in the US city of Chicago in the early 1980s, but it's also being fueled by the appearance of a little white pill, ecstasy. It's illegal, but over the years it's been blamed for many deaths. Its use has sparked a moral panic across Britain at the time. Headlines appear in the newspapers warning about the evils of ecstasy, but many of the clubbers at the Havana don't care. It's their drug of choice, creating a feeling of euphoria that lasts for hours. Dancing beside the DJ box is MC Hooligan X, Mr. Lee Harrison. He is a devilishly good looking guy, and it's his job to whip up the crowd. He revels in it. He's like a prince who has found his people. You chill, I chill, on a pill, we all chill on a pill. He raps into the microphone, and the crowd lap it up like a collective communion. They respond with shrill blasts from their whistles. Their ears are ringing, but they can't get enough of it. Even when the police or the fire brigade raid the club, Old Bill, everyone shouts, and Hooligan X starts rapping. It's a coded warning. The drug dealers peddling ecstasy scurry into the shadows and stash their supplies. The fire exit pops open, and Mr. Harrison was a face everyone knew around Middlesbrough. He was often seen bombing around town in his open-top convertible with the music blaring. Lee would get where the wind doesn't get, but in a lovely cheeky way, says his childhood friend Mr. Alan Appleton. He was a good-looking lad and could get any woman he wanted. You would see photographs of him with Mike Tyson and you would just snigger. But for all of Lee's charm, there was a violent side to him. Someone who knew him said that he had pulled a gun on him during an argument. A friend recalls Mr. Harrison spiking his drink with hallucinogenic drugs for a laugh. There's always been a dark, sinister side to the nightlife. Everybody misses that time, says one former regular at the club. It was a feeling of being all loved up, but it became a very intimidating scene. This was the dangerous world that Mr. Lee Harrison had now moved in all of his life, but it would catch up to him more than 25 years later. Mr. Harrison was soon to be embroiled in a sea of crimes and controversies, and is even accused of orchestrating a sinister and violent murder. It's been described as one of Middlesbrough's most notorious murders. A 41-year-old market trader, Kalvant Singh, was found dead after falling from the window of a house in the town, but it soon became clear that it was no accident, and he had been pushed out of the window. A local news website said that Mr. Singh had found himself in the middle of a so-called turf war concerning the supply, distribution and sale of drugs to prostitutes in Teesside and Middlesbrough. 4 men were wanted in connection with the murder. One of them was Mr. Harrison. He went on the run to Scotland, South Africa, Amsterdam and finally to Jamaica. His family used to take holidays on the island and had friends there. After a year, Mr. Harrison was arrested and extradited back to the UK. In 2004, he received a 9-year jail sentence after pleading guilty to manslaughter, grievous bodily harm and wounding. His father was also imprisoned for several years for trying to silence witnesses. Mr. Lee was freed from jail in 2009 and settled in Portsmouth. He was married to Tamara, whom he had met while on the run in Jamaica. He told friends that he was going to turn over a new leaf. He wanted to go straight, and he found work as an electrical cable fitter. But things didn't work out as he planned, and in 2015, Mr. Harrison's marriage was falling apart. A few days before Christmas, he boarded a flight to Lebanon. He said he was going to spend the holiday with a Lebanese friend in the Bekaa Valley. It was a journey that ultimately cost him his life. Some 3,700 kilometers from Middlesbrough lies Lebanon's magnificent Bekaa Valley. Running for 121 kilometers, it's flanked by snow-capped mountains on one side and war-torn Syria in the east. The Bekaa has long been known as the country's breadbasket, famed for its Roman ruins and world-class wineries. But it's also a wild frontier, a place where the police often fear to tread. There are thousands of outstanding arrest warrants that the Lebanese call them the Faran, the fugitives. And if you know the right people in the Bekaa, you can get away with almost anything. Crime flourishes in this impoverished region. Smuggling over treacherous mountain paths is a rite of passage for many. One of the valley towns is infamous for being a hub for stolen cars, but it's what you find at the feet of Mount Lebanon's slopes that brings us here. Acres and acres of lush green cannabis plants, producing some of the finest resin in the world. Mr. Harrison came to the Bekaa to stay at the home of a man called Adonis Al-Mazri. Mr. Al-Mazri has a brown gingery beard, but if you looked closely you'd see it was covering scars. As a teenager in the 1980s, he was caught up in one of the bloody feuds that frequently erupt among the Bekaa's sprawling families, which control the valley. Mr. Al-Mazri was shot in the face. He's had dozens of skin graft operations to try and repair the damage done to his jaw. A relative says that the traumatic event warped his life, and ever since he's relied on drink and drugs to numb the pain and combat depression. They say he's a volatile character prone to mood swings. Mr. Al-Mazri and Mr. Harrison knew each other from the time in the United Kingdom. On one occasion, Mr. Al-Mazri was introduced by Mr. Harrison to his father at a birthday party held at an Italian restaurant in London's West End. Mr. Tom Harrison's first impression was that Mr. Al-Mazri seemed alright. It was a view shared by others. But during the UK inquest after Mr. Harrison's death, Mr. Harrison's half-brother, Mr. Gerald Copeman, was quoted as saying that Mr. Al-Mazri claimed to have killed the man who had shot him in the face. Several friends also recall Mr. Al-Mazri bragged to the ties of Hezbollah, the Lebanese Shia organisation whose military wing is designated a terrorist organisation by the UK and many other countries across the globe. Perhaps most bizarrely of all, Mr. Al-Mazri boasted of having helped free the British hostage Mr. Terry Waite, who was held in Lebanon during the Civil War in the 1980s. Whatever the truth, Mr. Al-Mazri is one of the most prominent and powerful families in Bekaa Valley. His great-grandfather, Mr. Mohim Qasim Al-Mazri, was hailed as a courageous freedom fighter against Lebanon's former Ottoman and French occupiers. Mr. Al-Mazri's grandfather, Mr. Naif Al-Mazri, was a member of the Lebanese parliament from 1960 to 1972. Remember that name, we'll be returning to him a bit later on. Mr. Al-Mazri himself has political ties. He organised gatherings at his home for one of the main Lebanese political parties during the recent election. He posted pictures of himself on social media with top politicians. Anybody seeing these pictures would be left with the impression that Mr. Al-Mazri is a man with powerful friends. Like almost everyone else in the Bekaa, Mr. Al-Mazri had access to guns. It's a way of life up in the valley. There was a wide array of submachine guns and rocket launchers, as well as an innumerable number of pistols and grenades. On the right hand side of the balcony, there was also a pile said to be about 5 high and 6 feet wide of brown coloured powder. Well, you guessed it right, it was cannabis, that drug that Mr. Adonis and Mr. Lee mainly peddled to earn a living. Mr. Lee was not in Bekaa to celebrate Christmas after all. According to his family, he was in fact in Lebanon to do a drug deal. 4 months later, it would all go tragically wrong. Of all the illicit activity for which the Bekaa is renowned, nothing surpasses its drug production. The UN ranks Lebanon as the world's 3rd largest producer of hashish, a psychoactive substance smoked or ingested, made from cannabis resin. Lebanon is also a significant producer of phenethylene, an amphetamine-like pill, better known as Captagon, and a transit hub for cocaine and heroin. It's hashish above all, that's what's made Lebanon's name in the international drug world. In July 2018, the consulting firm McKinsey proposed legalizing its cultivation and sale for medicinal use in order to invigorate Lebanon's stagnant economy. The economy minister said it would amount to $1 billion industry, praising the quality of local produce as one of the best in the world. In the freewheeling late 60s, at the time of Woodstock, the Summer of Love and the radical counterculture, Lebanese hash was in vogue. Pilgrims would take it across the hippie trail by minibus from Europe to Lebanon, seeking enlightenment at the source, before journeying on to Afghanistan, India and beyond. The Brotherhood of Eternal Love, a zany Californian group of surfers, stoners and drug dealers dubbed the Hippie Mafia, was said by the US Drug Enforcement Administration to have imported almost 2 tons of Lebanese hash to the US by the early 70s. Other notable buyers included the car heiress Miss Christina von Opel, arrested in St. Tropez in 1977 with 1.6 tons of Lebanese hash, and the former Welsh smuggler and spy turned author Mr. Howard Marks, who arranged the transportation of hundreds of kilos of the drug using Lebanese diplomats, according to Mr. Jonathan Marshall in his book The Lebanese Connection, Corruption, Civil War and the International Drug Traffic. The Lebanese Civil War, which took place between 1975 and 1990, was a great boon to the industry, with the collapse of state authority and the rise of rapacious militias with few scruples about making money by any means. The area of farmland used for the hash cultivation grew to 4 times its pre-war size, estimated at 10,000 hectares, roughly the size of 10,000 rugby pitches. Not just hash, but heroin too, began to be produced in large quantities there, and the warlords who controlled the supply lines and seaports amassed vast fortunes. After the war, the heroin was mostly stamped out, and the hash farmland much reduced, though far from eradicated. Recent years have seen the introduction of captagon, a stimulant reportedly consumed by fighters in the Syrian conflict, as well as recreational users in the Gulf Arab states. Captagon was originally the name of a pharmaceutical drug used to treat attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and narcolepsy, but it was banned in most countries during the 1980s because of its addictive properties. Now, captagon is reportedly the most popular drug consumed in the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia, while these deeply conservative Islamic states take a strict zero-tolerance approach towards all intoxicants. Users appear to be drawn to captagon in the belief they're taking medication. Throughout these decades, the illegality of the drug trade has been circumvented by official corruption, at times implicating figures in Lebanon's highest offices, and members of the al-Masri clan have played their own part. Remember Adonis's grandfather, Mr. Naif al-Masri, the Lebanese MP? Well, in 1970 a plane was seized in Crete carrying more than half a ton of hashish, worth more than $1 million at the time. According to the book The Secret War Against Dope by Mr. Andrew Tully, the plane had taken off from a freshly constructed airstrip on Mr. Naif's estate in the Bekaa. It appears then that Mr. Adonis was no stranger to the world of drugs. A relative was quoted at Mr. Harrison's inquest as saying that the family owns a cannabis farm. As for Mr. Harrison, he was approaching 50 years old and felt he was running out of time to make his mark. He told Mr. Gerald that his deal was going to be the big one and it was do or die this time. Mr. Harrison's plan for Lebanon was straightforward enough. He would fly out there in late 2015 to oversee a drug deal with the help of his host, Mr. Al-Masari. But upon reaching the Bekaa Valley, Mr. Harrison's plan began to quickly unravel, and before he knew it, strange things started to happen to Mr. Harrison. In January 2016, he was abducted at gunpoint and interrogated for several hours by people with American accents. He believed they were working for the CIA. The following month, while applying for a routine extension to his tourist visa, he claimed his passport was taken by the Lebanese authorities on the grounds that he was wanted by Interpol. British police later asserted that he was never in fact wanted by the organisation. These bizarre developments, coupled with an imploding marriage back home, started taking their psychological toll on Mr. Harrison, and he went downhill massively. He had lost a lot of weight and would appear unkempt on video calls and at odds with his reputation for sharp dressing. A family member was quoted at the inquest as saying that Lee had told him that he had a smoke on a few occasions, and that he had taken that as a reference to cannabis. The coroner speculated that if this was the case, it could have further fueled Lee's mood swings. A member of the Al-Masri family claimed that about a month before his death, Mr. Harrison had to be dragged down from a ladder after attempting to hang himself. At other times, friends remember him rambling incoherently about being held by ISIS and the Taliban. He didn't sound like the same Lee that we knew, said one of his friends. Towards the end, the court was told Mr. Harrison grew convinced his host had turned on him, thinking that he was an undercover agent. He mentioned in a phone call, "They're all whispering and talking about me and saying about taking me away and having something done." In his final days, things escalated dramatically. Lee told another half-brother by text message on the 15th of April that his host has had me done in over here. His brother replied, "You need to get out as soon as possible." The next day, Mr. Harrison fled the house, stabbing a gardener in the process, only to be knocked down seconds later by a car in the street. Mr. Harrison told his family that he had briefly gone to hospital. The court heard that after the reported incident, Mr. Harrison was moved to the home of Shahid Habshi in the nearby village of Deir al-Hamar, and Mr. Habshi describes himself as a friend of the Al-Masri family. Mr. Harrison at this time grew fixated with death, asking one friend to look after his kids and telling his father, Mr. Tom Harrison, to have his body and blood checked in the event of his demise. In contrast, Mr. Shahid Habshi said that Lee was happy in his household, eating healthily and bonding with his hosts over food, even teaching them how to make fish soup. On the 20th of April 2016, Mr. Shahid said that he went out to buy some honey at the request of Mr. Harrison. When he came back, he found Mr. Harrison hanging from his front door. The Lebanese authorities later declared it a suicide, though Mr. Harrison's father and half-brother Mr. Gerald insist to this day that he was murdered. In the aftermath of his death, hundreds of mourners gathered at St. John's Church in the heart of Middlesbrough to give Mr. Harrison his final send-off on the 20th of May 2016. Pallbearers carried his coffin into the church to the sound of Natural Mystic by Bob Marley. The mourners heard about Mr. Harrison's devotion to his 3 children. Delivering the eulogy, a friend said Mr. Harrison lived an action-packed 50 years. He was streetwise and had a special bond with his dad, wheeling and dealing. That was the family trade. Back in Lebanon, the authorities were investigating a news report in the local Daily Star newspaper on the day that Mr. Harrison died. It said that it was initially believed that he had taken his own life, but it quoted doctors as saying that they didn't believe that he had killed himself. The first medical examiner was inconclusive. He could not determine whether Mr. Harrison had taken his own life or been murdered. He told the news agencies, both UK and Lebanese, that he was not happy about the process, but would not comment any further. 2 other medical examiners later concluded that Mr. Harrison killed himself. A UK pathologist who examined Mr. Harrison's body agreed that it was likely he died from hanging. When his body was returned to Teesside, pathologist Dr. Peter Nigel Cooper examined it, and he mentioned that there were no self-defense injuries which would be consistent with an attack. He added that Mr. Harrison would have been difficult to strangle, as well as other common sense factors, so dismissed the idea of murder. For those reasons, ligature strangulation was unlikely and hanging was likely, added the expert. However, Mr. Harrison's dad dismissed the idea of suicide, adding, "Of course I believed he was going to be murdered. I know my son was murdered. I believe it. I know my son, and there's no way he would take his own life. He lived for his children, he had so much to live for, and he was a happy-go-lucky guy." Mr. Adonis Al-Masari questioned by Lebanese police and denied having any business ties with Mr. Harrison. The BBC repeatedly contacted the Lebanese businessman, who unsurprisingly has no criminal record, for comment, but he didn't respond to the requests. In the UK, the inquest into Mr. Harrison's death returned an open verdict in December 2017. The coroner said, "There is no evidence Mr. Harrison was unlawfully killed, but I can't be certain that he intended to take his own life." She also said that it was the opinion of the British police that it was highly likely that Mr. Harrison was involved in some organised criminality whilst in Lebanon. During the inquest, half-brother Mr. Gerald said in a statement, "Lee is like a 10% man. He would introduce people to people. He told me this. I think Adonis did the introduction to the main supplier or cultivator, the main source." So why did things end so badly? Well, the inquest heard that a relative of Mr. Adonis Al-Masri told the British police that Mr. Adonis had in fact stolen £150,000 from Mr. Harrison, causing the drug deal to collapse. Mr. Gerald also strongly believed that Mr. Harrison was the surety, the living surety, and because it never happened, they made an example of him. The reality is we'll probably never know what exactly happened in these final days. But Mr. Lee's father is in little doubt. He says, "I know my son and there is no way he would take his own life. He had too much to live for and he loved his children." We still do not know for sure whether the drug deal was for cannabis or Captagon or indeed something else, but Mr. Tom Harrison believed the drug deal was for MDMA or ecstasy. Lebanon is not known for producing that specific drug, although seizures of ecstasy are on the increase in the country. The shadowy world of illicit drugs is constantly evolving and throwing up surprises. And Mr. Lee Harrison had travelled a long way from those early euphoric nights at the Havana Club. But in the end, it may have been the ecstasy that killed Hooligan X. A club promoter, Ricky Magowan, who works in Glasgow, was pals with Lee for 30 years. He said that Lee is a big hero up here with a lot of friends. He was a great friend to me and a lot of people up here. We're planning on having our own party up here and we'll be inviting anybody from Middlesbrough who wants to join us. I'm going to speak to the family about it before pitting out the arrangements. Tributes were also paid on social media. Miss Amanda Britton said that the world's lost a legend and Borough has lost a legend. Rest in peace, Lee Harrison. Miss Lee Foza said that I cannot believe we lost yet another great lad. He meant a lot to a lot of people, not just in Middlesbrough, but all around the UK. MC Lee Harrison, I'll raise a glass tonight for you until we meet again. Thank you for the memories from the Borough frontline days to raving and salute. And another Netzian, Mr. Mark Foster said, rest in peace Lee Harrison. A true lifelong friend with so many great memories and one of the top doggy lads. Till we meet again, big man. Posts were also placed on the Borough fan page, Fly Me to the Moon. One poster said, heard the sad news this morning that Lee had died. Lived the high life but missed his doggy life. Not a saint but had more friends than enemies. His dad pleaded with him to leave Lebanon after spotting AK-47s and RPGs during a web chat. Mr. Harrison's life saw him rub shoulders with gangland figures like Lee Duffy and his pal Mr. James Rowan, who he met inside the Kirklivington prison. He revealed at the inquest that Mr. Harrison told him ISIS and Hezbollah had threatened him. Mr. Rowan said that he wanted to warn British police but feared the claims were too far-fetched to believe. But in a statement, Mr. Rowan said he did not trust the host who Lee was with. He said that he had previously met one of the hosts and that he told him he was from a powerful family and part of Hezbollah, and that he had access to firearms. And Mr. Tom Harrison claimed his son feared the hosts were going to do him in over suspicions that he was an undercover policeman. Mr. Tom Harrison vowed to fight for his son's inquest to be reopened after Teesside's coroner's court heard that the 50-year-old had been involved in a £150,000 drug deal involving cannabis while staying in Lebanon with a powerful family that boasted links to Hezbollah. However, the truth of the matter is that Lee is the only person who'll ever know what happened. Paying tribute to his son, he said that he had always tried to encourage him to stay on the straight and narrow, adding, "You could not have met a better lad than my son. He was very loyal to me, and he never wanted for anything." Tom Harrison has attacked the investigation by Lebanese police, accusing them of making a number of alarming errors that led them to reaching a verdict of suicide. He is also questioned by British officials of not helped him access his son's preliminary autopsy reports, his passport and phone, raising suspicions of a cover-up. He added, even the dates which these family members are all saying was the day Lee was killed is 3 days before the actual day he died. How is that possible? And why do they need 3 doctors to examine the body, he said. There's too much that is just bungled in this case. So, was Hooligan X murdered in Lebanon after a CIA blunder led to a criminal gang mistaking him for a spy? Or was he simply a prey to the Class A drugs that had been consumed? Let us know what you think in the comments section, and let us know what you think about Mr. Harrison's death. If you enjoyed the video, drop us a like and subscribe to our channel for more exciting content. And as always, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content.
Today, we look at one of the most ruthless criminals to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. A man who has found success as a professional UFC fighter, but went on to commit one of the biggest cash robberies that has ever been committed in the UK to this day. Lee Brahim Murray Lamrani was born on the 12th of November in 1977 and is an English and Moroccan mixed martial arts fighter and convicted criminal. In 2005, Lee Murray's MMA career was cut short after Mr. Murray was stabbed multiple times outside a Mayfair nightclub in a sustained brutal attack. Mr. Murray was arrested in Rabat, Morocco in the June of 2006 and was sentenced to 10 years in prison in June 2010. This was for masterminding the armed Securitas Depot robbery in Kent, England, where he took just shy of £54 million, or £53,116,760 to be exact, of cash banknotes that belonged to the Bank of England and were stolen by Mr. Murray and his criminal associates during a robbery which took place on the 22nd of February in 2006. It was, at the time of being committed, the largest known cash robbery that had ever been successfully executed in the world during peacetime. After a failed attempt to escape prison and a failed appeal to reduce his sentence, Mr. Murray's jail term was extended to a further 25 years on the 30th of November 2010. The cage-fighting crime boss Mr. Murray, who was behind the £53 million Securitas money heist, has been moved to a high-security unit in the prison he resides, and stripped of all his prison luxuries. This comes after local newspapers revealed that Mr. Murray, who is behind bars in Morocco on drug charges, fathered a child behind bars. Prison chiefs were furious after learning that Mr. Murray flouted rules by sleeping with a woman visitor who it was revealed was not his wife. Mr. Murray was moved to a tougher unit of Kinatra prison near Rabat, and his mobile phone, television and DVDs were all confiscated as a punishment. It was also reported that Mr. Murray's right to have visitors has been withdrawn. A close source to Mr. Murray's family said, "Mr. Murray's life in prison is very different to how it used to be." The story about the baby has not gone down well among powers that be in Moroccan prison, and guards are said to be keeping an even closer eye now on Mr. Murray and his activities. In an interview from his cell for a martial arts magazine in 2009, Mr. Murray revealed that he could watch TV, DVDs and even pornography. And Mr. Murray said that he had been rewarded for good behaviour, saying if you're good you get special shit. Mr. Murray was later punished for making the comments in the magazine by being made to spend extra time in solitary confinement. Mr. Murray has been in jail since 2006. This was months after he led the biggest heist in British history in Tonbridge, Kent. Mr. Murray had organised the armed raid with military precision and ensured the gang left the depot after being on site for less than an hour. Mr. Murray inadvertently provided key evidence for police when he had crashed his car shortly before the robbery and fled the scene, leaving his mobile phone in the vehicle. He accidentally pressed the record button on the handset during a conversation about the robbery with fellow plotter Leah Russia, who was later recovered and used by prosecutors during his trial. On the night of the raid, 14 Securitas staff members were terrorised and tied up at gunpoint as the robbers loaded the cash onto a lorry. In 2018, Mr. Murray, in an interview, stated he was training to fight in prison and still planned a UFC comeback, with the hope of securing a pardon from the then King Mohammed VI of Morocco. UFC President Dana White commented on Mr. Murray, saying that he's a scary son of a bitch, and I don't mean fighter-wise. Mr. Murray's mother, Barbara Murray, the side of the family hails from Bermondsey, a densely populated semi-docklands part of South London between Tower Bridge and the Old Kent Road, much of which is known as a traditional breeding ground for up-and-coming professional criminals, especially armed robbers. Following World War II, the Murrays were among thousands of working-class families that were relocated from bomb-ravaged inner London to council estates that were situated further out. The Murray home was 6 Godstow Road in Abbeywood between Shooters Hill, a road that was so named possibly because it was once a notorious area for a highway robbery, and the River Thames in the ESE of London. Barbara, Mr. Murray's mother, was a hairdresser and later on in life became a telephonist, which is a switchboard telephone operator. On a holiday to Gran Canaria, Barbara met Lee's father, Brahim Lamrani, a kitchen hand from the southern Moroccan city of Sidi Ifni. The couple's first child, Lee, would be born in St. Nicholas Hospital, Plumstead, on the 12th of November 1977, and a young Mr. Murray was initially raised by his mother, while Brahim, his father, continued to live and work in the Canary Islands to make money. Eventually, Brahim came to England to join his family and married Barbara in 1984, and in 1985 Barbara gave birth to Lee's only sibling, Rukia. By then, the family had moved to a nearby 11 Buttmarsh Close, Plumstead, and a young Mr. Murray had attended Foxfield Primary School, where Lee would meet his future wife, Siobhan Rowlings, who was 3 years his junior. Mr. Murray's closest associates at this point were boys from Buttmarsh and the surrounding estates who had called themselves the Buttmarsh Boys. The boys were described as happy kids who used to play like normal kids on the estate. The young lads often fought to establish an internal pecking order within the gang and believed that they had a duty to look after Buttmarsh, even if this meant sometimes engaging in fights with boys from neighbouring estates over turf. As he was only a skinny youngster, Mr. Murray's preferred method of attack was running into battle, windmilling his arms around his head with a manic expression on his face. This was a manoeuvre which, combined with his protruding ears, earned Mr. Murray the nickname of Alien, which Mr. Murray himself hated. It was also around this time that Mr. Murray was having a difficult relationship with his father, who often was drunk and described as a frightening violent man who was volatile and domineering in his presence. Largely absent from the first 7 years of Mr. Murray's life, Braham demanded Lee's respect and obedience. He felt that he deserved this from his son, to the point where a police warning was issued for his mistreatment. Eventually, Mr. Murray, learning that he had the ability to fight, began to fight back against his father. The next door neighbour heard that Mr. Lamrani actually went and hit Lee once, and Lee had had enough and snapped. He just turned around and knocked his dad clean out. Once Mr. Murray realised he could take down a big man like that, I think that's what changed Lee into the man he later became. Their relationship became so tempestuous that Mr. Brahim felt living together would result in death, and so Mr. Brahim decided that he would move out. Barbara was then left to raise Lee and Rukia largely on her own, and moved back to Abbeywood Estate, to a council house on Grovesby Road around the corner from Barbara's parents. It was at this time Mr. Murray began attending Eaglesfield Boys' School, which is where Mr. Murray would meet his eventual best friend and a man who would later become his partner in crime, Mr. Paul Allen. Mr. Murray, who enjoyed reading and puzzles as a youth, was described as a subpar student, mainly doing well in football but failing to make the school team. Teachers found Mr. Murray's temper unmanageable, and he was expelled from Eaglesfield Boys' School and found enrolment at Woolwich Polytechnic School to complete the statutory years of school that was required of him. By this time, Mr. Murray was living life on the streets, with stealing and drug dealing becoming a part of his everyday activity. Mr. Murray and the Buttmarsh boys were allegedly in daily contact with Nigerian drug dealers who operated at Plumstead train station, and an eventual turf war broke out over control that saw Mr. Murray and his friends win a local territory in which was immensely profitable for drug trading. However, it was only a matter of time until Mr. Murray would eventually be convicted of possession of cocaine and cannabis, and was named in the Old Bailey as a notorious London drug dealer who employed Paul Allen as his right-hand man. This was along with a network of drug runners in which he employed to carry out their dealings across the city. One of Mr. Murray's best friends from this time was a local ruffian and future mixed martial artist who went by the name of Mark the Beast Epstein. Mr. Epstein claimed that he and Mr. Murray sold crack cocaine together, and that he could confirm that Mr. Murray had already made a substantial amount of money from that. Mr. Murray also proved himself to be more adept at the violent side that was sometimes needed in the selling of drugs. This violence would be typically used to control territory they were making money in from rival gangs, and to make sure customers and dealers who took large amounts of drugs on credit actually have a reason to pay up. Mr. Murray himself claimed that some people would probably say I was a bully during my time in the drug game, but a bully to me is someone that goes for easy targets and people who can't or won't fight back. Me, I went for all the targets in my path. Mr. Murray was known for punching people almost at random in the streets when he was on a rampage. This was as well as habitually harassing a man who ran a local corner shop where his gang worked. Mr. Murray was sentenced to a term at Feltham Young Offenders Institution. This would be the first of his custodial sentences he would go on to receive for some of Mr. Murray's more minor offences, which included assault and thievery. The custodial sentences followed in Dover and Norwich prisons institutions. Upon emerging from Feltham, Mr. Murray devoted all of his energy to the gym. He spent time lifting weights and drinking as many weight gain shakes as possible to try and add bulk to his at the time lanky 6'3" frame. Joining Mr. Murray was Mr. Allen, who by then was known as the Enforcer, presumably from his drug dealing activity alongside Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray and Mr. Allen were soon using steroids to gain even more physical mass, and spending the money they earned from selling drugs on extravagant luxury cars, jewellery, and living the high life. The police stopped Mr. Murray regularly in his flash cars and designer outfits, and because they suspected and had intelligence that Mr. Murray was a drug dealer, the police had attempted to place an informer in Mr. Murray's gang, but could not get enough evidence to prosecute Mr. Murray of selling drugs. Mr. Murray was contemptuous of the police, often mocking and intimidating them on the streets, sometimes following police officers around in his car. Some officers at Plumstead Police Station had told other officers that they felt wary, and it was said that it was best not to aggravate Mr. Murray, as it was becoming common knowledge that he was a very dangerous man. Mr. Murray's girlfriend, Siobhan, gave birth to her first child, Lily Jane, on the 24th of September in 1998. Weeks later, Mr. Murray was caught up in a turf war with rival drug dealers. This was one that led to the arrest of Mr. Epstein and more than a dozen other dealers, many ending up having to spend a considerable amount of time in prison. Mr. Murray, however, got away clean, with Mr. Epstein saying that it was like he was the only one that somehow managed to slip through the net. I mean, he is a lucky boy, he's always been lucky, but not me. I went to prison for 3 years. After escaping the police, who had arrested the majority of his organisation, Mr. Murray decided it was time to marry his girlfriend Siobhan on the 24th of November 2000, listing himself on their wedding certificate as a professional fighter. However, due to the actions Mr. Murray decided to take later in his career, he would then divorce Siobhan in 2008 while incarcerated in a Moroccan jail. Shortly after dodging arrest, Mr. Murray was introduced to mixed martial arts and found it was something that he enjoyed. And he competed in his first fight on the 5th of December in 1999 at an event called Millennium Brawl, and the event was held at Hemel Hempstead Pavilion. Mr. Murray's opponent during the fight was a Rob Hudson, and Mr. Murray knocked him out in the first round, prompting the promoter, Andy Jardine, to say he was so quick they called him Lightning Lee Murray. Mr. Murray's successful debut led him to begin taking training for the MMA seriously. Mr. Murray jogged around the Abbeywood estate and attended 2 gyms, London Shoot Fighters in the White City for wrestling, and Peacock's Gym in Canning Town for boxing. Martin Bowers, who ran Peacock's Gym with his brothers Tony and Paul, described Mr. Murray as a very nice boy, who conducted himself well. Mr. Bowers said that Mr. Murray reminded him of many other young men who he seen come in his gyms over the years. Many of the men had come from troubled backgrounds, but their lives were given structure and purpose by the sport of boxing. Notably, at the same time that Mr. Murray was training at the Peacock's Gym, the Bowers brothers were planning a series of robberies, the biggest being a brazen raid on a high-security warehouse at Gatwick Airport. Their scheme involved disguising themselves as security officers, using a fake Brinks-Mat van to get into the depot, and then stealing £1 million in foreign currency. After Scotland Yard found out about the planned heist, all 3 brothers were arrested and jailed. It has been speculated that while Mr. Murray had no prior knowledge about the robbery being planned, the schematics that were later revealed publicly may have given Mr. Murray some of the ideas for his own robbery that were later used in the similar Securitas Depot robbery. Mr. Murray had 4 professional fights in 2000. The first was a 12th of March encounter with Mr. Mike Tomlinson, who went under the banner of the Ring of Truth. Mr. Murray won the fight via a Kimura submission in the first round, but it was in February 2004 that Mr. Murray would expand on some of the events that were surrounding the fight. Writing on a message board in a now archived thread from the mixed martial arts website Sherdog, Mr. Murray told the story of watching the Prince Nassim Hamed vs Vuyani Bungu fight at the pub at the night before his own match with Mike Tomlinson. When a fellow visitor to the pub stood in front of Mr. Murray and then accused him of stealing his seat after being asked to move, Mr. Murray allegedly knocked the man and his friend who attempted to aid him unconscious. This was followed up by knee strikes to knock out a bartender who rushed in to break up the fight. The following morning, and on the day of his fight with Mike Tomlinson, Mr. Murray was unable to close his left hand due to the damage he had caused in a bar brawl the night before. After taping the hand, Mr. Murray relied solely on his good right hand, stating that he caught Mr. Tomlinson with a few good rights. Mr. Murray was rocked, so Mr. Tomlinson took me down. Then I caught him in a key lock on the ground and won the fight. After that, I went to the hospital and got my hand plastered up. It was broken in 2 places. Mr. Murray's next 2 bouts took place on the 17th of June in 2000 in a tournament fought at Extreme Challenge 34. Mr. Murray defeated his first opponent, Chris Albandia, by an ankle lock in the first round. Mr. Murray would later say that he thought Albandia was a kickboxer because he was wearing tie shorts, so he started the fight out with leg kicks. When Chris Albandia surprised Mr. Murray by performing a single leg takedown, Mr. Murray said he sprawled and took him to the side of the cage where I was kneeing Mr. Albandia and punching him consistently and constantly. Chris Albandia dropped again and took me down with him, going in for a leg lock on me, so I grabbed Mr. Albandia's leg and went to trade leg locks with him. I cranked an Achilles lock on him and I thought it must have snapped because there was a really loud crack. Even Pat heard it in my corner when Chris Albandia got up and he couldn't put weight on his leg. So I won that one, Mr. Murray said. The victory advanced Mr. Murray to the second round of the tournament, but Mr. Murray would lose by an armbar to the Canadian submission specialist Joe Dorkson in the opening round of the contest. Mr. Murray said that he went into the final, so I was happy and excited about winning the first, I just sort of lost my focus. Mr. Murray's next fight was just weeks later, on the 9th of July contest against Danny Rushton, a fighter who had gained a feared reputation for his toughness due to his competing in a true no-holds-barred competition in Russia. The match ended up in a no contest, however Mr. Rushton collapsed in the first round due to exhaustion. At some point in 2000, Mr. Murray travelled to Iowa to train in the renowned Miletich Fighting Systems camp run by former UFC welterweight champion Pat Miletich. On the 11th of March 2001, Mr. Murray fought to a draw against Chris Bacon at the Millennium Brawl 2 Capital Punishment. Mr. Murray then followed that fight up with a first round knockout of Gary Warren at Millennium Brawl 3 Independence Day on the 1st of July. On the 11th of September 2004, Lee Murray fought the future UFC and Hall of Famer middleweight champion Anderson the Spider Silva in a Cage Rage 8 for the vacant middleweight title. Anderson Silva had only won by unanimous decision after the fight went the distance, something that not many fighters have been able to do once stepping into the cage with Mr. Silva. During the time fighting, Mr. Murray amassed an 8-2-1 record overall in the smaller promotions before receiving a contract with the Ultimate Fighting Championship. In Mr. Murray's UFC debut, he defeated Jorge Riviera by triangle choke / armbar in the first round. This was Mr. Murray's first and only fight in the UFC due to complications with his US visa. This happened as a result of the ongoing criminal prosecution which was currently underway against Mr. Murray in the UK for assault after he had attacked a man during a road rage incident. The complications led to Mr. Murray signing with the Cage Rage promotion, but his time here was also short-lived due to his injuries resulting from a stabbing which prevented Mr. Murray from continuing his MMA career further. Witnesses also claim that Mr. Murray was involved in a scuffle with the then UFC light heavyweight champion Tito Ortiz outside a nightclub in London after UFC 38 in July 2002, in which Mr. Murray allegedly fought Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Murray asserts he knocked Tito Ortiz out, and a claim which was later substantiated by Matt Hughes in his book Made in America, the most dominant champion in UFC history. On the page 168, the story was also confirmed by Pat Miletich during an interview with ESPN. Tito Ortiz, however, denies he was ever knocked out by Mr. Murray. Chuck Liddell also stated that he did not see Tito knocked out unconscious during the brawl. On the 28th of October 2005, Mr. Murray was hospitalised after being stabbed in a brawl during the birthday party of the British glamour model Lauren Pope. Mr. Murray suffered a punctured lung and a severed artery during the altercation. According to the doctor who performed the life-saving surgery on Mr. Murray was resuscitated 4 times during the operation that had luckily saved his life. When thanked, the doctor remarked that Mr. Murray should not thank him, but thank the nurses who ran the bags of blood from the blood bank, because it was that blood being delivered as quick as it was that had actually saved his life. The Securitas Depot robbery was a large heist in Tonbridge, Kent, England. It began with the kidnapping on the evening of the 21st of February 2006 at approximately 6:30 GMT and ended in the early hours of February the 22nd. Mr. Murray and his criminal gang left the depot with over £53 million in cash. It was the UK's largest cash robbery at the time, and the gang had left behind another £154 million in cash only because they did not have the room to take it with them. After abducting the manager of the depot and his family at gunpoint at the family home, the gang forced entry into the depot. Armed with weapons including an AK-47 assault rifle and a Scorpion submachine gun, the gang tied up 14 members of staff and was able to leave with £53,116,760 in used and unused Bank of England sterling banknotes. Most of the getaway vehicles were found in the following week. One vehicle containing just over £1.3 million in stolen notes. Another £7 million in cash was recovered in Welling, and by June 2006, over 30 people had been arrested in relation to the crime. At the trial in London, 5 people were convicted and received very substantial custodial sentences. Those sentenced for the robbery included Mr. Amir Heisenaj, who was the inside man and gave the gang the information they needed to carry out the heist. Lee Murray, the alleged mastermind of the heist, was arrested in Morocco after incriminating himself in a recording on his mobile phone. A phone in which it appears he accidentally had abandoned at the site of the car crash weeks before the robbery. He successfully fought extradition to the UK, proving his Moroccan heritage, and eventually was imprisoned alternatively in Morocco. As of today, £32 million of the cash that was stolen has not been recovered. On Tuesday the 21st of February 2006, the manager of the Securitas depot, Colin Dixon, was driving his silver Nissan Almera on the A249 at about 6:30 in the afternoon. He was pulled over just outside Stockbury, a village northeast of Maidstone in Kent, by what he thought was an unmarked police car, due to the flashing blue lights he had seen behind the front grille of the car. A man approached Mr. Dixon in a high visibility clothing, and Mr. Dixon got into the other car, whereupon he was handcuffed. He was driven west on the M20 motorway to the West Malling bypass, where he was tied up and transferred into a white van, which took him to a farm in Staplehurst. At the same time, Mr. Dixon's wife and 8-year-old son were being taken hostage at their home in Herne Bay, after they answered the door to men dressed in police uniforms. The men claim Mr. Dixon had been involved in a car accident before abducting the two and holding them at Staplehurst Farm with the manager. Mr. Dixon was told at gunpoint that failure to cooperate would put him and his family in danger. At around 1 AM on Wednesday the 22nd of February 2006, Mr. Dixon, his wife and his son were taken in a white van to the Securitas depot in Tonbridge. Upon being let in by Mr. Dixon, a member of the gang forced staff at gunpoint to open the gates to admit the van and other vehicles into the depot. The gang members' faces were hidden by balaclavas, and they were armed with handguns, shotguns, AK-47 assault rifles and a Scorpion submachine gun. The Dixon family and 14 members of staff were tied up and locked in cash cages whilst the robbery took place. The gang filled a 7.5-ton white Renault lorry with £53,116,760 in used and unused Bank of England sterling banknotes. Another £154 million would not fit in the lorry and was left behind when the gang departed at around 2:15 in the morning. At 3:15 AM, staff managed to break free and triggered an alarm which called the police to the location. The hostages luckily were all unharmed and were left very shaken from the ordeal. The Bank of England was reimbursed with £25 million by Securitas that very same day and assured the public that Securitas would make up any additional losses for the money stolen. The following day, on Thursday the 23rd of February in 2006, Securitas and their insurers offered a reward of £2 million for any information about the heist. A reward in which Crime Stoppers stated was the largest ever to be offered for a crime at the time in the UK. Kent police said the heist had been meticulously planned by organised criminals and that at least £20 million in cash had been stolen, and possibly as much as £50 million. By the evening of 23rd of February 2006, 2 arrests had been made by the police in Forest Hill, South London. A man aged 29 and a woman aged 31 were both detained at separate houses and held on suspicion of conspiracy to commit robbery. A third person, a 41-year-old woman, was also arrested at a branch of the Portman Building Society in Bromley. This was on suspicion of handling stolen goods. Also on the same Thursday, the 23rd of June, the police discovered a number of vehicles that were involved in the robbery, including a formal parcel force van which was thought to have been used in the abduction of Colin Dixon and his family. The van was found abandoned at the Hook and Hatchet pub in the village of Huckling in Maidstone. Mr. Dixon's Nissan Almera was found in the car park of the Cockhorse pub in Detling. A Volvo S60 and a red Vauxhall Vectra, the cars believed to have been mocked up as police cars, were also found near Leeds Castle. The next day, Friday the 24th of February, metal cages thought to have been used to transport the money were recovered in a field near Detling. Police recovered a white Ford Transit van from the car park of the Ashford International Hotel after a tip-off from a member of the public. The van and its contents were removed for forensic examination on the 26th of February 2006. It was announced that the van contained £1.3 million along with guns, balaclavas and body armour. On the evening of Saturday 25th of February 2006, forensic teams and armed police officers raided the houses of Lee Russia and Jetmir Bukpapa in Southborough near Turnbridge Wells, while neither was at home. In Russia's house, police discovered shotgun shells and had also found hand-drawn plans of the depot that had been robbed. On the afternoon the next day, Kent police challenged Russia and Bukpapa in the street in Tankerton near Whitstable. They fled in a blue BMW 3 Series coupe. The car was halted after a chase, and some witnesses say police marksmen shot out the tyres of the car, while others say that a stinger device was used to bring the vehicle to a halt. The driver and another man were both arrested. On the 27th of February 2006, another 2 individuals were detained by police in Greenwich area of London by armed officers.
The following day, the white 7.5-ton Renault Midland lorry, believed to have been used to transport the stolen money during the robbery, was also recovered by the police. The same day, Kent police raided Elderden Farm in Staplehurst area, conducting extensive forensic searches of the surrounding land and buildings, also seizing all vehicles on the land. On Thursday the 2nd of March, police raided a car yard in Welling and discovered £7 million in cash. On the same day, 3 people appeared at Maidstone Magistrates Court. John Fowler, a car dealer and the owner of Elderden Farm, was charged with conspiracy to commit robbery, handling stolen goods, and 3 charges of kidnapping. Stuart Royal was charged with conspiracy to commit robbery, and Kim Shackleton was charged with handling stolen goods. All 3 were remanded in custody. Jetmir Bukpapa and Lee John Russia appeared in court on the 3rd of March, both charged with conspiracy to commit robbery. They were remanded in custody until a preliminary hearing at Maidstone Crown Court was to be held on the 13th of March. By the 3rd of March, the total number of people arrested in connection with the heist was now at 14. On the 25th of June in 2006, and in a joint operation with local police, 4 British men were arrested at a shopping centre in Morocco's capital, Rabat, after a 3-month-long investigation. Of the 4 arrested, only Lee Murray, a 26-year-old from Sidcup, South London, was wanted regarding the robbery. Kent police confirmed his arrest and stated that over 30 people had now been arrested as part of the investigation. By the year's end, police had asked the Home Office for at least £6 million towards expenditure so far investigating the case and future spending on preparations for trials. In December 2006, Sean Lupton, who had been released on bail, was recorded as missing, having failed to answer the conditions of his bail. The trial of 8 people began on the 26th of June 2007 at the Old Bailey in London. The first 3 weeks of the trial focused on the role of the manager Colin Dixon, with the defence cross-examination highlighting coincidences in his conduct which might have been interpreted as suggesting that he was an inside man. In fact, the inside man had been Emir Heisenaj, an Albanian man who worked at the depot. He had secretly filmed its layout with a belt camera. Michelle Hogg, who had made prosthetic disguises for the men, decided during the trial to turn the Queen's evidence and implicate others in return for her charges being dropped. On the 28th of January 2008, the jury returned guilty verdicts on Stuart Royal, Jetmir Bukpapa, Roger Coutts, Lee Russia and Emir Heisenaj. The next day, Emir Heisenaj was sentenced to 20 years in prison with an order to serve a minimum of 10 years. Stuart Royal, Lee Rush and Jetmir Bukpapa and Roger Coutts were given life sentences with an order to serve a minimum of 15 years. Stuart Royal, Lee Russia, Jetmir Bukpapa and Roger Coutts were given life sentences with an order to serve a minimum of at least 15 years. Prosecutors dropped the charges against Kim Shackleton, Raluca Millen and Chris Price, and the girlfriends of Royal, Bukpapa and Russia respectively. Millen and Katie Phillip had been charged with conspiracy to rob, conspiracy to kidnap and conspiracy to possess firearms. Shackleton had been charged with assisting an offender. John Fowler, on whose property some of the money was found, and Keith Borer were both acquitted. On the 25th of June in 2006, in a joint operation in collaboration with the Moroccan police, Mr. Murray was arrested at a shopping centre in the Souissi district of the capital Rabat for suspected involvement in a Securitas depot robbery. Moroccan police said they had to use specialist techniques to arrest the suspects because they were specialists in martial arts and firearms. Kent police said in a statement that they had been tracking Mr. Murray for 3 months and would be seeking Mr. Murray's extradition from Morocco. There is no treaty between the UK and Morocco, and this process was expected to take months. Later, Moroccan police revealed that Mr. Murray had also been charged with possession of hard drugs in Morocco. In June 2010, Lee Murray was jailed in Morocco for 10 years for his part in the robbery. The sentence was later increased to 25 years. The Kent Police Detective Superintendent Keith Judge said, "I'm pleased Murray will now begin serving a significant prison sentence for his part in the Tonbridge robbery." Former cage fighter Mr. Murray was claimed by other gang members to have been the mastermind behind the heist. He is believed to have worn a prosthesis to impersonate one of the police officers who abducted Mr. Dixon, and to be the person dubbed Stopwatch by detectives. Caught on CCTV directing the robbers to move as fast as possible.
After being arrested in Morocco, Mr. Murray successfully fought extradition to the UK on account of his father being Moroccan. To this day, £32 million of the cash has not been recovered. The missing money was covered by insurance, however. Securitas no longer handles cash and sold the Vale Road depot to Voltrex, a company owned jointly by Barclays and HSBC. In the opinion of a former detective superintendent, the cash will have long ago disappeared into an organised crime network. Kane Patterson, whom the police and CPS believe to be a key player in both the robbery and kidnapping, still remains missing and is thought to be residing in the West Indies with a large quantity of the stolen money. Paul Allen was shot and severely injured on the 11th of July in 2019 at his home in North London. He was taken to hospital in a critical condition. An attempt to escape Saleh prison in Morocco was made by Mr. Murray. Small sores were found in a plate of biscuits in Mr. Murray's cell by another prisoner who had broken into it. Prison officials believe that Mr. Murray was planning to cut through the iron bars of his cell windows with those sores. To make the escape through the small window in Mr. Murray's cell easier, Mr. Murray had lost a significant amount of weight in order to fit through. Mr. Murray was in a different cell at the time as punishment for being caught with a laptop computer with internet access and 5 kilos of drugs. Other prisoners in Saleh held it against Mr. Murray that he was able to use his money and notoriety to smuggle in items like this, as well as expensive clothes. The fellow prisoner who broke into Mr. Murray's cell was doing so to steal some of Mr. Murray's belongings. Time Inc. announced on the 4th of August 2008 they would be making a film about Lee Murray's alleged role in the robbery, based on an article about Mr. Murray in Sports Illustrated called Breaking the Bank. In addition to the robbery, the film will also concentrate on Mr. Murray's life, including his mixed martial arts career, where he notably faced the likes of Jorge Riviera, Jose Landi, Gary Warren, Chris Bacon, Danny Rushton, Joe Dorkson, Chris Albandia, Mike Tomlinson, Rob Hudson, and most famously, the legendary Hall of Famer Anderson the Spider Silva. One thing is for sure, from fighting at a high level to the crimes he committed, Lee Murray is a name that will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at one of the most ruthless and undisputed fighters to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. On the surface, Leonard John McLean made his name in the 60s as nothing but another poor boy growing up in harsh social eco-demographics, another faceless man in the gritty streets of the East End of London. However, in reality, Mr. McLean was to be an extremely powerful and well-respected man, with experience in multiple professions throughout his lifetime, which were to give him the necessary experience that would be needed to rise to the top of the violent world that was emerging in the UK criminal underworld. An unlicensed boxer, a bouncer, a bodyguard, and businessman and actor, Mr. McLean was often associated with the elite of the UK criminal underworld, especially with the likes of the Cray twins and Charles Bronson, and most famously Roy Shaw. Lenny McLean was one of Britain's most infamous gangsters and everybody knew not to mess with him. Mr. McLean quickly became known worldwide as a very large and extremely dangerous man. Mr. McLean was well known for continuously doing whatever it took to live up to the infamous title as the undisputed King of the Cobbles. Lenny McLean was born on the 9th of April 1949 on his Nan Campion's bed, as his mum Rose and dad Lenny Sr. were living with his grandmother at 61 Gospel in Hoxton in the north of London. Lenny and his family were one of the first to move into Godwin House in Kent Street, Bethnal Green. Lenny had grown up with his brothers and sisters Linda, Barry, Lorraine and Raymond. It was hardly the highest of societies. A bleak landscape of factories, poverty, and a strong sense of community, but with limited opportunities for anyone outside of crime. Leonard McLean Sr. was earning good money as a crook, helping bookmakers selling knockoff gear, and was extremely successful as a con man, doing whatever he could to make a bit of extra money for his family. Mr. McLean Sr. had been a Royal Marine during the Second World War, but had a major heart operation a year before joining. After he caught a near fatal disease in India which affected one of his arteries to his heart, giving him only 2 years to live. Mr. McLean Sr. had unfortunately died 2 years to the day of receiving the news when Lenny was still very young. Mr. McLean Sr. was buried in Stamford Hill in the Albany Park Cemetery. When Lenny went with his cousin Tony McLean to look for his father's grave, he found out that his dad had been buried in a pauper's grave, a grave with no headstone, which was common for working class men with not a lot of money to be buried at the time. His mother Rose, being a very attractive woman and now left alone to raise a family, had tried her best to raise the family alone, but during this time there was not a lot of support for a single mother who had been left alone to raise a family, but she did her best. However, as time went by, one man in particular was helping out a lot, and he'd been starting to make advances toward Rose for quite some time. Well, eventually Rose gave in and things started to get serious. Rose eventually brought this man home and introduced him as Uncle Jim, and said that Uncle Jim would be helping out now and looking after everyone. Although everyone was wary at first, he soon brought everyone gifts and was always playing games, and was to begin with at least a nice new addition to the family. However, things were about to change. Uncle Jimmy's real name was Jim Irwin, and as soon as he and Rose had tied the knot and became married, Jim Irwin became a completely different man. Mr. McLean and his younger brothers suffered greatly at the hands of their alcoholic stepfather, Mr. Irwin, who did not hesitate once he moved into the family house and put his hands on his stepsons and their mother during his years of drunken violent rages. Mr. Irwin broke Lenny's legs when he was 5, and broke his jaw when he was 6. When he was 7, he broke all of his ribs. He bashed a young Mr. McLean around right about until he was 12. Mr. McLean explained in his biography. This was a completely different society to the one we know today, and there was no child line for children who were in trouble to ring. In fact, you had to be quite well off to even have a house phone. Lenny even explains that his mother knew what was happening, but being a single mother with 5 children, this man was paying the rent and putting food on the table. Unfortunately, it was a time where little opinions existed for single parents. Worse still for one in a terrible domestic abuse situation. Mr. McLean had suffered several broken bones at the hands of Mr. Irwin. However, when Mr. Irwin had now gone a step too far and dared to attack Mr. McLean's infant brother with a belt, when Mr. McLean's nan found out, she called her brother Lenny's great uncle, Mr. Jimmy Spinks, who was himself a notorious local gangster, weighing in at 21 stone and standing at 5'9". He was described as an extremely powerful man, and once he had heard what had happened, he was not too impressed to say the least. Mr. Spinks then took it upon himself to find and proceed to beat Mr. Irwin within an inch of his life, threatening to leave his face a mess, or better still, cut his throat should he ever need to come back to the house to protect the children again. And with that beating and realization that his drunken cowardly behaviour would no longer be tolerated within the family home, Mr. Irwin got his stuff and disappeared. Mr. McLean has explained many times that he took a great amount of inspiration from his great uncle Jimmy throughout his life, and as a result of this inspiration, when Mr. McLean became a famous street fighter and unlicensed boxer himself some years later, Mr. McLean stated that every victory he earned on and off the cobbles was on behalf of any child who might be suffering or going through any of the things that he had got to go through in his younger self. Mr. McLean's childhood of constant violence and physical and mental abuse led him to express his own anger and rage in a very unique and uncontrolling way. When Mr. McLean had lost his temper, he became unstoppable, which would often result in several men having to come together in an attempt to hold him back, gaining Mr. McLean the nickname 10 Men Len, due to the number of men it usually took to be able to restrain him. Mr. Spinks, Lenny's uncle, had become somewhat of a father figure to Lenny McLean during the 50s and 60s. Mr. Spinks was the governor of Hoxton and was very well known and respected. He was in one of the gangs that ran the horse racing circuits. Mr. Spinks was giving protection to all the important bookmakers who were operating at the time, especially for the head bookmaker, a Jewish man who went by the name Lasky. Mr. Spinks was a very generous man, but extremely powerful and menacing. Mr. Spinks was always dressed immaculately, and it was commonplace to see him in a white shirt, tie, and a big hat, with a Crombie overcoat and the pinstripe suit, always the finely dressed gangster.
In this forgotten era, men tended to fight more often than not to settle disputes. It was around this time that Lenny would have his first fistfight and found out that fighting was something he was very good at. Lenny's first paid fight was when his younger brother had come into the house crying with a fat lip. Once he calmed down, his mother had discovered that it was a bully who had lived below them. A young lad named Brian had been picking on his brother and punched his lip. Lenny's mother looked at him and said, "Go and sort him out, Lenny." And Lenny went down to Brian, who was the same age as Lenny at the time but a much bigger lad, and hit him so hard that he started to cry. Upon arriving back home, Lenny's mum went to her purse and paid him 3 old pennies. This award felt just as good as when he would earn many thousands of pounds for his various fights in the future. Mr. McLean's abilities for fighting were more than evident for anyone who stood in his path early on. Mr. McLean took on local bullies at the age of only 9, an impressive feat by any means. However, now under the wing of Mr. Spinks, Mr. McLean was now exposed to even more deeper and darker sides of London's criminal underworld. At the age of 13, Mr. McLean was in a firm of kind, which consisted of Andy Bradshaw, Joe Kyle and Tommy Green. The firm would jump over the shop walls and steal empty lemonade bottles and collect the 3p deposit that each bottle was worth back in those days. The gang would also take part in jump-ups. This would be where they waited for a lorry to make a delivery to the shop, and once the driver was inside, they would ransack the truck, stealing as much as possible. One night, Lenny was with a kid a few years older than himself, who went by the name of Charlie, and worked for a Jewish firm as a tailor. Charlie always carried a penknife with him, which he used for work, and Lenny, not one to be upstage, has gotten himself a bayonet. As the two were walking around, something about the pair caught the old Bill's eye. The police stopped the pair and conducted a search. Upon searching them, they uncovered both knives, and they arrested both of them, and bailed to appear in Bow Juvenile Court in 30 days. On the day of court, Charlie was up first. He was not in court long, and on his way out passed Lenny with a smile, saying he had just got a result and just a £3 fine. When Lenny went up against the judge, he was sentenced to 3 years in an approved school. Mr. McLean was then took to Stanford House, where he would be assessed and designated to an approved school to serve his sentence. When Lenny got to Stanford House, he was told by others that people were calling him out and saying that he was afraid. Lenny told the people to send a message back saying that he wasn't afraid of anyone. One afternoon, a Friday, when the people who were staying at Stanford House were allowed to play out, Lenny was approached by the leader of the gang who ran the school, and a small scuffle broke out but was interrupted by the teachers. The teacher said, "You know the rules, if you want to fight it's in the ring, meet at the gym at 3 o'clock or both of you are on detention." Mr. McLean did not know at the time, but all fights within the school were settled inside a boxing ring on a Saturday afternoon, where the whole school would be there to watch. Mr. McLean beat the gang leader in 2 rounds, and both fighters were called to the desk to collect their prize, which was an apple or an orange. The winner got to pick first. The two became close friends, and both went on to run after escaping from the school one day. But after 2 days of walking with no food and no money, they decided to give themselves in. And for this escape, they received a punishment described by Mr. McLean as 6 of the best, 2 on each hand and 2 on the backside, as well as a loss of privileges. All in all, Mr. McLean had served 18 months and was released by the age of 15. He had now reached the end of school age, and it was now decided to find a job after Mr. McLean was fired from his first legitimate job after locking his manager in the toilet as a prank. Mr. McLean realised that he had to do something else and turned back to the streets, committing petty crime to make a living. Lenny and his cousin Tony had gotten involved in a scam robbery of a shoe shop. Everything went well, but once the word had gotten out about the scam, others tried muscling in and the entire scam was exposed and the police got involved. Mr. McLean was back in front of the court, this time with his cousin Tony. Accompanying Lenny and Tony were Lenny's mum Rose, Lenny's grandmother who had raised Tony, as well as Lenny's uncle Bobby Warren. Bobby Warren is the dad to the now infamous boxing promoter Frank Warren, which has made Lenny and Frank cousins. Bobby Warren was also known as a quiet man who never took liberties. He was certainly no stranger to prison, and had ended up serving 7 years back in the 50s, along with Mad Frankie Frazier for being involved in the murder of Jack Spot. At the time of the murder, Mr. Warren had worked and was a good friend of Albert Dimes,
who had controlled most of Soho and its criminal underworld. For the shoe shop scam, Lenny and his cousin Tony received time in Borstal, Wormwood Scrubs, and inside the prison, Lenny was subjected to many fights, not just for himself but to protect his cousin Tony too. Eventually, after proving to be too much for the prison staff, the pair were shipped out to Holsby Bay Borstal on the Suffolk coast. While serving time at Holsby Bay Borstal, Mr. McLean met and became good friends with David Fraser, the son of Mad Frankie Fraser, and was sat in the association room when it was announced on TV that the Richardson gang had been sentenced, a gang that David's dad was a part of. Upon release from Borstal, Lenny made his way back home and was greeted like he had never left. Most people thought he had just been away on a job earning a bit of extra dough, and although they were all wrong, they were right about one thing, and that's exactly what Mr. McLean intended to do, to get back on the graft and start earning some real money. Lenny had made a few mates and started robbing shops for clothes and other items that they could sell back on the streets or markets at Hoxton or Roman. When the gang had stolen the items, they gave them to a man called Tommy the Talker, who would get rid of everything for a good price. Some of the robberies would have the gang up until the early hours of the morning, and Lenny would be in bed when he eventually got home well into the afternoon. One afternoon, Lenny felt a bang on his head so hard he thought the ceiling had collapsed. When he opened his eye, he realised it was not the ceiling, but in fact Jim Irwin, who was shouting, saying, "It's 3 o'clock, this isn't no hotel." Now at this point, Mr. McLean was a big lad, and already had a lot of fighting experience, beating up half the bouncers on the West End. So this was a big mistake, and Lenny got up and beat Mr. Irwin up, and Mr. McLean says in his autobiography that if the room hadn't been bigger, his mum had not come running upstairs, he would have seriously hurt Mr. Irwin that day. His mum agreed that he had it coming, but pleaded with him not to hurt Mr. Irwin again. Lenny agreed on one condition, that Mr. Irwin never picked his hand on anyone in the house again. Around this time, Lenny started drinking in the Standard on Kingsland Road, and one night was having a drink with the governor's son, Sid, when in came a beautiful young woman with blonde hair. Lenny went over and introduced himself, and found out her name was Val. Lenny asked her for a drink, and the rest is history. The pair had dated for around 12 to 14 months, and when Lenny was 20 and Val was 18, they both decided to get married at Mayor Street Registry Office over Hackney Way, and after a party at Lenny's mum's place, they were happily married. The newlywed couple found a place to live in George's Square, round the back of Old Street, and had rented out 2 rooms. Val asked Lenny to find a proper job so that they could have some security in the future, and so Lenny took a job in a clothes factory in Curtin Grove, not far from his house. Mr. McLean explains how the money he was paid was not the best, but he managed to find a few extra little earners at work to top his wages up. However, it wasn't long until these little earners got McLean in a bit of trouble, and he ended up losing his job. Mr. McLean reportedly described his family as his rock, and he's explained many times that his family existence helped him to reject a life that was solely devoted to crime, showing a slightly softer side from his usual cold demeanour. Lenny's wife Val has stated that he was so different from his image and was devoted to the kids and me. We were a little separate world that he kept away from all the violence and fighting. With his kids, Mr. McLean's volatile nature became truly evident, as his mental illness showed in his actions towards his kids. Mr. McLean would buy Kelly 30 chocolate Easter eggs, but fly into a rage if she chewed her dinner too loudly. He lacked control of his emotions and would often switch quickly, which she suggested had her and her family living in fear. In her own book, daughter Kelly, a mother of 2, explained that she had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and says doctors told her that Mr. McLean likely had a version of the disorder himself, which would explain the erratic behaviour and the anger presented heavily in Mr. McLean's fighting and lifestyle. 2 years later, Mr. McLean took a dark turn following his mother's death. Turning to drink, Mr. McLean made it his mission to cause trouble in as many pubs as he could, violence being the only manner in which he could express himself. In his documentary, Jamie McLean recounts a story, The Governor, where Lenny McLean, heavily intoxicated, fought a man named Jimmy Briggs over a dispute with a girl. After breaking both of his hands on Mr. Briggs' face, Mr. McLean used his teeth to bite through Mr. Briggs' windpipe, nearly killing him on the street. Mr. Briggs fortunately did survive following surgery, and Mr. McLean very narrowly avoided prison. The sheer strength and rage Mr. McLean possessed could not be more clearly displayed than through this story, truly showing how he earned the title the toughest man in Britain and the undisputed king of the cobbles. Following this incident, Mr. McLean decided to stop drinking, instead using his strength and skills for security work in the busy London nightclubs. Through this profession, it was inevitable that Mr. McLean would have to mingle with some of London's most ruthless gangsters, acting as an enforcer in several circles. Following his retirement from fighting, these circles included those of celebrity and criminal underworld. It wasn't until Mr. McLean was 26, however, that he was introduced to fighting. Mr. McLean's first unlicensed boxing match came about as a result of a chance meeting that he had whilst in his late teens. When his car broke down in Blackwell Tunnel, he abandoned it and went to buy a replacement from a local criminal associate known as Kenny Mack, a gypsy used car salesman who worked in Kingsland Road, Hackney. Lenny brought a car and drove away, only to find out that the replacement would quickly fail too. A very angry Mr. McLean returned to Mr. Mack later that day to demand his money back, but instead of refunding Mr. McLean, Mr. Mack offered to give Mr. McLean a brand new car in exchange for him fighting in one of Mr. Mack's unlicensed boxing bouts that was to be taking place later that night in Mack's yard. Mr. McLean's immeasurable strength was too much for his opponent, who it was reported had lasted less than a minute against Lenny, earning Mr. McLean £500 cash and a new car, a considerable prize at the time. Soon thereafter this first fight, Mr. Mack and Mr. McLean became friends, with Mr. Mack acting as Mr. McLean's manager on several occasions in future fights. When Frank Warren formed the National Boxing Council in the 1970s, it allowed the toughest underground fighters in Britain an opportunity to compete legally. However, Lenny was Frank's cousin, and in recent years Mr. Warren has spoken extensively that in his eyes Mr. McLean was a terrible bully, even though Lenny gave Mr. Warren his first chance to promote a fight, and most probably gave a young Mr. Warren a considerable amount of protection in a very violent and unpredictable world. Mr. McLean faced a problem a lot of fighters face when they want more money for all the risk that they have taken, and this still happens to this day, but you can imagine the percentages of pay cuts were a lot worse back in the beginning. However, Frank was now calling the shots, and Mr. McLean was burdened with an extensive criminal record. One that ensured that along with his cousin, who was the head of the Boxing Council board, that Mr. McLean would never in any circumstance have an opportunity to become a licensed boxer. As such, Mr. McLean was left with no choice but to enter the world of unlicensed boxing, and he quickly became one of its biggest stars and built up somewhat of a fearsome reputation in the industry. Throughout his fighting career, Mr. McLean had upwards of 2,000 fights, with Lenny himself predicting some 4,000 fights under his belt over the 4 decades that Mr. McLean had been active, both inside and outside of the ring. On one occasion, Mr. McLean was flown to New York on a special request to fight a Mafia Don's champion, a 24 stone, 6 foot 8 inch unbeaten unit who was called John McCormick. However, Mr. McLean's sheer strength rendered him unconscious in minutes, with Lenny hitting him so hard that he managed to break both his hands during the fight. Over all his fights, one opponent in particular stood out. That was his legendary nemesis, Mr. Roy Shaw. A firm hatred began between the two, and Mr. Shaw had an equally brutal and ruthless reputation for violence to Mr. McLean, spending his adult life in prison, as well as in Broadmoor, having been declared too insane to function in a normal prison setting. Whilst Mr. McLean had become an underworld enforcer and unlicensed boxing powerhouse, his name was feared up and down the country. Mr. McLean's reputation for being a psychopath only furthered his career, referring to himself as the Governor, a name which ironically Lenny McLean's stepfather had also used. A fact which was like a red rag to a bull to Mr. McLean, using both these factors to build a reputation for himself into the undisputed king of the cobbles. For Mr. McLean, as soon as Mr. Shaw was released from prison, he would become an obvious foe, and for Mr. Shaw, if he wanted the title as the hardest man in Britain, well, he had to beat Mr. McLean to claim the title. In their first meeting, Mr. McLean was woefully unprepared for what came from an older and more skilled fighter, Roy the Mean Machine Shaw, and lost quickly to Mr. Shaw in his first fight.
but was hasty to arrange a rematch. But this time things would be a lot different. Lenny had now realised that his anger and brute strength was not always going to be enough in a fight, and he would now have to actually train for a fight, something Lenny had never done. It now became clear to Mr. McLean that if he trained, he could be an even better version of himself. In the rematch, Mr. McLean was a completely different fighter and destroyed his opponent, this time having actually trained for his fight in a makeshift gym. Lenny, at one point, hit his opponent so hard that in the second round Mr. McLean had knocked Mr. Shaw completely out of the ring, disqualifying Mr. Shaw almost immediately. In their third match, Mr. Shaw hardly stood a chance against the now well-trained and very well adapted to a new style of fighting Mr. McLean, who did not hesitate to exhibit his newfound strength that he could come to be known for against his old enemy Roy Shaw. As a nearly unconscious Mr. Shaw was helped to his feet, Mr. McLean could be heard shouting from the ring, "I'm the governor," taking Mr. Shaw's nickname. The name is the one only given to the best fighter in the UK. Lenny was the governor and never lost a title. Having gained a reputation as a formidable force in the East End, Mr. McLean used his newfound status to return to his previous work of security and enforcing for certain elite criminal organisations, and also minded for many well-known celebrities. Mr. McLean had also held joint ownership of a public house in the East End of London, named the Governor's, along with Charlie Cray, the elder and less well-known brother of the Cray twins, who some say was the real brains behind the entire Cray's operation, showing Mr. McLean's true extent of some of the serious connections that he had within the UK criminal underworld. Not only had Mr. McLean throughout his years of experience as an unlicensed fighter gained many connections with the criminal underworld, but had now made himself very employable as a debt collector for the highest paying organised criminal families who needed someone of Mr. McLean's size and stature to sort out a problem. According to Mr. McLean's autobiography, his name was also quite useful for the smooth progress of various criminal dealings within the UK, as everyone knew if Lenny was involved, there was no messing about. It was also reported that he used to be used by members of the Provisional Irish Republican Army and the Mafia when they were doing business with criminals in the UK. Despite Mr. McLean's evident notoriety, and extensive as it was, it failed to stop people from acting out at the pubs and bars, especially young lads who were unaware if or who Lenny was, and extremely intoxicated at the clubs that Mr. McLean's security team had managed. On one occasion, whilst minding the door at the Barbican, Mr. McLean was shot at close range in the arm and backside with a shotgun by a hitman on a motorcycle. In such a situation, he did not hesitate to chase the offender on foot before calling a cab and walking himself into the emergency room, very luckily surviving the following surgery. Not only was Mr. McLean strong, but Mr. McLean was very resilient, even with the worst types of pain, explaining just how he did so well both inside and outside of the ring. Following fighting, it was soon made evident just how many enemies that Mr. McLean had acquired through fighting. A few years soon after the shotgun incident, Mr. McLean was attacked in his own home when his wife answered the door to a masked gunman. The assailant took 4 shots at Mr. McLean as he was coming down the stairs, though none of the bullets hit, and the shooter had disappeared by the time Mr. McLean got to the door. Soon thereafter, Mr. McLean was attacked at home again, this time as he had driven back from work. As he locked his car, Mr. McLean was shot in the back of the shoulder as he made his way inside once again. Mr. McLean again survived, but this time not even attempting a hospital visit. Mr. McLean was now extremely upset and would later discover that one man was responsible for both attacks at his home. Upon receiving this information, and only now in a fit of rage, Mr. McLean got his stuff and decided to track him down. The man Mr. McLean was looking for was Billy Quinn, a boxer and drug addict who Mr. McLean had apparently humiliated by giving him a beating, showing him just how dangerous his enemies from the fighting world could be. A potential life sentence if someone wanted to take it personal. However, no matter how hard Mr. McLean looked, he could not find Billy Quinn, and so for now, Mr. McLean tried to stay busy and focus on other things. He had a fight coming up with the Mountain York and was training and getting ready for his fight when one day somebody came in and told Lenny that Mr. Quinn was in the other room and was sat there with a grin on his face, but that Mr. McLean was unable to go into that room because there was a door blocking the room. Mr. McLean ripped the door off and confronted Mr. Quinn, who had gone pale and dropped to his knees upon seeing Mr. McLean fly inside the room in a fit of rage. He begged for mercy, explaining that he was on the gear and he had done that in an act of moment of madness and he would do anything for forgiveness. From there, all that I know is that Mr. McLean shook his hand and accepted his apology. Within a few months, Mr. Quinn was found dead and his murder is still unsolved to this day. Lenny was arrested in connection with the crime but denied any involvement and was cleared of any wrongdoing. Around this time, many people had made an attempt on Mr. McLean's life. It was beginning to become a regular occurrence. One of Lenny's friends had came to him and told him that there was a car driving around the manor with 4 guys who wanted to shoot Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean grabbed his friend and asked why he didn't tell them that he is not a hard man to find, as he drinks in the Green Man pub every day. On another occasion, Lenny was drinking in the Green Man when a friend who was running late, known as Johnny Price, asked to borrow Lenny's car so he could get to where he needed to and back. He wouldn't be long, and he would chuck Lenny a drink for his troubles. Mr. McLean agreed, but warned Mr. Price to hurry up as he didn't want to be sat around waiting to go home. Hours went by and Mr. Price had still not returned, and Mr. McLean, who by this point had quite a few drinks, was starting to get very angry. As he was about to get up and inquire where Mr. Price had gone, another friend ran into the pub and explained that Mr. Price had gone to another pub called the Nile. However, upon arrival, another car pulled up and shot Mr. Price in the back of the legs. In his work, Mr. McLean was known for taking the motto, "Treat kindness with kindness, but treat violence with violence," a motto Mr. McLean displayed all too well in numerous fights that he got into with work. One of these fights landed Mr. McLean in prison. In 1992, while working the Hippodrome in Leicester Square, London, Mr. McLean removed a disruptive man by the name of Gary Humphreys, reportedly on drugs, for streaking and harassing women. Mr. McLean admittedly broke the man's jaw in a scuffle. However, Mr. Humphreys died later that night from the severe neck injuries, and Mr. McLean was arrested for the murder of Mr. Humphreys by the same policeman who had caught the Cray twins, Superintendent Leonard Nipper Reed. Mr. McLean assumed the arrest had been made due to a personal vendetta from the officer on account of the close connection between the Crays and himself. Though the neck injuries were ultimately found to be the cause of death, and caused by the police that arrested the man after that night, Mr. McLean was arrested for grievous bodily harm and sentenced to 18 months. Mr. McLean was also a kind-hearted man, often helping the people in his area when they were struggling. Jamie McLean recounts a story speaking of a woman who had contacted him to tell him that Mr. McLean had helped her out of her homelessness when she was sleeping outside Camden Palace, helping her to get a job and secure a room at her workplace so she was off the streets and able to save money up. The woman reportedly credits Mr. McLean with saving her life by getting her off the streets. Despite his criminal lifestyle and background, Mr. McLean's position as a supportive member of society cannot be understated, as he took care of those around him in his area. Also in this time, Mr. McLean branched out both into acting and singing, appearing prominently in a television documentary on nightclub security staff titled Bounce Behind the Velvet Rope, and playing a brief unbilled cameo as a ringside spectator in the drama film The Craze 1990, based on his acquaintances, as well as releasing an Elvis cover in 1992. His largest and most famous role was in Guy Ritchie's Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels in 1998, playing the part of criminal enforcer Barry the Baptist. Mr. McLean took a turn from violence. He instead turned to writing, working with author Peter Gerrard to write an autobiography called The Governor, published roughly 6 months before his death. It soon became a bestseller, selling over 3 million copies, prompting several sequels to be written after his passing by acquaintances. During the filming of Guy Ritchie's Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, Mr. McLean was struck ill by what he believed to be the flu. Mr. McLean was subsequently diagnosed with pleurisy, although further X-ray examination proved he was suffering from lung cancer. Mr. McLean died shortly afterward on 28th of July 1998 in Bexley, a few weeks prior to the release of the film he is most well known for his appearance in. Mr. McLean's son, Jamie, later said of his father, "My dad wasn't a born fighter. He was uneducated and a product of his upbringing, traumatized by what he had been through, and probably had mental health problems as a result of all of that. but fighting was all he knew. Regardless of the personal opinion, the legacy and story left behind by Lenny McLean will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld.
Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting content. Today we'll be exploring the life of a Manchester drug lord, Mr. Marcus Callaghan, who ran a £32 million operation to flood the northeast with heroin and cocaine from a flat in Tameside. Marcus Rico Anthony Callaghan ran his illegal operation like it was a legitimate business, employing a money man to launder piles of cash and using expensive corporate entertainment to thank his clientele for their custom. Mr. Callaghan, born and brought up in a Newcastle Street home, was the head of the business, which was based on a premises at a block of residential flats at Canal View in Stalebridge, and which he ran with two pals from home. Keneal Henry, 25, was one of his trusted lieutenants, while Jerome Hamilton, 33, was a worker. A fourth member of the gang, Rui Zhu, 39, from Birmingham, was said to be a part of the logistical arm that dealt with the movement of a vast sum of illicit money. A fifth man, Theo Henry, also played a crucial and vital role in the drug peddling business, while others named as Thomas Jeffrey, Stephen Sewell and Christian Molyneux are also believed to have aided Mr. Callaghan. Marcus, or Mr. Callaghan, played a leading role in both the supply of drugs and money laundering. He was described as the controlling mind. Gang members Theo Henry and Keneal Henry had an intimate knowledge of the conspiracy and were directing others. It emerged the boss of the Manchester-based Callaghan Solutions Limited had his own business premises and illicit pay scheme, and employed a money man to field piles of dirty money and invest it so cash would come out clean. He even officially registered as a company director and formed a team of employees to deal with management issues, security and logistics. Even though this was criminal activity, it was also a business and shared many of the same attributes as a legitimate business. There was a hierarchy with bosses and workers, and Mr. Callaghan was the head of the business. He was the controlling mind of the operation and played a leading role in both the supply of drugs and money laundering. There was a system for the payment of the commodity. There was business premises, there was security and there were logistics. There was a system for banking the proceeds, and there was even corporate entertainment with the head of each end of the supply chain meeting up. It was a supplier entertaining the purchaser and thanking them for their custom. It was a wide conspiracy to supply a number of different customers on an almost industrial scale. This was a sophisticated and very well organised crime group that flooded Middlesbrough and the northeast with heroin and cocaine, blighting the lives of some of the most vulnerable people. A unique attribute of Mr. Callaghan's drug fiasco that sets it apart from other drug peddlers was the way he treated his customers. In a time where customer service was unheard of in the drug world, Mr. Callaghan went to great expense to look after his customers. He booked 3 rooms at the Principal Hotel in Edinburgh for 3 nights to celebrate New Year's Eve in 2017. He was said to have booked a VIP table at the Opal Lounge, a bar in Edinburgh, to bring in the new year, spending £395 on a magnum of vodka and a bottle of rosé champagne. Mr. Callaghan laid on the lavish corporate hospitality for clients, in which he treated them to £400 bottles of pink champagne, VIP access and £800 a night hotel mini breaks. Mr. Callaghan, who ran his £100 million drugs empire like a legitimate business, was also captured on CCTV splashing the cash in a swish night spot to thank the clientele for their custom. Furthermore, 3 of his major fixers were booked in the separate rooms at Edinburgh's prestigious Principal Hotel for a Hogmanay celebration to see in 2018. Hogmanay is the Scots word for the last day of the old year. In 2018, where luxury hotel rooms in the Scottish city can cost hefty sums as well. Whilst lining their own pockets, the members of this crime group never gave a second thought to the harm and misery Class A drugs could cause within the larger communities. Members of the drug ring made a considerable amount of money from the enterprise, and while they spent numerous years spending their ill-gotten gains, the only thing they are spending now is a significant amount of time behind bars.
Mr. Callahan had previously been named as a suspect in the murders of 2 hitmen who were shot dead moments after they bungled a gangland execution at a pub in Salford in 2006. Police questioned him after he returned to the UK from his bolt hole in Spain, but it is thought he could not be linked to the shootings, and he later set up his drug enterprise. The Northwest Regional Organised Crime Unit, NWR-OCU, discovered Mr. Callahan and his associates were supplying millions of pounds worth of drugs to contacts in Middlesbrough and the northeast. The operation was run from a flat in Stalebridge, where drugs would be stored before being driven to the northeast in hire cars and handed to buyers for distribution. The Gooch Close Gang, also known as the GCOGs, or Gooch Close Original Gangsters, or simply the Gooch in Manchester, is an organised crime group based in Moss Side and surrounding neighbourhoods of South Manchester. Most members of the gang grew up on the west side of Alexandria Park Estate in Moss Side around Gooch Close, which is where the gang gets its name. The Gooch is part of an alliance of Crip gangs. It had violent disputes with many other South Manchester gangs, most notably the Doddington Gang, formerly known as the Pepper Hill Mob, the Moss Side Bloods and the Longsight Crew. Young men would hang around a shebeen on Gooch Close selling drugs, which is where the gang started and how they got their name. Gooch Close was a small cul-de-sac of semi-detached houses with an alley at one end. In the mid-1990s, the Alexandra Park Estate was redeveloped and the street was redesigned and had its name changed to West Stirling Way. The gangs, while supplying to the street dealers, also tried to ensure that the dealers were protected from other gangs by protecting their territory. Most of their problems occurred when rival street dealers started to move into the territory already controlled by a gang, or when a gang taxed a rival dealer, a move seen as damaging street credibility and respect. The gangs in South Manchester, including the Gooch Gang, were made up of mostly first and second generation British West Indies and Caribbean heritage members, whose grandparents came to England from the 1950s onward. Around the same time as the Gooch Close Gang was becoming known around the city, the Pepper Hill Gang were also starting to emerge, taking their name from a pub on the east side of Alexandria Park Estate. When the pub was closed down and the gang targeted by police, they reformed around Doddington Close and would go on to become known as the Doddington Gang. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the Pepper Hill Gang were involved in a gang war between Moss Side and the Cheetham Hill Gang from North Manchester. The Gooch often brought and sold drugs with Cheetham Hill Gang, and the Gooch had close ties to Cheetham Hill, with the cousin of Cheetham Hill Head being a leading figure in the Gooch. The Pepper Hill Gang thought this was helping the enemy. The Pepper Hill Gang declared that nobody from South Manchester was to have dealings with Cheetham Hill. This angered the Gooch and a fierce war erupted, dividing the Alexandra Park Estate in half, with the Gooch on the west side and the Pepper Hill on the east side. Although the gang war was centred around Moss Side, young males from neighbouring areas would be drawn into the conflict, resulting in a number of deaths and regular shooting incidents in South Manchester throughout the 1990s and 2000s. By the mid-2000s, the Gooch had grown to become a vast gang, made up of a number of smaller offshoot crews based around South Manchester. The most notable of these being the Longsight Street Soldiers, Old Trafford Crips, Rusholme Crips, and the Fallowfield Mad Dogs. These gangs would carry on the rivalry with the Doddington and Longsight crew into the 2000s. Smartly dressed and aged 28, Miss Constance Howarth told an Old Bailey jury she was no gangster. "I'm just a girl, I don't know anything about guns." But they did not believe her. She was convicted of being an underworld arms dealer and jailed for 5 years. A decade later, Miss Howarth was back in the dock. This time she was charged with conspiracy to murder and jailed for life with a minimum of 20 years to serve. This is when she made a bid to get out of jail by blaming 2 notorious South Manchester gangs for the Devil killing, which led to her being locked up for life. The shooting at the Brass Handles, a family pub in Pendleton, Salford, was one of the most notorious crimes in Greater Manchester's recent history. 15.5 years ago, 2 men were shot dead, Richard Austin, 19, and Carlton Alvanga, 20, having been sent to the pub to assassinate a man drinking inside, before being overpowered and killed with their own weapons. 2 other young men, Salford's David Totten and his friend Aaron Travers, were shot and wounded by the would-be hitmen. In the moments before the failed assassins were killed, by some unknown person or people inside the pub and dragged outside. It had been engineered by Bobby Spears, Paul Macy's right-hand man, who had fallen out with the intended target of the shooting, David Totten. Mr. Spires gave himself an alibi by watching a Manchester United match in a box at Old Trafford as the assassination bid took place. Keen not to be seen or to be involved in an attack of one of Salford's own, Mr. Spears had turned to Ian MacLeod, one of the founding members of Doddington Gang, to help taking out his rival Mr. Totten. Mr. MacLeod was a veteran of the drug wars of the 1980s, who had gone into the security business. He had met Mr. Spears when they both undertook a security industry authority training, and after being approached for help, recruited two naive young men, Mr. Austin and Mr. Alvaranga, for the hit job on Mr. Totten. Even though all of this was known years ago, Miss Howarth, in a bid to get out of prison, put forward a different version of events, claiming that Mr. Alvaranga and Mr. Austin died as a result of feuding between the Gooch and Doddington Gang. Miss Howarth applied to the Courts of Appeal in June 2020 for leave to appeal against her conviction, and her lawyer told the court that in 2006 the Doddington and Gooch were at war, resulting in a series of fatal shootings. These included the killing of Ramon Cumberbatch, who was shot dead by a known Gooch member in 2005 September, and the killing of Jonathan Cowley, also shot dead by a man with ties to the Gooch. Miss Howarth's appeal bid rested on the argument that Ian MacLeod was the leader of the Doddington Gang and that Mr. Austin and Mr. Alvanga were members who had lost pals to the Gooch and that they were out for revenge that night. And she asserted that it was not David Totten who Mr. MacLeod, Mr. Austin and Mr. Alvaranga were after that day, but another man drinking in the pub, Marcus Mr. Callahan, who was associated with the rival Gooch gang at the time. Her lawyer told the Court of Appeal that there had been a failure by her former legal team, a major failing to make relevant requests to disclose material to suggest that the brass handle shooting was inter-gang related violence, with Mr. Callahan as the main target. It was claimed that such a plan did not need her as a spotter, that she did not know Mr. Callahan was even going to be there, and that her first legal team had failed to advise her of her need to call Mr. Spears at her trial as a witness. It was suggested they should have requested a delay in the trial in order for him to be extradited from Spain, where he fled in the aftermath of the killings. However, Miss Howarth's legal bid was heard by 3 judges and ultimately failed. Denying Miss Howarth leave to appeal against her conviction, Lady Justice Carr said that Mr. Callahan's theory was highly speculative, not least because Mr. Callahan was of mixed heritage and bears no resemblance to either Mr. Totten or Mr. Travers. Lady Justice Carr added that Mr. Callahan's theory would have involved the applicant effectively accusing Mr. MacLeod of organising the shooting because of gang rivalry. Given the applicant's close contact with him, that would not have exonerated her. Advancing this theory would have exposed Miss Howarth to the likelihood, if not certainty, of her previous convictions for perverting the course of justice in the context of a serious gangland murder and firearms offences being admitted before the jury. Miss Howarth played a key role in the botched gangland hit, guiding the would-be assassins to their quarry inside the Brass Handles pub in Salford. At about 2:15 PM on March 12, 2006, the family pub in Pendleton was busy with locals watching the Manchester United vs Newcastle game on television. As the gunman entered the vault, Miss Howarth of Rosalind Court, Salford, had already slipped away into the ladies' toilet, where she heard the firecracker sounds of shots as she touched up her lipstick. Richard Austin and Carlson Alvaranga were reluctant to carry out the hit, and were seen being forced out of Ian MacLeod's car in the minutes before the attempted hit, and when it was catastrophically wrong for them, the pair walked to where David Totten and Aaron Travers were sitting together. Mr. Austin fired 6 times and both men were hit, and seriously injured, but Mr. Alvaranga's handgun jammed. Several customers then fought with the gunman, disarming them during the struggle, but were shot and fatally wounded. They collapsed outside on a green croft in Fitzwarren Street and died at the scene. Mr. Totten and Mr. Travers were driven to hospital by friends. Neither would cooperate with a police inquiry. A CCTV system inside the pub had been ripped out by the time the police arrived, but a case was built around the telephone communications. Miss Howarth was convicted alongside Ian MacLeod, who received a life sentence and a recommendation to be served 21 years. Bobby Spears, who had fled to Spain in the aftermath of the shooting, was extradited in 2009 and convicted after a second trial. He was jailed for life and must serve at least 23 years.
Sometime before the shooting, Mr. Totten was refused entry at a nightclub in Manchester. He told the doorman he was a friend of Bobby Spears, who already was inside. The bouncers fetched Mr. Spears to the door, even though he knew who Mr. Totten was. He feigned ignorance. Mr. Totten then started to drink in Mr. Spears' local, the Brass Handles, which it's believed Mr. Spears interpreted as a threat. This petty spat was considered to be a potential spark for the murder plot. In 2009, Marcus, or Mr. Callahan, was named as being a person of interest in connection with the murders of Mr. Austin and Mr. Alvaranga, but was never called up as a witness or called up for investigations. It remains to be a mystery of what Mr. Callahan was doing exactly at the time of the execution. The racket was smashed thanks to detectives who spent weeks following his gang. Police had been keeping Mr. Callahan's gang under surveillance and detained one of his couriers in rush hour traffic on the A19 near the North Yorkshire market town of Thirsk at 5 PM on February the 2nd. The courier had earlier made a series of drug runs to the northeast of England in June, July and August in 2017. Mr. Zhu, who was watched by police as he transferred a bag containing £400,000 in drugs money into an Audi TT before heading south on the M56. He was arrested at Knutsford Services. Following that, police seized heroin, cocaine and cannabis with a total street value of £32 million. When police raided two potential properties linked to the operation at Canal View on February the 4th, officers uncovered the heroin, cocaine, 40 kilos of cannabis and £200,000 in cash and debtors lists. They also found an 8-point drug dealer's instruction manual which stated change car every 3 or 4 weeks, change numbers every 2 weeks, and spend £500 on phones and numbers, all tactics to try and stay ahead of police. The to-do list also said clean both gaffs, a reference to both apartments at Canal View, while it was also urged at the reader to lock up, chase debts and stay off-grid. Finally, it referred to a France job, although the full and true nature of this job was never actually established. During another search at Canal View 2 weeks later, police also found a 9mm short Ingram Model 11 machine pistol, more commonly known as the Mac 11. They also found 51 rounds of ammunition as well as more drugs hidden behind kickboards in the kitchen. Keneal Henry also made a series of trips to the northeast in June, July and August 2017. He was said to be acting as the behest of Theo Henry and Mr. Callahan to deliver significant quantities of drugs to Geoffrey in the northeast. But police swooped on Keneal Henry at 5 PM on February 2nd as he was driving a Fiat Tipo, which was said to be heading to the northeast. Inside the car were 12 kilos of cocaine and 13 grams of heroin, which had a wholesale value of more than £300,000 and a potential yield of more than $4 million when sold on. In sentencing, Mr. Callahan was found guilty of 2 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and 2 counts of conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was also convicted of conspiracy to acquire or use criminal property. Now he is facing a 24-year jail sentence after he was convicted of conspiracy to supply huge quantities of a high-purity Class A drug. His month-long trial at Manchester's Minshull Street Crown Court was surrounded by high security, including armed police. The jury found him not guilty of possessing a firearm with intent to endanger life and possessing ammunition with intent to endanger life. Keneal Winston Henry, 25, of Colmington Close, Holme, was also found not guilty of possessing the gun and ammunition with intent to endanger life. He admitted 4 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A or Class B drugs. He also pleaded guilty to acquiring or using criminal property. Jerome Noah Hamilton, 33, of Northdown Avenue, Holme, was found not guilty of 4 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A or B drugs. The Crown offered no evidence against him on the gun and ammunition charges, and not guilty verdicts were recorded, but the jury found him guilty of acquiring or using criminal property. Ruiz Yu, 39, of Graham Street, Birmingham, was found guilty of using or possessing criminal property. Thomas Geoffrey, 33, described as the head of the Middlesbrough operation, and who was caught on CCTV with Mr. Callahan at the Opal Lounge, was jailed for 13 years and 4 months.
Theo Henry, 30, of Newton Heath, Manchester, who admitted conspiracy, was jailed for 21 years. 3 Middlesbrough men, Stephen Sewell, 38, Christian Moloney, 33, and Richard Llewellyn, 34, pleaded guilty to drugs offences at an earlier hearing to the involvement in the racket. After the case, Deputy Inspector Jason Pye from the Northwest Regional Organised Crime Unit said, "Today marks the end of a very long but successful investigation into one of the biggest drugs operations in the North. Officers spent hours poring over the footage of this group and watched as Marcus or Mr. Callahan strictly ran his business, mirroring more legitimate enterprises. Mr. Callahan denied being boss of the gang, claiming he was a local manager or caretaker who provided a safe house." Sentencing Judge Martin Rudland said, "This is a crime at a very high level, and anybody who spends any amount of time in these courts will appreciate the devastating effect that controlled drugs have upon individuals. Communities are blighted by the actions of those who, in order to feed their addictions, commit crimes. The consequences for those who supply drugs in their quest for gain will be severe." Mr. Callahan is now serving his sentence at the Category A prison Belmarsh, having been convicted for leading a lucrative drugs conspiracy. From a small gated residential complex at Canal View, Stalebridge, Mr. Callahan ran an operation described as being on an almost industrial scale. He and his fellow conspirators in Greater Manchester and in Tameside have now all been locked up, bar one who faces sentence tomorrow. As well as funneling wholesale quantities of drugs to dealers out of the region, Mr. Callahan's gang sold closer to home with references to Rochdale and other areas of Manchester in documents found. The crimes committed by Marcus Callahan would never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Thank you for joining us today. Today we look closely into the second chapter of the Slade Gang story, following a dramatic turn of events that saw each member of the notorious gang convicted in a second trial of very serious crimes and sentenced to life behind bars. A dramatic shift was about to reverberate through the corridors of justice. Today we are about to delve into a tale on unwavering determination, legal prowess, and the pursuit of truth that would leave an incredible mark on the annals of the UK judicial system. On that fateful day, February the 10th, 2015, an appeal was set in motion that would test the very foundations of the English and Welsh Courts of Appeal. Dennis Slade, along with his steadfast comrades, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, refused to accept their convictions lying down. Fueled by an unyielding belief of their innocence, they embarked on a journey that would challenge not only the allegations against them, but the very integrity of the legal framework itself. Little did anyone anticipate the milestone of legal brilliance, forensic expertise, and unprecedented revelations that would follow. The courtroom became a battleground where the clash of legal titans reverberated through every argument, every piece of evidence, and every testimony. The appeal proceedings were marked by jaw-dropping revelations, previously hidden truths, and the relentless pursuit of justice that pushed the boundaries of the conventional legal strategy. The ramifications of what unfolded next would indeed shake up the entire UK judicial system. As the appeal process unravelled, it became a symbol of hope for those who had lost faith, a testament of the resilience of human spirit, and a stark reminder that the pursuit of justice is a relentless and unwavering endeavour. The UK watched with bated breath as the narrative shifted, as doubts were cast upon once solid convictions, and as the very pillars of the justice system trembled under the weight of the truth-seeking crusade. So, as we venture into the next part of this tumultuous saga, it is not just a documentary, it is a deeper look into the corridors of power, a testament of the power of perseverance, and a living testament to the belief that justice, when sought with unwavering determination, can indeed reshape the very fabric of our legal landscape. As long ago as the 20th of August 2009, after a lengthy trial at Leeds Crown Court before His Honour Judge Hoffman and a jury. Each of the appellants, Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, was convicted of counts of conspiracy to murder, criminal damage, handling and arson. After that trial, they faced a further trial, along with the appellant Mr. Hudson, on 2 counts of conspiracy to rob and 2 counts of robbery. At various stages, Mr. Baxter changed his plea to one of guilty on 3 counts which he faced, and Mr. Hudson pleaded guilty to 1 count of robbery and 1 count of conspiracy to rob. After that second trial, also before Judge Hoffman and a jury at Leeds Crown Court, Mr. Slade and Mr. Pearman were on the 1st of February 2010 convicted of all 4 counts, and Mr. Baxter was convicted of the remaining count of robbery which he faced. Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter was sentenced to imprisonment for life on both indictments. In sentencing, the judge made clear that he had considered both indictments together in making his assessment of the dangerousness. He described them as callous, dangerous and ruthless, and engaged in Premier League crime. Mr. Slade was assessed as the leader, with Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter described as loyal henchmen. They were sentenced to life terms with consecutive determinant terms of 23 years for the first indictment and 20 years for the second indictment in the case of Mr. Slade, 21 years for the first indictment and 18 years for the second indictment in the case of Mr. Pearman, and 21 years for the first indictment and 18 years for the second indictment in the case of Mr. Baxter. The resulting specified minimum terms were 21.5 years, 19.5 years, and 19.5 years respectively. Time spent on remand in custody being directed to count towards the sentence. A serious crime prevention order was also made against Mr. Slade. Mr. Hudson, who had pleaded guilty at a late stage on 2 counts which he faced, was described by the judge as not being a core member of the gang. He did not attract a finding of dangerousness. He was sentenced to a term of 9 years imprisonment, with time spent on remand in custody also being directed to count towards the sentence. Applications of Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter to appeal against their convictions on the second indictment have previously been rejected by this court. All appellants, however, appeal with leave against the sentences imposed on the second indictment, and Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter also appeal with leave against the sentence imposed on the first indictment. The appeal hearing before us, however, was confined to the appeals with leave to a single judge of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter against their convictions of the first indictment. The arguments focused on the convictions of the count of conspiracy to murder. It ultimately was common ground before us that the various appeals against sentence would need to be deferred for further consideration, depending on the outcome of the appeals against conviction on the first indictment, and the appellant, Mr. Hudson, who we gather has now been released on licence, made no objection to the hearing of appeals against sentence being adjourned for this purpose. A great part of the appeals against conviction has concerned the appellant's application to this court to adduce fresh evidence. The fresh evidence is of 2 kinds. The first relates to CCTV evidence taken with a mobile phone and cell site analysis. It is said that the proposed fresh evidence demonstrates the critical timing shown on the CCTV recordings at Mr. Slade's home at 2 Sandmore Drive was consistently, over the relevant period, some 22 minutes slow, as to compared with real time. When that factor is then also linked to an analysis of a mobile phone usage and cell site and other evidence, the result is, so it is said, that it is shown that some or all of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter could not have been in an Audi RS6 car engaged in conspiring to murder at the times and locations forming a central part of the Crown's case at the trial. We note at this stage that much of the argument on this point rested not simply on fresh evidence as such, but also on a redeployment, albeit with what appears to be a fresh analysis and considerable amplification of evidence and arguments available to be advanced at trial. The second relates to voice recognition evidence. Such evidence had been given at trial, but it is said that there have subsequently been developments in the relevant science, such that new evidence in the form of automatic speaker recognition technology, being evidence of kind not previously deployed in the courts of England and Wales, should now be admitted. It is said that such evidence demonstrates not only that the assertion of the alleged conspiracy of voices recorded on the relevant occasions in the RS6 car with the voices of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, as advanced by the Crown in trial, were in fact erroneous, but also that the presence of the appellants in the car on such occasions can be positively excluded. That, however, is not the only grounds for these appeals. Other grounds are advanced. It is said that the judge should have acceded to the application to discharge for jury. It is said that the judge erred in failing to accede to submissions of no case to answer made on behalf of all three appellants at the close of the prosecution's case. It is further said that thereafter in the summing up to the jury was unfair, unbalanced and heavily slanted in favour of the prosecution and against the defence. Very late in the day, an argument was also sought to be raised on behalf of Mr. Baxter, to the effect that there was unfair non-disclosure at the trial by the Crown of material said to be highly relevant to the defence's case. At trial, all the defendants were represented by experienced leading and junior counsel. Since the trial, however, there have, for various reasons, been changes in the legal representation, sometimes more than once. Before us, Mr. Slade was represented by Mr. Tim Owen KC, with Mr. Stephen Vullo KC. Mr. Pearman was represented by Mr. Henry Baxland KC, leading Mr. Derek Duffy, and Mr. Baxter was represented by Mr. Kieran Vaughan QC, leading Mr. Aaron Watkins. The Crown was represented by Mr. Paul Greeny KC, leading Mr. Nicholas de la Poa. Mr. Greeny, then a junior counsel, being led by Mr. Robert Smith KC, and Mr. Duffy, had appeared at trial. None of the other counsel appeared before us, or the solicitors instructing them had been involved in the trial. We wish to pay tribute to the meticulously thorough preparation by the legal teams, counsels and solicitors of all parties for the purposes of this appeal, and to the skill and care with which the respective arguments, both written and oral, were advanced in this case, which has raised some issues of considerable complexity. Moreover, by a sensible division of labour in terms of presentation of the arguments, the hearing itself was assisted in being kept within the 3-day time estimate allocated to it. We also wish to pay tribute to the most helpful and convenient way in which the various appeal bundles were presented and in which all parties cooperated, although we gather that particular credit is due to Mr. de la Poa in this regard. We should say something about the lapse of time which has occurred before these appeals came on for hearing. It is wholly exceptional that an appeal against conviction comes on for hearing before the Court of Appeal, the Criminal Division, some 5 years after the trial, where the applicants for leave to appeal are lodged shortly after convictions. To a very great extent, the delays have been occasioned by various changes in legal representation for the appellants that have occurred from time to time, and the sheer complexity of aspects of fresh evidence sought to be obtained by the appellant since trial, together with associated funding problems. Further, some of the applications for leave to appeal, whether on the first indictment or the second indictment, had in fact been brought out of time, the necessary extensions therefore being granted. In the event, some grounds were then abandoned at various stages, others added. Directions had been previously given by Hughes L.J., the then Vice President of the Court of Appeal and the Criminal Division, during 2011 and 2012, which were not, for various reasons, fully complied with. Even by the beginning of 2014, the cases were still a long way away from being ready, and indeed only then, by direction of the Register of Criminal Appeals, was the representation order extended to Mr. Slade's new legal team to enable it to instruct voice recognition experts and to prepare the new schedules comprising the CCTV and mobile phone and cell site evidence. Final perfected grounds of appeal, superseding all previous grounds, were lodged by the appellants during the course of 2014. Further directions were given at various stages during the year by this court designed to ensure that the matter came on for hearing in a properly prepared state by the end of the year. In the result, as we have indicated, the cases, as presented, were very well prepared and very well focused. We think it is important to provide some context for the first indictment by briefly summarising the facts relevant to the second indictment, which relate to a period of time to some extent spanning or preceding the relevant period for the first indictment. To do so will also help explain why the trial judge described Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter as Premier League criminals. Put shortly, the position was this. Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were undisputably close associates. Between January 2007 and March 2008, they conspired to rob drivers and guards of cash in transit vans. A number of premises were targeted. Cars were stolen to assist in their activities, and they engaged in frequent surveillances of target sites or deliveries. That constituted the count of conspiracy to rob, which was count 1. On the 8th of March 2006, a stolen low loader blocked the path of a securities cash in transit van just before it reached its depot in Woolston near Warrington. A stolen agricultural tractor then repeatedly smashed its loading arm into the van's cash storage compartment. Over £1 million was stolen by men wearing masks and equipment with crowbars. The low loader and the tractor were then set on fire with petrol, and other vehicles were used to effect to get away with the cash. That was count 2. On the 12th of December 2007, a telescopic loader was stolen from a building site. On a later date, it was used to smash a hole in the wall in a post office, at which staff, mainly female, were present. 2 masked men ran through the gap created and terrorised the occupants. 4 security boxes were taken, although £50,000 was left in an open safe. A stolen car was used to effect the getaway. Some 45 minutes later, Mr. Hudson and Mr. Pearman were observed by police to hide the car at a garage in Arncliffe Grange in Leeds. That was count 3. As for count 4, that was a count of conspiracy to rob. The conspirators planned between the 13th of December 2007 and the 21st of January 2008 to rob a Sainsbury's store in Colton Retail Park in Leeds, where it was known that some £500,000 was destined for ATM machines. They were observed engaging in regular surveillance. By January 2008, they had gained access to the roof and thence to an unused part of the premises, and were preparing to smash through it into the ATM room. However, sounds of drilling were heard by staff on the 29th of January 2008, and the police were summoned. The would-be robbers fled, but their activities on the roof area were revealed. Mobile phone and cell site evidence featured prominently at the second trial, as well as observations by police of the accused. It appeared at the first trial Mr. Slade was, through his counsel, to advance his alleged involvement in such activities as charged in the second indictment as a potential explanation for some of the activities which featured in the first trial, and in order to rebut the charge of there being a conspiracy to murder. It was common ground that the matters which ultimately gave rise to the indictment for conspiracy to murder and related charges first came to the attention of the police as a result of the observations kept by the police of the movements of Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, and others associated with them in connection with the suspected serious crime, which revealed the robbery matters. Such surveillance included the use of covert audio and tracking devices placed in cars connected with the appellants or their associates. The prosecution, in fact, identified the intended victim of the alleged conspiracy to murder as a man called Ralph Roberts. He resided in the East End Park area of Leeds. He was also closely connected to a local pub called the White Horse. Mr. Roberts himself had a strong connection with criminal activity and had an extensive criminal record, including for violence. He subsequently refused to cooperate with the police and did not give any evidence at the trial. Mr. Roberts resided at an address in York Road, his home backing on to Dawlish Crescent. He was known frequently to park his car, a silvery green Toyota Aventis outside. On the evening of the 4th of March 2008, in the hours of darkness, 4 men drove up outside Mr. Roberts' home in Dawlish Crescent. They were in a black Audi RS6 car. It had been stolen a considerable time previously. Some of the men got out of the car and smashed the windows of a Vauxhall Vectra car parked in the street, belonging to a man called Mallock. He was the neighbour of Mr. Roberts. Mr. Mallock looked out of the window and saw the RX-6 being driven off at speed. The police had been waiting nearby. They intervened when the sounds of the breaking glass, which were picked up on a covert audio device placed in the RX-6, caused them to think that shots had been fired. In the event, the RS-6 car and the men in it were not apprehended, but the police at the time also surrounded a black Audi A4 car, which previously had been parked in Ivory Crescent with its engine running some 320 metres away from Mr. Roberts' home. At around the time, the RS6 car had been driven up near to Mr. Roberts' house. Inside the A4 car were Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. The evidence was that the A4 car had been driven up to the area at the same time as the RS6 car, and even if not taking an identical route, had been in virtual convoy with it, as the Crown was to put it. The police were armed. When arrested, none of the 3 appellants resisted. No weapon of any kind were found on them or in the A4 car itself. However, subsequent examination showed that within the car were, among other things, a black bin liner bag containing clothing and a pair of binoculars, and a rucksack of a colour and kind Mr. Slade had been observed often to carry, containing dog and cat repellent and a frequency recorder, a Tupperware box containing 4 car keys, an electric fob and a yellow card. Mr. Slade's fingerprints were on the box, gloves, a magnet, a plastic bag containing adhesive straps with 2 blades and a tracker Mach 4 with batteries attached, and which had Mr. Slade's fingerprints and DNA on it. The tracker was found on the rear near side floor where Mr. Pearman had been sitting. When arrested, Mr. Slade, who had been sitting in the front passenger seat, had been observed turning to place something at the feet of where Mr. Pearman had been sitting. The appellants were taken to separate police stations. A mobile phone attributed to Mr. Baxter was found in the car, and mobile phones were also seized from Mr. Slade and Mr. Pearman. All had their batteries removed, and, as the Crown was to say, with the perceived view of frustrating any subsequent cell site analysis. In this regard, there was evidence that Mr. Pearman, from previous criminal proceedings, had had experience of the use of such cell site evidence. Further, a mobile phone jammer and other anti-avoidance materials were subsequently found at Mr. Slade's house, and there was evidence of accessing by computers belonging to Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter of anti-avoidance and anti-jamming techniques. Literature relating to the mobile phone jamming was also found in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML car. At 1923, before the windows of Mr. Mallock's car was smashed, the police had alerted Mr. Roberts, and he had fled the area. At 1942, after the smashing of the car windows of Mr. Mullock's car, the RS6 had been observed to stop at Rushwood Gardens nearby. A young witness saw 4 men get out of the car. A man on a motorcycle then drove up. The driver of the RS6 gave him something bulky, which had been hidden under his jacket, got onto the motorcycle, and the motorcycle was then driven away. The remaining 3 men were seen and heard by witnesses to be arguing. One was heard to say the words to the effect, "My DNA and fingerprints are all over it." The RS6 was then set alight with petrol before the 3 men ran off. Subsequent examination of the burned out RS6 showed it to be a stolen car. Its number plates had been removed. In their place were double-sided adhesive strips, similar, although not identical, to those found in the bag in the A4. A magnetic disc was found in the debris, and a like kind to that fixed to the tracker, the Mach 4, found in the rear near side footwell of the A4. The Crown's case was that the men in the RS6 were operating in conjunction with the appellants in the A4, which had been borrowed from a car leasing firm that very day. The actual period of the alleged conspiracy to murder was stated to be from the 21st of January to the 4th of March 2008. The Crown's case was that the plan was to lure Mr. Roberts into the street when the car windows were smashed. when he would then be killed. An alternative suggestion by the Crown was that, at the least, Mr. Roberts was to be lured into the street or otherwise distracted with a view to the tracker being affixed to Mr. Roberts' car in order to assist with his subsequent killing. The Crown's case had a number of strands. Apart from clear evidence of association between the three appellants, a considerable amount of evidence was adduced which was designed to show that they were associated with the RS6. The car had been stolen on the 27th of September 2005 from an address in Leeds. Its identity thereafter was variously changed by the application of two sets of clone number plates, lawfully registered to the other Audi RS6 cars. There was an abundance of evidence to link the appellants to the RS6 in 2007. Police observation also showed that the RS6 had been kept at various locations, including two lock-up garages in Arncliffe Grange and Unit 9, Riffer Business Park at 6 Primrose Court in Primley Park View, and Highthorn Court on Shadwell Lane. Recording devices had been installed by the police at these locations for the purposes of the investigations connected with the suspected serious crime, as well as at other locations. Further tracking and recording devices were covertly affixed by the police to the RS6, and also to a Peugeot and a BMW connected to the appellants. Although there had been observations on a number of occasions of Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter in the RS6 on false plates, up until the end of 2007, there was no such observations maintained by police thereafter. However, Mr. Baxter was, on an occasion, on the 26th of February 2008, observed in his Mercedes ML car parked a few metres away from the RS6, itself parked at Primrose Court. Further, when the Mercedes ML was subsequently searched following arrest of the appellants, a key to the lock-up garage in Arncliffe Grange was found in it. All three appellants were linked to the lock-up garage in Riffer Business Park, where the RS6 had from time to time been kept. Mr. Pearman's fingerprints were on the tenancy agreement for the unit. A key to the garage padlock was found in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML, along with other keys. A box found in the A4 car, on which were Mr. Slade's fingerprints, was a fob for a roller door of a garage at Rifter Business Park. Another vehicle connected both to the RS6 and to the appellants was a Toyota Hiace van. That vehicle had been brought for cash on the 9th of August 2007 by two men who wore motorcycle helmets throughout the acquisition transaction. A false name and address were given for the buyer. Thereafter, the vehicle was extensively adapted in a manner consistent with an intended use for surveillance. The Crown's case was that this was done at the behest of Mr. Slade, that accorded with the manual for such vehicle surveillance adaptations found in Mr. Slade's Lincoln car at his home after his arrest. The search of Mr. Slade's house, as we have said, also found other items such as a mobile phone jammer. In addition, it may be added to a bulletproof vest which was found under his bed. The Toyota Hiace was operated under false plates, cloned to authenticate plates of another Toyota Hiace lawfully kept by its owner in Merseyside. A false plate fixed by magnet to the vehicle was in due course found to have Mr. Pearman's prints on it. In addition, a key to the Toyota Hiace was later found in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML. Further, there was evidence that the vehicle had been observed on a significant number of occasions to have been used by all three appellants. On occasions in 2007, moreover, the Toyota Hiace was observed in a convoy with the RS6 with Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, if not Mr. Slade also inside. Latterly, on the 1st of March 2008, the Toyota Hiace with the three men inside it drove repeatedly and slowly around a number of streets in the East End Park area, including Dawlish Crescent and an area close to the White Horse pub. It was then driven to Swarcliffe, where Mr. Pearman lived. On the 3rd of March 2008 in the evening, three men against the appellants of the Crown's case were in the Toyota Hiace in the Dawlish Crescent area. They were under police observation. Two of the men in the vehicle got out of the Toyota Hiace and walked around wearing hats and with their faces concealed by scarves. A considerable amount of time at trial was devoted to evidence of mobile phone use and cell site analysis. Detailed and complex schedules were prepared. A number of mobile phones variously attributed to Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were subject to such analysis. It is not necessary for present purposes to go into details, although we will have to come back to the point when considering Mr. Vullow's submissions. Suffice it is here to say that the Crown's case at trial was that such evidence was consistent with the alleged conspiracy, and that the cell site analysis and tracker evidence accorded with the movements of the appellants in furtherance of that alleged conspiracy. It was necessarily accepted that the cell site evidence could only show the approximate location of the phone in question. It could not necessarily identify the individual with such a phone. The Crown also adduced evidence of the recordings of the CCTV cameras at Mr. Slade's house, of which there were 4 with a centralised control. These showed, amongst other things, Mr. Slade during this period being variously picked up and dropped off at 2 Sandmoor Drive by the Mercedes ML associated with Mr. Baxter. In this regard, the evidence gave rise to an important issue. Police evidence was adduced relating to their attendance at 2 Sandmoor Drive later on the 4th of March 2008, after the appellants had been arrested. That evidence, if not entirely precise, established that on that date the clock on Mr. Slade's CCTV showed a time some 22 minutes slower than real time. That matter played an important part in the trial, and has in turn played an important part in the arguments before us. The CCTV evidence taken from the cameras at Mr. Slade's house in Sandmoor Drive was to the effect that Mr. Baxter, in the Mercedes ML car, would regularly pick up Mr. Slade, with Mr. Slade often taking with him a rucksack and a bag, and then return him in the same car sometime later. It was common ground at the trial, as we were told, that the Mercedes MR was always being driven by Mr. Baxter. A very important part of the Crown's case trial also related to covert audio recordings by probe of conversations between the male occupants of the RS6 car on various occasions in the conspiracy period. The Crown's case was that such conversations were variously to be attributed to Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, and also on 2 occasions Mr. Slade. In brief summary, during the days of the alleged conspiracy, the position was this. On Friday the 22nd of February 2008, there was a regular phone contact between Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. The RS6 was observed to leave Primrose Court, where it had been parked, at 1910. There were, as recorded by the probe, conversations between the men in the car, asserted by the Crown to be Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, but disputed by the defence. There were discussions, as recorded, suggestive of a gun being stored at Fir Tree Woods, an area in which the appellants had links. At 1950, the car had entered the East End Park area and toured around. At one stage, one of the men, said by the Crown to be Mr. Pearman, said, "Den's fucking about. All we were supposed to do was grab the fucker." The Crown's case was that the reference to Den was a reference to Dennis Slade. At 1953, the CCTV cameras at Dennis Slade's home on the CCTV clock timing showed Mr. Slade being dropped off at his home in Sandmoor Drive by the Mercedes ML. On Saturday the 23rd of February 2008, there were further contacts between the appellant's phones. The RS6 was driven away from Primrose Court at 1813. Then there were no such calls. After going to Fir Trees, the car started to tour around the East End Park area at 1850. There were 2 men inside the car. They were said by the Crown to be Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. The men were recorded as referring to looking for something silvery green, which was in fact the colour of Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventus. There was also reference to waiting near a house, said by the Crown to be Mr. Roberts' house. There was then recorded a conversation which plainly indicated the presence of a gun in the car. There was a reference to cocking the gun, with recorded clicking sounds, and a request from one man to another not to point it, and to avoid blowing holes in the back of the seats. There was also a reference to a man called Damon seeing the car. The Crown's case was that he was Damon Tremble, who lived on the Fir Trees estate, an associate who was either in another car or in the street acting as a lookout or backup. There was effectively unchallenged evidence from an expert called by the prosecution that all this recorded conversation was consistent with the presence in the car of a double-barreled sawn-off shotgun. There was evidence that the RS6 continued touring the area that evening. At one stage, as the tracker indicated, it stopped at Dawlish Crescent at 1912. And then did so again later. One of the men was recorded as, amongst other things, referring to no one would know the weapon if they were stood here. Another said, we'll just have to keep coming every effing night because the clocks are due to go forward, aren't they? On Sunday the 24th of February 2008, the RS6 was collected at 1744. Mr. Slade was picked up from his home by Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML at 1802, according to the timing on the CCTV. From 1813, the RS6 toured around the East End Park area. It stopped at Dawlish Crescent for some 12 minutes. There were then clicking sounds recorded and a reference to hiding it. The car drove off and then returned to Dawlish Crescent. There was reference to that's his house over there, and the car drove off. At one stage, at 8 o'clock, a car door was heard to open and close. According to the Crown, Mr. Slade, previously picked up by Mr. Baxter at 1802 on the CCTV time, was then in the car with Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. A voice attributed by the Crown to Mr. Slade was heard to say, "Can't believe we didn't have the thingy, he's straight out of that house." A voice attributed to Mr. Pearman then said, "Only time we didn't have it with us, man." The RS6 was returned to Primrose Court at 2056, having travelled via Fairtrees. Mr. Slade, according to the timing on his CCTV, was dropped back at his house at 2142. On Monday the 25th of February, the Mercedes ML collected Mr. Slade carrying a blue bag and a bin liner at 1656 from Sandmoor Drive, according to the CCTV timing. The RS6 was in Fairtrees area that evening. Recorded conversations said to be Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were suggestive of an anxious search by someone for something concealed in a wood. The Crown said it was a gun. The RS6 was said to be occupied by Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, then drove to Dawlish Crescent, arriving at 1921. There were recorded references to cartridges and their colours and weight of the shot and so on. Undisputed expert evidence indicated that the remarks could only be suggestive of a conversation about shotguns and cartridges, with the heaviest weight of shot. The car drove around. There was a reference to the associates, including Damon. At a later stage, the car drove outside a pub. One voice said to a man on the phone, "Now, when he comes out, see if his bird and that's with him." There was another conversation indicative of a gun having jammed. A voice attributed to Mr. Baxter said, "Don't know how lucky they have been." Another voice said, "Wrap it up, don't touch it," and "fucking lethal that though." The RS6 was then returned to Primrose Court. Mr. Slade was observed to return to his home later with the bin bag liner. On the 26th of February, Mr. Baxter was seen parked in his Mercedes ML at around 15:30, very close to the RS6 at Primrose Court. The Crown was to say that he was checking on the RS6. The defence suggestion was that he may have simply been taking a shortcut on that particular journey. At 18:30, according to Mr. Slade's CCTV, he was collected from Sandmoor Drive by Mr. Baxter in the Mercedes ML. At that stage, the tracker evidence indicated that in fact the RS6 was, if the CCTV time was right, at East End Park, or if 22 minutes slow, it was in the centre of Leeds. The Crown's case had been that the RS6 had been tailing Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventis that evening. At 1844, the RS6 was in the Eastgate area of Leeds. According to the Crown, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were in it. Recorded conversations of the men in the car and the automated number plate recognition camera identifications were suggestive of Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventis being followed by the RS6. There were then calls between the phones of Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter at this stage, which the defence said was entirely inconsistent with them being in the car together. The prosecution was to suggest that their phones were not in the car, even though Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, on their case, were, and that the phones were being used by others. There were also texts from that evening from 1938 from Mr. Baxter's phone to a lady named Div, indicated from the evidence of the person with the phone not being in the RS6. It was said by the prosecution that later on Mr. Slade got into the RS6, Mr. Roberts having been lost. A voice attributed by the Crown to be Mr. Slade is heard saying, "Fucking bastard, I wish we'd clipped this one last night, know what I mean?" He went on, "I think the best thing to do, Rich." The Crown say he was talking to Richard Pearman. A defence disputed by the word Rich, as opposed to mate, had been used at all. The car was then parked for the night at Primrose Court. Mr. Slade himself was returned home at a later stage in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML. On Wednesday the 27th of February 2008, Mr. Slade was picked up at Sandmore Drive according to the time on the CCTV by the Mercedes ML at 16:43. At around 18:30, the RS6 entered the East End Park area. According to the Crown, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were in it. As it entered Dawless Crescent, there were sounds and conversations indicating that a gun was in the car and that there were difficulties with it jamming. A voice attributed by the Crown to be Mr. Baxter said, "I didn't know you were going to fucking kill the cunt. You didn't tell me that, did you?" The answer attributed to Mr. Pearman was, "He wants him, didn't he?" A little later, the voice attributed to Mr. Baxter said, "I'm not bothered as long as you didn't thingy the I thought you were going to give him one." The prosecution said that all this plainly showed an intention to kill, and that the actions were instructed by another, Mr. Slade, as it is said. The RS6 was parked in Primrose Court at 1956. It remained there until the 2nd of March. According to the CCTV timing, Mr. Slade returned home with a blue bag at 23:06. On the 28th and 29th of February, the RS6 was not used. On Saturday the 1st of March 2008, the RS6 was again not used. However, the Toyota Hiace, with 3 men in it, the appellants, as the prosecution said, was used, as we have mentioned previously, as the prosecution said, in place of the RS6. There was also much telephone traffic that day between the appellants' phones, although not when the Toyota Hiace was in use by the 3 men. On Saturday the 2nd of March 2008, the RS6 was not used in the daytime. However, in the evening, the associate of the appellants, called Damon Tremble, with another man, drove in Hudson Silver Audi to Primrose Court, where he jump-started the RS6 and then drove it to Highthorn Court off Shadwell Lane, where at 20:03 it was parked. On Monday the 3rd of March, there were again many calls between the appellants' phones. As we have said, the Toyota Hiace was again in use on this day. The phones then were not being used. Mr. Pearman was identified as the front seat passenger in it at 22:06. According to Mr. Slade's CCTV, Mr. Slade was driven home to Sandmore Drive in Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML at 22:29. This leads up to the final day, the 4th of March 2008, where the appellants were arrested in the circumstances described above. As for the Audi A4 that had not previously featured, it had been collected that day from a company called Yeadham Motors by Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, who had driven to Yeadham Motors in the Mercedes ML in the afternoon. The 3 appellants met at Hollywell Lane, Shadwell, where the Mercedes ML was left. At 19:03, there was a call from Mr. Baxter's phone when the RS6 was being removed from Highthorn Court. The A4 was then driven to the East End Park area. At around the same time, the RS6 was being driven there, as the Crown was to say, in virtual convoy with the RS6, and also following a similar route to that taken by the Toyota Hiace on the 3rd of March. When interviewed over a number of occasions, Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter made no comment. Mr. Pearman gave answers denying any involvement in any conspiracy to murder. In the course of his answers, he was to say what the prosecution stated was a clear lie, that he did not even know anyone called Damon. As Mr. Greene observed, the appellants conducted a highly tactical defence. Not only did Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter make no comment in the interview, but none of the appellants, as we're told, served any defence statement. After they had failed in their submissions of no case to answer, none of them gave any evidence. The position of the appellants at trial was, amongst other things, that neither Mr. Pearman nor Mr. Baxter were shown to be in the RS6 at any stage during the indictment period. Mr. Slade likewise denied being in a RS6 on 2 occasions, the 24th and the 26th of February, when he was said to have been in it. The prosecution necessarily had to concede that none of the appellants were in the RS6 on the evening of the 4th of March 2008, when the windows of Mr. Morlock's car were smashed and the RS6 thereafter burnt. It seems not to have been seriously disputed at trial, at all events on behalf of some of the appellants, that there was ample room for drawing of an inference that the three appellants were engaged in some kind of criminal joint enterprise. The same approach has been pragmatically taken on behalf of all the appellants for the purposes of this appeal. What is stressed by the appellants, however, is that that is not enough. What was alleged by prosecution was conspiracy to murder, with related counts, to which the appellants are alleged to be a party, and it is that which the prosecution had to prove to the criminal standard. The trial commenced on the 19th of May 2009. Much of the prosecution's evidence was directed at mobile phone and cell site analysis, and the tracker and probe evidence, and much evidence also was directed at proving a connection between the three appellants and the RS6 and the Toyota Hiace and associated premises. The only positive case advanced at trial by any of the three appellants by way of explaining their presence in East End Park area in the A4, if not also previously in the Toyota Hiace, was advanced on behalf of Mr. Slade. It was said, although not, of course, said by him in interview, that he was there to collect a debt from a man called Forrest. Mr. Pearman and Mr. Slade were said to be there supporting him, although it seems that they themselves at trial through counsel advanced no such positive case. Mr. Forrest and his partner were called at trial on behalf of Mr. Slade. It would seem that their evidence, for whatever the jury made of it, gave rise to more questions than answers. It was also, for example, left unexplained why, if that were the real explanation, the appellants had various items in the A4 when arrested. There had been no direct evidence of observation of any of the appellants being in the RS6 at the time the various conversations were recorded making reference to a gun, cartridges, and killing. In this regard, however, the Crown adduced the evidence of a voice recognition expert, Mrs. Elizabeth McClelland. Mr. Slade had obtained a report of the voice recognition expert, Mr. Martin Duckworth. Mr. Baxter had obtained a report of Dr. Frederica Holmes, and Mr. Pearman had obtained a report of Professor Peter French, assisted by Mr. Harrison. In the result, neither Mr. Duckworth nor Dr. Holmes was called. As the jury were informed, they had reached an agreed position with Mrs. McClelland. In the case of Mr. Slade, it was stated that, with regard to one recording, Hold All 55, no identification was possible. In other respects, it was agreed that the reports did not conflict. This agreement was made to the effect that sections of the recorded passages for the 26th of February 2008 were consistent with being spoken by Mr. Slade, with, as Mrs. Cleland said, moderately distinctive features. Consistency was, however, such as potentially to extend to thousands of other men's voices. It was stressed at all events by the experts that the opinions had to be used in conjunction with all the other evidence. In the case of Mr. Baxter, the joint finding by reference to the selected recordings was one of consistency. However, Dr. Holmes found no levels of distinctiveness, whereas Miss Cleland found that some features might be regarded as moderately distinctive. As to Mr. Pearman, by the time of his final report, Professor French, in contrast to Mrs. Cleland, found no consistency, and he found it very unlikely that the speaker identified by the Crown as Mr. Pearman was Mr. Pearman, although it was a remote possibility. He gave evidence at trial to that effect. Dr. Fawkes, also in Professor French's consultancy, agreed that it was very unlikely that Mr. Pearman was the speaker in questioning recordings. In the course of cross-examination, Mrs. Cleland, in fact, had seemed to withdraw any attribution of at any rate one of the questioned recordings to Mr. Slade. However, she then withdrew this apparent concession in the re-examination and maintained that there was low-level consistency. She accepted, however, that consistency could mean consistency with thousands of voices. She also accepted that moderate distinctiveness was of limited assistance in voice identification. She further accepted that if independent evidence showed that one of the defendants was not in the car when said to have been speaking on the recording, then that would indicate that such defendant was not speaking then, or on any other occasion attributed to that same defendant by the voice recognition device. Overall, the outcome of her oral evidence was such that Mrs. Cleland's evidence was strongly criticised by the defence. At all events, the prosecution were in no position to say, and did not say that the voice recognition evidence of Mrs. Cleland was in itself, if accepted by the jury, capable of proving the presence of the appellants in the RS6. They also relied on her evidence along with all of the other evidence as supporting an inference of such presence on both occasions. We discuss Mrs. Cleland's evidence at trial in more detail later in this judgment. On the 22nd of June 2009, the judge rejected an application to discharge the jury. On the 2nd of August 2009, the judge handed down a written ruling rejecting the appellant's respective submissions, themselves made primarily in writing, of no case to answer. The judge commenced his detailed summing up on the 12th of August 2009. By that time, the jury were reduced to 10 in number. As we have said, the jury convicted on the 20th of August 2009. We then turn to the grounds of appeal. We will take them not entirely on the order in which they were presented to us. We are not impressed by this ground. Some 6 weeks after the trial had started, the court was informed through an usher that one of the jurors, Miss Jones, had attended a social function the previous weekend. She there had met Leah Gatt, who she learned was a cousin of Mr. Slade. Mrs. Gatt, when she was told that Mrs. Jones was doing jury service, made reference to the fact that "our Dennis is up." Mrs. Jones then removed herself from the conversation. The judge caused Mrs. Jones to be brought into court. She said that she did not know Mr. Slade or any of the co-accused, but she knew that Mr. Burley, Leah Gatt's father, had been arrested on a number of occasions by her own father-in-law, a police inspector. She had not previously realised that Mr. Slade was part of the Burley family. She also said that she knew that Mr. Burley's son, Leah Gatt's brother, had been shot dead. She made clear that she was not comfortable with remaining on the jury. She was asked if she had anything to say about this to the other jury members. She said that 3 of them had asked why she was subdued, and she said she couldn't really speak about it, although one of them had been pressing, and she had answered that somebody she knew was the cousin of one of the defendants. On further questioning, she indicated that she had mentioned Mr. Burley to 3 of the jurors, and had said how his son had died and that he had been arrested by her father-in-law. The judge then, after discussion with the counsel, had all of the other jurors brought to court individually, not as a group, and questioned each of them about what they had heard from Mrs. Jones. One said that Mrs. Jones had just mentioned that her friend was related to the defendant, presumably Mr. Slade. Another said Mrs. Jones had mentioned a friend whose cousin was on trial. That juror had only overheard part of the conversation and confirmed that he had heard nothing to compromise his position as a juror. The other jurors said that they had heard nothing at all from Mr. Jones. One had heard her say that a friend of hers was related to Mr. Slade, but nothing else. Another again had overheard part of the conversation in which Mrs. Jones had mentioned something about a friend or possibly a cousin. The judge was then invited to discharge the entire jury, he having already agreed to discharge Mrs. Jones. He declined to do so. He found that none of the remaining jurors knew anything to disadvantage the defendants. The judge said that he was entirely satisfied that the remaining jurors had in no way been tainted, either directly or indirectly, by anything that they should not know. Mr. Vaughan, who led the appellant's arguments on this point, said that there was an appearance of bias, given that the circumstances and applying the test set out in Khan Hanif 2008. He also submitted that the account that Mrs. Jones had given to the judge was not reconcilable with the account given by the jurors, and that on Mrs. Jones' account, at least 3 other jurors knew what she knew, in particular about the Burley family, its criminal involvement, and the connection with Mr. Slade. We reject this argument. The judge had questioned all the jurors in the light of what Mrs. Jones had said. He was entirely satisfied, having regard to their answers, that they in fact knew nothing potentially adverse to the defendants. In our judgment, he was entitled to draw a conclusion on the evidence which he had heard. In consequence, he was entitled in his direction to decline to dismiss the entire jury. This ground accordingly fails. In the course of directions given earlier in 2014, this court had, in order to achieve finality and clarity, directed the appellants to lodge final perfected grounds, superseding all previous versions of the grounds. This was done. However, shortly before the appeal hearing, Mr. Vaughan indicated that he wished to raise further grounds on behalf of Mr. Baxter. This was to the effect that shortly before the conclusion of the trial on the first indictment, the prosecution had disclosed material in the second indictment proceedings. This related to mobile phone usage and cell site analysis on the part of Mr. Baxter, which the Crown was potentially going to use to demonstrate Mr. Baxter's involvement in robberies and conspiracy to rob. It was set out in the mobile phone and cell site analysis report served by the prosecution. It is now said that this might tend to show that Mr. Baxter was not the kind of person not to use his telephone at relevant times if engaged in conspiracy to murder, and also might tend to show that he was not the kind of man to create a false alibi by giving his phone on occasion to others. This is wholly speculative. Mr. Baxter had not at any stage even pleaded guilty to any count of the second indictment. His eventual pleas were, in fact, very late in the day. Moreover, Mr. Greenery pointed out, Mr. Baxter would have known what use he had made of his mobile phones. He did not need the prosecution to make his case for him. Further, whilst it is asserted that such non-disclosure deprived the defence of an opportunity to decide whether to rely upon the disclosed report at the first trial, it is entirely speculative as to just what reliance could meaningfully have been so placed. Yet further, how such material could meaningfully be deployed at the first trial was problematic on any view. This proposed new ground is perhaps revealing the acutely tactical and opportunistic way in which these appellants ran their cases. At all events, this proposed further ground is entirely lacking in the substance that would have been needed to justify this court even entertaining it at such a late stage. Since it seems to us to be devoid of merit, and since it raises so unacceptably late in the day without proper explanation, we reject it without more ado. We refuse leave to amend the grounds to add to it. As we have said, a submission of no case to answer was made on behalf of all three appellants at the close of the prosecution's case. It seems that the retrospective submissions were made primarily in writing, and this court has seen a number, although not all, of such written submissions as presented to the trial judge. The judge, in due course, rejected the submissions of no case to answer by full written ruling dated the 10th of August 2009. We were addressed at some length of the applicable principles, but there was no real dispute before us about them, and we thus need not enter into a detailed exercise here. The bedrock authority remains Galbraith 1981, in context in particular of a case mainly founded on circumstantial evidence. We were also referred to the decision of a constitution of this court in G&F 2012. In this course of giving the judgment of the court, Atkins LJ reviewed a number of relevant authorities. Having done so, he summarised the position at paragraph 36 of the judgment in this way. We think that the legal position can be summarised as follows. In all cases where a judge is asked to consider a submission of no case to answer, the judge should apply the classic or traditional test set out by Lord Lane CJ in Galbraith, where a key issue in the submission of no case is whether there is sufficient evidence on which a reasonable jury could be entitled to draw an adverse inference against the defendants from a combination of factual circumstances based upon evidence adduced by the prosecution. The exercise of deciding that there is no case to answer does involve the rejection of all realistic possibilities consistent with innocence. However, most importantly, the question is whether a reasonable jury, not all reasonable juries, could, on one possible view of the evidence, be entitled to reach that adverse inference. If a judge concludes that the reasonable jury could be entitled to do so, properly directed on the evidence, putting the prosecution's case at its highest, then the case must continue. If not, it must be withdrawn from the jury. This was accepted before us, for the purposes of this appeal, as a convenient summary of the correct legal approach. That the Crown's case was essentially a circumstantial one is plain. It had, as we have already said, a number of different, albeit linked, strands. The conversations recorded in the RS6 provided evidence to the jury of a conspiracy to kill. As to the questions of whether the appellants were party to such a conspiracy, there were, among other points, these factors. First, there was clear evidence of regular association between Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter. Second, there was an abundance of evidence of association between them with both the RS6, a stolen car frequently used with false number plates, and the Toyota Hiace, a vehicle converted into a surveillance vehicle and frequently used with false number plates, as well as their association with the premises where they were stored, as evidenced by the finding of the fob keys and so on. Third, there was the evidence of their use of the Toyota Hiace, adapted for surveillance purposes, sometimes in conjunction with the RS6. Fourth, there was the evidence of the RS6 being regularly in the East End Park area during the period of the alleged conspiracy, and also, on occasion, being involved in what could only be concluded to be the tailing of Mr. Roberts' Toyota Aventus. Fifth, there was evidence that the Toyota Hiace, with 3 men in it, being in the East End Park area when the RS6 was not being used on the 1st and 3rd of March 2008. Fifth, there was evidence of the A4 in effect to going into the East Park area in what could only be said to be a virtual convoy with the RS6 on the 4th of March 2008 itself. Sixth, there was indisputable evidence that the 3 men were arrested in the A4 on that date when just parked 320 meters or so from and at the same time as the incident involving the men in the RS6 car damaging Mr. Morlock's car in the street outside Mr. Roberts' house. Seventh, there was evidence of trackers, magnets, and other potentially incriminating items found in the A4 car at the time, along with mobile phones with the batteries removed. Eighth, there was the conduct of the 4 men in the RS6 burning the car and then departing in circumstances witnessed by the boy. Ninth, Mr. Slade and Mr. Baxter gave no comment interviews. There were various other matters as well, which we need not rehearse here. An important feature of the Crown's case, of course, necessarily was the content of the conversations recorded by the probe of the men inside the RS6 on various occasions in this period. As we have summarised above, this was of no particular importance, because the Crown's primary case was not, of course, simply in some unspecified form of criminal joint enterprise or conspiracy. The Crown's case was that the 3 men were engaged in criminal conspiracy to murder, the postulated victim being Mr. Roberts. In this regard, the recorded conversations, with their reference to the gun, to clipping, and the gun jamming, and the heavy-duty cartridges, and so on, all covered by evidence adduced by the prosecution, spoke for itself. It could properly be inferred that those conversations indicated a conspiracy to murder. Furthermore, there was evidence from those conversations, which the jury could accept, that 2 of the men, as recorded, were acting on instruction of the other. Yet further, there was evidence from these conversations which the jury could accept as reference to Den or to Rich. The appellants at trial were, it is true, in a position to say that there was no direct observation of the appellants in the RS6 after the end of 2007, and no doubt also were in the position to mount an argument that the RS6 was to be regarded as it were, a pool car for general use by the criminal fraternity. But even there, the prosecution were able to point to the observation evidence showing Mr. Pearman at Primley Park View, very close to the RS6 on the evening of the 26th of February 2008, in circumstances where it could be inferred he was checking on it. Given all this, one can certainly see a case for saying that the appellants were parties to a conspiracy to murder, whether or not they themselves variously were actually in the RS6 and actually party to the conversations recorded by the probe as summarised above. But that was not the position advanced by the prosecution at this trial. Its position throughout the trial was that the two men in the RS6 recorded by the probe in this period were Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, joined on the two occasions by Mr. Slade. That was a position founded essentially on the inference. It is true that some support for such a case could be found in the evidence of Mrs. McClelland, if accepted by the jury. But as the prosecution throughout fairly and rightly accepted, such expert evidence could not, even taken at its highest, identify the men in the RS6 on those occasions as the appellants. Her evidence was, in effect, limited to saying that the voices were, in her opinion, consistent with those of Mr. Slade and Mr. Pearman, as well as Mr. Baxter, and with varying degrees of distinctiveness. On her own evidence, the voices could also be consistent with voices of men other than the appellants. The judge recorded in his written ruling that it was a central plank of the prosecution's case that the recorded voices in the RS6 were those of the appellants and crucial to proof of their case against the appellants. He said, of those proportions, they have nailed their flag to that particular mast, nor do they seek to retreat from that position. When this court studied in written submissions of the Crown, advanced at trial in response to the written submissions of no case to answer, it was not entirely obvious to us from them written submissions that the Crown indeed were nailing their flag to that particular mast, even if it certainly was part of the case then being presented and had been the basis on which the case was opened. However, Mr. Greenery told us, with commendable candour and fairness, that correctly described the position. He confirmed that it was indeed a central plank of the case being advanced at trial, and no alternative position was being advanced. The judge's description of the position thus was accurate. Accordingly, as it seems to us, as a matter of fairness, the question of whether or not the submission of no case to answer was rightly rejected by the judge has to be assessed by reference to the case then being advanced, which case included the proposition that the three voices in the RS6 were those of the appellants. That it may not, in truth, have been critical to establish a case against the appellants on that particular basis is thus, for present purposes, neither here nor there. If what was being presented to the jury by the prosecution as crucial to the proof of its case did not, on analysis, represent the conclusion properly open to the jury on the evidence, then, as we see it, the submission of no case to answer had to be decided accordingly. It thus follows that it is not for the court, in the circumstances of these particular appeals, and in assessing whether or not these particular convictions were safe, to approach the matter on an alternative basis, viz. That actual presence of the appellants in the RS6 on the disputed occasions was not, in truth, necessarily crucial to the prosecution's case, which was not advanced to the trial judge by the prosecution, and which was not in accordance with any way the case was in fact conducted at trial. Nor did Mr. Greenery, for the purposes of the present argument, seek to contend otherwise before us. He maintained that, taking all the evidence as a whole, there was indeed evidence from which a reasonable jury could properly and safely infer that the men recorded on these occasions in the RS6 by the probe were Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter, and also, on two occasions, Mr. Slade. But we also add this: the judge's task was to assess the submission of no case to answer by reference to the arguments addressed to him and to the evidence thus deployed so far at trial. There was, in our view, no obligation on the judge to review for himself all of the evidence in order to see if there was yet any other possible arguments or evidential points available to the appellants. Even if they were not, then actually advancing them in support of the submissions of a no case to answer. We say this because, as we will come on to identify further, aspects of the submissions made to us, notably those of Mr. Vullo, undoubtedly involved an analysis of the materials and a much wider ranging factual appraisal, and in some respects deployment of factual matters not raised at trial, which went well beyond the analysis and the argument undertaken on behalf of the appellants before the trial judge on the submissions of no case to answer. We should, however, make it clear that no ground of appeal is advanced before us based on inadequate representation by trial counsel. Indeed, any such suggestion was in terms disclaimed. That said, therefore, we turn to assess whether the judge could properly conclude that there was a basis whereby a reasonable jury could properly accept what was being put forward as a central plank of the prosecution's case, and could properly reject any of the contrary conclusions. It is a reasonable starting point to note that the evidence was on any view that others also had been associated with the RS6 at this time, for example, in various of its movements and parking activities. Moreover, self-evidently, there were 4 other RS6s engaged in events outside Mr. Roberts' house on the 4th of March 2008 itself, because the appellants were themselves at the time parked nearby in an A4. No doubt it was for this reason that the conspiracy particularized on the indictment alleged of a conspiracy between the appellants and the persons unknown. On this central plank of the prosecution's case, the arguments advanced before the trial judge on behalf of the appellants, as reflected in written submissions made in particular on behalf of Mr. Baxter, which we have seen, came to this. It was said that no jury could properly or safely infer that the 2 men, or on the 2 occasions 3 men, in the RS6, as recorded variously on the probe, were the appellants. On the contrary, the evidence rebutted such an inference, or at least was consistent with contrary inference. Further, it was said that without evidence to show that Mr. Baxter, and by extension the others, was one of those recorded by the probe, the count of conspiracy to murder and the related counts must fail, as there is no other evidence. So it was asserted to show that Mr. Baxter and the others had knowledge of the recorded agreement to kill.
The essential points open to be made were as follows. The analysis of the CCTV footage of 2 Sandmore Drive and its timings on the footing that it throughout was 22 minutes slower than real time was such that on the 22nd, 24th and 26th of February 2008, Mr. Baxter could not have been in the RS6 at the relevant times. Further, that potentially impacted on the alleged presence of Mr. Slade in the RS6 on the 24th and the 26th of February 2008. Linked to this point was an analysis of the mobile phone cell site tracker evidence, which indicated, so it was said, that on certain of the occasions when the appellants were on the prosecution's case in the RX6 having a conversation, they, or at all events Mr. Baxter, could not have been there. Thus, it was further submitted that whereas in many respects no calls were made, for the most part, between the phones of the 3 men when the RS6 was being operated in the relevant period, or when the Toyota Hiace was being operated on the 1st and the 3rd of March 2008. There were no such calls, the Crown said. Just because the appellants were together in the relevant vehicles, that could not be said, for example, on the 24th and 26th of February 2008, when relevant phones were, as it was said, elsewhere from the RS6 at relevant times and calls made which were not consistent with them, or at least Mr. Baxter being in the RS6 at the time. Again, linked to this point was the evidence showing text discussions between Mr. Baxter and Div, a girlfriend, in particular on the 26th of February and the 1st of March 2008. These were such that it was said he could not have been in the relevant vehicle at the relevant time, since the phone was tracked by cell site evidence to a location miles away. Further, the tone and content between the conversations was such that it was submitted it realistically could only be Mr. Baxter having a conversation with Div. It was thus fanciful to suggest, as it was submitted, that the phone had been given to someone else. The more so when there had been similar text conversations with Div on such a phone on other occasions when no alibi was needed on any view. An analysis of a computer at Mr. Baxter's home showed that on the 23rd of February 2008, the computer was used between 1912 and 1935 to access a web page entitled Cute Blonde Jaw Dropper. It was also used to watch police chases and car crashes on YouTube, but this was precisely at the time when, according to the prosecution, Mr. Baxter was with Mr. Pearman in the RS6 in the East End Park area. There was a further point available to the defence on the CCTV timings. Even if the inference was not that the CCTV timings were consistently 22 minutes slow,
as they argued, then they could alternatively say that the timings, if reflected in real time, still, on occasion, were inconsistent with Mr. Baxter being in the RS6 car alleged. For example, on the 22nd of February 2008, the CCTV camera records Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML dropping Mr. Slade off at 1954. If this was real time, then the RS6 was in the East End Park area at the time, on the tracker evidence. Again, on the 24th of February, the CCTV showed Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML picking up Mr. Slade at 2 Sandmore Drive between 1802 and 1805, when the RS6 is shown on the tracker as being on the A64 in Leeds, a considerable distance away. A similar point arises for the 26th of February 2008. Thus, overall, an inconsistency with the prosecution's case could be said to arise whether the CCTV was consistently 22 minutes slow before the 4th of March 2008. The CCTV was consistently showing real time. Furthermore, if all these points were valid, they would operate to show that no further support could be derived from Mrs. McClelland's voice recognition evidence. As we have said, it was accepted that if the voice recognition expert evidence was controverted by other evidence, it would yield to that evidence. And further, Mrs. McClelland had herself stated the view that the voices were, in her view, the same throughout, and if she was wrong in one instance with regard to the particular male, then she could not be taken as right in the other instances in regard to that male. The judge rejected the arguments advanced to him, preferring the arguments of the prosecution. As to the point about the CCTV timings in this period, he said, "The argument rests on the premise that the CCTV time can be relied upon. It cannot. The only fact that is sure is that following seizure of the CCTV time, it was 23 minutes slow. Therefore, another triable issue is raised retiming on earlier dates." As to the point that the mobile phone cell site analysis showed, for example, relevant phones to be elsewhere at the time of some of the recorded RS6 conversations, taken with the related point concerning the div text from the phone attributed to Mr. Baxter. He describes these points as superficially attractive, but he considered that an explanation could be found in the evidence that the cell site analysis could only show the location of the phone in question. It could not show in whose hands the phone actually was at any given time. He coupled that with the reference to the prosecution point that, as evidenced by the appellant's searches on computers concerning jamming, the removal of batteries from their phones on the 4th of March 2008, and so on, the appellants could be taken as cell site savvy, thus consistent with the phones having been placed in other hands at relevant times. There thus was raised a triable issue as to whether the defendants were in the RS6 at these times. As to the access to Mr. Baxter's computer on the 23rd of February 2008, the judge considered, in the absence of any explanation from Mr. Baxter that could be explicable by reason of, say, a teenager within the house, he reviewed at length all other points raised, and concluded that the submission should be rejected. The appellants submit that the judge was not justified in rejecting the submissions of no case to answer, as he did, and submitted that the central plank of the prosecution's case, as showing the appellants being party to a conspiracy to murder, was indeed not capable of being sufficiently proved. No inference to the exclusion of other inferences could properly be drawn as argued for by the prosecution. In particular, they criticise as wholly inadequate the prosecution's statement to the judge that the CCTV times may or may not correspond with the time shown on the 4th of March, and the judge's approach to the CCTV timing they submitted was tantamount to reversing the burden of proof. Overall, the case should have been withdrawn from the jury, given that the way the prosecution had sought to advance it in trial. We have considered these various points with care. There is no doubt that they are powerful points, and they merited close consideration by the judge himself. In this regard, however, it is necessary to bear in mind that the judge was plainly wholly on top of the evidence as it had emerged during the prosecution's case, which perhaps in part explains the relatively shorthand way in which the appellant's written submissions were presented at trial. It is at all events evident from his full ruling which ran to 34 paragraphs, that he had careful regard to all the submissions made to him. We also bear in mind that Galbraith itself makes clear that matters close to the line of submission of no case to answer can safely be left to the discretion of the judge. We have concluded assessing matters as best we can on the basis of the arguments and materials we now understand to have been put before the judge, that we should not interfere with his ruling. As the judge said, on the evidence adduced at the trial, the only sure fact with regard to the CCTV timings was that on the 4th of March 2008, it was some 22 minutes slow compared to real time. It did not follow as an inference that it must likewise have been 22 minutes slow on each day in the intervening periods between the 21st of February 2008, nor did it follow that it showed the real time on those days earlier. As the jury had heard and could conclude, the appellants were surveillance savvy, and one question the jury could not properly ask themselves in the absence of explanation was as to how and why the CCTV timing at Mr. Slade's house came to be out by 22 minutes on the 4th of March 2008. Further, there had been evidence at trial from the police by DC Leon that when examined in May 2008, the date on the CCTV was then weeks out and the time 13 minutes out, and the jury had no expert evidence of the kind sought to be deployed before us on this appeal by the appellants, as we mention later on, to provide an explanation for that, with the view of showing consistency of the CCTV timings in the indictment period. Similar considerations, in particular by reference to the appellant's surveillance and mobile phones savviness, could be applied to the apparent alibis arising from relevant mobile phones being on occasion elsewhere from the RS6 at the time of some of the critical instances relied upon by the prosecution. When these points are set out in context of all of the many other factors cumulating lending powerful support to the Crown's case, that the appellants were party to a conspiracy to murder Mr. Roberts as set out by the judge, our view on balance is that the judge was entitled to rule as he did. This ground as formulated in this way thus fails, but we have also concluded that cannot, given the circumstances of this particular case, be the end of the matter. What this court ultimately had to consider, after all, is whether these convictions are safe, and we are simply not able to put out of our consideration the impressively powerful presentation by Mr. Vullo, based on the meticulously prepared schedules put before us, correlating the relevant CCTV sightings at 2 Sandmore Drive with the mobile phone cell site evidence and the tracker observation evidence, which we will come to summarise. We have nevertheless deliberated as to whether it is right for us to entertain these points as advanced by Mr. Vullo at all. To a significant extent, the points now advanced to us do make, albeit with much more elaboration, points sought to be advanced to the trial judge on submissions of no case to answer, but also go very much further. For one thing, they focus on the CCTV timings, both on the basis that they were 22 minutes slow throughout, and on the alternative basis that they showed a real time throughout, with a view to positively demonstrating that the CCTV clock was indeed consistently 22 minutes out on each day in the alleged conspiracy period. This was done in much more detail that was advanced to the trial judge, where the defence stance had been confined in effect to arguing for the inference as to the CCTV timings. Further, this exercise was also conducted before us in relation to days, not simply the 22nd, the 24th and the 26th of February 2008, other than those on which the judge had been addressed. This was with a view to, as Mr. Vullo explained, showing a consistent pattern throughout this period as to the CCTV timings, a potentially very important point. A yet further development was deployed by Mr. Vullo, and in one instance Mr. Vaughan, of telling materials which, although based on evidence available at trial, do not appear to have been advanced in evidence or argument before the judge. Thus then, the importance of the one trial principle that the defence should present the best case available to it at trial preclude to having regard to these matters, be they styled fresh arguments or fresh evidence, albeit the evidence on which the arguments to us are based was not fresh. in the sense that it was evidence available at trial, even if not deployed by the defence for these purposes. We have come to the conclusion, however, that as a matter of justice and in the circumstances of this particular case, we should not regard ourselves as so precluded, and that we should have regard to these matters as advanced by Mr. Vullo. Quite simply, the detailed analysis presented to us, coupled with the deployment of the new evidential points not advanced at trial, has persuaded us that the CCTV timing has positively been demonstrated to be some 22 minutes out on each day in the period. The judge's who knows position with regards to the CCTV times taken at the stage of submissions of no case to answer, and then as put to the jury in summing up, has now been shown to have been wrong. When one links that now demonstrated fact, the other arguments that were and remain available, the alibi evidence of the phones, the div text, the accessing of Mr. Baxter's computer at his house on the 25th of February 2008, and as further confirmed by other points advanced to us. In our view, it is established that the central plank of the Crown's case, as advanced in trial, was one that was not available. On all the evidence now before this court, it could not and cannot be proved by the prosecution that Mr. Baxter, if not also the other appellants, variously were in the RS6 discussing the killing of Mr. Roberts, as relied on in the trial. In such circumstances, we have considered it right, in the interest of justice, to receive these matters as advanced to us. If one takes into account the fact that, in due course, the jury were, albeit understandably at the time, directed in the summing up, consistently with the prosecution's case as advanced at trial, that it was open to them to conclude the appellants had been the men recorded on the various occasions in the RS6, and to reject the defense alibi arguments, then the conclusion simply has to be that the convictions are not safe, for that central plank as advanced by the Crown to the jury has been removed. Indeed, that aspect of the Crown's case may, adversely to the appellants, have potentially achieved still greater prominence in the minds of the jury by that stage, given that the prosecution and judges' understandable repeated emphasis on the fact that none of the appellants had given any evidence, or for the most part, answers in interview to provide any explanations. We turn to summarise the points advanced before us by Mr. Vullo, by reference to his schedules, to explain our conclusion in a little more detail. The main focus of the schedules and arguments before us was directed at the movements of Mr. Baxter, but this in turn potentially may impact the position of Mr. Slade, outside whose house Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML is on occasion recorded as arriving or leaving, as the case may be. The position of Mr. Pearman in turn again may be rather different, but Mr. Greenery pragmatically did not seek to argue before us that there could be one outcome for this appeal for one or more of the appellants, but a different outcome for the other appellants. We would pay tribute to the meticulous attention to detail which underpinned Mr. Vullo's compelling analysis, and the schedules prepared to support it, and to the skill and care in which he presented it. The schedule deployed before us are essentially, as we gather, all founded on materials available for use at trial. They relate to each day from the 22nd of February to the 4th of March 2008. They are compiled in the following way. Each schedule sets out for the day in question the details and times recorded on the CCTV at 2 Sandmore Drive. Each schedule, by way of table, then identifies from the telephone records in the evidence at trial any calls made by one or other of the two relevant mobile phones attributed to Mr. Baxter at the time, as actually shown on the CCTV of the attendance of Mr. Baxter in the Mercedes ML at 2 Sandmore Drive. Where there is such a call, there is identified the time the call starts, the cell sites used by that mobile phone to access the network, the end of the call and the duration of the call. The cell sites are plotted on a map so that one can identify the location of the cell sites being accessed. Where a particular cell site has been identified as the best server site for 2 Sandmore Drive, that has also been identified. Each schedule then sets out a second table constructed on the assumption that the CCTV footage timing was running 22 minutes slow on each day. On that assumed basis, times are accordingly attributed to events shown as recorded on the CCTV, which are 22 minutes later than those shown on the first table in the schedule. The table then shows, by reference to the cell site and the mobile phone records, whether the phones attributed to Mr. Baxter were sending or receiving, at the time adjusted by 22 minutes, messages of the type contained in the table with the unadjusted times. Further, on each schedule there is a map showing the plotted and timed positions of the RS6 on each such day, identified either by tracking devices or actual police observation. Finally, there is a table showing times of conversations within the RS6 as recorded by the probe. By this process, and by cross-referencing events recorded on the CCTV at 2 Sandmore Drive at the adjusted times with the cell site mobile phone material, identifying contact by or to phones attributed to Mr. Baxter, there is scarcely any reconciliation on any of the days between the CCTV images showing Mr. Baxter's ML outside or near to 2 Sandmore Drive and the cell sites accessed by the phones attributable to him. By way of contrast, if one then undertakes the same exercise adjusting the CCTV timings by 22 minutes, then the telephone usage relating to Mr. Baxter's phones on each day closely ties in with the events recorded on the CCTV footage. Those phones are, at such adjusted times, then accessing cell sites which are either best server sites for 2 Sandmore Drive or very close to it. Further and more importantly, the pattern is repeated on each day throughout the period, including the 4th of March 2008, when the Crown itself accepted that the CCTV clock timings were 22 minutes out. This had particular importance, as Mr. Vullo observed, because it went beyond the point of relating to phones allegedly providing an alibi on the 24th and 26th of February 2008. In such circumstances, the appellants contend that there is clear evidence compelling a conclusion that the CCTV timings were indeed 22 minutes out on each day during the entire period of the alleged conspiracy. The CCTV timings therefore were neither operated at times they showed as real time, nor were they operating on a persistently erratic basis. A further schedule provided by Mr. Vullo seeks to confirm the point by different means. 2 regular events in the daily routine at 2 Sandmore Drive, as caught on CCTV, are taken. These are the morning school run and the arrival of the cleaner on weekdays. Throughout, there is a broad consistency in these timings. This is accordingly both indicative of there being no deliberate change in the timings of the CCTV recordings, and also indicative of the timing mechanism operated consistently in this period. Yet further, a series of stills taken from the CCTV on the 22nd and 27th of February and the 1st of March 2008 were provided to us. These appear to show Mr. Slade, or once Mr. Baxter, using a mobile phone at or outside 2 Sandmore Drive. The timings of these events, as shown on the CCTV footage, do not match up with the use of the mobile phones attributed to Mr. Slade or Mr. Baxter, but when adjusted by 22 minutes, they do. We thus have concluded that these schedules demonstrated, to our way of thinking, that the internal clock on the CCTV was indeed running consistently some 22 minutes slow on each day throughout the period of the alleged conspiracy. The resulting position can be assessed by taking as examples on the days the 22nd, the 24th and the 26th of February, as detailed on the schedules, on the footing that the CCTV clock was indeed 22 minutes slow. Then, on the 22nd of February 2008, the position becomes as follows. At 2014, the RS6 is tracked down at a location near Red Hall Approach, the time at which the probe is recording a conversation in the RS6 to which the prosecution case, Mr. Baxter was a party. However, at 2015, on the adjusted CCTV timings, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML is shown on the CCTV arriving outside 2 Sandmore Drive, and at 2018, a mobile phone attributed to Mr. Baxter started a call lasting 1 minute 39 seconds, accessing the best serving cell site for 2 Sandmoor Drive. Red Hall approach, as was agreed, is some 6.8 kilometers distance from 2 Sandmoor Drive. The Crown's case, we repeat, as Mr. Greenery confirmed, was that it was Mr. Baxter and no one else who always drove the Mercedes ML. On the 24th of February 2008, the position becomes as follows. Between 1825 and 1833, the RS6 is tracked at or near the A64 York Road at a time when Mr. Baxter is, on the Crown's case, a participant in a conversation in a car recorded by the probe. By 1824 and 1829, as shown on the CCTV, with the adjusted time, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML arrives at and then leaves 2 Sandmoor Drive. The mobile phone cell site records showed 2 phone calls being made from a mobile attributed to Mr. Baxter at 1829 and at 1830, on each occasion accessing the best serving cell site for 2 Sandmoor Drive. The A64 York Road is in the East End Park area, on the other side of Leeds from Sandmoor Drive. On the 26th of February 2008, the position becomes as follows. Between 1845 and 1856, the RS6 is tracked in the vicinity of the A64 York Road, at a time when the probe is recording a conversation in the RS6 in which, on the Crown's case, Mr. Baxter and Mr. Slade are participating. At 1849, however, as shown on the CCTV, with the adjusted time, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML is outside 2 Sandmoor Drive, leaving at 1852. At 1849, a phone attributed to Mr. Baxter, lasting 1 minute 37 seconds, is made accessing the best serving cell site for 2 Sandmoor Drive. We repeat that there is no difference in pattern between the various days in the entirety of this period, including the 4th of March 2008. Yet further, this material was, as Mr. Vullo submitted, to be put in context both of the alibi phone occasions and also of the text from Mr. Baxter's relevant mobile phone to that of Div. On this last point, he relied, as had been on behalf of Mr. Baxter at trial, in particular on these entries relating to the 26th of February 2008, which showed a series of exchanges between 1804 and 1938, when the RS6 was in use, but when the relevant phone was in the location elsewhere than at the location of the RS6, being at or near 2 Sandmoor Drive, as well as such the div text on other dates. In this regard, he was also entitled to reiterate the point which had been made at trial, that the highly personal nature of such text is not readily consistent with anyone other than being Mr. Baxter being the user. Moreover, Mr. Vullo's argument derives support from yet another point. There were available at trial records of automated number plate recognition sightings. Mr. Vaughan, on behalf of Mr. Baxter, submitted that from those, it was demonstrated that on the 24th of February 2008, at 2041, at a time when the RS6 was tracked to the East End Park area, Mr. Baxter's Mercedes ML was in fact identified at a location in Leeds over 5 miles away. This too is evidence of a kind which is available at trial but was not used, perhaps because it was overlooked. But it lends further support to Mr. Vullo's points if further support is needed. Overall, Mr. Greenery had the greatest difficulty in formulating submissions to controvert these points made by Mr. Vullo and as adopted by all counsel for the appellants. In our view, as will be gathered, they will not be controverted. We think it appropriate to deal, nevertheless, with the other grounds advanced. The summing up of the judge was lengthy and detailed. It was clearly structured. It dealt fully with the evidence and the outlined issues. It was a very long way indeed from being a summing up of the crime involving reading out vertebrim, the notes from the judge's notebook or anything like that. At trial, counsel for the appellants nevertheless made objections on the record at the conclusion of the summing up as to its fairness and balance. That objection is maintained before us. We were taken into considerable detail through a number of the passages in summing up. It was complained that in many places it read like a speech for the prosecution. It was said that the judge persistently in the course of the summing up adopted a technique not only of emphasizing and commending the prosecution points, but also when dealing with the defense points designed to refute prosecution points. Ben himself making comments designed to depreciate those defense points, and further did so when summarizing the defense case at the end of summing up. Moreover, he did so, it is said, in trenchant and dismissive terms. It is further complained that the judge dealt with the points strongly relied upon by the defense, the CCTV timings, the alibi phone calls, and so on, in a cursory and dismissive way. It was further observed that, towards the end of summing up, the judge twice said that he was not seeking to undermine the defence's case, a coded acknowledgement, it was suggested, of an appreciation that that is precisely how it may otherwise have been viewed. Particular illustration, it was said, of the unfair comments made, amongst others, can be taken from a passage of the summing up relating to the fact there had been no actual observations made by the police of any of the three appellants being in the RS6 during the days of the alleged conspiracy between the 21st of February and the 4th of March 2008. The judge, as to that, commented, "Obviously, it is an admission in the investigations and observations that the police were doing, and no doubt somebody will be wishing that a camera had been set up long before it was to monitor comings and goings. It is complained that that conveys the inference that had only such observations been made, further incriminating evidence would have emerged. Numerous other passages were also relied upon to similar purport. Given our overall conclusion, we can take these submissions shortly. The judge was here dealing with a highly tactical defense case, where all the indications are that leading counsel for the appellants at trial had perhaps taken the limit what might properly be advanced in closing speeches in the absence of any answers in interviews. Any defense case statements or any evidence at trial from the appellants themselves, and when the prosecution had by then, of course, made its own closing speech and had no further right of response. The judge had to deal with that situation arising. We can accept that some of the passages in the summing up might be in places have been better framed or balanced, or have been put in a somewhat different language. But overall, we are not persuaded that this summing up was unfair or unbalanced to such an extent as to render the convictions unsafe. This ground fails accordingly. Our ultimate conclusion also means that it is strictly unnecessary to deal with the applications formally to adduce fresh evidence, but we think it appropriate to do so. This is not only out of defence to detail of the evidence in which the first instance received by us, and to the careful arguments presented to us on it. It is also because our views may perhaps in some respects be of relevance for wider purposes. The proposed fresh evidence was in each instance expert evidence. The evidence was, as we have indicated, directed at two distinct areas. First, relating to the timings of the internal clock relating to the CCTV system at Mr. Slay's residence at 2 Sandmore Drive. Second, relating to voice recognition. The statutory criteria for admitting fresh evidence are, of course, those set out in S23 of the Criminal Appeal Act of 1968. Ultimately, the court has to consider whether or not it is necessary or expedient of these interests of justice for such evidence to be received. The court is required for this purpose to have regard in particular to matters set out in S23 2 A, B, C, and D. For the purpose of exercising its statutory jurisdiction, the court has to balance two competing principles. The first, to which we have previously alluded, is that the incumbent on the defence to present his whole case at trial, the one trial principle. It is, in general terms, contrary to the proper administration of justice for a defendant to advance on appeal a case different from or other than the case he is able to present at trial. The second, however, is that it is generally abhorrent to the proper administration of justice that the defendant may have been wrongfully convicted. The court also has to weigh these matters and all other relevant matters, including those specified in S23(2) A to D, in deciding whether or not to receive the proposed fresh evidence. At all events, the impression sometimes is that given the appellants and on occasions perhaps, was sometimes given in arguments advanced before us on behalf of the appellants in this case, that if only the fresh evidence may afford a ground for allowing an appeal, then that of itself justifies its reception into evidence. But demonstrably, the consideration has to be wider than that, the ultimate question being whether it is necessary or expedient in the interest of justice to receive the evidence. In the context of the proposed reception of fresh expert evidence, we were referred to a number of authorities. These included with a helpful summary given by Atkins L.J. in Chatu 2012 at paragraph 70 of the judgment. See also Workman 2014 at paragraphs 59 to 63 of the judgment. The observations of the court in those cases, as was not disputed before us, provide a convenient summary of the required approach. Mr. Owen sought to place particular emphasis on the decision of the Privy Council in the case of Lundy 2013. That was a New Zealand case, whereby the underlying principles are broadly comparable to, if not identical to, those set out in S23 of the 1968 Act. It was a striking case in that expert evidence was, in the circumstances of that case, permitted to be received in evidence by the Privy Council, even though its availability had been, for the most part, been known to counsel at trial. Mr. Owen referred in particular to the observations of Lord Kerr at paragraph 120 of his judgment, and to his observations in paragraph 128 that, where the new evidence presents a direct and plausible challenge to one of the central elements of the prosecution's case, this factor, the one trial principle, ceases to be of such importance. Ultimately, however, as we see it, just where the balance lies in assessing what is necessary or expedient in the interest of justice has to be decided by reference to the particular circumstances of each case. And in this regard, as emphasised in Chatu in paragraph 70, the appellate court must, amongst other things, be careful not to allow the trial process unjustifiably to be subverted. The appellant sought to advance as fresh evidence an expert report dated the 28th of July 2014 from Mr. Subdeep Joseph Abraham, a computer crime consultant working with Systems Technology Consultants Limited, SciTech. Mr. Abraham's expertise was not in dispute. He was demonstrably a credible and reliable witness. Mr. Abraham had, in 2014, been asked to perform tests on the CCTV system which had been seized from 2 Sandmore Drive on the 4th of March 2008. It will be recalled that the evidence given at trial was that the entire trial was conducted on the basis that, as at that date, the 4th of March 2008, the CCTV time clock was some 22 minutes slow compared to real time. The tests Mr. Abraham was asked to perform were undertaken with the view to showing that the clock had been similarly slow, that is 22 minutes slow, in the days and weeks before the 4th of March 2008. If that was so, then that, as will be gathered, undetermined the prosecution's case of Mr. Baxter and or Mr. Slade's presence in the RS6 as recorded and corroborated the alibi's arguments advanced by the defence. Thus, this expert evidence was designed in this respect to show what Mr. Vuller had set out to show by reference to his schedules. Mr. Abraham received the CCTV system from West Yorkshire Police on the 23rd of June 2014. The system was then checked to see if it was working properly when powered by main electricity, and it was synchronised. Thereafter, it was run from the period between the 16th of July and the 28th of July 2014. It was then assessed for time differentiation and was found to have lost 2 seconds in that 12-day period. Mr. Abraham's calculation was, on that basis, it would take about a year for the CCTV clock to lose 1 minute. He further reported on the pronounced time variations identified on the CCTV system was examined by police in May 2008 as compared to the 4th of March 2008, to the effect that on the 28th of May 2008, the date on the CCTV system when then examined was some 7 weeks out and the time 13 minutes out, as was explained in evidence given at trial by DC Leon. Mr. Abraham said that was to be explained by the CCTV system having been entirely switched off in the interim, and the battery's power in consequence having becoming degraded. He did however agree in cross-examination before us that something must have happened to cause the clock to be 22 minutes late on the 4th of March 2008. For example, as one possibility, interference by the user. The appellants therefore say that Mr. Abraham's evidence is very important evidence. If, as was the unchallenged evidence, the CCTV clock was indeed out by some 22 minutes on the 4th of March 2008, then the evidence of Mr. Abraham goes positively to confirm the defence's case at trial that it would indeed likewise have been out by some 22 minutes in the preceding weeks and days. And if that was so, then such timings, by reference in particular to the CCTV showing Mr. Baxter in his Mercedes ML, variously picking up or dropping off Mr. Slade at 2 Sandmore Drive, demonstrated the defense point that Mr. Baxter and or Mr. Slade simply could not have been in the RS6 on various of the occasions relied upon by the prosecution at trial. That, of course, was precisely the point Mr. Vullo was seeking to make. It is, as we have said, the case that, at trial, the defense has understandably been seeking to make much of the arguments that the CCTV time was, as accepted, some 22 minutes out on the 4th of March 2008, and therefore, so they argued, similarly out as a matter of inference in the preceding 2 weeks. Equally, it is clear that the Crown had not accepted that later point. It is, however, known that the trial defence team on behalf of Mr. Slade in fact had, at the time of trial, already commissioned the report from SciTech that was provided by Mr. Darren Greener and was dated the 4th of June 2009. Mr. Greener, who still works for SciTech, also gave evidence before us, which there is no reason to doubt. Mr. Greener, in his trial report, had, amongst other things, considered the date and time accuracy of the CCTV system retrieved from 2 Sandmore Drive. He said they were only as accurate as the setting applied. He was critical of the police's storage and handling of the system after the seizure. He also noted that at the time of his initial report, the footage from the CCTV system for the relevant period had not been reviewed by SciTech. He suggested further review. This, however, was something he and his team only undertook, as we were told after trial. The consequence of that subsequent review was that 2 breaks in the continuity were noted for on the 1st of February 2008, something Mr. Greener attributed to the overwriting of the footage, since the recording runs continuously and after a period of time of new material overwrites and obliterates earlier material on, as it were, a first in, first out basis. No other breaks in continuity, however, were noted by him or his team in the period of the 1st of February 2008 to the 4th of March 2008. Mr. Greener had been asked to attend the trial. He told us that there was a conference at court with the defence legal team, which included discussion of the 22-minute point, and in the event, he was not required to give evidence. In such circumstances, we are not prepared formally to admit the evidence of Mr. Abraham. The defence were alive at trial to the potential importance of the 22-minute point and the CCTV footage, and Mr. Slade had commissioned a report from Mr. Greener at the time for that purpose. Mr. Greener had not been instructed at the time to make further investigations to which he alluded, nor had he been asked to give evidence at trial. The evidence thus was, or reasonably could have been, available. It was submitted to us that the defence could have properly taken it, and it was said that Mr. Slade's trial counsel did take it, that the Crown was not disputing that the CCTV time was around 22 minutes out throughout the relevant period, but the Crown clearly had not accepted that as a fact. Further, one can envisage that the defence tactically might prefer to make their points, as they did, by reference to inferences which they asserted might be drawn, rather than, for example, exposing Mr. Greener to the possibility of a cross-examination. For example, as to how the CCTV came to be out by 22 minutes on the 4th of March 2008, with a potential suggestion that Mr. Slade, as an end user, and against the background evidence that the appellants were surveillance savvy, could have reprogrammed the clock on each day accordingly. In our view, therefore, it is not necessary or expedient in the interest of justice that Mr. Abraham's evidence be received. This was evidence of a kind available to the defence at the trial, which it elected not to explore further or deploy. In any event, The point sought to be made is now covered by Mr. Vullo's analysis. Indeed, Mr. Owen himself accepts in his written argument that the new Cytex evidence merely confirms the point now being made as to the CCTV timings. We accordingly formally refused the application to receive this evidence from Mr. Abraham. This ground raises issue altogether more complex than the application to reduce the Cytec evidence. It was, and will be gathered, the prosecution's case that men recorded speaking in the car on various occasions were the appellants. In support of that allegation, which is strongly disputed by the appellants, the prosecution, as we have said, adduced expert evidence of Mrs. Cleland as to the voice identification. Expert evidence of this nature commonly involves a comparison of the question sample of recorded speech with recording of a person alleged to be involved in the crime, with a reference sample comprising a recording of what is known to be the voice of the suspect. From that comparison, the expert witness forms an opinion as to how far the two recordings are consistent with having originated from the same speaker. The usual methods of comparison are auditory analysis and acoustic analysis. The former usually involves expert witnesses repeatedly listening to the recording through high-powered headphones and making a judgment. The latter involves the application of computer software to make a computerized analysis, which may include spectrograms of specific sounds and formant measurements, that is, computerized measurement of resonance or areas of high energy in the recorded speech. Mrs. Cleland's methodology used only auditory analysis. She was skeptical about autistic analysis generally, one of her reasons being that she did not believe there would be a sufficient database to enable the expert to know what could be expected of the population as a whole, and therefore was nothing with which reliably to compare the findings in the particular case. She also took the view that formant measurements could not be reliably used and could be misleading when recording concerns had not been made in clear conditions free of interference. She acknowledged that, in this respect, she is in a minority amongst practitioners in the field. The majority use a combination of auditory and acoustic analysis. In Robb 1991, this court held that expert evidence of voice identification based on auditory analysis alone is admissible. In 2002, the Court of Appeal in Northern Ireland took the view that time had moved since the decision of Robb and concluded that jurisdiction, no prosecution should be brought in which one of the planks was voice identification based on auditory analysis alone. See O'Doherty 2003. In England and Wales, however, there has been no similar developments in the law, and in Flynn and St John 2008, a constitution of this court declined to follow the decision of O'Doherty. See in particular paragraph 62 of the judgment of the court given by Gage LJ. Miss Cleland had been provided with copies of some of the recordings made in the RS6, in which the male voices were designated M1, M2, etc. These recordings carried engine traffic and other noises, as well as voices of the speakers. She had also been provided with reference samples of the speech of each of the appellants. Some of these came from police interviews, but reference samples of voices of Mr. Baxter and Mr. Slade also included a recording, Exhibit Holdall 12, which was admitted to be of them speaking in a different vehicle, a Peugeot car. The reference samples of Mr. Pearman included a recording, Holdall 42, of him speaking in a third vehicle, the BMW car. The recordings in the Peugeot and the BMW had been made covertly, and they too carried engine noise and traffic noise. In relation to the voices of the men speaking in the RS6, Mrs. Cleland was asked to consider whether each of the voices designated as M1, M2 and M3 was the same voice in each recording in which it was thought to be heard. She was also asked to consider whether the reference samples of the appellants were phonetically and linguistically consistent with the questioned voices. Mrs. Cleland explained to the jury that forensic voice analysis first entails entailed forming an opinion as to whether the question and reference samples were consistent with the speech having originated from the same person. If so, it then entailed going on to express how closely matched samples were, using a 5-point scale of distinctiveness, ranging from not distinctive to exceptionally distinctive. The distinctiveness scale enabled the expert to consider detailed phonetic and acoustic features over and above the broad consistency which had first been noted. This involved considering, by an intensive listening over many hours, the fine detail of articulation of vowel and consonant sounds, rhythm, pitch, intonation and voice quality, timbre, and making on scale how many of these features and to what extent were judged to be distinctively similar across the reference and question samples. As we have said, it was never the prosecution's case that voice identification evidence alone could prove that a particular appellant was a particular speaker in the RS6. The evidence was put forward only as one aspect of the prosecution case. Mrs. Cleland also made clear at an earlier stage of her evidence in chief that forensic voice analysis could only operate as a freestanding identification of an individual. She said, "It is important to recognize that forensic voice analysis isn't equivalent in any sense to identification evidence form, for instance, DNA or fingerprinting. The conclusions we can reach in terms of voice identification should only be used in conjunction with other evidence as part of the picture. You can't identify an individual solely by using an opinion from a forensic voice analysis." Mrs. Cleland's evidence was that the designation of M1, M2 and M3 was consistent across all the question samples recorded in the RF6. In some of the recordings, the level of background noise was such that she could not form any view about the degree of distinctiveness. Other sections of the recordings were clearer and enabled her to express an opinion of the distinctiveness scale. Her findings in summary were as follows. She found the voice of Mr. Pearman to be consistent with the voice of M1, and in some passages of the recording she assessed it moderately distinctive or distinctive. She also, it may be observed, identified Mr. Pearman's voice with low-level consistency from a brief passage recorded in the RS6 on the 4th of March. But the prosecution accepted that Mr. Pearman was not in the car on that day. She found the voice of Mr. Baxter to be consistent with the voice of M2, and in some passages of the recording she assessed it to be moderately distinctive. She found the voice of Mr. Slade to be consistent with the voice of M3. In relation to one passage, she assessed it as moderately distinctive. In relation to another passage, she initially said that there was a low level of distinctiveness. She then, in cross-examination, withdrew her attribution of that passage on the basis that similarities were at such low level that no identification was possible. However, in re-examination, she said that when she made that concession, she had not been well and was not thinking clearly, and she repeated that there was low-level consistency between the known and questioned voice of Mr. Slade. On behalf of Mr. Pearman, Professor French gave evidence at trial. He has worked in this field for some 25 years and has given expert evidence in many cases. He is an honorary professor in the Department of Language and Linguistics Science in the University of York and the president of the International Association for Forensic Phonetics and Acoustics. His work in this case has been peer-reviewed by his colleagues, Dr. Fawkes, who also gave evidence at the trial. Professor French had used a combination of auditory and acoustic analysis. He regarded Miss Cleland's approach of using auditory analysis alone as no longer acceptable practice. He disagreed with Mrs. Cleland's evidence relating to Mr. Pearman. When he first prepared a report in this case, he found consistency between Mr. Pearman's voice and the voice of M1. However, he subsequently analysed the Holdall 42 recording from the BMW and concluded on the basis of voice quality and phonetic differences, which he explained to the jury, that there was no consistency and that it was very unlikely that Mr. Pearman was the speaker in the RS6. He did not feel able to eliminate him completely. He said that there was a remote possibility that M1 was Mr. Pearman. Neither of the other appellants called any expert evidence on this topic, as we have explained, although the jury were made aware that Mr. Duckworth had been instructed on the behalf of Mr. Slade and Dr. Holmes on behalf of Mr. Baxter. The jury were also made aware that Mr. Duckworth agreed with Mrs. Cleland's attribution of M3 to Mr. Slade in a recording on the 26th of February as moderately distinctive. Dr. Holmes accepted that Mr. Baxter's voice was consistent, but no more than consistent with M2. The judge, in his summing up, gave an appropriate direction to the jury about their approach to this evidence, explaining to them that although they had heard the recordings for themselves, the expert witnesses had the advantage, which the jury could not have, of repeated listening to the recordings on specialised audio equipment. After the trial, Professor French and his colleague Mr. Harrison were instructed to conduct further voice comparisons using automatic speaker recognition (ASR) technology in the form of a system known as BatVox. Initially, they did their work solely in relation to the appellant Mr. Pearman, but they were later instructed also to consider recorded voices said to be those of the other appellants. In their first report on the 1st of June 2012, dealing with Mr. Pearman alone, they concluded that the results of the BatVox tests were 37 or 38 times more likely if M1 was not Mr. Pearman than if was. A new version of the BatVox system then became available. This was used in carrying out tests in relation to all three appellants, in the course of which the whole all 12 recordings from the Peugeot car were used as an additional reference sample. The overall result of their work in relation to Mr. Pearman and Mr. Slade was summarised as followed in their report on the 17th of July 2014. In our view, the voice evidence in respect to these two appellants provides exceptionally strong support for the defence's claim. We consider that Richard Pearman and Dennis Slade can be eliminated with an extremely high degree of confidence. This is effectively a categorical statement of elimination. As to Mr. Baxter, Professor French and Mr. Harrison concluded that he could be eliminated with a fairly high degree of confidence. All three appellants have sought to adduce this evidence as fresh evidence. This court heard the Ben S. evidence from Professor French and Mr. Harrison, as well as evidence from Mr. Alan Hearson, who was called by the respondent. In their submissions as to the considerations which were relevant for the purposes of this Section 23 application, the parties focused on two issues. Was Professor French able at trial to give evidence based on the ASR technology, and was it necessary or expedient for this court to receive the evidence? In their report on the 1st of June 2012, Professor French and Mr. Harrison explained that the ASR systems work on the principle that the individual voices may be distinguished from one another by virtue of vocal tracts, or from which they emanate having different anatomical dimensions or proportions. These differences give rise to acoustic differences, namely differences in the structure or resonance of frequencies found across the speech of individuals. ASR systems take the recorded voices of individuals, perform complex mathematical operations on them, and reduce them into statistical models. A statistical model is then made of the known sample and the question sample, and the two are compared to produce a measure of similarity or difference between them. In order to determine whether the measure is indicative of having come from the same or different speakers, the extracted features are also compared with a set of statistical models from a reference population of other speakers held within the system. Characteristics of the reference population, including gender, language, and recording conditions, should ideally be at the same of those of the suspect recording. The measure of difference or similarity between the compared recordings is expressed by the ASR system and as a likelihood ratio. That is, an expression of the ratio of how likely it is to have been found the voice evidence if the samples were to have come from the same speaker against the likelihood of having found the evidence if they had come from a different person. A likelihood ratio of more than 1 means that the evidence would be more likely to occur if the speaker were the same. A likelihood ratio of less than 1 means that the evidence would more likely occur if they had come from different speakers. Professor French said in evidence that he first acquired BatVox in March or April 2009 and trialled it in July-August that year. He therefore had access to the BatVox system at the time of trial of these appellants. However, he took the view that, at the stage, it had not had sufficient testings with samples of English voices for him to use it in his forensic work. He said that his subsequent testings included tests which showed the BatVox system to be sensitive of regional accents, but without large differences, and further testing in circumstances in which the quality of the sample recording was less clear. The results of those tests and testings of the systems by others led him to regard it as a system which could be used in casework by the end of 2010, the start of 2011. He has not, however, used the system in any of his forensic work other than this case. In their evidence to this court, Professor French and Mr. Harrison explained that the BatVox software which they had used had a database or reference population of 100 male speakers of standard Southern British English, aged 18 to 25, who had been recorded in the form of stimulated police interviews. From that population, the software automatically chose a smaller subset on the basis of their statistical models matching most closely that of the suspect. The subset could be as low as 20, but they had set the system so that a subset of 35 was used. It was not altogether clear from their evidence which 35 sample voices the system chose for comparison with each of the appellants, nor why the figure of 35 was selected. Insofar as the subsets may have differed from one another, at all events, the court has no information as to what the differences were. At trial, it was common ground between Mrs. Cleland and Professor French that voice quality timbre is an important marker of a voice. Professor French told this court that he and his colleague had initially considered that ideally the reference sample should comprise speakers who came, like the appellants, from West Yorkshire, but ultimately they had decided that it was not necessary because the system considered the reference population appropriate for the tasks. Mr. Harrison explained that the software's reference population of 100 is not to be thought of in the same way as the database used for DNA analysis. He said that the purpose of the reference sample is to assess how usual or unusual a feature of speech is, and so to show whether the score is what one would expect as between the questioned and the reference samples. He said that there is no regional variation in vocal tracks, and therefore it was not particularly important to know where the person in reference sample came from. He also said that their work had been peer reviewed and there had been no criticism of the size of reference population. Professor French and his colleague had reported that when 27 different voices were compared with the known voices in the B&W and Peugeot recordings, the system showed a likelihood ratio of less than 1 in 63% of cases, but incorrectly identified the speaker with the likelihood ratio in more than 1 in the other 37%. The report said of this: in summary, the system obtains the correct result for all the same speaker comparisons and for the majority of different speaker comparisons. When it does make an error, it is based towards the false identifications rather than false rejections. In other words, the bias would be towards acceptance of the prosecution rather than the defence's claims. In their second report, Professor French and Mr. Harrison had said that they agree with the view expressed in a research paper by Becker et al. 2012 that owing to possibility of errors made by the ASR systems in specific cases, it is necessary to accompany the ASR analysis with auditory and acoustic phonetic analysis. We would not use an ASR system as a standalone method for comparing speakers in a forensic case. In our view, it should be used in conjunction with a human-based auditory and acoustic phonetic analysis, which is what we have done in this case. In the light of their testing of the system and their use of it in this case, Professor French and Mr. Harrison gave evidence supporting that the use of BatVox, and by extension of ASR systems generally, in conjunction with other methods of analysis, as a reliable means of excluding a suspect's voice from any similarity with a questioned recording. They did not put it forward as capable of making a reliable positive identification of a suspect as the speaker whose voice could be heard in a questioned recording. The suggested advantages of ASR are that it is largely independent of the analysis who operates it, so that two persons processing the same recordings through the system should get the same result, that it produces a numerical estimation of likelihood, and that it compares the voice of the suspect not only with the question recording, but also with the reference population of the system. Neither Professor French nor Mr. Harrison was aware of any research or any academic articles which had concluded that the ASR systems were not reliable for court purposes, and it is said that such systems are used in court proceedings in many other countries. Professor French was asked why he would only use the BATVOX system in conjunction with other forms of analysis, and not as a freestanding method. He said that the BATVOX reflects mathematically the Renaissance characteristics of vocal tracts. That is the only aspect of the voice which is measured. It is possible that two men may have similar vocal tracts, but differ, for example, in accent or pitch. Therefore, use of the ASR alone could give a false hint. He accordingly felt it better to use BATVOX in conjunction with testing of other characteristics which BATVOX was not designed to test. He accepted in cross-examination that whereas in relation to his conventional testings he could explain to the jury what distinctive features he had found, in relation to BATVOX he could only explain that the system identified differences in the geometry of the vocal tracts, but he would not be able to say precisely what those differences were. He also said that some of the different ASR systems are more conservative than others, but he did not know which nor where BATVOX was positioned on that spectrum. It was put to him that this would seem to raise the possibility of different systems producing different results. He accepted that, but he said that he did not expect that one would have one system producing a likelihood ratio below 1 and a different system producing a likelihood ratio above 1 in respect to the same sample. However, he concluded that in one of his tests, which compared the voice of Mr. Harrison with the voice of Mr. Pearman, the result had been a likelihood ratio of 0.8, and he further conceded that he could not say whether the different system might have given, for example, a likelihood ratio of 1.1. Professor French was asked why, in view of the claimed advantages of ASR, he had not used the system in any of his forensic casework apart from this case. He said that in this case, he had reference recordings of the known voices of the appellant speaking in the car. Without those, he would have felt it necessary to do wider testing on generic voices in cars before using the ASR as part of his analysis. In his evidence for the respondent, Mr. Harrison made clear that although he has had many years of experience as a senior lecturer in phonetics in the City University of London, he has very little or no experience of actually using an ASR system. His objections are based on principle, not, as he openly accepted, on the technical knowledge of the machine. His objections therefore relate to all ASR systems. The nub of his objection is that it is asserted that the BATVOX relates to the geometry of the vocal cord, but he regards that as speculation. If it does so relate, then the properties of the vocal cords do not correspond directly to the sounds of speech. He regards the presentation in mathematical form as spurious science and a misleading portrayal of quantitative data. He was not satisfied there had been sufficient testing of the BATVOX system, because a proper evaluation would, in his view, require a comparison of hundreds of speech samples under conditions similar to those in this case. Although he was much criticised by the appellant's counsel on the grounds of lack of objectivity and the lack of expertise in relation to ASR systems, he was, in our view, entitled on the basis of his expertise in the field, generally to set out those objections of principle for the court's consideration. On behalf of the appellants, counsel submitted that the court should receive the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison as fresh evidence pursuant to Section 23 of the 1968 Act, in accordance with the principles conveniently summarised in the case of Mr. Chateau. Counsel submitted that the BATVOX system should be admissible in evidence as an aid to existing methods of voice identification, even if not as a freestanding diagnostic method. They emphasised that the Crown, though well aware of the issues, had not sought to adduce any evidence to contradict the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison as to the reliability of the operation of the system. They submitted that, consistently with Professor French's evidence, it may be that the system cannot be used as a positive identification of the speaker because it cannot express probability by reference to a large database, but it is, they submitted, capable of categoric exclusion. They argued that the evidence shows that, for that purpose, the system picks an appropriate sample and that no evidence had been adduced to the contrary. For the Crown, it was submitted by Mr. Greene that the BatVox system was available to Professor French at the time of the trial. That accordingly, this is not fresh evidence and that the court should uphold the importance of one trial principle. Further, it was the appellants who sought to have this evidence admitted, and it was therefore for them to establish its admissibility, whether or not specific rival evidence was called. Mr. Greene, in addition, put forward a number of reasons why the court should not regard the BatVox system as reliable, and should hold the evidence of the results of using that system to be inadmissible. He argued in particular that the BatVox results are expressed in a form of likelihood ratios, and that no clear basis for asserting that such is appropriate, and he invited the court to conclude that there are far too many variables and uncertainties in the data relied on by Professor French and Mr. Harrison for them to be permitted to express an opinion based on the use of a mathematical formula. In support of this last point, Mr. Greene also relied on the decision of the Constitution of this court in T 2011 1 CR APPR9, in which the issue was raised as to whether it is permissible to use mathematical formula and likelihood ratios based on statistics to arrive at an evaluative opinion in footwear mark cases. The court referred in that case to the permissible use in DNA cases of match of probabilities, not directed to whether DNA came from the suspect, but to the probability of obtaining a match that came from an unknown person who is unrelated to the suspect but has the same profile. The court continued at paragraph 78. However, no case was drawn to our attention which suggests that a mathematical formula is appropriate where it has no proper statistical basis. If there are reliable statistics and data, it would then be necessary to consider how the likelihood ratios should be used and how their use should be explained to the jury. The court then considered the reliability of the statistics and data in relation to footwear. It concluded that there were far too many uncertainties and variables in the data to enable an expert to express an opinion based on a mathematical formula, saying at paragraph 86, "There is no sufficiently reliable data on which the assessment based on data can properly be made for reasons we have given. An attempt to assess the degrees of probability where footwear could have made a mark based on figures relating to distribution is inherently unreliable and gives rise to a verisimilitude of mathematical probability based on data where it is not possible to build that data in a way that enables this to be done. None in truth exists for the reasons we have explained. We are satisfied that in the area of footwear evidence, no attempt can realistically be made in the generality of these cases to use a formula to calculate the probabilities. The practice has no sound basis." That conclusion made it unnecessary for the court to consider how, in the context of footwear impressions, the use of likelihood ratios should be explained to a jury. The court nonetheless referred briefly to Adams' 1996 2 CR APPR 467 and Tahini 1997 1 CR APPR 369 and Adams number 2 1998 1 CR APPR 377. A review of those cases led to the conclusion at paragraph 90 that we turn our conclusions about the aspect of the appeal. We would not think it right to refuse to receive the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison solely on the ground that it was available at the time of trial. We accept the submissions of the appellant's counsel to the effect that it would be unfair to hold it against Professor French that he had taken time to test and research the system before deciding that he could properly use it in its forensic work. For other compelling reasons, however, we do not think it necessary or expedient in the interest of justice to admit the evidence of Professor French and Mr. Harrison, even accepting that their evidence is fresh evidence for the purposes of Section 23 of the 1968 Act. We find a number of areas of concern which lead us to conclude that the appellants have failed in this case to justify the use of a likelihood ratio generated by ASR software as a means of determining voice identification or exclusion. In view of our overall decision on other grounds of appeal, however, it is neither necessary nor appropriate for us to make any definitive ruling in this case as to whether such evidence can be ever admissible, or as to what position might be in the future in the light of any further scientific advance. We must, however, summarise the features of the evidence in this case which have caused us concern. First, we are far from persuaded that the very small reference population selected by the software provides a sufficient basis for a reliable conclusion. T emphasised the importance of a proper statistical basis if the use of likelihood ratios is to be justified. We accept the submission of the Crown that it has not been sufficiently convincingly demonstrated in this appeal that a group of 20 or 30 speakers adequately covers all the possible features of the geometry of human vocal cords. The outcome of the testing, in which a likelihood ratio of more than 1 was incorrectly found in over a third of tests, does not inspire confidence. Professor French gave evidence that he was not troubled by those results because he was not focusing on the use of the system to exclude rather than include a suspect. We do not share that response. Whichever way the error goes, it is an indication of fallibility which has not been satisfactorily explained. In the context of evidence which is said to enable the categorical exclusion of a suspect, on the basis of the comparison with the 20 or 30 speakers whose ages and accents may differ substantially from those of the suspects, such fallibility is troubling. The fact that the ASR systems are, as we were told, used for forensic purposes in other jurisdictions does not resolve those concerns, because we have heard no evidence as to the purpose for which the technology is used in those jurisdictions, and as to whether its use there is subject to any qualifications or limitations. Further, such jurisdictions might have quite different rules to evidence compared to those pertaining in England and Wales. Secondly, in a number of respects, it seems to us that the evidence ultimately amounts to little more than a bare assertion that the software is so designed as to ensure the right results, with no explanation of how the court can be confident that is so. For example, the selection by the software of the subset of voices from the reference population has not been explained, and no clear reason has been shown why the court should simply accept the assertion that the system has made the best choices. It does not seem to us to be a sufficient answer to this concern to say that it is only proposed that the ASR should be used in conjunction with other forms of analysis. In this case, indeed, it is apparent that Professor French was caused to adjust his opinions by the results of the Batvox test, which, in his words, took him beyond his original conclusion that the voice of M1 was very unlikely to be that of Mr. Pearman. It is also apparent that the Batvox results, amounting effectively to categorical exclusion or elimination with a fairly high degree of confidence, were inconsistent with the evidence of Mrs. McClelland and with the views so far as made known to this court of Dr. Holmes and Mr. Duckworth. The court therefore has to consider that it is being asked to admit what in actuality is advanced as decisive evidence, not simply supportive evidence. Thirdly, we are concerned that the counsel for the appellants were unable to give any satisfactory answer to the question of how the evidence of this nature should or could appropriately be presented to a jury. It seems that even a witness as distinguished as Professor French would in reality be telling a jury that the system had produced a certain result with no real explanation of what the features had contributed to that result, and therefore no real scope for cross-examination. How are the jury to evaluate such evidence? What, for example, are the jury to make of the proposition that the results of the Batvox tests are 38 times more likely if the suspect was not the man whose voice can be heard in the question recording than if he was? Are they to regard the 38 times more likely as a significantly high or significantly low? The absence of any satisfactory answer to such questions reflects the fact that the system simply produces a result expressed in a mathematical formula with the attendant danger of a potentially misleading appearance of certainty, but without any explanation of which features or similarities or dissimilarities have contributed to that result. Fourthly, it seems clear from the evidence before this court that different ASR systems may produce different results from testings of the same sample, if only because one system is more conservative than another. The submissions on behalf of the appellants were unable to satisfy us to how a jury should approach such conflict. Lastly, making every allowance for the proper wish to test the system and for the fact that the outcome of this appeal was awaited, it was not clear why Professor French and Mr. Harrison had not thus far used the Batvox system in any other trial or in any other casework, if only for their own purposes and by way of cross-checking on their other analysis. Professor French's answer on this, when raised to him, were, with respect, hesitant, nor was it clear to us why the fortuitous availability of the recordings in the Peugeot car was regarded as a reason to use the system in this case, even though it had not been used in other cases. These troubling features of the evidence suggested a certain lack of confidence in the system, and in particular to the adequacy of the system's own reference population. This is only reinforced by the instance that the evidence based on such a system should only be used in conjunction with other auditory recognition or acoustic evidence. For those reasons, we decline to admit this evidence, which in our view left many important questions unanswered. Although we have rejected many of the points advanced by the appellants, we have, for reasons stated earlier, overall come to our conclusions that these convictions are unsafe. They are therefore quashed. We have bore in mind that the jury were given a separate treatment direction at trial. They were not required to give like verdicts on all accounts. It might be said that, on one view, the handling court relating to the RS6 at all events potentially stood on a different footing from all other counts. Indeed, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter at trial did not make any submissions of no case to answer on that count. But we note that the period specified in the indictment for that count was the same period as that specified for the count of conspiracy to murder. Accordingly, we do not think it right to reach any different conclusion on that count, nor did Mr. Greenery invite us to. We have also bore in mind that most of the new points and arguments addressed to us by reference to the schedules which we have been prepared to receive and accept related primarily to Mr. Baxter, albeit also to some extent by extension to Mr. Slade. At all events, not all of them, by any means, we were directed to Mr. Pearman's position, but understandably in the circumstances, Mr. Greenery, as we have already indicated, did not seek to argue for a different outcome on these appeals as between the three appellants. We will receive the submissions of counsel of any consequential applications or other matters arising from this judgment when it has been handed down. Such submissions will need to extend to dealings with the outstanding appeals against sentence, which also include the appeal of Mr. Hudson. Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter were co-defendants wrongly convicted in August 2009 of conspiracy to commit murder in 2008 in Leeds, England, in addition to charges of criminal damage, arson and handling stolen goods. After their conviction by a jury, Leeds Crown Court Judge Paul Hoffman had sentenced all three to life imprisonment. If the convictions had stood, Mr. Slade would not have been eligible for parole until after serving at least 19 years, whilst Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter would not be eligible for parole until serving at least 17 years. In February 2015, the Court of Appeals, after looking over the case again with a clearer understanding of cell site analysis, as well as an in-depth professional conclusion from the barristers and the forensic specialists had reversed the convictions after deciding that the convictions were unsafe of the three and ordered a retrial. In November 2015, at the retrial, the judge directed the jury to acquit the three defendants of all charges after the prosecution had discontinued its case after presenting evidence for a week during their retrial. The prosecutor told the judge, "We have conducted such a review in this case and have concluded that there is no longer any more evidence to present and therefore any realistic prospect of securing a conviction. Accordingly, we offer no further evidence." Mr. Slade, Mr. Pearman and Mr. Baxter were cleared of conspiracy to commit murder, criminal damage, arson and handling stolen goods. The three defendants still had to remain in prison but would be released much earlier than the original sentence which was given. The three were still serving sentences for convictions of robbery of a transit van in Warrington on March 8, 2006 and robbery of the Cross Gates Post Office in Leeds on December 12, 2007, as well as conspiracy to rob a cash delivery van at the Sainsbury's in Colton, Leeds. The court's appeal decision meant the minimum terms they each had to serve in custody were all significantly reduced. Mr. Slade's minimum term dropped to 10 years, making him eligible to apply to the parole board for release in March 2018. A parole board panel recommended Mr. Slade's release from jail at the hearing the following year. He was released with strict conditions which include wearing an electronically monitored tag. The parole board summary stated, "Evidence was presented regarding successful completion of accredited programs to address offending behavior. These courses had addressed areas including unhelpful thinking, understanding the effect of his actions upon his victims, and the use of violence." The panel heard how well Mr. Slade had demonstrated application of relevant skills and learning whilst in custody. Witnesses described good behaviour in prison, achieving trusted positions through hard work, being motivated to live an offence-free life in future, and that his risk factors and risk of future harm had been addressed through treatment programs. All witnesses present recommended Mr. Slade's release. Mr. Pearman was released from custody following a parole board hearing in July 2017. The parole board confirmed that a direction for Mr. Baxter's release was made in 2016. Soon after his release, Mr. Slade had more than £250,000 confiscated under the Proceeds of Crime Act. Mr. Slade was ordered to pay back the profits of his previous crimes, which were committed over a 3-year period across the north of England. Mr. Slade's confiscation hearing under the Proceeds of Crime Act was finally settled after apparent years of delay. Leeds Crown Court heard Mr. Slade had benefited to the sum of £267,836 as a result of his offending. The court heard that at the time 43-year-old Mr. Slade had assets available to repay the sum in full. The quashing of the convictions of Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter marks the dramatic conclusion of a complex legal battle for the notorious Slade gang, with the elimination of the central plank of the prosecution's case against them. Their custodial terms were slashed, paving the way for their eventual freedom. Now all three men have regained their liberty, released back into society after years of incarnation. For their families, it is a moment of celebration and vindication. To their victims, it may seem an injustice, affirming the gang's elusive infamy. Yet the scale of the saga shows that justice is rarely black and white. Flaws in the original prosecution prompted a spotlight on the case, enabling the appeals process to catalyse their controversial release. The Slade gang case stands as a sobering lesson for the police, prosecutors and courts. It reveals the need for exhaustive evidence gathering, ironclad arguments, and decisions sturdy enough to withstand fierce scrutiny. Most of all, it underlines the vital role of appeals in holding the system accountable. With Dennis Slade, Richard Pearman and Michael Baxter now walking free, the final chapter is written for the notorious Slade gang, but the broader impact remains open-ended, potentially spurring reviews and new debates on British criminal justice's intricate workings.
Around about 8 o'clock, the police find Marcus Cox, our victim, shot in the street. He's got multiple bullet wounds, 4 I'm now led to believe. Now, he's either slipped or he may have been winged with a non-fatal injury. He's gone to the ground, and then the gunman has walked up to him and put at least 3 further shots into him.
We can't have people on the streets of Tottenham, Harsden, Hackney, Lambeth, wherever it is, running around with guns, shooting at people, believing that they run the streets, because at the end of the day they don't. And you know, they might be in a gang, but there's 30,000 in my gang, and we run the streets, not them, in the bottom line. So people want to run around with guns, shooting at people, then we're going to come after them, and when we do, we're not going to give up.
In March 2004, a fatal shooting took place on a busy shopping street in Tottenham, North London. 25-year-old Marcus Cox, a known local gang member, was chased and shot multiple times in broad daylight by 22-year-old Cyril Martin. Mr. Martin made no attempt to deny his actions. In testimony, he claimed that Mr. Cox had previously kidnapped him, robbed him at gunpoint, and demanded £20,000 ransom, whilst threatening to kill him if he didn't comply. Mr. Martin said he brought a gun and body armour because he felt terrified and wanted to protect himself from Mr. Cox. When he encountered Mr. Cox on the street that day, Mr. Martin stated he panicked and his survival instincts took over. Prosecutors characterised the shooting as an execution-style revenge killing, but Mr. Martin's defence attorneys were able to convince the jury it was an act of self-defence in response to credible threats made against Mr. Martin's life by Mr. Cox. While the jury acquitted Mr. Martin of murder, finding him guilty of manslaughter due to provocation, many in the community felt justice had not truly been served. The case highlighted complex ethical issues about limits of self-defense claims and the criminal justice system's ability to address broader social problems underlying the violence. While Mr. Cox had a violence history, was it acceptable for Mr. Martin to shoot him multiple times in public surrounded by innocent people? Can fear for one's life ever justify such vigilantism? The technical legality of self-defense could not erase the moral grey area around proportionality. For witnesses who saw Mr. Cox gunned down in cold blood, the verdict based on Mr. Martin's self-defense rationale left a feeling that justice was incomplete. The case pointed to deeper social problems in communities plagued by crime, poverty, and lack of opportunity. It raised nuanced questions about individual rights, ethics, and self-preservation, and the criminal justice system's limitations in addressing root causes. Ultimately, there were no perfect answers for this tragic situation involving the loss of life, self-defense claims, and broader social factors. The ethical issues resist easy conclusions, but highlight the need to thoughtfully examine our laws and social responsibilities around crime and justice. It provokes reflection on how we can build safer and more just communities through systematic solutions.
Arrested for attempted murder.
In Tottenham, North London on a Friday night, Marcus Cox drove up to a takeaway. He saw a man he knew inside and motioned that he was going to kill him. Both men were carrying guns. The man left the takeaway, drew his gun and chased Marcus Cox's car. Caught in traffic, Cox abandoned his vehicle and ran up the high road, dodging bullets as the man chased and fired at him. Eventually, Marcus Cox tripped and fell.
On Tottenham Highway, someone's just been shot. Will you please come quick? On Tottenham Highway, it hasn't been. Gunshots. 5. The guy in the white hood fell, he slipped, and then the guy just shot him in the back.
Witnesses say the gunman stood over Marcus Cox and shot him at point-blank range. Then he disappeared along Northumberland Park. Marcus Cox died on the pavement, lying on his own unused gun. The police need to trace 2 people, the gunman and his possible accomplice. a man who was seen taking the keys from Cox's abandoned car. Marcus Cox was 25. He was a prominent member of a local gang, the Tottenham Mandem crew. His long criminal record started with burglary when he was just 11. As he was shot by another black man, his murder is dealt with by Trident, an elite squad created in response to the black community's concern about such shootings.
Around about 8 o'clock, the police find Marcus Cox, our victim, shot in the street. He's got multiple bullet wounds, 4 I'm now led to believe. Now, he's either slipped or he may have been winged with a non-fatal injury. He's gone to the ground, and then the gunman has walked up to him and put at least 3 further shots into him.
He had an entry wound to the right-hand side, just under his cheek here, just under his right ear. That bullet appeared to go right through his head, through his mouth, and pop out the other side. We believe, because the bullets come out and then got back in again, as if he was lying on the pavement, it's hit something, ricocheted, and gone back in, and the bullet was found just behind the skin. It's literally gone horizontal across the body. On his left shoulder, there's an entry wound. It's gone through the shoulder, down, straight down, and hit the top of the main vessel above the heart. It's a mess, it's just blown to bits, and that's what would have caused his death.
Detective Sergeant Mark Brooks has worked exclusively on North London crime for the last 12 years.
We can't have people on the streets of Tottenham, Harsden, Hackney, Lambeth, wherever it is, running around with guns, shooting at people, believing that they run the streets. Because at the end of the day they don't, and you know, they might be in a gang, but there's 30,000 in my gang, and we run the streets, not them, in the bottom line. So people want to run around with guns, shooting at people, then we're going to come after them, and when we do, we're not going to give up.
70% of London's shootings are between members of the black communities. In the last 5 years, over 100 young black people have been shot dead. Tottenham in North London is best known for its Premiership football team, but it's also a breeding ground for gun crime. Some black youths are tempted into a gang culture of drugs, money, and guns. The day after Marcus Cox's murder, specialist teams searched the 180-metre stretch of Tottenham High Road where the chase happened. They find 8 bullet casings. 1 bullet hit a phone box, and another a passing car. It was extremely lucky that no one else was hurt. Trident's North London murder team is 33 strong. They search for clues in Marcus Cox's past that might lead to a motive and the killer. As he was a notorious gang member, the list of possible suspects is large and growing. Detective Inspector Scott Wilson leads the case. It's the 35th murder he's investigated in the last 10 years.
It's going to be a very difficult case for the simple reason Marcus did have a criminal background. He had over 70 convictions, and he did have a lot of enemies. He did have a lot of friends, as we know, but he did have a lot of enemies as well. He is a typical Trident victim in as much as he's part of a gang, the Tottenham Mandem crew, which associate with firearms and drugs, and he's quite high profile within that gang structure. So he's not a junior member who's running drugs in the street. He is quite a high profile member of that gang.
Detective Constable Paul Weekly is also on the team. He's a born and bred Londoner who joined the police 12 years ago.
Marcus Cox is well known around the area. He had a liking for violence and into the sort of gang culture around Tottenham, North London. He was quite menacing, to say the least, and the life he led certainly wasn't conducive to living a long life. It's the old saying, you play with fire, you get burnt. But he was his mother's son, and you know, everyone deserves the protection of the law. And therefore, needs to be investigated and will be investigated irrespective of people's history.
Over 60 people saw the shooting, but none can name the gunman or his possible accomplice. Detective Constable Reg Rawding is at the murder scene appealing for more information. A lifelong Spurs fan, he knows the area well.
Were you in this area this time last week?
No, we was in Whitehall.
Were you? Best place?
Yeah.
Have you heard anything about it? Or?
No, not really.
No. So you going for a drink now?
Yeah.
Oh, have one for me, will you?
I will.
Safe journey. That's right. Quite busy, as you can see, but I mean, it's just really being lucky to find the people who may or may not have been here last week. Unfortunately, I haven't spoken to anybody who was actually here. I mean, I've spoken to 2 or 3 people who were here just before or just after, but we will persevere. Hopefully, keep our fingers crossed. It's not raining anyway, that's the main thing. Hello darling, sorry to trouble you.
Yes?
Were you here this time last week?
Yeah, I was in the church.
Safest place in the church.
Oh, yeah. You think so?
I mean, is that where you're going now?
Yeah.
All right, say a prayer for me then. Nice one.
Trident doesn't only investigate shootings. Some of its 350 officers and staff work proactively with the black community to raise public awareness about the gun crime problem. John Coles is head of Trident.
This is the Respect Festival, which is a multicultural festival in Victoria Park in East London. We've got a Trident stand here because obviously it's an opportunity for us to actually get into the young black kids in particular, because Trident's not only about targeting the gunman, it's about trying to prevent young kids getting involved in gun crime in the first place. So we take opportunities to try and, you know, get some face-to-face contact with the kids, because we want them to view us as a friendly face, as well as, if they're a gunman, you know, the fearful face of us. It's just about spreading the word and trying to get people to understand what we're all about. Have you heard of Trident?
What's that?
Trying to stop young black boys shooting each other. What do you think about these people shooting each other?
That's bad.
It is bad, isn't it? So we can't be complacent, and in particular at the moment we're trying to get into the 5, 6, 7-year-old kids, so we divert them away from any likelihood of getting into gun crime in the future. We'll take some of our leaflets, give them to your friends, and give you a bag to put them in. Where do you live? Oh, do you? You come a long way then, across London.
Cheers.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Detective Constable Rod Austin has been with Trident since it began in 2000. He's part of another team that investigates non-fatal shootings in South London.
Gun crime spreading, and it's not just spreading within the black community, because we have got a gun culture. There's no doubt about it. We're simply adopting what's happened in America at the end of the day. People, rather than sort out their problems by arguing or fighting with fists, you know, it's gone one step further, where they want to start looking at where they want to take revenge with guns. And you get black on black shootings where peanuts are paid. I mean, favours are done. You know, just go and shoot him. Or they go and say to some youngster, here's a couple £100 walk round the corner and shoot him for us, and they do it. It's madness, it's absolute madness.
It's 11 a.m. and Rod Austin's been called to a shooting. It's rare. Most shootings happen after dark.
Trident has just received a phone call from... which station is it?
Streatham.
From Streatham police station, to say that there's been a discharge of a firearm. We've got 2 black males. They have an altercation. One pulls out a gun and apparently shoots the other.
Just to run through it, we've got 11:13, a fight at that bus stop there, and there's 2 guys with guns.
Yeah.
One guy's been shot. He's got entry and exit wounds to the right upper thigh.
Right.
We got a Mac-10 in a pink bag.
A Mac-10?
Mac-10.
Jesus.
The Mac-10 is a lethal machine pistol that fires 1,100 rounds a minute. It was the weapon of choice for US Special Forces during the Vietnam War.
Just before you get to the barrel of the weapon, you can see some green tape. There's a small silver object attached to it, and that creates a laser, which will obviously switch on, point at the target, and it'll help them to obviously shoot the right target. Very crudely done, but at the end of the day, relatively effective, because you get the laser sight at the right person, it'll just generally find the right direction.
very lethal weapon.
A second gun was found at the scene, a 9mm pistol. In the past 4 years, Trident has seized over 650 guns in London.
The days where you had the old-fashioned armed robber with the sawn-off shotgun, they tend to have disappeared. They would just pull out the gun for that particular crime, shove it down their trousers or inside their raincoat, go in, do the armed robbery and walk out again. Our people are carrying the guns all the time. They're with them 24 hours a day, so it has to be concealed so that we and the public don't realise they're carrying a gun. Most of the people we deal with use every single type of gun you can imagine, from machine pistols to 38s to 45s to replicas to converted weapons. Everything under the sun. One of the biggest challenges we face at the moment is where the guns are coming from. There's no doubt that some of them have been around for many years. But what we've seen of late are more and more guns that we can't really trace. And there's some suggestions that many are coming from the former Soviet Union, former Yugoslavia, and even current conflicts such as Iraq. But I don't think nationally we've really got a full picture on where some of these guns are now coming from.
It's 5 days since Marcus Cox was gunned down in Tottenham. Some locals in the black community are now coming forward with information. 4 different people have been put up as the gunman. Each had a motive. Trident learned what might have provoked the shooting. 2 nights earlier, Marcus Cox trashed the Jamaican's car after a fight in a snooker hall. The team turns out in force to see if anyone will confirm this story. They succeed. One man who saw the fight gives a statement to Reg Rawding.
He was in a side room with friends playing cards, where all of a sudden the noise level within the snooker club went up as a result of an argument that was ensuing between the victim and another person. They went out to investigate, and within seconds the snooker balls were picked up and were being thrown around the snooker club. About 45 minutes later, the friend that he was playing cards with, Blacker, had his car smashed up outside the snooker club.
Marcus Cox and 4 friends vandalised Blacker's £20,000 BMW parked outside McDonald's. Among London's gangs, this is more than enough to provoke a shooting. The hunt is on for Blacker. Mark Brooks and Paul Wheatley prepare to look for him and his damaged car. There are 5 Trident teams involved in the search.
So, don't want to take any risks, we're just kitting up, just in case he is armed and wants to fight. We're going to go and try and make some luck for ourselves. We've got a couple of addresses, so we're going to go and have a look and see if we can find a BMW now.
Eyes down for a gold.
There's, eyes down for a gold BMW coupe.
There's a book by the winner.
On a Y-Reg.
Now, we have a home address for Blacker, and maybe this vehicle may be somewhere parked in the vicinity.
We have obviously a murderer, or we believe to be a murderer at this stage, which intelligence suggests is a murderer, and he may still have access to that firearm or other firearms. If we locate his vehicle, we need to contain it. So safety in mind first. We'll just contain it and then get the gunships down.
Probably up until 5 years ago, we would have just stepped in and knocked on someone's door, not worrying about our own safety, but the rules have changed now, unfortunately. And it's like when we were at school, we used to fight with fists. Now it's gone through the knife stage, and now it's at guns. So they don't fight fairly.
They don't find Blacker or the car. But the next day they have more luck. The car is spotted and impounded. Marcus Cox and his friends had caused thousands of pounds of damage. Police across Britain are alerted that Blacker is wanted for murder. While he had enemies, Marcus Cox was also well known and popular. Over 500 people attended his funeral. He was the eldest child in a large family who regularly visit his grave. His mother knew of his criminal activity, but says it makes losing him no easier.
We're here today to celebrate not his death, but his life, and to show how much we love him and miss him. Marcus's brother's dad is here today, out of love. It's not the first time we've been back, and there's always someone coming here, always, yeah.
Marcus Cox never met his daughter. She was born after he died.
I would never wish this on my worst enemy, you know? Gosh, I would not wish this on anyone to lose their child, especially their first child. But this is not supposed to happen, you know? You're supposed to be burying your child, should you really? They're supposed to outlive us, not we outlive them, you know?
John Coles heads to City Hall for a meeting with leading figures from London's black community. They act as Trident's independent advisors.
We're off to the IAG, which is the Trident Independent Advisory Group, which is a meeting held monthly with representatives of the various black communities from across London. And we have a very in-depth discussion about issues, but very forthright and very honest. And they say to us what they think. You know, if they think we're getting it wrong, they tell us. But at the same time, they do listen to what we tell them. And I think as time has moved on, they've actually become great supporters of what we've tried to do in tackling gun crime in London.
Sorry, 9.2. We are hurting from this, and these people are not part of our community. They're dealing in death, and we are the ones that are hurting at the end of the day.
What I am concerned about is the fact that the more professional, more ruthless, more hardened offender within Trident's remit is gradually being reduced. And what we're seeing is the emergence of the kids carrying the guns, who are not going out necessarily to kill, but they're going out carrying the guns to discharge them in these disrespect issues, these silly fallings out. And the shootings that are taking place over very, pretty pathetic, ridiculous arguments.
We are not going to crack this issue unless we all understand there is only so much 24-odd people can do. The issue is about bending the mainstream. It's about getting local authorities, education, youth service to do their thing so we don't have to bloody well exist.
The following day, John Coles is back at City Hall. This time, he's speaking to a tougher audience.
Has got to say, and then
Trident's advisors are holding an anti-gun conference for teenagers who may be tempted by drugs, money and guns.
Afternoon, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just bring this a bit closer so you can actually hear me. I warn you now that some of the things I'm going to show you are quite disturbing. But guns are not fun, they're not cool, they actually really do hurt people, they really do kill people. It's not like you see in the movies, we're talking about real life here. So hopefully as we go through this, you will get to understand the message I'm trying to get over to you. Okay. Here you've got two guys who think it's cool to play with guns. Do you think it's cool?
No. You say that we carry guns here for protection. So if we carry guns for protection and that's wrong, how come you lot carry guns and that's for protection? Well, after in the graveyard dead, yeah? What's the police going to do?
This is not a joke. Because actually, we want you to have a life, not die at 25 and 24. And I'm waiting for this group here, who don't want to be called kids, but are behaving like it. Disrespect. We're all black. We come from a black culture where you respect your elders, and I haven't seen much of it today. Shameful. The police are here to try and help you to help yourselves. You have any possibility to become who and what you want to be, but you have to stay alive to be able to do it. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Right, next one please. That hat is the start of a trial to someone who's been shot dead. And he was chased down a North London street. His hat fell off first of all.
Then, in his panic to get away from the gunman, he lost his shoe. You imagine how this guy's feeling. You've got someone with a gun coming after you. Imagine how he feels. And that picture there is a reality of life of what guns do to people. And if you go down this path, you're going to end up in one of three ways. If you're lucky, you're going to get nicked by a trident. If you're not so lucky, you end up dead, because that's the reality, or you end up seriously injured.
In South London, Rod Austin investigates another shooting. A gun has been used during a petty dispute. This quiet street was the setting for an attempted execution, when an innocent man had a minor traffic accident with the wrong person.
A young lady is driving down the road. She's got no driving licence, no insurance. She was in a rush and collided with another car. And, you know, the damage to the cars are minimal. In fact, you can hardly see it. It's basically just scratches. It's got a bit, you know, you've got some paint chipped off there. And that's literally all the damage was. Basically, an argument ensued, as usual with all most road traffic accidents, as to who was to blame. Jason Charles pulls out a gun, puts it a matter of inches away from our victim's forehead, and discharged the gun.
By chance, the gun exploded. The victim was injured, but survived.
The victim's statement's quite graphic, and he tells us that it all virtually happened in slow motion in the way he sort of raised the gun to his head. He then racked the weapon and held it there for a second. And he said basically his whole life simply froze. And he said he was just, all he could think was, I'm going to die here, I'm dead. And he said time just stood still. And then he said suddenly he saw a bang, a flash, and Charles discharged the gun. A bullet hit the victim in the centre of the forehead, fragmented beneath the skin, and basically disintegrated. It just simply disintegrated, and that was it. He's very, very lucky. He should be dead from that sort of distance, no doubt about it.
Rod Austin thinks the gunman is Jason Charles. The car involved in the crash belongs to his mother. He is 25 and has 6 previous convictions for drugs, robbery, and carrying knives. For 6 weeks since the incident, Jason Charles seems to have been lying low. Rod Austin and his team have failed to find him, but now he has been spotted. Jason Charles has been seen entering a house which Trident are now watching. A convoy of officers are nearby, ready to move in and arrest him if and when he comes out.
Armed teams are moving up. We let the armed officers go in and do everything first. Will you hold it 1 second? Yeah, fair, go on. It's a change of clothing. Right. We're moving up now we're now heading towards the Walworth Road.
Jason Charles has left the house. Trident deal with gunmen like him all the time, yet their officers aren't armed. The suspect knows he's wanted and may be carrying a gun, so specialist armed police will stop him.
The police have got to be very, very careful with someone like him. He's the sort of person that, if he's armed, may well turn his weapon on a member of the public or a police officer.
It's done.
Right, that's done. Right. Everyone stays put. We put the dogs through. We're basically, the arrests are being made now. Obviously, everyone's detained first, and we ensure that everything is done quite neat and tidily. They'll be handcuffed, put in plastic cuffs, and we will formally go up and execute the arrest. Right. I'm going to enjoy this one. Yes, come on.
Jason Charles was with a friend. Both have now been stopped by the armed police.
Right, Jason, listen to me. It's 20 to 12, yeah? You've been arrested for attempted murder, all right? That occurred on the 3rd of March of this year. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later on in court, if you do say will be given in evidence. Do you understand that? Jason, do you understand that? Okay, that's a yes for now.
Jason Charles is not carrying a gun. so the arrests have been made without risk to anyone.
Another good Trident operation, yeah. So a bit of spare change.
Jason Charles was conditionally released from his last prison sentence 7 months before the shooting. He doesn't have a job, but has £430 in cash. He has a previous conviction for drugs. Police think he may be dealing. With Jason Charles safely in custody, Trident want to find his gun. They are going to search the house he was in earlier. They don't know who's inside. It's 2 a.m. They don't get a welcome reception.
No, you don't do that. That's the first thing that you don't do. The police officers, all right.
All right, there's kids in here, for fuck's sake. Well, fucking calm it down then.
Trident want quick access to every room to prevent the disposal of evidence and reduce the threat from people inside.
It's Ed Nate, my uncle's in there.
We tried asking you, I'm afraid.
I told you.
You tried asking you.
Heard me. I said it's my uncle.
Right. Should we have a chat? Right, come here.
I just see she's all right.
She's all right. Right, Jason's obviously been arrested.
Has he?
Yeah. Jason's been arrested, and we've come to search this address.
Officers go into an upstairs bedroom. A teenage boy grabs a knife from the side of his bed.
A big old knife next to his bed. Do you want this thing in the house with these young kids around? Right, good, we'll take that then.
It's always a problem when you go into these homes to search them, when you
Get out of it.
Charming. It's always a problem when you go and you never know what weapon you're going to find. You find knives, samurai swords. You can find anything in people's houses. All you can do is, it's a 15-year-old youth with a knife. All you can do is turn and put it down, which is obviously what he did, and that's the end of the matter, really. The only disappointing thing, we haven't recovered the firearm. We've now got to obviously prove it in other ways. That's it. Until tomorrow morning. I'll wander off into the distance. Right.
The day after his arrest, Jason Charles takes part in an ID parade. The man he shot picks him out. That's enough to charge him.
Right, the first charge is for attempted murder. Second charge against you, that is being a prohibited person in possession of a firearm.
Cox had kidnapped a man a couple of months previously, and shortly after the kidnap, he saw Cyrus with what he describes as a Beretta pistol down his waistband, basically making idle threats that he was going to get even with the guys that had kidnapped him.
The name Cyrus has been about for the last 3-4 weeks, but so a number of names have come up from different intelligence sources. Over the last week, the Cyrus has progressed, and we're quite confident the name isn't Cyrus now, and it says that it's Siren, it's Siren Martin.
Siren Martin was kidnapped on 17th of January and beaten by Marcus Cox. The whole reason for the kidnap is Siren Martin is quite a large time supplier of skunkweed, and it is widely known that he has got money, and therefore the motive for the kidnap was to rob him. Furthermore, we had intelligence to suggest that Siren Martin had left the country. A flight ticket was booked on the 6th of March, the day after the murder, and on the 7th of March he left London Heathrow to Kingston, Jamaica.
With a lot of these suspects that have come up, they've all been victims at one stage of Marcus Cox. So there's obviously a lot of people out there that had motivation to do this, but without a doubt this has to be the mainline inquiry at this stage.
During the kidnap, Siren Martin managed to escape before his family paid the £20,000 Marcus Cox had demanded. But Siren Martin refused to tell the police what happened.
Dale, come back for it, mate. We need a bit of aggression.
Although they believe Siren Martin is in Jamaica, Mark Brooks's team have a warrant to search addresses they think he used in London. They're after evidence linking him to the murder. First, they go to his family home. They don't know who might be in.
Police! Police officers! Stay where you are! Police!
Bathroom, bedroom. There's a bedroom here, which is obviously his bedroom. He's obviously grabbed a few bits and just left.
The house appears to have been abandoned. A sniffer dog is brought in to search. They still need to find the firearm used in the murder.
I don't think anyone would probably be that stupid to leave the gun here. If anything, they're going to throw it in a canal, in a river or something like that. But knowing that the murder took place on Friday, and on Sunday afternoon at 12:40 he's flying out of the country, which is quite rapid, he's not going to have had the presence of mind to cover all the bases. So clothing, phones, correspondence, stuff like that. Hopefully we should be able to make a bit of luck for ourselves and recover some exhibits. Hello, Mark Brooks.
While the search continues at the family home, Mark Brooks's team head for another address they think Siren Martin might have used.
The occupier will have a reasonable amount of time to open the door. He'll be told that, and if he doesn't open the door, then we'll put it in, we'll smash it through. Even if there's no one in, we'll be going through the door and search. So one way or another, we're going in through that door this morning.
The only proviso might be if they got an iron grill across here.
Oh, yeah. That would be a bit of a shocker, wouldn't it?
Put your head through the letterbox. Hello? Can you open the door, please?
There's no answer. They need to break through the door, but it has steel bars running through it. The team's ex-bodybuilder gives it a go.
Bouncing. 40 inches. Help!
Someone in there?
No, don't know. 20 inches.
Alright, the building will fall down before the door does.
It's not going to go in.
20 inches, Paul. 20 inches, top and bottom. Try the bottom one first. Bit higher. Open the door! Then. It's the police officers. I bust the door. Oh, you're going to have to open it with that now.
Stand back.
Hello, mate.
Police. What's going on?
What's your name?
Sean.
Sean what?
Sean.
Right, come in.
Go through,
Sean. Let me explain to you. I'm Operation Trident.
How many locks he got on that door? Look, 1, 2, 5.
Pick up on the figure.
If you try not to make a mess.
The flat is searched for evidence, but the occupier is not who they expected.
Yeah, okay.
Is this your missus?
Mine and Mrs.
He has no criminal record and no link to Siren Martin. He'd planned a day off work and was fast asleep when Trident arrived.
Smooth and renew face, loofah pads.
The girlfriend.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? They've come with jokes, they've come with wolf dogs, so I might as well have a joke with them. I've tried to help them as much as I can, but what they're actually talking about and what they're looking for, I do not know what. It means nothing to me, so they find anything, but I'm sure they won't.
The occupier's guess is right. There's no gun or other evidence at the flat.
Very scary. You don't expect to hear so much noise at 8 o'clock in the morning, and to see 6 big burly men just hammering at your door. So it was very scary at first, but you've got to do a job, so I just lead them to it. He said, open the door. I said, you've jammed it. And then he hit it again and it bounced off the hinge onto my head. I thought he was knocking a bit loudly to be the postman, and I was right.
None of the teams have found the gun. But in another house, they found a bulletproof vest and newspaper cuttings about the murder.
They're obviously showing an unhealthy interest in this particular case, aren't they? Some of the actual guys that do the crimes and that run in these gangs certainly like to read about their own doings. Lots of clothing go up to the lab and a bulletproof vest, which apparently he took to wearing after he was kidnapped and beaten up. So one would suggest that if you take to wearing a bulletproof vest, that you might be wanting to arm yourself as well.
With their suspect in Jamaica, the North murder team turned their attention to his possible accomplice. They view footage from over 250 CCTV cameras. Only one caught any action. It shows a man taking the keys from Marcus Cox's car and running off. The image is not clear enough to identify him. Trident used mobile phone bills found in the searches to trace the calls Siren Martin made in the minutes after the murder. He repeatedly phoned Damien Brown, his mother's boyfriend.
Between 8 o'clock and about 25 past 8, there's frantic activity on Siren Martin's phone. He actually makes 12 phone calls in that 25 minutes period. About 10 of those phone calls are to Damien. This would indicate there's obviously something's went wrong between 8 o'clock and 8:30, and he's making these frantic calls to try and get in contact. And the same can be seen when we then look at Damien's call data, the calls coming back that Damien's making calls back to Siren. So they're obviously trying to get in contact with each other on the evening of the murder, straight after the murder.
32-year-old Damien Brown has come in voluntarily to be interviewed about the murder. He has a criminal record in America. It's the first time he's come to the attention of police in the UK.
There was at least 2 men involved in his murder. One of those chased the victim up the road and shot him, and the other one was last seen removing the car keys from the victim's vehicle before running off in the same direction. We believe we've identified a suspect. This gentleman was the boyfriend of that suspect's mother, and we've spoken to this gentleman. He's given an account of where he was and what he was doing on that Friday night. We have reason to believe that he wasn't where he says he was, and that he was in Tottenham High Road. Therefore, he's been arrested this morning for suspicion of being concerned in the murder of Marcus Cox.
Damien Brown says at the time of the murder he was at home with Siren Martin. But the mobile phone evidence shows they were frantically calling each other. Before Trident can charge Damien Brown with any offence, they need to arrest Siren Martin, the suspected gunman.
Number 5. If he's jointly charged with Siren Martin, and Siren Martin did the crime, and he's standing there facing a life sentence, then that might be the incentive he needs to talk and say, well, it wasn't me, it was Siren Martin. I'm sure he's aware of what sort of trouble he's in.
We just need
Trident run ad campaigns to win public support. John Coles sees the latest proposals for this year's posters.
a few things we can improve, but I think we're getting there. This one's liked by everybody. It can take out a gunman just by one phone call, and I don't think there was any changes to that really, other than making the Trident brand more prominent and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've got to say, it is entirely different to anything we've done before, and I am quite impressed.
Whenever the posters have gone up, there has been a decline in gun crime, and there is improved effort within some of the community to try and deal with the problem. Obviously, there are going to be some people that we will never, ever reach. Some of the main gunmen will never be influenced by anything we do, whether it's posters or anything else. I mean, sometimes they're not even influenced by the fact they've been arrested. But what we're actually trying to do is get to the community that are on the edge of this type of activity, to the mums, for example, whose son may or may not be at the stage where he's going to become involved in gun crime. And if, through something we do in one of those posters, influences that mother or that girlfriend to actually influence their son, boyfriend, so they don't take that path, then we've achieved something.
It's 6 months since Marcus Cox's murder. When the prime suspect, Siren Martin, fled to Jamaica, he booked a return ticket for today. The North London murder team are at Heathrow, hoping he is on the plane.
Yeah.
Do we know what seat number he's in? Can we find? Go on. 23 Hotel.
Beautiful.
That's lovely. All right, thank you very much. We're definitely boarded. And he's on seat 23 Hotel. It's all go, all go. You're number 1, I'll go number 2.
We'll go number 3. We'll go number 2, we'll go number 3.
He's on the plane, so it means that we can get on with this job, get our interviews done, and hopefully put this to some sort of closure.
It's too risky to make an arrest in a crowded terminal, so the team takes Siren Martin from the plane.
So we went up onto the plane, and there was Siren sat there, looking all nervous, clutching his passport, landing cards and his Bible. So I arrested him on suspicion of murder. But yeah, the other passengers looked quite surprised, to say the least. And he was handcuffed and then transferred into that van there.
Mind your hand. It's a freezer. We just come back from the Caribbean. No, yeah.
Siren Martin is not the usual Trident suspect. He's never been in prison and isn't known to carry a gun.
Where am I? Which station am I?
Take a guess. If you guess, you can leave. Collindale Police Station. All right. Your Bible.
All he's carrying is a wallet, his passport and a Bible.
Sorry, it's just a long flight. Are you thirsty?
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
No,
You're not. What do you want to drink?
Water.
Water?
Yeah, please.
It'd just be tap water for that, do you?
Yeah.
Cold, yeah?
Siren Martin was kidnapped and held to ransom by Marcus Cox 6 weeks before his murder. But in interviews, Siren is reluctant to talk about it.
How did that incident affect you?
No comment.
Your mother has stated that you changed in your personality so much that in her opinion you were like another person. Is this true?
No comment.
Your mother has also stated that you took to wearing a bulletproof vest frequently, even in the house. Is that correct?
No comment.
Now, we've recovered a gun that was next to Marcus Cox. Did he pull a gun on you?
No comment.
Did he try and shoot you?
No comment.
Damien Brown, the suspected accomplice, also refused to comment in interview. But then he gives Trident a remarkable breakthrough. He tells them his version of what happened.
My client has a statement to read at this point.
Okay, you're going to record it?
Yeah.
Right now.
When you're ready. In your own time, Damien. In your own time.
I was in Tottenham High Road shortly before 8 p.m. on March 5th. I had gone there to buy chicken for family dinner. Siren came with me to show me where it was. I had absolutely no idea that he had a gun with him when we left. While I was waiting for the order in the chicken shop, Siren said that he could see the person who had kidnapped him. I could not see who he was looking at, but he started to approach a blue BMW. The driver of the BMW got out the car, produced a gun, and aimed it at Siren. He pulled the trigger 3 times, and I presume the gun was jammed because nothing came out. I then saw 2 shots fired in the direction of the driver, who ran across the road, followed by Siren. I went to look at the car because I was concerned there may be another weapon inside. The keys were still in the ignition. I took them out and locked the car for everyone's safety. I ran after Siren to find out what was going on. At the corner of the street, by the tattoo parlor, the driver was laying on the floor. Siren had disappeared.
That statement is in my handwriting, but my client has signed it, dated it, and timed it to confirm that he agrees with the content.
All right, if you go with DC Smith there. All right. Thank you.
Damien Brown has bravely confessed to his involvement in Marcus Cox's murder. He claims he saw Marcus Cox try to shoot Siren Martin outside the takeaway, but the gun failed. He said Siren Martin was also carrying a gun and chased Marcus Cox up Tottenham High Road. Damien Brown admitted being the accomplice seen removing the keys from Marcus's abandoned car. After 6 months of complex investigation into 7 suspects who each had a motive, Trident had the right men.
Anywhere this time of night we can get a bottle of Dom Perignon.
You all right, mate? Okay?
Yeah, man.
All done.
Okay.
All done.
you figure that one?
I don't mean in a sarcastic sense.
No, I'm not saying that. But there's no bright end to this whole thing.
Well, you see that.
No.
I'm just saying it took some courage to do that, and that's all I'm saying, mate, okay?
The ripple effects of the Tottenham shooting highlight the intricate ethical dilemmas around crime, self-defense and justice. While the jury ruled based on specifics of the case, broader questions lingered in the community and beyond. Had a just outcome been reached, or did the verdict fall short? Where should society draw the line between self-preservation and vigilantism? And how can we address the root causes that breed violence and injustice in the first place? The technical legality could not erase the moral grey area that left many feeling justice was incomplete. Perhaps there were no truly satisfying answers to be found within the confines of the criminal justice system. This heartbreaking case provokes deeper reflections on the ethics of law and our shared social responsibility. How can we reform unjust structures whilst also promoting human dignity? How to build communities where no one feels compelled to such extreme self-preservation? And how can we nurture a justice system that heals both perpetrators and the victims of violence? This incident holds up a mirror to social shortcomings that we must grapple with. The journey towards justice is ongoing. What do you think about this difficult case? Where do you stand on the ethics of self-defense and the boundaries of the justice system? What kind of solutions might prevent such tragic outcomes in the future? We welcome any perspectives on these complex issues on the intersection of law, ethics and community.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please like, share and subscribe for more exciting content. Today we'll be looking at the life of Mr. Robert Dawes, who was described by the National Crime Agency, or NCA, as one of the most influential and feared organised criminals in Europe. The 49-year-old hailed from Sutton in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, and his network was said to span Europe, South America, the Middle East and Asia, which enabled him to orchestrate the movements of huge amounts of Class A drugs and money using corruption, violence and intimidation to exert control, while his associates are suspected of shootings and murders in the UK and abroad. Mr. Dawes was accused of buying large amounts of drugs from Italy's 'Ndrangheta mafia, which is thought to run much of Europe's cocaine trade from Calabria. In short, he was a global big fish who brokered deals with the Italian mafia and the Colombian cartels. His crime group was often accused of drug trafficking and money laundering. Around 80,000 members of his organisation were arrested as a result of the investigation. It was the most significant organised criminal cabal in Europe, with a network that literally spanned the globe. At the centre of all of it was Mr. Dawes, a transnational poly-drug trafficker with contacts in high places and corrupt port officials in his pocket all around the world. That was according to Mr. Rob Hickenbottom, who led the investigation by the UK National Crime Agency into Mr. Dawes. Mastermind Mr. Robert Dawes is a dad of 3 whose crime-stained tentacles spread across Europe and as far as Dubai. From his days as a young criminal on a Nottingham council estate, he became one of Europe's top 10 most wanted gangsters. He got his first conviction at 11 and was jailed aged 20 and again at age 22 for robbery. Inside prison, Mr. Dawes corrupted officers into drug smuggling and ended up creating a ring that netted £500,000 after his second release from prison in 1997. Still on his mid-20s, Mr. Dawes teamed up with mates who controlled Nottingham's notorious Bestwood estate, and from there he made connections with major league drug mobs in Holland and Spain. By 2001, Mr. Dawes was dispatching 50 to 100 kilograms of drugs every week, as well as arming gangs in Manchester, Liverpool, Nottingham and London. In a bid to escape Nottinghamshire police, Dawes bought a villa in sunny Benalmadena worth £1 million, but still wore tracksuits and trainers. His aliases ranged from Tracky, Frankie, the Derbyman, This One and The Voice. When his brother John was arrested and jailed in 2005, at least £8.5 million was sent to Frankie in Spain. Meanwhile, he was laundering cash across the globe and organising larger shipments of cocaine and heroin, before he was caught by French authorities. Prior to emigrating to Spain, his name has cropped up in investigations from Scotland to London, where he is known to have associated with some of the UK's most notorious crime syndicates, including the London-based Adams family. Investigations were launched in 2007 into Mr. Dawes, and his alleged links to the Italian mafia and South American cartels. He was also being investigated in the Netherlands over a wave of murders there in 2014 and 2015, allegedly aimed at taking control of the cocaine trafficking in several European countries. From his base in Al-Dulisa, Dawes is suspected of importing furniture from China and fruit containers from South America, which he would fill with large quantities of cocaine. His cartel also shipped heroin from Turkey and Afghanistan to Britain. Spanish police said that Dawes mainly used shipping containers to move the drugs, but also leisure boats and commercial flights, such as the Air France flight. Despite the fact that Mr. Dawes had been based overseas for many years, his offending has continued to have an impact on communities in the UK, particularly in Nottingham and the East Midlands. Mr. Dawes was prepared to use extreme levels of violence in order to further his reputation and take retribution against those who crossed him. Members or associates of his criminal group are known to have been involved in intimidation, shootings and murders. By 2007, Mr. Dawes was flitting between Spain and Dubai, where he laundered cash, built a £10 million property portfolio, and spent time with a Chinese mistress. Spanish police eventually charged him, but the case collapsed in 2012. Mr. Dawes began organising yet larger shipments of cocaine and heroin, working in thousands of kilos rather than hundreds. Mr. Dawes' crime syndicate mainly capitalised on corruption in poor South American states to traffic drugs and flood lucrative markets like Europe and France with Class A drugs. Venezuela is one of the many examples of nations suffering from corruption due to cocaine trafficking routes to Europe. The former Dutch colony of Suriname was long ruled by Desi Bouterse, first as a dictator and then as an elected president. He allegedly had contact with Pablo Escobar and did arms for drugs deals with the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, or the FARC, in the 1990s. In 1999, Bouterse was convicted in absentia as the mastermind behind a shipment of cocaine to Netherlands. It is clear that there are links between the state and the underworld in Suriname, mentioned former Surinamese diplomat and political analyst Martin Schalbeck. Since then, cocaine routes to Europe have expanded around the region, and so has the corruption. Ecuador, and especially the port of Guayaquil, is now one of the main dispatch points to Europe. Here, drug trafficking allegations have reached the highest levels of the state. In the previous administration of Rafael Correa, there were narco scandals involving government ministers, presidential allies, and even the president himself. Underworld sources in Ecuador, who spoke on condition of anonymity, described how police, armed forces, judges, prosecutors, public registrars, mayors, governors, and even figures in the national government are all on the payroll of cocaine traffickers. If you're not corrupt, then they will corrupt you, said one, who has first-hand knowledge of drug trafficking in the Colombia border region. Another major dispatch point to Europe to emerge over the last decade is the Dominican Republic, a long-time transit route to the United States and Europe. Once again, the increase in trafficking through the country has deepened already high levels of corruption. In the Dominican Republic, decades of corruption have made politics a partner of drug trafficking, and today, this has reached exorbitant levels. Drug trafficking corrupts politicians beginning at the local level, where sources say candidates for municipal elections are routinely bankrolled by traffickers, and their influence rises to the national level, where former Dominican Republic President Danilo Medina has faced scrutiny over his alleged links to the wife of one of the island's most notorious cocaine traffickers, Cesar Emilio Peralta, alias El Abusador. Factions of the Dominican security forces, meanwhile, have crossed the line from corruption to criminal actors, participating in everything from murder for hire to international drug trafficking, according to Dominican prosecutors. The former director of the country's anti-narcotics police was even convicted of stealing nearly a ton of cocaine. When Mr. Robert Dawes was planning a major cocaine shipment in 2013, he turned to a trafficking network formed from within Venezuela itself, the Cartel of the Suns. The Air France case shined light on perhaps the starkest example of the corrosive power of cocaine trade corruption in Venezuela. The Cartel of the Suns is a loose-knit network of trafficking cells embedded in the upper reaches of the Venezuelan security forces and government. The involvement of Venezuelan security forces in the cocaine trade dates back as far back as the early 1990s. But it was the convergence of Mr. Hugo Chavez coming to power with a boom in trafficking through Venezuela to Europe that would shape the fate of the country. This was a process that did not happen overnight, but gradually. It developed more with the arrival of Mr. Chavez, as he allowed the military to get involved in drug trafficking in exchange for its loyalty. For Mr. Chavez, it was a strategic decision to turn a blind eye to cocaine trafficking. Mr. Chavez's tolerance of cocaine trafficking secured the loyalty of the corrupt security forces leadership, a priority for the president after the 2002 attempted coup against him. It also helped support another ally, the guerrillas in the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, which are also known by the acronym FARC. Mr. Chavez supported the FARC out of ideological sympathy and as a bulwark against his geopolitical enemies, Colombia and the United States mainly. And the FARC were heavily involved in the cocaine trade all along the Venezuela-Colombia border. Mr. Chavez could not, or would not, contain the corruption that he had permitted. The Bolivarian National Guard and other branches of Venezuela's military went from allowing trafficking to purchasing, storing, transporting and selling cocaine, which they sourced directly from the FARC. They sold weapons for drugs, and it was an exchange. Many FARC weapons had the insignias of Venezuelan Bolivarian Republic. By the time Mr. Chavez died in March 2013, the cocaine cancer had fully metastasized, eating away at the legitimacy of his Bolivarian revolution. The cabal of Chavista leaders that replaced him, including numerous military and political leaders, now accused of drug trafficking. Among them is not only Chavez's hand-picked successor, Mr. Nicolas Maduro, but also government ministers, regional governors, and senior security and intelligence officials. It was shortly after Mr. Chavez's death when Robert Dawes dispatched his emissaries to meet with a British national known as Charlie Brown, who was his upstream connection with the Cartel of the Suns network. Together, they made the arrangements for the Air France shipment, which we will look at in greater detail in a bit. Criminals like Mr. Dawes capitalized these dismal situations in these South American and African nations to further their highly lucrative drug trafficking business. They were both welcomed in the nations where the journey of the drug started, like Venezuela, and even in destination countries like France and the UK, where corruption was pretty ubiquitous too. Like the Cartel of the Suns, the story of Mr. Thierry, a top European anti-narcotics official accused of helping to traffic drugs, is an extreme case. But in Europe, as in Latin America, it is still just one of part of a much bigger picture. Corruption in Europe might not be as widespread as in Latin America, but its core elements remain the same: structural and strategically planned. According to Europol, cocaine trafficking related corruption is on the rise. The first European mafias to capitalise on large-scale cocaine trafficking, the Galicians and the Italian mafia, already worked in spaces where they were able to penetrate and corrupt the state. But their participation in the cocaine trade took corruption to new levels. Armed with cocaine money, the Galicians infiltrated government institutions, the legal economy and the politics at an unprecedented level. In Italy, cocaine riches have helped organised crime continue to penetrate the state, even as anti-corruption measures have broken up the old ways of working. In December 2019, Italian military police arrested more than 300 people on suspicion of membership of the 'Ndrangheta, the second biggest mafia bust in Italy's history. Suspects included politicians, lawyers, accountants, a local police chief, and a former member of the Italian parliament, within ex-Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi's Forza Italia party. The level of infiltration and control the 'Ndrangheta have is worrying and is going to the next level. We're talking about people who are highly educated, white collar. When organised crime from the Balkans moved to the cocaine trade, the region's already weak and corrupt institutions proved easily corrupted. There have been numerous cases linking Balkan politicians and police to drug trafficking, especially in Serbia. In 2009, the head of the Serbian police, Ivica Dakic, faced corruption accusations after he was twice captured on camera meeting with drug lord Rodo Ejub Radlovic. Dakic was never charged. He managed to survive the scandal, and he is now the Serbian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Nonetheless, in most cases the biggest threat of corruption comes from points where cocaine enters Europe. Here, people on the ground, such as port workers or customs officials, can make the difference between success and a seizure. In the port of Rotterdam, for example, several customs officers have been arrested for participating in drug trafficking, including one officer who earns millions waving through contaminated containers before he was arrested and sentenced to 14 years in prison in 2017. Europe's cocaine corridors are currently evolving and expanding. All of its 20 busiest container ports have seen cocaine seizures of over 100 kilos in the past 3 years. Meanwhile, cocaine routes are opening up all around Latin America, from the ports of the southern cone countries to the mouth of the Amazon River. Wherever these new routes go, the cancer of corruption follows. The future of the cocaine trade may well lie in the hands of these corruption networks, which criminals like Mr. Dawes cleverly utilise for personal gains. Let us look at the Venezuelan organisation, Cartel of the Suns, that fueled the growth of petty thief Mr. Dawes into an international drug kingpin. The Cartel of the Suns, known as Cartel de los Soles in Spanish, was supposedly headed by high-ranking members of the armed forces of Venezuela, who were involved in international drug trading. This phenomenon began when Colombian drugs began to enter Venezuela from corrupt border units, and the rot moved its way up the ranks. Reports that members of the Venezuelan military were involved in drug trafficking began in the 1990s, though it was limited to taking payments and ignoring drug traffickers. It was alleged that officers of Mr. Hugo Chávez's revolutionary Bolivarian movement that planned the 1992 Venezuelan coup d'etat attempts had created a group that participated in drug trafficking that was known as the Cartel Bolivariano, or Bolivarian Cartel. Following the 1992 coup attempts, the Venezuelan officers may have sought to take over the government, since there was money to be made from corruption, particularly in drugs. In 1993, the term Cartel of the Suns was first used when allegations of two National Guard generals of the Anti-Drug National Command, Mr. Ramon Guillen Davila and Mr. Orlando Hernandez Villegas, were investigated for drug trafficking crimes. The term came from the general emblems that looked like the suns on their uniforms. The Cartel of the Suns name returned in 2004 thanks to the reporter and city council member, Mr. Mauro Marcano. Shortly before he was murdered, Mr. Marcano alleged that Mr. Alexis Manero, head of the National Guard and the Dirección General de Inteligencia Militar, was involved in drug trafficking. The Venezuelan government under Mr. Hugo Chávez expanded corruption to unprecedented levels in an already corrupt military. Mr. Chávez gave military officials millions of dollars for social programs that allegedly disappeared, also giving legal immunity to drug trafficking officials to maintain power and loyalty. When Mr. Chávez ousted the United States Drug Enforcement Administration in 2005, Venezuela became a more attractive route for drug trade. According to Colombian intelligence, an arrested drug vigilante stated that senior figures in President Hugo Chávez's security forced them to arrange drug shipments through Venezuela. It's been alleged that the National Guard had worked with the FARC with drug trading. British officials alleged the planes from Colombia would also be sheltered by Venezuelan Air Force bases. Allegedly, lower-ranking National Guardsmen compete for positions at border checkpoints so they can be paid bribes for illicit trade, though a large portion of bribes go to their superiors, supposedly. The corrupt officials of the Cartel of the Sun trafficked drugs from Colombia to Venezuela where they are shipped internationally. President of Venezuela Nicolas Maduro has personally promoted individuals accused of drug trafficking to high positions of the Venezuelan government. In May 2018, he was said to have received drug trafficking profits from Mr. Diosdado Cabello, and in January 2015, the former security chief of both Mr. Hugo Chávez and Mr. Diosdado Cabello, Mr. Limzy Salazar, made accusations that Cabello was head of the Cartel of the Suns. Mr. Salazar was placed in witness protection, fleeing to the United States with assistance of the Drug Enforcement Administration's Special Operations Division. After cooperating with the administration and providing possible details on Cabello's involvement with the international drug trade, Mr. Salazar stated that he saw Mr. Cabello give orders on transporting tons of cocaine. The shipments of drugs were reportedly sent from the FARC in Colombia to the United States and Europe. With the possible assistance of Cuba, the alleged international drug operation had possibly involved other senior members of Venezuela's government as well, such as Mr. Tarek El Esemi and Mr. Jose David Cabello. Mr. Diosdado's brother, Mr. Hugo Carvajal, is allegedly one of the leaders of the Cartel of the Suns. On July 22, 2014, Mr. Hugo Carvajal, former head of the Venezuelan military intelligence, was detained in Aruba. Despite having been admitted on a diplomatic passport and being named Consul General to Aruba in January, the arrest was carried out following a formal request by the US government which accuses Mr. Carvajal of ties to drug trafficking and to the FARC guerrilla group. On the 27th of July 2014, Mr. Carvajal was released after authorities decided that he had diplomatic immunity, but was also considered persona non grata, otherwise defined as an unacceptable or unwelcome person. On March of 2020, after a strategic $10 million bounty imposed on Mr. Hugo Carvajal and other Venezuelan narco-terrorists, he decided to surrender to the US, possibly to cut a deal with information on bigger supposedly corrupt government officials and narco-terrorists that are affiliated with Mr. Maduro's government. Not to mention Mr. Maduro himself has a $15 million bounty. Mr. Yazenki Lamas, former pilot to First Lady Celia Flores, was extradited to the United States from Colombia, having allegedly provided air traffic codes to allow planes carrying cocaine to impersonate commercial flights. Venezuelan President Mr. Nicolas Maduro reportedly asked Colombian Defense Minister Mr. Luis Carlos Villegas Echeverri to reject the request for extradition. Mr. Lamas has been linked to hundreds of flights operated in Venezuela carrying drugs. Months later, on September 10, 2013, 31 suitcases filled with cocaine arrived at the Caracas Simón Bolívar International Airport of Maquita, Venezuela. The suitcases were brought in through a worker's entrance to avoid scanners and baggage checks. They had stickers with counterfeit barcodes and were accepted by the Air France luggage system despite not belonging to any travellers. The 31 suitcases containing 1.3 tons of cocaine, with a street value of 240 million euros, was placed on an Air France flight, astonishing the Charles de Gaulle airport authorities, as it was the largest seizure of cocaine recorded in mainland France. Reception of the cocaine in France was then had to be handled by one of France's biggest marijuana traffickers, the incarcerated Mr. Sofiane Hambli, according to the testimony of Hambli himself. However, unknown to Mr. Dawes and his Venezuelan partners, the operation was compromised. British undercover operatives in Venezuela had warned the French of an impending shipment using an Air France flight, and the French had set up controlled handover operations. According to sources familiar with the investigation, Mr. Hambli was a collaborator with a French police unit, the Central Office for the Suppression of Illicit Drug Trafficking. Police deliberately let some of the shipment through so they could follow a lorry load of drugs to the French-German border, where they arrested 5 people. The investigation eventually led to Mr. Dawes. The seizure made international headlines, and Venezuela came under pressure to respond. A government minister admitted that suitcases had gone through security scanners that had clearly shown the presence of drugs. Authorities initially made 27 arrests, including airport workers, low-ranking members of the GNB, which is responsible for security at Venezuela's airports, and Mr. Ernesto Mora Carvajal, the GNB lieutenant colonel, and Mr. Hugo Carvajal's nephew, who headed the airport security. 7 airport workers and 3 GNB officials later received sentences of between 10 and 22 years in prison. Mr. Mora Carvajal, however, was quickly declared innocent and released. On the 15th of February 2014, a commander for the Venezuelan National Guard was stopped while driving to Valencia. with his family and was arrested for having 554 kilos of cocaine in his possession. On the 11th of November 2015, DEA agents arrested in Haiti 2 relatives of Miss Cilia Flores, the then First Lady of Venezuela, while trying to move 800 kilograms of cocaine from Venezuela to the United States. There was little doubt that the true masterminds would be found much higher up, and in 2020 the US Department of Justice accused President Maduro, Mr. Hugo Carvajal, and Mr. Diosdado Cabello of involvement in the case. Among the evidence were communications and intercepts with Mr. Maduro and Mr. Carvajal, and Mr. Cabello shortly after the seizure said that they should not have used the Maquita airport for drug trafficking and should stick to established trafficking routes. Mr. Dawes himself was arrested at his large villa on the Costa del Sol in 2015 and extradited to France. He denied the charges, saying he had no involvement in the crime. The case exposed how the key to cocaine trafficking today is the extreme violence with which the trade has become synonymous. And it showed the cancerous effect of the cocaine trade, which corrupts states wherever it spreads, eroding capacity, and in the more extreme cases, democracy altogether. With trafficking to Europe booming, the cocaine trade is now spreading the cancer of corruption further and quicker than ever before, on both sides of the Atlantic. Drug traffickers have 2 main weapons at their disposal. Captured in Mr. Pablo Escobar's infamous offer to those whose cooperation he sought, plomo o plata, silver or lead. Since Mr. Escobar's time, it is plomo that has been most connected to the cocaine trade, from the Medellin cartel blowing up airlines to Mexican cartels hanging bodies from bridges or tossing severed heads on the dance floors. Europe has not had to endure the same level of bloodshed as Latin America, but it too has seen extreme violence resulting from the cocaine trade. The cocaine trade is to blame for the rising gun crime in Britain. Our firearms cases and firearms seizures are 99% linked to the drugs war. Police sources in Spain paint a similar picture, blaming drug trade disputes for the bulk of the country's murders. Even the Netherlands, which has one of the lowest homicide rates in Europe, has seen a severed head left as a narco message, and innocent bystanders gunned down in drug war disputes. A family member and lawyer of a witness in a major cocaine trafficking case were murdered. The latest discovery in July 2020 was of an underworld prison with multiple cells and a torture room that was set up by a cocaine trafficking group. However, while today's drug traffickings remain more than willing to use extreme violence, they also understand that this is what has led to the downfall of many of their predecessors. Violence, particularly extreme violence, creates headlines and draws the attention of authorities. Instead, plata is the weapon of choice today for transnational organised crime. Corruption from drug trafficking penetrates the state at all levels, from police patrolmen to presidents, and it targets all branches of the state, the judicial, legislative, executive, and the security forces. It has to put justice up for sale in many Latin American countries, and seen police and military not only facilitate but participate in drug trafficking and even murder, and it has placed certain governments at the service of organised crime, at local and even national levels. Returning back to Mr. Dawes, he was secretly recorded bragging about his involvement in the shipping to a member of a Colombian drugs cartel during a meeting in Madrid hotel. He was arrested after being taped boasting, "You know the big one in Paris, in all the luggage, that was mine." Mr. Dawes was arrested in 2015 when officers swooped on his mansion in Benalmádena, a town in the Costa del Sol in Spain, where they found guns, cash and encrypted phones. Mr. Dawes was accused of buying large amounts of drugs from Italy's 'Ndrangheta mafia, which is thought to run much of Europe's cocaine trade from Calabria. He was extradited to France shortly after his arrest and tried by 5 judges who ordered him and 4 accomplices to pay a £27 million fine. The Costa del Sol was known as a hideaway for British criminals in the past, especially in the late 1970s and 80s, when there were no extradition agreements with Britain. Guns, cash and encrypted mobile phones were seized from the property, and he was extradited back to France to face trial. In his final statement at the Paris court hearing on Friday, Mr. Dawes said, "I continue to claim my innocence." Mr. Dawes had hoped to get the recording of him dismissed on legal grounds, but a document submitted by his defence team in support of that claim turned out to be a forgery. He told the court his claims in the video were just a made-up story, intended to provoke the police into arresting him so he could prove his innocence. In June 2008, another court was told that Mr. Dawes was one of 3 drug generals who had been at the head of a multi-million-pound empire in Nottinghamshire. Before the verdict, Mr. Dawes was laughing and smiling, even miming hanging himself to his lawyer as he entered the dock. But he was convicted of 8 charges: unauthorised importation of drugs by an organised gang, trafficking, smuggling and importation by an organised gang of prohibited products, unauthorised transport of narcotics drugs, unauthorised offer or sale of narcotic drugs, unauthorised acquisition of narcotic drugs, participation in a group committing criminal acts for the preparation of a crime, and participation in a group committing criminal acts for the preparation of an offence. He was acquitted of unauthorised possession of narcotic drugs. In July 2020, judges told him that he would have to serve at least 15 years of his 22-year sentence. Of 2 other Britons on trial, Mr. Nathan Wheat was convicted of 6 charges and jailed for 13 years, while Mr. Kane Price was acquitted. 3 Italians were also convicted. Finally, bringing Mr. Dawes to justice had been an international effort of numerous countries working hand in hand in investigations. It also had a dramatic impact in dismantling Mr. Dawes' criminal empire and protecting the public from the drugs and violence they dealt in. Mr. Dawes was suspected of being involved in the 2002 murder of a teacher in the Netherlands, money laundering in the United Arab Emirates and Switzerland, and dealings with Colombian drug cartels. Mr. Dawes is also believed to have shipped cocaine hidden inside commercial shipping containers, bringing furniture from China and fruit from South America, as well as heroin from Turkey and Afghanistan for delivery to the UK. He also used private boats and cars. Mr. Robert Dawes is to be extradited from a Paris jail where he is serving 22 years for cocaine smuggling, to the Netherlands in connection with a murder 18 years ago. Now, the Public Prosecution Service in Northern Netherlands has confirmed that Mr. Dawes is regarded as a suspect in the murder of Gerard Meesters in 2002 in his home in Groningen, a city in the northern Netherlands. An extradition request was filed for Mr. Dawes from Paris to the Netherlands and granted in a court in Paris in August. 2 detectives have been investigating at home and abroad for the past 2 years. An interrogation of Mr. Robert Dawes was part of the investigation. It is believed that Gerard Meesters, an innocent schoolteacher, was shot in 2002 for refusing to reveal the whereabouts of his sister, who had disappeared after a shipment of cannabis went missing. If Mr. Dawes is prosecuted and convicted in the Netherlands for the murder of Gerard Meesters, the public prosecutor assumes that he must first serve his French sentence before going to the Netherlands to serve a Dutch sentence, but only if he is prosecuted and convicted. Mr. Dawes is also suspected of being the boss of the impenetrable international telecommunications network used by the Mexican drug lords, despite currently being held behind bars in France. Robert Dawes is the suspected mastermind behind the international encrypted network. The Nottingham-born trafficker stopped his associates mentioning his real name on phone calls, so many in the drug supply chain simply knew him as The Voice. Mr. Dawes, worth £50 million or more, supplies the likes of the mafia and Mexican drug cartels with the handsets fitted with encrypted SIM cards. If the BlackBerry handset falls into the wrong hands, the gang can simply send a kill code text which destroys anything stored on the device. The encryption technology, believed by the National Crime Agency to have been written by a Ukrainian tech genius, used to be supplied by a now dissolved UK registered company, Number 1 Business Communication. Usually organised criminals download encrypted phone apps or buy burner phones, but this is the first detailed case of a UK crime group controlling an entire network. These were major players in control of a phone network which could not be penetrated. Mr. Dawes has always been very switched on with his comms, but once he had control of his secret end-to-end encryption, it became more difficult. He would not deal with anyone on anything sensitive unless they were on this network. It was also the first time we had seen a whole organised crime group operating in a number of countries, including the UK, using the same network like this. Number 1 Business Communication was registered in the United Kingdom in 2011 by Mr. Roy Livings, an associate of Mr. Dawes, who was later jailed for importing 167 kilos of cocaine into Portugal. Another founding director, Israeli Mr. Elimir Gampel, was jailed for laundering €30 million of Colombian drug cartel money through a UK firm. To get around Mr. Dawes' impenetrable phone system, investigators resorted to an old-fashioned surveillance, bugging a hotel room in Madrid where he met with a Colombian cartel representative. The 49-year-old was arrested in his villa on the Costa del Sol in 2015, and investigators seized the encrypted phones. But by the time they examined them, the incriminating data had all been erased. Even behind bars, cops believe that Mr. Dawes is giving orders to his network through making calls on illicit mobile phones. The encrypted network is allowed to operate, as it's not easy to prove it's only being used by criminals. Authorities would have to find the servers to take down the network, but this would be extremely difficult since they're based in a number of countries. Number One Business Communication has been dissolved in the UK, but still has sales outlets in 24 countries. A shop in Manchester was the only place in the UK selling the encrypted phone and SIM package, costing £1,300 for a 6-month contract. There are people who argue it's their right to have encryption, but at this level we rarely find those kinds of comms are used for legitimate business reasons. This telecommunications network was favoured by the likes of El Chapo and many other drug lords all across the globe. The handsets are also used by the mafia and cartels, made infamous by caged Mexican crime boss Mr. Joaquin Guzman, nicknamed El Chapo. All users have an encrypted SIM card in an adapted BlackBerry handset. Dawes made it clear that his name should not be mentioned in phone calls, so associates referred to him as the Voice. Many in the drug supply chain never knew his real identity. Mr. Dawes worked closely with a Dutch crime group led by Mr. Gwente Martha, whose right-hand man, Mr. Nahib Baobao, was a director of Number One Business Communications Belgium Limited. However, Mr. Baobao and Mr. Martha were gunned down in 2012 and 2014 respectively. The gangland slaying sparked more than 20 tit-for-tat assassinations across Europe, including cases of mistaken identity. Tell us what you think about Mr. Dawes and his life, and what you think about encryption, and what levels the public should have access to in the comments down below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. The UK has been home to many infamous and notorious criminals throughout its history. Many dangerous criminals have made a name for themselves in the mean streets of the UK criminal underworld. Today, we look at a villain who lived a life of crime but managed to turn it all around and become a successful businessman. And in doing so, has left us with some very valuable knowledge to be able to pass down to the younger generation. Royston Henry Shaw, or Mr. Roy Shaw, was born in Stepley, London on the 11th of March 1936. Mr. Shaw has created various names for himself in multiple industries, including real estate, literature, media, business, and possibly and most prominently, fighting. In his early life, Mr. Shaw had grew up around a working class family. However, Mr. Shaw wanted more for himself and had made an early approach to the life of crime, involving himself in criminal activities when he was only still a very young man. It was reported that a young Mr. Shaw had started committing crime around the very early 1960s. Mr. Shaw had found himself growing up and around others who also went on to become legendary UK criminals. Growing up around such influential individuals, it does not come as much of a surprise that Mr. Shaw had also found a way to the upper echelons of UK crime. In his autobiography, Mr. Shaw states that he was bullied a lot when he was at school and had a lot of problems dealing with his peers. However, after his father passed away when he was only 10 years old, Mr. Shaw had enough of the bullies and eventually began to react to them with violence rather than using other methods. At a young age, he had realised that he was a lot stronger than the other kids, and he even quotes that he thought God had given him a gift. After years of being bullied and dealing with some of the most traumatic incidents at his school, Mr. Shaw took up boxing and fighting as one of his most main considerable hobbies. By the age of 16, Mr. Shaw was a boxing champion at his school, and he had already won one of his first titles at the Royal Albert Hall. As he transitioned throughout his life, Mr. Shaw worked multiple jobs, all of them ultimately leading to a dead end. Mr. Shaw couldn't find anything that stuck, and he never stayed at any of them long enough for it to become more than just a part-time job. Eventually, Mr. Shaw was recruited by the army in Colchester. Mr. Shaw was a large, muscular man, and he played the role very well. However, it was at this point in Mr. Shaw's life that his uncontrolled temper and hate for the system first comes to life, and it was to cause him some very serious issues. Being unable to deal with his anger management problems as a child, Mr. Shaw had allowed himself to be riled up by the army officers, who demanded the strictest and highest authority. Whilst Mr. Shaw was taking part in his national service, he had gotten into an argument with another officer who called over his commanding officer. The officer then approached Mr. Shaw with a smirk on his face. Mr. Shaw believed that the officer was trying to intimidate him or humiliate him, and so when the officer got closer, he punched him in the face. This physical confrontation, and many more like it, is the reason why Mr. Shaw was to end up having to serve the majority of his national service in the army's prison, being one of his first times that he faced incarceration throughout his life, but not nearly the least or most severe. Following his incarceration, Mr. Shaw was dishonourably discharged from the army. There are many more acts of violence that we will see throughout Mr. Shaw's life. As a young man, Mr. Shaw was in serious need of someone to try and help him control his anger, and try and control the sheer brute strength that he possessed. It was starting to become clear that Mr. Shaw was indeed facing some very serious issues of anger management, and was compelled to attack people rather than deal with his own internal issues, or voice any concerns that he may have had. From a very young age, Mr. Shaw was known as a physical fighter, and not somebody who would solve an argument with his words very often. However, Mr. Shaw had always managed to live his life this way because he was a large man, who nobody else could seem to overcome. So when he faced a challenge, and especially when it came to a physical strength challenge or fighting, Mr. Shaw was simply uncontrollably violent, and there was nothing nobody could do about it. Mr. Shaw was now out of the army and sent back home. It was also now that he decided to make a living in crime, and began to find his way back into the UK criminal underworld. Throughout the next 4 years, he engaged in acts of various crimes, some without seemingly any planning, and just based off sheer exhilaration. On one occasion, Mr. Shaw and a friend robbed the house without any planning and assaulted the male victim in both front of his wife and his children, something that he said he later regretted being part of later on in life. However, this speaks volumes of the terrifying acts Mr. Shaw was willing to commit without any pre-planning. It also shows that, as an active criminal, Mr. Shaw really had no sympathy or empathy for any of his victims. Mr. Shaw was arrested for the crime and sentenced to more time in jail, but this time he managed to escape his prison cell and embark on yet another adventure. After his involvement in a string of petty robberies and violent assaults, including the assault of a doctor and stealing his car, Mr. Shaw had found his way back to London. At this point, Mr. Shaw wanted to begin his journey into professional boxing, but however, since he was still on the run from police, and the officers were looking for him, he resorted to fighting under an alias name to remain hidden from any unwanted attention. After taking various steps to get himself involved in the industry, where he was known as Roy West, Mr. Shaw realised that his criminal record was going to be a setback. This setback was something that he was not going to be able to overcome, as he had already made a reputation for himself, and everywhere he went, everyone knew he was there. After only a few months, he was caught by the police and back in jail. He had also committed various other crimes whilst out on the run. Upon release from jail, it was reported that Mr. Shaw had fallen for a Maltese lady. He had fallen to her to the point where he had decided he wanted to move in with her and get married. He travelled to meet her family and have a big wedding, but he unfortunately managed to ruin his chance at keeping the lady as his wife by showing some of his family to be some of his unjust behaviour. On one instance, he threw a bottle of alcohol over a religious family statue. On his honeymoon, it was reported that he got so drunk he took on the entire bar and was arrested, hence ruining his marriage and carrying on with his old ways and tendencies. It is believed that after this incident, the relationship was no longer existent, and Mr. Shaw was again a single man. On another of Mr. Shaw's rampages, Mr. Shaw was present at a dance in a hall in Germany. Mr. Shaw had come across a beautiful young woman that he thoroughly admired and quickly realised he wanted to have a chance to dance with. After realising there was a line of men simply waiting for an opportunity to dance with the woman, he merely used his strength to overcome the line, and instead of lingering around, used violence to attack the people ahead of him in the line. Mr. Shaw skipped the entire line and made his way over to the now very frightened young lady. This act of violence was only calmed after the police were called and had their guns raised at Mr. Shaw. In his autobiography, Mr. Shaw even claims to have punched a commanding officer in the face following this encounter. In 1963, Mr. Shaw was part of a group that pulled off one of the largest armoured truck robberies in England's history. This group executed such an elaborate robbery that most of the people involved in the crime were incarcerated. The goal of this armoured truck robbery was to break into the armoured truck driving around with large amounts of liquid money. This money could then be split immediately and they could all part their own different ways. More than £87,000 was stolen during the robbery, which was quite a tremendous amount of money during the 1960s. Mr. Shaw was reportedly caught after only a few days when he was noticed driving around in a new Mercedes-Benz sports car, which he had bought straight away with the cash, all fraudulent money. It did not take the police investigators very long to track where this fraudulent money had come from and tie Mr. Shaw to the recent bank robbery. Only a few weeks after being caught for this, he was jailed and sentenced to 18 years behind bars. After all, this was one and still is one of the biggest armoured truck robberies in England's history. And to this day, none of the cash that was stolen has ever been recovered. In Wandsworth Prison, where Roy was incarcerated, he routinely stabbed police informers and even slashed the throat of one of his closest friends due to his strong belief in the code of honour amongst criminals that he believed must not be broken at any cost. He also found himself serving time with one of the most infamous UK train robbers, Mr. Ronnie Biggs. Mr. Biggs offered Mr. Shaw the chance to become involved in a plan they had to escape the prison. The plan had been put together by Mr. Biggs's gang, and if Mr. Shaw was prepared to put in £10,000 of his own money to cover the part of the costs that were needed to escape, he could join in. However, Mr. Shaw declined. He only did this because he realised after his calculations, he did not have enough money at that time to survive on the outside, especially whilst being on the run. However, Mr. Shaw never got to stay long enough to see his friend escape prison. Mr. Shaw had already been moved to Parkhurst after a series of vicious assaults, and this was before Mr. Biggs's escape had taken place in 1965. He did, however, keep in touch with Mr. Biggs and visited him in Brazil many years later when he was released and Mr. Biggs was still on the run. After spending some time in Parkhurst, and after many violent incidents and clashes with the authorities whilst he was there, Mr. Shaw was now sent to the psychiatric unit at Grendon Underwood. But as prison staff also found out there, they could not control Mr. Shaw and his extremely violent temper, which was described by staff at Grendon Underwood as vicious and uncontrollable. And so there was only one place left to send Mr. Shaw, and that was to Broadmoor High Security Psychiatric Hospital. Doctors at Grendon Underwood had noted Mr. Shaw as mentally ill and unstable for a typical prison environment. As Mr. Shaw had spent his life dealing with the uncontrollable violent outbursts he would have, it was only a matter of time before his temper soon brought him to the attention of the high security ward of the psychiatric hospital. During his 5-year stay at Broadmoor Hospital, Mr. Shaw had gone through various treatments, multiple drug programs, and had been dealt with a multitude of practitioners and different doctors. Mr. Shaw was diagnosed with having a mental illness and was subject to the hospital's say and judgment in treatments that he should have to help him recover. Mr. Shaw has had much to say about the treatments he endured while at the hospital and the environment that he was put in. Mr. Shaw stated that he has always hated the system and claimed that the system will never beat him. He explained that he did not respond well to being kept under such severe constraints. Doctors who were working during his stay in the hospital have spoken about the many efforts in which were made to try and control Mr. Shaw and prevent any more violent attacks on other patients or staff members. Whilst in the psychiatric ward, Mr. Shaw actually underwent experimental procedures that were taking place at the time. One was known as electroconvulsive therapy, and this was used in an attempt to help him manage and limit his violent temper. Electroconvulsive therapy is a form of shock therapy that passes electric currents throughout the brain, which intentionally triggers seizures. Some doctors believe that this allows the brain a chance to typically rewire itself or fix internal issues that therapy is not helping with. Mr. Shaw's doctors believe that this new form of therapy may help him. It may help control his anger issues and allow his brain time to revamp and function differently. This type of therapy is now only used to treat very severe forms of depression and is not provided to patients unless it is seen as the only possible option left. The doctors who were dealing with Mr. Shaw during this phase of his life have come out to make quite a few comments about his actions and his character while they knew him. Some of these practitioners claim that although Mr. Shaw seemed to be a very soft-spoken man, he was still a very intimidating looking gentleman, and when faced with any therapies that he was not willing to undergo, he became a powerful and dangerous person, one that made it almost impossible for anyone to treat him properly. Doctors from this part of Mr. Shaw's life also reported that the treatments were nearly a complete failure and were not able to reduce any of the aggressiveness that Mr. Shaw possessed. Instead, they only increased his unpredictable violence attacks and made his uncontrollable anger even more uncontrollable. By 1974, Mr. Shaw had already spent approximately 18 years in various different prisons. He had seen more than 22 different jails in his lifetime. After this lengthy incarceration, Mr. Shaw tried again to turn his life around. And it's here we see some significant changes in his atmosphere and his engagements. As earlier discussed, Mr. Shaw had already attempted to break into the ice world of professional boxing in his younger years, but was unable to do so because of his previous reputation and incarcerations. At this point, and after Mr. Shaw had been released from his 18-year sentence, he again attempted to get into the unlicensed boxing career world. Back in his 20s, Mr. Shaw had fought under the alias of Roy West when he initially tried to get his boxing career off the ground. But now, as a much older man, but a free man, at the age of 42, Mr. Shaw again enrolled himself in some of the boxing fights that were taking place, and now with a new nickname, one that was Roy Shaw, the Mean Machine. A fight that was billed to the public as the most gruesome fight of the century, and promised to be a fight to the death between Mr. Shaw and the undisputed, undefeated, bare-knuckle boxing champion Donnie the Bull Adams, was set up, but then halted by the police because such underground bare-knuckle boxing contests was still illegal, and the fight had attracted enormous publicity at the time. However, so great was the amount of money riding on the fight that both men had agreed to wear gloves and have a fight. Mr. Shaw won, destroying the Bull Mr. Adams in seconds, and from there went on to take his great rival, Lenny the Governor McLean. Lenny was a much younger man than Mr. Shaw. However, Mr. Shaw beat him in their first fight. The pair went on to fight again, and Mr. Shaw lost the rematch. Another fight was billed to take place, and Mr. Shaw lost that fight, with Mr. McLean emerging victorious again. However, Mr. Shaw states that he only lost the rematches as he had drank a bottle of ginseng before the fight, which made him feel drowsy and unable to get into the fight. The legends of the two men and the myths that surround them still continue to this day, as people differ as to how many times they have actually fought and who won the fights. Mr. Shaw took a second serious shot at becoming a professional fighter, starting in 1978. 11 of Mr. Shaw's boxing matches were recorded on his boxing record. Mr. Shaw had gained many victories, including some of the very infamous ones over very prominent names in the boxing industry at that time. However, after suffering a broken rib injury, Mr. Shaw's boxing career seemingly went downhill, and this significant loss in the ring took a huge hit on his fighting reputation. With a total of 9 wins and 2 losses, it appears Mr. Shaw did apparently try to turn his life around for some while and let go of his criminal name and demeanour, and began to become involved in other aspects of his life. If it was not for his unfortunate injury of a broken rib, it is maybe possible to assume that Mr. Shaw would have went on to claim more boxing victories as a professional fighter. He may well have even went on to excel at the sport. In the 1970s and 1980s, Mr. Shaw began to create a new reputation for himself and started many new streams of life after letting go of his previous criminal activities. Some of these include media press, movies, books, and even music. It was at this point in his life that Mr. Shaw crafted his own autobiography known as Pretty Boy, in which he explains the different encounters that he has experienced throughout his criminal life, his boxing career, and his life thereafter. In the late 1970s and in the early 1980s, Mr. Shaw was something of what was known as a tabloid celebrity. He had appeared in multiple newspapers and documentaries over the years. Mr. Shaw was such a huge figure in the criminal underworld that just him attending many of his friends' funerals or even attending a court case was enough reason for the tabloids to bring the cameras out. Mr. Shaw was also a subject of a documentary in 2006 titled Roy Shaw Brute Force. This film exemplified his story and had the original footage of Mr. Shaw's boxing career and various matches that he had throughout his career, as well as stories from Mr. Shaw himself regarding his criminal past and the other criminals that he was always associated with. This is a very interesting documentary and is also followed up with a second DVD called Roy Shaw's Fight School. Many members of the public were interested in learning about Mr. Shaw's turn throughout his life, from growing up in such harsh childhood conditions to becoming a criminal and then beginning his boxing career. He also later appeared in some other films, from growing up in such a harsh childhood environment, becoming a criminal, becoming a boxer, and then a successful businessman. He also appeared in a few low-budget films with his friend Dave Courtney. Mr. Shaw's life has been documented in many books and literature. Even his own arch-rival, Mr. Lenny McLean, wrote a section about Mr. Shaw and his boxing in his book, The Governor, which was released in 1998. Mr. Shaw was also mentioned and heavily featured in one of his longtime friend Kate Cray's books. Mr. Shaw went on to co-write another book with his friend Kate Cray, entitled Roy Shaw Unleashed. This novel encompasses a series of stories about the criminal underworld of London as Mr. Shaw was moving through them in the 1970s and 80s, and it also explains some of his boxing career thereafter. Mr. Shaw's son had also wrote a book called Mean Machine Roy Shaw, which was published in 2019 and featured lots of untold stories. As clearly made evident, Mr. Shaw was the face of a lot of media attention following the end of his criminal career. Throughout his entire life, he had created a name for himself in both good and bad lighting. A lot of the people across London and the rest of the UK knew who Mr. Shaw was, and his reputation varied depending on what industry you recognised him from. However, even his boxing career itself was affected by his life in crime, and this reputation in the criminal underworld seemed to follow him wherever he went. As Mr. Shaw got older, his life took even more interesting turns and twists. After serving his last prison sentence and attempting to make a turnaround in his life towards a better path, Mr. Shaw tried to live a more legitimate lifestyle and explored other industries with more potential. Mr. Shaw did not remarry, but he did have a son and a daughter, and has various grandchildren. His son, Gary Shaw, has actually spoken out about his experience growing up in the shadow of his father, and has been outspoken about his father's reputation and how it affected his own life. In his later years, Mr. Shaw lived in Walton Abbey, Essex, surrounded by his 2 Rottweilers to keep him company. After retiring from boxing, Mr. Shaw became more invested in becoming a businessman and started to get involved in many financial ventures. Mr. Shaw became involved in more real estate investments and found out it was a much more legal and easier way to make money. It was revealed that ever since his release from incarceration, Mr. Shaw had begun investing in land investments himself, after receiving advice from another successful business associate. It was to be this involvement in the property business which would lead him to make a series of smart investments, which eventually made him a self-made millionaire. However, in 2009, Mr. Shaw reached another obstacle in his life, one that proved to be quite an unusual turn of event. As Mr. Shaw aged, he developed the early stages of Alzheimer's, which plays a large role in the things that happened later on in his life. In 2008, Mr. Shaw had sold some of his highly valued land in Chadwell Heath, which is an area in North East London. Mr. Shaw sold this land for £2.6 million. Once the sale had been made, it was reported that he had offered £643,000 to be paid to a lady by the name of Linda Finnemore. Miss Finnemore, who was 43 at the time when she applied for the money to be transferred, had met Mr. Shaw when he was battling the early stages of Alzheimer's, a disease that causes severe memory loss. Mr. Shaw was led to believe that she was helping him with some kind of business affairs, while she was simultaneously battling cancer. Both of these claims, when brought to court, ended up being untrue, which came as a big surprise to Mr. Shaw and sent him into a whirlwind of serious legal issues in which Mr. Shaw needed to resolve. After Miss Finnemore began taking large sums of money from Mr. Shaw's account, the bank contacted Mr. Shaw's daughter, who was at that time power of his attorney. After the alarm was raised by the bank for such substantial amounts of money being withdrawn from Mr. Shaw's account, Mr. Shaw's daughter took Miss Finnemore to court to deal with the large funds of money that were being requested, with no exemplifying reason. In court, Miss Finnemore claimed to be a long-term partner of Mr. Shaw's, and claimed to have access to all of his assets since she was his common-law wife. However, Mr. Shaw's daughter had never even met Miss Finnemore once, nor could she confirm any of these statements. When questioned regarding the transfers of money to his quote-unquote common-law wife, Mr. Shaw stated that although he had agreed that she was a very intelligent woman and wanted to help her with his financial assets, Mr. Shaw did not at all find her attractive and denied that they were in any way in any type of any relationship. The trial judge, Sir John Lindsay, found Miss Finnemore to be even more untruthful in her case giving evidence. Forensic experts were brought in to examine the documents authenticating the money exchange, and the forensic team found that Miss Finnemore had forged many of the materials on her own personal computer. The judge ultimately found that Miss Finnemore was abusing her purpose in Mr. Shaw's life and had mistreated his personal fortunes for her own personal gain. Mr. Justice Lindsay ordered Miss Finnemore to pay the money to the respective owner, Mr. Shaw, with a sum amounting to £208,000, £20,000 and £57,000, plus all the accumulated interest. In total, Mr. Shaw had received more than £1 million in compensation. The judge ultimately found that Miss Finnemore's claims that Mr. Shaw was willing to transfer the original £600,000 and then an additional £43,000 were a completely false statement, and that Mr. Shaw would never put anything into writing or any identifiable form. Mr. Shaw unfortunately passed away on the 14th of July 2012. He was once one of the UK's most brutal street criminals. Mr. Shaw created quite a name for himself across the various industries, constantly finding ways to get into the media eye. As you can see, Mr. Shaw is from a life of prison and crime, and turned himself round into one of the most renowned men of his era, connecting with some of the most largest names whilst incarcerated, and committing some of the largest robberies while he was out. Throughout his life, Mr. Shaw was not a man to be taken lightly, and definitely had his ways with many enemies and equals throughout his time. From small petty crime in his childhood, working his way up to an 18-year sentence in 1963, Mr. Roy Shaw is one of the UK's most prominent street criminals with an extensive record to show that. After his life of crime, he turned to fighting and boxing, where he was able to put his brute strength to use and try and create a new fame for himself. After his career in boxing, he created a respectable property portfolio and specialised in landowning, where he was able to make huge profits and live the rest of his life as a successful businessman. Mr. Shaw lived a life full of turns and twists, and definitely did not follow suit or fail to take life wherever he wanted. The crimes committed by Mr. Shaw will never be forgotten in the UK criminal underworld. Thanks for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed the video. Please let us know what you think about Roy Shaw in the comments section below. And until next time, stay safe. The tragic case of Sarah Payne, an 8-year-old girl abducted and murdered in the summer of 2000, significantly impacted the UK legal system and public consciousness. Sarah's disappearance from a country lane in Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, whilst playing near her grandparents' home, set off a nationwide manhunt. Her body was discovered 16 days later, marking one of England's most harrowing child murder cases at the time. Roy Whitting, a 41-year-old convicted sex offender, was arrested and charged with Sarah's murder. Whitting's previous criminal background included a conviction for abduction and sexual assault of another young girl. It was a crucial factor in his identification and arrest. Despite initial challenges in linking him to Sarah's disappearance, forensic evidence eventually played a crucial role in securing his conviction. A trial held at Lewes Crown Court in November 2001 utilised testimony from Sarah's brother and presenting chilling evidence in Whitting's van, which had been transformed into what was described as a moving prison, equipped with items suggesting premeditation for abduction and assault. The discovery of Sarah's hair and fibres matching those found in Whitting's van provided incontrovertible forensic evidence linking him to the crime. Following his conviction, Whitting was sentenced to life imprisonment, a ruling that sparked a national outcry and led to the campaign for Sarah's law. This legislation allowed controlled public access to sex offenders registries, aiming to protect children from known predators. The law's implementation reflected a significant shift in public policy, emphasizing the importance of community safety over the privacy rights of convicted sex offenders. The aftermath of Sarah Payne's murder saw her family, particularly Sarah's mother, Sarah Payne, become prominent advocates for child safety and changes in the law regarding sex offenders. These efforts were instrumental in raising awareness and pushing legislative change to help prevent similar tragedies. The case also highlighted the crucial role of forensic science in solving crimes, with the investigation into Sarah Payne's murder being one of the most extensive and costly in British history. The use of forensic evidence, including etymology, palynology, and DNA analysis, set a precedent for future investigations, underscoring the evolving nature of crime-solving techniques. Roy Whitting's conviction and subsequent legal, societal responses to Sarah Payne's murder underscore the complexities of dealing with sex offenders and the measures societies are willing to take to protect their most vulnerable members. The legacy of Sarah Payne's case continues to influence public policy, legal practice, and community awareness regarding child safety and the rights of victims to their families.
Grandparents Terry and Leslie across fields and down a country lane should have taken the children no more than a couple of minutes.
From the time we left the house to the time we got back, it was about an hour. Got back to the house and Les just looked at me in a strange way and said, "Is Sarah with you?" And I said no, and it was that immediate panic. I went up to the end of the lane, but I just sensed that she definitely wouldn't have gone any further than that. So then it was back along the lane and it was calling all the time, shouting all the time. We just kept looking. You know when you lose your child in a supermarket and you can't find them, but you kind of know they're around the next corner? It was like that, but intensified. It felt wrong. To be honest, I thought she was hurt somewhere.
Lee, the Payne's 13-year-old son, had been the last person to see Sarah as they crossed the field towards their grandparents' house. Lee said that his sister had stumbled, then disappeared from view, and he'd seen something else too.
Now, Lee knows cars and he knows vans and he's got a very good memory. He said to me that he'd seen a white van. And Lee turned out to be the best witness that we had. It was just beginning to get dusk and Sarah was terrified of the dark. And there's no way she'd want to be outside in the dark, there's just no way. So that's when we made the call.
Police emergency, what's the problem?
I've lost my 8-year-old daughter. She's been missing about an hour and 3/4 now.
Right. Was she playing with anybody at all?
She was playing with her brothers and her little sister, and she sort of walked away from them.
And what's the name of the little one that's missing?
Sarah. Every minute was, like a ticking clock. It was just awful. I don't think any of us slept that night. Truly believed that we would get home. In fact, I never doubted it for 1 second.
In the immediate hours after Sarah's disappearance, police were keeping an open mind. Had she just wandered off soon to be found, or had something more sinister happened? In his statement to police, Lee Payne said that not only had he seen a white van, he also gave a description of what the driver looked like. It was a man, unshaven, with yellow teeth, and wearing a check shirt.
At that time I was a detective inspector in the Littlehampton area and had responsibility for a range of functions, including gathering intelligence on criminals and the management of sex offenders. The briefing that I gave my team was that they were to knock on the doors of the sex offenders who might have committed an offence like this, who in those circumstances tend to be very compliant. They'll do what they're told. Ask them where they were when Sarah had gone missing, and hopefully, with their consent, actually get into their flat house and search it.
The day following Sarah Payne's disappearance, and a massive search was underway.
There were helicopters and police and people from the village. I think there was 200-300 volunteers, just people coming from everywhere, just to look. I just didn't think anyone could harm her. I just felt that she would have talked anyone out of hurting her.
Sunday evening, and police knocked on the front door of a 41-year-old car mechanic who lived a few hundred yards from the Littlehampton seafront. Police wanted to know his whereabouts when Sarah had gone missing. His name was Roy Whiting.
He said he'd been in Littlehampton. He'd travelled across to the Brighton Hove area to a fun fair and had then travelled straight back. But the sort of answers that he was giving were very nervous ones. So they came away and just went round the corner and telephoned my sergeant, who telephoned me. In the meantime, Whiting came out from his address, went round the corner to South Terrace, the seafront road, to a white van.
Whiting had bought the white Fiat van just a few days before Sarah's disappearance. Police also had doubts about his alibi, which didn't seem to add up. He claimed he'd driven straight back from Brighton, yet in his van was a receipt from a petrol station putting him 10 miles north of the route he said he had taken to get home.
On what basis did we arrest him? Nervousness on his part. He gave us an alibi that we weren't happy with. So we were stretching things as it was to get him in custody.
But there was another reason why Roy Whiting was a suspect. In 1995, Whiting had been convicted for an indecent assault on an 8-year-old girl in Crawley, 35 miles away. Cruising around the town on a winter's afternoon, he had bundled the girl into his car before taking her to a wooded area and assaulting her. He'd then dropped her home. Roy Whiting was well known to Paul Williams. He had interviewed him in Littlehampton when he was released from prison after serving half of his 5-year sentence.
This is a man who had committed a serious predatory offence against a little girl. He just had no appreciation or understanding, really, of what he'd done, why he had done it, and whether he would do it again.
After his release, Whiting had been seen hanging around a local swimming pool. Police put him under surveillance in case he tried to commit another offence.
My conclusion was that he posed a significant risk. I didn't put it in terms of high, medium or low. There had to be a chance that he would do that again.
Roy Whiting was just one of hundreds of sex offenders questioned about Sarah Payne's disappearance. Desperate to find her, her parents appealed to whoever might be holding their daughter.
Let her go.
Let her go.
Or if you know that someone's got an extra child somehow, or
yeah,
or whatever,
you know,
get in touch with your local police. You know,
look around you, everybody. Everybody, just look around you.
As Sarah's parents made their appeal, Roy Whiting was being questioned.
Right. Well, Whiting gets interviewed. The problem is there's not a great deal to interview him about. We've still just got a missing girl.
How far away from her were you in your vehicle when you first saw her? No comment. What side of the road was she walking on? No comment. At what stage did you decide that you were gonna take her? No comment. I mean, was it a planned thing, or was it an instantaneous act? What was it like? No comment.
Over 3 days of questioning, Roy Whiting maintained a defiant no comment. There was nothing the police could do.
My experience has led me to absolutely know there's only one way to investigate something, and that is to keep an open mind at all times.
No. Is there anything that you don't understand about what I've asked you over the past few days? No.
There was strong circumstantial evidence, but we didn't have enough evidence to charge him.
Roy Whiting was released, but police kept hold of his van. They wanted to carry out forensic tests on its contents. Meanwhile, the search for the missing 8-year-old, Sarah Payne, carried on.
Just didn't feel right. It just felt wrong. They were just loud and noisy, just a normal family, and 2 boys, 2 girls. And so they were kind of like, why haven't you got her back yet? You're the person that we trust. Why isn't she home? And I couldn't answer, and I just kept saying, she'll be home soon, she'll be home soon. That's all I could say.
July the 4th, 2000. It was now 72 hours since Sarah Payne had gone missing while on a day out to the Sussex coast with her family. The search for the 8-year-old girl was now nationwide and becoming increasingly desperate. There were even reports that she had been sighted more than 200 miles away in Cheshire.
I walked in on day 3 of the inquiry, and that's when I first met Sarah. There was no margin for error with Sarah Payne. Her daughter was alive. End of.
We've got just over 500 actions now, so that's 500 different jobs that we've gone out to do in trying to find Sarah.
None of us were ever allowed to talk about anything other than Sarah coming home alive.
We always imagined every time we looked at a camera that Sarah was looking back, and that if she could see doubt in our mind, she would worry and she'd be scared. We're trying to stay as positive as we possibly can, you know? And Sarah, if you're watching, Mummy loves you. And we miss you. And we're looking for you, darling, and we're going to find you. Okay? We're going to find you. And you'll be home. You'll be home, darling.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful. We've got to try and keep our spirits up in some way.
But I remember when we walked out the press conference, a police officer in an informal chat, really, made reference to the fact, I think he used the words, God forbid if the worst has happened. And Sarah had absolutely exploded and said, you know, don't ever talk about that in front of me.
Wouldn't allow anyone to say that anywhere near me. If that's your thought, go away. Take it away. I don't need anything negative or anything nasty. She doesn't need to see that, and I don't need to hear it, because I didn't want that getting through to her.
Codenamed Operation Maple, the search for Sarah Payne was and still is the biggest investigation that Sussex Police has ever mounted, bigger even than the Brighton bomb. Nearly 1/3 of its officers were involved in the hunt for the missing schoolgirl.
It was a massive job, no question about it, massive. And it cost £3 million, which is a significant amount of money. I would do briefings in the morning with detectives, and there'd be 90 officers.
Following his initial arrest and questioning, Roy Whiting left Littlehampton. He remained the prime suspect and his van was still being examined, but police lacked any firm evidence to link him with Sarah Payne's disappearance. Whiting returned to Crawley, scene of his earlier offence against an 8-year-old girl, to live with his father. He was now under round-the-clock surveillance.
The primary reason for putting him under surveillance was that if Sarah was alive, he could lead us to her. She could have been in a building somewhere, locked up in a caravan somewhere. He also could have got rid of the clothes or some other evidence. I didn't want him to leave the country. I wanted to know where he was 24 hours a day.
As with all major hunts for missing children, police were running the media campaign, hoping that the daily coverage would jog someone's memory. But that meant coming up with new angles and fresh stories to keep Sarah Payne's disappearance in the public eye.
I said to her, we're playing a game here. We have got to keep this in the news. It gets your daughter back, it solves my inquiry. Every day we need a new angle to this, Sarah, otherwise we'd stop going on the TV.
I knew that this was the only way to keep Sarah in people's hearts and minds. And until she was brought home, that's exactly what I was going to do.
Sarah, if you're watching, please come home. Family's not the same without you. There's just a massive gap in between everybody.
Our little princess has been not with us for 2 whole weeks now. We miss her terribly. Every day gets a little bit harder. Every hour gets a little bit harder. What I had to do was I had to give everyone looking into a TV set and everyone reading a paper my daughter. And that's what I did, because I knew it was the only way I could make people want to help. I didn't want them to see a child on the screen in front of them and think, oh, I wanted them to become part of it. I wanted them to hurt as much as I was hurting, so that they searched as hard as I searched.
Ironically, just as we were running out of ideas to keep it in the news, Sarah's body was found.
On Monday morning, July the 17th, 2000, in a field opposite Brinsbury College, 15 miles from Littlehampton, came reports of the discovery of a little girl's body.
I was at Littlehampton Police Station with most of my team at that point, and we heard that a body had been found just off the A29 road. A member of the public had been walking through the field and had stumbled across a body in a shallow grave. So I gathered my team together and we sped up there, and I initially took charge of the scene.
And the way it was explained to me was her body has been found, it's a little girl, and Sarah's the only one that's missing. Oh, it was just... and it's like slow motion. I can still see it all in like this slow motion with no sound. And really, to be honest, I don't think I really had time to absorb it or take it in. Sarah had not been buried very well. She had been exposed to the elements for 17 days. And what was there wasn't a small child. That's the only way I can put it.
It's what nightmares are made of. No police officer ever wants to work on a child murder. It's, you know, we're all parents. Right from the start, despite Sarah's emotive pleas and fantastic, heartfelt belief that her daughter was alive, most of us knew she wasn't. And so we were already gearing up for the scenario of Sarah being found dead long before that body was found.
It was now a murder inquiry. A hunt for a killer, a search for evidence and clues, however small.
The body was just over there, 5 yards away. There was a full forensic team. There was every ologist known to man that was here just to try and get some sort of forensic evidence. One of the saddest days ever.
Following the discovery of Sarah's body, the public's response threatened to overwhelm the investigation.
We had 1,000 messages coming in a day from the public. I couldn't possibly read 1,000 messages, so we had a team of detectives prioritising those messages into ABC. Everybody wants to help. You've got to sort out the wood from the trees.
Amid all the less useful information coming in, much of it just tying up resources, one find was to prove hugely significant. Deborah Bray lived 3 miles away from the murder scene.
2 days after Sarah had disappeared, there was a little shoe in the middle of the road, which was brand new, and it alerted me. I thought some little one from Coolham School had probably thrown it out the car window. And it must have been there 3 or 4 days when it wasn't there anymore. I assumed that maybe someone had picked it up.
2 weeks later, and Deborah Bray heard on the radio about the discovery of Sarah's body in a nearby field and recalled seeing the little shoe in the middle of the road.
When the body was found, I rang the police straight away, and whoever it was on the phone said, "Oh, well, can you go and see?" I walked down the road looking for the shoe and found it in amongst the grass under the hedge, quite a way in. So it had been knocked quite away by cars passing. It took quite a lot of looking for. I picked it up very gingerly with my little finger and took it back to the car, and then drove to Brinsbury, where I knew the police were.
It would be several weeks before anyone realised the significance of what Deborah Bray had found.
I'm a senior forensic biologist in the Forensic Science Service, and I deal with usually offences against the person, so murder, rape, and in this case, the abduction of a little girl.
Like the police, Ray Chapman and his team were overwhelmed with information. And at first, the hunt for clues seemed to be going nowhere.
There's pressure in the sense that police want things very quickly, but they also know how many items they've submitted to the laboratory. And in this case, in total, there was over 500 items submitted, so they do have some idea that things are going to have to take a little while.
July the 20th, and Sarah's family visit the site where her body was discovered.
I wanted Sarah to be remembered. I wanted everyone to remember what happened to this little girl when she went and played on a field. I didn't want her just to disappear into nothingness, and for all those people that had helped search, helped look and written to us, for them to forget.
We had pretty good information from police sources, let's make no bones about it, that this was almost certainly the work of a local predatory, high-risk paedophile. The important thing was that out there were an extraordinarily large number of people who, to a greater or lesser degree, posed a threat to the safety, the welfare, even the lives of children. And so out of that evolved very quickly the idea that we should liaise with Sarah and her family and see whether or not they would want to join us in a campaign.
It was time that somebody stood up and said, you know, if you can't keep them in prison and if you can't monitor these people, you better start letting us know that they're there.
So we took polls, we conducted some polls, and they came in at between 80 and 90% of the people who were polled who said, yes, we believe these people should be identified, they should be named, they should be shamed.
The decision to publish the names and the faces of 50 paedophiles convicted of offences against children was massively controversial. Critics accused the News of the World of inciting vigilante justice. And sure enough, there were attacks, not just on those who had been convicted of offences against children. Innocent people were also targeted, including in South Wales, a female paediatrician whom protesters had confused as a paedophile. But the News of the World campaign touched a nerve all over the country.
I don't blame them for being angry the way that they were. I'm not surprised that they demonstrated in the way they were, and I'm not surprised they were as angry as they were. And I think, to be honest, had it been me at that time, I probably would have reacted in exactly the same way.
More than 1 million people signed a petition demanding that the government change the law disclosing the whereabouts of known paedophiles. The demands for a so-called Sarah's Law, a lasting tribute to Sarah Payne, continued. As for Roy Whiting, the prime suspect for Sarah's murder, police were about to get the break they'd been hoping for.
We're going north, speed is 70 miles an hour. We have our lights on, vehicles refusing to stop.
It was never a manhunt for Roy Whiting. From the beginning, Roy Whiting just kept coming up, was there from the start and just didn't go away.
Following the discovery of Sarah Payne's body, Roy Whiting, the prime suspect in the case, had gone on the run but was still under surveillance. He had left his father's house in Crawley, where he'd committed a previous offence against a young girl, after bricks were thrown through the window. Whiting was now sleeping rough. But in the small hours of Sunday the 23rd of July, 6 days after Sarah Payne's body had been discovered, things were to change dramatically. A white Vauxhall Nova was reported stolen in Crawley.
He was seen to go to this vehicle. He was seen to change the plates, the number plates, and then he was seen to drive off.
A patrol car was diverted to stop the Vauxhall and its driver, none other than Roy Whiting.
There's one male in it.
So a decision was made for a marked vehicle to stop him. And at that point, the chase started.
In a desperate bid to get away, at one stage, Whiting reversed the Vauxhall down a dual carriageway.
County Oak roundabout, reversing north. One male in it, vehicle's now going south-south. London Road on the northbound carriageway. Going south, past the BP garage. Gone round to the back of Allied Carpets.
Drove like an absolute maniac.
Carpets, down you go.
And he could cause the death of someone.
We're into the car park. Keep going. County Oak Industrial Estate. It's going a right into an unmade road. There we go. Going down to the back of Langley Walk. We have a warning light come up on our car. We believe it might be damaged. We may have to call off this follow.
More police were now in pursuit. Whiting then dumped the stolen Vauxhall and ran off across fields, but he was then arrested by other officers.
As far as I was concerned, Whiting being arrested was manna from heaven. I was delighted to see that he was then remanded in custody, because then I knew where he was going nowhere, and he couldn't abduct another child, he couldn't assault another child, or couldn't, God forbid, murder another child.
Whiting was sent to prison for the theft of the car. In custody, the police had time to question him, but they were under intense pressure to get results from the very top.
I've never worked on an inquiry where Downing Street phone up for an update, but that's what was happening. You know, every week we get a phone call saying the Prime Minister's asking what's happening with the Sarah Payne case.
And slowly but surely, the investigation was making progress. The focus was now on a minute examination of the black shoe that had been found in a hedgerow close to where Sarah's body had been buried.
The usual way of retaining fibres is to use a piece of sellotape, and then the stickiness of the tape will pick up any fibres that are on the outside of the clothing. You can't do that with a Velcro strap because the Velcro will just hold onto the fibres. So an assistant had to sit down and carefully pick off each fibre individually using a pair of forceps. So that took quite a while, and we ended up with 200 or 300 fibres mounted up individually.
Velcro, in my book, is the most wonderful material in the entire world for catching murderers, because the fibres stick to it like there's no tomorrow. And however the shoe is mistreated and rained upon and kicked about and run over, the fibres are still there.
On August the 31st, the funeral of Sarah Payne took place at her local church in Hersham in Surrey.
Sarah was very much a girl. She wanted dresses on and didn't like trousers. Everyone bought her pink. Her ability to forgive and her ability to love, I think, were just fantastic. When we buried her, we gave her the funeral that a princess should have, because I'd never give her the wedding that she could have. That's why the funeral became as it was.
I didn't know what to write, so I just wrote to Sarah. Dear Sarah, ever since you came bounding into our lives at 2 in the morning, with no phone in the house, one tooth in your head, and a smile that could melt ice, we loved you. You were a joy that made our lives full. Daddy called you Princess because that's just what you are.
Despite all the circumstantial evidence against Roy Whiting, the police still didn't have enough evidence to charge him with Sarah's murder. Hopes were pinned on the forensic scientists. They spent 5 months analysing samples taken from the Velcro on Sarah's shoe and comparing them with items found in Whiting's van. Among them, his red sweatshirt found in the front seat.
The shoe was paramount. This little tiny ladybird shoe that had been kicked up and down the road for days and days and weeks, it was the key to the conviction of Roy Whiting.
The real breakthrough was when we found a fibre on the Velcro strap that matched the fibres that made up the fabric of the red sweatshirt in the van. Now, we did that by comparing the two fibres under a comparison microscope. One of these slides has a sample of fibres from the red sweatshirt found in Roy Whiting's van. Put that under one side of the microscope. The other slide contains fibres picked off from the shoe, which is thought to be from Sarah Payne. So these are the fibres that were trapped on the Velcro. We put that down the other side of the comparison microscope. So what you can see on the monitor now is a red fibre taken from Sarah Payne's shoe. And on the monitor you can see the exact shade of red, and you might just be able to make out very small particles within the fibre that stop it being too shiny. On the other side, we have a fibre from the red sweatshirt that was found in Roy Whiting's van. And you can see that it's exactly the same shade of red, it's got the same cross-section, and it also has the small particles that stop the fibres becoming too shiny.
Over the next few weeks, further tests confirmed the initial results. The fibre from the shoe had come from the red sweatshirt found in Roy Whiting's van.
Each one of those processes takes 4 weeks. So you can imagine it's not like CSI. It's a long, long, slow process, and it takes a long time. It's frustrating, and it's heart-wrenching at times.
That link between Sarah's shoe and Whiting's red sweatshirt was just the first breakthrough.
Once the red sweatshirt was indicated by the fibres, I could then go ahead and test all the hairs that we found on the sweatshirt, which amounted to 40 hairs, which is an awful lot of DNA testing to do on one item. But in the end it was worth it, because although 39 of those hairs gave no DNA profile whatsoever, one single hair gave a profile that matched fully back to Sarah Payne.
The scientific evidence was totally crucial. For the entire length of the inquiry, I've been fighting to keep an open mind, fighting everyone else to keep an open mind, but now I knew Roy Whiting had killed Sarah Payne, definitely.
On February the 6th, 2001, Roy Whiting was arrested while in prison when about to complete his sentence for the earlier theft of the car and brought back to Sussex.
It was never a case of getting anybody for murdering Sarah. I didn't want anybody in prison. I wanted to know that the person that went to prison was definitely the person, 100% sure, absolutely no doubts.
Roy William Whiting, I'm Detective Sergeant Hinchcliffe, and I'm going to charge you. You are charged with the offences that I'm going to read out below. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention now something which you later rely on in court.
I wanted to be able to look at that man in the eye, for a jury to be able to say you're guilty, and for a judge to be able to say you're going to prison. And after that, for him to go and rot in hell, as far as I'm concerned, and just never, ever be seen or heard of again.
You are charged that on Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, at Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, you unlawfully took or carried away Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne against her will, and that's contrary to common law. You are also charged that between Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, and Monday, the 3rd of July 2000, at Kingston Gorse, West Sussex, or elsewhere, you murdered Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne.
On November the 13th, 2001, Roy Whiting faced a jury at Lewes Crown Court.
I was about to see the man that had murdered my daughter. I threw up about 2 or 3 times in the morning. I had had nightmares for I don't know how long. And when he came up from the cells, and he was this little, dirty, unkempt man that wasn't a monster, that wasn't this thing that I could possibly ever be scared of in my life. And I knew that the only reason that that man picks on children is because there is no way an adult would have him anywhere near him.
Before the jury, Whiting claimed he knew nothing about Sarah's disappearance. He claimed he had forgotten precise details of his movements that night and said he'd been set up by the police.
I have never been as confident of getting a conviction from anyone. But after 3 days with the jury being out, I didn't quite have that confidence. I was with Sarah when we got called back into court. We went into court. I don't think I've ever been quite as nervous as I was at that particular stage. And this wonderful young forewoman of the jury, she was asked, how did you find the defendant? And she said in the clearest, loudest voice, guilty. And that was such a relief.
When they came through with guilty, I remember a woman on the jury, she just cried, just absolutely cried. And for me it was a sense of relief, absolute relief. And then the judge went into all the details, the absolute details of his previous. And that was just horrendous.
Before passing sentence, Judge Richard Curtis told Whiting, "You are and will remain an absolute menace to any little girl, and you are every parent's and grandparent's nightmare come true." Then he made the revelation that the psychiatrist who had seen Whiting after his previous attack had warned that he was a high-risk repeat offender. Sarah's murder had proved the psychiatrist right, the judge said.
Hearing that was like a knife ripping right the way through. Absolutely. It was like somebody telling me what had happened to my daughter.
Moments after Whiting was taken to the cells, Sarah and Michael Payne faced the world's media.
This doesn't make us happy, but justice has been done. Sarah can rest in peace now. But let's make sure that this stops happening time and time again. People are being let out of prison when everybody concerned knows that this is going to happen again.
Sarah, Michael, can you describe that moment when you heard the verdict?
I thought of Sarah and nothing else.
Come along, Cap.
The judge recommended that Whiting spend the rest of his life in prison.
I know that there are bad people out there. I know that it was a case of, wrong place, wrong time for her. What I was absolutely devastated and what really knocked me flying was the fact that he'd done it before. I am told constantly that it doesn't happen very often, but I am constantly reminding if it only happens to one child, it's too many.
Since the death of her daughter in July 2000, abducted and then murdered while on a family day out, Sarah Payne has fought tirelessly for a change in the law. For parents, schools and carers to have the right to know that convicted paedophiles are in their local area. The government has now agreed that a trial version of the so-called Sarah's Law will be introduced in 4 areas of England.
Sarah's Law is basically, it's about predatory paedophiles. It's about people that are whiting. If a predator lives in your community, you should be able to go and ask, and somebody should tell you that he is there or she is there.
Over the years, Sarah Payne has tackled anyone with influence to get what she believes in and provide a lasting tribute to her daughter.
If I had known Roy Whiting lived in that area, there is no way my children would have been out to play. That would have saved my daughter's life.
The night that we were knocking on the door of Roy Whiting and arrested him, we went to probably 10 other houses to speak to sex offenders. I'm not saying any one of those could have committed this offence, but you know, there are a lot of sex offenders.
Today there are 30,000 people on the sex offenders register, but that figure doesn't take account of the thousands of others who may have committed offences and gone undetected.
How do you effectively monitor those numbers? Do you put 24/7 surveillance teams onto them? It sounds great, but the resource implications of just looking at one sex offender to that level of scrutiny are enormous.
Today, Sarah Payne is returning to Lewes Crown Court, the first time she's been back there since Roy Whiting was convicted for her daughter's murder in December 2001. She's talking to court volunteers about how to deal with the victims of crime.
First time?
Yes, first time I've been
First time that you've come back to Lewes Crown Court.
The events of the last few years have taken their toll on Sarah Payne. She lost her daughter, and she and her husband Michael are now divorced.
The stuff that I do for Sarah's Law, many people have said to me, why don't you just walk away? It's obviously a price that's too high. The point is, if everyone does that, then nothing ever changes. You know, it's like, I'm doing this because I believe it's the right thing to do.
She's sharing a platform with Martin Underhill, Tosh, one of the senior detectives involved in the case, to talk about their own experiences and the lessons to be drawn from one of this country's most notorious murder investigations.
I meet many families on a daily basis, and I meet many families throughout the course of my work where, because they're not treated in the same way as we were, they are very fallen and very broken, and a lot of that's to do with the fact that they weren't listened to or they didn't get justice. Tosh and I had a very honest relationship. I had asked Tosh in very, very early days, please be honest. Don't lie to me. Honesty is most definitely the best policy, don't you think?
Most difficult time I had with Sarah was the honesty over Roy Whiting. He was arrested on the Sunday, the day after Sarah went missing. It wasn't the fact someone had been arrested, it was the fact that this man had done it before. And we had to tell her. And there were a lot of tears and a lot of anger. And she actually said to me, I want to know exactly what he did. And that was awful.
That was a very difficult moment. It was horrible to hear, but I had to know the details. And had Martin lied to me at that point, that would have been the end of our relationship.
The girl was actually taken from Kingston Lane, wasn't she? No, comment.
In the years since Roy Whiting was convicted for the murder of Sarah Payne and sent to prison for life, there are still unanswered questions.
Sarah, I want to help find her.
To this day, Whiting has always refused to cooperate with the police.
Yeah, no, comment.
The sad thing is, at the moment, we don't know how exactly Sarah died or why. I write to him every year on the anniversary of his conviction. and ask him if he was prepared to speak to the police. So far, he has never responded to those letters, but we will continue writing those letters for the foreseeable future, because I think the family and the police force have a right to know what happened.
The murder of Sarah Payne and the subsequent trial and conviction of Roy Whiting not only brought a tragic event to a legal resolution, but also initiated significant changes in the way society and the legal system in the UK approached the issues. The case underscores the vital importance of forensic science in solving crimes, leading to a broader acceptance and integration of various forensic techniques in criminal investigations. Additionally, it brought to the forefront the delicate balance between the rights of individuals and the need for public safety, culminating in the implementation of Sarah's Law. This law represents a significant shift towards empowering communities with information to protect their children, reflecting a societal consensus on the importance of safeguarding the vulnerable. However, the case also raises several questions about how societies can further enhance child protection measures without infringing on individual rights or privacy. It prompts a reflection on the effectiveness of current laws and practices surrounding offenders, and whether more can be done to prevent similar tragedies. Furthermore, the emotional and psychological impact on the families of the victim and how society can support them in their journey for justice and healing remains a critical area for discussion. How can we further improve laws and practices to prevent offenders from reoffending without compromising their rights to rehabilitation and reintegration into society? What additional measures can be taken to support the families of victims in their quest for justice and in coping with their loss? In what ways can advancements in forensic science be leveraged to enhance the accuracy and efficiency of criminal investigations, especially in cases involving vulnerable victims like children? These questions invite a thoughtful examination of our current systems and practices, encouraging a dialogue aimed at finding a balance between protecting society's most vulnerable members and upholding the principles of justice and rehabilitation.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting content. Today we'll be looking at the inspirational story of Mr. Sean Atwood that's sure to tug at your heartstrings. Mr. Sean Atwood led a double life in charge of a US drug empire, but the Manchester's clubber's dramatic downfall nearly saw him face 200 years in jail. Mr. Sean Atwood, born 28th of October 1968, is an English former ecstasy trafficker turned YouTuber, speaker, activist and author. Born in Widnes, Mr. Atwood became interested in the stock market at age 14, trading for the first time at the age of 16. After travelling to Arizona regularly to visit his aunt, Mr. Atwood moved there and eventually became mired in the bubbling rave scene and distributing ecstasy, smuggling up to £4 million worth of drugs. He was arrested in 2002 and released in 2007 and was deported back to England. Following his release, Mr. Atwood became a speaker and author, chronicling his experiences in prison. His story was featured worldwide on National Geographic Channel as an episode of Locked Up Abroad called Raving Arizona. Random House published his life story as English Sean Trilogy. Since his first book, Hard Time, was published in 2011, Atwood has authored books on his life and other topics. Mr. Atwood was born in Widnes, Lancashire, now Cheshire, in a middle-class household, which he is described as loving. Widnes was a chemical manufacturing town, so he didn't grow up with much money. After watching several films mentioning stock markets, Mr. Atwood educated himself, with the help of his teacher in economics, on trading stocks by reading the Financial Times at 14. When he was 16, during the privatisation of many public companies under the Thatcher government, Mr. Atwood attempted to invest in British telecommunications. After inquiring with his father, a Labour supporter who disagreed with Thatcher's government's actions, Mr. Atwood sought money from his grandmother, who supported the Conservative Party, and eventually got £50, which he invested and doubled. He regularly visited his aunts in Arizona, where he became interested in living in the United States. Mr. Atwood attended Liverpool University, studying business studies and graduating in 1990. While attending university, Mr. Atwood began using ecstasy in Manchester rave scenes, which helped him with his anxiety. His inspiration behind his illustrious stock market trading career was a teacher by the name of Mr. Dillian, who taught economics, and he saw that Mr. Atwood was interested in it and he started to give him classes on his own. They would read the Financial Times and he would explain what all the numbers meant. It's like learning a foreign language, and Mr. Dillian just took time to help and made him learn the basics of that language. Mr. Atwood had a couple of aunts who lived in Arizona. He used to visit them when he was a teenager, coming from the north of England where the sun is never shining and it's all rain. So in the Arizona desert where it's so warm and everybody's really happy when they hear your accent, that made him want to move out there in 1991. He wanted to be an investment analyst, but in Arizona all the jobs were stock market jobs, so that's what he did to get his foot in the door. In the beginning there was lots of cold calling. He had to call 500 people per day. He had to be in the office every morning at 6 AM for sales meetings, and he worked very long and stressful hours. Mr. Atwood enjoyed it until he got burned out. Then he saw the potential of making money from ecstasy. He was worth $2 million in the stock market, but he wasn't getting all that much attention. So going from being nobody in the UK to suddenly throwing rave parties for thousands of people, he got all these people working for him selling ecstasy, got his own bouncers. All that stuff was more addictive than the drugs. It's his ego. His ego was as big as the Grand Canyon back then. As Mr. Atwood began to organise larger parties with his money, he started purchasing and eventually distributing large amounts of ecstasy. This gradually turned into an empire, with Mr. Atwood buying pills from the Netherlands to bypass traffickers in Los Angeles. His operation became associated with the New Mexican Mafia, which offered protection following a night of partying where Atwood's associates helped a brother of a New Mexican Mafia member with hiding from the police. Allegedly, his main competitor in the ecstasy market was Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, a mafia mass murderer and former underboss of the Gambino crime family. Mr. Gravano's new crew members attempted to kill Mr. Atwood and many of Mr. Atwood's associates, which caused him to stop dealing and give up distributing, retreating to his then girlfriend's apartment and living off money earned during his time distributing. In a YouTube video in November 2020, Mr. Gravano said of Mr. Atwood, "I never met him, I never knew him, he's full of shit." In a rebuttal video, Mr. Atwood stated that he had never claimed to have met Mr. Gravano. In a video on his channel called "Sammy the Bull Brought Heat to Our Ecstasy Ring, Sit Down with Sean Atwood," Mr. Michael Franzesi, ex-capo regime of the Colombo crime family, confirmed that Mr. Atwood's Arizona ecstasy ring was in competition with Mr. Gravano and that Mr. Franzesi knew about both rings in the late 90s, when they were both active at the time. Atwood estimated that he'd smuggled up to £4 million of drugs into Arizona, including ecstasy, Xanax and ketamine. Evidence had already been collected against Mr. Atwood from his years as an ecstasy kingpin, and on the 16th of May 2002 he was arrested at the apartment. Mr. Atwood, who had attempted to cleanse himself of any connections to his previous life as distributor, was caught after 10 witnesses came forward. After serving 2 years in Maricopa County Jail prior to sentencing, Mr. Atwood pleaded guilty for a sentence of 9.5 years and served the balance of his sentence in the Arizona Department of Corrections. Mr. Atwood is banned for life from entering the United States. And while imprisoned, Atwood wrote about his experiences in prison. These accounts were posted online on a blog titled John's Jail Journey to preserve his anonymity. This began to draw international media attention to the conditions that prevailed under Sheriff Joe Arpaio. While incarcerated, Atwood submerged himself in literature, reading over 1,000 books in just under 6 years, including many classics. By studying original texts in psychology and philosophy, he sought to better understand himself and his past behaviour. The parties were like a couple of hundred people in the beginning, but then it went up to a couple of thousand. The biggest one he ever had was with about 10,000 people, and things were going great for a while until the SWAT team knocked on his door. See, in the beginning, Mr. Atwood was just buying pills for him and his friends on weekends. But he wasn't selling them to his friends, he was just giving them to friends. But then he started to see the business potential of ecstasy. The local dealers couldn't get more than 100 pills at a time, so he took a chance, and he drove out to LA. He brought like 1,000 pills at about $12 a pill, and in Phoenix he could sell those for about $25 to $30 a pill. They sold very rapidly, and it was like an experiment that was successful. It just escalated from there. And he started to import from Holland, where he was paying $3 a pill. He would give the tablets to his people in the States for $10 a pill on credit. And he was selling 5,000 pills at a time. And then this guy was selling it to his people at $15 a pill. Then the dealers are selling them in clubs for $25 to $30. So there was this whole structure to the organisation. Mr. Atwood and his third wife, a topless dancer and internet porn star, lived in a mountainside mansion with the likes of McCartney down the road. He travelled everywhere by limo, brought a string of luxury apartments, and at one point was paying hundreds of people to smuggle drugs into the US. He thought I was Mr. Cool, the craziest, wildest party person. He started dealing, and when the local dealers could no longer supply his needs, he found who the main supplier was and arranged to buy 500 tablets from him for $7,000. Before long, he was importing ecstasy from Holland at $3 a tablet and selling it for $10 to his own team of sellers. He would hide it in luggage and all sorts of stuff like computer towers and vitamin bottles and smuggle it through. He would send his employees from Phoenix to Germany or France and then onto a train to Amsterdam and back, and later through Mexico and over the US border. Mr. Atwood went from a recreational user to a drugs kingpin, aided by the New Mexican Mafia, then Arizona's most dangerous criminal organization. His main enforcers were his childhood pal Wildman and G-Dog, a Mexican-American gangster he met at a party. The Arizona police had 10 witness statements. They never caught Mr. Atwood with any drugs, and they never caught him talking about any major drug deals. They did hear him talking about personal use on the phone, and that was it. So it's pretty unfortunate for Mr. Atwood to be charged when he had been pretty much done with trafficking. After Mr. Atwood took the plea deal, he was in the remand jail for 26 months. He was fighting his own case, and as he wouldn't cooperate with the district attorney who did all kinds of dirty tricks. Her final one was when she told the prison system he had a 34-year sentence instead of 9.5 years. So that's how he ended up fast-tracked to the Supermax. In the Supermax, you very rarely get out of your cell. The guards all have on the Darth Vader outfits and the shank-proof body armour. You're allowed out to have a shower every 3 days. They handcuff you to a hole in the door, and they open the door and they say, we're going to walk to the shower, and if you signal to another prisoner or turn your head, we're going to grab you and smash your face into the concrete. Then they leave you in the shower for hours on end, and you can imagine what it's like in there with mold, jizz and insects. Mr. Atwood was exposed to mostly racial gangs in prison. In the case of Arizona, it was the whites, blacks, Mexicans and Mexican Americans. As soon as he went in, neo-Nazi skinheads from the Aryan Brotherhood say, hey, we want a word with you, we can get in that cell. You can't say no, as they are just going to smash you there and there into the wall. So in the cell, they wanted to see his charges. His charges were on a little sheet, on a little printout. He didn't know how to behave in prison, so they almost beat him up. They were okay with his charge sheet as they went on to find people who were in for sex offences. It is KOS for prisoners who are in sex offences. KOS is kill on sight, and that's how the Aryan Brotherhood earn their tattoos, by killing and beating people up. The media only focuses on extreme crimes. Prisoners who are child molesters, rapists and murderers. But since the war on drugs, most arrests are of young people with weed possessions. The average arrest is a black or Mexican kid with a little bit of weed. It's all about filling these private prisons up to make money off the back of it. People don't care about prisoners because of the media, and they don't understand what's going on inside. The worst thing that Ian knew had happened, he didn't actually see it, but what happened was to one of his friends, Miss Zena. She was gang raped by other inmates multiple times. She was beaten unconscious, and then they shoved things inside of her anus, including a broomstick. She told them that she didn't care if she lived or died anymore. And she came up with an idea, and the next time they tried to rape her, the first guy who put his hand on her, she plucked his eyeball out. She plucked 2 different rapists' eyeballs out, and they left her alone after that. Over 100 people were arrested with Mr. Atwood, including some of his bouncers, so at first, they were protecting him. After they were sent to different jails, he got mafia protection from a guy called Two Tonys. He'd killed a lot of people, He was looking for someone to write his life story, so Mr. Atwood became his official biographer, and he protected him for the almost 6 years that he was in prison. Prison, according to Mr. Atwood, was inherently quite boring. You wake up early, go for breakfast, come back to your cell, do some working out, some reading, some writing, and then you go for your next meal. Depending on your security level at night, they either lock you down again with a head count or just lock you down as normal, and it's the exact same every day. The most dangerous prisoner in Arizona history was a guy named Bonsai. He was like the bogeyman. As a young person, he'd come to prison on a short-term sentence for some burglaries. His real name was Robert Wayne Vickers. One morning his cellmate didn't wake him up for breakfast, so Robert murdered him. He stabbed him with a shank made out of a toothbrush, and he'd carved the word bonsai into his cellmate's chest, but he spelt it wrong. Instead of B-O, he wrote B-A, and when the guard came and asked why he had killed his cellmate, Bonsai said, because he didn't wake me up for breakfast and he drank my Kool-Aid. Now, he is going back and forth to court as he's murdered someone. He got out of his handcuffs in court, stabs a guard, and ran around the courtroom. He was even escaping out of cells. They put him in a high security prison, and one day he showed his neighbour in the next cell a picture of his niece. The neighbour made a crude sexual comment. Bonsai then built a bomb out of hair care products, and as he was going to the shower, he looked over his neighbour and threw the bomb, and the guy burned to death. The smoke coming from him almost killed all the prisoners in the building, as the jail wasn't very well ventilated. He was considered so dangerous that he was the only prisoner to have a private shower built in his cell, and his cell door was welded shut. The only time that he ever got out again was when they executed him. Mr. Atwood's worst cellmate was a home invader who didn't like him at all. He had a padlock in his sock and he threatened to smash Mr. Atwood's skull when he first met him. After a short time, he managed to get moved. Mr. Atwood managed to keep himself out of trouble thanks to his alliances with certain people, including his pal Peter. Mr. Peter knocked the guy out who asked him what his charges were. No one messed with Mr. Atwood once they knew he was with him. The stress of being on constant edge led Mr. Atwood down to a dark path where he contemplated suicide, but he found solace in a surprise place: reading. During his time locked up, Mr. Atwood read more than 1,000 books. He learnt Spanish and yoga and began writing about his experience, which later became his book trilogy of published memoirs. The English Sean trilogy consists of Party Time, Hard Time and Prison Time. He has also released a self-help book called Life Lessons. His writing also formed a groundbreaking blog documenting the conditions of the infamous jail, which included dead rats in the food, cockroaches crawling in his ears at night, and inmate murders. He would write on bits of paper which were smuggled out of the jail before being published online in John's Jail Journal. The covert blog he started from behind bars to expose inhumane conditions inside the US jail system has led him to write a book which he hopes will be published later this year. The book will focus on his time at Maricopa County Jail, a strange and unforgiving environment for a middle-class Widnes boy who graduated from Liverpool University with a top-class economics degree. Mr. Atwood then spent 2 years awaiting sentence in Maricopa County Jail, a cockroach-infested hellhole run by the notorious Sheriff Joe Arpaio, where inmates endured starvation and frequently attempted suicide. During this time, his fiancée broke off their engagement and, horrified by his surroundings, he started the blog, titled John's Jail Journal, to protect his identity. Mr. Atwood wrote his notes using a tiny blunt pencil stub and paper which was usually soaked in sweat because of the intense heat. He then sent it to his aunties and father, who published the notes on his website. Meanwhile, his parents liquidated their pension and remortgaged their home to pay for a top US attorney, who eventually negotiated a plea bargain sentence of 9.5 years. The online diary tells a disturbing story of life in the Maricopa penal system, before Sean was moved to a less severe jail. Sheriff Arpaio forces inmates to wear pink underpants, pits women on chain gangs, and brags that it costs more to feed the guard dogs than his prisoners. He thrives on the reputation as America's toughest sheriff, but his hardline tactics have infuriated human rights campaigners. Mr. Atwood spent many a night lying awake worrying. On his first day at Maricopa, he had barely eaten for a couple of days and had started to hallucinate. He was put in a one-man cell with 3 people in it, and if he raised his head from his bunk, it would hit the ceiling. It was squalid with violence happening all the time. The majority of people inside use heroin or crystal meth, and it makes them paranoid. While I was there, I saw loads of race riots and things could kick off at any second. Because he was from England, people thought he was a novelty. He told them that he was from a town near Liverpool where Sporty Spice was from, and they liked that. He was only attacked once by this biker who got at him a couple of hours before a visit from his parents. Meanwhile, Mr. Atwood's blog started to raise eyebrows as his accounts of the pitiful food served to inmates spread around the world. There were 2 meals. One was mouldy bread, which you just scrape the mould off and eat with a raw bologna, and the other was called Red Death, a stew the colour of blood with potato peel. 2 of the lads found rats in their stew. It turned Mr. Atwood into a vegetarian. He is 6 foot and he ended up weighing 10 stone. His parents said he looked like a skeleton. After serving just shy of 6 years of his sentence, Mr. Atwood was released in December 2007 and allowed back to the UK, where he was reunited with his family, who supported him throughout his ordeal. Banned from America for life, Mr. Atwood now lives near London and talks to student audiences across the UK and Europe about his jail experience and the consequences he faced by getting involved in drugs and crime. He has appeared on TV a number of times, speaking about issues affecting prisoners' rights, and also hosts his true crime podcast on YouTube. He has also donated 20,000 of his books to kids in state schools and prisoners. Mr. Atwood continues to maintain his blog, now under his own name, where he publishes letters and accounts sent to him by other prisoners. Having credited books for being the lifeblood of his rehabilitation, Mr. Atwood spoke out in outrage on the Right Stuff at the ban on sending books to UK prisons introduced by Justice Minister Chris Grayling. Having left prison in 2007, it took nearly a year for Mr. Atwood to adjust to contemporary life. He was a bit institutionalised, and it took a year of living at his parents' house before he could move to London and get all of his work stuff going. He was happy to be free, but the rules he lived by in prison don't work in society. Mr. Atwood now gives talks to school children and other groups about the negative consequences of crime and drugs, and he advocates against Sheriff Arpaio and his methods. Sean has given several TEDx talks on his experiences. The University of St. Gallen in Switzerland hosted his 3rd of December 2016 talk on what facing 200 years in prison taught him about happiness. He has also appeared on BBC, Sky News, CNN and TV in over 40 countries worldwide to talk about issues affecting prisoners' rights. After appearing on the True Geordie podcast, Mr. Atwood started his own true crime podcast and has a YouTube channel that has reached 650 to 100,000 subscribers on 19th of January 2021. He answers questions about what prison was like, and he interviews true crime guests and retells stories of what happened during his time in prison. Mr. Sean Atwood has conducted several interviews and has written on the case surrounding the underage sex trafficking ring around Jeffrey Epstein, and has interviewed conspiracy theorist Mr. David Icke regarding the September 11th attacks and the Epstein case. Reading was the lifeblood of his rehabilitation. He had addiction issues and he didn't understand that he had been self-medicating with street drugs, and by reading philosophy and psychology texts, they forced him to look inside himself and address the root causes of his addiction, and do all the inner work that was necessary, and build up tools so that when he got out, he wouldn't be drawn to that addictive behaviour. His experience in prison was therefore the education opportunity of a lifetime for him. Mr. Atwood strongly believes that if you put people in an environment where they treat people like animals, where the threat of violence makes you feel continually under stress every day, where you aren't getting sunshine, you aren't getting proper food, then your stress goes through the roof. When he first got to prison, he couldn't sleep for the first few days because his heart was beating out of his chest. So people, especially people dealing with the stress of a long sentence, turn to the hardest drug possible so they don't have to deal with it and get out of their minds. In Arizona, there was no attempt to rehabilitate prisoners at all. The guards were selling drugs to prisoners, and it only takes 1 or 2 guards to flood the whole prison with drugs. Drugs laws have corrupted everything. They have corrupted the police, the prisons, the guards. It's inescapable. In the UK and the US, prison rules and procedures are used as a carrot and stick to govern behaviour. If a guard doesn't like a prisoner, they will threaten them with a urine test, knowing full well that the prisoner will test positive for heroin or something else and they will lose their privileges. So because of that, many harder drug users are swapping to newer drugs like spice, which are harder to test for than cannabis, and they stay in the system for a much shorter time. In America, it has changed slowly because so many people were arrested for weed, and there was a backlash against criminalisation at the state level. When you have a kid calling home saying, "Mum, I just got caught with some pot and I'm in prison with a cellmate who has a padlock and a sock who's threatening to rape me. I need $10,000 to get out on bail. I need a lawyer." That's when people start to wake up, and the federal government has cannabis set as a Schedule 1 substance. But people at the state level have gone against that, demanding reclassification for cannabis. So in terms of cannabis, there has been a change of heart, and even people like Mrs. Hillary Clinton are now saying they will take cannabis down to Schedule 2, riding that wave of popular opinion. With heroin, there's a popular opinion that users are causing crime, shoplifting, robbing houses, etc. However, in his hometown with Ness in the late 80s, where they ran a pilot scheme to help provide heroin to addicts, crime stats collapsed. They had shops pitting up money to keep the program going, and there were plans to roll it out nationally. The DEA got wind of it, and there was a call to Downing Street and the whole thing closed down. One of the things he teaches to schools are life lessons, and one of these lessons is, learn a relaxation technique. From his own experience, he had to try and deal with all the built-up stress from his days as a stockbroker with drugs. And obviously that led to a very self-destructive ups and down cycle, where he got to prison, dealing with the awful conditions, facing a 200-year maximum sentence. It became like a vice that forced him towards medication. At first it was impossible to slow down my thoughts, as prison conditions were so hectic. However, the medication soon started to bear fruit. Mr. Atwood had created a successful YouTube channel, however it was removed by YouTube, and then reinstated, to be removed again, only to be reinstated a second time with an explanation from YouTube that his channel had been removed by the algorithm, and once it had been reviewed by a human, it was re-uploaded. Mr. Atwood has helped many people gain a following of their own, off the back of his own platform, and is always willing to help new and up-and-coming people who are interested in sharing their own story or creating their own YouTube channel. Mr. Atwood is a very important person in the UK criminal underworld, but not for the crimes that he's committed in the UK, but for the fact that he has helped, or at the very least inspired others, even if it's under the mentality of "I'm a bigger gangster" or "I can do a better job," to share their own story about crime to the younger generation, so that the younger generation can learn from the mistakes that the older ones made. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Atwood? Do you believe Mr. Atwood's channel was removed because of the sensitive issues that he was talking about, or was it just a mistake by the YouTube algorithm? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello, and thanks for joining us today. Today we're going to look at one of the most infamous UK criminal syndicates, known as the Addams family, and how they become one of the most feared and respected families in the UK criminal underworld. The family started out during the 1980s. Terence Terry George Addams formed a syndicate with his brothers Thomas Tommy Sean Addams and Patrick Patsy Daniel John Addams as its financier and enforcer respectively. The brothers Thomas and Daniel Addams were born to Irish parents, part of a very large family of 11 children who grew up in Barnsbury, Islington. The syndicate was based in Clerkenwell, while Terry Addams, until his admission of money laundering in 2007, had lived in Barnsbury. The syndicate expanded over the following years to include other members of the Addams family and close childhood friends. A number of the brothers' siblings are understood to have no involvement in the crime though. The Clerkenwell crime syndicate is allegedly heavily involved in drug trafficking and extortion, as well as the hijacking of gold bullion shipments and security fraud. The Clerkenwell crime syndicate has also been linked to 25 gangland murders of informants and rival criminals. In addition to developing alleged connections to Metropolitan Police officials, the Clerkenwell crime syndicate was also stated to have had a British Conservative MP in their pocket at one point. The shooting of the then 68-year-old Mad Frankie Fraser, a former enforcer for the Richardson gang, in July 1991 was said to have been ordered by the Adams family, though Fraser himself said that he had been targeted by rogue police, which could have still been consequently from the Adams family and the Clerkenwell Crime Syndicate organisation. The Adams family is believed to have connections with various criminal organisations, specifically with South American drug cartels. The BBC has asserted that the Adams family influence has decreased from the year 2000 onwards. Police officers speaking off record to British newspapers have said that the Adams family have been credited with acts that they simply did not carry out, and that this could be true given the number of alleged key gang members killed or imprisoned. However, the Metropolitan Police took the Adams family alleged crimes extremely seriously, especially enough to consider the need to involve a CPS-led team of detectives and the security service MI5 in order to crack the Adams family mafia-like organisation crime syndicate. Thomas Adams was imprisoned for his involvement in money laundering and a drug plot that was described as not having been sanctioned. During an 18-month bugging operation by MI5, Terry Adams was recorded speaking about his brother in very strident terms and suggesting that in 1998 at least, relations between them were kept to a minimum. It's been stated that they have a criminal fortune of up to £200 million. Before Tommy and Terry Adams were convicted in 1998 and 2007 respectively, the failure of the police to secure convictions of the brothers had led Tommy and Terry Adams to believe that they had undermined the justice system and become untouchable. Police, Crown Prosecution Service staff and jurors were said to have been bribed and intimidated, leading to not guilty verdicts against members of the Clerkenwell gang that were said to have been wrong. It's been said that Terry Adams faces severe financial difficulties, having been ordered in May 2007 to repay a whopping £4.7 million in legal aid and prosecution costs of £800,000. Sean Tommy Adams gained high-profile public attention during a trial in 2004, when Sean Adams was described as having attended a meeting in 2002 at the request of the former football international Kenny Dalglish. Mr. Dalglish was a former shareholder in Wilmslow-based sports agency Proactive, a leading sports management firm headed up by the local businessman Paul Stretford. Mr. Dalglish was reported to have hired Sean Adams during a protracted deal to secure Proactive's exclusive management rights to Manchester United and England football star Wayne Rooney, in circumstances where another company claimed to represent Mr. Rooney. In February 2010, a 38-year-old man claiming to be Terry Adams' nephew was convicted in a case known as the Jigsaw murder. The trial revealed that the man, Stephen Marshall, has disposed of 4 bodies for the Adams family. Stephen Marshall was sentenced to at least 36 years in prison. In 2014, Sean Tommy Adams and 13 people believed to be affiliated with the Clerkenwell Crime Syndicate were arrested in a police operation codenamed Octopod. Designer watches, 6 shotguns and large sums of money were found in other addresses across the city, with a large concentration of the addresses being in North London. The arrests were linked to a conspiracy to assault, money laundering, fraud and revenue offences. At the time, in December 2014, of the death of a bankrupt businessman, Scott Young, who had been involved in 2013 in a high-profile divorce case, media reports began to circulate that flagged Mr. Young's involvement with Patrick Adams that asserted that Tommy Adams and Michael Adams faced no charges after their arrest earlier in 2014. Terence George Adams was born on the 18th of October 1954 in London. Terence was described as having more recently adopted an almost Gentile persona, buying clothes, inexpensive fabrics and indulging his love of arts and antiques to appear legitimate. But Terence Adams' downfall came with the assistance of MI5 and the Inland Revenue. MI5, in a unique interdepartmental collaboration and the first of its kind after the Cold War ended, played a leading part in the electronic war against organised crime, especially in the UK, and turned its sights on the Adams family and their international criminal cartel. Police and MI5 set up a secret squad to dismantle the Adams family organisation, directed from an anonymous Hertfordshire address inside a secret bunker sited somewhere on the busy Huddersfield commuter belt into London. Some of the recordings, made over a period of 18 months, suggested that Terry Adams had retired from frontline involvement in the organisation's crimes in 1990. Police sources believe that Terry Adams knew he was being monitored and had stage managed many conversations for the benefit of his own defence. Terry Adams, for example, was allegedly caught on tape in 1998, telling his advisor Solly Nahom that he did not want to be involved with a particular illegal deal that potentially was on the table, because it could affect his legitimate business. The Inland Revenue was suspicious enough to ask Terry to explain how he had amassed his personal fortune, including his £2 million of houses and his collection of valuable antiques. Terry invented a range of unlikely occupations, including jeweller and public relations executive. Transcripts of the surveillance and investigations into several front companies Mr. Adams had set up proved that Terry was lying. But Mr. Adams appeared in court and admitted 4 counts of breaching the order in February and June of 2010. Details of the spending that Mr. Adams has hidden from the authorities were detailed to Westminster Magistrates Court. In January 2011, Terence Adams underwent a pioneering non-surgical facelift at the Harley Street Medical Skin Clinic, which cost £7,500. The stem cell procedure involves injecting fat from the other parts of the body into the face, and was paid for by his sister-in-law Camilla Hicks after the NHS refused to fund it. Other expenditures Mr. Adams has hid from the authorities included membership of an exclusive Hertfordshire country club, £10,000 in solicitors' fees, and £2,200 on a Cartier watch from a police auction. The watch had been confiscated from Mr. Adams, whose North London criminal empire was once valued at £150 million. In the aftermath of his money laundering conviction in March 2007, it was later put up for sale again at police auction. But prosecutor Esther Schutzer-Wiseman said that Mr. Adams had arranged for his wife Ruth to buy the watch back later from the auction, and she eventually handed it to him on his release from prison on licence in June last year. At around the same time, Mrs. Adams converted her membership of the Grove Hotel Spa in Chandler's Cross, Hertfordshire, into a joint membership for her and her husband at an annual cost of £3,460. She also opened a £10,000 client account with Powell Spencer Solicitors to launch a judicial review action over the terms of her husband's release and licence, which was eventually refused. Evidently, this defendant was enjoying the Grove Hotel, said Miss Schultzer-Wiseman. The record management doesn't allow us to know how often he attended, but he certainly went in January and February this year, and on each occasion a booking for at least 2 people was made at the restaurant. These transactions were not detailed in the reports, following a series of letters from the agency warning Mr. Adams about the consequences of non-compliance. He was arrested after attending Charing Cross Police Station by appointment in August. Mr. Adams was immediately recalled to prison, where he stayed until he was due to appear in court. The court heard that Mr. Adams told the SOCA that he did not think he had done anything wrong. Malcolm Swift, QC, representing Mr. Adams, said that he was now a broken man. He is completely paranoid about continuing to be under surveillance by the authorities. When at liberty, he doesn't even drive a car or use a telephone because he is determined nothing should be misconstrued. Mr. Adams was now living on the dwindling capital lawfully saved by his wife from the sale of her half of the Adams mansion in Dukes Avenue, Finchley, North London. But District Judge Quinton Purdy, who imposed 8 weeks jail for the breaches to run consecutively to his 7-year sentence for money laundering, said that he was shrewd and calculating. The judge said, "You willfully and in my judgment arrogantly sought to frustrate the effect of a financial reporting order, well knowing that a significant confiscation order remains largely unpaid." The judge said that Mr. Adams' earliest release date will be December 2013. In March 2017, Mr. Adams lost his appeal against the order to pay £700,000 under the Proceeds of Crime Act. In November 2017, a district judge sitting in Weston-super-Mare ordered Terence Adams to pay the remaining amount within 30 days or return to prison for at least another 2.5 years. In December 2017, Terence Adams repaid the entire confiscation order, around £725,000, despite his repeated claims of poverty. Terence Adams also attempted to gag the press and to stop people from knowing that he in fact repaid the confiscation in full rather than return to jail. A source close to the investigation said that Terry must have found nearly £750,000 down the back of the sofa. In February 2019, media reports suggested that Mr. Adams and his wife were now living in a housing association flat. Later that month, Mr. Adams paid back an additional £50,000 to Westminster Magistrates Court despite claiming poverty to avoid returning to prison for non-payment of court costs. Thomas Sean Adams was born in 1958 in London. He is an alleged financier for his brothers Terry and Patrick Adams. A married father of 4, Thomas Adams still has a home near the family's traditional Islington base, but was understood to be mainly living in Spain before he was jailed in 2017. Thomas Adams was charged with having involvement in the handling of the Brinksmat gold bullion, but in 1985 he was cleared of involvement in the laundering of the proceeds during a high-profile Old Bailey trial with co-defendant Kenneth Noy. Thomas Adams is suspected of establishing connections to other international criminal organisations, including numerous Yardie gangs, as well as gaining an $80 million credit line from Colombian drug cartels. In 1998, Thomas Adams was convicted of masterminding an £8 million hashish smuggling operation into Britain, for which he was jailed for 7 years. At trial, Mr. Adams was also ordered to pay an unprecedented £6 million criminal assets embargo, or face an additional 5 years imprisonment on top of his 7-year term. On appeal, the criminal assets embargo was later reduced by appeal judges to £1 million, largely due to the CPS not having sufficient material evidence, bank accounts or traceable assets to locate and verify his criminal wealth. Thomas's wife, Andrula, paid his £1 million criminal assets embargo in cash just 2 days before the CPS deadline. Mr. Adams was further convicted of money laundering and sentenced to 7 years in 2017, after a number of significant cash seizures of criminal money were linked to him. Money from crime in Manchester was collected and sent to Mr. Adams via trusted associate. Patrick Daniel John Adams was born on the 2nd of February 1956 in London and gained an early reputation in London's underworld by using high-speed motorcycles in gangland murders. Patrick Adams was a suspect in at least 25 organised crime-related deaths over a 3-year period. Patrick was sentenced to 7 years in prison in the 1970s for an armed robbery. Although subordinate to Terry, Patrick, sometimes known as Patsy, has participated in many individual criminal activities. Most notably, Patrick is suspected of the 1991 murder attempt on Frankie Fraser. Also, according to one account, Patrick Adams assaulted Mr. Fraser's son, David Fraser, with a knife, cutting off part of David Fraser's ear during a drug deal. Mr. Adams and his wife Constance Adams were wanted in connection with attempted murder in Clerkenwell, London on the 22nd of December 2013 and were both arrested in Amsterdam on the 7th of August 2015. Patrick admitted to causing grievous bodily harm with intent at Woolwich Crown Court and was sentenced to 9 years in 2016. The members of police who searched Patrick's flat in the days after the shooting found a handwritten note from Mr. Tiernan, who was 54 at the time, which said, "I ain't no effing grass," and urged Patrick Adams, his former friend, to face me. In an interview in 2020, Paul Tiernan stated that Patrick was released from prison earlier in the year. The Adams family has long been connected to the Brinksmat robbery and other criminal individuals who helped sell the stolen gold, including the likes of Kenneth Noy. What are your opinions on the crimes committed and the legacy left by the Adams family? Please let us know what you think in the comments down below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, then don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at a criminal gang who were notorious in the southwest criminal underworld. In the St. Paul's district of Bristol lies the story of one of the most dangerous drug gangs of the 1990s, the Aggie Crew. The Aggie Crew operated from the early 1990s until its violent end in 1998. The crew was led by Clinton Wilson, who was also known as King Aggie. The group dominated the drug scene, and so much so that it became known as the crack cocaine capital city of the UK. The name Aggie Crew originates from an abbreviation of aggravated burglary, which the gang frequently participated in. It is also an acronym of the names of the members of the crew. Towards the end of the 1990s, Jamaican criminals had been moving in on Bristol, as well as many other British towns and cities. At that time, the area was rife with poverty and gang activity, which made it quite a dangerous area to live in, and the perfect environment for developing a thriving drugs gang. In the Aggie Crew's origins, it was just Mr. Wilson and 2 of his friends when they were merely teenagers. Living in poverty was difficult, and they wanted to find a new way to make money. Opportunities in the city were very limited in poorer communities, as there was less funding for projects, and job openings were rarer and harder to come across, so it was harder to make a living. It began with muggings, simply to obtain money to survive, as they were not earning enough from their youth training scheme. However, things soon started to become very violent, and the crew would hurt those who refused to hand over their cash. Mr. Wilson stated that all I was being offered as a young'un was YTS, which was the youth training scheme. I was earning more money than the YTS when I was 13. You have to think, like, before this, we might be out all day for £20. There's been days where we've robbed 4 or 5 people and just got a fiver between 10 of us. We were prepared to do anything to anybody just to make some money. Eventually, the Aggie crew had enough of not earning enough money from robbery, so they went on to sell crack cocaine on the streets of Bristol, as it had much higher rewards. The gang started to grow in numbers at this point, and the surrounding areas of St. Paul's district became populated with drug dealers and runners. They also started to carry guns to maintain control and domination, which triggered the police to release more armed forces onto the streets for people's safety. Frequent police raids were carried out at known drug dealers' accommodations, but the problem was not getting any better. They weren't afraid to hurt people, as Mr. Wilson bluntly states. We'd only take our gun out if we was going to shoot somebody. However, Mr. Wilson also states that he has never shot anyone himself. In Bristol, the Black and White Cafe is known for being a hotspot for drug activity. It was also the site of the St. Paul's riot of 1980 of the ethnic minority, specifically the black youth of Bristol. Some news sources state that the riot involved 100 to 200 people, but other sources state that there was a crowd of over 2,000 participants. 130 people were arrested and 90 were charged. As a result of this, the local government started to pay attention to issues that arose and attempted to do something about them. However, poverty is still widespread across this area. It has been reported that the Black and White Cafe in Bristol was raided more times than anywhere else in the country, often has led to more drugs being found, which in turn gave the area a much worse reputation than it had to begin with. This has made a vicious cycle, as the lower reputation inevitably causes house prices to fall, which means the majority of the population inhabiting the area are living in poverty. Businesses are therefore less attracted to the area, meaning there is less work for everyone. This also means that people have to find other means of making money. The Black and White Cafe served food, but its success was majorly contributed to the booming Class A drug trade which was taking place inside the business. However, due to legal action, the cafe closed its doors in 2004 and has since been demolished and been replaced by new homes. For the Aggie crew, this was their drugs den, their territory, from where they sold their product and where people knew they could go to get their stuff to get high. In 2003, after some members of the crew had been released from prison, a fight started over the cafe. When the group had vacated the premises and had been arrested after a previous police raid, other gangs such as the Hype Crew and the Mountain View Posse, who were also in alliance with smaller groups such as the Back to Back Gang and Gucci, moved in on the Aggie crew's territory, now claiming it as theirs. The Aggie crew obviously did not approve of this and set out to claim what they believed was theirs. The Aggie crew armed themselves with guns and stormed the pubs, shops and streets, demanding that rival gangs and gangsters who had moved in on their territory must pay them tax in order for them to continue running their trade from their territory. The Aggie crew had ordered the rival gangsters to pay £50 per person daily and £100 per business, and if they didn't pay up, they would suffer the consequences. The new gangs did not agree with these terms, as they believed it was their right to stay there and refused to pay the Aggie crew the money. This created a lot of tension in the city between the groups, and eventually a violent turf war broke out between the gangs. An article from a national newspaper in 2003 states that 5 members of the Aggie crew put on balaclavas, picked up guns and made a personal tour of the local bars of Bristol. This included the Black Swan, the Malcolm X Centre, Lubeck's and the Caribbean Club. The Aggie crew announced that they were taking over. Gun crime in Bristol increased dramatically after this. The first incident involved a Hype crew member being shot, followed by a shooting of an Aggie crew member. There were many shootings that followed, kidnappings of opposing gang members for negotiation, and as an act of disrespect towards the other rival gangs, the Aggie crew robbed everyone at gunpoint at the Black and White Cafe, taking all their money and belongings, and later shot fireworks into the building to try and provoke a gunfight. There were deaths of members on both sides of the fight, and many were injured. There was also a lot of property damage, due to the dangerous nature of their actions. The police arrested the majority of the crew at the site, and more through raids of the homes of the members of the gang. After this incident, armed police were released to patrol the streets, as there was a constant fear that further gang violence was going to occur. The feud was going to be very short-lived. In 1998, the reign of the Aggie crew ended. 300 police officers were involved in raids in which they found many guns, including pistols and shotguns, lots of ammunition, and had arrested 6 members after they caught them holding and dealing an estimated £1 million worth of crack cocaine inside their drugs den. Mr. Wilson was arrested and was given 2 prison sentences, one for 5 years and one for 7 years, whilst some of the other members of the gang were deported back to their home country of Jamaica. In 2019, Mr. Wilson, the former leader of the multi-million-pound Bristol drugs empire, is now also a rapper, spoke on a documentary Beyond the Front Line on the BBC, talking about how he has left a life of crime behind and is very, very sorry. Definitely very sorry for the people that he has hurt and that he has robbed. Mr. Wilson is now dedicated to helping men and youth in his community through a new scheme which is helping the police to lessen the amount of knife crime, street crime and drug offences occurring in the lower income areas of the UK. Mr. Wilson hopes to help those in poor circumstances avoid slipping into a life of crime and ending up spending a period of their life in jail. Instead of being sent to prison when you are arrested, young offenders between the ages of 16 and 21 can join the Call-In program, where they are given access to free education, apprenticeships, agility and fitness training, and even driving lessons to help them get back on the right path and try and find legal ways to make money instead of turning to crime. Statistics show that the scheme has proven to be effective. However, there has been one instance where a member has been kicked off the program due to being found selling Class A drugs. Nevertheless, the program is proving to have a positive influence on the community. The Aggie crew had a huge impact on the drug scene in Bristol due to their violent nature and the events of what happened in their reign. Many other gangs in Bristol have tried to follow in their footsteps ever since. Drug dealing is still a very prominent problem in the city, but police and local government are doing everything they can to try and tackle the problem. The crime rate has decreased since the gang has dispersed, but the Aggie crew's mark is still prominent and will stay prominent in the UK criminal history. What are your opinions of the Aggie crew? Do you believe the crime rate in Bristol has dropped since the Aggie crew dispersed? Mr. Wilson has been able to turn his life around and is now able to help those in a less fortunate position than himself not go down the wrong path and make the same mistakes that he once made. This is a challenging feat, especially for someone who was as entrenched as Mr. Wilson was in the criminal underworld. We wish him all the best in the future with his music and with helping the younger generation make the right choices. Thank you for joining us today. If you liked today's content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more street crime UK content, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we look at the Baker Street robbery and how the criminals involved have forever become infamous in their outrageous plans to take what they wanted when they wanted. The Baker Street robbery was the burglary of the safety deposit boxes at the Baker Street branch of Lloyds Bank in London on the night of September the 11th, 1971. A gang tunnelled 40 feet from a rented shop 2 doors away to come up through the floor of the vault. The value of the property stolen is unknown, but sources have claimed that it could be anywhere from £125,000 all the way up to £3 million, which only £231,000 were ever recovered by police. The burglary was planned by Anthony Gavin, a career criminal who was inspired by The Red-Headed League, a short story by Arthur Conan Doyle in which Sherlock Holmes awaits in a bank vault to arrest a gang who have tunnelled in through the bank's floor. Mr. Gavin and his colleagues rented Le Sac, a leather goods shop 2 doors away from the bank, and tunnelled underground towards the Baker Street branch during the weekends. The interior of the vault was mapped out by one of the gang members using an umbrella and the span of his arms to measure the dimensions of the location of the furniture. The gang initially tried to use a jack to force a hole in the vault floor, and when this failed they went on to use a thermal lance. A thermal lance, for those who don't know, is also known as a thermic lance, oxygen lance or burning bar, is a tool that heats and melts steel in the presence of pressurized oxygen to create very high temperatures for cutting. It consists of a long steel tube packed with alloy steel rods, sometimes mixed with aluminium rods to increase the heat output. One end of the tube is placed in a holder and oxygen is fed through the tube. The far end of the tube is preheated and lit by an oxyacetylene torch. An intense stream of burning steel is produced at the working end and can be used to cut rapidly through thick materials including steel and concrete. The tube is consumed by the process within a few minutes. Often used as heavy-duty demolition tools, the thermic lance is also used to remove seized axles of heavy machinery without damaging the bearings or axle housing. This technique is often used on the pins and axles of large equipment such as cranes, ships, bridges and sluice gates. The temperature at which a thermal lance operates varies depending on the environment, but they can be up to 4,500 centigrade or 8,130 Fahrenheit. When this actual technique failed to work for the gang, they used gelignite to blast a way through. Gelignite, also known as blasting gelatin or simply jelly, is an explosive material consisting of collodion cotton, a type of nitrocellulose or gun cotton, dissolved in either nitroglycerin or nitroglycol and mixed with wood pulp and saltpeter, sodium nitrate or potassium nitrate. Once inside, they empty 268 safe deposit boxes whilst inside the bank's vault. The gang had posted a lookout on a nearby roof who was in contact via walkie-talkie, and their broadcasts were accidentally overheard by Robert Rowlands, an amateur radio enthusiast. Mr. Rowlands went and called the police, who initially did not take him seriously, so he used a small cassette recorder to make a recording of the burglars' conversations. The second time Mr. Rowlands contacted the police, they accepted what he was saying, and began hunting for the burglars whilst the break-in was in progress. They searched 750 banks in an 8-mile radius, but failed to locate the gang. Police found the members of the gang soon after the break-in. One of the burglars, Benjamin Wolfe, had signed the lease for Le Sac in his own name, and the informers provided information that led to Mr. Gavin. At the end of October in 1971, police arrested Benjamin Wolfe, Anthony Gavin, Reg Tucker and Thomas Stevens. They continued to search for other members of the gang, including one woman, for 5 years after the robbery had occurred, but no further arrests were made. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Stevens were sentenced to 12 years in prison. Mr. Wolfe received a sentence of 8 years, less than the others as he was in his 60s at the time. There have been several rumours connected with the Baker Street robbery, including one that the government issued a D-notice to censor the press, that one of the safety deposit boxes contained compromising photographs of Princess Margaret and the actor and criminal John Bindon, and that photographs of a Conservative cabinet minister abusing children were also allegedly found. There is no evidence to support them, and they have been widely dismissed due to the lack of corroborating proof. Some of the rumours inspired the story for the 2008 film The Bank Job. Many of the papers relating to the Baker Street robbery remain under embargo at the National Archives until January 2071. In 1970, Anthony Gavin, a 38-year-old photographer from North London, began planning the burglary of the branch of Lloyds Bank at 187 Baker Street on the Marylebone district, City of Westminster, London. Mr. Gavin decided to use a nearby premises and tunnel up the floor of the bank. The plan was inspired by The Red-Headed League, a short story by Arthur Conan Doyle. In the story, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson preempt the burglars and are in the vault when they break in. A former army physical training instructor with connections to several career criminals, Mr. Gavin is described by the journalists Tom Pettifor and Nick Summerland as a forceful personality who had the propensity to be physically threatening. According to Paul Lashmar, the head of journalism at the University of Sussex, Mr. Gavin was a member of a gang headed by Brian Reader, who was also involved in the Baker Street robbery. Although Mr. Reader firmly denies that he had any involvement in the events at Baker Street. Mr. Gavin asked Reg Tucker, a second-hand car salesman who had no criminal record, to reconnoitre the bank. Mr. Tucker opened an account with £500 in December 1970, and 2 months later Mr. Tucker rented a safety deposit box in the branch. Over the next few months, Mr. Tucker visited his safety deposit box a total of 13 times. Bank practice of the time was for staff to leave customers in private whilst visiting the vault for privacy of their clients. As soon as Mr. Tucker was alone, Mr. Tucker would measure the room using the span of his arms and an umbrella. Mr. Tucker was aided in getting the exact measurements by the regularly sized floor tiles, each of which was 9 inches or 23 centimetres. Mr. Tucker drew a map of the room, plotting where the cabinets were and the position of the furniture. Thomas Stevens, another second-hand car salesman with no criminal record, was used to acquire the tools needed for the break-in, including a thermal lance and a 100-ton jack. One of the Reader's friends, Bobby Mills, was employed to be the lookout man for the gang's plan. 2 others were brought in for the job, one of whom was an explosives expert. Another of Mr. Gavin's friends, Mickey Skinny Gervais, a burglar alarm expert, was brought on board, as were 2 men who have never been identified formally, but nicknamed Little Legs and TH. Mr. Lashmar reports that TH was a contact of Detective Inspector Alec Eist, whom Mr. Lashmar describes by reputation the most corrupt yard officer of the 1950s to mid-1970s. The journalist Duncan Campbell described Detective Alec Eist as one of the most active bent police officers from the 1950s to 1970s. In May of 1971, the owners of the leather goods shop Le Sac at 189 Baker Street, 2 doors down from the bank, sold the lease of the property for £10,000 to Benjamin Wolfe, a 64-year-old seller of ornaments and knickknacks, and contact of several gang members. The property had a basement that the group calculated was at the same level as the bank's vault. Roadworks nearby meant the trembler alarms in the vault floor were turned off after several false alarms as a result of those roadworks. A member of the local security company alerted the gang of the timing and the digging of the roadworks being done, and when the alarms would be turned off. Work began on the tunnel on the Friday evening of August Bank Holiday in 1971, and continued until 10th of September 1971. To avoid being overheard, they dug only during the weekends. Mr. Gavin led the digging of the tunnel from Le Sac to under the floor of the vault. Mr. Gavin later said that he had lost 2 stone in the process. The entry hole Mr. Gavin and Mr. Tucker and a 3rd gang member created in Le Sac was 15 inches wide and through 6 inches of concrete. Mr. Gavin dug until he reached the walls of the Chickens Inn basement, then dug down and continued under the building using their basement floor as the roof of the tunnel. The tunnel was 40 feet long when finished, and at the end, under the vault, the gang created a cavity 7 by 4 feet. The digging created 8 long tons of waste, which was hauled back to Le Sac and dumped towards the rear of the premises. The tunnel, which needed no supports, was later described in court as a magnificent piece of engineering. The gang began their entry into the vault on Friday the 10th of September after the bank closed for the weekend. The gang placed the lookout man on a rooftop overlooking the bank and kept in contact by using walkie-talkies. Their intention was to use the 100-ton jack to force a hole in the 3-foot-thick reinforced concrete floor, and railway sleepers were laid on the floor to support it. What the gang did not know was that there was an old well under where the tunnel ended, and the pressure of the jack pushed the bottom of their tunnel down into the well rather than raising the vault floor upwards. The gang then used the thermic lance in an attempt to cut through the floor. When this failed, they drilled holes in the underside of the vault floor and then packed them with gelignite. On Saturday, the gang coordinated the blast of the explosives with the movement of traffic in the area to mask any noise from those explosives. A 12-inch wide hole was blasted through the floor and into the vault. The tunnel was cleared of the debris created, and the hole was widened with a hammer and chisel. By the time the gang had finished, the exit of the tunnel measured 12 by 14 inches. At around 11 PM on Saturday the 11th of September, Robert Rowlands, an amateur radio enthusiast living in a flat in Wimpole Street, half a mile away from the Lloyd's branch, picked up the walkie-talkie conversations of the gang in error. Mr. Rowlands heard comments over the radio that made him think a local cigarette shop was being burgled. At 11:30 PM, Mr. Rowlands phoned the police, and the local police officer thought it was a prank call at first, and told Mr. Rowlands that he should record the conversation, and if anything interesting was overheard, he should contact them back. Mr. Rowlands thought that was a good idea, and so used a small cassette recorder to make a record of the conversations with the gang members. At around midnight, he recorded dialogue between the gang inside the shop and nearby the lookout about their need to take a break. The first voice said, "Right, well listen carefully, we want you to mind for 1 hour from now until approximately 1 o'clock and then go off the air, get some sleep and come on the air with both radios at 6 o'clock in the morning." The second voice said, "I suggest we carry on tonight mate and get it done with." The first voice said again, "Look, the place is filled with fumes and we were cutting. If the security comes in and smells the fumes, we are all going to have to stop and none of us have got anything. Whereas this way, we've all got 300 grand to cut up when we come back in the morning, and at least we have got something for our efforts." The disagreement between the lookout and the gang continued for a while, and the lookout said, "Money may be your god, but it's not mine, and I'm fucking off." Eventually, after input from a woman's voice and a fourth person who seemed to carry more sway than the others, the lookout agreed to remain on the roof overnight. The lookout man was also given an update on the progress they had made in opening the safety deposit boxes. "We have done 90% of the easy ones, we now face the hard ones," they said. At 2 AM, Mr. Rowlands decided he'd had enough material recorded to call the police again. He did not recontact his local station, but phoned Scotland Yard directly. Scotland Yard sent members of the flying squad to listen to the tapes, and they confirmed that they thought a burglary was taking place. The officers stayed with Mr. Rowlands until about 8:30 AM on Sunday the 12th of September, when the gang returned to the shop and used a radio to contact the lookout. One of the gang members in the shop thanked the lookout for staying on the roof all night and informed him that they planned to finish the job early that afternoon. At one stage in the morning, a waiter from the Chicken Inn restaurant heard noises from within the bank. Naturally curious, the waiter peered through the windows of the Chicken Inn restaurant to see if anything could be seen. Shortly afterward, Mr. Rowlands and listening policemen heard the gang's final radio broadcast. "Would you like to change to the other channel? Over." Mr. Rowlands thought this was code for leaving the bank. Police contacted Baker Street bank staff and local security firms to open up their branches as they began to check 750 banks in an 8-mile radius, and each of the branches was visited by both bank staff and police. They went on to visit the Baker Street branch of Lloyd's at 3:30 PM on the 12th of September. The police and bank staff went on to find the vault secure. They were unable to open the vault to check as it was time locked. It is not known even today if the gang were still in the vault at the time, although police suspect that they were, but keeping quiet following a warning from their lookout. During the burglary, 268 safety deposit boxes were opened, about a quarter of the boxes total in the vault. The gang did not attempt to crack the bank safe though. Lord Hailsham owned one of the boxes in the bank at the time of the robbery, and Mr. Hailsham was Lord Chancellor of the most senior member of the judiciary. Estimates of the amount stolen vary between £150,000 and nearly £4 million. Because of the way the gang communicated, the burglary was soon nicknamed the walkie-talkie job, although the more common name for these events is the Baker Street robbery, but it is legally defined as a burglary. A dictionary of law by the Oxford University Press defines robbery as the offence of using force against any person or putting them in fear of being subjected to force in order to commit a theft. Burglary is defined as the offence under the Theft Act of 1968, entering a building with the intention of committing one of the 3 specified crimes in it, which include theft. On that morning, bank staff at Baker Street Bank opened the vault and found that they had been burgled. Police found the thermal lamps, walkie-talkies and other tools, including an oxyacetylene torch, in the shop which the gang had left behind. 800 pieces of evidence were logged and forensically examined after the police had collected everything from the scene. Police announced that they were searching for 4 men and a woman. They thought during the burglary that the woman was acting as a controller based in a different location to the lookout and the gang. The police later widened their search to include 5 other people. The Baker Street Bank provided the police with the names of 260 safety box owners. 8 owners refused to allow their names to be passed on to the police. This could have been due to what was potentially in those boxes in the bank's vault. Up to 120 detectives worked on the case, organising into 4 teams. 1 examining the scene, 1 contacting the known safety box owners, 1 covering the coordination from the control centre, and 1 team dealing with all external inquiries. The police soon identified Mr. Wolf from the lease documents, and within 4 days the police had a list of likely suspects they were investigating. Informers provided the first names of 2 of the gang members and incomplete details of a pub that had been taken over by another gang member. Police made the connection between a newly acquired pub and Mr. Gavin. After several weeks worth of surveillance and investigation, police had identified Mr. Wolf, Mr. Gavin, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Tucker as the key individuals to arrest. But they also wanted to speak to 3 of the 4 people who were believed to be involved in the robbery of Baker Street Lloyd's bank branch. One of those that the police were interested in had been living in France and Italy since October 1971. But there was no extradition treaty agreement in place to request the overseas police to arrange for his return to Britain. Towards the end of October 1971, police surveillance teams saw Mr. Tucker hand over a bag to 2 men, Abdullah Hassan Ganji and his nephew Akbar Muhammad Ali Ganji. Abdullah Hassan Ganji and his nephew Akbar Muhammad Ali Ganji were then arrested and £32,000 of notes were seized. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Gavin, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Tucker was also picked up in the following 2 days and recovered £231,000 that the police had identified as stolen from the vault. After the end of the investigation, Scotland Yard considered prosecuting Mr. Rowlands under the Wireless Telegraphy Act 1967 for listening to unlicensed transmissions, but no charges were ever laid against Mr. Rowlands. Shortly after the case, Lloyd's Bank sent him a cheque for £2,500 to thank Mr. Rowlands for his actions. The 2 Ganjis were remanded into custody until the 16th of November, when bail was set at £75,000. Mr. Tucker, Mr. Gavin and Mr. Stevens were all remanded on bail of £30,000, each on charges relating to the break-in at Baker Street Bank. Shortly afterwards, the Baker Street Bank insurers offered a £30,000 reward for information that would lead to more arrests. The trial of the 4 gang members and the 2 Ganjis opened up on the 2nd of January 1973. Mr. Stevens, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Wolf and Mr. Gavin were charged with breaking into the Baker Street Bank and stealing the contents of the security boxes, valued at a minimum of £1.5 million, and of possessing explosives. The 2 Ganjis were charged with handling stolen goods. Mr. Stevens, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Gavin pleaded guilty. Mr. Wolf and the 2 Ganjis pleaded not guilty to the charges against them. The 2 Ganjis stated that they were acting as a courier for the Swiss-based finance house involved in purchasing sterling. Mr. Wolf claimed that after he signed the lease for Lassac, Mr. Wolf had only returned to the shop once to pick up the post, and that Mr. Wolf was shocked to hear the news about the break-in. The trial ended on the 23rd of January 1973, and the sentences were handed down 3 days later. The 2 Ganjis were found not guilty. Mr. Stevens, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Gavin were each given sentences of 12 years. Mr. Wolf received 8 years, shorter than the others on account of his age at the time. In March 1973, 64 of those whose safety deposit boxes had been broken into went on to sue Lloyds for £500,000. The case opened in the High Court in 1977, by which time there were 138 plaintiffs seeking damages of £660,000. One witness, a retired jeweller, recounted how he identified some of his property by walking around tables on which several items were placed. He and 20 other people were unsupervised while they did this. He noticed a single diamond that could easily have been stolen, which he estimated was worth between £3,000 and £4,000 at the time in 1971's price. Another customer complained that he saw a ring in a waste paper basket. He said it was too easy to steal some of the smaller items if one wanted to, and that one of the bank assistants had told him that 2 people had tried to claim the same pair of candlesticks. 4 days into the trial, the judge visited the bank and the rooms where the property had been on the show. The following day, the judge adjourned the case, no reason was given and no date to resume proceedings was ever set. There have been several rumours circulating about the Baker Street robbery, from the toilet at the New Forge Country Club, a sports and social club in Belfast for serving and retired police officers. The PSNI stated it was a stunt that attempted to divert attention away from the Northern Bank robbery, but the claim is dismissed by Duncan Campbell, who wrote no D-notice was ever requested, far less granted. The journalist Graham McLagan observes that there was a news embargo on a Sunday while the burglary was still in progress, but that the events were widely reported over the following days after. Another rumour is that one of the safety deposit boxes contained compromising photographs of Princess Margaret and the actor and criminal John Bindon. Mr. Campbell describes the story as cheerful nonsense. The club had indeed been taken during the Northern Bank robbery. On the 12th of October 2005, Garda Commissioner Noel Conroy told a law enforcement conference in the In 1976, James Humphreys, a Soho-based pornographer and strip club owner, alleged those police officers had stolen £1 million worth of gems as their share of the burglary. The following year, Commander Bert Wickstead, a senior officer at Scotland Yard, was appointed to head an inquiry into those allegations and the possibility of corruption within the police. In 2011, the Baker Street robbery, a documentary on the burglary, was broadcast on the History Channel. The programme included an interview with Robert Rowlands and the recordings Mr. Rowlands made of the robbery. A fictionalised version of the burglary is subject of the 2008 film The Bank Job, which uses a storyline that the crime was either set up or later covered up by MI5 to secure the compromising photographs of Princess Margaret that were being kept in a safety deposit box at the bank by Trinidadian radical Michael X. The advertising for the film played up many of the rumours, both fueling and reinforcing them. The gang looted safety deposit boxes of cash and jewellery worth millions and millions of pounds. None of it was recovered, nobody was ever even arrested. The film reveals what was hidden in those boxes. The story involves murder, corruption and a sex scandal with links to the royal family. A story in which the thieves were the most innocent of people involved. The 2015 Hatton Garden safety deposit box burglary bears a close resemblance to the break-in at Baker Street. It was headed by Brian Reeder and was carried out over a weekend and involved breaking into a vault containing safety deposit boxes, although in this case the burglars used a heavy-duty drill to enter through a wall. Although many of the records relating to the burglary at the bank were released by the National Archives in 2013, approximately 800 pages of information remain closed. They will become available for viewing in January 2071, 50 years from now. The actions of those involved in the Baker Street robbery have forever left their imprint on the UK criminal underworld, and in 50 years future generations could potentially answer the unanswered questions from their respected robbery of Baker Street Lloyds Bank branch. Please let us know what you think about the Baker Street robbery in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we take a look at the Brink's-Mat robbery and how it became known as the crime of the century by members of the UK criminal underworld. So what is a heist, or more formally known as a robbery? A heist is a theft of cash or valuable objects such as artworks, jewellery, electricals and bullion and more from their respected owners. This can take the form of either a burglary or a robbery. The difference in English and Welsh law being that a robbery uses force, which means that some of the heists commonly known as robberies were actually burglaries. The Brink's-Mat robbery occurred at the Heathrow International Trading Estate, London on the 26th of November 1983. £26 million in 1983 is equivalent in purchasing power to around £89.99 million as of today, 2021, an increase of £63.99 million over 38 years. The pound had an average inflation rate of 3.32% per year between 1983 and today, producing a cumulative price increase of 246%. This means that today's prices are 3.46 times higher than average prices since 1983, according to the Office for National Statistics Composite Price Index. A pound today only buys 28.89% of what it could buy back in 1983, when the inflation rate was just 4.59%. The current year-over-year inflation rate from 2020 to 2021 is now 0.70%. If these numbers hold, £26 million today will be equivalent in buying power to £26 million by 2022. At the time of the Brink's-Mat robbery, £26 million worth of gold bullion, diamonds and cash was stolen from a warehouse. The bullion was property of Johnson Matthey Bankers Limited, which collapsed the following year after making large loans to frauds and insolvent firms to recover the equivalent of what was stolen in bullion. 2 men were convicted, and the majority of the gold has still to this day yet to be recovered. Insurers Lloyds of London paid out for the losses, and several deaths have been linked to the case of the Brink's-Mat robbery. The Brink's-Mat robbery occurred at 6:40 AM on the Saturday the 26th of November 1983, when 6 robbers broke into the Brink's-Mat warehouse, Unit 7 of Heathrow International Trading Estate, near Heathrow Airport in West London. It was described at the time as the crime of the century. The gang gained entry into the warehouse from security guard Anthony Black. Once inside, the gang members poured petrol over staff and threatened to light them with a lit match, where they would inevitably burn to death if they did not reveal the combination numbers to the vault. The robbers thought that they were going to steal £3.2 million in cash, but they found 3 long tons of gold bullion and stole £26 million worth of gold, diamonds and cash. Two days after the robbery, a couple saw a white-hot crucible operating in a garden hut at a neighbour's property near Bath, Somerset. Suspecting it might be linked to the bullion robbery, they immediately informed the police. The police arrived and were shown the hut, but they said it was just beyond their jurisdiction and said they would pass the information to the police responsible for that area. The couple who called the police initially were never asked to give a statement to the police or give evidence in court. No explanation has been given for the police's failure to follow up immediately on the tip-off. 14 months later, the premises were raided and the furnace was found. The occupier, John Palmer, a local jeweller and bullion dealer, was arrested. In court, Mr. Palmer said he was unaware the gold was linked to the robbery and was cleared of all charges. One of the robbers, Brian Robinson, was caught after a security guard insider, Black, his brother-in-law, passed his name on to investigating officers, and Mr. Robinson was later arrested in December 1983. Scotland Yard quickly discovered the family connection, and Black confessed to aiding and abetting the raiders, providing them with a key to the main door and giving them details of security measures in order to make their entrance and escape as smoothly and problem-free as possible. Mickey McAvoy had entrusted part of his share to associates Brian Perry and George Francis. Brian Perry recruited Kenneth Noy, who was an expert in his field, where Mr. Noy would be able to dispose of the gold. Kenneth Noy melted down the bullion and recast it for sale, mixing in copper coins to disguise the gold source. However, the sudden movement of large amounts of money through a Bristol bank came to the notice of the Bank of England, which went on to inform the police. Kenneth Noy went on to be placed under police surveillance. In January 1985, Kenneth Noy had killed a police officer, DC John Fordham, who he discovered in his garden. At the resulting trial, the jury found Mr. Noy not guilty. Tried at the Old Bailey in December 1984, Mr. McAvoy was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment for armed robbery. Black, Mr. McAvoy's brother, was sentenced to 6 years for his cooperation in the robbery, allowing the gang easier entry and a smoother escape. In 1986, Kenneth Noy was found guilty of conspiring to handle the Brinksmat gold, fined £500,000 plus £200,000 cost, and sentenced to 14 years in prison. Kenneth Noy went on and served 7 years before being released in '94. George Francis was later murdered, and Mr. McAvoy was thought to be a suspect in Mr. Francis's killing. Attempts by Mr. McAvoy to strike a deal to give back his share of the money in exchange for a reduced sentence failed, as by then the money had simply vanished. In January 1995, the High Court ordered Mr. McAvoy to make a payment of £27.4 million, making him responsible for the entire sum stolen in the Brinksmat robbery. Mr. McAvoy went on to be released from prison in 2000. In 1996, Kenneth Noy murdered motorist Stephen Cameron during a road rage incident. Arrested in Spain and extradited, Mr. Noy was convicted of Mr. Cameron's murder in 2000 and received a life sentence. Much of the 3 tons of stolen gold has never been recovered, and 4 other robbers were never convicted. In 1996, about half of the gold, the portion which had been melted and recast, was thought to have found its way back into the legitimate gold market, including the reserves of the true owner, Johnson Matthey. According to the BBC, some have claimed that anyone wearing gold jewellery brought in the UK after 1983 is probably wearing Brinksmat gold. On the 21st of December 1983, less than 4 weeks after the robbery, police in Austria arrest 5 men, 4 Italians and an Austrian, at a Vienna hotel. Police also recovered 10 bullion bars bearing the refiner's mark and serial numbers of the bars stolen in the Brinksmat robbery. A person named Gordon Parry laundered large amounts of cash from the robbery after the disposal of the gold, according to the Panama newspapers, which show an offshore financial intermediary firm in Jersey named Center Services requested Mossack Fonseca to set up a Panamanian company 12 months after the Heathrow raid on behalf of an unnamed client. Under Mr. Parry's direction, millions of pounds were put through the resulting Faberian and other front companies via banks in Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Jersey and the Isle of Man. A man identified as depositing £500,000 in cash to the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank is thought to have been notorious armed robber David Moore. 2 nominee directors from SARC were appointed to Faberian. The company then issued 2 bearer shares. Gordon Parry used the offshore firms and recycled the funds, said to have amounted to £10.7 million, through transactions involving land in London Docklands, some buildings that used to form part of Cheltenham's Ladies' College, a farmhouse in Kent for Mr. McAvoy's girlfriend Kathleen Meacock, and a £400,000 home for himself and his family, Crockham House, near Chartwell, Kent. The Metropolitan Police raided the offices of Centre Services later in 1986, in cooperation with the Jersey authorities. They seized papers and 2 Faberian bearer shares. In 1987, Jürgen Mossack, the law firm's principal, regained control of the company by dilution, and Gordon Parry's appointed a fresh set of Faberian directors, who were instructed to issue 98 new shares to Western Cross Inc., a front company controlled by Mr. Parry or his associates. In 1995, Brinksmat solicitors finally took control of Faberian and its assets. Crockham House was sold and reacquired by Mr. Parry's wife, Irene Beaumont. On the 30th of September 1984, less than a year after the Brinksmat robbery, the banking and gold trading arm of Johnson Matthey Bankers Limited, collapsed and was taken over by the Bank of England to protect the integrity of the London gold markets. Losses amounted to over $300 million at the time. The bank had made very large loans to fraudsters and insolvent businesses over several years, and had serious and unexplained gaps in its records that could not rightfully be explained. The fraud squad was called in and went on to investigate the bank and certain customers the bank had obtained through its years. The so-called curse of the Brinksmat robbery, or curse of the Brinksmat millions, refers to the early deaths of many of those allegedly involved, which makes one wonder, does wealth really solve your issues? These deaths were theorised by members of the London crime underworld as being related to laundering the gold. In 1990, the former treasurer of the Great Train robbery, Charlie Wilson, had moved to Marbella in Spain, where Mr. Wilson was suspected of being involved in drug smuggling. Engaged to launder some of the proceeds from the Brinksmat robbery, Mr. Wilson lost the investors £3 million, and on the 23rd of April 1990, Mr. Wilson was shot dead. Donald Urquhart was one of the launderers of the proceeds of the Brinksmat robbery. Mr. Urquhart was shot dead in January 1993 on Marylebone High Street in central London. The supergrass Kenneth Regan assisted police with information about Mr. Urquhart's murderer. Graham West was subsequently jailed for Mr. Urquhart's killing, as was Mr. West's accomplice Jeffrey Heath, who had planned the murder of Donald Urquhart. On December 1998, Hatton Garden jeweller Solly Nahome was shot dead outside of his home. Solly was a financier and associate of the Adams family, who were also suspected of being involved in the laundering of Brinksmat gold. Prior to Mr. Nahome's murder, Mr. Nahome's associate and jeweller, Gilbert Winter, had disappeared from the home that Mr. Winter had shared with his girlfriend on the 9th of March 1998. It was theorised that Mr. Nahome and Mr. Winter were murdered as a result of a disappearance of £800,000 from a cannabis deal. While it was suspected that a rival gang murdered Mr. Nahome and Mr. Winter to cause disruption, in mid-2001, Brian Perry was also shot dead. On the 14th of May 2003, George Francis was shot dead by John O'Flynn outside Mr. Francis's courier business in Bermondsey. George Francis was a former associate of the Crays, who was believed to be involved in the laundering of the Brinksmat gold robbery. Mr. Francis has previously survived an attempt on his life when Mr. Francis was shot in the shoulder near a pub that he ran in Essex in May 1985. After allegedly failing to pay £100,000 to have a jury acquit Lenny Teddy Bear Watkins, who was on trial for the murder of Peter Bennett, a customs investigator who was shot by Mr. Watkins in a struggle, on 24th of June 2015, John Goldfinger Palmer was shot dead. The members of the Brinksmat robbery and those who benefited or lost their lives as a result of the quantity stolen will forever be remembered in the UK criminal underworld. Please let us know what you think about the story of the Brinksmat robbery in the comments below. We also have videos on our channel about individual criminals that were connected to the Brinksmat robbery. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Thanks for joining us. Today we look at one of the biggest heists that has ever took place in the UK, and how crime groups from all around the world came together to pull off one of the most elaborate robberies ever committed in the UK. The City Bonds robbery that took place in 1990 was a heist in which £291.9 million, equivalent value to £670 million in 2019, was stolen in London, England. The carefully planned operation had made it seem at first as if a courier had been mugged on the 2nd of May. Yet City of London police soon realised that it was a much more sophisticated global venture, which ended up involving participants in the crimes such as the New York Mafia, the Provisional Irish Republican Army, and the Colombian drug barons. The robbery took advantage of the existence of the couriers who moved vast sums of money around the City of London in order to ensure liquidity in the UK financial system. The money was in the form of certificates of deposit and HM Treasury bills. These bearer bonds were recovered in different places, including Glasgow, New York, Miami on their way to Peru, and Zurich. In a wide-ranging investigation, the police eventually recovered all but 2 of the 301 certificates, with some of those arrested allegedly turning informant, such as Mark Osborne, who was later found murdered. Patrick Thomas, who allegedly carried out the original theft, was also shot dead. Keith Cheeseman, an extravagant fraudster, was arrested in the UK but skipped bail to Tenerife claiming his life was in danger. Mr. Cheeseman was briefly thought to have been the bony torso. This was an incident in which the partial remains of an unknown male descendant was discovered in the woods near Bolney, southern England in 1991. However, Mr. Cheeseman was then located and arrested in Spain. Mr. Cheeseman was extradited to the US to stand charges of money laundering and received a 6.5-year sentence for his crimes. John Traynor was arrested for mortgage fraud and using the stolen bonds as collateral. He was sentenced to 7 years for handling stolen goods. He escaped jail after a year and a half, but was arrested in the Netherlands in 2010 and extradited back to the UK to serve the rest of his sentence. This robbery was one of the largest in the world's history. The idea for the robbery was generated by media reports in January 1990 that a courier had accidentally dropped £4 million, equivalent to £9 million in 2019, worth of bearer bonds on their way to the Bank of England. A 23-year-old surveyor had picked up the 4 certificates of deposit on Throgmorton Street, outside the stock exchange, after they had fallen out of the briefcase of a courier working for Rowe and Pitman, a subsidiary of SG Warburg & Co. When he gave them back, he was rewarded with a magnum of Laurent Perrier champagne. Upon hearing this story, an organised crime syndicate realised that if a courier was mugged, they could reap a massive haul, since bearer bonds entitle anyone who is carrying them to the money denoted on them. The certificates were issued every week by the Bank of England as a means to manage short-term spending needs, ensuring that there was always liquidity in the financial system. The bills matured after 1 to 6 months and were finally freely traded until the process became electronic in the mid-2000s. Care was taken to make the theft appear to be an opportunistic mugging, since the bonds would be cancelled if it was suspected to have been a heist ordered by an organised crime group. The syndicate planned to launder the bonds as quickly as possible in Zurich. On the morning of the 2nd of May 1990, 58-year-old John Goddard, an employee of financial broker Shepherd's, a subsidiary of Carter Allen, was walking along Nicholas Lane, an alleyway in the City of London. He was carrying 301 certificates, worth £291.9 million, the equivalent to £670 million in 2019, in bearer bonds in a briefcase, of which £121.9 million were certificates of deposit and £170 million were HM Treasury bills. Suddenly a young man in his 20s appeared and mugged Mr. Goddard at knife point. The robber is widely believed to have been Patrick Thomas. At first, it seemed the operation had gone according to plan, despite reports the next day in the Times which declared the heist had gathered a worthless haul and that the perpetrator stands to make not a penny from the crime. The Bank of England was supplying false information to the media on purpose, whilst it had informed the financial institutions worldwide of the serial numbers, the bonds could still be cashed. The Swiss connection was supposed to launder the money, did not work out. Therefore, the criminal syndicate was forced to seek other options in the criminal underworld to try and launder the money. The New York Mafia became interested, since they were already involved in a scheme to launder US bonds in London. The contact man in the UK was Keith Cheeseman, who had previously made false loan applications to support a lavish lifestyle, which included becoming chairperson of Dunstable Town Football Club. Back in 1975, he had been charged with extorting £287,000 and remanded for a week. After arriving at court in a silver chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce, however, he later received a 6-year sentence for conspiracy to defraud the Beneficial Finance and Loan Society, with 318 fictitious loan applications. Told about the heist, Mr. Cheeseman went to work, liaising with the associates such as Raymond Ketteridge. He sent some of his stolen bonds to Mark Osborne in the US, who then met up with mafioso Tony DiPiano in a New York bar and delivered 10 bonds, each worth £1 million. However, Mr. DiPiano was an FBI agent and Mr. Osborne was arrested, and subsequently realising that he was facing a substantial custodial sentence now, he decided to betray his fellow criminal associates. The FBI had allegedly recorded the conversations between Mr. Osborne and Mr. Cheeseman, until Mr. Osborne disappeared in August 1990 and was later found murdered. The criminal syndicate in London also came to realise that it had also been infiltrated by an informer, since the City of London police had swiftly begun to recover all the stolen bonds. The police had initially hoped the mugging was no more than an accident and the certificates would be found discarded or just turned up somewhere. Yet the evidence built up that it was a sophisticated plan, and thus Operation Starling was set up. Soon they had reports of a bond turning up in Northern Ireland, and someone tried to deposit a bond at a NatWest bank in Glasgow. In summer 1990, 80 certificates worth £77 million were recovered during an allegedly routine check at Heathrow Airport on a flight that was arriving from Dublin. 3 Irish men were arrested, and Customs stated, "We did not know the bonds were coming in, we just found them by pure chance." In fact, the men had been under surveillance, since one of them was Thomas Coyle, a known fence. Mr. Coyle had quickly acquired 80 of the stolen bonds, and realising their enormous value, had recruited John Gilligan and Jim Danger Byrne to help him sell them. Not being able to shift them in Ireland, they devised a plan to sell them to mafia connections in the US via John Francis Conlon, who had connections to various security agencies and arms dealers, such as Monzer Al-Qassar and Oliver North. The plan was sabotaged at the first stage, when Mr. Coyle, Anthony Rooney and Edward Dunn were all arrested at Heathrow. The bonds were discovered in Mr. Rooney's luggage, and all 3 men maintained their innocence. But when the case came to trial at Knightsbridge Crown Court, all 3 were released on technicalities. Mr. Coyle later brought a racehorse which he named 77 mil. Operation Starling retrieved £80 million worth of bonds in Cyprus, and other raids occurring in the Netherlands, Scotland, Singapore and West Germany. A link to the Provisional Irish Republican Army was revealed in September 1990 when a man left a package at the Aero Peru offices in Miami to be delivered to Lima in Peru. A search by US Customs revealed the package contained £71 million in stolen bonds, which the IRA was attempting to trade with the Colombian drug barons in exchange for money and narcotics. The smugglers had hidden the bonds in 2 Miami phone books. Raymond Ketteridge was arrested with another man and charged with handling £70 million in stolen bonds, only to see his prosecution dropped in London in July 1991. He later won his battle of extradition from Cyprus to US in 1994. He had been facing charges of money laundering based on the heist. The police also foiled a mortgage scam which aimed to use stolen bonds as collateral, arresting John Traynor in 1990. Thomas lived on the Turnham Road Council Estate in Brockley, South London, with his stepsister and her family. He presented himself as merely being an ordinary person on the estate, whilst being involved in criminal enterprises such as drug dealing and robbery. When he and David Somerville were caught red-handed cutting up 1 kilo or 2 pounds of cocaine in March 1991, they were remanded to Belmarsh Prison. Then he managed to convince the jury that his co-defendant was responsible for the £30,000 haul of cocaine, and thus was acquitted, while Somerville received a 7-year sentence. Career criminal Jimmy Tippett Jr. writes in his autobiography, Born Gangster, that Patrick Thomas showed him the bonds in a toilet cubicle soon after robbing Mr. Goddard. Mr. Tippett was arrested in relation to the robbery, but had his charges dropped before court. According to Mr. Tippett, he had been drinking with Mr. Thomas earlier in the evening of the 28th of December, and they then became separated when Mr. Thomas refused to be searched by a bouncer because he was carrying a gun. In the early morning of 29th of December 1991, after hearing a scuffle and a bang on the front door, Mr. Thomas's stepsister found him lying on the ground with a gunshot wound to the head. He died from his injuries as she called for an ambulance. At first, police believed that Mr. Thomas had been killed by friends of Mr. Somerville, but it soon became clear that Mr. Thomas was involved in other serious organised crimes, since he had assorted building society accounts with over £150,000 in them, and he was eventually connected to the bonds robbery as a suspected mugger. Keith Cheeseman was arrested in the UK after an investigation by City of London Police and the FBI. He was sentenced to a 6.5-year term, but somehow managed to flee the country while still on bail. The local newspaper ran a story on the 26th of October 1991, entitled The £290 million Clue to Headless Corpse, which stated that Mr. Cheeseman had been found decapitated in Bolney, Sussex. However, the bony torso was not Mr. Cheeseman, as he was in fact actually on the run, hiding in Tenerife. A man who had stopped to urinate on his way home after a walk found the body in a wooded area, wrapped up in a carpet with neither head or hands attached to his body. The body was laid to rest in 1994, but then dug up again in 2009 for extended forensic testing, which suggested the man was from Bavaria in Germany and had spent about a year in the UK before his murder. A German fraudster was identified as living nearby in Haywards Heath at the time, but police investigations have never linked him to the crime in any way. As of today, the corpse, or Bornley torso, is still unidentified. After his arrest in Spain, Mr. Cheeseman was extradited to the United States, where he faced more charges related to a conspiracy to launder £392 million in stolen bonds, including the £292 million that had been obtained in London. Mr. Cheeseman claimed he had skipped bail in fear of his life and pled guilty, admitting that he had processed £16 million in bonds. Judge Robert W. Sweet sentenced him to the maximum available term of 6.5 years because he had attempted to evade justice and also because of his extensive criminal past. Mr. Cheeseman had been involved in another fraud scheme, one in which he had seduced a supervisor at a financial services company. He rented her a luxury apartment, and they conspired to transfer £8 million of the company's money into an offshore account. This was before the two were arrested by the City Fraud Squad. John Traynor escaped a dispute with a dangerous criminal associate, Martin Cahill, in Ireland by moving to England in the late 1980s. Once Mr. Traynor was settled, he then reacquainted himself with an old friend, Mr. James Danger Byrne, who himself was involved in various fraudulent schemes. The two men attempted to join forces with Mr. John Francis Conlon to set up a new venture in which they would attempt to use some of the stolen bonds as collateral investment for a mortgage from a Swiss bank. Mr. Conlon had connections to Miami and presented plans for a fictitious £100 million holiday resort on a Caribbean island. Using bonds with altered numbers, they managed to gain a £200,000 advance in Geneva. Although the bank sent warnings out of their plan to the City of London Police and the Serious Fraud Office. When the courier returned to pick up the rest of the mortgage, the bank told him to wait whilst they sorted everything out, so he called Mr. Traynor and explained what was happening. Mr. Traynor was sitting on a street near Bayswater Road in London waiting. As the courier and Mr. Traynor spoke, the police swooped in on both England and Switzerland in synchronisation. They were both arrested. Mr. Traynor was charged with handling stolen goods and received a 7-year sentence for his part in the crime. Mr. Traynor went to jail in July 1990 and once inside quickly began planning his escape. After a while of being incarcerated and as a reward for good behaviour, he was transferred from HM Prison Wandsworth to HM Prison High Point in Suffolk. Mr. Traynor then requested a temporary home leave to see his family, and when that was granted in November 1992, he immediately took a flight to Dublin and escaped, secure in the knowledge that his offence would not lead to an extradition from Ireland. However, Mr. Traynor was eventually arrested in the Netherlands in 2010, as part of a combined operation by British and Dutch police investigating organised crime across borders. Mr. Traynor was then extradited back to the UK to serve out the remainder of his sentence, but this time under much stricter conditions. The City Bonds robbery is seen as one of the largest heists in history in terms of the amount taken, dwarfing other UK crimes such as the UK Brinksmat robbery, the Great Train robbery, the Knightsbridge security deposit robbery, the Northern Bank robbery, and the Securitas Depot robbery. Globally, it is however eclipsed by the 2003 robbery of almost $1 billion, the equivalent to $1.4 billion in 2020, from the Central Bank of Iraq by Qusay Hussein, the son of Saddam Hussein. The police ultimately recovered all but 2 of the 301 certificates that were stolen in the City Bonds robbery. The Bank of England continues to use the bond system to protect financial liquidity, but the last paper bills were produced in September 2003, when the entire process became electronic. The City Bonds robbery and the effects it had will never be forgotten about in the UK criminal underworld. What would you do if you found a piece of paper that was worth millions of pounds? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more content. Today we'll be taking an in-depth look at an extremely notorious Liverpool crime family that has even been made the subject of a television documentary, the Fitzgibbon family. The family includes brothers Mr. Jason Fitzgibbon and Mr. Ian Fitzgibbon, who were involved in an international drug trafficking ring. Their mother, Miss Christine Fitzgibbon, is also believed to be a crucial mastermind in the criminal undertakings of the family. Mr. Daniel Smith was a noteworthy associate of the Fitzgibbons. The patriarch of the family was Mr. Billy Fitzgibbon, also known as Mr. William Fitzgibbon, who agreed by most scholars had lower authority and power in the family of crime. Mr. Jason, in particular, was identified as the family hardman, who was happy to dish out violence when necessary. Jason and Mr. Smith had attacked a car dealer in Whiston, who he had blamed for not coming up with a motor on time. Carlisle Crown Court heard that Mr. Jason first approached the car dealer about buying a BMW X5 4x4 for his girlfriend, but when the dealer could not find the right car, Jason became angry. He said, "You've let my bird down. I'll show you what happens when you let people down. I'll meet up with you and I'll cut you from ear to ear. Don't treat me like an idiot. When I say I'll do something, I'll do it." The dealer agreed to meet Mr. Smith near the village hotel in Whiston, but when he arrived, he was jumped by a group of men wearing balaclavas and then stabbed. Mr. Smith and Mr. Jason Fitzgibbon later admitted to GBH. Edale Road was the home of Miss Christine Fitzgibbon, who surprisingly did not have a criminal record. But the extent of the role she played by the doting grandma shocked and surprised detectives. She claimed benefits whilst living the high life through her son's drug business. Christine was an expert on advising her sons on how to avoid the law, and how she could work out exchange rates for European drug deals at the drop of a hat. She was described as a sophisticated businesswoman who knew when to make the deal and when to hold. Christine is the real matriarch of the family. She is the thing that binds them and bonds them. She resolves internal disputes, and everything revolves around her. It was apparent that Christine, in effect, schooled her children from an early age on how to disregard the laws of the land. The family were determined to amass a criminal fortune. The family revelled in their notoriety. The humongous Fitzgibbon Crimes family gaudy mansion in Liverpool, paid for by a £3.2 million global drug dealing network. Jason Fitzgibbon was from Crofton Mansions, North Sudley Road, Liverpool, while Mr. Ian from Hyam Gardens, St Helens. What we're talking about here is a family who have held a very tight rein on areas of Liverpool for a number of years. They thought they were untouchable. Their motive, just financial greed, and greed in terms of their status and notoriety. Noting the sophistication of the operation, if they were to have channeled their thoughts and efforts into a legitimate business, they'd be very wealthy individuals. What we have here is a criminal family running a criminal business. Mum, very much the company director, finance director and consultant. Father, a consultant advisor to the two brothers and the brothers' very hands-on managing directors involved in source countries and face-to-face meetings. Jason Fitzgibbon was in charge of transport, whilst Ian Fitzgibbon, aged 39, was in charge of logistics. Mum, as the finance director, would be well aware of the exchange rate between the euro and the pound, being in charge of laundering the money. She would be aware of the impact of that in any importation. She's very acutely aware of the police's tactics and would advise her sons on forensic strategies and ways to avoid detection. On paper, Miss Christine was an unemployed housewife who, with her husband William, collected £1,500 in benefits each month. The Fitzgibbon clan dealt in violence, money and drugs for more than a decade and amassed a fortune, yet claimed thousands of pounds in benefits. They've been described as akin to the Sopranos. The Fitzgibbon crime family have been major players in organised crime for 30 or 40 years, and one of the reasons they've stayed at the top of their game is because they use extreme violence when necessary to protect their interests. They can be very intimidating and are very good at getting to a witness, which is why the police find it very difficult to build cases against them, and they're extremely good drug dealers, so it's a recipe for success in an underworld crime family. Mr. Paul Fitzgibbon was a lesser known brother of Mr. Jason Fitzgibbon and Mr. Ian Fitzgibbon, who was also part of the criminal syndicate. Jason and Ian were both jailed in 2013 after it emerged they were plotting to flood the UK with Turkish heroin. When Turkish police smashed an Istanbul-based drug gang, the trail began to lead back to South Liverpool. Manchester Crown Court heard that the 60% pure heroin would have cost around €300,000 to buy wholesale from Turkey. The drugs would have made around £7 million when sold on the streets of Liverpool. The serious organised crime agency then mounted a sophisticated surveillance operation to take down the Fitzgibbons. Jason and Ian were prepared to go to the source countries such as Turkey and understand the complex logistics of smuggling hard drugs across Europe and into the UK. Detectives believe the brothers, who cultivated criminal contacts across Europe and South America, never had any legitimate income. Both would frequently travel abroad for meetings with drug contacts in Colombia, Mexico, Spain and Turkey, and in 2007 were suspected of heading up a heroin smuggling plot from Holland. The Dutch case ultimately collapsed due to a lack of evidence. Here, Mr. Jason Fitzgibbon, you have a big lad from a notorious family who are capable, and so the police say, of more than just a little frightener. In 2006, Mr. Jason Fitzgibbon was involved in a major confrontation with a North Liverpool drug gang in the Mosquito Club in Victoria Street. Jason was said to have been threatened with a weapon, which resulted in a major standoff between two rival factions in the city night spot. There were reports of a near riot as the two groups clashed. Intelligence from the England to Turkish police stopped the deal in its tracks, and on September 26, 2011, 5 local drug traffickers were rounded up, and in the boot of a car, officers discovered 114 half-kilo packs of heroin wrapped in brown tape. The aftermath of the failed drug deal in Turkey was recorded in part of a covert listening device. They were caught as part of Operation Bistro, an investigation into drug dealing and associated money laundering, which police say was taking place on an enormous scale between at least 2008 and 2011. They imported 57 kilograms of heroin into Britain via Turkey, as well as a plot involving 165,000 ecstasy tablets and a batch of pure MDMA powder. The heroin had a street value of almost £7 million, and the ecstasy tablets were worth between £494,000 and £823,000. Jason Fitzgibbon and Ian Fitzgibbon were the leaders of the criminal enterprise, both deeply immersed in drug dealing and money laundering. They ran a lucrative international business, cultivating criminal contacts in the Netherlands, Spain, Turkey, but also in South America, including Colombia and Mexico. They had developed numerous tactics of throwing detectives off their scent. They would conduct business meetings while jogging, and when travelling, would fail to turn up for pre-booked flights, taking different routes and paying in cash. They had also developed a criminal shorthand designed to be indecipherable to all but their fellow conspirators. Little fellas were ecstasy tablets. A ticket man was a courier. A quid was £1,000. They used false passports to travel, booked flights they never actually caught, and paid for with clone cards. Trips to Turkey were via circuitous routes. Miss Christine and her husband Billy were ripping off the estate £1,500 a month in benefits. With pension credits, disability allowance, the family also enjoyed holidays in their luxurious villa in Spain, bought for €300,000, and they kitted out the interior of their Mossley Hill home in Liverpool with top-notch furnishings. But they refrained from lavish trips abroad, and when Mr. Jason Fitzgibbon parked a Porsche on the driveway of his mother's home, he was quickly warned that he was bringing in unwanted attention. The family kept bundles of cash in numerous carrier bags under the house floorboards with a mix of English, Irish and Scottish banknotes, indicating how far their tentacles had stretched. The drug dealing involved huge quantities of both heroin and ecstasy. It involved the importation of multi-kilogram quantities of the drugs into this country, and then the onward supply of those drugs. The scope of the enterprise was truly breathtaking. Those involved had established a criminal network not only in the United Kingdom but in foreign countries, from where they were obtaining massive quantities of heroin. A bug or a covert listening device was planted in their mum's South Liverpool home, which recorded the brothers talking about crime and drugs. The bug, which was planted by an SOCA agent in the family home on Edale Road, recorded the brothers bickering in front of their mum about who was the better drug dealer. Detectives were astounded when they listened back to the tape of Jason and Ian rowing over who was the more adept criminal. Jason said, "Whatever he can do, I can do 10 times better," and Ian replied, "But who do you know over there, lad? Who do you know? Who brought everything back? When has yours brought anything back? When?" The same device also recorded the brothers singing a pop song called It's All About the Money. Ian Fitzgibbon was later recorded remarking, "That's the story of Jason's life, that turkey thing, 300 quid. 300 quid they owe us." When the police searched her house in Allerton, South Liverpool, they discovered she was far from hard up. Carrier bags containing £182,000 in cash were found hidden under the floorboards and in the central columns of the dining room table. At Mr. Ian Fitzgibbon's home nearby in St Helens, a further £35,000 was found. A member of the notorious Liverpool crime family, Paul Fitzgibbon was banned from driving after failing to reveal who was driving his car in a high-speed police pursuit. Officers lost sight of Paul's hired Audi after trying to stop it in Liverpool last spring. He was disqualified for not identifying the driver of the car in the chase, or in a second incident involving the same car in Staffordshire. Paul said he was hiring the smart Audi Quattro for £15 a day when it was involved in the chase after officers spotted it on Garston Old Road. Michael Caine, prosecuting, said, "This is a matter where the police have seen the vehicle, decided to make the decision to stop the vehicle, and a high-speed pursuit followed." The high-speed pursuit took the cars from Garston Old Road to Duncombe Road South, before police lost sight of it. Prosecution papers were sent to Mr. Paul seeking the identity of the driver, as well as in a second incident involving the Audi in Staffordshire in April. His solicitor Lionel Greig referred to problems with Paul's mum and dad's benefits around that time due to consequences of issues relating to the home address from other agencies. Paul argued that losing his licence would severely undermine his role as a full-time carer for his dad, who suffered from arthritis. But District Judge Michael Abelson still banned him from driving for a year and ordered him to pay £1,440 in fines and costs. The 57-month sentence imposed on William Fitzgibbon from Liverpool for supplying drugs is believed to be one of the highest handed down locally by Sheriff Graham Napier, and follows the tougher action taken recently on drug suppliers targeting the Isles. Mr. William Fitzgibbon, a prisoner in Aberdeen, appeared from custody at Lerwick Sheriff Court on Wednesday, where he was described as a career criminal. He had previously pleaded guilty to being concerned in the supply of Class A drugs on the 25th of May at Loch of Vaster Got and elsewhere. Mr. William had also admitted trying to hide from police in the undergrowth at Cloomal Junction, Boddam, Donorosnis, intending to pervert the course of justice on the same date. Prosecutor Fiscal Duncan Mackenzie said 2 police officers on a vehicle patrol had seen the 2 accused sitting in a stationary Vauxhall Corsa on a single-track road at the Loch of Vaster. When police stopped to ask if they were right, they replied yes and immediately accelerated away. The police followed, and by 5 PM they reached Boddam, where they later found Mr. William hiding. They found £450 on him and a wrap of heroin in a section of a sock in the footwell of the car. The police were convinced drugs had been thrown from the car during the pursuit, and later found 75 wraps of heroin at Tingwall in the toe section of the sock, found by analysis to be part of the same sock as in the car. Police then searched the guest house where Mr. William Fitzgibbon had been staying under a false name, and found £2,300 in notes. The court heard that 76 £20 deals would be worth £1,520, representing a 400% profit on the cost price. Shetland was being specifically targeted because of the high price of drugs. Prior to the offence, William had been living in Ripton Street, Walton, Liverpool. He had had a checkered employment history, but his offending had significantly reduced in recent years. His partner had incurred drug debts, and he was drawn into a drug syndicate because of threats made to his 3 children. He had no connection with Shetland, but was sent here to collect £3,000. When he had done that, he could return and his debt would be cleared. Sheriff Napier said that William had admitted being one of the team targeting Shetland as the money man, the enforcer. He had been involved in violence and dishonesty in the past. The sheriff said he could expect to be dealt with severely and sentenced him to 6 years in custody, reduced to 57 months backdated to the 26th of May because of his early plea of guilty. The drugs and the money were ordered to be forfeit. Miss Christine, who admitted laundering £180,000 drugs cash found hidden beneath floorboards in the Mossley home, was jailed for 2 years. Mr. Ian Fitzgibbon was admitted conspiracy to supply heroin, MDMA and money laundering and was sentenced to 14 years and 6 months in prison. Jason Fitzgibbon pleaded guilty to conspiring to import heroin and was imprisoned for 16 years. Mr. Daniel Smith admitted conspiracy to supply MDMA and was jailed for 10 years. Prosecutors agreed to let charges against William Fitzgibbon lay on file due to a supposed health issue. Sentencing Miss Christine, who admitted money laundering at an earlier hearing, Judge Michael Henshaw said, "You are a significant figure in this case. You knew precisely what you were involved in, you knew precisely where the money was coming from, and I'm quite sure you enjoyed the lifestyle that came with it." He conceded that she must have been influenced by her sons, but said that she was capable of making her voice felt in the house. Jason, who like his brother is a father of 3, was previously given a 7-year prison sentence for serious assault years back, including violent rows with Mr. Curtis Warren, a local gangster, once on Interpol's most wanted list. Ian and Jason Fitzgibbon were locked up in 2013. The National Crime Agency believes that the siblings may have benefited from criminal activities to the tune of £3.2 million. They are using the proceeds of crime legislation in a bid to recoup as much of their ill-gotten gains as possible, but suspect assets could be held off the balance sheets. Model and Desperate Housewives reality TV star Miss Amanda Harrington appeared in court once to support her friend Ian Fitzgibbon. The actress attended Manchester Crown Court along with members of the Fitzgibbon family. Miss Harrington, who is perhaps best known for appearing in the Channel 4 reality TV series Desperate Housewives, only returned from holiday in Miami the day before the day of the hearing. The glamour model sat in court alongside her mum as authorities bid to seize the criminal fortunes of Ian and Jason. Miss Harrington, who was given a kiss on the cheek by Mr. Ian Fitzgibbon as he was led back to the cells, did not give any evidence in the case. Miss Christine Fitzgibbon, the brother's mother, was told to pay back more than £120,000 in ill-gotten gains, or face more than 2.5 years in prison. She was said to have made £280,000 by laundering the illicit profit of her sons. A Rolex watch, cash in a bank account and £1,000 cash will go towards footing the bill, as will the sale of the family home in Mossley Hill, in which she has equity. It was at that house that the police probing the drugs plot had discovered carrier bags containing £182,000 in cash hidden under the floorboards and in the central column of a dining room table. That cash has already been confiscated. The Fitzgibbons, whose violent exploits and feuds with rival families stretch back decades on Merseyside, were described as Tier 1 criminals and at the top of their game. Before an 18-month undercover operation led to their arrest, the Fitzgibbon brothers dispute the amount of money they are said to have made and claim that they have few assets available to seize. Brothers Jason and Ian Fitzgibbon, who have now been released from prison, face a raft of restrictions on their financial activity. The restrictions, aimed exclusively at those who have been involved in serious organised crime, impose a range of strict lifestyle restrictions. The restrictions take effect when individuals are released from prison. The restrictions are designed to prevent hardcore criminals from returning to their old businesses after they have left jail and include Serious Crime Prevention Orders, or SCPOs, and Financial Reporting Orders, FROs, and Travel Reporting Orders, TRO. Mr. Danny Smith, a one-time associate of the Fitzgibbons, is also on the NCA list. Mr. Smith, who is very well known within the city's underworld, now faces an array of restrictions on his financial activity, access to property and vehicles, and the South Liverpool man is subject to a SCPO, TRO and FRO. The brothers' banker, or mum, Christine Fitzgibbon, also faces being stripped of cash accrued illegally, a suspected £447,000. The crime gang's trusted lieutenant, Mr. Daniel Smith, is suspected to have made £148,000 through illegal activities and also faces losing that cash. But really, the issue is going to be hidden in assets. In the case of Miss Christine Fitzgibbon, we have had the very briefest of discussions, but it is possible that we may be able to dispose of the matter without a hearing. In the case of Mr. Daniel Smith, his position is a bit different. There are issues regarding the ownership of the drugs, and also regarding his alleged legitimate income. Again, there is an issue of hidden assets. Let us know what you think of the Fitzgibbon family and their sentences that Ian and Jason were given, and if you think they were fair or unreasonable. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Feltham Young Offenders Institution, or more commonly known as HM Prison Feltham, is a prison for male juveniles and young offenders, occupying 45 acres of southwest of Feltham in London Borough of Hounslow. It's operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. The original Feltham Institution was built after 1857 and opened on the 1st of January 1859 as an industrial school, and was taken over in 1910 by the prison commissioners as their second borstal institution. The current institution was formed in 1991 as a result of a merger between Feltham Borstal and the Ashford Remand Centre. It's managed directly by Her Majesty's Prison Service, rather than management being contracted out to a private firm. Publicity of a pre-2005 wave of violence of the institution was coupled with alleged racism amongst certain officers. These reports took as case in point the murder of Zahid Mubarak by racist cellmate Robert Stewart on the day that Mr. Mubarak was due for release. Proposals made to distance Her Majesty's Prison Feltham from its reputation included a renaming, such as to HMP Bedfont Lakes, receiving scant support. An inspection by Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons was made in May 2005. The 2005 report highlighted the progress made and praised the effective reception induction procedures and the outreach team that deal with self-harm issues, and the measures in place to deal with race relation issues. Voluntary sector work takes place within Feltham, and its voluntary sector coordinator manages performance of more than 25 agencies for those convicted and placed on remand, or detained pending a trial. Another inspection was made in July 2013, which was critical of what was considered an excessive use of force by prison staff in some incidents, which had taken place in 2012, and an unacceptably high level of violence in the institution. On the 4th of September 2013, the Ministry of Justice announced that it was undertaking a feasibility study on replacing the existing buildings at Feltham with a new, larger adult prison and youth detention centre. A 2014 inspection of the prison found that the progress that had been made in some areas, but there were still some major concerns such as levels of violence remaining high, although with fewer incidents than previously, and prisoners having a lack of activities available and being kept locked up in cells for long periods. Among 3 ex-prisoners who came forward to the BBC in 2015, one reported seeing another having his head being stamped on. Feltham in 2015 was the most violent prison in England and Wales, having hosted 894 attacks or fights, so serious and demonstrable that proportionate prescribed legal punishments were imposed. Among these, inmates who have committed acts of violence may be kept in their own accommodation for 23 hours a day, seeing 1 free hour from solitary confinement. Officers knew of 48 gangs in 2015 among the teenagers, changing population of Feltham's interned. Young adults and juveniles occupy different residential units today. Units housing young adult offenders hold approximately 60 prisoners. Units housing juveniles hold 30 prisoners, and almost all the juvenile rooms are for single occupation. There is a mixture of double and single accommodation for young offenders, mostly double. All rooms have integral sanitation and TV, and all areas operate the IEP scheme, Incentives and Earned Privilege scheme. The prison's regime, including education, full and part-time education, workshops, vocational training in the construction industry, farms and garden works, and also NVQs. Various types of offending behaviour groups are also available. Other features include the use of voluntary agencies, one-to-one teaching, substance misuse work, and pre-release courses. An unannounced inspection of 2017 found that the juvenile units taken together were not safe for either staff or boys, and that the violence had increased in the section for older young men, prompting a Commons debate. A serious assault on a staff member took place during the inspection. The prison was criticised for the 23-hour detention, in that although exercise was possible, showers were not on those days, and sought to improve this. Healthcare was good, and mental health care listed as impressive. Efforts to resettle offenders back in the community after release were also good. In popular culture, there's the hard-fi track of Feltham is Singing Out, which refers to the prisoners. Grime artist JME refers to Feltham in his track Tottenham. There was a televised film called Scum in 1979, which typifies the violence of many such institutions before a key stage of national reform. Its broadcasting unwillingly was delayed to match that reform. The original Feltham was built in 1854 as an industrial school and was taken over in 1910 by the prison commissioners as their second borstal institution. The existing buildings opened as a remand centre in March 1988. The current HM Prison and Young Offender Institution Feltham was formed by the amalgamation of Ashford Remand Centre and Feltham Borstal in 1990. The establishment is split into Feltham A, which holds young people aged 15 to 18, and Feltham B, which holds young adults aged 18 to 21. Feltham A, there are 7 units for young people, each unit holds 30 people. Almost all the cells are single occupation. All cells have an integral sanitation and television unit. Alpine Enhanced Support Unit, Curlow, the Induction and Reverse Cohort Unit, Dunlin, the Normal Location, Eagle, the Normal Location Enhanced Privileges Unit, and Falcon, the Reintegration Unit. Lastly, there is Heron, Normal Location, J, Normal Location. Feltham B, there are 10 units for young adults, including Kingfisher as the first night and induction unit. All rooms have integral sanitation and TV as well. Kingfisher is the induction unit with 53 beds. Lapwing is closed. Mallard is a normal location with 55 beds. Nightingale is a normal location with 55 beds. Osprey is also closed. Partridge is a normal location housing 55. Quail, a normal location with 55 beds. Raven, a normal location with 55 beds. And Swallow, another normal location with 55 beds. Teal is a closed location, and Ibis is the segregation unit. The daily regime within the establishment includes full and part-time education courses, including A-level qualifications which are run in conjunction with A4E and CFBT, distance learning courses from the Open University, and from the National Extension College are supported. City and Guilds courses are also available and include painting and decorating, bricklaying and motor mechanics. There's also an open college network course in farms and gardens. There is a gym open to all inmates which runs activities like badminton, weight training and a climbing wall. The gym also teaches various PE courses and the Duke of Edinburgh Bronze Award. The A part of Feltham was given an inspection in February 2021 and the B part in July 2019. The full report can be read at the Ministry of Justice website. In their latest report, the inspectors said of Feltham A is an establishment in West London that holds children aged 15 to 18. It is jointly managed with an adjacent establishment, Feltham B, which holds young adults. At the time of our last full inspection of Feltham A in July 2019, outcomes for children had declined dramatically, and we considered them to be poor, our lowest judgment. This decline was so acute that my predecessor invoked the urgent notification process for the first time in an establishment holding children. The COVID-19 pandemic emerged 8 months later, and managers had to implement restrictions to keep staff and children safe. At this visit, we found that these restrictions had been implemented appropriately, and despite a significant outbreak of COVID-19 among the staff, the establishment had experienced very few cases among the children itself. Since our last inspection, progress had been made, and remarkably in the middle of a pandemic. Children were split into groups of 4, in which they accessed education and other activities. We found that being in small groups had improved the quality of relationships between children and staff. Self-harm had reduced dramatically, with only 5 incidents recorded in the previous 6 months, compared to 242 in the same period before our previous inspection. The number of violent incidents had also fallen, although 1 in 5 children felt unsafe at the time of our visit, and there was a concerning rise in multi-perpetrator assaults as friction between different groups increased. The Enhanced Support Unit had been relaunched, and there was a positive ethos enabling children to spend more time out of their cell, including for education and interventions. Health services were generally good with very few waiting lists for clinics, and the dental service was particularly proactive and had established itself as an urgent care centre. This ensured that children could access treatment in the early stages of the pandemic. Time out of the cell had also improved since our last inspection. On average, children received about 4.5 hours a day during the week and 3.5 hours during the weekend. This included face-to-face education, which had been consistently delivered since June 2020. There were some areas where progress was not as good. Support for children to maintain contact with family and friends needed improvement to make sure that video and in-person visits were accessed by all children who wanted them. While the improvement made at Feltham A is commendable, some of this reflects how bad things have been in the time of the urgent notification. Headway has been made with a far smaller population than usual, and the challenge for our local and national leaders is to consolidate and build on this progress as the population increases. And in their report on Feltham B, they said that Feltham B holds convicted male prisoners aged between 18 and 20. It's situated adjacent and comes under the same management as Feltham A, which holds boys aged between 15 and 17. At the time of this inspection, the prison held around 360 prisoners. The prison was last inspected in January and February 2017, when we found that outcomes for prisoners in 3 of 4 of our healthy prison tests, safely, purposefully, actively and rehabilitation and release planning were not sufficiently good. Overall, the results of this inspection mark a significant achievement for an establishment that has faced similar pressures to many others that have not been able to maintain, let alone improve their overall level of performance in recent times. Having expressed concerns elsewhere that Feltham had been left without a governor for some 5 months during 2018, I am reassured to be told that 2 parts of the establishment will in future each have their own dedicated deputy governor in an effort to ensure greater resilience and continuity. I hope that this will allow Feltham B to continue to make progress and avoid the risk of managerial focus being diverted to address the many problems we found during the inspection of Feltham A. The progress that has been made to date at Feltham B was credible and reflected in the fact that in the space of some 2 years it had managed to achieve or partially achieve around half of our recommendations from the last inspection. In terms of safety, there were distinct weaknesses in the strategic management of violence, the use of disciplinary procedures through the incentives and earned privileges scheme and oversight of the use of force. However, the weaknesses were to some extent ameliorated by good relationships between staff and prisoners, and compared with other similar establishments, fewer prisoners felt unsafe at the time of the inspection, and fewer reported being victimised. A feature of the establishment that needed attention was the impact that security processes were having on the ability of prisoners to access education, training, work and healthcare. Quite apart from whether prisoners were getting to the activities to which they had been allocated, there was also the issue that there were only sufficient full-time activity places for just over half the population. Meanwhile, some 20% of the entire population were employed as residential unit cleaners and painters, where they were under-occupied and poorly managed. We also found that when we conducted the roll checks, some 37% of prisoners were locked in their cells during the working day, which is far too high a figure for a training prison. Living conditions in the residential units had improved since the last inspection, but the condition of cells was no more than adequate. There was still too much graffiti and there was still a pressing need for refurbishment in some areas, particularly the showers. Although the quality of healthcare services was generally good, prisoners, as noted above, were all too often unable to get to their appointments because of regime restrictions or security measures. For instance, in June, prisoners failed to attend 58% of the appointments made with a doctor, around 35% with a dentist and 80% with the optician. This was clearly an unacceptable waste of NHS resources. It was pleasing to see that the well-led and well-organised Offender Management Unit had reduced the backlog of Offender Assessment System, or OASYS, initial assessment from 56% to 19% in the space of 6 months. Feltham B is a complex and challenging establishment, in which to achieve the outcomes that should be of real benefit to prisoners and public alike. It was reassuring that some real progress had been made since our last inspection. Clearly there was still much to do, but we were heartened by the positive attitude by many of the staff about what could be achieved, and the sound relationships between many staff and prisoners that underpinned much of the progress that they had already been made. Clearly there was still much to do, but we were heartened by the positive attitude of many of the staff about what could be achieved, and the sound relationships between many staff members and prisoners that underpinned much of the progress that had already been made. We have seen in the past that progress at this complex establishment has proved to be fragile. I hope that on this occasion it will prove possible to build on what has been achieved and sustain it into the future. Now we're going to look at a prison officer who sent sexual images to teenage inmates and smuggled in parcels who was recently jailed. A married prison officer who felt rejected by her husband sent sexual images of herself to 2 teenage boys at a young offender institution and smuggled parcels into the unit, a court heard. Mum of one, Jordan Traynor, who is 17 weeks pregnant with her second child, was jailed for 18 months after she admitted misconduct in a public office while working as a prison officer. Miss Traynor of Glen Eagles Drive, Normanton, developed a flirtatious relationship with an inmate after she became a prison officer at the Young Offenders Institute in June 2018. she was sentenced for these very serious offences. Prosecutor Jonathan Sharp said this progressed to her taking sexualised photographs of herself and particularly boldly printing copies of those photographs at her place of work before handing the copies to the boy. She also smuggled into the institution several parcels both for him and at the inmate's instigation other inmate. She was to say in an interview that the parcels were phone shaped, though she did not actually see their contents. The Crown's position is that she knew full well these were phones and that she admitted that she was aware she was committing an offence by bringing these items into the institution. Mr. Sharp said that Miss Traynor knew a second 17-year-old inmate had a mobile phone and started sending him sexualised text messages and sexualised photographs. Indeed, she was regularly asked colleagues to swap shifts so that she could be working where the inmate would be, and a message that she sent to him on the morning of December the 23rd, 2019 provides a clear indication of her feelings towards him. It read, "Can't wait to see you today, I miss your face, kiss." Mr. Sharp said that gossip was rife at the Young Offender Institution, and searches of both boys' cells were carried out on December the 23rd, 2019. Each had a record of the defendant's personal mobile number, and the first inmate still had the 2 photographs. The second boy had 3 mobile phones which were seized and examined. Miss Traynor was stopped as she arrived for work and was suspended from duty. She was then sent the second boy a message which read, "I'll not see you again now, I've been suspended," and after receiving no reply, later she sent another message which read, "Full of conversation, aren't you?" Mr. Sharp said that it appears not to have occurred to her that his phone was by then in the hands of the authorities. Miss Traynor admitted what she had done was wrong when she was arrested and interviewed on January the 25th, 2020. Mr. Sharp said, as to her motivation, she candidly admitted that in relation to the first inmate, she liked the attention. Mr. Sharp said that Miss Traynor told the police the first boy had blackmailed her into doing some of the things she had done. Jane Edwards, mitigating, said that Miss Traynor has a 3-year-old child and is 17 weeks pregnant with her second child. Miss Edwards said that Miss Traynor has the support of her family and friends in her previous role as a prison officer at Feltham Young Offenders Institution in London, before she and her husband moved to Yorkshire to support his career. The court heard that after the move, her husband went onto a 2-week training course away from home. Miss Edwards said that he barely spoke to her and he told her that he needed space. She said she only received a couple of text messages from him during that time. She felt that she had to rebuild her life. She was aged 24 with a child who was not 2 yet. She felt unsupported and rejected by her husband, the man she had moved to support. She felt rejected by other prison officers. She felt they mocked her London accent. She began drinking heavily, up to 12 cans of Stella a day, and would not have been unusual for her. Miss Edwards said that Miss Traynor has suffered with mental health since she was a teenager and had recently been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Miss Edwards said that Miss Traynor did not know anyone in Yorkshire, adding that she felt that these 2 17-year-old prisoners were essentially her only 2 friends, the only people she had to talk to. She said that she doesn't understand how she let this happen. Miss Edwards said that as for the explicit photographs, she said she was just happy someone was paying her some interest. She foolishly provided him with some photographs, the 2 found in his cell. He asked her to bring in vodka and cigarettes and asked for more explicit photographs, but she refused. She was told her photos and phone would be passed to the governor if she didn't do what she was asked. She said messages were sent to her saying that she could go to prison for what she had done. She said that she was told to swap shifts, which she did, and was asked to pass notes, which she did. Miss Edwards said that Miss Traynor brought in 4 packages on one occasion and did not know what was in them. Miss Edwards said that Miss Traynor's marriage broke down after she was arrested. She has a new partner now, and he is much more supportive of her. He is the father of her unborn child. Judge Simon Phillips QC told Miss Traynor, "The court has heard you engaged in flirtatious behaviour with these inmates, which clearly you enjoyed. It's been said that on your behalf that these 2 inmates were the only 2 people you could turn to. I don't accept that. There was a hierarchy. There were colleagues who you could, if you had chosen to, turn to for support. You chose not to do that." Jailing Miss Traynor for 18 months, Judge Phillips said, "As a former prison officer, serving any sentence is a challenging and difficult prospect in terms of the reception you may receive from other inmates." After the sentencing hearing, Detective Sergeant Alice Coates of Leeds District Prison Crime Team said, "As a prison officer, and particularly as one working with young offenders, Miss Traynor would have been in no doubt that her actions were a very clear breach of her professional responsibilities as someone in a position of trust." Officers from Leeds District Prison Crime Team worked closely with staff at the Young Offenders Institute to ensure a full and thorough investigation was carried out, which has resulted in Miss Traynor being convicted and sentenced for these very serious offences. So what are your thoughts on Feltham Prison? Are there any stories we missed? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Her Majesty's Young Offenders Institution, HMYOI Aylesbury, is a young offenders institution situated in Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, England. It is located on the north side of the town centre, on Beerton Road, and is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. There has been a prison or a gaol of some description in Aylesbury since 1810. The current prison has been on its present site since 1847. It is of early Victorian design and was modelled on Reading County Gaol. The site was in an area of public buildings that including the workhouse, formerly the Tyndall Centre, and the Manor House Hospital. Since construction, the prison has gone through a variety of changes, starting as a county gaol, then becoming an adults women's prison in 1890, changing to a girls' borstal in the 1930s. And between 1959 and 1961 was an adult male prison, after which it became a male YOI, and since 1989 has held only male long-term prisoners, but that recently changed. In 1998, HMYOI Aylesbury was criticised after an inspection report highlighted its poor health regime, which saw the rapid turnover of 5 senior medical officers in 2 years. The report opened up a wider debate about the pay of medical staff in UK prisons compared to those in the NHS. In 2001, the Imam for HMYOI Aylesbury was suspended after allegations of inappropriate comments after the September 11th New York terror attacks. A year after this, a study of young offenders' diets at Aylesbury, conducted by Surrey University, found that adding vitamins, minerals and other nutritional elements to the diets of young offenders remarkably reduced their antisocial behaviour. HMYOI Aylesbury Prison was back in the headlines in 2007 after it was revealed to have a higher rate of self-harm by inmates than any other young offenders institution in England. Following the introduction of the prison's ACCT, Assessment, Care in Custody and Teamwork system, the rate of self-harm has reduced significantly. In December 2008, police officers and probation service tornado teams were called in to contain a disturbance at Aylesbury Prison, officially described as concerted indiscipline. The incident lasted 6 hours and involved a number of inmates who were taking part in Eid celebrations. A number of these inmates were charged with prison mutiny. In November 2009, a prison officer from HMP Aylesbury was jailed after it was emerged that she had become pregnant after having a sexual relationship with an inmate. The prison officer was also convicted of smuggling 3 mobile phones into HMYOI Aylesbury. Prison officer who had a baby after conducting an affair with a young offender in his cell was jailed in 2009. Kelly Ann McDade, who was 31, gave birth to a boy in February after the relationship with Nelson Delgado, who had been listed as a dangerous prisoner by officials. Miss McDade told colleagues at the Young Offenders Institute at Buckinghamshire that she had become pregnant after a holiday relationship. She had to resign after she was caught on CCTV opening the 21-year-old Mr. Delgado's cell door when all doors in the institute had to be closed for the night in August 2008. Judge Christopher Tyra called her behaviour disgraceful as he jailed her for 30 months at Aylesbury Crown Court. You engaged in a wholly improper sexual relationship with an inmate, the judge said. He was in your care. He said Miss McDade would have been trained to report such matters to her superior, and added that the affair could have placed her female colleagues at risk from other offenders who knew about it. They might have expected the other female officers to be susceptible to similar approach. The consequences could have been very serious. Judge Tyra added, love is not an excuse. Miss McDade of Aylesbury admitted misconduct in a public office and trying to smuggle 3 mobile phones into another young offender institution where her lover was moved to after the affair came to light. When her home was searched, police found a mobile phone with a message from Mr. Delgado, whom she visits regularly, reading, I love you, my wife. They had planned to set up home together when they were both freed and bring up their son together, who at the time was 9 months old. Miss McDade had been employed by the Young Offenders Institute for 3 years when she started the relationship with Mr. Delgado in 2008. Nigel Ogborn, who was prosecuting, said that when the prison governor found out Mr. Delgado was the father, he said the relationship could have caused a massive breach of security. Richard Germain, defending Miss McDade, told the court there is no doubt it was an inappropriate relationship, but Miss McDade would say, "You can't help who you fall in love with." Mr. Germain said the relationship had been going on for several months. McDade became pregnant. As a young offenders institution, HMYOI Aylesbury holds long-term male inmates between the ages of 18 and 21. Accommodation comprises of single cells in several residential wings and one segregation unit. Currently, due to special measures, the prison is only operating 4 of the 7 residential units. There are full and part-time education programs at the YOI, which range from basic and key skills courses up to art, French and sociology at A-level and physical education. Vocational courses and work programs include construction, painting and decorating, bricklaying, motor vehicle mechanics, industrial and general cleaning, laundry, catering and gardening and waste management. Young offenders also have the opportunity to pursue award-based courses including the Duke of Edinburgh Award. In February 2013, HMYOI Aylesbury appeared in an ITV documentary focusing on the lives of inmates and officers. In 2017, a serious violent incident took place involving many inmates. Young offenders and prison officers were injured and some even needed hospital treatment. In 2018, another riot occurred and it hospitalised 4 prison officers. Prisoners were frustrated because they spent the whole week locked in their cells and only had one chance a week to shower. Violet Bland Suffolgate, imprisoned and force-fed in 1912. She wrote of her experiences in Votes for Women. Kitty Byron, who was convicted in 1902 for murdering her aunt, Arthur Reginald Baker, was released from Aylesbury in December 1908. Edith Carew, who was convicted in 1897 in the British court for Japan in Yokohama for murdering by poisoning her husband, Walter Carew. Miss Carew was transferred from Yokohama via Hong Kong in 1897 and released in 1910. Mathilde Carey, a French Renaissance agent during World War II who turned double agent. Miss Carey was held at Aylesbury for the last years of the war, where she acted as an informant against other detainees. Miss Carey was deported to France after the war ended. Constance Markowitz, the first woman MP, commuted a death sentence in 1916 following the Easter Rising and was released in 1917. Florence Maybrick, a former United States citizen who was imprisoned at Aylesbury for murdering her considerably older English husband. Miss Maybrick was released in 1904. Aline McKenney, author of Borstal, was an inmate from 1949 to 1951. Jade Braithwaite was at HMYOI Aylesbury for a time after being convicted of the murder of 16-year-old Ben Kinsella. He was ordered to serve a minimum of 19 years. If you'd like to see more about Mr. Braithwaite, we have a documentary on him, so please check it out if you have some time. Ryan Herbert was transferred from HMYOI Aylesbury from HMP Stoke on Heath in 2012. He was convicted in 2008 of killing Sophie Lancaster and sentenced to 15.5 years. The prison opened as a county gaol in 1847 and has served as a woman's prison, a borstal and an adult male prison before becoming a long-term male offenders institution for 17 to 21-year-olds, serving sentences up to life. In 1989, Aylesbury was designated as a long-term young offenders institution. It held the longest sentenced young adult males in the English prison system. A Wing has 68 cells. B Wing has 68 general population cells. C Wing has 66 induction cells. D Wing has 61 general population and induction cells. E Wing has 81 general population cells. F Wing was a poor copers and sex offenders treatment program wing. And G Wing was a general population wing. The regime at Aylesbury aims to provide a purposeful activity for young prisoners in the following areas: a barbering salon running NVQ2 Level 2 diplomas, construction including painting and decorating, and bricklaying for C skills level 2. Full and part-time education, run in conjunction with Milton Keynes College, offering a wide range of courses including English and maths up to level 2, personal and social development, ITQ, cookery and art, mentoring schemes allowing young prisoners to have support whilst returning to custody, motor and vehicle mechanics in purpose-built factory up to level 3, offending behaviour courses including enhanced thinking skills ETS, controlled anger and learning to manage it CALM, drug treatment courses and sex offending programs including SOTP and Becoming New Me, physical education with the opportunity for award-based courses such as the YMCA Fitness Instructors Award, the Duke of Edinburgh Awards, and a wide variety of recreational activities. Radio station and programs created by prisoners, laundry, kitchens, gardens, waste management and general cleaning, resettlement groups offering information on job clubs, housing, etc. Staff mess delivering the MVQ in professional cookery up to level 3. The prison was given an inspection in the summer of 2019 and they had the following to say. HMYOY Aylesbury is a young offenders institution YOI holding male prisoners between 18 and 20. The overwhelming majority are serving sentences from 4 years to life imprisonment. The establishment was last inspected in 2017, at which time we raised serious concerns across a range of issues, but expressed particular worry about safety, for which we awarded our lowest grading of poor. The YOI has since been placed into special measures by HM Prison and Probation Service, and as a consequence of this, the roll has been halved from around 400 to just 200. At the time of the previous inspection, we judged performance in the remaining 3 of our healthy prison tests to be not sufficiently good. On this occasion, we found that in all 4 tests, the appropriate grade was not sufficiently good. So while there had been an improvement in safety, the rest of the grades remained the same. However, it would be quite wrong to infer that there had been no progress made in the time since the last inspection. What we found was that there had been some distinct movement and indeed some improvements within the gradings, but not sufficient to raise any of them to the acceptable standard of reasonably good. In terms of safety, the overall rate of violence had increased, but the seriousness of most of it had declined. It was quite possible that this was a consequence of introducing some free flow in the prison. This has made it easier for prisoners to gain access to one another to fight, but at the same time, more likely to be in the sight of our officers who are able to intervene and de-escalate situations before they become very serious. This is a phenomenon that we have seen elsewhere. However, it was not possible to say whether this was definitely the case at Aylesbury, because there was insufficient analysis of the violence and no clear violence reduction action plan. This was one of our key concerns flowing from the inspection. We were also concerned by the quality of the relationship between staff and prisoners, with a significant number of the latter saying they had been verbally abused or victimised by staff. There was some evidence that key working was beginning to have an impact, but it remained the case that far more needed to be done to improve consultation, focus properly on issues of equality and diversity, handle complaints more effectively, and improve the regime so that it could be a far more greater opportunity for meaningful contact and relationships to develop between staff and prisoners. The regime had been inadequate for Aylesbury for many years, and it remained the case that, for much the week, there had been no evening association. Time out of cell was poor and often unpredictable, and there was no opportunity for prisoners to eat together. For these very basic socialisation processes to be absent or poor in a prison holding young adults, it was clearly unacceptable and needed to be addressed. The fact that the population has halved while staff levels have remained the same should have enabled more positive changes to have been made. There have been some progress, but more needed to be done. At the last inspection, we found that the nationally mandated process for assessing the risks presented by and the needs of prisoners, OASIS, was not working as it should. We made the main recommendation that the concerted action should be taken to reduce the OASIS backlog, but inexplicably, considering the risk presented by the population at Aylesbury, this had not been acted upon. We found that over a quarter of the prisoners did not have an OASIS at all, and too few of the remainder had received proper or timely reviews. Staff tried to work around these failures in a pragmatic way, but could not replicate the comprehensive nature of the approved but failing national process. In recent times, HN Inspector of Prisons has frequently reported that as a process of risk management and sentencing progression, Oasis is showing worrying signs of systematic failure, in some places verging on collapse. We have been told on many occasions that when the Offender Management in Custody (OMIC) program is fully implemented, with responsibility for completion transferred to Aylesbury, the situation will improve. I had little confidence that this would be the case. It was clear that the Offender Management Unit did not have the resources to absorb the extra work. These weaknesses form one of the key concerns identified by this inspection, and I trust that, unlike our main recommendation in the last inspection, it will not be ignored. It is clear to me that Aylesbury was an institution in transition. It was reassuring that in this instance, I was able to see some positive impact in the prison being in special measures. The halving of the roll, closure of wings pending refurbishment, and attempts to relax the regime had had a positive impact. It was easy for me to see a real sense of ownership and teamwork in the support of the measures that were being taken to improve performance. However, I was concerned by the suggestions that there might be plans to return the roll to its previous number of around 400, but without increasing staff numbers. If this were to happen, and I hope it does not, at least in the short term, I would be very worried about the potential impact on the treatment of and conditions experienced by the prisoners. There were some positive signs in the progress of Aylesbury, an establishment that has experienced some very challenging times. It would be a pity if all that progress were put into jeopardy. For the moment, I would encourage the leadership that they continue on their current path and to build on the findings of this inspection into their current plans. HMP Aylesbury, which specialised in people convicted of violent crimes, has been thrown into chaos by a policy change introduced by Dominic Raab's Ministry of Justice to cope with a national rise of inmate numbers, an official watchdog has found. HMP Aylesbury was suddenly and without sufficient consultation, notice or support changed into a Category C training prison. With the rising number of prisoners needed accommodation elsewhere in the prison's estate, hundreds of Category C or low risk offenders have been brought into the jail. About 23% of the prison population remain men aged 18 to 21, convicted of violent crimes and serving long prison sentences. The change comes as the government prepares for the overall prison population to rise from 84,000 to 94,000 by March 2025. Pressure on the prison estate has led to police cells being used for prisoners. Last week, the Ministry of Justice began rolling out 1,000 rapid deploy cells across the prison estate to boost jail capacity. Charlie Taylor, the Chief Inspector of Prisons, said Aylesbury had been struggling with its existing role, but was now a chaotic prison, which was releasing prisoners with little or no work to reduce their risk of committing crimes again. Challenges have been compounded by this sudden and chaotic redesignation to a Category C training jail, coupled with extreme staffing problems. The prison needs significant and immediate support from the prison service to mitigate the level of risk it presents, not only for the prisoners held there, but also for the community into which high-risk offenders are being released, with little to no work to reduce their risk to re-offending, he said. Inspectors in November and December found a shortage in staff in all grades and disciplines at Aylesbury. This included access to healthcare, time out of the cell, education, skills and work and rehabilitation services. In healthcare, the situation was so dire that the prison service was unable to send prisoners over the age of 40 to the jail because they could not be safely cared for in the jail. Nearly 40% of prisoners were unemployed and had less than an hour a day out of their cells, while many prisoners told inspectors they were unable to shower every day. Those in employment, meanwhile, were frequently unable to benefit from this because of staff shortage or broken equipment. A Ministry of Justice spokesperson said, "We are investing £155 million more every year into the probation service. As this report notes, we are making real progress in providing stable accommodation to vulnerable prison leavers. Andrew Nielsen, director of the campaigns at Howard League for Penal Reform, said, "This report reveals while growing the prison population with little thought for consequences creates more problems for everyone. An understaffed prison, which has failed repeatedly to help young adults move on from crime, has now been placed under even greater pressure because the government is resorting to panic measures to respond to rising numbers. The result has been disastrous, with little to no support to prepare people for safe release." A group of men have been jailed after they took part in a violent group beating in the yard of a young offenders prison. Tyler Fulbell, who was 20, and Jordan Muengilu, 20, both of HMYY Aylesbury, and Shimar Davis, who was 22, of HMB Dovegate in Uttoxeter, have all been jailed for a violent assault that took place in the Aylesbury Young Offenders Institution. On April the 4th, 2021, the trio took part in a group beating on the prison's exercise yard, violently attacking and kicking their victim. At a hearing in Wickham Magistrates Court in May the 25th that year, the 3 inmates all pleaded guilty to charges of affray. Affray involves the use of threat or violence towards another person that is so severe that the bystander at the scene would fear for their own safety. After the 3 offenders admitted the assault, each was sentenced to serve additional time in the young offenders institutions. Mr. Forbell was sentenced to 16 weeks imprisonment, while Mr. Davies and Mr. Miligu both received 14 weeks. All 3 men were also ordered to pay £128 in costs. Inspectors returning to HMP Aylesbury found a prison thrown into chaos by changes to its role made in response to a national prison population pressure. HMP Aylesbury previously housed young men aged 18 to 21 convicted of violent crimes and serving long sentences. But with the rising number of prisoners needing accommodation elsewhere in the estate, it had been suddenly and without sufficient consultation, notice or support been redesignated as a Category C training establishment. Issues relating to this transition underpinned or were key contributory factors in almost all of the prison's problems identified in this inspection. Charlie Taylor, Chief Inspector of Prisons, said, "Aylesbury has been a prison in difficulty for some time. Successive inspections have found it struggling with its existing role as a young offenders institution, but those challenges have been compounded by this sudden and chaotic redesignation to a Category C training jail coupled with extreme staffing problems. The prison needs significant and immediate support from the prison service to mitigate the level of risk it represents for not only prisoners held there, but also for the community in which the high-risk offenders are being released into, with little or no work to reduce their reoffending. A shortage of staff in all grades and disciplines was very evident at Aylesbury. This included access to healthcare, time out of cell, education, skills and work, and rehabilitation services. In healthcare, the situation was so dire that the prison service was unable to send prisoners over the age of 40 to Aylesbury. Nearly 40% of the prisoners who were unemployed had less than an hour out of their cell. This was so limited that many prisoners told us that they were unable to shower every day. Those in employment, meanwhile, were frequently unable to benefit from this because of staff shortages or broken equipment. Even when the prisoners were able to attend workshops, they were not being taught in the standard they needed to prepare them for employment upon release. Personal protection equipment was not enforced in construction shops, and food handling and hygiene standards were not enforced in catering. Work to reduce reoffending was in flux. 70% of the population were assessed as high risk or serious harm to the public. There were only limited offender management or progression opportunities, virtually no key work, and hardly any support for resettlement upon release, something which has now been a priority following the transition. Safe release planning was undoubtedly compromised by the prison offender management high caseload, and problems with allocating cases promptly to community offender managements in areas like London and the South East. Mr. Taylor said, "Until Aylesbury receives the support it desperately needs to improve, it will remain a high-risk institution." Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at one of the biggest prisons in the UK prison system. HMP Prison Berwyn is a £250 million Category C adult male prison in Wrexham, County Borough, which is in Wales. It is the largest operational prison in the UK, which opened on the 28th of February 2017 and is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. The jail's name was announced by the then Governor Russ Trent on the 17th of February 2016. The name Berwyn comes from elements of Middle Welsh, Bar, which means summit or peak, and Gwyn, which means white. A spokesperson for the National Offender Management Service said that the prison has been named after a Welsh mountain range. An original shortlist of 6 names was Bridgeway, Marcher, Craig Tan, D Vale, Whittlesham and Y Berwyn. These names were suggested by local schools, communities and historical societies. HMP Berwyn is the first publicly run super prison built in the UK, with a capacity when fully operational of nearly 2,200 inmates. The prisoners, who are referred to as men while in the prison, are housed in twin-bedded cells on landings with 44 rooms on each one. The rooms are equipped with basic phones from which the men can make calls to pre-approved numbers after they have been vetted by the prison authorities. Capacity is capped at 1,300 while staff recruitment continues. Capacity at the jail has been capped to 1,300 while staff recruitment continues. The prison was designed to house over 2,000 men and was supposed to be the cheapest Category C prison in the country, with a projected cost of £14,000 per inmate. However, when a report was made in 2019, it was noted that it was still incomplete and the cost of a prisoner was £36,000 per year. Staff at HMP Berwyn are expected to stick to a set of values. These values are: value each other and celebrate achievements, act with integrity and always speak the truth, look to the future with ambition and hope, uphold fairness and justice in all we do, embrace Welsh language and culture, and finally, to stick at it. There are 3 houses at HMP Berwyn: Alwyn, Bala and Ceiriog, each divided into 8 communities that can accommodate up to 88 general population residents. The communities are as follows: Alwyn C Uppers houses those with life sentences and intermediate sentences for public protection. Alwyn D Uppers houses enhanced life sentences. Bala B Lowers houses the healthy living. Bala C Lowers houses prisoners in the progressive unit. Bala D Lowers Gabaith is a resettlement unit. Bala B Uppers Mensai Manay is an assisted living unit. Bala C Uppers Sean Stockter is for veterans and first timers. Bala D Uppers is for improving family futures. Ceiriog A Lowers Snowdon is for mature residents. Ceiriog D Lowers is an induction and first night unit. Ogwen Care and Support segregation unit and houses up to 21 prisoners. In 2017, residents of the town Bala in Gwynedd were angered by the use of their town's name in one of the prison's houses, with a petition being started to get the name changed. The petition received over 400 signatures. The first governor, Russ Trent, who had also served as the project manager, was suspended on the 21st of August 2018 following unspecified allegations. Nick Leader assumed the role of governor in 2019. As of today, the number 1 governor is Danny Khan, and has been at this post since October of 2018. The prison is run by Her Majesty's Prison Service as part of the Welsh region. HMP Berwyn was given an inspection in the early summer of 2019. The report went as follows. This report records our first inspection of HMP Berwyn, located near Wrexham in North Wales. Berwyn opened in 2017. It is the first prison to open under the management of public sector for several years and will be the largest prison in the country. Designated as a Category C training prison, the establishment held 1,273 prisoners at the time of the inspection. They were held in 3 residential units, which were in turn subdivided into a total of 8 communities. In time, the prison will be able to hold 2,106 prisoners, although we are told that currently the numbers are capped to allow for the build-up of staff, as well as additional activity for the prisoners. Opening a new prison is a big challenge, especially when that process is the subject quite rightly, of significant public interest. The challenges can be practical, but they can also be cultural. The prison opened with very clear rehabilitative vision, and it has faced resistance at times. The leadership team are still working hard to find and maintain the right balance between rehabilitation and security, freedom and control, sanction and rewards. As this report will show, some mistakes have been made and we identify some important weaknesses, but we also acknowledge the great effort that has been made to give this prison a good start. The prison is generally ordered and settled, and when measured against the test of a healthy prison, we found Berwyn to be a reasonably respectful place. Against our other tests, there were much more to do. Despite HMP Berwyn being a Welsh prison, about 75% of those held were from England. Arrangement for the reception and induction of new arrivals were impressive, and the clear majority felt safe on their first night. Our survey, however, revealed that about 23% of prisoners felt unsafe at the time we asked them, a figure comparable with other training prisons. Prisoner-on-prisoner assaults were lower than expected, but in contrast, prisoner-on-staff assaults were higher. Both measures seemed to be on a downward trajectory. Some work was being done to reduce the violence. However, other than an interesting initiative on Glendure community aimed at supporting some challenging prisoners, the delivery often lacked drive and needed to be implemented more effectively. We found, for example, 25 self-isolating prisoners who were completely unsupported. Schemes and initiatives. Schemes to incentivize good behaviour were similarly ineffective. Good behaviour were also ineffective. Use of force was higher than in similar prisons, and incidences usually involved the full application of restraints. Oversight was satisfactory, and new strategies to minimise the need for force were being developed. The environment and quality of supervision in the segregation unit was generally good, but the regime was limited. Security arrangements were proportionate and supported by good policing. Drugs had been too readily available, but actions by the prison to reduce the drug supply seem to have had some impact, and the drug testing rate has reduced to 21.49%. This was, however, still too high, and the supply reduction initiatives require greater coordination and drive. There have been no self-inflicted deaths since the prison opened, and self-harm was comparatively very low, but arrangements to support and safeguard those who were vulnerable were not very good. Strategic leadership was weak. Case management of those in crisis needed improvement, and those at risk we spoke to did not feel very well cared for. Most staff at HMP Berwyn were inexperienced, but those we observed were doing their best to contribute to a relaxed and positive atmosphere. Many prisoners felt frustrated by staff inconsistencies and uncertainty. We also observed some poor behaviour going unchallenged. The prison had, however, recognised their need to support the staff, with their attention being focused on the basics of prisoner management. Formal consultations with the prisoners, prisoner applications and formal complaints were delivered with similar inconsistency. Were all very positive. The prison has been successful in its aim to make such a large prison feel small. There was a real sense of community in most wings, and staff teams and prisoners spoke of their community rather than a wing. The promotion of diversity and equality in contrast was poor, although healthcare provision was good overall. Employed prisoners had a reasonable amount of time out of their cell, but it was much worse for those without employment, who had about 2.5 hours per day. During spot checks, we found that 28% of prisoners locked up during the working day, which, for a new training prison, was very disappointing. Routines were rarely curtailed, but often delayed, and not all staff and prisoners fully understood the requirements of the daily schedule or regime. One of the greatest challenges facing the prison was the lack of activity places. It is difficult to understand how and why the procedure of work and training places for a new prison could be so delayed. Facing a rising population and too few activity places, prison managers have created a range of activities, and there was sufficient places for the current population, but some were inadequate in quality and lacked challenge. Even those that were available were not fully used. Many prisoners were unemployed or failed to attend, and staff did little to support a sound work ethic. In contrast, those attending education or vocational training generally received excellent teaching, made useful progress and achieved very well. Our partners in Eston assessed provision to be good or excellent in 4 of their measures, and adequate and requiring improvement in just leadership and management. The prison was struggling to develop its approach to offender management and resettlement. The makeup of the population was not as had been originally envisioned. There had been no assessment of the current need. Many prisoners were serving long sentences, presented a high risk of harm, and too many prisoners did not have an up-to-date assessment of risk, which is known as OASIS. Offender management caseloads were too high, and case management was inconsistent and reactive. Public protection measures were similarly weak, and the prison lacked sufficient offending behaviour interventions to meet the need of the population. Work to resettle prisoners was better, but about half of those being currently released. At the time of the inspection, resettlement support for these prisoners was due to end in April, which was a concern. In this inspection, we met many managers and staff who were working hard to make a success of this new prison. Senior managers described themselves as being on a journey, and we saw lots of work, many policies and numerous plans. What was needed was better oversight, better coordination and sustained delivery. The staff seemed to us to be a strength of the prison, but they needed to support in delivering the basics of consistency. We thought the prison had made a good start. We were impressed by the energy and optimism we observed, and there was clearly a potential to move on rapidly. We hope that our encouragement to focus on the basics and the few recommendations we make will assist in that progress, and we hope to guide HMP Berwyn to becoming an enduringly safe and rehabilitative prison. What are your opinions on HMP Berwyn? Do you believe that a jail which is based in Wales will be able to rehabilitate its 75% population which is returning to England? Have you or anyone you know been to HMP Berwyn? What was your opinions of the place? Please let us know in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel but you enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today, and until next time, stay safe. Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we're going to look at a prison which is notorious within the UK prison system. A prison which is located right in the heart of the West Midlands. HM Prison Brinsford. HMP and YOY Prison Brinsford is an adult male category B and C prison and young offenders institution, or otherwise known as a YOY. Located in the village of Featherstone near Wolverhampton in Staffordshire, which is in England. The prison is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. Brinsford was opened in 1991 as a YOY and remand centre. The site had been previously acquired from the Ministry of Defence and already housed Featherstone Prison. In 2001, Brinsford was branded a disgrace after the inspection found the prison's regime to be negligent and lacking in understanding towards prisoners, with large indicators of self-harm, fear and safety, and bullying at the prison. A year later, 2 additional education blocks were built at Brinsford, with the regime promising a renewed focus on education and training at the site. In 2003, 4 prisoners escaped from Brinsford after assaulting a prison officer and stealing his keys to the administration blocks. The 4 inmates then smashed a window and escaped over the prison's perimeter wall. In 2008, an additional residential unit and activity centre was built at Brinsford. This resulted in a reduction in places for juveniles and an increase for young offenders at the prison. In 2016, it was in the process of changing into a Category C male prison. Since the beginning of 2019, Brinsford has become a Category B and C male prison, mainly due to the rise in violence, self-harm and drug abuse. It has been named as one of the worst prisons in the United Kingdom. Brinsford holds young offenders and adults, those who are over 18. Accommodation at the prison comprises of 5 residential units. Unit 1, which is a supported living unit for those prisoners with mental health and complex needs. Unit 2, which is for men who are attending work. Unit 3, an induction to the prison. Unit 4, which is a healthy living unit. And Unit 5, for those men reaching an enhanced level of behaviour within the system. All cells at Brinsford have internal sanitation, a television and electricity, while cells in Unit 5 also have showers. Education at the prison is provided by Milton Keynes College, and courses offered inside the prison include literacy and numeracy, social and life skills, communication and application of number, practical crafts, visual art, cookery, information technology, painting and decorating, woodwork, horticulture, cleaning science, physical education and music. Other facilities at the prison include a gym and sports pitches. There is a chapel service, a job centre, PIN telephones, legal services, incentives and earned privilege schemes, connections and the Samaritans. A November 2013 inspection at HMYOY Brinsford found that the situation at the institution had not improved since the previous inspection in 2012. The Chief Inspector of Prisons stated that Brinsford had the worst overall findings my inspectorate has identified in a single prison during my tenure as a Chief Inspector. The report found that the prison failed at inducting new inmates to the regime, that the level of violence was too high. The quarter of inmates surveyed said that it was too easy to get hold of drugs in the prison. The report also found that many cells were squalid in condition and that the communal areas were dirty and in need of refurbishment. The inspectorate found that just under a third of the inmates were not engaged with either work or the education programs. Overall, they found that the institution required significant improvement and that while staff were aware of the problems raised, they were overwhelmed and unable to improve the situation. There have been many violent incidents that have happened in Brinsford. Here is one that happened very recently. Abdi Rehman Eza, who was 21, assaulted John Henry Smith, who was 26, at HMP Brinsford on the 5th of December 2020. Mr. Ezza punched Mr. Smith against the side of the head and from behind while he spoke with two other inmates. This caused him to fall and hit his head against the door frame, and then against the ground. The force of the punch broke his jaw and rendered him unconscious. Mr. Smith suffered serious brain injuries which he could not recover from. He was taken to hospital the following day, where he died. Due to the overwhelming evidence against the defendant, Mr. Ezza pleaded guilty to manslaughter on the 22nd of January 2021. Mr. Ezza was due for release in May this year, but following his guilty plea, Mr. Ezza was then sentenced at Staffordshire Crown Court to a further 2 years and 7 months behind bars. Sabir Pathan of the Crown Prosecution Service said, "This was a completely unprovoked attack. Mr. Ezza struck Mr. Smith from behind while he chatted to two other inmates and was not prepared for the attack. His reckless actions led to the death of Mr. Smith." Mr. Ezza was due to be released in May of 2021, but he will now remain in prison for considerably more time, where he will have to face what he has done and reflect on his actions. What are your opinions on HMP Brinsford? Do you agree with the Chief Inspector of Prisons, who stated that Brinsford was the worst prison he had ever seen in his entire time being an inspector? Have you or anyone that you know been to Brinsford? What were your opinions? Please let us know in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to give it a like and a share. And if you're new to the channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at HM Prison Chelmsford. Her Majesty's Prison Chelmsford is a Category B men's prison and young offenders institution located in Chelmsford, Essex. The prison is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. Chelmsford began as a county jail in 1825 before transforming into a Category B prison, a young person's prison and a local prison. 1825, the newly completed Springfield prison, where some 43 individuals fell victim of the executioner's rope in the years up to the end of 1914. The prison's main entrance was originally through an austere stone-built Pofter's Lodge in the middle of the Springfield Road frontage. The lodge's flat roof was designed to support the gallows, scaffold and drop, while the forecourt could easily accommodate the hundreds and sometimes thousands of spectators that would congregate for an execution. The first private execution at Springfield was that of Michael Campbell. The 28-year-old Berwick-born tailor and former soldier was convicted of murder of Samuel Galloway, a retired dock worker in Stratford. In 1999, the management at Chelmsford Prison was severely criticised by the Chief Inspector of Prisons after finding that staff were failing to respond to cell alarms 5 years after a prisoner was beaten to death by his cellmate. The prison was also criticised for unacceptably bad conditions of uncleanliness. A further inspection a year later confirmed these failings at the prison. In 2002, conditions at Chelmsford were condemned as poor and cramped by the Goals Board of Visitors. However, in 2005, Chelmsford was praised in its inspection for improving standards and procedures for inmates at the prison. On the 25th of December 2007, 18-year-old Abdullah Hagar Idris hanged himself in the prison after he was told that he was going to be deported. In January 2013, the Ministry of Justice announced that the older parts of Chelmsford Prison will close, with a reduction of 132 places. In December 2015, a riot led to 6 members of staff needing hospital treatment. Education at the prison is contracted to Milton Keynes College, and courses offered include literacy, numeracy, information technology, art, barbering, journalism, cookery, ESOL, as well as social life and programs. The prison's gym also offers physical education with industry-related qualifications as well as recreational gym. In addition, the prison has links to and facilities provided by organisations such as the Job Centre and the Samaritans. There is also a prison visitor centre operated by the Ormiston Children and Families Trust. Staffing at the prison has been reduced by 25%. According to the Independent Monitoring Board, bullying, violence and self-harm have increased markedly at the prison due to staff shortages. Budget cuts and the inability of the prison service to recruit and retain staff led to fears for the prison's safety. The prison is becoming more dangerous and less effective. Prison healthcare provided by Care UK is considered poor. There were delays in getting medication and reliance on agency staff to fill vacancies. There is insufficient secure mental health accommodation outside the prison for the most vulnerable inmates. The Independent Monitoring Board stated that the level of service being provided to care for prisoners' physical and mental health needs remains inadequate. Due to staff shortages, the staff were unable to provide engagement work or education for prisoners. Illegal drugs are a problem. Use of force by staff is increasing and there is insufficient monitoring if this use is appropriate. Following the death of a vulnerable inmate in January 2017 and criticism from the prison ombudsman, Care UK announced it would end its healthcare contract there, as the level of the resource the prison service made available was insufficient. Drug use is a serious problem at Chelmsford, according to HM Inspectorate of Prisons. 42.6% of prisoners failed drug tests, and organised gangs supplied prohibited items. Inspectors described significant concerns about safety and excessive levels of violence. Much of the violence is due to supply and the use of prohibited substances. Peter Clark said that the rising violence, suicides, and accessibility of drugs and bad living conditions made him consider using the urgent notification protocol, which would make the Justice Secretary take action. In 1 month, prison authorities seized £15,000 worth of illegal goods. There were 17 suicides at Chelmsford during the 8 years to 2018, and 5 of them were since the inspection in 2016. Deborah Coles of Inquest said the prison was incredibly unsafe due to the rate of suicides, and said that it suggested the plethora of recommendations following previous self-inflicted deaths have not been implemented. Recent inquests into deaths at Chelmsford Prison have highlighted failures around the management of self-harm procedures, a lack of staff training in mental health awareness, inadequate risk assessments and failures in responding to bullying. The failure to implement existing guidelines on the care of those at risk indicates a lack of care, neglect and inhumane treatment from punitive and often inflexible prison regimes. Problems inspectors drew attention to included that 40% of prisoners who did not take part in activities were locked up in their cells for 22 hours a day, and items including mattresses and pillows were in short supply. The Howard League for Penal Reform maintained that Chelmsford was designed to hold 521 men, but the prison actually held 700 men when it was inspected. Dean Saunders, 25, killed himself at Chelmsford in January 2016. An inquest jury found that Saunders was downgraded from continuous watch to half-hour checks for financial reasons, and neglect contributed to his death. Care UK, a private company running healthcare at Chelmsford, treated financial consideration as a significant reason to reduce the level of observations, although they were warned repeatedly about Dean's mental condition. Dean's mother pleaded with staff to keep him under constant watch. The jury stated that Mr. Saunders and his family were let down by serious failings by mental health services and the prison system, and that the assessing his mental health needs was not adequately conducted, with multiple failings in recording and passing on information. Dean's family stated that hospital, not prison, is where Dean deserved to be and needed to be. We as a family, together with our lawyers and inquest, want Dean's death to mark the end of empty promises and the start of change. The prison ombudsman also found significant risk factors were ignored when observation of Dean Saunders was cut back. He found those trying to care for Dean felt that he should be in a mental health facility rather than prison. He added that I am also concerned that there appears to have been some confusion at Chelmsford about the process for transferring mentally ill prisoners to hospital, which meant that an opportunity to transfer Mr. Saunders in December of 2015 was missed. Sadly, the criminal justice system did too little to protect this very vulnerable man. Dean's father, Mark Saunders, said, "There was no proper medical structure there. We were lied to and misled all the way through. We were devastated." In 1990, former professional footballer Tony Adams spent 57 days of a 4-month sentence in HMP Chelmsford for drink driving. The 1979 film Porridge, a film version of the Porridge TV series, was filmed almost entirely on location at Chelmsford Prison. The punk rock band the Sex Pistols recorded a live album at the Chelmsford prison called Live at the Chelmsford Top Security Prison. Chelmsford was built in the 1830s as a county jail close to the centre of Chelmsford. 2 new residential units were opened in 1996, E and F wings, to relieve overcrowding, and a 3rd unit, G wing, was opened in 2006. It serves courts in Essex, taking men whose homes are mainly in the Essex area. It holds those who are sentenced on remand or on trial. And it holds adults, some young adults, and also foreign national prisoners. The oldest part of the establishment houses 4 wings, A, B, C and D wing, off a central hub with E, F and G being opened more recently. A wing includes the segregation unit. B wing is an induction and general population unit. C wing and D wing are also general population units. E wing is the integrated drug treatment unit. F wing is general population, and G wing is housing for vulnerable and enhanced prisoners. The newer part of the prison has a 12-bed, 24-hour healthcare unit. The prison has a Samaritan support listener scheme in place for prisoners who are in distress or who need to talk in confidence. Specialist organisations are based within the prison, forming part of the reducing reoffending agenda to actively engage prisoners with all elements of resettlement. These include Narco, CTEC, the Job Centre Plus, Ormiston Children's and Families Trust, and Inside Out. Assistance is available on a wide range of issues: money and debt guidance, help to open a bank account, drug and alcohol interventions, multi-agency resettlement and pre-release clinics, job clubs, and developing ties with prisoners and their children through storytime learning and children's visits initiatives. Partnerships are also held with external companies helping to drive education and employment opportunities in preparation for release. The Safer Custody Helpline is an answer machine service that can be used by prisoners or their families to report bullying or to report concerns about self-harm or suicide or any other safer custody issue. Healthcare is provided by the NHS via North Essex Partnership NHS Foundation Trust in a purpose-built facility within the prison, in the newer part of the prison. It has a 12-bed, 24-hour healthcare unit. The prison inspectors have made a follow-up IRP to Chelmsford after their inspection in May 2018. In the summary of their report, they said, "At our inspection of HMP Chelmsford in May to June 2018, we made the following judgment about outcomes for our prisoners. The safety was poor and not sufficiently good in 2016. Rehabilitation and release planning was reasonably good and previously was sufficiently good. HMP Chelmsford is a medium-sized local prison holding prisoners on remand and sentence. It had an operational capacity of over 700, but at the time of this review visit, the population had been reduced by about 60 to enable the refurbishment of some wings. However, this reduction was a temporary measure, and we were told that HMPPS would increase the population in the very near future. As the prison was overcrowded, even with the reduced population, we had major concerns about the return to the unacceptable overcrowding we saw last year, and the inevitable impact of this, particularly on the safety and decency of everyone. The last full inspection was carried out in June 2018, and we had key concerns in many areas of our healthy prison tests, which had persisted and even deteriorated in some areas since the previous inspection in 2016. We gave our lowest possible judgment on safety because of several major concerns. For example, the level of violence was very high and some was serious. There was a lack of insight into the causes of violence and little action taken to reduce it, despite a desire by staff to make improvements. Illicit drugs and other banned items were easy to obtain, and the mandatory drug testing MDT rate was one of the highest recorded in England and Wales. Prisoners at risk of self-harm were not managed well enough, and there had been a high number of self-inflicted deaths, 16 in the previous 8 years. The living conditions for prisoners were mixed, and there were unacceptable standards of cleanliness and lack of access to some very basic items. Healthcare leadership needed improving, and some important areas of the provision needed urgent attention. Purposeful activity also received our lowest judgment. The lack of time out of cell, with many prisoners spending up to 22 hours a day locked up, was a major concern. The number of deaths in custody through suicide and the suspected use of illicit drugs remained worrying, but there had been reasonable progress in improving the quality of care for prisoners in crisis or at risk of self-harm. However, the prison needed to keep recommendations from the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman, or PPO, under constant review to ensure that the progress was sustained. Major investment in refurbishments on some of the older wings had delivered much needed improvement to the conditions of many showers, toilets and cells. Prisoners now had better access to basic items, such as bedding and pillows, although the prison needed to do more to sustain this advance. The prison had dealt with most of the litter and rubbish we had seen previously in the external communal areas and cell window grills. There had also been reasonable progress in the provision of healthcare. The new provider commenced just 2 weeks before this review, and it had already begun to address many of our concerns. However, it was inexcusable that Her Majesty's Prison Service had still not equipped the prison with a more up-to-date drug detection equipment. Chelmsford needed to make further reductions in the supply of drugs a priority to safeguard prisoners' health and well-being, as well as making the prison safer by reducing violence and deaths. Consultations with prisoners had improved but needed to be more widely publicised across the prison. Some prisoners remained frustrated at their inability to gain answers to simple requests or queries. Time out of cell, although more predictable across the prison, remained very limited, particularly in the evening and at the weekends and for those not involved in purposeful activity. Despite the Governor's aspiration to provide at least 1 hour a day for outdoor exercise, most prisoners still only had 30 minutes, which was not enough. In rehabilitation and release planning, I had concerns about the delivery of the Community Rehabilitation Company contract and some key weakness in offender management arrangements. The CRC provision through the crime reduction charity shown reasonable progress with clear signs of further advances underway. There had been little development in increasing offender supervision contract with some prisoners, and the interdepartmental risk management team was not well defined and did not provide the oversight needed for high-risk prisoners being released into the community. Last year I clearly noted my confidence in the prison's capacity for change and improvement, and this was well founded. The Governor continued to set a clear vision for the prison and had retained the support of those around her. We have identified good or reasonable progress in 4 key areas, and this report makes clear what needs to be done to make advances in the remaining weak areas. The prison was inspected in August 2021, and in their report the inspectors said that Chelmsford is a Category B local prison and resettlement prison for adult and young adult men. At the time of the inspection, 712 prisoners were held in a sprawling institution, comprising older wings from the Victorian era and more modern facilities added from the late 1990s. Following this inspection, I wrote to the Secretary of State on 26 August 2021, invoking the Urgent Notification Protocol. I set out in detail my concerns about the prison and the judgments that had caused our concerns of action. Under the protocol, the Secretary of State commits to respond publicly to the UN within 28 days, explaining how outcomes for those detained will be improved. The Secretary of State's response, for which I am grateful, is also detailed further resources for the report. We had last inspected Chelmsford Prison in June 2018 and reported our serious concerns about the conditions we found. At that time, we assessed outcomes in safety and purposeful activity as poor, our lowest assessment, and in respect, not sufficiently good. Only in rehabilitation and release planning did we judge outcomes to be reasonably good. Despite this, the then Chief Inspector was reassured by both local management and the HM prison system and probation service that they were aware of the problems at the prison and would implement strategies for improvement. Sadly, that optimism was misplaced. At this inspection we found no improvement in outcomes in safety and purposeful activity, both of which remained poor, no improvement in respect where outcomes remain not sufficiently good, and a deterioration in rehabilitation and release planning to not sufficiently good. In reaching these judgments, I took full account of the additional pressures placed on the prison due to COVID-19, but also the failure of the Special Measures Programme and the initiatives introduced by Her Majesty's Prison Service to drive the improvement. These had not worked. As at our last inspection in 2018, a new governor had been appointed a few months before we arrived. We were encouraged by his vision and enthusiasm for the establishment, but we were also struck by the seeming intractability of the failings at Chelmsford. The last time we were able to write a positive report about this prison was 10 years ago, and it was clear to us that the jail was failing in its basic duty to keep those it held safe. This report also highlights our concern about the negative and damaging staff culture. Many staff were new or inexperienced, their morale was low, and they were disengaged from their work and dismissive of the men in their care. Prisoners found it very difficult to access even the most basic entitlements, and were frustrated that they could not get things done. We were told that this frustration had led to an increase in assaults on staff. The negative culture among some staff was compounded by a lack of management oversight or accountability, which allowed poor staff behaviour and practice to go unchallenged. The paucity of the daily regime meant that many prisoners spent extended periods locked up and isolated in their cells. It was no surprise that many prisoners told us they felt unsafe at the prison. Such factors, combined with the inherent risk and vulnerabilities associated with Chelmsford's status as a frontline local establishment, and the failure to grip prisons' problems over the recent years, meant that Chelmsford met our criteria for an urgent notification. I concluded my letter to the Secretary of State by saying that HMP Chelmsford would not improve without a sustained drive to make sure that all staff members take responsibility for creating a safer, more decent environment, a meaningful regime, and greater engagement with training and education. I argued that this will require strong and consistent leadership at all levels within the prison and much more effective support from Her Majesty's Prison Service. As we indicated in 2018 and repeat now, the drift and decline at this prison must be addressed. In accordance with the protocol between HM Chief Inspector of Prisons and the Ministry of Justice, or MOJ, I am writing to you to invoke the urgent notification process in respect of HMP and YOI Chelmsford. An unannounced inspection of the prison between the 9th and the 20th of August 2021 identified numerous significant concerns about the treatment and conditions for prisoners. This is the most recent in a series of concerning inspections over the last 7 years, and these findings were particularly disappointing bearing in mind the observations my predecessor made in 2018. At that time, the then Chief Inspector decided against instigating the UN protocol, having been persuaded that the prison had already begun to show signs of improvement under a new governor, with the support of Her Majesty's Prison Service. This latest inspection showed that these improvements have not materialised. As required by the process, I will set out in this letter the key evidence underpinning my decision to invoke the UN protocol. In addition, I attach a summary note with the main judgments from this inspection drawn from a similar document provided to the Governor at the end of the inspection last week. The Governor, the Prison Group Director, and Ministry of Justice officials have been informed of my intention to invoke the UN process. I shall, as usual, publish a full inspection report in due course. The decision to invoke the UN process is determined by my judgment, informed by relevant factors during the inspection that, as set out in the protocol between HM Chief Inspector and the MOJ, may include poor healthy prison test assessments. Inspection methodology is outlined in the HM Prison Test Inspection Framework. The pattern of the healthy prison test judgments, repeated poor assessments, the type of prison and the risk presented, the vulnerability of those detained, the failure to achieve recommendations, and the Inspectorate's confidence in the prison's capability and capacity for change and improvement. The protocol sets out that this letter will be placed in the public domain and that the Secretary of State commits to respond publicly to the concerns raised within 28 calendar days. The response will explain how outcomes for the prisoners in this institution will be improved in both the immediate and long term. The then Chief Inspector was reassured by both local management and Her Majesty's Prison Service that they were slighted on the problems at the prison and a strategy was in place. Leadership at both local and regional level readily acknowledges the gravity of the issues facing the jail, and Her Majesty's Prison Service has already placed the prison in special measures. I therefore concluded that on this occasion I had sufficient confidence in the ability of the prison to improve that I would not invoke the urgent notification protocol. At the latest inspection in August 2021, we found that the optimism had been expressed 3 years ago was misplaced. Chelmsford, like nearly all other prisons, had been hit hard by the virus, but the failings that we have identified are deep set. In addition, we were told at the 2018 inspection that Her Majesty's Prison Probation Service had in place a special measures plan of intervention for Chelmsford. This programme had, however, proven to be largely ineffective in improving outcomes. The chronic and apparently intractable failings at Chelmsford have now been evident for at least a decade, with our inspection in 2011 being the last time we felt able to report positively on the prison. It has sadly failed in its responsibility to keep prisoners safe. We have now assessed outcomes in safety as poor for 2 consecutive inspections and not sufficiently good for the 2 inspections prior to that. The prison's record in providing purposeful activity, including training and education that may equip prisoners to lead productive lives on release, is equally poor, and the prison's performance in ensuring a measure of respectful treatment is still not good enough. Even rehabilitation and release planning, a former strength, has deteriorated. Of 9 main recommendations we made 3 years ago, none has fully been achieved. These factors, combined with the inherent risks and vulnerabilities associated with Chelmsford's status as a frontline local establishment, mean the prison meets all our criteria for an urgent notification. Some of the key findings from this report revealed a dominant staff culture that is negative and damaging, and has led to the failure to promote safety, decency, or rehabilitation among prisoners. Although a few staff members we spoke to were committed and constructive, many others described very low morale, disillusionment or disengagement. Although a few staff members we spoke to were committed and constructive, many others described very low morale, disillusionment and disengagement. Staff members often failed to respond to even basic requests from prisoners, and too many were dismissive and showed only limited empathy and care for those whom they were responsible. Prisoners experienced real frustration in getting anything done, with leaders suggesting to us that the rise in assaults on staff was a direct result of these issues. Almost half of the prisoners in our survey said that they had been victimised by staff, particularly those with disabilities and mental health problems. Nearly a third of staff had under 2 years experience, but they had yet to receive adequate mentoring or support. Prisoners were not sure when they would be unlocked as the court day was not published. Often, first night cells approved for occupation by managers were by the 26th of August 2021. Emergency cell bells were often only answered after long delays. Despite our recommendations and the subsequent intervention of the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman, outcomes had deteriorated. 8 self-inflicted deaths and 4 non-natural deaths had occurred since our last inspection. This is also the 4th consecutive prison inspection where we have reported increases in the rate of self-harm. We found many weaknesses in the assessment. Care in custody and teamwork, or ACCT, and other preventative processes, failing in the night safety procedures, and a lackluster approach to the use of data and action planning. Over a quarter of prisoners said that they felt unsafe at the time of this inspection, and more than half had felt unsafe at some point during their stay at Chelmsford. Analysis of data was poor, preventing a deeper understanding of risks, so it was not surprising that plans to tackle violence and improve outcomes were limited or non-existent. The lack of accountability we referred to earlier manifested itself in an over-reliance on the small safer custody team, whose work was given insufficient priority, and in failure of other staff members and senior leaders to take responsibility. At this inspection, we found many prisoners locked in their cell for almost 23 hours a day. This reflected the COVID-19 restrictions, but even in 2018, many prisoners were locked in their cell for 22 hours a day. Some restoration of education had recently begun, providing some additional activity, but a third of these places were unused. Plans to reintroduce a meaningful regime were limited and being implemented far too slowly. Chelmsford is a violent, unsafe prison, in which conditions for prisoners have declined disturbingly over recent years, despite attempts by Her Majesty's Prison and Probation Service to support improvement. Many failings stem from a negative and demoralised staff culture, which results in little apparent concern for or attention to the welfare and basic needs of a complex and at times vulnerable population.
Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we're going to look at a prison which is in the north of England, HM Prison, Durham. Her Majesty's Prison, Durham is a Georgian era reception Category B men's prison, located in the Alva area of Durham, in County Durham, which is in England. The prison was built in 1819, and the prison continues to be operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. Female prisoners were housed at HMP Durham, but they were moved in 2005 due to overcrowding and suicides. HM Prison Durham was built in 1810, consisting of some 600 cells, and took its first prisoners in 1819. Durham Prison is adjacent to Durham's Crown Court. The prison has held a variety of different category prisoners, both male and female, over the course of its history. Between 1869 and 1958, 95 judicial executions took place on the gallows at Durham's prison or in the courthouse. In 1832, protests over the working conditions in South Shields workhouse were supported by miner strikes. Soldiers were sent to evict striking miners from their pubs. One miner was convicted of murder of a local magistrate near Jarrow Slake. He was hanged amid heightened security of 50 mounted hussars and 50 infantrymen who were there to protect the gallows. His body was gibbeted after death. On the 17th of December 1958, the final execution took place when Private Brian Chandler, who was aged 20, was hanged for the murder of Martha Dodd during the course of a theft. Mr. Chandler was a soldier based at Catterick Camp who beat the 83-year-old Mrs. Dodd to death with a hammer. During the late 1960s and 1970s, the prison became a study project for Stan Cohen and Laurie Taylor, which led to their publication of 3 books, namely Psychological Survival, The Experiments of Long-Term Imprisonment, which was released in 1972, Escape Attempts, which was published in 1976, and Prison Secrets, which was released in 1978. Mr. Cohen additionally published Visions of Social Control, Crime, Punishment and Classification, which was published in 1985. Durham Prison, which was a Category A prison for men and women at the time, was praised in 2001 by Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons for its progressive regime, integration of inmates and falling levels of violence. However, in 2003 it was revealed that Durham had the highest suicide rate of all prisons in England. In 2004, a report by the Chief Inspector of Prisons criticised Durham for being severely overcrowded. The report highlighted the lack of education and work opportunities for inmates at the prison. In 2005, Durham's female high security wing, which housed 120 female prisoners, was discontinued and the prisoners were transferred elsewhere after Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons had made a report which concluded, following several suicides, that it was unsuitable for housing female prisoners. On the 13th of July 2011, it was announced that along with several other prisons, HMP Durham would be put up for market testing as part of the Ministry of Justice budget plan to make savings of almost 25%. A 2014 report by the HM Inspector of Prisons found that a third of inmates tested positive for drug use, a rate almost twice as high as would have been expected in similar prisons. Rates of violence were also higher than expected, which indicated that monitoring should be improved. The prison was, however, praised for the quality of work activity and learning available to prisoners. Durham is currently a reception prison for remanded adults or young male prisoners. HMP Durham primarily serves the courts of County Durham, Tyne and Wear, Teesside and Cumbria. The prison is divided into the 7 wings, secure units, plus a segregation section and a healthcare section. The prison offers part-time education to all inmates, including courses on data input, bricklaying, woodwork, painting and decorating, waste management and gardening. Many notorious UK criminals have spent time at HMP Durham. Figures like Rose West, Ian Brady and Ronnie Crane have all walked its wings over the decades. The prison's head of residence and safety, Chris Carson, recently said to a local newspaper that the reality is, a lot of time, prison is quite a quiet and boring place. It's not the type of boisterous environment you see in the media where there is constantly violence and drugs going on. Generally, people are just trying to get on with their lives and sort out their problems. HMP Durham is no longer a high security facility. HMP Durham now operates as a reception prison, a sort of holding place for prisoners who are serving short terms or waiting for court appearances, or prisoners who are bound for other jails elsewhere in the country. Mr. Carson went on to explain, there's a huge churn of prisoners with more than half coming and going every month, and individuals ranging from cooperative and remorseful to very violent and destructive. It's a melting pot of people. Some people are only serving a few weeks for relatively minor offences, and then some people are killers waiting to find out where they'll spend the rest of their lives in jail. Mr. Carson went on to explain, for the prison officers who spend their working life locked up with them, the relationships with the men they guard can run much deeper than you think. There are definitely prisoners you see a lot of and you're like, I want the best for them, Mr. Carson said. The prison officers tried to develop good relationships and rapports with the men. Many people inside the jail do not have a chance to have conversations on a certain level when they are on the outside. In Mr. Carson's opinion, prison is a safe place to talk about problems that might be hard to talk about because of being macho on the outside. They may not want to show weakness. We can break them barriers down in prison. Following an inspection in 2018, a third of prisoners said they had developed a drug problem while at the prison, and said that drugs at HMP Durham were easy to get access to. When asked about the drug problem at HMP Durham, Mr. Carson said that tackling the drug problem takes up a huge amount of the prison's time and resources. We spend a lot of time working with the police and search team to cut it out. New technological equipment is being used to clamp down on it too. We are more aware of the drug problem than we used to be, and that means we're doing better at dealing with them. The report also found an alarmingly high level of violence, self-inflicted deaths, and self-harm at HMP Durham. The security chief said that a big part of making sure the prison remains safe is keeping its inmates calm. To reduce frustration, there are opportunities for prisoners to work, take classes, and spend up to an hour every day going outside. They can also go to the gym or attend religious services at the chapel. He also added, "We offer a regime to try and reduce frustration within the prison. That's the best way of tackling violence. We do things to intervene and try and help people who come in with that sort of mental state." When arriving at HMP Durham, you will spend your first week on E-Wing, which is known as the first night and induction unit. Whilst on the induction wing, you are usually offered a smoking pack or a food pack, and you will spend a week on the wing watching videos to understand the rules of prison and how everything works. After you've spent your time on the induction wing, you will then be allocated to the general population of the prison. There are 4 wings which have the general population in HMP Durham: A Wing, B Wing, C Wing and D Wing. Prisoners who come in for high risk crimes or have problems with other prisoners are usually sent to the VP Wing. In HMP Durham, F Wing is the vulnerable prisoners unit. Prisoners who are on the VP Wing generally get to have their own education time, their own gym time, they eat at different times, and they move around in the prison at completely different times. In HMP Durham is an integrated support unit with 17 beds for those with significant mental health problems. G Wing is a segregation unit and a hospital unit which has 6 beds. As we mentioned earlier, HMP Durham has, since May 2017, been designated as a reception prison. At the time of the inspection in 2018, there were some 900 prisoners being held there, of which around 70% were either on remand or subject to recall. The prison itself dates back from the early 19th century and is located close to the centre of the city. Although the establishment was no longer designated as a local prison, it inevitably shared many of the features of other local prisons, and indeed faced many of the same challenges. This was clearly reflected in the findings of the inspection, where the prevalence of illicit drugs and high number of self-inflicted deaths, as well as high levels of violence and self-harm, and to top it all off, the influx of large numbers of new staff, all featured prominently. The overriding concern of the report was around the lack of safety in the prison. Since the last inspection in October 2016, there have been 7 self-inflicted deaths, and it was disappointing to see that the response to the recommendation from the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman, or PPO, has not been addressed with significant vigour or urgency. There has also been further 5 deaths in the space of 8 months, where it was suspected that illicit drugs may have played a part in the role. The ready availability of drugs in the prison was brought out in the inspector's report. Nearly 2/3 of prisoners told the inspectors that it was easy to get drugs, and 30% told the inspectors that they had acquired a drug habit since coming into HMP Durham. These were very high figures. The prison was well aware of the dangers posed by drugs and had developed a strategy to address the problem. However, the leadership of the prison was immensely frustrated by the fact they had no modern technology available to them to help them in their efforts to stem the flow of drugs into the prison. The inspectors had been told that they were promised some modern scanning equipment, but that equipment had been diverted to another prison. The scale of the problem at HMP Durham is very obvious, and the obvious linkage to all kinds of violence were such that the inspectors suggested that technological support was urgently needed. Since the 2016 inspection, violence in the prison has doubled, and the use of force by staff has increased threefold. The reason given for staff increasing the use of force may have been down to new staff who were not yet confident in using de-escalation techniques. When the inspectors visited the prison, they said that it was reassuring to see that the governance of use of force had improved, and that the measures being taken to log and analyse the violence looked very promising. There were some very early signs that the level of violence was beginning to decline, but it was too early to be demonstrable as a sustainable trend or to affect our judgment that HMP Durham and its safety is very poor. Another serious concern brought up by the inspectors was that some 10% of the prisoners were assessed as presenting a high risk of harm to others, yet many of these were being managed by uniform offender supervisors who had neither the training, experience or adequate supervision to deal with this type of prisoner. The recent appointment of a senior probation officer will, the inspectors hope, reduce the risk posed by what the inspectors regarded as a significant vulnerability. The inspectors did have some positive things to say about the prison. The introduction of in-cell telephones and electronic kiosks on the wing for prisoners to make applications had undoubtedly been very beneficial. The disruption caused by prisoners needing to be taken to court had been reduced by the extensive use of video links. A new and more practical regime had recently been introduced, which was well received by staff and prisoners alike, increasing access to amenities such as showers and laundries on the wings. For a prison of this type, the time out of cell enjoyed by prisoners was reasonable, and it was quite apparent that, despite its age, the prison was basically clean and decent. It was also good to see that the leadership of the prison clearly regarded the influx of new staff as an opportunity to make improvements and not, as we have seen in a few prisons, an inexperienced liability. There was no doubt that there was an extent to which HMP Durham was still going through the process of defining, refining and responding to its role as a reception prison. The very large amount of prisoners coming in and out gave rise to the risk that taking them through the necessary processes could predominate over identifying individual needs and ensuring favourable outcomes. However, the prison was aware of this risk. The most pressing needs are to get to grips with the violence of all kinds, make the prison safer, and reduce the flow of drugs. Only then will the benefits flow from the many credible initiatives which are being implemented. The #1 governor of HMP Durham is Philip Husband, who has been in charge of the jail since August 2018. What are your opinions on HMP Durham? Have you or anyone that you know been to HMP Durham? What were your opinions of the jail? Also, what are your opinions on the Chief Inspector of Jails report? Do you agree that HMP Durham does need technological assistance in its battle against the drug problem that it has? Please let us know in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you'd like to see more Street Crime UK content, Please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're taking a look at Her Majesty's Prison and Young Offenders Institution, Forest Bank. Forest Bank is a Category B men's private prison in the Agecroft area of Pendlebury in Salford near Manchester, England. The prison is operated by Sodexo Justice Services. Forest Bank Prison was constructed on the site of the former Agecroft Power Station. The 25-year design, construct, manage and finance or DCMF contract was won by KLAX, formerly UKDS, in 1997, and it opened in January 2000. In November 2002, a report from Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons praised Forest Bank for its staff-prisoner relations, management structure, increased staffing levels and levels of association between inmates. However, the report also noted that many of the prison staff at Forest Bank lacked experience, and there was insufficient purposeful activity, with fewer than half of the prisoners engaged in meaningful work or education. In 2004, it emerged that a prison officer at Forest Bank had been caught trying to sell heroin to inmates. The officer was caught with 147 wraps of the drug hidden inside his shoes when he started his shift. The officer was jailed for the offence. In March 2005, an inmate escaped from Forest Bank whilst being taken to hospital in a taxi. The prisoner was handcuffed to two prison officers as they travelled from the prison to the nearby Hope Hospital, when the taxi was stopped by two men who threatened the guards with a gun, forcing them to let the inmate free. In December of the same year, the prison was severely criticised by the Chief Inspector of Prisons for high levels of violence and drug taking amongst inmates. The inspection found that in 1 month alone, more than 2 kilograms of cannabis, 60 grams of heroin and 4.6 grams of cocaine were found at Forest Bank, and 40% of the compulsory drug tests were positive. The report also found a significant deterioration in safety for staff and inmates at the prison, with routine intimidation of staff, prisoner assault on other prisoners running at 25 a month, and staff turnover of 25% a year. There had also been 2,500 prisoner discipline hearings in 6 months. In February 2006, another inmate escaped from Forest Bank whilst visiting hospital. The prisoner managed to escape from 2 prison guards and fled from the Manchester Royal Infirmary wearing only a surgical gown. In May 2010, another inmate, Michael O'Donnell, escaped from Forest Bank. The inmate cut off a section of his own ear in order to regain release from the facility in an ambulance. The ambulance was then stopped on Agecroft Road, or A6044, by a gang of armed men who released Mr. O'Donnell and made off. Mr. O'Donnell was recaptured on the 28th of May 2010. He was sentenced to 9.5 years on the 29th of May 2010 and was sent to Her Majesty's Prison Strangeways. He was found hanged in his cell on Wednesday the 23rd of June 2010. In November 2010, Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons, Nick Hardwick, noted in his report on the prison that some young inmates had been tied up in their bed linen and beaten by other prisoners. The report also acknowledged that in other matters there were many signs of improvements. On the 10th of February 2011, former Forest Bank prison nurse Leanne Cartledge, 23, was sentenced to 4 months in prison for taking a mobile phone into the prison to give to Michael O'Donnell, with whom she was in a relationship, and which he used to help his escape. In 2011, it emerged that 3 former members of staff at Forest Bank successfully sued KLAX for unfair dismissal and their treatment by the serving Deputy Director of the prison. Also in 2011, KLAX changed their name for the second time, becoming known as Sodexo Justice Services. A 2013 report from the Chief Inspector of Prisons noted that there was a need for more work, education and training to be made available, with over 40% of prisoners locked up doing nothing during the working day. Since the inspection in 2010, there had been some deterioration in the quality of activity and learning and skills provided. Her Majesty's Prison Forest Bank is a Category B local prison, although the majority of the inmates are Category C. The term local means that this prison holds more people on remand to the local courts as well as sentenced prisoners. Adult inmates at Forest Bank come from the courts at Wigan, Leigh, Bolton and Bury. Young offenders come from courts at Manchester, Oldham, Stockport, Trafford, Tameside, Rochdale and High Peak. The prison is divided into 8 wings, A to H, a healthcare unit and a care separation unit. Accommodation at the prison consists mostly of single cells with some double cells. All the cells are designed to be safer, having almost no ligature points due to the fact that modularisation was being used in the method of construction. Activities in the prison include production workshops, training workshops, and vocational training courses in motor mechanics, industrial cleaning, catering, and welding. There is a visits hall at Forest Bank with facilities including a WRVS-run canteen. On the 29th of January 2017, a prisoner was found dead in his cell after a suspected drug overdose. The inmate is believed to have taken the potent synthetic drug Spice before becoming ill. The prison opened in 2000 under a 25-year Private Finance Initiative, or PFI, contract to provide 800 places as a Category B local prison. Spaces gradually increased to 1,160 before a 264-place extension was opened in November 2009. Following a reduction in prisoner places, the establishment now holds 1,364 remand and sentenced adult males, and remanded young adults 18 to 21-year-old. Wings A to F are the original prison, and G to H are the new building added in 2009. The wings hold the following: A1 young adults, A2, B1, B2 and C1 are general, C2, D1 and D2 are vulnerable prisoners, E1 is the first night induction wing, and E2, F1 and F2 are general. G1 is a recovery wing, G2 is resettlement, H1 is a first night IS-MS unit, H2 is IS-MS motivational unit, healthcare and inpatients, it's only 19 beds. In healthcare, the prison has a 20-bed inpatient facility incorporating 2 4-bed wards and a 2-bed observation suite. The GP service is provided by Cimarron, a GP agency, and the healthcare team are employed by Sodexo with a 70-30 split between the general and psychiatric nurses. There is also a substance misuse, a range of services offered to support and assist prisoners with substance misuse issues. Education at the prison is unsurprisingly run by Sodexo. There are over 200 jobs available at the workshops and 180 education places. Courses offered in education focus on the basic education such as numeracy and literacy. It is possible to acquire nationally recognised qualifications in food preparation and cooking, RIPH Foundation Food Hygiene, and a BICS British Institute of Cleaning Service, HACCP Foundation Certificate, Skills for Life, and Competency in Silver Service Techniques. The prison was given an inspection in May 2019, and the full report can be read at the Ministry of Justice website. In the latest report, inspectors said that Forest Bank is a Category B local prison in Salford, with an operational capacity of 1,460. Soon to be designated a reception prison, Forest Bank's main function is to serve the local courts and receive newly remanded or newly convicted prisoners from the community. As such, the prison holds the full range and type of prisoners with all the risks and challenges it implies. Opening in 2000, the prison is relatively modern and has for the last 19 years been managed by the private operator Sodexo. Forest Bank was the last inspected in 2016 when we found a well-led, competent and confident prison that was ensuring reasonably good or better outcomes against all 4 of our healthy prison tests. Reception and induction arrangements were adequate and functional, although undermined by some tardy processes. Technology that had been acquired to improve security on reception was underused, and the whole early days experience was something of a missed opportunity, which would have been benefited from more management attention and grit. A third of prisoners told us they felt unsafe, a situation which was even worse among vulnerable prisoners, where there was a finding of 52%. Violence had more than doubled since our last inspection in 2016, and much of it was serious. Structures were also in place to analyse and combat the problem, and there were interventions to confront perpetrators, but actions were not always followed up to a conclusion, and low-level antisocial behaviour was not addressed sufficiently. There needed to be greater focus on coordination to address violence, by, for example, incentivising good behaviour and consistently holding to account those who behave poorly. Use of force was more prevalent, and at a level now comparable with similar prisons. Incidents were properly recorded in documentation, although oversight was lacklustre and limited use was made of body-worn camera footage. Use of segregation had also risen, and it was now too comparable to similar prisons. Cellular accommodation in the segregation unit required improvement, as did the very basic regime and reintegration arrangements. Security generally was applied proportionately, and we identified the management and use of intelligence as a strength of the establishment. Close working relationships with local police and robust staff anti-corruption arrangements were also in place. Many prisoners suggested to us that access to drugs was comparatively easy, although while still too high, positive mandatory drug tests of about 15% was lower than at most similar prisons. Self-harm had increased significantly since we last inspected, and was much higher than we expected to see. There had also sadly been one self-inflicted death. The prison had access to good data concerning the problem of self-harm, and recommendations made by the Prison and Probation Ombudsman, who investigated the death, were being implemented. Relationships between staff and prisoners were respectful and polite. However, we were concerned that staff, many of whom were very inexperienced, did not assert sufficient authority when supervising prisoners, with the danger that some prison groups were able to take advantage. Most prisoners were positive about most aspects of daily life at Forest Bank. For example, the food and good access to the shop and accommodation was generally clean and bright. However, 60% of cells were doubled up and therefore overcrowded, and much furniture and cell equipment was damaged or missing. We also saw some cells with broken windows, and there was some evidence of delays in responding to cell call bells. Diversity and equality was promoted reasonably well through a comprehensive action plan and helpful consultation, including innovative one-to-one surgeries for prisoners with protected characteristics. Health services had improved since the last inspection, although more improvements were still needed to make the inpatient facility a fully therapeutic environment. Time out of cell was better than we often see, and the daily routine, including access to evening association, was reliable, although nearly half the population was locked up during the working day. There were sufficient places in work and education for all, and attendance, if not punctuality, were good. We were not confident, however, that allocation to some wing roles was always equitable or fair. Our colleagues in Ofsted judged that the overall effectiveness of education, skills and work as good, a not insignificant achievement in a local prison. Assessment or OA-SYS systems and sentence management were reasonably good, and public protection arrangements robust, with the prison's whole approach to resettlement supported by a strong community link. Support for family ties and engagement was similarly very positive. Forest Bank continued to be a reasonably well-ordered and settled prison, delivering a generally good outcome. Prisoners could, for example, access a better regime than we normally see for this type of prison. Rehabilitation and resettlement work was consistently a strength. Overall, this is an encouraging report, although we do identify more work to do in safety and providing support to staff. We left the prison with a number of recommendations which we hope will assist in the process of improvement. Now, we're going to look at 2 arrested amid police investigations into a prison throwover at Manchester. Parcels launched over prison walls often contain drugs, mobile phones and knives, detectives say. Police have seized 2 parcels filled with suspected contraband and arrested 2 men aged 33 and 19 on suspicion of conspiracy to convey articles into prison. Dawn raids were carried out at 2 addresses in Salford on Friday, according to Greater Manchester Police, with specialist sniffer dogs deployed in subsequent searches. Officers said the warrants they used related to an operation carried out by the force's new Challenger prison team as part of a wider investigation into links between organised crime groups and the 4 prisons within Greater Manchester: Forest Bank, Buckley Hall, Hindley and Manchester. Detectives said that they believed the parcels were ready to be thrown over the walls at Forest Bank in Agecroft, Salford. GMP also offers that on Thursday night, coordinated searches were carried out inside Forest Bank by prison officers, leading to a number of mobile phones being seized, which the force said initial intelligence suggested were linked to an ongoing investigation. Today's activity has resulted in 2 arrests and a number of significant seizures, which will be forensically examined as part of this investigation, Detective Inspector Jack Murphy said. The new Challenger prison team are dedicated to relentlessly pursuing any individuals involved in these throwovers, both inside and outside the Greater Manchester prison system. He added that the parcels often contain drugs, mobile phones, steroids, tobacco, paper soaked in spice, cannabis and even knives, and sometimes that these items are sold for 5 times their standard price inside of prisons, and that they can make the prison very unsafe. It can promote gang culture and can lead to further crimes being committed by inmates, while also posing a serious risk to the safety of prison staff and prisoners, and lining the pockets of organised crime groups, D.I. Murphy said. David Smart, the Deputy Director at Forest Bank, said that organised crime has a negative effect on the safety and security of the staff and residents at Forest Bank, and we are proud of our partnership with the Challenger prison team in making our prison and community we serve a safer place to be. Now we're going to look at 2 prison officers who were attacked by a gang of masked men armed with baseball bats after finishing work at prison in Salford, Manchester. One officer was hit on the arm and another managed to jump out of the way as the gang crashed a car through a barrier and attempted to mow them down. The men also smashed windows of the visitor centre at HMP Forest Bank in Agecroft before fleeing. The incident happened recently, but only now the details have emerged. The prison understands that one line of inquiry is that the attack may have been revenge for an inmate being moved out of the prison after allegedly assaulting a female prison officer who was knocked out. A spokesperson for HMP Forest Bank said that an incident occurred outside Forest Bank on Tuesday the 20th of July where 2 prison officers were attacked by masked men. A member of staff did sustain an injury from the attack, and the incident has been referred to the Greater Manchester Police. In a statement, Greater Manchester Police said, "Police were called shortly after 8 PM on Tuesday the 20th of July 2021 to reports of a disturbance at HMP Forest Bank. Inquiries have established that 3 people arrived at the prison in a dark-coloured car before alighting the vehicle and attacking a staff member with a baseball bat. The offenders then attempted to run over a second member of staff using the car before driving through the barrier and causing extensive damage to the visitors' entrance. The member of staff who was attacked with the baseball bat was taken to hospital with an arm injury. He has since been discharged. No arrests have been made and inquiries remain ongoing." So what are your thoughts on Her Majesty's Prison and Young Offenders Institution Forest Bank? Are there any stories we missed? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're looking at HM Prison Hollesley Bay. HM Prison Hollesley Bay, known locally as Hollesley Bay Colony, to which signposts still point, or simply the Colony, is a Category D men's prison and young offender institution located in the village of Hollesley, about 8 miles from the town of Woodbridge in Suffolk, England. The prison is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. Hollesley Bay began in 1887 as a colonial college training those intending to emigrate. The land was originally purchased by Joseph Fells, an American soap manufacturing millionaire, and friend of George Lansbury, the prominent Christian socialist who was also a leading member of the Popular Board of Guardians. In 1905, Fells transferred the land to the London Unemployed Fund, who in turn handed it over to the Central Unemployed Body for London. Subsequently, it was taken over by London County Council. There were a number of similar labour colonies across Britain. Their aim was to train unemployed people for work, with a view to helping them escape poverty. Hollesley Bay was typical in that it mainly involved exposing its inmates to a period of work either on agricultural tasks or in the kitchens and other relatively unskilled activities. There was a short-lived strike among the inmates in May 1922, partly sparked by dissatisfaction over the inmates' levels of pay. It was said to hold around 280 men in 1923, rising to 366 in the late 1920s, and falling to around 200 in 1934. In 1938, the Prison Commission purchased the site for use as a borstal and detention centre. The Irish writer Brendan Behan, arrested for IRA activities in 1939, was sent there, and subsequently described his experiences in Borstal Boy. A major expansion took place in 1982 with the opening of Warren Hill Prison, a 285-place secure unit. In 1983, Hollesley Bay became a youth custody centre. This replaced the Borstal system. In 2002, the old Borstal site became mainly for the use of minimum security adult offenders. And since 2002, the prison has been repeatedly criticised for apparently large numbers of escapes, which has led to the nickname Holiday Bay. Hollesley Bay did have the largest prison farm in the British prison system, along with the oldest established stud for the Suffolk Punch horse in the world. Hollesley Bay Prison today holds Category D adult male prisoners, Category D male young offenders, and male life sentence prisoners at the parole board's discretion. Accommodation at the prison comprises 8 residential units. There are Hoxton, Stowe, Bosmere, Cosford, Wilford, Blything, Samford and Mutford, most of which have single occupancy rooms. There are double occupancy rooms on Hoxton and Cosford. The prison offers part-time education classes to inmates through A4E. Subjects include literacy, numeracy, ESOL, music, information technology, cookery, graphic design, and the Community Sports Leader Award. The gym operates during evenings and weekends, offering a range of sporting activities. There are full-time accredited vocational training courses in building operations, plumbing, motor mechanics, plastering, bricklaying, and painting and decorating. Adult inmates are also offered work in the prison's kitchen, gardens, cleaning, laundry orderlies, staff mess, contract services, resettlement department, reception, education department, clothing exchange store, and the transport department. Wages range from £14 per week to £25 per week for drivers in the transport department. 100 inmates currently work outside the prison, either in community work or training or paid work. Borstal Boy, a 1958 autobiographical novel by Brendan Behan, recounts his imprisonment at Hollesley Bay. The novel was subsequently turned into a play adapted by Frank McMahon, and a film directed by Peter Sheridan starring Sean Hattersley and Danny Dyer. In the epilogue of the third volume of his A Prison Diary, Jeffrey Archer writes about his stay at the Hollesley Bay after his transfer from HMP Lincoln. HMP Hollesley Bay was developed as a borstal in 1938, on the site of a former colonial college with extensive farmlands whose original buildings dated 1887, now house much of the administration centre. Hollesley Bay Open Prison for adults mainly was formerly separated from the adjacent HMYOI Warren Hill, which is now a closed establishment holding a solely juvenile population. There are 9 residential units, Blything, a 42-bed unit holding prisoners on their first night and during induction. It also contains medical use rooms for residents who need in-room toilets. Hoxton, an 82-bed normal location residential unit. Stowe, a 76-bed unit normal location residential unit. Bosmere, an 80-bed normal location residential unit. Wilford, a 72-bed normal location residential unit, also holds prisoners with disabilities. Samford, a 15-bed unit holding prisoners over the age of 50. Threadling, a self-contained bungalow for long-term prisoners preparing for release. Cosford, a 72-bed normal location residential unit. And Mutford, a 43-bed unit housing most of the paid workers and other outworkers. Hollesley Bay will occasionally accept prisoners on the Integrated Drug Treatment System, or IDTS, subject to prior agreement with their healthcare staff. Courses and programs are on the rehabilitation and treatment, education and counselling, including attending volunteer groups. The approach taken to illegal drug usage at Hollesley Bay is one of teamwork centred on care for the abuser's health and the encouragement of ending the abuse. The prison works with Care UK and the RAPT organisation to provide help, guidance and counselling in support of the addicted prisoner. In resettlement, prisoners have access to a job club and virtual campus and a web-based information service that allows them to seek for jobs anywhere within the UK. In common with all prisons, prisoners do not have access to the real internet. The prison actively supports the use of ROTL, Release on Temporary Licence, to help the prisoner reintegrate with life outside the prison environment. Prisoners within their last year or before release are able to source paid work within a 40-mile radius of Hollesley Bay, subject to various rules regarding the suitability of the job, e.g. not bar work. All medical and dental care is delivered by Care UK. There is on-site nursing cover from 7:30 AM until 5 PM, Monday to Friday, and 7:30 AM until 2 PM on Saturday and Sunday. A doctor's surgery is scheduled 6 days a week. There are no inpatient facilities and the nearest NHS hospital is 15 miles away in Ipswich. The chaplaincy team delivers services for COE, Catholics and Muslims at the appropriate times on a weekly basis. Provision is made for other faiths via visiting ministers. The gymnasium operates during the day, delivering qualifications at level 1 and 2, including healthy living, fitness instructor, circuit training and first aid at work defibrillator training. The education provider is A4E and they provide courses in plastering, bricklaying, painting and decorating for which nationally recognised qualifications can be achieved. They also offer part-time education in literacy, numeracy and ITQ. The prison was inspected on late 2018 and a full report can be read at the Ministry of Justice site. In his latest report, the inspector said that HMP and YOA Hollesley Bay is an open prison in Suffolk holding up to 485 adult prisoners. Many of those held are serving relatively long sentences of more than 4 years, with just over 100 serving over 10 years or life. Those held have been convicted of a range of offences, although more than 100 were violent offenders. At the time we inspected, the prison was making plans to begin holding sex offenders, although there was much more work to do concerning this proposal. We last inspected the prison in 2014, when we reported on an impressive institution. Following this inspection, we can report that the prison continued to deliver good or reasonably good outcomes for those detained. Hollesley Bay was a very safe prison. Those arriving were received well into the prison, and in our survey, most prisoners indicated that they felt safe. Violence was relatively rare, and informal structures of support for those who were vulnerable or at risk were good. The application of security was proportionate, although there had been a disappointing increase in the use of drugs. Strategies were in place to address this concern, and self-harm incidents remained infrequent, but support for those who needed it was actually effective. The prison was an overwhelmingly respectful place, underpinned by some very supportive staff-prisoner relationships. That said, there was evidence of a strong undercurrent of prisoners who felt intimidated by staff, and feared that they could be arbitrarily returned to closed conditions. This was a perception that the prison needed to do more to understand and remedy. Extensive use of peer supporters was undermined by a lack of clarity concerning some of their roles and some indifferent training. General consultation with prisoners was lackluster. Accommodation was generally good, but the Bosmere unit needed further refurbishment. The grounds were well maintained and accessible, and the promotion of equality was weak, but evidence suggested most outcomes among those with protected characteristics were equatable. Accreditation in prison industries and structured careers advice was less well developed. ROTL was used extensively to support work, resettlement and family ties. The prison's approach to reducing reoffending was reasonable, although the analysis of need to support the targeting of resettlement work and the prison's improvement action plan were too limited. The integration of offender management with the wider establishment was, however, weaker. Of concern, and in contrast to much that was happening in the prison, public protection work was not good enough. We have made this very significant failing the subject of one of our main recommendations. Reintegration planning for those approaching release was better. Hollesley Bay remained a successful and effective prison, experiencing a time of change, with a new governor about to be appointed and plans to develop the prison's role to hold sex offenders. We leave the prison with several recommendations which we hope assist further improvement. A prisoner smuggled an alleged prostitute into his cell at an open jail in Suffolk and shared images of her half naked on his bed, reports claim. The inmate who was serving time at HMP Hollesley Bay for drug offences reportedly took photographs of the scantily dressed woman whilst inside the prison. According to The Sun, bosses at the Woodbridge institution are investigating the breach, while police attempt to track down the unidentified woman. It is understood the prisoner has been moved into a closed prison, and Hollesley Bay's perimeter fencing is being reviewed. An insider said, "It shows what a joke the security is there. You've got a serving prisoner bringing a girl into the jail, then bragging about it on illegal mobiles to all his mates. Apart from that, the girl put herself at serious risk of harm. She went into a prison full of sex-starved men, some of them serving time for violent and sexual offences. She could have easily been attacked before staff knew she was even there." The source added that the woman isn't believed to be the inmate's girlfriend, adding, "What self-respecting girlfriend is going to risk their safety to see the other half when they're nearly at the release point anyway?"
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take an in-depth look into the HM Prison ISIS. HM Prison ISIS is a Category C male young offenders institution located in the Thamesmead area of the Royal Borough of Greenwich in South East London, England. ISIS Prison is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service and is situated next to Belmarsh Prison and Tameside Prison. In May 2009, the Ministry of Justice awarded Interserve a £110 million contract to design and construct a new prison called ISIS on underused land within the perimeter wall of Belmarsh Prison. The new prison was built to Category B standards. In August 2009, the construction site of the new prison was evacuated after contractors discovered a suspected World War II bomb. ISIS prison is located on the site of the former Royal Arsenal, and the suspected bomb was found to be an empty shell casing. Interserve handed over the completed ISIS prison in April 2010, with the prison becoming operational soon after. In January 2012, an inspection report by Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons criticised the faulty technology which was being used at the prison. The report also found that the combination of new and transferred staff was causing problems in forming good staff-prisoner relations at the jail. However, the report praised the prisoners' resettlement services, low drug use, and support of prisoners at risk of self-harm. A month later, inmates at ISIS claimed that there was a significant gang culture developing in the prison. ISIS prison governor Graham Hawkins at the time admitted that gangs were a problem within the prison. As a young offenders institution and Cat C prison, ISIS holds male offenders from the age of 18. However, there is no maximum age. Accommodation comprises of mixture of single cells and double cells in 2 house blocks. The prison also has entry building and central activity centre, which houses a learning academy, segregation unit and PE academy. However, the prison does not have inpatient healthcare facilities. Education and vocational training at the prison is delivered in partnership with Kensington and Chelsea College. Courses include mechanics, which is a motorbike repair shop, construction, waste management, bicycle repair, barbering, catering, reprographics, broadcasting and media studies, ESOL, and drug-related studies. There is a visitor centre at the prison which is run by the Spurgeon charity. The visits complex consists of a main room, a supervised child play area, refreshment counter and vending machines. HMP YOI ISIS is in the southeast of London and is the first bespoke establishment of its kind in the London region. Being a young adult and Category C training prison for young men and adults up to the age of 30, the prison was constructed within the perimeter of HMP Belmarsh and received its first prisoners on the 26th of July 2010. The prison is the first whole-built public sector prison to be built in the last 20 years. In December 2016, the age cap of 18 to 30 was lifted, allowing all prisoners of all ages to be transferred to the jail. 2 house blocks, Thames and Meridian, both have 4 spurs, radiating from a central hub within 3 landings on each spur. On average, there is accommodation for about 80 prisoners on each spur in a mixture of single and double cells. There are also a few fully equipped cells for prisoners with disabilities. The prison has a broad-based curriculum that supports academic achievement, vocational training, interventions and PE activities. The interventions program is subject to offenders' needs. The regime is delivered in partnership with A4E. The healthcare is run by Care UK and there are no inpatient facilities. The prison was given an inspection in the summer of 2018. In their latest report, the inspectors said HMP YOO ISIS is a Category C training prison in the southeast London, which sits within the wall line of the high security Belmarsh prison. At the time of our inspection, the prison held just over 600 convicted prisoners. Almost 70% of the population were under 30 and 22% were under 21 years old. Almost half of those were serving over 4 years. Our last inspection of the prison in 2016 was disappointing. At the time, we recorded insufficient progress and a failure to attend to deliver some of the basic services. We were particularly critical of a restricted regime first put in place in 2013, which is still in operation when we inspected 3 years later. Restrictions persisted, but reassuringly, improvements had been made and the average number of prisoners locked up during the working day had reduced to 22% of the population compared to 40% last time we visited. Prisoners also had better access to domestic activities and association time, which included evening association for those on an enhanced wing. Prison again talked about plans to introduce and improve the regime, although at this inspection the plans seemed more credible as staffing numbers had improved significantly. The current governor took up the post shortly after our last inspection and had clearly prioritised getting the basics right, with visible leadership evident and a more positive culture beginning to emerge. The prison had been authorised to conduct a local recruitment campaign to recruit prison officers, instead of relying on the usual national campaign which sometimes displaced people from their home areas and created long commutes. The governor believed that this local recruitment had enabled her to appoint a team of officers more committed to the aims of her establishment. The influx of new staff clearly brought its own challenges, with 80% of the staff group still in their first year of service, but the governor commendably saw this as a long-term opportunity for the prison and not a hindrance. Similar to the other prisoners holding significant numbers of young people, levels of violence at HMP-YOI, ISIS, had increased and were very high. 1 in 4 prisoners in our survey reported feeling unsafe, but the senior team had introduced a number of initiatives aimed at reducing violence and encouraging good behaviour. The quality of investigations of violence incidents had improved significantly. Systems to identify and deal with gang activity were well managed, and relationships with local police were very good. Additionally, the governor was clearly focused on tackling any potential staff corruption. New behaviour management processes designed to deal with people with the most complex individuals were promising, although it was a little too early to see their benefits. Concerted effort had been made to encourage good behaviour, including the introduction of an enhanced unit, peer support roles, and opportunities for release on temporary licence, otherwise known as ROTL. All departments were working together to try and tackle the drug misuse problem. It was vital that this commendable initiative and effort was sustained. Our survey of those held was very negative around those 2 critical areas. Only 48% of the respondents said that most staff treated them with respect, and only 46% could say that they had not experienced any kind of victimization by staff. Important recent steps had been taken by the senior team to deal with staff who contributed to the negative experiences of prisoners, but more work was needed to understand and address these negative perceptions. Our own observations and discussions with the prisoners about staff, in contrast, were more positive. Indeed, we were encouraged by the energy and commitment of many staff we met. Most prisoners spoke about good officers that they could talk to if they needed help. Prison staff and managers had received hundreds of letters of thanks from prisoners that they had helped through difficult times. Living conditions had improved since our last inspection. Communal areas and most external areas were clean and well presented. Prisoners were encouraged to clean their cells, and there was little graffiti and few offensive pictures on display. The governor and a team of her staff also hosted regular think tank meetings with prisoners to discuss ways that they could improve conditions at the prison. However, our visit took place during the summer heat wave, and inspectors were struck by the oppressive heat in some cells that had no curtains or fans to lower the temperature. One of our most serious concerns was around the use of force, which we were not assured was always justified. We identified a need for more rigorous scrutiny of when and how to use force and how it was applied. When there had been a failure to turn on body-worn cameras, de-escalate incidents, or complete important assurance paperwork, governance arrangements did not robustly challenge this. Some of the youngest prisoners are often the most vulnerable, and yet they were disproportionately represented in the statistics relating to force and segregation. We were disappointed that very little had been done to achieve the main recommendation made at the last inspection concerning the prison's management of equality and diversity, and we have been compelled to make similar main recommendations in this report. The diverse population at the prison demands more flexibility in the application of policy to assure that the difference is recognised and understood. We were particularly concerned about the adverse outcomes for foreign national and young prisoners. The establishment needed to do more to understand the distinct needs of these groups on arrival at the prison and dedicate resources to ensuring that their needs were met. In the case of young prisoners, a greater understanding of the development needs of young people still going through the process of maturation was required. Prisoners still did not spend enough time in education or training, and those on vocational courses often did not have time to gain accredited qualifications. Poor attendance and punctuality contributed significantly to Ofsted's judgment that the overall effectiveness of education, skills and work required improvement. Prisoners were supported to build and maintain family ties, but a shortfall of offender assessment system, OASIS, assessments impacted prisoners' ability to progress through their sentence. Offender management and the quality of supervision were mixed, and there were weaknesses in public protection arrangements. Support for care leavers and resettlement planning were, however, better. Our assessments have remained largely unchanged since the last inspection. Although this was not the whole story, we noted an encouraging change in the direction since the appointment of the current governor, and the culture and atmosphere in the prison were definitely improving. We left the prison confident that the senior managers and staff would use our report to effect further positive change, particularly in those areas which caused us the most concern. This report was done by Peter Clark, CVO OBE QPM, on September 2018. A corrupt prison warden, who was 28 at the time, tried to smuggle 4 ounces of cannabis into the Young Offenders Institute in her bra to earn money to fund a master's in criminology. Safak Boskirk from Islington, North London, was paid £1,000 for each package that she delivered. She agreed to smuggle the contraband drugs into the prison in return for cash from the gang. Miss Boskirk said she wanted the cash to pay debts and to fund a degree in criminology. She received a 2-year suspended jail sentence after admitting smuggling. Safak Boskirk smuggled in cannabis, mobile phones, SIM cards and charger cables into the Young Offenders Institution. She was caught by a sniffer dog as she went through the security at HMP YOY ISIS in Thamesmead in London. When strip searched on the 12th of July, staff found 4 ounces of cannabis stashed in her bra, along with 4 mobile phones, 18 SIM cards and charging cables stuck in her waistband. The officers became suspicious about Miss Boskirk when they observed the way she was interacting with certain prisoners. She had become a prison officer in January 2015. Southwark Crown Court heard the 28-year-old mother of 2 was paid cash each time she delivered the contraband. She used the cash to pay off £32,000 in credit card debts and to fund a master's degree. Court heard that Miss Boskirk was paid the cash by a former inmate, Luke Powell, to bring the contraband in to Joshua Ogwell. Jane Carpenter, prosecuting, said, between March and July, prison officers working at the prison began to suspect that Miss Boskirk was behaving inappropriately towards prisoners whilst on duty. Staff then decided to conduct a staff search on Tuesday the 12th of July. On that day, the police received a phone call from the prison informing them that they had detained Miss Boskirk in the staff entrance. It was revealed in court that although Miss Boskirk had joined the prison system in 2015, she agreed several months later to begin smuggling contraband by the former prisoner, Luke Powell, who at the time was still on the run. When asked who it was for, she provided them with the name Joshua Ogwell. When she asked how much she was paid, she said £1,000. Miss Carpenter said that Miss Boskirk also told police that a former prisoner had paid her to bring the drugs in, and said that if he was arrested, he will be taken straight back in. Miss Boskirk's own mobile phone showed messages had been made between herself and people in D-Wing in the prison. Details within the messages were about the size of the packages and the fact that she did not want them to be too big. Miss Carpenter said that Miss Boskirk had admitted she had been dealing in the prison for several months and had been paid several £1,000s in cash. Whilst in prison, she had been approached by a prisoner who offered her cash to do the dirty work. She said she had no excuses and no pressure had been put on her. She saw it as an opportunity to make extra money and pay off her debts. She's doing a master's in criminology, studying why people commit crimes. She should probably teach the class. The potential prison value going on the amount of drugs that were found located in the prison was between 5,850 and 11,700 for the 117 grams of cannabis. Miss Carpenter added that the phones were worth between £500 and £1,000, while SIM cards could be rented to prisoners for as much as £50 a night. Graham Wilson, defending, said the defendant fully understands the seriousness of the offences which she faces. But Judge Martin Griffin interjected, I am not surprised. She is doing a master's in criminology, studying why people commit crimes, when really she could probably teach the class. Mr. Wilson continued, her first concern is not so much herself, but her 2 children aged 7 and 4. She had been approached by a prisoner at the time she was going through a very difficult breakup with her partner and father of her children. However, the judge said, people who work in the prison service must know, just as all of us who do not, that drugs inside prisons and phones inside prisons are entirely illegal. They give rise to all sorts of problems for prisons and officers who come under pressure to bring them in, such that the last thing you should have done was to give way to those items into the prison for money. That is even before I come to the fact that you are doing a master's in criminology. You must have been burning with embarrassment every time they talked about crime and the causes of crime, thinking, good grief, that's me, isn't it? Your barrister has said quite rightly, I should think about the children. But it seems to me that those are matters that you should have had in mind, rather than coming to court telling me that I should have them in mind. They had noticed that she was no longer wearing a ring, and they were also aware that she was in massive financial debt. At one stage, she broke down during the course of her employment, and that's when she was approached by a prisoner. Mr. Wilson said Miss Boskirk's ex-partner had raked up £32,000 in credit card debts in her name because he had a poor credit history. He added that if she was imprisoned, there was nobody to take care of the children. The likelihood is that they were going to care. Not only would they likely end up in social services care, they might actually be separated. Judge Griffiths said, all of which should have been at the forefront of her mind the first time she said, you give me £1,000 and I will take contraband into my place of work. Mr. Wilson said, the temptation was overwhelming. The reason it reoccurred once it happened is those prisoners had her over a barrel. She was extremely vulnerable at the time, financially and mentally, because of the burdens of debt and the children as well as no support. She is extremely remorseful and she is ashamed. Judge Griffiths interrupted. Funnily enough, I was listening to Radio 4 this morning and the MP for Shipley was having the leader of the Women's Equality Party against him for termity for saying men and women should be treated equally before the law. If this was a man, what would you be saying? Nice mitigation. Thank you very much. Off you go. Mr. Wilson responded, if it was not for the children, I would not have a leg to stand on in terms of arguing for a suspended sentence, sparing Miss Boskirk of immediate custodial sentence. Judge Griffiths said, people who work for the prison service, and all of us who do not, know that bringing drugs into prison is entirely illegal. They give rise to all sorts of problems for prisoners and officers who come under pressure to bringing them in, such that the last thing you should have done was to give way to those items into prisoners for money. That is even before I come to the fact that you were doing a master's in criminology. You must have been burning with embarrassment every time they talked about crime and the causes of crime, thinking, good grief, that's me, isn't it? Your barrister has quite rightly told me that I should think about the children, but it seems to me that those matters that you should have in mind, rather than coming to court and telling me that I should have them in mind. Miss Boskirk admitted one count of conveying List Article A's into prison and one count of conveying List B articles into prison. She was sentenced to 2 years, suspended for 24 months, and ordered to undertake 300 hours of unpaid community work. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions of HMP YOY ISIS? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at another notorious prison in the UK criminal justice system. HMP Wakefield is a high security prison for men, typically in category A's and B. It is one of 8 high security prisons across England and is a main life centre with a focus on serious sex offenders. HMP Wakefield has been a site of a prison since 1594. The current prison is built around a Victorian style floor plan. There are 4 main residential wings, A, B, C and D. Each wing has 4 levels and holds approximately 185 prisoners in single cells. A major refurbishment of the accommodation was completed in 2006. This gave the facility of kitchens on all units so that the prisoners can prepare their own meals. Association areas were also provided on each unit. B wing houses a small unit for remand prisoners with a separate and contained regime. It also houses prisoners with serious physical disabilities in special larger cells. A separate wing houses the segregation unit and the close supervision unit. HMP Wakefield was given a full inspection in the summer of 2018, and the report had this to say. HMP Wakefield is a high security establishment holding Category A and B prisoners. At the time of this inspection, there were some 700 being held in the jail. The vast majority were serving sentences of more than 10 years, and included some of the most challenging and complex prisoners in the country. Despite this, the prison was calm and had an atmosphere that spoke of good order, safety, security, and decency. This was reflected in the assessments under our 4 healthy prison tests. In particular, the improved assessment of purposeful activity and the continuing highest possible assessment of good in that area of respect. The identification and promulgation of good practice is, I believe, a key function of the inspection process. To that end, I would urge the readers to pay particular attention to the examples cited in Section 5 of this report. They include a varied and impressive set of initiatives and good work drawn from across all of the healthy prison tests. A problem that was not unique to Wakefield, but which is particularly acute there, was that of transferring prisoners under the Mental Health Act to secure accommodation. Because of the totally unacceptable delays in doing so, many prisoners across the estate are held in conditions that are not in any way therapeutic, and indeed many cases clearly accelerate their conditions. This is a national strategic issue to which we have made reference to many times in inspection reports. The situation at Wakefield was yet another example of prisoners with severe illnesses not receiving the care that they needed. It is clearly something that is beyond the capability of either individual prisons or HM Prison and Probation Service, the HMPPS, to resolve. Therefore, in view of the fact that to date there has been no effective response to this issue, on this occasion, I am taking the unusual step of making a recommendation directly to the prison minister in a hope that he can use his influence to initiate effective cross-departmental action to address the problem. We found HMP Wakefield to be an essentially respectful prison, with many examples of good relationships and interactions between staff and prisoners. However, in many so establishments, our survey revealed that black and minority ethnic prisoners had a poorer perception of their treatment and condition than their white counterparts. These negative perceptions needed to be understood. Until this happened, there would be no way of knowing whether the negative perceptions were justified or not. And even if they were not, the negative perceptions themselves needed to be taken seriously and addressed. Despite the fact that we had found an overall improvement in that area of purposeful activity, there was still a need to provide sufficient activity places for the entire population. This would then complement the adequate time out of cell that was already available to those who were employed. The introduction of key workers offering an ongoing link between individual prisoners and identified officers was a key strategic initiative. Early indications were that this could be a highly significant development, and once it was fully embedded, could well offer the opportunity for further improvement in the area of rehabilitation and release planning. By any standard, this was a good inspection, which was highly credible given the complexity of the prison. The high standards, good practice and improvements which we have seen being achieved were the result of hard work and dedication of those who took it very seriously as their responsibility to keep safe and secure the prisoners which were in their care. HMP Wakefield offers a range of regime activities that encourages offenders to make the necessary changes which can help them to lead law-abiding lives in the custody and after release. These activities include charity work, where offenders make commissioned pieces of art, garden furniture, stained glass and model work. Offending behaviour programs include courses for those with substance abuse problems, sexual offending histories and a general need to enhance their thinking process. An additional course called Foundation helps give offenders the necessary insights they require before accessing further programs. There is a dedicated team of staff who assess the needs of offenders with disabilities, those who are over 60, and foreign national offenders. The prison offers numerous intervention programs. These include Thinking Skills Program, TSP, including a new updated core extended adapted sex offender treatment programs, or commonly known as SOTP, a healthy sexual functioning program, HSFP. There is a course called Focus which addresses drug and alcohol treatment programs, Carrots, which is a relapse prevention program, one-to-one sessions and detox referrals, auricular acupuncture, pre-release and offender development, and a voluntary drug testing scheme. Psychological services and support are provided to those prisoners who require help. The canteen is provided by DHL to all offenders who can order items from a shopping list, including fresh produce for collection throughout the wing on a wing rota basis. The gymnasium facility at HMP Wakefield offers an extensive selection of activities that operate on a rotation to ensure all offenders have access to a range of physical activities. Specialised classes are also offered, including over 60 afternoon sessions. The kitchens are run by a mix of civilian and approximately 30 offenders, providing meals for the whole establishment. The food offered caters for the majority of religious, cultural and medical diets. A new initiative of NVQ certificated training qualifications is at present being developed in a specially designed training kitchen, as well as in the main prison kitchen itself. This enables offenders who are keen to work in this area to be involved in the process and be motivated in the process of large-scale catering. The chaplaincy team is of multiple faiths. It provides pastoral care for offenders and staff and endeavours to enable all offenders to practice the religion of their choice, privately or cooperatively. The faiths covered include Catholic, Church of England, Islam, Paganism, Jehovah's Witness, Rastafarianism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Sikhism and Judaism. The healthcare which is linked to the prison is West Yorkshire, who undertook the full commissioning responsibility in April of 2006. There is a unit with 4 cells and a camera observation for those offenders at particular risk of medical difficulties. The unit also houses a crisis suite for offenders who are of an exceptional risk of self-harm or suicide. In addition to these facilities, the unit offers an inpatient ward and several clinics. HMP Wakefield is one of the most dangerous prisons in the country. But what is it like for the people who work there and for the people who live in and around the area? Behind the high walls and barred up windows of HMP Wakefield live some of the most evil and depraved men alive. But just yards away from Wakefield Prison lies a quiet community-driven street called Victoria Avenue. The two settings couldn't be higher in contrast to one another. HMP Wakefield, which is just off Love Lane, is classed as a high security Category A men's prison and has become known nationwide for holding some of the most depraved criminals in Britain. Some of the most notorious inmates in the country have spent time in HMP Wakefield. These names include Harold Shipman, who was considered to be the most prolific serial killer in UK history, the black cab rapist John Warboys, and Ian Watkins, who is serving 29 years imprisonment for 13 sexual offences. It has also been revealed that Robert Maudsley, who has been dubbed the most dangerous prisoner in the UK, is kept locked away in a glass cell in the basement of the prison for 23 hours a day. We will be making a documentary on Mr. Maudsley very soon, so please don't forget to check it out. However, despite the notoriety of the men inside, the majority of residents living in houses just yards away from the prison have said that they feel perfectly safe. Richard Smart, who worked at HMP Wakefield for 4 years and now lives on Victoria Avenue, said, "The security in that place and how it is run is second to none. So yes, I do feel secure." When asked about his time spent working in Monster Mansion, Mr. Smart said, "It didn't bother me particularly, because you are trained to keep the prisoners at arm's length. You've got to keep your wits about you, but it's still a very, very secure place. I never felt frightened at any time." However, other residents have not expressed the same safety. Keisha, who lived behind the area of HMP Wakefield for 3 years, admitted that sometimes she worries about what could happen if an incident at the prison did arise. She said, "On a morning, there's just me and the little one in the house. I don't know if it's a mother's instinct, but I do find it a little scary just in case something ever did happen. I know the chances are very slim, but you have to think about it." An annual report published by the prison watchdog, the Independent Monitoring Board, also known as the IMB, described the practices of HMP Wakefield as simply unacceptable. There is a rule in the UK prison system known as Prison Rule 45. This rule allows governors to isolate prisoners from the general population. The report by the IMB of HMP Wakefield expressed extreme concern for one inmate who has been separated for 949 days collectively at Wakefield and at another high security prison. It is reported that this prisoner is still in isolation today. 3 other prisoners had served 100, 200 and 300 days under Rule 45 at HMP Wakefield. Segregated prisoners are placed on the F wing, which has 21 cells and an additional 8 cells which prisoners can be monitored under close supervision. The IMB said there was a lack of evidence of the prison being able to manage prisoners with complex behaviours, such as those with the ability to commit extreme acts of violence and end up in segregation. The IMB added that the practice of long-term segregation and the physical environment at HMP Wakefield was more likely than not to induce rather than prevent mental ill health. The IMB criticised the practice of the prisoners being moved from one segregation unit to another at the new high security prison, referred to in the report as long-term high security estates. The report reads, "What we see at HMP Wakefield is a merry-go-round of seg-to-seg transfers which appear to be facilitated by informal negotiations between the governors. This is simply wrong and must be ceased. Transferring problematic prisoners around the long-term high-security estates without a long-term plan is unlikely to provide any meaningful opportunities to tackle the root causes of their behaviour." In other areas, the report found that through 2020 and 2021, self-harming incidents had significantly increased, with the number of individuals who self-harmed being more than doubled from 72 to 158. However, they found the violent incidents in the prison had reduced from 177 to 113. Overall, they found the prison to be a safe, orderly and disciplined prison. But due to the violent nature of some of the inmates, there is an ever-present threat to other prisoners and staff. They also added that the prisoners are, on whole, treated fairly, aside from the Prison Rule 45 issue, and that their physical health needs are generally met. At the time of writing the report, the IMB noted that there are currently 740 prisoners at the Love Lane prison, including 285 of those serving life sentences. What are your opinions on HMP Wakefield? Do you agree that the staff are doing a good job looking after some of the most dangerous prisoners in the UK? What are your opinions of Prison Rule number 45? Do you agree that prisoners should be kept isolated away from others for long periods of time? Or do you think this will just make the problem much worse? Have you or anyone you know ever been to HMP Wakefield? Please let us know in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you enjoyed the Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're looking at HM Prison Hatfield. Formerly HMP or Young Offenders Institution Moorland Open is a Category D men's prison and young offenders institution located near Hatfield Woodhouse in South Yorkshire, England. The prison is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. In August 2006, a report from Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons stated that both Moorland and HMP and Young Offenders Institution Hatfield prisons were well managed and provided a safe and respectful environment from inmates and staff. However, the report also claimed that there is more of a third of prisoners who were unoccupied at HMP and Young Offenders Institution Hatfield, with a lengthy waiting list of inmates wanting to join education classes. Weeks later, it was revealed that in a 3-year period, 190 inmates had escaped from Hatfield. The prison service did not have statistics on how many of these inmates had been recaptured, but claimed that most would have been returned to a closed prison at some point. In 2010, HMP Moorland Open changed its name to HMP Hatfield, which is still managed jointly with HMP Moorland. On the 13th of July 2011, it was announced that HMP Hatfield will be put out to tender, accepting bids from private companies and Her Majesty's Prison Service for the management of the establishment. Prisoners are usually transferred from other prisons, especially Moorland Closed Prison, to complete their sentences at HMP Hatfield. Accommodation at the prison comprises 4 units for adult male prisoners and 1 unit for young offenders. All cells are single occupancy. Adult prisoners at HMP Hatfield are usually placed in resettlement employment with outside companies with guaranteed minimum wage. Young offenders are usually placed in education and vocational training. Courses include industrial, cleaning and catering. One notable inmate was Naseem Hamed, who was known for his unconventional boxing antics. In July 2011, it was announced that Hatfield, along with Moorland and HMP Lindholm, both large, closed Category C prisons, will be part of the PCP2 market testing programme. The prison service had bid to manage the 3 prisons in a clustering arrangement, but the contract was initially awarded to the private sector, a decision which was subsequently reversed in 2013, and the prison remained in public ownership run by HMPS. During 2012 to 2013, Hatfield was part of the South Yorkshire cluster, but has since become a standalone resettlement establishment. Hatfield officially separated from HMP Moorland in April 2014, and has also taken over the previous HMP Lindholm I-Wing, known as the Lake Site, which since June 2015 has been used to accommodate all new arrivals for an initial 3-month period before they progress to the main Hatfield site. There are approximately 8 residential units, A to F on the main site and G to H on the Lake Site, approximately 4 miles from the main site. A, B and C units are 20 rooms per landing across 3 floors. D and E accommodate 40 prisoners across 2 floors, and F unit is a self-contained 6-bed unit that provides independent living for 6 prisoners. G and H units each accommodate 56 prisoners. Offending behaviour groups included enhanced thinking skills courses, welfare to work and job clubs. A listener scheme for those prisoners who may be at risk from suicide or self-harm is also operated. The prison runs various 3 accredited offending behaviour programmes, including Thinking Skills, which addresses the prisoners' cognitive skills, allowing them to look at problem solving in relation to their offending behaviour and general life decisions, and Calm, which is an anger management programme addressing issues of emotional violence in relation to offending behaviour. The medical facilities and support is supplied by Nottinghamshire Healthcare NHS Trust. The prison, in conjunction with its education provider, the Manchester College, run a variety of educational courses to assist the prisoners. Facilities within the prison include industrial cleaning, with a BIC qualification available, gardening, catering, as well as a community task force undertaking work outside the prison confines. The prison has links with outside companies and encourages the adult prisoners to gain employment with them when nearing the end of their custodial sentence. The prison was inspected during August 2019. In this report, the inspector said that Hatfield is a Category D resettlement prison for men situated near the Doncaster in South Yorkshire. The prison is split across 2 sites, a main site and a further site that used to form part of HMP Lindholm, but is now used for receptions into the prison and is usually referred to as Hatfield Lakes or the Lake Site. At the time of this inspection, the prison held a little under 380 men, of whom around 70 were aged over 50. And the prison was last inspected in 2015, on which occasion it attracted the highest grading of good in all 4 of our healthy prison tests. On this occasion, the prison again inspected very well, achieving good grades across the board. A new governor was in the process of taking up post during this inspection, but the prison had benefited from consistent leadership over a number of years, which was also reflected in what appeared to be a settled, mature and very competent staff group. The prison was unequivocally safe, violence was very rare, and the overwhelming majority of prisoners felt safe, and staff struggled to recall the last time there had been an assault. No incidents of self-harm had been recorded in the year preceding the inspection, and the impression that I gained was that the institution was relaxed and well ordered. The incentive scheme operated well, and the numbers placed on the report was lower than any other Category D prisons in the use of force was also very rare. The inspector was very impressed to learn that if a prisoner transgressed in some way, rather than halt his potential progression with an immediate return to closed conditions, he would typically be sent to Lakeside for a period of assessment in order to decide the best way forward. It seemed to him that this approach had much to commend it. Relationships between staff and prisoners were good, and there was a clear sense of community. However, the prison was not funded for the Offender Management in Custody programme, which limited the amount of time available for staff to interact on a one-to-one basis with prisoners. There was also a need to conduct further work and analysis to understand inequalities and perceptions of inequality, revealed both by our survey and the prison data. We also felt that a broader review of consultation arrangements would be beneficial to demonstrate the value of what was being done, as part of a broader work to improve confidence in the complaints process. Although generally the sites were in good condition and living conditions reasonable, some units were showing signs of age and needed refurbishment. We were given to understand that funding for this work had been bid for, but had already been allocated elsewhere, and would not become available for at least 2 years. As was to be expected in an establishment of this kind, time out of cell was excellent. Our colleagues from Ofsted judged that the leadership and management of learning, skills and work were good, and the achievement of qualifications on most courses was at a very high level. 1 in 5 prisoners were released into the community on employment and training placements, although it was not always possible to see clear linkages between these placements and long-term career aspirations on release. The number of releases on temporary licence was dependent upon individual members of staff with extensive local knowledge, energy and expertise, rather than robust documented processes. Nevertheless, we felt that the overall provision of purposeful activity remained good in terms of our healthy prison test. It was also pleasing to see that home detention curfew processes were well managed, with all applications during the past 6 months having been approved and most put into action at the earliest opportunity. It was also good to see that the Multi-Agency Public Protection Arrangement, or MAPA levels, were confirmed before prisoners gained access to release on temporary licence, which is better than we often see. It is also pleasing to see that no prisoners have been released homeless during the previous 6 months, and that every prisoner was discussed at a discharge board prior to release, which we consider to be good practice. This was obviously a very positive inspection, and it is good to see that after the previous excellent inspection in 2015, complacency has not been allowed to take root. Hatfield was a well-run and decent establishment, fulfilling its role in preparing men for their release. There was much to commend, and the leadership of the staff should take pride in what they have achieved and how they encourage the prisoners to play an active role in making it safe, decent and purposeful establishment. The public have been warned not to approach a robber as he goes on run from Doncaster Jail. A man's gone on the run from a Doncaster jail, and police who are searching for him are warning the public not to approach him. South Yorkshire's Police Prison Crime Unit says that Almus Eula has absconded from HMP Hatfield and is appealing to the public to help catch him. They have revealed that he had previously been jailed for robbery before he went missing from the site near Thorne Road on Hatfield. Mr. Eula, aged 33, was seen leaving the open prison on Sunday, May the 2nd at around 5:30 p.m. without authority, and is now wanted for absconding from lawful custody. The police revealed that he is currently serving an intermediate sentence for robbery. Mr. Eula is 5 foot 6 inches and of slim build. He currently has a full beard and has 2 scars, one on his left arm and the other down the centre of his stomach. He also has 2 tattoos, the name Kath on his left arm and a Chinese symbol on his right arm. A spokesman for South Yorkshire Police said that Mr. Eula has known links to Leeds and Bradford, so could have travelled to West Yorkshire. Next, we're looking at a convicted killer who escaped from Doncaster Open Prison on Christmas Eve and police had no idea where he was. The inmate that was serving a sentence for burglary escaped from an open prison in Hatfield, Doncaster. Ryan Hill, 41, had previously been jailed for manslaughter in 2008 but was recalled to prison for burglary last year. He left Hatfield Prison on Christmas Eve and has not returned since. Prison staff noticed that Hill was missing at around 10:30 p.m. and notified police, but officers have been unable to locate him. They're now asking for the public to help them track Hill down, who is described as being around 6 foot 3 inches tall with a medium build and blonde hair. One of his front teeth is missing and he has a number of tattoos, including one saying Bulldog, Bulldog, Breed, Oggy on his right arm. Mr. Hill is known to have links to Wakefield and Upton areas of West Yorkshire, as well as Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire and Salisbury near Thirsk, North Yorkshire. So what are your thoughts on Her Majesty's Prison and Young Offenders Institution Hatfield? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at the history and tales of HM Prison Portland. HM Prison Portland is a male adult/young offenders institution in the village of the Grove on the Isle of Portland in Dorset, England. It is operated by Her Majesty's Prison Service. The prison was originally opened in 1848 as an adult convict establishment, before becoming a borstal in 1921 and a YOI in 1988. In 2011 it became an adult/young offenders establishment. Portland Prison opened in 1848 for the holding of adult convicts. The purpose of a prison at Portland was largely to make use of convict labour in the construction of the breakwaters of Portland Harbour and its various defences. The first convicts, totaling 64, arrived aboard the HM steamer Driver on the 21st of November. The Admiralty quarries were developed for convicts to work in, and once established, convict labour was providing 10,000 tonnes of stone per week for use on the breakwaters. The conditions within both the prison and its quarries throughout the 19th century would later help for calls to penal reform in the UK, as many prisoners died while quarrying stone. From the moment of the prison's inception, the convicts became a tourist attraction. The village of the Grove had been developed directly due to the prison, and a number of homeowners decided to open cafes from the upstairs of their houses for tourists to watch the convicts at work. In 1869, the government announced that the prison, which was originally intended to be temporary, would become a permanent establishment. Although local residents petitioned against this, it did not deter the government's plans. Between 1870 to 1872, convicts constructed the now redundant Grade II listed St. Peter's Church just outside the prison. In 1921, the prison was converted to a borstal. Between 1931 and 35, the Borstal Boys transformed a disused convict quarry into a sports stadium at the back of St. Peter's Church. The first sports day took place on the 1st of August 1936, while the last event spectated by the public was the Foundation Day sports event of 1975. During World War II, an air raid on the 15th of August 1940 saw the Borstal's Rodney House block bombed. This left 4 boys dead and others severely injured, including 5 being admitted to hospital. In 1983, the Borstal changed to the Youth Custody Centre. In 1988, the prison was re-rolled as a Young Offenders Institution, or YOI, in Portland, holding up to 519 young males aged 18 to 21. Accommodation at the prison was divided into 7 blocks: Benbow, Rayleigh, Drake, Nelson, Grenville, Collingwood and Beaufort. In 2009, the prison was the setting for Ian Wright's Football Behind Bars, a Sky One reality TV series showcasing Wright's work to transform the lives of 24 serious young offenders. It was based on socialising the young men by organising them in a football academy. In April 2011, the prison became an adult/young offenders establishment. In late 2013, it was announced that it would also be a number of resettlement prisons across the UK. In late 2013, it was announced that it would also be one of a number of resettlement prisons across the UK. This news coincided with the recent decision to turn HM Prison The Verne, another prison on Portland, into an immigration removal centre. In 2010, with the assistance of the prison, a community project was completed to restore the Governor's Community Garden and open it to the public. In March 2000, an inspection report by Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons severely criticised conditions at Portland's Young Offender Institution, including foul-smelling toilets and filthy showers. There were also complaints of rats in food services areas lodged by inmates. Just over a month later, prison officials were forced to extract 26 prisoners who had for 8 hours used furniture to barricade themselves away from their cells. In November 2004, a report from the Chief Inspector of Prisons highlighted racial tension and distrust between Muslim inmates and staff at Portland Prison. The report also criticised the fact that inmates were still slopping out because of poor sanitation facilities at the jail. The report stated that some buildings were unfit for purpose and lacked basic sanitation, with the continued practice of inmates without access to the toilet facilities using buckets which they emptied through their windows. The report criticised other elements of the prison, including opportunities provided to prisoners for physical activity and training. In late 2013, it was announced by local news that a museum would be opened to cover the history of HM Prison Portland. The Grove Prison Museum opened in March 2014. Through the work of retired officers John Hutton, Steve Ashford and Chris Hunt. The museum is based in the former Deputy Governor's residence, across the road from the main prison entrance. The idea for a museum had dated back over 20 years when it was agreed to store some prison memorabilia items for a possible future museum. These were left untouched for 20 years in storage. A year after the museum's opening, it was announced that over 1,000 visitors had been to the museum. And one of the prison's and village's most notable features is a high wall running along the village's main road, Grove Road. This boundary wall remains a significant visual element within the village and was built in the 19th century to enclose the convict quarry workings. Grove Lime Kiln lies approximately 320 metres northwest of St. Peter's Church. The Grade II listed structure was designated in January 2009. Still owned by the prison service, the lime kiln remains a derelict and uncared for state. It was built and once operated by convicts from the prison, and is an important survival and one of the last vestiges of lime production in Portland. Some notable former inmates: Mohammed Amir, Roy Chubby Brown, and Charles Wells. HMP/YOI Portland is a Category C closed facility. HMP/YOI Portland is a Category C closed facility holding up to 530 adult and young adult male prisoners. The population profile as a whole was relatively young, with 25% under the age of 21 and nearly 58% between 21 and 39. The vast majority of prisoners were serving more than 12 months, with nearly half serving between 2 and 4 years, and nearly a third serving longer than that. When we last inspected Portland in 2017, we expressed guarded optimism about the prison's future, despite finding some concerning outcomes. At the time, we found outcomes to be insufficiently good across 3 of our 4 tests of a healthy prison, and we rated safety as poor. At this inspection, we found that outcomes had not improved in any of our tests, and of greatest concern, the prison remained poor in safety. Prisoners arriving at Portland were received reasonably well into the institution, but induction was often delayed or cancelled. The early experience of many prisoners consisted of extended periods locked in a cell. Levels of violence had reduced following a recent increase in 2018, but remained high and comparable to the levels we saw in our last inspection. Work by the staff to tackle violence, as well as to challenge poor behaviour by prisoners, was not good enough. The situation was not helped by a failure to develop any kind of incentivising culture that might motivate prisoners to engage and behave. In contrast, the number of adjudications and the use of segregation had decreased since 2017. Indeed, the use of segregation was lower than at similar prisons, and lengths of stay were comparatively brief for most. Living conditions on the unit were better, although the regime was very limited. Some security arrangements were too restrictive, but the prison used intelligence well and had done some very good work to reduce an influx of illegal drugs. Data from mandatory drug tests suggested a positive rate of just over 5%. Levels of self-harm had doubled since our last inspection and were now very high. ACCTs of men in crisis was generally poor, and many experienced protracted periods of lockup and isolation. The prison had no safeguarding policy. Our observations suggested a reasonable quality of personnel interaction between staff and prisoners, but the paucity of the regime limited the ability of staff to engage consistently. Staff were too slow to challenge poor behaviour. It was no surprise that in our survey just 59% of prisoners thought staff treated them with respect. Consultations with prisoners was weak, as was the management of the applications and complaints process. The promotion of equality and diversity was similarly weak, but there was evidence that with the encouragement of the Prison Group Director's Office, improvements were beginning to be made. The prison provided reasonable healthcare, but facilities were poor and prisoners had difficulty accessing the service. The amount of time prisoners spent out of their cells was poor and reflected a limited and restricted regime prone to slippage and cancellations that ultimately undermined so much of the work of the establishment. A quarter of prisoners were not engaged in activity and could experience as little as 1 hour 15 minutes out of their cell each day. The curriculum offered in education and vocational training opportunities was appropriate, but there remained too few activity places. Those places that were available were underused, a situation compounded by continued poor punctuality and in some areas poor attendance, although generally attendance had improved since the last inspection. Those that did attend seemed motivated and made the progress expected of them. Teaching, learning and assessment were well planned and there were some improvements in prisoners' achievements. Our colleagues in Ofsted assessed the overall effectiveness of provision as requires improvement. The relative remoteness of Portland meant that promoting good family ties remained a challenge. The prison had a good reducing reoffending strategy based on useful needs analysis, and since our last inspection the prison had reduced its backlog of offender assessments or OASYs by half. Too few prisoners said they had a sentence plan, and offending behaviour opportunities and one-to-one interventions were too limited. Public protection work was, however, good, and resettlement support for the approximately 40 prisoners released each month was reasonable despite most discharged prisoners returning to other parts of the country. Overall, their findings at the inspection were troubling. Outcomes had not declined, and there was no recent evidence that the impetus and initiative provided by the prison group director was having some beneficial effect. This, however, was not enough. They had concerns about whether local managers had realistic grounded plans to meet challenges the prison faced. The prison's approach to safety was lackluster. Basic standards were not maintained, and staff generally needed to have greater expectations of the prisoners they supervised. The prison also needed to refocus on its primary function as a training and resettlement prison, and ensure first that it did the basics right. It urgently needed to ensure that an active and purposeful regime was being delivered, and that this met fully the needs of the men held. Nearly 2/3 of the prison's population were under 30 years old. Only 11.5% of prisoners had been at Portland for a year or longer. The level of the prison self-harm had doubled since the previous inspection, and 16% of the population were sharing cells designed to hold one person. A quarter of prisoners were unemployed during the core day. Half the prisoners released were from outside Portland's resettlement catchment area. The public physical health provider is Care UK, and their mental health provider Care UK. Their substance use treatment provider is EDP. The learning and skills provider is Weston College. The Community Rehabilitation Company, or CRC, Dorset, Devon and Cornwall, CRC, subcontracted to Catch-22 escort contractor GeoAmy. One baseline CNA is the sum total of all certified accommodation in an establishment except cells in segregation units, healthcare cells or rooms that are not routinely used to accommodate long-stay patients. In-use CNA is baseline CNA less those places not available for immediate use, such as damaged cells affected by building works, cells taken out of use due to staff shortages. Operational capacity is the total number of prisoners that an establishment can hold without serious risk to good order, security, and the proper running of the planned regime. In recent history, a Portland inmate was found with a makeshift weapon and was sentenced. The inmate has been given more prison time after he was found in possession of a makeshift weapon, a vape pen with a screwdriver attached to it during a jail fight. Clive Kashif Smith Khan, aged 23, was serving a sentence at HMP/YOI Portland on July 23, 2020, when he was found to be in possession of a bladed or sharply pointed article without authorization. Prosecuting David Ryan told Bournemouth Crown Court that Smith Khan of St George, Bristol, pleaded guilty to the offence at Weymouth Magistrates Court on September 2nd of this year. He said the defendant was at a young offenders institution at Portland when an officer saw him in an altercation with another prisoner. The defendant tried to run away, but ran into the arms of another officer. There was a short struggle between them, and the defendant was found to be in possession of a vape pen with a screw attached to it. The officer did sustain a slight injury, but it is understood that it was not a deliberate assault. It was sustained in the toing and froing of trying to restrain the defendant. The court heard that Smith Khan had a number of previous convictions, and that the sentence he was serving at Portland Prison at the time was following a case at Bristol Crown Court on December 4th, 2018, which involved the charge of being in possession of a blade or knife. Mitigating, Jonathan Underhill said that Smith Khan was at AMP Earlstoke in Wiltshire at the moment on recall, and he was due for release in December. He said that Mr. Smith Khan told me that he was handed the weapon by another person. Judge Brian Forster QC asked Smith Khan directly how he was doing at HMP Earlstoke. Smith Khan told the judge that he was trying to get parole soon and was keeping his head down. Smith Khan said that since I have been on this sentence, I have been involved in no fights. Judge Forster said the offence is a serious offence. If you have a weapon in your possession, it can lead to a situation where people are injured. You say you were given the weapon shortly before the incident. I do give you full credit for your guilty plea, but your case is aggravated by virtue of previous convictions. I hope things go well for you. Smith Khan was issued a 10-month prison sentence. Another notable story was when a prison officer was arrested after hidden cameras were allegedly found in a female changing room at HMP/YOI Portland. Police launched an investigation after the camera was allegedly discovered in the female staff changing room at HMP/YOI Portland. It was reportedly found at around 1:30 PM on Thursday the 29th. A Dorset police spokesman said it was also reported that at about 7:15 PM the same day, a fire was discovered in the changing rooms, which was extinguished by the fire service. A 45-year-old man from Weymouth was arrested on suspicion of voyeurism and arson, and has since been released under investigation while inquiries continue. A prison service spokesman said a prison officer at HMP Portland has been suspended whilst the police investigation is carried out. It would be inappropriate to comment further at the time. Next, an inmate has been sentenced to an extended prison sentence after being found guilty of kicking an officer during a prison brawl. Tyrese Ansell, aged 20, kicked a prison officer in HM Prison Portland on April the 23rd after a conflict broke out between inmates and staff. The officer who was restraining a prisoner during an in-yard altercation was kicked in the ribs by Ansel, who was then restrained himself. Prosecutor Elizabeth Valera read a statement from the victim to Weymouth Magistrates Court. It said, "It's intimidating and I'm not the person I was prior to the incident." Mitigating Gary Crowther said that it is an enhanced prisoner and an inmate cannot become an enhanced prisoner unless they are doing something right in prison. In a previous hearing, prosecutor Andrew Newman said that the strike to the ribs caused bruising and the officer had to sign off work for a month. During his return to work, the prison officer was regraded to a different role within the prison because he did not want to put himself in harm's way again. Ansel will now serve an additional 12 weeks in prison consecutive to his current sentence. He will also pay £150 compensation to the prison officer. Tommy Burton threw feces at prison officers. Tommy Burton, 36, pleaded guilty to 2 counts of administering a poison or noxious thing with intent to injure, aggrieve or annoy and wounding with intent. Burton was standing with a group of fellow inmates when he called the name of a female prison officer. He approached the prison officer and squirted a bottle containing a mixture of feces over her. The substance landed on her face and clothes. The incident is known as potting. He also assaulted a fellow inmate with a knife on Monday, March 13, 2017 at HMP Channingswood in Devon. Burton was jailed for 4 years and 4 months for wounding with intent and a further year for each of the other 2 counts to run consecutively. He was sentenced at Exeter Crown Court. Inspector Tony Burden of Dorset Police said, "We are committed to robustly investigating offences that occur in prisons and work very closely with the prison service to bring offenders to justice. These were particularly horrible incidents and we will not accept prison officers being assaulted in this way. They work in extremely challenging circumstances and I hope this sentence goes to show that we do take such offences very serious." Thanks for watching. Please don't forget to let us know what you think in the comments down below. And as always, stay safe. Today, we take a look at one of the most dangerous and secretive gangs to ever exist in the UK criminal underworld. The Johnson Gang is the collective name for a group of Romanical criminals from Cheltenham and Gloucestershire who specialised in stealing fine art and antiques from English country houses over a period of 20 years. The goods the gang stole are estimated to be worth anywhere between £30 million and £80 million. The gang were sentenced to a total of 49 years in prison in August 2008. The Johnson Gang comprised of Ricky Johnson, who was born in 1954, his sons Richard Chad Johnson, who was born in 1975, and Albie Johnson, who was born in 1983. Other members included Daniel O'Loughlin, who was born in 1976, and was the nephew of Ricky Johnson, and Michael Nichols, who was born in 1979, the boyfriend of Ricky Johnson's daughter. In addition to the thefts from stately homes, the gang were involved in thefts from shops, cash machines, and metal merchants. In 2005, the BBC made a documentary about the family called Summer with the Johnsons, in which they spoke about their love of such pursuits as hair coursing and bare knuckle boxing. They denied having burgled any country homes, but Ricky Johnson said, "I would like to make it clear to the people out there, to the police and the rich people, if I feel the need when I have got to rob a stately home, I will do so. I will rob it and hope I don't get caught. But I will only rob your house if I feel the need and I have got to feed my children and nobody is helping me achieve my goal. I feel I have got the effing right to rob the lords and the sirs and the ladies." The Johnson Gang are believed to have been operating for a period of more than 20 years. The most spectacular and lucrative thefts occurred in a period between April 2003 and June 2006. The gang staked out properties for several weeks before the crimes were committed and used 4x4 vehicles to ram heavily bolted gates. Notable thefts include Waddesdon Manor on the 10th of June 2003, a National Trust property and former Rothschild family residence near Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire. Goods including 100 antique gold snuff boxes worth around £5 million were stolen. These boxes belonged to a charity that belonged to the Rothschild family. On the 24th of October in 2005, Warnford Place in Sevenhampton, Wiltshire, the home of Formula One motor racing tycoon Paddy McNally, and the former home of James Bond creator Ian Fleming, was burgled and items worth more than £750,000 were taken. The thieves removed heavy steel bars from the drawing room and windows and bypassed the manor's security system. On the 1st of February 2006, the gang perpetrated their biggest theft when they burgled Ramsbury Manor, the home of Harry Hyams near Marlborough in Wiltshire. The theft is believed to be the largest domestic burglary in the United Kingdom. Prosecutor Paul Reed said that this has been described as the most valuable domestic burglary ever committed in this country. The collection is described as priceless. There is a difficulty in putting a value on antiques, and antiques, some of them being very precious and very rare, but it is tens of millions of pounds. In October 2005, the police forces of Gloucestershire, Thames Valley, Warwickshire and West Mercia pooled their resources under the name Operation Hall. The police spent weeks examining CCTV footage, mobile phone records and images from speed cameras as they investigated 116 offences, ranging from country house burglaries to cash dispenser thefts. In April 2006, detectives discovered an underground bunker of field owned by an associate of the Johnsons' gang near Stratford-upon-Avon. Inside were a number of black bins containing straw and porcelain, which was linked to the Ramsbury Manor burglary. Police arrested Ricky Johnson and Daniel O'Loughlin in June 2006 for the theft of metals worth £360,000. Mr Johnson and Mr O'Loughlin were convicted at Bristol Crown Court along with 8 other associates in September 2007. They were all found guilty of conspiracy to commit burglary in August 2008, following a month-long trial at Reading Crown Court. Richard Chad Johnson and Daniel O'Loughlin were both jailed for 11 years. Michael Nichols was given 10 years. Albie Johnson, aged 25, was jailed for 9 years, and Ricky Johnson was given 8 years. Despite the convictions, the antiques that were worth tens of millions of pounds have yet to be recovered. Passing sentence, Judge Christopher Critchlow said, "Little of the property has been recovered and is no doubt well hidden in the countryside or passed on for disposal." Since the arrests, only 3 items have been recovered. 2 clocks, including a Benjamin Villamy bracket clock which aroused the suspicions of an auctioneer, and a 17th century portrait by Abraham van Diepenbeck, stole from Ramsbury, which was found in May 2008. Since the arrests in 2006, Thames Valley Police have seen a 90% reduction in offences attributable to the group. And across all areas there has been a dramatic decrease in country house burglaries and in cash machine and metal thefts. After a crime spree that spanned 20 years in and around southern England, the Johnson gang had netted around £80 million, and that attracted the attention and efforts of 5 police forces. The gang that was behind the biggest single burglary in British history were finally jailed. "You are," said Judge Christopher Critchlow, "a lawless group with no respect for people or the law." He did not need to add that they were also very good at what they did. Between 2003 and 2006, members of the 15-strong, forensically aware gang committed more than 100 separate crimes, ranging from stealing antiques from stately homes to lifting thousands of pounds worth of construction metals and knocking off cash machines. Their most lucrative haul, however, was taken from Ramsbury Manor, home of the reclusive property tycoon Harry Hyams, on February 1st, 2006. At 10:30 that night, the gang rolled through the grounds of the Wiltshire mansion in 2 stolen 4x4s. After tying metal poles to the front of a Subaru estate car and ramming their way through a window, they helped themselves to more than 300 museum-grade pieces, including an 18th century barometer and a 17th century Dutch table clock valued at £500,000. By the time they drove off into the darkness after tripping the alarm on a silver cabinet, they were £30 million better off. As a consequence of the robbery, Mr Hyams, the man who built the Centre Point, one of London's best-known landmarks, fell 49 places in that year's Sunday Times Rich List. Whilst almost half of the items were recovered a few weeks later in an underground shelter, many had been badly damaged. Although the gang burgled 12 stately homes and antique shops between April 2005 and April 2006, the story behind their audacious 5-county crime wave can be told only now after Judge Critchlow lifted the reporting restrictions that had been put in place for legal reasons. "This must be one of the most serious cases of burglary ever to come before the court," said Judge Critchlow. "Aggravating features include the burglaries being staged at night. They were at isolated homes and people were often at home whilst they happened. They were all well planned and executed. They were sophisticated. Little has been recovered, no doubt hidden in the countryside or passed on for disposal. Ricky Johnson, Chad Johnson and Mr O'Loughlin were cleared of stealing snuff boxes worth £5 million from Waddesdon Manor, home of the Rothschild family, after Judge Critchlow ruled that some prosecution evidence could not be included. But at a trial at Bristol Crown Court, 12 members of the gang, including Chad Johnson and Mr O'Loughlin, were jailed for a total of 38 years for conspiracy to burgle or steal metals. The order banning reporting of this case was lifted after Mr O'Loughlin pleaded guilty to burglary, in which a cash dispenser containing nearly £55,000 was torn from a wall in a co-op shop in Stanford, in the Vale, Oxfordshire, on New Year's Day in 2006. He was given a 66-month sentence for the burglary by Judge Critchlow, sitting at Guildford Crown Court, to run concurrently with the jail term for the country house raids. Police had long suspected the involvement of the Irish-born travelling family, but the financial and geographical scale of the thefts was so immense that 5 forces, Gloucestershire, Wiltshire, Thames Valley, Warwickshire and West Mercia, came together to pursue them in an investigation known as Operation Hall. The gang all had previous convictions for offences, including burglary, deception and handling stolen goods. Chad Johnson was jailed for marrying an heiress twice his age, stealing her £250,000 inheritance and leaving her bankrupt. In October 2006, more than 100 officers carried out dawn raids on the Johnson clan and arrested 14 people. Detective Superintendent Mark Warwick from Thames Valley Police, who led the joint investigation, said that the convictions and long sentences handed down spoke for themselves. He added that most importantly, members of the public in the 5 police areas are now able to live without the fear of crime inflicted on them by this organised criminal network. In some cases, the results of their gratuitous violence and threats inflicted on vulnerable people in their own homes has had an impact that the victims will never recover from. It is these people who have my utmost sympathy. News of the convictions will not represent the West Country's family's first brush with the media. 3 years ago, the BBC broadcasted a documentary called Summer with the Johnsons, which chronicled the clan's everyday life. The programme also offered the family a chance to defend itself against allegations that it had been involved in the Waddesdon Manor burglary. In it, Ricky Johnson admitted to an awful lot of robbing over the years, but denied burgling country homes and even offered to help the Rothschild recover their stolen property. His words, though, contained more than a hint of defiance and a caveat. I would like to make it clear to the people out there, to the police and the rich people like Lord Rothschild. If I feel the need when I've got to rob a stately home, I will do so. I feel I've got the effing right to rob the lords out there. On June the 10th, 2003, the gang broke into Waddesdon Manor, the National Trust property and home of the Rothschild family near Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire. Snuff boxes worth £5 million were taken. On April the 9th, 2005, the gang broke into Woolley Park, home of the former Lord Lieutenant of Berkshire, Sir Philip Wharton. On July the 29th, in 2005, the gang broke into 3 shops in Worcestershire with TVs, crystal, china and kitchenware being taken, and items worth £140,000 stolen. On October the 12th, 2005, the gang broke into Ombersley Court, Droitwich, Worcestershire, the home of Lord and Lady Sandys, and took a carriage clock worth £1,000. On October the 21st, 2005, the gang broke into Ramsbury Hill House, Marlborough, and goods worth over £26,000 were taken. On October the 24th, 2005, the gang broke into Formula 1 tycoon Paddy McNally's home at Warrenford Place in Sevenhampton near Swindon, and left with a £750,000 haul. In October 2005, in Gloucestershire, Thames Valley, Warwickshire and West Mercia, police start Operation Hall. On November the 8th, 2005, a library window was smashed at Spetchley Park, Worcester, but the gang left empty-handed. On November the 10th, 2005, the gang took Royal Derby china stolen from the Caravan Park in Tenby Wells, Worcestershire. On November the 16th, 2005, the gang broke into Stanton Harcourt Manor, Witney, Oxfordshire. Antiques, jewellery and porcelain worth £50,000 were taken. Albie Johnson breaks both legs jumping from a window, however. On February the 1st, 2006, Harry Himes' mansion, the Ramsbury Manor in Wiltshire, was broken into by the gang. Antiques worth tens of millions of pounds were stolen in what was called Britain's most valuable domestic burglary. On March the 25th in 2006, a bunker connected to the gang is found with goods from Ramsbury Manor found in a field near Stratford-upon-Avon. On April the 25th in 2006, Woolley Park was raided again by the gang. This time, £50,000 worth of silverware, trophies and clocks were taken. From May to June in 2006, high-value metals worth £360,000 from 6 businesses in Berkshire, Warwickshire and Gloucestershire were stolen by the gang. On June the 17th, 2006, arrests were made during a burglary at Bamfurlong Industrial Park, Staverton, Gloucestershire. And lastly, during October the 10th to the 12th, 2006, police make a series of arrests in a huge operation known as Operation Hall. What are your opinions on the Johnson gang? Do you think the sentences were too harsh or not harsh enough? What do you think about Mr. Johnson's statement that if he has to rob a lord or a lady, even Lord Rothschild, to feed his family, that he will do so, and that he feels entitled to do so? Please don't forget to let us know what you think in the comments down below, and as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a group of 4 who helped hide 2 men and speed from them from Oxford after they carried out a savage murder have been jailed. The quartet included the former partners of Christopher Lemonius's killers, Otman Lamzini and Carlos Spencer, and a woman who went to the Blackbird Lays house dubbed Conspiracy Central by prosecutors. They helped Mr. Lamzini and Mr. Spencer flee from Oxford in the wake of the murder. The 3 men were at large for 4 months. Jailing Kamesha Bennett, McMahon, Corinne Forbears and Barry O'Loughlin at Oxford Crown Court, Judge Ian Pringle QC said, "Let the message go out loud and clear. Those who assist those suspected of committing serious offences, and it can go no more serious than murder, are likely to lose their liberty." Mr. Lemonius, 27, was chased by a gang to a house on Jourdain Street. He was hacked to death by a group who were armed with machetes, golf clubs and pieces of wood. During the killer's trial, it was suggested that one motive for the attack could have been revenge. One of those responsible for Mr. Lemonius's death was assaulted in the weeks leading up to the murder. In the wake of the murder, a cover-up operation was launched to try and hide the true extent of the night's events. 4 men were later given life sentences after they were convicted of Mr. Lemonius's death, while a 5th was jailed for 10 years for manslaughter. 3 women and 1 man were the latest to appear before the Crown Court in connection with the case. Corinne Forbears, 30, was at a house in Astrop Lane, dubbed Conspiracy Central by prosecutors, in the wake of the killing, along with a large number of others. Within 5 minutes of police arriving at the murder scene, her phone had called a mobile belonging to 33-year-old Sasha McMahon, the girlfriend of Otman Lamzini. Miss McMahon allowed Otman Lamzini to stay at the night at her house. The next day, she used Mr. Forbear's telephone to make a hotel reservation, then drove Mr. Lamzini there. He was picked up by Barry O'Loughlin, 44, and driven to London, where he was visited by his girlfriend on at least 2 occasions in the months following the killing. Carlos Spencer's then partner, Kamesha Bennett, 27, picked him up after the murder. He stayed at her home for 3 to 4 days. Phone records showed she had accessed the Oxford Mail website regularly in the wake of Mr. Lemonius's death. She was aware he had travelled from Oxford to Birmingham and had given him new phones. Sentencing the group, Judge Pringle said he had given anxious consideration to the fact all 4 were dedicated parents. There had been delay in the case being sentenced and they had remained out of trouble. However, he concluded that appropriate punishment could only be achieved by immediate imprisonment. Christopher Lemonius, a man of just 27 years old, was pursued and they savagely attacked by a gang of young men in the back of gardens and an alleyway in Blackbird Lays in Oxford, the judge said. There is no doubt that they intended to carry out a very violent murder. Witness heard them say as much. A machete, knives and large stick were used to carry out the murder. In due course, a jury at this Crown Court unanimously convicted 4 men of his murder and 1 of his manslaughter. All of the suspects in the ensuing police investigation following the murder were identified. 2 of them, Carlos Spencer and Otman Lamzini, were not arrested for 4 months. It was in part because of the behaviour of U4, who provided crucial assistance to both of them in avoiding being arrested by the police or ensuring that any incriminating evidence was disposed of. Miss McMahon Headington pleaded guilty on a basis to perverting the course of justice. Sophia Dower, mitigating, said her client was utterly ashamed over the decision that she took. She added she knows that she's let herself down and her family down, whom she is very close to. Miss Forbears of Stratworth Path, Oxford, Miss Bennett of Three Fields, Oxford, and Mr. O'Loughlin of Sandy Lane were found guilty of perverting the course of justice. All were said to be remorseful and all had children who would be affected by their incarceration. Their lawyers asked the judge to consider imposing suspended sentences. Judge Pringle sentenced Miss Bennett to 9 months in prison. Mr. O'Loughlin and Miss Forbears received 6 months, and Miss McMahon was jailed for 4 months. So what are your thoughts about this quartet of former partners who helped Mr. Lamzini and Mr. Spencer avoid police detection until they were later caught and arrested. Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at 3 crooked brothers that have been ordered to repay more than £1 million after they channeled drugs cash into family bank accounts. The Birmingham trio used their ill-gotten gains from the sale of heroin to buy luxury cars and build an overseas villa. But now they've been told to pay back £1.3 million or face more time behind bars. Sakander Riaz, formerly of Belchers Lane in Bordesley Green, was jailed for 13.5 years in 2016 for his part in a £4 million heroin smuggling plot, which saw the drugs smuggled from Pakistan in children's clothes. His brothers, Asif and Saqib, were jailed for 5 and 4 years respectively in March 2018 for money laundering, after detectives found that they had passed crime profits through their own bank account. Some of the drugs money was used to pay off the mortgage and upgrade the family home, and to buy luxury cars fitted with personalised number plates. Investigators from the West Midlands Regional Organised Crime Unit, or ROCU, also found images on Saqib's phone having shown overseas villas under construction, while £80,000 in cash was also uncovered during a search of the family home. And at a Birmingham Crown Court on Monday, February 25th, a judge ordered the brothers to repay £1.3 million or face more time behind bars. They must repay £400,000 in the next 3 months, or Sakander, Asif and Saqib will go on to spend an extra 36, 18 and 4 months behind bars. The rest of the debt will hang over them for life, and police can seize any cash or assets they accrue in the future. ROCU Detective Chief Inspector Ronan Tuer said around £500,000 was paid into the family bank accounts, despite them having not declared any income. They were making high-end purchases, extending their home and making major improvements, all funded through the drug money and others suffering. Officers from the ROCU's Regional Asset Recovery Team launched a Proceeds of Crime Act investigation into a bid to claw back money and assets that the crooked family had amassed through their criminal enterprise. It's important that police go after offenders even after they've been convicted in order to recoup any ill-gotten gains and illustrate our determination that crime doesn't pay. The money recovered through POCAs is used to pay for crime prevention and crime fighting schemes, plus local community projects. Sakander Riaz was one of 7 men involved in the heroin smuggling scam that saw drugs concealed in packages shipped in from Pakistan, including consignments of children's clothing. In 2016, the group were jailed for a combined total of almost 70 years. What do you think about Mr. Riaz's story and the improvements he made to his own family at the cost of others' addictions? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how police are hunting 2 women dubbed the Rolex Rippers have released new CCTV images of their prime suspects. The duo are believed to have targeted at least 21 elderly men and their expensive Rolex watches in affluent areas and close to exclusive golf clubs in southern England. The latest victim, a man in his 90s, was approached outside his home next to £2,000 a year Parkstone Golf Club in Poole, Dorset. 2 women asked him to sign a petition, and then one of the women thanked and hugged him and removed his watch without him realising. It was only a few minutes later that he noticed his Rolex had been taken. Dorset police have now released grainy CCTV images of the 2 women and of a grey Toyota they are believed to have used to make their getaway. Dark-haired women, who are described as Eastern European, are dressed in casual clothes and leggings, with one of them apparently wearing a mask. In a lot of recent cases, the pair have allegedly posed as charity workers with clipboards and have stolen watches from their victims without them realising as they sign a petition. At times it is believed they have been less subtle and simply ripped the expensive timepieces from off their wrists of men who have been left shocked and bruised afterwards. Detective Sergeant Karen Penn of Dorset Police said, "We have been carrying out inquiries into this incident, which is being linked to a series of similar Rolex thefts in the area. As part of our investigation, we have obtained images of the female suspects and the car they were seen to get in following the incident. The women involved are described as Eastern European, and I would like to take this opportunity to urge people to remain vigilant if they are approached in similar circumstances, particularly if you are wearing a high-value watch or item of jewellery." The spate of robberies appears to have begun at Stoneham Golf Club near Southampton, followed by an identical incident a week later at Wellow Golf Club near Romsey, Hants. The pair are believed to have struck in Dorset at least 7 times before in Poole, Wimborne, Wareham, Vendorn, Highcliffe and Poundbury. Hampshire police said they have at least 10 victims, and 2 brothers aged 85 and 91 were targeted 80 miles apart in Gloucestershire and Surrey. Officers have warned elderly men to be on their guard while wearing high-value watches while out in public. Both women are said to be aged in their 20s or 30s and between 5 foot 2 inches and 5 foot 9 inches tall. Alan Bruce, who lost his £14,000 gold Rolex watch, described the pair as highly trained professionals who are likely to be part of a wider gang. Mr. Bruce, a 63-year-old marine engineer, was walking in Wimborne town centre when he was approached by the pair. He said one had a clipboard and the taller one was making out she was deaf and they wanted signatures for a petition for a new deaf centre. I signed it with my left hand, which was the same hand my watch was on, and one of them then grabbed a hold of me and went to hug me. I straight away put my hand on my pocket where my wallet was and pushed her off and walked away. I walked around the corner and realised they had taken my watch. By the time I went back, they had gone. I've worked in some real hot spots around the world and consider myself to be streetwise, and this is the first time I have been hit. These women are highly trained professional dippers who know what they are doing. So what are your thoughts about the pair of Rolex rippers who sought out men who had Rolex watches they could steal while pretended they needed support and signatures for false projects? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a ruthless courier fraud gang who stole more than £215,000 from vulnerable elderly people, including a World War II veteran that have been jailed for more than 27 years. Pretending to be an Inspector Hart from Scotland Yard fraud squad, a bogus policeman told the victims their bank accounts had been raided by criminals. The fraudster persuaded 34 people from High Wycombe and Beaconsfield in Bucks, Watford, Rickmansworth, Beckhamstead, Hemel Hempstead, Middlesex, Bedfordshire and Yorkshire to hand over thousands of pounds to couriers. Prosecutor Charlene Sumnall told St Albans Crown Court that the losses totaled £215,641.60, and to alert bank staff and members of potential victims' families prevented a further £112,445 being taken. It amounts to £328,000 between March 1st, 2016 and November 29th, 2016. She said these defendants carried out a long-running, carefully planned and utterly ruthless fraud. An 88-year-old High Wycombe woman received a call from Sheikh Hussein pretending to be Inspector Hart. He told her there had been a fraud on her bank account and she was persuaded to empty her bank account. Another 80-year-old Beaconsfield woman was called by a bogus PC Leonard who said that he was a local officer. He told her to call Scotland Yard on 161 as she had been a victim of fraud. The prosecutor said that she dialed the number but the defendants had left the line open and DI Hart spoke to her. He told her the area manager of the bank was being investigated and she was persuaded to withdraw £13,500 in euros. An 82-year-old woman from Berkshire was also persuaded to withdraw money from Barclays in Gerrards Cross. She collected the cash and was told to wear rubber gloves whilst handing over the serial numbers to the fraudsters. She was given a password to say to the courier when he arrived. After, 91-year-old World War II veteran Cyril Banks was conned out of £9,000 by the gang in 2016 in an online campaign. He raised £18,000 and donated the extra money to charity. Jailing 9 men on Friday, Judge Graham Allen said each victim was elderly, some were in their 80s or 90s. They are of a generation who assist police without question. It was particularly mean fraud that plays on the vulnerability of the victims. It humiliates them and must cause great distress. An organiser and principal fraudster Sheikh Hussein, 24, of Great Russell Square, Camden, and Nahid Udin, 24, of Charlton Street, Camden, were each jailed for 4 years after admitting conspiracy to commit fraud. Bassam Udin, 23, of Ord Hall Street, Camden, was jailed for 7 years in his absence after being convicted of conspiracy to commit fraud. Mohammed Khalid, 24, of Portpool Lane, Bourne Estate, Camden, was jailed for 4 years and 3 months in his absence for conspiracy. Warrants have been issued for his arrest. They had organised the conspiracy, contacted victims and controlled the couriers. The couriers were Mohammed Abdulli, 22, of Cumberland Market, Camden, who was jailed for a total of 6.5 years. He was convicted of the Hertfordshire fraud and had carried out a second courier fraud in Lincolnshire while on bail. And Mushahid Mia, 24 of Ampthill Square, Camden, who has 2 previous convictions for courier fraud. He was jailed for 2 years for fraud. The money launderers were Abdul Khan, 26 of Calverton Road, Luton, and Deder Ali, 24, Crestfield Close, Camden, who were convicted of entering a money laundering operation. They were sentenced to 6 months jail, suspended for 18 months. They were joined by Abdallah, 27 of Piper Close, Islington, who pleaded guilty to entering a money laundering operation by allowing £9,800 proceeds of the fraud to go through his bank. He received 8 months suspended for 18 months with 120 hours unpaid work. He must also attend a 30-day offending behaviour programme. At the end of the case, the judge commended DC Julian Griffiths from Hertfordshire Constabulary's Serious Fraud and Cyber Unit for his investigation, saying he did a lot of legwork. What he did led to a most satisfactory result for the public. Celia Billop and her sister Penny Crimson said the fraud on their father William Crimson, 87 of Shepperton in Middlesex, had a huge impact on his emotional health. They said, before this incident, for a man in his 80s, my father was living a fairly full and active life. He was teaching a humanities class 1 day a week. He also had a painting on the go, and he would travel into London to meet his family using public transport. He was at a vulnerable time in his life, having lost his wife the previous year and finding himself for the first time living on his own, as his stepson moved out the previous month. Our father had a fairly sheltered life from crime and was a trusting man. This fraud case totally knocked the wind out of my father's sails. Fraudsters played on his vulnerability. He was drawn into their deceit because his trusting nature, his strong sense of citizenship, and what he felt was his duty to help the police. After this crime, he felt foolish. It leached his confidence and intellectual pride. It undermined his sense of self as he asked himself how he, a bright, well-read man with a critical mind, could be fooled by these people. He was clearly embarrassed and avoided talking about it. He clearly internalized this feeling, and family and friends noticed a rapid decline in his mental health. His physical health also declined, and he began to withdraw from the world. In May 2017, our father passed away. It's not hard to link this crime with his rapid demise. DC Griffiths said that these men callously targeted elderly and vulnerable victims and defrauded them out of their life savings. I am pleased that they are now behind bars, and I hope it brings some comfort to the victims and their families who had been left devastated by the actions of these men. Please remember that the police and banks would never ask you for your PIN over the phone and would never ask you to withdraw cash and hand it over to anyone. If you received a call you are suspicious of, please hang up and alert the police. Remember to wait at least 5 minutes or use a mobile phone to ensure you aren't reconnected to the offender. What do you think about the 27-year sentence? Remember, they almost got over £300,000 in just a few months. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the kidnap gang who blackmailed £30,000 from a torture victim's mother after threatening to cut off her son's finger, were jailed for a total of 63 years. The victim was snatched from his flat on Green Lanes, Enfield, before being taken to 27-year-old Courtney Bishop's stronghold. The man was burnt, beaten and even had a steel pole inserted into his rectum, while kidnappers demanded thousands of pounds from his family, the Old Bailey heard. The victim was only released once his mother paid them £30,000 at a meeting in Norwood Country Park in South London. He was taken to Chalk Farm Hospital where he was kept for 4 days because of the seriousness of his injuries. Courtney Bishop, Nigel Bishop, 27, Keith Walker, 35 and Christopher White, 29 were found guilty of conspiracy to kidnap. They also each found guilty of conspiracy to burgle, conspiracy to commit false imprisonment, wounding with intent and conspiracy to blackmail. Judge Christopher Moss QC said, "It can't be said for certain how the victim was selected, but it had all the hallmarks of being gang and drug related. You are all, in my judgment, members of the gang culture that blights the streets of London and other cities in this country." Just 2 days earlier, another man was subjected to a similar ordeal when he was dragged from a cab by 2 men on a motorbike and bundled into the back of a car. He was taken to a high-rise flat, stripped, and his attackers took £800 from his wallet as well as his watch and his earring. He was then tied up with belts and wires, a pillowcase was put on his head and a sock stuffed into his mouth until he retched. The men, who on this occasion included Courtney Bishop, Mr. White and Alan Smith, 27, hit him and used a steam iron to burn the soles of his feet before pouring boiling water onto his feet. Courtney Bishop, Mr. Smith and Mr. White were found guilty of conspiracy to kidnap, conspiracy to commit false imprisonment and wounding with intent over the incident. Courtney Bishop and Mr. White were also convicted of conspiracy to blackmail and conspiracy to burgle. Both of the victims refused to come to court to give evidence against their attackers, sentencing Courtney Bishop to 24 years, Alan Smith to 11 years, and Keith Walker and Nigel Bishop to 14 years each. Judge Moss said, "You inflicted the most heinous forms of torture on these victims." Christopher Johnson for Courtney Bishop told the court his client hasn't seen the light of day since 2009, except for that brief spell in 2013. Courtney Bishop is currently serving a sentence for a previous drug trafficking offence. He's in danger of becoming institutionalised, Mr. Johnston warned. Ronnie Manick for Nigel Bishop said, "He was the designated driver. He's not a professional offender, but I admit he did give a major supporting role. He has 3 children, aged 9, 5 and 4, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel when he can come out of prison and be a father away from the London criminality," he said. George Payne for Keith Walker said, "It's been 15 years since his last conviction. He suffers from an addiction to crack cocaine, but he has work as a personal trainer." Andrew Mooney for Alan Smith said, "He wasn't a part of the planning, he was only a part of the execution. His role was one of transport." He has 2 children, aged 2 and 3. As part of his difficulty in his addiction to cannabis, he has 8 convictions for cannabis, he said. During the trial, the court heard the victim was made to make phone calls to his friends to get money before being released near Chalk Farm Tube Station. He had suffered a broken eye socket, bruising and was covered in burns, while the kidnappers had used keys to burgle his flat. 2 kidnappings, one a few days after the other, the prosecution contend committed by the same core gang, using the same location to hold the victims, said prosecutor Timothy Hunter. Police were able to identify the flat used to hold both victims after the first victim described a circular window with a view of Wembley Stadium. The man was kidnapped, falsely imprisoned, and attempts were made to blackmail persons with him to extort money. A couple days later, the same happened to another man. On this occasion, £30,000 was extorted from his family to secure his release. Mr. Hunter added, "No one disputes the fact that there were kidnappings and associated offences. The sole issue in this case is the involvement or otherwise of the defendant." The bishops of Dunelm Grove, West Norwood and Mr. Smith of No Fixed Address denied conspiracy to kidnap, false imprisonment, wounding with intent, attempted blackmail and burglary in relation to the first victim. The bishops, Mr. Walker of Linden Grove, Peckham Rye and Mr. White of Linden Grove, Nunhead, denied conspiracy to kidnap, burglary, false imprisonment, wounding with intent and blackmail in relation to the second victim. The gang did not react as their sentences were read out, but Nigel Bishop called out, "Thanks for all your support, I love you all," to his family in the public gallery. So what are your thoughts about this kidnap gang who went to extreme measures to kidnap and torture innocent victims, and in one attempt blackmailed a mother of one of the victims for £30,000? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a father and son who are part of a gang which lured unsuspecting car buyers into terrifying robberies, and they've been jailed for more than 30 years. Mohammed Fareed, 47, was sentenced to 20 years, and his son Faisal Fareed, 25, was handed a 12-year sentence. Victims travelled to Oldham and Manchester from across the UK to buy cars which had been advertised on eBay, often at cut-price deals. A total of 14 robberies or attempted robberies were identified by police from September 2019 until February last year. Some victims were attacked by hammers and machetes, while others had a gun pointed at them. A mother was with her 2-year-old child at one robbery in Gorton, having travelled with £15,000 from Dundee, screaming as masked men tried to get them in their taxi and rob them. They were able to escape as the taxi sped off. It's hard to imagine a more terrifying event than that, where a woman and a young baby were involved, Judge Nicholas Dean QC said. The participants in this robbery, whoever they were, ruthless and thought nothing for the safety of the woman and her child, Another victim was hit with a hammer and had £16,000 stolen after flying to Manchester from Belfast and being met in Clayton by 3 masked men. During one incident in Oldham, a machete-wielding robber shouted, "I'm going to chop you into pieces," before 11 grand was stolen. The judge described Mr. Fareed as a manipulative criminal who tried to keep his distance from his crimes. "I have to say I form the view that I've not come across, to my recollection, a more manipulative man than Mohammed Fareed," he said. "A man well versed in trying to keep himself at arm's length from the criminality in which he is involved." The judge said that Mr. Fareed was pulling the strings and that his son, who refers to himself as Fareed the fraudster, was acting under his direction, involved in setting up eBay accounts to lure in the victim. Adam Marco, a hired hand, who was also involved in 2 of the incidents, was jailed for 6 years. He denied brandishing weapons or injuring anyone, but his DNA was found on a hammer recovered by police. More members of the gang are thought to be at large. Defending Fareed, Nicola Gatto said that he did appear to be trying to lead a law-abiding life after being released from prison for drug offences. She said that he set up a business selling massage equipment, but said that perhaps the revenue were not aware of it. Stuart Duke for Fareed said that he had not only had 1 previous conviction for a minor public order incident when he was 18, but that Fareed had also admitted being involved in fraud. Mr. Duke said that Mr. Fareed, who had not been jailed before, had been brought up by his mother as a decent, law-abiding young man. He said it seems that Mr. Fareed has been sentenced by the criminal world, and that now he has a heavy price to pay. Adam Lodge for Marco said that the defendant was in debt and also experienced peer pressure. He feels shame and is remorseful. The judge paid tribute to the skill of officers who investigated the complex case. Mr. Fareed of Lawrence Street, Oldham, and Mr. Fareed of Lowvale Drive, Oldham, were found guilty of conspiracy to rob, while Mr. Marco of Kent Street, Oldham, admitted to the same offence. Both Mr. Fareed and Mr. Fareed will both serve 2/3 of their sentence, and Marco will serve half. A proceeds of crime investigation is due to take place. What do you think you would do if you were caught in a trap just like this? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the gang of Salford robbers who have been jailed for a total of 58 years after a 2-year crime spree which bagged almost £300,000. Armed with machetes and axes, they targeted cash-in-transit vans carrying bundles of money for ATM machines. Their leader, Lee Seddon, went on to run after one raid but was eventually caught after an 80-mile-an-hour police chase through Bolton. Mr. Seddon, 37, of Snow Hill Road, Bolton, was starting a 13-year and 2-month sentence after pleading guilty to 2 counts of conspiracy to rob and 1 of dangerous driving. He, plus Stephen Farrell, Philip Fisher, Jordan Wheeldon, Michael Bond, Robert Pinckey and Simon Shaw were charged for their involvement in a series of robberies in Preston, Lancaster, Cleveleys, Stoke-on-Trent and Middlesbrough, in which a total of £285,000 was stolen. Mr. Seddon went on the run after a £70,000 robbery in Preston, but was captured after a van he was driving was chased through over Holton, Bromley Cross and Bradshaw by GMP's crack intercept team and the Force helicopter. Brett Geraghty, senior Crown prosecutor for CPS North West, said these men were part of a Salford-based organised crime gang who used sophisticated methods to monitor the movements of cash in transit vans. Members of the gang, of which Lee Seddon was a pivotal member, had committed similar offences in the past. There is no doubt that they posed a significant risk of serious harm to security staff who were simply going about their daily duties. Mr. Farrell, 35, of Mark Avenue, Salford, was jailed for 10 years for conspiracy to rob. Mr. Fisher, 32, of Clarendon Gardens, Bromley Cross, Bolton, received 12 years for 2 counts of conspiracy to rob, and Mr. Wildon, 26, of Seaford Road, Salford, 5 years, 4 months for conspiracy to rob. Mr. Shaw, 37, of White Moss Avenue, Blackpool, was originally from Salford, was sentenced to 8.5 years for conspiracy to rob. Michael Bond, 32, of Gawsey Avenue, Withamshire, was sentenced to over 10 years imprisonment for conspiracy to rob and aggravated vehicle taking. Robert Pinckney, 32, of Isis Close, was sentenced to 6 years and 8 months in jail for conspiracy to rob. Detective Sergeant Mark Riley of Lancashire Police said innocent workers and members of the public were put at risk, but thankfully the gang is now behind bars. we have all worked together to bring a violent gang to justice. So what are your thoughts about Lee Seddon and how he led a gang to steal almost £300,000 over a 2-year crime spree? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a Liverpool-born drug dealer running a £1 million a year business who hatched a plan to murder a suspected rival while watching a crucial Reds Champion League clash. Joshua Garrett shockingly stabbed Tony Dadsey through the head so savagely the knife fractured his skull and went straight through to his brain. The Merseysider who left the city in his early teens and later tried to muscle in on the Devon criminal markets was protecting a heroin and cocaine dealing business from a London gang, which were trying to move into their territory. 30-year-old Garrett, who liaised with the Liverpool peddlers as he built up his own organised crime gang in Torbay, was handed a massive 33-year sentence for attempted murder at Exeter Crown Court on Thursday. His co-accused, Tony Size from Bootle, who also helped to plan the killing, was number 3 in the gang and was sentenced to 19.5 years. Mr. Garrett and accomplice Ben Bramall set up an ambush in which they planned to kill the Londoner whom they mistakenly believed was the leader of the rival group. They recruited ex-classmate Daniel Whitehead and 2 other members of their gang, Jamie Barbutt and Size, to help them stage the attack in Paynton. The ambush had been carefully planned for at least a week, with a car being brought in to carry it out, and one of their gang infiltrated into the rival group. Mr. Barbutt, who'd normally worked for Mr. Garrett as a drugs delivery driver, pretended to defect to the South London gang, who sold their drugs under the street name of Rico. He agreed to drive 2 young dealers from London to customers in Newton Abbey and Torbay, but was secretly keeping Garrett informed of their movements. Mr. Barbutt's white BMW was ambushed in Penwell Way, Paynton, and backseat passenger Mr. Dadsey was viciously stabbed in the head. He miraculously survived. The 24-year-old, who was visiting friends in Torquay and was not part of the Rico gang, only survived after brain surgery at Derriford Hospital in Plymouth. Spent 15 days in a coma and has had to relearn how to walk and speak. Mr. Garrett bought the VW Passat, which was used in the attack, for £2,400. He got unwitting car dealer Wayne Delbridge to have it scrapped for just £300 to destroy the evidence. Mr. Barbutt tipped off Mr. Garrett about the movements of the Rico gang and stopped his BMW as the Passat pulled in front of it. He then unlocked the doors to enable the attack to start. The 2 young dealers in the front passenger seat and rear near side seat ran off unscathed, but Mr. Dadsey was trapped in the seat behind the driver. Tried to hold the door shut, but Mr. Bramall, who was seen with a knife, Mr. Size and Mr. Whitehead joined forces to force it open. At the same time, Mr. Garrett got in and stabbed Mr. Dadsey. The so-called graft phone, which the Rico gang were using to arrange the drug deals, and the drugs which they were carrying, were stolen from the car before the attackers fled. They dumped the Passat in Ramshill Road and switched into Mr. Garrett's Mercedes, which then drove on back roads to Newton Abbot to take the gang well away from the scene of the attack. They were trapped by a painstaking police inquiry in which detectives were able to show the contact with Mr. Barbutt and the movement of all 5 men through their mobile phone usage. Mr. Barbutt was stopped by police as he sped towards Torbay Hospital with the seriously injured Mr. Dadsey in the back of his car. The other 2 dealers had got back in after the ambush and were arrested. After the case, it emerged how Mr. Garrett, Mr. Bramall and Mr. Whitehead became notorious when they were just 16 for being among the first in the country to receive ASBOs. They and their 2 henchmen were jailed for a total of 90 years for running the massive drug dealing operation. Judge Peter Johnson told Mr. Garrett, "Over many years you built up a highly profitable business supplying Class A drugs to users in the Torbay area. In a well-practiced routine, cocaine and heroin were bought from Liverpool. The scale of the enterprise was huge. It was comfortably over £1 million and you had 100 to 150 customers a day. The rewards and the risks were large, but so were the penalties. You guarded this lucrative business jealously and were not happy to learn of the rival suppliers. The most serious matter involved an attack on a rival drugs group from London, the Rico Group. I am satisfied that Mr. Dadsey was being targeted and at least Mr. Garrett and Mr. Bramall were armed with knives, and Mr. Size and Mr. Whitehead were well aware of this and knew the attack would at least involve a stabbing. The original plan was to rob the Rico Group of their phone, cash and stock in the trade and do Mr. Dadsey serious harm. The intention to kill was formed at the scene. Police caught Mr. Garrett working as a bagman for the Liverpool gang 8 times in 2010 and 2011, carrying a total of £12,000 drugs cash. He also had a £2,500 tag which went on his wrist. He received a suspended sentence and rose up from the ranks of what became known as the Torbay organised crime group, until he was the frontman for the Liverpool dealers. He received regular shipments of heroin and crack, and his network of sub-dealers extended to Newton Abbot and surrounding towns. He and his gang carried on dealing for a year after the ambush before they were finally arrested. Garrett was jailed for 33 years, Bramall for 28 years, Mr. Size for 19, and Mr. Whitehead for 10 years. Mr. Barber will be sentenced this week. All 5 defendants had already admitted drug dealing, and all had either pleaded guilty or been convicted of robbery. The jury's verdicts after the 6-week trial showed that they were sure that Mr. Garrett and Mr. Bramall knew of the plan to kill, and the others knew of the intention to use serious violence during the ambush. Joshua Garrett of Asheldon Road, Torquay, and Mr. Bramall, 30, of Curledge Street, Paignton, denied the offence, but were convicted of attempted murder. Both admitted wounding with intent, robbery, and 2 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Tony Size, 30, of Proctor Court, Bootle, and Daniel Whitehead, 30, of Union Street, Torquay, denied the offence but were found guilty of wounding with intent and robbery. Mr. Size also admitted 2 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A. Mr. Whitehead also admitted offering to supply and being concerned in the supply of drugs. What do you think about Mr. Garrett's crazy attack? Do you think him and his gang got away lightly? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at 3 men who have been locked up for a terrifying robbery at a home in Shinfield. The trio, Mohammed Faraz Akram, Samir Sheikh and Gareth Inglis, all went into the victim's home wearing face coverings. They attacked their lead victim, a man in his 30s. He received a blow to the face so strong that an earring he was wearing was pulled from his ear. During the attack, he was held down, receiving scratches to his neck. The man also suffered bruised and swelling to his cheek. There were 2 women at home at the time, one of whom was physically assaulted. One of the trio also brandished a knife during the robbery. The then trio made off with a small amount of cash and drugs. Officers managed to track them down, arresting them on the day of that robbery. All 3 were convicted and sentenced for their crimes at Reading Crown Court. Mr. Akram was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment, with Mr. Inglis and Mr. Sheikh being dealt 4 years and 9 months prison sentences for the incident in Shinfield. Detective Constable Rebecca Cartwright of Thames Valley Police said, "We take offences of this nature very seriously. This was an offence where someone suffered injury, and I am satisfied that having been convicted and sentenced by the courts, these individuals will be off the streets and no longer a threat to the public. I hope that this outcome serves as a reminder that if you choose to involve yourself in violent crime, we will investigate fully, we will arrest you, and we will seek to bring you before the court." Mohammed Faraz Akram, 25, of Southcote Lane, Reading, Samir Sheikh, 36, of Wildmoor Lane, Hook, Hampshire, and Gareth Inglis, aged 39, of Grafton Road, Tilehurst, were all convicted of 1 count of robbery by unanimous jury at Reading Crown Court following a 14-day trial. So what are your thoughts about this trio of robbers who savagely attacked a man in his 30s and stole the man's drugs and cash, but not before assaulting another woman in the same house? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at some sports stars who created their own charity just to start siphoning off charity money for themselves. Ex-footballers F.A. Sodji, 46, and Stephen Sodji, 43, and ex-rugby player Bright Sodji, 52, were found guilty and jailed for siphoning off money from their family charity, the Sodje Sports Foundation, or SSF. Their brother Sam, who's 39, is a Nigerian international who played 9 times for Pompey in 2013. F.A., Stephen and Bright's convictions in 2017 can only now be reported at the conclusion of a separate money laundering case involving F.A. and Sam, who was cleared over the fraud. Following a retrial, Sam, from Dartford in Kent, was also found not guilty of taking part in a scam in which bank accounts were used to channel cash from companies around the world in 2013, in which firms in Colombia, India, Italy and Abu Dhabi were tricked into sending a total of £80,000 after being sent emailed invoices from fake suppliers. F.A. Sodji of Cheadle, Greater Manchester, was cleared of money laundering last year, but Emmanuel Ickerman, 53, of South East London, and Andrew Oruma, 50, of Bexley, South London, were convicted. Another footballing brother, Akpo Sodje, 37, was implicated but moved to Dubai and has refused to return to Britain to be interviewed. The 2017 charity fraud trial has heard how the Sodjes set up their organisation in 2009 to help provide sporting facilities to youngsters in Nigeria. Ashley Carson, a businessman and director of Sheffield Wednesday Football Club, and one of the city's MPs, Clive Betts, were recruited to give the charity respectability, but when they asked for bank statements and financial reports, they were fobbed off. Once the pair resigned as trustees and directors in 2013, the amount of money being transferred to the Sodje family increased dramatically. Cash raised at black tie dinners, auctions, charity football matches and clay pigeon shoots went into Sodje bank accounts. The SSF held a charity football match at Sheffield Wednesday's ground in 2009, and arranged a fundraising dinner at Charlton Football Club in September 2010. In 2011 there was a gala dinner at the Lowery Hotel in Manchester for the SSF and the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital, a charity supported by England women's football coach Phil Neville. FA handed out Easter eggs provided by the hospital to child cancer patients, whilst 5 Sodje brothers attended a £150 a head black tie dinner. The event raised almost £11,500, but Mr. Christopher said not a penny went to the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. Sentencing judge Michael Topolsky QC told the defendants, "You have brought shame upon yourselves and your family." He sentenced Stephen Sodje of Bexley to 2 years and 6 months in prison, saying he lied repeatedly to the jury and was a self-regarding and arrogant man with a strong sense of entitlement. The court heard that he received about £30,000 from the charity funds, but continued to protest his innocence, describing it as expenses or wages. His lawyer, Kieran Galvin, said the conviction was shattering and a massive fall from grace for the defendant, who now worked as a carer and has 2 young stepdaughters. Father of one, F.A. Sodje, who was the face of the charity, was given 18 months in jail, having received around £7,500, plus an unknown amount of cash from the clay pigeon shoot. He collapsed in the dock and staggering away, supported on each side by officers. Bright Sodje of Sale, Manchester, was jailed for 21 months for his part in milking the charity. He had received some £3,000 but also signed cheques to other family members totalling about £18,000. The judge said all 3 of these defendants in various ways exploited their own and their family's reputation, not only for the benefit of the poor children of the Niger Valley, but also for their own benefit. In this case, the defendants were all well known and respected men, particularly in the world of football and sport, both here and in Africa. I have no doubt to some extent, at least, that it was that form of respect that made it possible, or more likely, that their fans and admirers would make donations to the charity that had been formed in their name. He said at least £63,000 has been shown to have been received by the fund, but added it was way too important to note that it did not include cash donations and the defendants, but went out of their way to ensure that the proper records were not kept. The National Crime Agency Deputy Director Chris Fairman said, Bright, FA and Stephen Sodje promoted themselves as generous, community-minded figures when they were knowingly defrauding people who thought they were helping deprived children in Nigeria. The NCA financial investigators built a detailed picture of the movement of money in and out of the foundation, and showed beyond doubt that for most of the foundation's existence there was no charitable purpose. What do you think about the Sodje family and the charity they ran? Do you think you could ever trust them again? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how a police investigation has resulted in the dismantling of a complex drugs ring which has distributed heroin and cocaine across Sussex, South East London and Kent. It led to convictions of 16 people, including 2 ringleaders who were convicted and sentenced at Hove Crown Court to life imprisonment for conspiracy to murder. Police said Leo Ellis from Hastings and his associate Jason Caswell acted as main drug dealers supplying cocaine, and in Mr. Ellis's case, heroin too, across East Sussex and Kent. They ran a drugs ring supplying the area with illegal substances from their suppliers. However, the work of Sussex police detectives identified this ring and the locations from where they ran their illegal operation. In a succession of major raids and arrests, officers seized a large amount of drugs and cash over several months in 2015 and 2016. Because of the seizures, by February 2016, Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell owed their dealers in excess of £850,000. Police said their inability to repay the debts was then worsened by further seizures of £92,000 cash, and 2 kilos of cocaine were made within 3 days that month. In total, £1.4 million in Class A drugs and £100,000 cash was seized by police officers working closely with the National Crime Agency. Detectives continued their surveillance on them as Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell came under increasing pressure to compensate their suppliers for the seizures. They used mobile phones to send emails discussing what had happened and what they were going to do about it. Police said detailed examination of mobile phones identified vitally important messages between Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell in which they talk about arranging the murders. Records of conversations recorded by police at Mr. Ellis's address feature one in which he boasted of having acquired guns and ammunition from Eastern Europe. In another recording, he discussed with Mr. Caswell plans to recruit someone to carry out the killings. Detectives were able to work out that Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell had decided to eliminate their debts by murdering the people they owed money to, rather than pay back the £1.4 million in drugs and cash the police had seized. Police said Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell planned together, and Mr. Ellis arranged for another associate, Jamie Winchester, to supply a weapon, a TEC-9 style 9mm automatic submachine gun pistol with a silencer and ammunition. A surveillance photo captured Mr. Winchester cycling away from a drop-off point in Cinque Ports Way, Hastings, having supplied the gun which had been in a bag strapped to his back on March 1st, 2016. Police officers were able to track their movements, and the gun and ammunition were seized before any murders could take place. After a complex surveillance operation, 2 arrests were made of Anthony Hearn and a woman who was not charged with any offences in Hastings town centre on the afternoon on March 1st, 2016, and the weapon and ammunition was seized in the footwell of their car in Wellington Square. It was in a bag which contained a silencer and 16 rounds of ammunition, police said. The gun was a fully working machine pistol capable of firing up to 900 rounds per minute. After extensive inquiries, officers raided Mr. Winchester's home in Sandy Close, St. Leonard's, in December 2016 and arrested him. Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell faced a 10-week trial together with 3 associates, Jamie Winchester, John Gardner and Simon Grant. Police said Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell pleaded not guilty to conspiracy to murder and drugs supply offences. Mr. Caswell also pleaded not guilty to money laundering and conspiracy to supply cocaine. Mr. Winchester pleaded not guilty to supplying the gun and ammunition. John Gardner pleaded not guilty to drug supply offences. Simon Grant pleaded not guilty to drug supply and money laundering offences. Leo Allen Ellis, 24, unemployed, of Mountbatten Close, Hastings, was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years for conspiracy to murder 2 people. He was also given 10 years for supplying a firearm, 14 years for each of the 3 counts of conspiracy to supply heroin, 8 years for 1 count of conspiracy to supply cocaine, and another 2 years for a second of the same offence, and a further 16 years for another offence of conspiracy to supply cocaine, 2 years for money laundering. Mr. Ellis pleaded guilty to the money laundering and cocaine offences before the trial. Jason Caswell, 41, a road worker of Credon Walk, London, was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years for conspiracy to murder 2 men. He was also sentenced to 14 years and 16 years for 2 counts of conspiracy to supply cocaine and 3 years for money laundering. Detective Chief Inspector Andy Bennett of the Sussex Police Organised Crime Unit said, "This operation has been a significant and extremely complex investigation into drug dealing and money laundering by Mr. Ellis in Sussex and Mr. Caswell in Kent. Both Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell had autonomy over the drug supply in their home areas, and both became equally indebted to their suppliers. Our interventions had a major impact on their criminality and placed a significant pressure on their mounting debts. They believed their only way out of this situation was to plan on killing their suppliers, clearly showing the extreme and drastic action those in the drugs world are willing to take. Leo Ellis's dwindling position within the drugs ring became clear to us as we learned from our investigation of how his huge debts and inability or unwillingness to repay them despite pressure to do so. However, we had the group under surveillance and their intentions were confirmed by emails that we were able to access and by covert recordings of conversations at Mr. Ellis's home. This has been a major operation for my team, working with those close cooperation and support of the National Crime Agency throughout, for which we are extremely grateful. It shows the determination of law enforcement at both national and force level to work successfully together in order to effectively tackle organised crime to protect the public from dangerous criminals such as these men. The operation was the culminating phase of a major inquiry and another example of the way in which, working with our law enforcement partners, we are constantly attacking organised crime and frustrating its efforts to become embedded in our communities. The devastating effect on the drugs misuse can have a much wider impact than simply on the person who takes them. It can corrode the quality of life for local communities and affect the health of those who are drawn into it. The fully working submachine gun we recovered was capable of firing up to 900 rounds per minute and was quite obviously a lethal weapon. Thankfully, this has now been taken off our streets. It is vital that we continue to receive support from our communities so we can effectively tackle crime and take weapons like this off our streets for good. David Renders of the National Crime Agency said those sentenced were dangerous drug traffickers intent on committing horrendous crimes. With access to an automated weapon, they posed a significant danger to ordinary members of the public, let alone their enemies. NCA officers worked in close collaboration with their colleagues in Sussex Police during this investigation, sharing resources and intelligence and providing specialist support to the operation. Through partners such as this one, we and our law enforcement colleagues are protecting the public from serious and organised crime. Anthony Hearn had been arrested with a woman who was not later prosecuted for any related offences for possessing the gun when it was found in the car in Hastings on March 1st, 2016. In July 2016, Mr. Hearn was sentenced to 11 years imprisonment after admitting possessing the firearm with intent to endanger life or enabling another to do so, possessing a prohibited automatic weapon, and possessing ammunition for a firearm without a certificate. 6 other men were also sentenced for their part in the plot and associated drugs ring. Jamie Peter Winchester, 25, unemployed, of Sandy Close, St Leonards, was found guilty and was sentenced to 7 years for supplying the TEC-9 style 9mm automatic submachine gun pistol with a silencer and 3 years for possessing ammunition. John Gardner, 41, unemployed, of Egerton Road, Bexhill, was found guilty and was sentenced to 6 years for 2 offences of conspiracy to supply heroin and 9 years for conspiracy to supply cocaine. Scott Gardner, 40, a carpet fitter of Bexhill Road, St Leonards, was sentenced to 12 months, having pleaded guilty before the trial to money laundering. Wesley Long, 40, a tyre fitter of Harold Road, Hastings, was sentenced to 3 years, having admitted before the trial conspiracy to supply cocaine. Simon Grant, 45, a painter of Sheriff Road, London, was found not guilty of conspiracy to supply cocaine and money laundering. He had also separately pleaded guilty to possession of cannabis with intent to supply and was sentenced to 5 months, suspended for 18 months. Kenny Kelly, 37, unemployed, of Magony Close, London. Stephen Kelly, 48, unemployed, of Dominion Drive, London, and Anthony Hearn, 45, unemployed, of no fixed address, were found not guilty of conspiracy to murder the 2 people. James Dunham, 37, unemployed, of Roundhouse Crescent, Peach Haven, did not appear at court to be sentenced for conspiracy to supply cocaine and will be sentenced at a later date. Judge Christine Lane said to Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell, "You are utterly ruthless men who were ready to murder 2 people. Over £1 million worth of drugs and over £100,000 in cash was seized in the constant battle against Class A drugs." She commended all the police officers and staff in the operation, which she said had often involved working very, very long hours. In separate proceedings in 2015 and 2016, 7 other people had been sentenced as a result of the same police investigation associated with the extensive drugs ring. At Hastings Magistrate Court, Amelia Stock, 21, unemployed, of Mountbatten Close, Hastings, admitting offering to supply cannabis and was sentenced to 60 hours unpaid community work and a £60 fine. Kobe Lloyd, 19, unemployed, of London Road, Bexhill, admitting offering to supply cannabis and was given a 12-month suspended sentence and 100 hours of unpaid community work. 5 men were convicted and sentenced at Crown Court after acting as drugs runners for Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell. Christopher Walsh, also known as Marsh, 31, then of Holmhurst Lane, Hastings, was given 56 months imprisonment at Oxford Crown Court for possession with intent to supply 1 kilo of heroin. Luke Fitzgerald, 28, of Edinburgh Road, St Leonard's, was given 40 months imprisonment at Oxford Crown Court for possession with intent to supply 1 kilo of heroin. Colton Meldrum, 25, of The Ridge, St Leonard's, received a 5-year sentence for possession of 3 kilos of heroin with intent to supply. He was further sentenced at Snaresbrook Crown Court to 7 years for a further offence of possession of 3 kilos of heroin with intent to supply. Jed Bullard, 28, of Moor Lane, Westfield, near Hastings, was sentenced at Lewes Crown Court to 10 years for conspiracy to supply cocaine, possession with intent to supply MDMA and meth, and amphetamine, possession of cannabis, money laundering, and possessing an offensive weapon. Palv Rinslick, 21, then of Victoria Avenue, Hastings, was sentenced to 4 years for conspiracy to supply cocaine and possession of heroin. So what are your thoughts about this Sussex-based drugs ring that was led by Mr. Ellis and Mr. Caswell, along with numerous associates and runners, and due to raids against their drugs ring, started to plot to murder their suppliers over a substantial drugs debt? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a man who liked to go by the alias of the Hulk. Aldo Oringa played a leading role in a Class A drug operation, with accomplices Donna Faulkner and Elliot Best also involved. Huge quantities of cocaine were brought to Sussex from Bexley Heath in London. Initially to Bognor but later to Eastbourne, where Oringa was caught in a police raid. While in Lewes prison on demand, he sent text messages trying to get others to take the blame for him, offering to pay £500. Serving prisoner Oringa, 33, previously of Thorncroft Road in Littlehampton, pleaded guilty to possession with intent to supply cocaine and sending texts from within a prison, and was convicted of being concerned in the supply of cocaine, alongside the others, and also of conspiring to pervert the course of justice. Newlywed mum Miss Faulkner, aged 48, of Garland Square in Tangmere, Chichester, was convicted of being concerned in the supply of cocaine. Mr. Best, who was just 19 at the time of his arrest and is now 21, is of Windsor Drive in Rustington. He was also convicted of being concerned in the supply of cocaine. All 3 appeared at Hove Crown Court today for sentencing. The flat was rented out under the alias of the Hulk. The 3 were involved in a sophisticated operation that saw large quantities of cocaine brought down from London to the south coast in 2017, the court heard. In June and July that year, police stopped vehicles on the Sussex to Bexley Heath route, seizing almost 1.25 kilograms of cocaine. Later that year, on October the 6th, police raided a flat in Meads Road in Eastbourne just after 6 PM. Prosecutor Peter Walsh said that address was being rented by the defendant. Bruce Banner is the real name of the Hulk in the Marvel Comics universe. As the police arrived at the premises, the defendant ran, escaping out of a window. Officers chased and caught him, seizing 820 grams of cocaine in the process, the court heard. Whilst he was in prison at Lewes, he began arranging for another man to take responsibility for that cocaine. Mr. Oringa has a lengthy offending history, including being jailed for 56 months for 11 offences of Class A drug supply in 2012. His defence barrister, Andrea O'Shea, said that Mr. Oringa is fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. He told the court about Mr. Oringa's tough upbringing in Uganda, where his family members were killed by rebels, and how he followed his father to the UK as a refugee. Next we'll look at Faulkner and Best's lesser roles in the supply chain. Miss Isabel Gillard, representing Miss Faulkner, said that her client was acting out of a need to feed a cocaine addiction. There is no evidence otherwise of that financial benefit. It is a very low-level role that the jury has found that she knowingly played. It is a significantly mitigating factor that she herself was addicted to the drug concerned in the conspiracy. She said newlywed Miss Faulkner was a vulnerable personality and her background history that leads her to being vulnerable and persuadable. William Saunders spoke on behalf of 21-year-old Elliot Best, saying that he found out that Miss Faulkner was about to lose her driving licence and offered to help out. Had he known the enormity of what was going on, he probably would have never taken that path. But he did what he did and now has to face the consequences. He cited Mr. Best's previous good character and extraordinary naivety, and asked for the minimum possible prison sentence. Judge David Rennie, sentencing the three defendants, said, "You all decided to deny these offences in the face of what I regard as overwhelming evidence. You, Mr. Oringa, are in a very different situation from the others because of your previous convictions of high relevance." He described Mr. Oringa's criminal record as deeply concerning. The evidence makes it especially clear that multiple trips up and down to London were for the purposes of bringing large quantities of cocaine to the south coast. Judge Rennie said that although police only stopped vehicles on 2 occasions, the other trips were also being used to transport drugs. The supply of Class A drugs is a vile trade. Some people lose their lives and others have their lives destroyed. All of that misery so that some people can make money. This is why only long sentences can be justified. Judge Rennie also paused to commend the police officers who led the investigation. Mr. Oringa was jailed for 19 years, Miss Faulkner was jailed for 4 years, and Mr. Best was jailed for 3 years. What do you think about this case and the nickname he used, the Hulk or Bruce Banner? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at 3 men who have been jailed for running a Swansea side cocaine supply operation worth £500,000. Daniel Harris, Dale Martin and Leon Lay were the Swansea end of a conspiracy that was responsible for shipping upwards of £500,000 worth of Class A drugs across the border. The operation was busted by police after an audacious robbery of a van at a set of traffic lights in the city. The van, it was later shown, belonged to members of an organised crime group which had just dropped off a consignment of cocaine in Swansea and collected a £106,000 cash payment. The 3 Swansea defendants have now been jailed for a total of almost 40 years, with the judge praising the investigation which put them behind bars. Swansea Crown Court heard that a Volkswagen Caddy van was waiting in traffic at Swansea's busy Die-Fatty junction when a car pulled up alongside and 2 masked men jumped out. The men smashed the windows of the stationary van and snatched a rucksack from the passenger before taking the keys from the ignition and fleeing. It later emerged that the van was being operated by a London-based drugs gang and had just made a delivery of 3 kilograms of cocaine to Mr. Harris, Mr. Martin and Mr. Lay at a safe house at Tegid Road in Mayhill. Earlier that day, the van had also delivered cocaine to Pontchartrain and it was heading for its next stop in Leeds when it was intercepted by the robbers. Paul Hobson, prosecuting, said those who targeted the van at the Die-Fatty lights clearly knew the vehicle's movements that day. However, it seems they were unaware the van had a secret compartment containing another 1.25 kilograms of cocaine and another £81,000 in cash. It was the discovery of the police which would ultimately lead to the unravelling of the whole conspiracy. Through the South Wales Police investigation, codenamed Operation Tilbury, and the subsequent accessing of encrypted EncroChat phone communications, it was discovered that the gang was responsible for trafficking around 50 kilograms of high-purity cocaine from Essex to South Wales. Officers also found that the senior members of the organised crime group had arranged for Albanian thugs to be sent to Swansea to recover their money by any means necessary. Jonathan James Norris from Penlyn in Swansea has previously been jailed for 9 years for robbing the drugs gang. At the time of the robbery, Mr. Norris was out of prison on licence, having previously been jailed for burgling a Swansea post office and threatening PCSOs with a crowbar. Other members of the drugs conspiracy have also previously been jailed for their parts in the cross-border network. When the case came back before Swansea Crown Court, it was the turn of what Mr. Hobson referred to as the Swansea end of the conspiracy to be sentenced, namely Mr. Harrison, Mr. Martin and Mr. Lay. He said all three were responsible for sourcing cocaine and its for onward supply to others in the city. Mr. Hobson told the court that the London dealers had been supplying cocaine were furious after the theft of the money, and Mr. Harris and Mr. Martin had then effectively turned on Mr. Lay and thrown him under the bus as pressure was applied to recover the cash. He said there were discussions over EncroChat that Albos hired Albanian gangsters should shoot Mr. Lay in the foot and torture him until he got the money, and that pressure should also be applied to his wife. Dale Gary Martin, aged 28, of Dyfed Avenue, Townhill, Swansea, and Leon Dean Lay, aged 34, of Carmarthen Road. Dale Gary Martin, aged 28, of Dyfed Avenue, Townhill, Swansea, and Leon Dean Lay, aged 34, of Carmarthen Road. Forrest Thatch, Swansea, had both previously pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply cocaine when they appeared in the dock for sentencing. Daniel Francis Harris, aged 40, of Vivian Road, Sketty, Swansea, had been found guilty of the same offence at trial. Dyfed Thomas, for Mr. Martin, said he was not asking for sympathy for his client, but he said the reality was he found himself out of his depth with the conspiracy and the aftermath of the robbery. He added that the defendant was a father of three who cherished contact with them. James Hartson, for Mr. Lay, said the defendant had worked as a gravedigger in Swansea for many years and at times of his arrest was running his own garage business and was also successfully breeding dogs. He added that his client was a father and stepfather to 4 children and had been a carer for his grandmother. Owen Williams, for Mr. Harris, said his client maintained his innocence in this case. He said the defendant was a father of 2 and had been a model prisoner while being held on remand in HMP Swansea. Judge Paul Thomas QC said the defendants had been part of a sophisticated criminal enterprise responsible for bringing large quantities of high-purity cocaine into Swansea. He said one chilling episode in the case was the violence that discussed in regard to getting the stolen money back, and he said that simply illustrated the nature of the vile and ruthless trade the men were involved in. The judge told the defendants they had been motivated by greed and hadn't given a thought to those who would be impacted by the drugs they were supplying. They had all gambled on making big profits from the trade, knowing what will happen if they get caught, adding, "You lost that gamble, gentlemen, and now you have to pay the stake." With credit for their guilty pleas, Mr. Martin was sentenced to 12 years in prison and Mr. Lay to 11 years and 3 months. Mr. Harris, who was convicted at trial and therefore had no credit, was sentenced to 16 years in prison. The defendants will serve up to half of those periods in custody before being released on licence to serve the remainder in the community. Judge Thomas praised the work of the police officers involved in the investigation. So what are your thoughts about this Swansea-based trio who sought to make considerable amounts of money from the cocaine trade and received a total of nearly 40 combined years? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the involvement of 6 Teesside men in an international drugs operation which flooded the area with staggering quantities of Class A substances has finally been exposed. Gary McCartan, 38, Jason Wilton, 33, Dean Johnson, 52, Lee Moody, 44, Gary Huggins, 35, and Ryan Alborn, 29, have been brought to justice for their roles in the organised criminal enterprise which linked Teesside to the northwest and mainland Europe in 2015 and 2016. Their story is linked to a world of helicopter drug drops, leading underworld figures and huge sums of money and drugs. The arrogance of 2 of the Teesside gang even saw them name their Stockton clothing business Cartel. The men were snared in a long-running Operation Spoonbill, a Cleveland police investigation initially concerned with the activities surrounding Thailand-based Teesside kingpin Jonathan Morby and his links to notorious Merseyside gangster Lance Kennedy. In May, Mr. Morby was extradited from Thailand and jailed for 14 years for his role in the drugs operation earlier this year. Mr. Kennedy, 32, was jailed for more than 18 years in July 2019 alongside other senior members of the operation. The sophisticated enterprise saw vast quantities of Class A drugs, mainly high-purity cocaine, imported into the UK via chartered helicopter flights from continental Europe, including Belgium. The flights would deviate from submitted flight plans to drop off radar in order to make drug drops near the south coast. On one occasion, 103 kilograms of drugs, 60 kilograms of heroin and 43 kilograms of cocaine were recovered from a BMW in Kent. The drugs had a street value of more than £10 million, and 35 encrypted headsets, often used by drug dealers, were also recovered. 6 flights, which contain a combined total of just under 500 kilograms of cocaine, with an estimated wholesale value of £17.25 million, were linked to Mr. Kennedy. Couriers, mainly from the northwest, would then deliver drugs to Teesside and meet Mr. McCartan, Mr. Wilton, Mr. Moody and Mr. Johnson. Prosecutor Stephen McNally told Teesside Crown Court on Friday that the courier trips brought a significant amount of high-purity Class A drugs, primarily cocaine, for delivery across the region. There were also Class B drugs supplied, including amphetamine and cannabis. The pure Class A drugs being supplied were to be adulterated for onward distribution to boost the gang's profits. Mr. McNally said it was not impossible to give the definitive total of amounts of drugs involved. The court was told it was not asserted that all of the many hundreds of kilos imported via the helicopter drops were then supplied to this group of defendants. However, the quantities of hard drugs that were passed to Morby and associated groups in the northeast were significant. Once received by the northeast-based conspirators, the drugs were passed to local dealers by McMartin, Wilton, Moody and Johnson. Jason Wilton and Gary McCartan were the senior figures in the Teesside operation. Mr. McCartan of Wimpole Road, Farfield, Stockton, played a leading role, directing the couriers and minders such as Mr. Johnson and Mr. Moody. Described as security conscious, Mr. McCartan met couriers from the northwest personally. He was directly involved with numerous meetings and resulted from the courier trips to the northeast, some of which were immediately after import deliveries. Mr. Wilton and Mr. McCartan were essentially operating together and operating at a level such that it would be difficult to distinguish between them in terms of hierarchy, Mr. McNally said. The duo were also business advocates via their Stockton-based clothes store, ironically named Cartel. Mr. Wilton was also said to have a well-established connection with Jonathan Morby, and he had been involved in Morby's attempt to influence a key witness prior to his trial in 2014. Mr. Wilton had been convicted for involvement in the offering of £10,000 to a witness, the court heard. Whenever courier trips and deliveries took place, Mr. Wilton was involved in the telephone contact and was more aware of what was happening. Dean Johnson of Orkney Way, Thornaby, worked under the direction of Mr. McCartan and Mr. Wilton. He was described as having a significant role and acted as a courier of drugs and cash which would be stored at his home. Various courier trips involved visits to that home. Mr. Moody played a very similar role to that of Johnson, McNally said, acting as a courier and storer of drugs and cash, which he would also keep at his home at Armadale Close in Fairfield, Stockton. Ryan Alborn was convicted of being connected in the supply of cannabis following the recovery of his fingerprints from a kilogram package of cannabis that was among the 10 kilograms seized from Mr. Johnson, after he had collected them from Mr. Moody's home on the 5th of December 2016. Mr. Huggins was employed by Mr. Wilton and Mr. McCartan on December the 6th, 2016 to recover 2.5 kilograms of cocaine from Mr. Moody's garage. Mr. Huggins turned up in a taxi and removed the box from the garage which contained the cocaine, which was worth over £100,000. Mr. Huggins was later arrested by police returning to the taxi. Mr. Alborn and Mr. Higgins were convicted at a trial at Teesside Crown Court. A co-defendant, Neil Briggs, 54 from Skelton, was found not guilty of drug dealing and alleged money laundering of more than £100,000. A fourth man, Matthew Ramage, also from Skelton, was accused of involvement in the drug conspiracy but was cleared earlier in the trial after the prosecution offered no evidence. 5 other Teessiders, Emma Newton, Lewis Lyons, Stephen Harland, Darryl Small and John Eddy, were previously jailed for their role in the operation in 2020. In defence, Damien Nolan, for Mr. McCartan, said he was now dedicated to his family and children and had not offended since. He said custody was going to have a significant impact on him. Tom Mitchell, for Wilton, said he had made the best of his time in custody and had done everything to make himself a better man. Amrit Jandu, for Johnson, said he got involved in the conspiracy after he had accrued a debt from cocaine use. Andrew Turton for Mr. Moody said he has sincere regret and remorse for letting himself and his family down. Joe Kidd for Mr. Alborn said he was only involved for a short period of time and is now living a quiet life. Stephen Welford for Mr. Higgins said he was now living with his mum and was building a life with his partner and children. Judge Howard Crowson said the men were involved in a conspiracy that saw Class A drugs imported into the UK and then brought to the North East. The sentences the judge handed down were as follows. Mr. McCartan was jailed for 6 years and 4 months. Mr. Wilton was jailed for 6 years and 4 months. Mr. Johnson was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. Mr. Moody was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. Mr. Higgins was jailed for 3 years and 6 months. And Mr. Alborn was jailed for 8 months. Following the sentencing, Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Robinson of Cleveland Police said the court heard how these men worked together in an operation to supply Class A drugs. These individuals were linked to an important group in the Northwest, which police had dealt with as part of the Operation Spoonbill. The court heard how their individual activities as courier or storemen ensured wholesale drugs reached the streets of Teesside. Drugs cause misery in our communities, and we welcome today's sentences, which reflect the harm caused by these men as they selfishly pursued their own financial gain. I'd like to thank the investigative team who have worked tirelessly and over a long period of time to uncover and expose the drug supply chains and bring these matters to court. So what are your thoughts about how the gang had used helicopters to supply and drop drugs around the country? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a man who was a hunted Salford fugitive called Ryan McDonald and who was jailed for 7 years in his absence. The at the time 20-year-old man who was jailed for robbery was on his way to a sentencing hearing at Manchester Crown Court when he was sprung from a prison van by his gang. The hunted escapee Ryan McDonald faced a very lengthy stretch behind bars when the police finally caught up with him. Mr. McDonald was jailed for 7 years and 8 months in his absence for a robbery spree in the summertime. He faced more time on top in a separate prosecution for the escape of custody when he is captured. Mr. McDonald had pleaded guilty to 2 charges of conspiracy to rob and aggravated vehicle taking after his gang carried out a string of smash and grab heists at pawnbrokers and jewellers. He had helped organise a robbery at Mays Jewellers at Salford Precinct on the August the 20th, which netted over £32,000 in valuables, stealing the motorcycle used in the job. 8 days later, he threatened a security guard with a hatchet in a failed bid to rob the money shop pawnbrokers on Deansgate in Manchester. Mr. McDonald also pleaded guilty to aggravated vehicle taking, dangerous driving and driving whilst disqualified following a police car chase that took him through 20 red lights in Salford whilst he was on bail. He had spent weeks on remand at Old Course Prison in Liverpool. At the time, he was sprung from the vehicle on Regent Street along with another prisoner, Stevie McMullen, who was due to go on trial in connection with a separate robbery allegations. Jailing Mr. McDonald, Judge Robert Averson said that when he was working out his robbery sentence, he took no account of his escape, which will be dealt with separately. Quoting from a probation service report, the judge added, "Ryan McDonald is a young man who lives a life funded by crime. He does not work, preferring to fund his lifestyle by criminal activities." 2 of Mr. McDonald's accomplices were jailed in the same hearing. They were sentenced via video link from prison, where they had been held in a high security prison in the wake of their friend's escape. Jordan Aston, who was 22 of Wesley Court, Salford, admitted conspiracy to rob and was jailed for 7 years and 2 months. Jordan Jones, who was 19 of St. Simon Street in Salford, also admitted conspiracy to rob and dangerous driving and was jailed for 42 months. In a robbery on September the 19th at Albemarle and Bond pawnbrokers, Jordan Aston threw a sledgehammer at an elderly man who challenged him by shaking his walking stick. A member of the public through a traffic cone at Mr. Aston as he fled on the back of a motorcycle with over £10,000 of jewellery. Judge Robert Abberton praised the two members of the public and the security guard who challenged Mr. MacDonald in the Deansgate raid. There has obviously been a considerable amount of police work and they ought to be commended. I would also like to express publicly my appreciation to those members of the public who took such an active part in trying to stop the people bent on criminal activities. Stevie McMullen was part of a vicious gang of robbers who posed as police officers to dupe, beat and rob innocent members of the public. They struck at least 10 times in a 7-week period in Greater Manchester and West Yorkshire, using shocking levels of violence on their victims. The gang dressed in police uniforms that included stab vests and utility belts with handcuffs and radios. They even had warrant cards. During the most shocking strike, 2 bogus police officers pulled up outside the door of a flat in Cadishead in a black Ford Focus. They told the occupier they were arresting him on behalf of Customs and Excise, even though he had paid all the taxes that he owed. Referring to the victim by his first name, he was handcuffed and told they would be taking him to Lee Police Station. They stole £5,500 in cash and 2 designer watches from his house before they took him to a house in Claremont Drive in Little Halton. There, the victim still suspected he was under lawful arrest until another man shouted, "You are being robbed." When he ran towards one of the bogus police officers for help, they told him, "Yeah, you're being robbed." A man with a knife pacing up and down said, "Shall I stab him?" before the victim was beaten unconscious. When he came around, the tip of the knife was pushed against his eyelids while a member of the gang urged a colleague to stab him, prompting the knife man to respond, "I'm not going down for murder." During an ordeal that lasted 6 hours, the victim managed to raise a further £2,000 in cash. The flat was torched as the men fled and their victim was dumped nearby. In another robbery, one of the gang used a hunting knife to try and cut off the genitals of a victim, and the barrel of a shotgun was used to sexually humiliate him. A kettle was boiled, and he was told he would be melted if he failed to get the cash. Mr. McMullen played no direct part in the violence, the court heard, although he had acted as a driver for the gang, fetching provisions when required. He claimed he only helped out to repay a drugs debt. However, when the police finally caught up with Ryan McDonald and Stevie McMullen after the escape from the prison van, the judge handed both of them very lengthy jail sentences. Stevie McMullen, who was 32 at the time, was jailed for 25 years, and Ryan McDonald, who was 21 at the time, was also told he should serve 20 years. They were being sentenced along with 11 other members of a Salford gang at Minshull Crown Court. The pair was sprung at gunpoint by an armed gang as the pair were being transported through Salford. Shocked rushed hour motorists were threatened with axes and told to back off while the front window screen of the van was smashed before a terrified security guard was ordered to open the cells. Mr. McDonald fled as a pillion passenger on board of a stolen Yamaha R1 motorcycle, whilst Mr. McMullen and other gang members fled in a Saab. Mr. McMullen was taken to a safe house in Bolton and later fled to Spain. Police later released dramatic CCTV footage of the attack on the prison van as part of a huge manhunt. Mr. McMullen was eventually arrested in Spain a year later. The escape plot started to unravel when police found the jacket and mobile phone of a man who had ridden the Yamaha motorbike away from Salford. Analysis of the phone led the police to identify the biker and 10 other members of the gang. While in prison, Mr. McMullen and Mr. McDonald had access to a variety of SIM cards and mobile phone handsets, the court heard. Police established that one handset was used as the escape phone, and analysis of the calls led to them to the other gang members. Before he was sprung, Mr. McMullen had been due at Manchester Crown Court charged with conspiracy to rob, whilst Mr. McDonald was due to be sentenced for unconnected offences of conspiracy to commit robbery. This was a well-organised, sophisticated conspiracy orchestrated from inside prison with the use of illegally held mobile phones. The conspiracy was organised by both Stevie McMullen and Ryan McDonald. They each recruited their close criminal associates to put into action their plan to escape. The Crown Prosecutor, Kim Whittlestone, said, "The pair was sprung from the van as it made its way along Regent Street in Salford from HMP Old Course, Merseyside on April the 30th. The gang was armed with a pistol, a shotgun, a sledgehammer, crowbar, hatchet and a hammer. Mr. McMullen, of no fixed abode, was convicted of conspiracy to escape, conspiracy to possess an imitation firearm, conspiracy to rob, and conspiracy to kidnap and arson. Mr. McDonald, also of no fixed abode, was convicted of conspiracy to escape and conspiracy to possess an imitation firearm. While he was on the run, he was jailed for 7 years and 10 months for the series of robberies. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Ryan McDonald and Stevie McMullen? Do you believe being sentenced to 25 and 20 years for conspiracy to escape prison was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a businessman that's been found to have been acting reasonably to defend himself when a suspected gangster was killed with his own gun during a fight at coroner's ruled. Security worker Stephen Aki Akinyemi, 44, was shot on the left temple during a tussle with his friend Aaron Colan on February the 9th, 2010. The fight took place in Mr. Colan's home, a converted chapel in Alderley Edge, Cheshire, where he had arranged a meeting to try and end a feud between Mr. Akinyemi and another man who could not be named for legal reasons. Mr. Colan, 45, who is 6 foot 4 inches tall, and the muscular Mr. Akinyemi, who was 5 foot 10 inches, had been on the verge of becoming a professional boxer. Fought in a small and dark ensuite bathroom, the inquest at London Royal Court of Justice was told. Mr. Akinyemi, who had studied martial arts and been a competitive bodybuilder, was wearing body armour under his clothes, but Mr. Colan would not have had time to be aware of this as they grappled. At the end of the inquest on Thursday, the coroner rejected short from conclusions of misadventure, lawful or unlawful killing, or accidental death to deliver a narrative conclusion. He told the court that Stephen Akinyemi, in an attempt to coerce a third party into a course of action, produced a gun to reinforce his demand. The gun, which was at all times held by Mr. Akinyemi and whose finger was on the trigger, was discharged 4 times. One of those discharges caused a bullet to go into Stephen Akinyemi's head, fatally wounding him. Mr. Colan told a previous inquest in October 2011 that Mr. Akinyemi pulled a gun on him and it went off during a struggle in which he got stabbed several times. Cheshire coroner Nicholas Reinberg recorded an open verdict saying he had difficulty accepting Mr. Colan's version of events, but following an application by Mr. Colan for judicial review to the High Court in February 2012, that inquest was quashed with a fresh one was ordered with a different coroner. Mr. Colan was initially accused of murdering Mr. Akinyemi, but the Crown Prosecution Service dropped the charge because it could not prove Mr. Colan, who suffered stab wounds to his arms and neck, was not acting in self-defence. Delivering his conclusion at the end of the second inquest, Mr. Richmond said he was satisfied that Mr. Akinyemi and Mr. Colan, who had known each other since the 1990s, had been on good terms when the fatal fight occurred. Mr. Colan was hoping to act as a mediator between his friend and another man over nicknames. Mr. Richmond said it was highly significant that Mr. Colan chose to broker the deal at his home, as he was satisfied that he would never have invited his friend to the house had he suspected he was carrying a weapon or intended violence. He had texted him saying don't pick up before calling him, and pretended he had not got through when the man answered the phone, the inquest heard. Mr. Richmond said that Mr. Colan's conduct had been necessary and reasonable in response to a sequence of events that unfolded unexpectedly and very quickly 7 years ago. He also found that the businessman was someone who valued his friends and was loyal to them. Mr. Akinyemi could be violent and a bully, and had a propensity to carry knives, the coroner said. Sending his condolences to the family, he remarked that any untimely death was a tragedy. After the ruling, which Mr. Colan was in court for, his lawyer David Mason QC addressed the coroner on behalf of his client. He thanked Mr. Richmond for his thorough handling of the inquest, which had been a long and difficult journey. He added that the ruling had restored Mr. Colan's faith in the justice system, which was shaken following the first inquest, and was also a lovely, much-loved family man. The businessman who was given up a mansion after it was linked to drugs cash has hit back at the National Crime Agency. Aaron Colan, 44, surrendered a £600,000 house in Alderley Edge in Cheshire after a High Court judge granted a possession order on July 20th. The property has since been vacated and arrangements are being made to take possession. Mr. Colan, who had previously been cleared of killing 3 people, has fought the order for 4 years and claims the law enforcement agency has wrongly hounded him. In a statement, Mr. Colan said that he was innocent of any wrongdoing and the agency had been misrepresenting him adding that he wouldn't lose a penny from the sale of his house, which he said had been purchased on a 100% interest-only mortgage. He said, "I bought the house with no deposit and a 100% interest-only mortgage. This means I did not put one penny into the purchase, and better still, the deal meant that the interest payments equated to less than half that which it would have cost me to rent. I have now researched the position the NCA have found themselves in. They have to sell to the highest bidder, they have to pay off the mortgage when they do. The only way there could be any adverse cost to me is if the NCA went against their own rules and tried to purposefully sell it for less than the mortgage value. This would mean that I would be liable to pay the difference. However, I've made a bid for £1 above the mortgage value to ensure that cannot happen." The Stockport businessman claimed that the court had been told lies during the case, and that he had been prevented from using evidence which backed up his account. He added, "I had recently been released from cases perpetrated by the NCA, which were provably malicious. I then found myself in this case involving my home, brought by the same agency. They had managed to gain an unfair advantage whilst I was fighting the previous case. For example, I was precluded from being able to call evidence or cross-examine witnesses, and in this vacuum they were able to lie and then secure the order against my house." He spoke out after the culmination of long-running civil recovery proceedings. In March 2012, a High Court judge ruled that Mr. Collins' home had been purchased through drug dealing in the Stockport area. It was ruled by the court that Mr. Collins lived on the proceeds of crime from 1999 until at least April 2004. The NCA argued that his meagre income over the relevant time frame could not have covered the money he spent extravagantly restoring the house. The businessman has no convictions for drug dealing and was cleared of the murders of Chris Little in 1996 and David Barnshaw in 2002. He was also arrested over the death of Stephen Akinyemi and the violent struggle in his home in 2010, but those charges were dropped. Mr. Akinyemi died after being shot in the head during a violent struggle with Mr. Collin, who suffered multiple stab wounds. Mr. Collin was given 90 days to hand over the keys to Brook Lane Chapel, which he brought in 2007, and it was surrendered last month. The NCA spokesman said, "We can confirm that the property has been vacated and the NCA has taken possession as per the order granted by the High Court on the 20th of July. A decision over the disposal of the property will be made in due course." Mr. Collin has previously said that the case is biased and based on a pack of lies, and said he may even buy back the house once it's been seized. He launched a claim against the NCA and one of its investigators, insisting he was never involved in dealing drugs, but his complaints were rejected by a High Court official and later confirmed by a senior judge. Mr. Collins said that he had started proceedings against the NCA to bring them to public account. He added they have attempted to strike out these proceedings yet again to try and avoid being brought to book. The next hearing is on December the 10th. Whilst we'll never be able to prove what happened in that violent struggle, do you believe Mr. Collins that the NCA is targeting him? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at 6 men who are being sentenced at Basildon Crown Court after a man was fatally stabbed to death in Westcliff. Wesley Hendrickson and Leon Wright face life in prison for murder. 4 other men were acquitted of murder but are being sentenced for aggravated burglary. The fatal raid happened on December 12, 2019. Mr. Hendrickson and Mr. Wright, who murdered Askeri Spahel to death at a property in Tintern Avenue, Westcliff. Mr. Wright, 31, of Highbury New Park, collapsed in the dock with his head in his hands after the jury of 8 men and 4 women confirmed their verdicts. Mr. Hendrickson, 31, of Ashford Crescent in Enfield, showed no emotion as his guilty verdicts for murder, attempted murder and aggravated burglary were read out. However, he later stormed out of the dock. The duo, along with 4 other men, had denied driving up from London to Westcliff armed with swords and packing equipment to steal the cannabis plants. The duo stabbed Mr. Spahel and another man who were working as gardeners in the farm. Shocking footage from police officers' body cameras showed blood on the walls as they attended the property following the murder. During the trial, the jury heard from witnesses such as the investigating police officer and the officers who first attended the scene. Giving evidence, Mr. Wright claimed he had no idea that people would be in the property and that they only went to steal the plants, but he was ambushed when they broke in. 4 other men were acquitted by the jury of murder and attempted murder, but were convicted of aggravated burglary. Mitchell Harris, 29, of No Fixed Address, Scott Heaney, 22, of Hurlock Street, Highbury, Brian Kinlosh, 31, of Beechcroft Way, Upper Holloway, and Dorald Sokoli, 27, of Ely Croft, Enfield, will be sentenced at the same court along with 2 other murderers. Mr. Wright and Mr. Hendrickson, both from North London, were found guilty of murder and were sentenced at Basildon Crown Court to a minimum jail term of 30 years. Detective Inspector Greg Wood said those sentenced committed crimes driven by greed and violence, and sadly it cost Mr. Sparrow his life. Mr. Wright and Mr. Hendrickson have received lengthy sentences for murder and others for their part in the burglary, which rightfully reflects the terrible consequences of that night. I want this to be a message to anyone involved in similar circles. We will not tolerate violent crime in Essex, and we won't let drug crime slip under the radar either. The group, Mr. Wright, Mr. Hendrickson, Mitchell Harris, Scott Heaney, Brian Kinloch and Gerald Sokoli had met in London with a plan to burgle the property. They armed themselves and travelled to Southend-on-Sea before going to Tinton Avenue in Westcliff-on-Sea and breaking into the address through a bathroom window. 2 people were inside, were stabbed, including Mr. Sparrow, who died at the scene. Officers found cannabis plants being grown in 2 rooms and in the loft. Mr. Wright of Highbury New Park in Highbury was found guilty of attempted murder and pleaded guilty to aggravated burglary and was ordered to serve a minimum term of 11,314 days. Mr. Hendrickson of Ashford Crescent in Enfield, who denied all charges, was found guilty of attempted murder and aggravated burglary and ordered to serve a minimum term of 11,247 days. Mr. Sokoli, 28, of Ely Croft, Enfield, Mr. Kinloch, 32, of Beechcroft Way, Archway, Mr. Heaney, 23, of Hurlock Street, Highbury, and Mr. Harris, 29, of no known address, were each jailed for 13 years. So what are your thoughts about this London murder conspiracy that saw 6 men, 2 sentenced to life in prison, were in court over the murder of Mr. Sparrow? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the drill rapper who achieved fame with a song called County Lines, but was in court early this year and who has since been jailed but now released for his role in County Lines drug dealing in Guildford. Theo Beckford, 20, who is known as Frosty, was one of 5 people sentenced at Guildford Crown Court for their involvement in selling heroin and cocaine to more than 90 people in and around Guildford town centre. In the dock alongside him were Farshad Ibrahimi, a 24-year-old semi-professional footballer, Lucia Zaccarini, 23, Lee Jones, 54, and Preeti Patel, 45, who at the time was working at the neighbouring Guildford County Court. Prosecutor Wendy Carty told the court that the group had been involved in a county line style operation, using Miss Patel's Bridge Street flat as a base from which to sell heroin and cocaine that had been brought down from London. In the track Frosty released online in January 2019, while still on remand, Mr. Beckford of No Fixed Abode raps about drug dealing and murder and refers to undercover police watching the house from which he sells drugs. This appears to be what happened in reality. Miss Cotti told the court Surrey police officers had been carrying out surveillance on Miss Patel's flat since July 2018 before raiding the property in October. During that time, they observed Mr. Ibrahimi of Cranbrook Lane, Arnos Drive, and Mr. Beckford entering and leaving the flat repeatedly. On a number of occasions, they saw 2 men, and on one occasion, Miss Patel supplying local drug dealers nearby, including outside the town's Electric Theatre and in Bedford Road car park, just yards from the county court where Miss Patel worked, and opposite the Crown Court where the group was sentenced. When police raided Miss Patel's flat at around 4 PM on October the 3rd, officers found Mr. Ibrahimi and Mr. Beckford and Mr. Carini and Mr. Jones. Earlier the same day, they had returned from a trip to London to pick up more drugs, Miss Coty said, and were surrounded by around £7,000 worth of heroin and cocaine. Some was in wraps ready to sell, others still requiring packaging. Miss Patel was arrested at the county court later that day. Miss Coty said, immediately the police came and Mr. Beckford said all the drugs were his and said to Mr. Ibrahimi in a quiet voice, say no comment and I will take the rap for this. The Crown say that was perhaps a notable act, but it was clear it wasn't just him. Analysis of phones found in the flat and forensic evidence found on the drugs revealed the real story, she explained. Mr. Ibrahimi had been the ringleader, although the operation was ultimately run by persons unknown, probably in London. He had dreamed of playing professional football, his barrister Abigail Penny told the court, and had his trials with the Leyton Orient, QPR and Tottenham Hotspur. However, injury had dashed his hopes, and he spiraled into unemployment and mental health problems at the time he became involved in the drug dealing. Mr. Ibrahimi had been a man responsible for sending almost all of the texts advertising drugs to local users, Miss Coty said, using a phone line known as Luca or Ghost Line. Mr. Beckford, despite some of the lyrics of his County Line song, had played a lesser role, mostly in selling the drugs, but also in sending at least 2 of the texts from the Ghost Line. Unlike Mr. Ibrahimi, he had one previous conviction for a drug offence. In mitigation, Mr. Beckford's barrister, John Swain, told the court he had become determined to turn his life around, after seeing he could gain success through his music. Despite having no promotion, his song has been watched on YouTube 2 million times, played on Radio 1 Extra, and brought offers of music deals from several record labels. This has really given him something to look forward to, Mr. Swain said. He wants to put this life completely behind him and learn from his mistakes. He has not done so far, but he wants to assure the court that he will. Miss Zaccarini and Miss Patel, described by a probationary officer as a functioning heroin addict despite her 20-year addiction, and still played lesser roles. Mr. Jones, another addict and seemingly a customer of the group, appears to have only been responsible for driving them back from London shortly before Miss Patel's flat was raided on October the 3rd. Mr. Ibrahimi and Mr. Beckford pleaded guilty to conspiring to supply heroin and cocaine and to possession of heroin and cocaine with intent to supply. Passing sentence, Judge Rufus Taylor said it was a great shame that Mr. Ibrahimi had found himself in court and that he had lowered his possible sentence due to Mr. Ibrahimi's problems with mental health and homelessness. Judge Taylor sentenced Mr. Ibrahimi to 3 years and 6 months in prison, reduced from 4 years and 6 months on account of his guilty plea. Regarding Mr. Beckford, Judge Taylor said there was a lot to be said for the defendant, given the submissions from Mr. Swain, but warned him that due to his previous convictions, he would face a sentence of 7 years if he found himself in court for the same crimes again. He sentenced Mr. Beckford to 2 years and 8 months in prison, reduced from 4 years on account of his guilty plea and full confession during his police interview. Turning to Miss Zaccarini of Armour Close, Islington, who pleaded guilty to being concerned in making offers to supply cocaine and heroin, he said he was giving her a chance. "You have got to take this chance as a warning to stop," he told her, passing a sentence of 2 years, suspended for 2 years, and requiring her to do 200 hours of unpaid work. He described Miss Patel's involvement as a personal disaster for her, saying, "You have been a functioning addict for 20 years and it has finally caught up with you. The Crown has been charitable in allowing you to plead for this rather than the conspiracy." Miss Patel had pleaded guilty to allowing premises to be used for the supply of heroin and cocaine and received a 9-month sentence, suspended for 18 months. Finally, Mr. Jones, who had pleaded guilty to a single count of acquiring criminal property, namely a quantity of money, received a conditional discharge, which will be in place for 18 months. So what are your thoughts about the crimes committed by Mr. Beckford, aka Frosty, Miss Zaccarini, Miss Patel, Mr. Jones and their primary leader Mr. Ibrahimi, who supplied users from in and around Guildford? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how a UK-based hauler shipped drugs for gangs across Europe from his Warrington living room in lockdown. Thomas Mayer, originally from Ireland, has been sentenced at Liverpool Crown Court to more than 14 years in jail after pleading guilty to drugs and money laundering charges. He made thousands of pounds a week using an encrypted EncroChat phone to fix the movements of drugs and money. Mr. Meyer is the first major crime boss jailed using messages obtained when French police cracked the EncroChat network. The phones were considered mandatory for high-end organised crime, and more than 1,000 suspects have been arrested on the strength of the evidence their messages contain. Mr. Meyer, 39, used the EncroChat handles Satirical and Snacker as he did deals with organised crime networks in the UK, Ireland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Spain, Turkey and Bulgaria. The National Crime Agency says he was hugely influential among Europe's drugs cartels. Sentencing him, Judge Orby QC said Mr. Meyer was a high-ranked facilitator, a go-between for criminal networks needing to transport their drugs between Holland and Ireland. Passing a sentence of 14 years and 8 months, the judge told Mr. Meyer, "You were an extremely important cog in the wheel of a sophisticated network." Mr. Meyer would arrange for lorries to move massive loads of drugs hidden alongside legitimate cargoes such as fruit or wine, and in one direction, then to bring cash in the other direction. Police found out about his operation after he was arrested in connection with the deaths of 39 Vietnamese migrants while they were being transported to the UK in October 2019. Mr. Meyer had previously owned the trailer in which they were found. The NCA put him under surveillance in an attempt to identify the scale of his criminal activities. However, the cracking of the EncroChat network by French intelligence provided the National Crime Agency with thousands of encrypted messages. They were able to watch, almost in real time, as he did deals with crime bosses across Europe. Martin Clark from the NCA said he posed as an honest hauler, but was in fact very much a professional facilitator, and he's done it all remotely, sitting in his living room. He's never personally been anywhere near any of it. In fact, the NCA said he had been scrupulous about social distancing during the pandemic while communicating via EncroChat with dozens of criminals. The evidence the agency has uncovered shines a new light on the way in which a smuggling network operates. Mr. Meyer would be contacted by clients wanting to move hundreds of kilos of drugs. The messages were written in criminal slang. Mr. Meyer would discuss deals involving shipments of tops, top-shelf drugs such as cocaine, or colo, the purest form, from Colombia. Heroin, which he deemed a more down-market drug, was known as bottoms. Shipments might come from the flat, the Netherlands, and the lorry returned with paper, aka cash. Officers working on EncroChat cases are having to develop skills in understanding the slang suspects are using in their messages. In this message, Thomas Meyer is telling an alleged co-conspirator that they are not doing too badly despite the lockdown. Hopefully for police, he sets out the network of drug transportation routes he is currently operating. "Once we get this travel ban lifted, mate, we be on the pig's back. That alone is a lot of taxi. Plus we have the receiver here from Asia, so mate, we have a lot more than others. That's why I'm not stressing yet." The police translation reads, "Our HGV drug courier business is working out okay at the moment. Someone is bringing shipments from Holland and Belgium to the UK." However, like many users of the EncroChat network, Mr. Meyer believed his messages could not be read, so he didn't bother trying to communicate in code. Crucial evidence was obtained from pictures on his phone. His drivers would photograph the shipments to prove they had been picked up. They would sometimes use a token during the handover. This involved showing a particular Eurobank note with digits previously agreed as evidence of identity. When Mr. Meyer was moving drugs, he would earn around £3,500 each time. For money transported for laundering in consignments of €300,000 at a time, he would skim 1% of the total as his payment. Mr. Meyer lived in a fairly modest Cheshire home, but police surveillance spotted luxury cars including a Range Rover, Porsche Cayenne, Mercedes GLS and Corvette parked on the drive. When they raided his house, they found evidence he had spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on Rolex and Hublot watches. Mr. Meyer had taken holidays in Dubai, Mexico and New York, where he liked to buy pricey modern art, including a map of the world created from bullets. Mr. Meyer then discusses how to set up a front company in Spain, which they can use to move drugs. The messages reveal the men planned to set up a legitimate haulage firm to import legal items into the UK and to Ireland. But this activity would then be used to smuggle cocaine, cash and firearms. Mr. Meyer came to the attention of the NCA after police discovered the bodies of 39 dead Vietnamese migrants who had asphyxiated in the back of a lorry registered in his name. Although police were unable to charge Mr. Meyer in relation to the deaths, the NCA then became interested in his affairs. Mr. Meyer's role in the global drugs trade became clear when police in Europe managed to penetrate the EncroChat network that he relied on to communicate with associates. Mr. Meyer, then 40, was arrested at his Warrington home during a raid by the NCA.
He later pleaded guilty to 2 charges relating to importing Class A drugs into the UK and 2 charges of money laundering. After Mr. Meyer was sentenced, senior officers at the NCA spoke about the role he played as a logistics man who helped notorious crime groups. The NCA branch commander, Martin Clark, said Mr. Meyer moved in the highest criminal circles, acting as a logistics man for some of the UK, Ireland and Europe's most notorious organised crime groups who trusted him with their drugs and their money. We believe the offences he has been convicted of represent the tip of the iceberg in terms of his overall criminality. Mr. Meyer bragged in EncroChat messages about being involved in organised crime for over 20 years, during which time it's highly likely he shipped tons of drugs and tens of millions of pounds around Europe. After a painstaking investigation, we have been able to bring him to justice, and that investigation has not stopped. We will use all the tools available to hit him where it hurts, in the pocket, to ensure he can't continue his luxury lifestyle when he is released. So what are your thoughts about this Warrington-based drugs gang and how potentially Mr. Meyer could have been profiting from the drugs trade for 20 years, although not proven, but received a 14-year jail sentence for drugs and money laundering offences? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to look at a notorious dark web administrator who was ordered to hand over more than £495,000 which he had amassed in criminal activity. An unemployed university dropout who was jailed for running a dark web business selling illegal drugs has been ordered to hand over more than £490,000 in Bitcoin. Thomas White, who is now 26, took over running the notorious dark website Silk Road after it first closed in 2013. Although Mr. White had no legitimate income, Mr. White had paid £10,700 up front to rent his plush apartment in Liverpool's city centre waterfront. After Mr. White was jailed for over 5 years in 2019, officers at the National Crime Agencies continued to investigate his finances. At a recent confiscation hearing at Liverpool Crown Court, HHJ Teague QC ordered Mr. White to repay £493,550 from his Bitcoin holdings account. All electronic items used by Mr. White in the commission of the offence were also forfeited. Mr. White, who left his accounting degree at Liverpool Johns Moore University after a single term, was an administrator of Silk Road, but within a month of its shutdown by the FBI, he had launched Silk Road 2.0. Silk Road 2.0, like the original site, used technology to allow users to anonymously buy Class A and B drugs, as well as computer hacking tools and other illegal goods. Users could do so using a digital currency called Bitcoin. When the officers examined Mr. White's devices after his arrest, they also discovered a stash of indecent images. He pleaded guilty to drug trafficking, money laundering, and making 464 Category A indecent images of children, and was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. Tyrone Surgeon, who is the branch commander at the National Crime Agency, said, Thomas White was a well-regarded member of the original Silk Road hierarchy. He used this to his advantage when the original site was closed down and profited significantly from his criminal activities. This case proves that crime doesn't pay. Not only has he spent the last 2 years in prison, he now has to hand over nearly £500,000. This has been a complex international investigation and highlights that we can use every tool to our disposal to disrupt organised criminals from profiting from their crimes. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. White? Do you believe the sentence of 5 years and 4 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you like this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at Thomas Whitehorn, aged 74, who launched a savage attack on close friend Rhonda Humphreys and stabbed her 26 times, with all but 3 of the wounds centered on her face, head and neck. Truro Crown Court heard that 50-year-old Rhonda, known as Ronnie, was a woman with demons and an alcohol problem. Prosecutor Miss Jo Martin QC said they both lived in flats in Hale and had a relationship at one stage, but were now just good friends. Rhonda was normal for 40% of the time and was loving when not drinking, the court heard. Miss Martin said Thomas Whitehorn tried to help her. While he became frustrated with her behaviour, he would not become angry and was supportive to her. The court heard another woman resident was causing huge problems for the residents with her antisocial behaviour, and 2 days before the killing, Mr. Whitehorn applied to move to sheltered accommodation because he was struggling to cope, said Miss Martin. Earlier, he dialed 999 to say he had killed his partner because she and other neighbours were driving me mad, and he had taken an overdose in the hope of then killing himself. Mr. Whitehorn said he was at the end of his tether with Rhonda's rubbish tool and grabbed the dagger from a drawer and stabbed her to death. On the front door of his flat he wrote, "No danger to police or anyone. Being driven mad results in this. She is pure evil and sorry boys, have a good life." The divorced father of 2 sons had also written a letter the day before, thinking he would also be dead. He told police in interview his head was completely scrambled and he could not stand it anymore and wanted to kill her and himself. He grabbed the knife from the drawer and told her, "Have some of this," adding, "I just went mad. It was bloody horrible. That's what happens when someone drives you mad. It is not in my personality to do anyone any harm." Mr. Whitehorn of Foundry Square, Hale, denied murder but admitted manslaughter by reason of diminished responsibility. 2 psychiatrists said he was suffering from a depressive disorder. He was jailed for 9 years by Judge Simon Carr, who said Mr. Whitehorn blamed her behaviour to minimise his own actions and said the attack was ferocious. He said, "Your judgment and self-control were substantially impaired at the time of the act." Andrew Langdon, defending, said Mr. Whitehorn called Rhonda the most fabulous person in the world. He said Mr. Whitehorn could not cope with the paranoid schizophrenic neighbour screaming all night and then Rhonda's incessant and intrusive behaviour, which was worse when she was drinking. He said former RAF Sergeant Rhonda was a highly respected specialty nurse during her military career, adding he missed her, he loved her and cared for her. He is tormented by what he did, which was woefully inexcusable. So what are your thoughts about Thomas Whitehorn? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Three sisters who were arrested for a series of fraud offences across the northwest, including Merseyside, have been sentenced to a total of 4.5 years in prison. Merseyside's Economic Crime Team and Cheshire's Constabulary began a joint investigation into a Manchester-based organised crime group who were committing payment card frauds, mainly in the Great Manchester area, but also in Merseyside and Cheshire. On the 13th of May 2020, officers from Cheshire Police executed warrants at the offenders' home addresses in Greater Manchester. 4 women were arrested and a number of items were recovered, including motorcycle clothing, a motor vehicle, electric scooters, furniture and a quantity of cash. All 4 women pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit fraud, and 3 were jailed at Chester Crown Court for a total of 4.5 years. Sarah Burden, 40, of Evesham Road, Manchester, was jailed for 18 weeks. Lindsay Burden, 36, of Brinholm Road, Manchester, was jailed for 2 years and 2 months. Emmeline Burden, 29, of Riverdale Road, Manchester, was jailed for 22 months for conspiracy and an additional 6 months for disqualified driving. She was also disqualified from driving for a further 12 months. Sonia Malley, 37, of Hobson Credon, Aldershot, was to be sentenced at a later date. The court was told how the fraudsters stole till merchant receipts from restaurants and hotels. They would then attend high-end stores and restaurants, including some in the Liverpool One and Met Quarter areas of the Liverpool city centre, to purchase goods using the payment card details stolen from the receipts. While the woman kept some of the items they had purchased, on other occasions they would return to the stores and request a refund. The fraudster would then put their own payment card into the machine so that the refund would credit to their own personal bank accounts. Between them, the 4 women received over £16,000 worth of fraudulent refunds to their own personal bank accounts during the period. From the initial offence on the 17th of December 2019, officers were able to identify more than 150 fraudulent transactions between various locations between October 2019 and May 2020 across the northwest Yorkshire and Leicestershire areas, with losses totalling £62,000. The goods targeted included designer clothes, powerful tools, high performance car parts, motorcycles and motorcycle accessories. The COVID-19 lockdown did not stop the fraudsters, who, when high street stores were closed, began targeting off licenses and petrol stations, where they would purchase alcohol, cigarettes and hundreds of pounds worth of lottery tickets. Detective Sergeant Paul Kay from Merseyside Police's Economic Crime Team said, "This type of fraud is not victimless, as the majority of these fraudulent transactions were charged back to the store, making them the loser, and in some cases, the loss to the store was greater than their weekly turnover." Also, a number of staff members who dealt with the fraudsters were given a written warning for conducting the transaction, and in one case, a particular member of staff was suspended and nearly sacked for not identifying the fraudulent transaction. "We are committed to finding people who are responsible for committing the fraud and bringing them to justice. I would urge anyone who spots any suspicious activity which they believe to be fraudulent to contact us on Action Fraud so that action can be taken to bring these people to justice." Detective Chief Inspector Claire Coleman, the crime manager at Cheshire Police, said, "Today's sentencing is a culmination of a lengthy and complex investigation spanning many false borders. This was focused on hundreds of fraud offences committed across the northwest. Each one was carefully planned, and fraudulent bank details were used to purchase high-end valuable items from stores in Cheshire, Merseyside, Lancashire, Cumbria, Greater Manchester and Derbyshire. The women committed the offences in order to fund their lavish lifestyles, buying expensive clothes, perfumes and designer sunglasses. It is clear that they had no thoughts as to the impact of their actions on both the businesses they were targeting and the legitimate customers whose credit card details they decided to steal. Thankfully, as a result of the joint investigation by officers from Cheshire and Merseyside, 3 of the women are now behind bars. Four members of an organised crime gang that stole £400,000 in a series of armed robberies targeting cash vans have also been jailed. The gang used a fleet of stolen cars to travel to and from the violent heists in London, Oxford, Bedfordshire and Northamptonshire between May 2018 and November 2019. Armed with loaded handguns, metal crowbars, axes and knives, they often wore ballistic body armour and balaclavas whilst committing their crimes, the Metropolitan Police said. Some of the stolen money was sustained by the security die when the gang tried to force open a cash box, leading them to burn some and launder some through betting machines in the bookmakers. They also tried to cover their tracks by using cloned number plates on the stolen cars, but the Met Flying Squad had the gang under surveillance, using number plate recognition cameras and phone evidence to track what they were doing. 6 members of the gang have already been jailed, and another 4 were sentenced at the Kingston-upon-Thames Crown Court in this month. Brooklyn McFarlane, 27, of Wandsworth, South London, was jailed for 13 years for conspiracy to commit robbery, weapon offences and handling stolen goods. Abdi Omar, 27, also from Wandsworth, was sentenced to 9 years for conspiracy to commit robbery, possession of an offensive weapon and handling stolen goods. Madi Hashi, 29, of Wandsworth, and Noman Amin, 26, of Clapham Junction, were each jailed for 9 years for conspiracy to commit robbery and threatening another with an offensive weapon. DC Stephen O'Connell of the Met Police said, "This was an immensely complex investigation which demanded dedication and skill to manage the extensive amount of evidence. Our officers have worked day and night to achieve this outcome. I would like to thank all those involved for their dedication and professionalism." The group caused havoc in and outside of London, with high value cars being stolen and a huge amount of money laundered and spoiled. These men have since discovered that crime does not pay. Detective O'Connell said the efforts to track down others believed in the gang were also being continued. Three Americans have been jailed after trying to smuggle a massive 90 kilos of cannabis into the UK between them through Heathrow Airport. The three, who all arrived on flights into London Heathrow Airport from Los Angeles between January the 13th and 15th in 2023, were found by Border Force to be carrying suitcases laden with vacuum-packed packages of herbal cannabis. They were arrested and, following an investigation by the National Crime Agency, were charged with importing Class B drugs. Two of the smugglers were from New York and one was from Texas. They were jailed between 12 and 26 months. Sabrina Desiree Hobby, 29, from Cedar Park, Texas, was sentenced to 26 months in prison for smuggling 36 kilograms of cannabis. Madani Bad Jr., aged 23, from New York, was sentenced to 20 months in prison for smuggling 54 kilos of cannabis with Ara Jenny, who was 25. Jana, also from New York, was given a sentence of 12 months in prison. The National Crime Agency Heathrow branch commander Andy Noyes said, "The prison sentences handed out are the consequence of foolish decisions made by people who either think or have been told that they will get away with smuggling drugs into the UK. These attempts were largely unsophisticated, with commercial amounts of cannabis carried unconcealed within large suitcases. All three individuals are now serving jail time, thousands of miles away from their friends and family. I would urge anyone considering smuggling cannabis into the UK to think twice. The NCA and our partners in Border Force are tackling drug couriers and will continue to disrupt the crime groups involved in drug trafficking. The convictions follow a spat of arrests involving seizures made from flights from the US. Cannabis grown legally in parts of America attracts a premium price in the UK. More than 20 US nationals have now been arrested at UK airports since the start of 2023, with 6 being convicted and sentenced. Catherine Wilson, Regional Director of Heathrow Border Force, said, "The smuggling, production and sale of cannabis plays a fundamental part of the business model that funds dangerous and violent organised crime gangs. The seizure and others like it should send a clear message to anyone considering smuggling illegal drugs into the UK. Working closely with the NCA, we remain committed to tackling supply chains and stopping these dangerous drugs from entering our communities." Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we look at an unhappy ex-girlfriend who stalked her former partner and his new partner for months, and even sent a severed pig's head to the new couple's workplace. Tia McBean, who was 22 at the time, had admitted to 12 offences in court, including repeatedly breaching a restraining order and stalking her ex, Oralton Robinson, and his partner, Arkia Bish, over a substantial amount of time. Mr. Robinson, who admitted he was previously in a 3-month relationship with Miss McBean in 2018, admitted he had done so whilst he was on a break with Miss Bish. Mr. Robinson explained that he began to distance himself from Miss McBean when she had explained to Mr. Robinson that she had suffered from a bipolar disorder, the court heard. However, Woolwich Crown Court had heard that Miss McBean had become pregnant with Mr. Robinson's child, and throughout the stalking campaign had made hundreds of phone calls to the pair. However, Woolwich Crown Court had heard how Miss McBean had become pregnant with Mr. Robinson's child, and throughout the stalking campaign had made hundreds of phone calls to the pair. Miss McBean had sent a pig's head to the couple's restaurant and messaged Miss Bish an explicit image of her father's face being photoshopped onto it. The delivery drivers would also turn back up to the restaurant and demand payment, as Miss McBean had reportedly ordered pizzas to their home through Just Eat, the court was also told. Jailing Miss McBean for 15 months, Judge Ruth Downing said, "It was very clear that it was a very short relationship which you entered to as adults, and Mr. Robinson does not wish to continue this relationship. Adults should be able to and be capable of pursuing their intimate affairs, including bringing them to an end without fears of reprisal or a hurtful or intrusive and persistent manner. I don't entirely discount that there was a genuine degree of apprehension shared by Mr. Robinson and Miss Bish that the conduct could escalate. Your quarrel was with an ex-lover, not his partner, and an employee of the business was also involved and had absolutely nothing to do with this quarrel at all. Your attitude has been one of defiance. None of this ever happened. It's all made up and I'm not pleading guilty. It's taken a lot to acknowledge that those irrational and totally unacceptable activities were first of all done by you, and also that they were unacceptable. Judge Downing said that sending the pig's head was a very gratuitous act of spite towards Miss Bish. The stalking of Miss Bish began when Mr. Robertson ended the relationship with Miss McBean. It started with Miss McBean sending the woman racially abusive messages about her son. Miss McBean was convicted of criminal damage and assault against Mr. Robinson, and a restraining order was issued preventing her from contacting Mr. Robinson or Miss Bish or attending their address. However, it was reported that Mr. Robinson was also convicted of assaulting Miss McBean, but the courts did not hear any further details of the offence. Prosecutor Matthew Dalton said that Miss McBean started stalking Mr. Robinson on a daily basis, beginning with him waking up several nights in a row to her knocking at the door and finding handwritten notes being stuck to his door. The couple said that it was quite common to receive hundreds of calls from withheld or various numbers and receive abusive text messages on a daily basis from Miss McBean. At one point, it was reported she went to their address and was said to be sitting outside with a bottle of rum, shouting at the house. Afterwards, she reported to the police that Mr. Robinson had kidnapped her. However, Mr. Robinson had been with an officer making a statement to the police about Miss McBean at the time of the call. In another occasion, Miss Bish was approached by a customer at her restaurant, who showed her in a Facebook message from Miss McBean that Miss McBean had stated that she had seen a worker in the eatery indecently exposing himself whilst he was on shift. In the statement, Miss Bish said, "I became so upset by this. This was affecting my personal life and my sleep. I could not believe this was happening to me. It's now obviously beginning to affect my business, especially when she's saying to my customers awful things that are going on in the restaurant." The court also heard that Mr. Robinson had returned home from the police station after reporting her for sending pizzas to his house, only to find another delivery driver on his doorstep. Miss McBean then attended the address again and was reported to be banging the door and screaming outside. Miss McBean wanted to take things a step further, and this time she decided she would send a severed pig's head to the couple's halal restaurant through another catering company. Mr. Dalton said a delivery was made. Mr. Robinson thought it was from a catering company, but he had never heard of the company before or made an order, and so he opened it with another employee, Shantae Lewis, who had opened it in quite a rush. When it was opened up, it was quite a shock. There was a pig's head inside. Nobody expected this at all. They only serve halal meat in the restaurant, and as soon as he saw the contents, he instantly believed that it was from Tia McBean. Details from the delivery included her email address, which appeared to be fake. Miss Lewis said she had to leave work early after opening up the delivery, which caused her to throw up and feel nauseous, as she is a vegan herself. Miss McBean was not finished. She sent Miss Bish an explicit photo that appeared to have Miss Bish's father's face photoshopped on, with a message reading, "Tell your dad to stop sending me explicit photos, laugh out loud." It had appeared that Miss McBean had FaceTimed Miss Bish's father and taken a screenshot of his face for the use of the photo. After all this, Mr. Robinson installed CCTV cameras at his home for his own personal safety. However, it was seen that Miss McBean had written "illegal immigrant" in red marker across his door. On one evening, Miss McBean called Miss Lewis 3 times in the early hours of the morning, after she had made the statement about the pig's head incident to the police, telling Miss Lewis, "I know where you live." Miss McBean also sent food deliveries to her house on 2 occasions and admitted to harassing Miss Lewis by sending her threatening electronic communication. The court heard how Miss McBean had previous convictions for harassment, which she had received 4 months prison time, suspended for 12 months. James Hass-Latcher, defending Miss McBean, said that Miss McBean was diagnosed with unstable personality disorder at 18 and was not taking her medication at the time of offending. He said, "It's the tragic combination of somebody who was unstable with an unstable personality disorder, dealing with a pregnancy, and the breakup of a relationship." Judge Downing said that Miss McBean would have been released on licence at the halfway point of a 15-month sentence, and due to time served on remand, would be out of prison in a matter of weeks. Miss McBean of Peckham, South East London, admitted to 7 counts of breaching a restraining order, 1 count of racially aggravated damaging property, 2 counts of stalking, 1 count of harassment, and 1 count of sending an offensive or threatening communication. What are your opinions of Miss McBean? Did she take things way too far with her ex-partner? Or do you think that everything she did was justifiable? Please let us know in the comments below. Thanks for joining us today, and as always, stay safe. Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a County Lines drugs gang who were jailed after police bugged the car and listened to their plans to expand into Canterbury, Southend and the north of England. Detectives who were working the case helped smash an elaborate drugs conspiracy in Medway after planting a bug in one of the boss's Mercedes cars. As the leaders plotted their plans to expand into Canterbury, Southend and the north of England, the police were listening in. The bosses of the gang and lifelong friends, Michael Odidina and Kazim Akin Falarin, both received a sentence of 9 years and 8 months, along with Mr. Akin Falarin and Mr. Adina. The people who used to work for the gang, known as runners, were also sentenced. Ramel Fregis of Peckham was jailed for 43 months. Andrew Huntley of Hopedale Road, Greenwich, was jailed for 8 years and a month. Francis Sonny Akon from Surrey was jailed for 27 months. Mark Downs from Cleethorpes was jailed for 37 months. Pater Ewi Homer from Lewisham was jailed for 18 months but was suspended for 2 years and along with 200 hours of unpaid work. And Peter Simmons from the Grimsby area was jailed for 33 months. The judge also ruled that the time that some of the defendants had spent on tag awaiting sentencing will be taken off their sentences. Detectives believed the gang had made up to £500,000 from Class A drug sales, although the charges that were brought before the court only involved deals which netted them an estimated £150,000 between December of 2016 and October of 2018. Judge Philip Statman, presiding over the case, told the defendants, "The supply of Class A drugs undermines communities. This was an extensive County Lines drugs operation, with its tentacles stretching into other areas." Judge Statman told Mr. Akin Falarin that he was a highly intelligent man who had used all the intelligence at his disposal in a criminal enterprise, bringing misery and degradation to others. "But I accept that you have since turned your life around." Judge Statman also added to Mr. Adina, "You became a father 5 days ago, and you have also worked since your arrest to help others stay away from drugs." The drugs network, known as TJ, used to hire cars and frequently change phones to avoid detection by police, and had at least 2 safe houses where they would hide the drugs and cash. But the leaders of the gang were unaware that undercover cops had stashed a device in one of their vehicles and were now listening to their secret conversations. The prosecutor, Martin Yale, told the court how the bosses, Mr. Akin Falarin and Mr. Adina, were at the top of the hierarchy in this conspiracy. Mr. Yale added, "Mr. Akin Falarin and Mr. Adina held the main drugs lines, and the other defendants worked at their instigation and direction. The Medway/Kent arm of this drugs network operated under a name known as TJ. The Grimsby arm operated under the name of Alpo. It is a prominent feature in this case that those who were selling drugs at a street level used hire cars to drive around the locality. These cars were paid for by the drugs network. In particular, there is clear evidence of Mr. Akinfolarin arranging for payments of hire cars for others to use. The Crown says that this was in an effort to reduce the risk of detection of those hire cars. The Crown prosecution says that this was an effort to reduce the risk of detection by police by using hire cars which were changed regularly. The cars would be hired for only a week or so, sometimes the lease being slightly extended, and then the hire car would be returned and another would be leased immediately. Mr. Yale added, Mr. Aware Homer travelled in the hire car to various locations in Medway, including to individuals' home addresses, supplying Class A drugs. Some of the houses that Mr. Aware Homer travelled to were known drug users, and the detectives discovered that most of the people at these houses received the bulk text messages which were sent out from the county line's phone. One of those to whom he dealt, Mr. Suleiman, was later stopped by the police and found to be in possession of 2 wraps of heroin and 1 wrap of crack cocaine. The court heard how Mr. Suleiman's telephone was examined and the texts from the TJ line were found on the phone advertising dark for sale, which is another name for heroin. The prosecutor, Mr. Yates, also said that the gangs were targeting vulnerable people in the Medway towns and used their homes to store drugs. Mr. Akinfolarin enjoyed a holiday in Morocco, but after landing in Gatwick, immediately continued his drugs operation. No more than a month after he returned from his holiday, the police raided the safe houses, and during the search, officers found a carrier bag containing drugs paraphernalia, with names and telephone numbers written down within the bag. Mr. Yale added, one of the numbers had TJ written next to it. It is very clear that there was a degree of sophistication with the drugs enterprise that Mr. Akinfolarin and Mr. Adina were running, and they were ably assisted by Mr. Huntley. It was effectively being ran as a business, with a hierarchy and employees, and as with any business, there came a time when they decided to expand into other geographical areas. After the raid on the safe houses, the police installed a listening device in Mr. Akinfolarin's Mercedes and heard how he and Mr. Odina and others were supplying Class A drugs. The Crown Prosecution Service decided to drop the charges against one of the women who had lived in one of the safe houses, ruling that she was a highly vulnerable drug addict who had been exploited. After the hearing, the judge commended Detective Constable Dean Sycamore for his dedication and said that the people of Kent can now be assured that the streets were now a little safer. Detective Constable Sycamore said, this was an organised criminal network which distributed the supply of crack cocaine and heroin across England, targeting vulnerable drug users in order to make significant financial gains. Through our investigation, we estimate that hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of drugs were sold as part of this criminal network. Drugs not only ruin lives of those using, but affects their families and adversely affects the communities that suffer, which were associated with crime. What are your opinions on the drugs gang? Do you believe the sentencing were too harsh or not harsh enough? Also, what are your opinions on the leaders of the gang working to help others stop using drugs whilst they were awaiting sentencing? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a former rave organiser who was dubbed the King of Acid House in the 80s, who later turned to fraud and building this bizarre contraption to help him access victims' bank accounts. Tony Muldowney Colston was behind some of Britain's most infamous all-night raves 3 decades ago, before the scene was shut down due to rampant drug use. The self-styled anarcho-capitalist who uses the surname Colston Hater then became a cyber fraudster, masterminding a £1.25 million cyber bank heist, which saw him jailed for 5.5 years in 2014. But after his release from prison, the now 53-year-old soon returned to con artistry. This creating a bizarre machine from a card reader and voice altering equipment. Detectives were astonished by the wacky looking construction when they raided a property linked to the fraudster, and were even more surprised to discover that it actually worked. Mr. Colston used the machine as part of a plot which saw him access £500,000 in victims' bank accounts, and for which he was packed off back to jail. In his previous con, for which he was jailed in 2014, Mr. Colston led a gang who planted a high-tech computer hacking device into a bank to empty high-value accounts. They used a keyboard video mouse, or KVM device, which costs as little as £10 and is popular with suspicious partners looking to catch their cheating spouses. They used it to take control of multiple computer systems and transmit information remotely. 6 high-worth accounts were emptied, with the University of Portsmouth and the London Metropolitan University among the victims. After his release, Mr. Colston was soon back to his old ways, but this time with his homemade machine. It was used to contact victims and convince them that he was a member of the staff at the bank. Amazingly, experts from the Met's Digital Communication and Cyber Laboratory confirmed the device actually worked. Officers also seized a hard drive containing details of passports and identity cards, 32 credit cards, and a spreadsheet containing names, addresses, email addresses, and phone numbers. Detective Inspector Philip McClerney from the Met Police Cybercrime Unit, or MPCCU, said the scam carried out by Mr. Colston affected hundreds of people across the UK and had the potential to affect many more. He is an audacious criminal who only recently was released from prison for carrying out very similar offences. He shows no concern for the welfare of any individual or organisation and has made it clear that he will use a range of methods to achieve significant financial gain for himself. Mr. Colston was once a successful professional gambler and astounded teachers by passing a special O-level event in a fruit machine technology aged just 16. He once raked in £23,000 a day before he was banned from every casino in Britain. Mr. Colston travelled to Hong Kong in 2003 where he set up an engineering company which produced a component for a Formula 1 car. But when he moved back to Britain to marry and start a young family, police believe he became an accomplished fraudster. Police say the weird-looking device was used to alter Mr. Colston's voice to match the age and gender of a genuine customer when he contacted the banks. It also had the capability of playing pre-recorded bank messages. Mr. Colston told detectives that he created the machine to gain access to genuine customer accounts and spirit away cash. Scotland Yard's Digital Communications and Cyber Laboratory confirmed that the machine did what Mr. Colston said it did. Incredibly, Mr. Colston used a similar system to fox police during his rave organising days. Rave goers would ring a phone number, at which point a recorded message on an answering machine would give them random locations around the M25. It would then be updated to reveal the final venue. What do you think about Mr. Colston's device and the time he spent in prison? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a man who has been jailed for life to serve a minimum of 13 years and 201 days for murdering 26-year-old Dre Estridge in Toxteth. Emergency services were called to an address on Oakham Street, Toxteth, where they found 26-year-old Dre with a single stab wound to the chest. Sadly, he later died as a result of the injury. Tranny Carl Cozy Rogers, 18 of Stevenson Street, Wavertree, was arrested after his image was circulated by Merseyside police, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum tariff of 13 years and 201 days. Detective Chief Inspector Richie Jones said, "This has been an extremely difficult time for the family of Dre Estridge, and we have supported them throughout this process." Dre and his family have gathered to mark the 23rd anniversary of the death of his brother, O'Shea, who was struck and killed by a motorbike in Toxteth, aged just 2. After the fatal stabbing of Dre, Tranny Cole Cozy Rogers quickly left the scene and tried to conceal evidence by washing the knife in bleach and hiding it under a paving stone in a rear alleyway, then disposing of his clothes. However, the investigation team were able to trace his movements and recover this evidence. Not only did Mr. Cole Cozy Rogers attempt to evade justice, he made spurious and unproven allegations in court about the victim in an attempt to excuse his actions. Those actions not only cost Dre Estridge's life, they have caused Dre's family and loved ones unimaginable suffering and have now cost Mr. Cole Cozy Rogers his liberty. Anyone who picks up a knife in anger or carries a knife is capable of inflicting this level of violence on others. Reaching for such a weapon can turn what might have been a one-off disagreement into a life-changing moment for so many people. That is why we proactively target offenders and serious and organised crime groups who store, carry and use weapons in our communities all year round. I welcome the fact Mr. Cole Cozy Rogers will now spend a long time behind bars after trying to evade justice in the days that followed the murder, and I sincerely hope he uses that time to reflect on the full impact his actions have had on Dre's loved ones. I also hope his jailing serves as a stronger reminder of how dimly police and the courts view anyone who uses weapons to cause injury or to kill. Dre's life will be remembered in so many ways and his voice becomes mine. As a parent, I want changes. I gave my son his first and last kiss and I wouldn't want anyone else to feel my pain. Dre's eldest sister, Demi Lee, said, "This has been a devastating situation for all members of our family. I have no words that can comprehend what has happened. We know him inside out, the good and the bad. My brother was so intelligent. He had his whole life ahead of him and was finally getting where he wanted to be. Trenny did not take responsibility for anything he did that night at all. Our families are broken on both sides. Neither of us deserved it. Trenny had no respect whatsoever. He tried to tarnish my brother's name and insult the intelligence of the justice system. Dre, I miss you so much. We were the same person. You were all and will always be my other half. Our hearts are broken. We will never be the same without our brother. We love and miss you, Dre. Love always, sister number 1, Demi Lee." So what are your thoughts about Trenny Cole Cozy Rogers and how he took the life of Dre Estridge and attempted to cover and fool the courts in hope of getting away with murder? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a thug who was jailed for attacking 2 women and bragged on Facebook that his life behind bars was like a holiday camp. Tristan Wilson, who was 20, shared public selfies as well as a rap video from inside Doncaster prison boasting of his lifestyle. Mr. Wilson from Baildon in West Yorkshire was shown grinning in his Facebook profile picture after being jailed in July for 8 weeks. He was incarcerated at HMP Doncaster, a Category B men's prison run by the private firm Serco. Mr. Wilson was convicted of assault by beating and assault against 2 women, damage to a property and possession of a Class A drug at Bradford and Knightley Magistrates Court. Despite his serious crimes, Mr. Wilson posted a 2.5-minute video posted on Facebook where he and 2 other prisoners had rapped to the camera with the caption, "This is what boredom does to you." Mr. Wilson is seen in the clip wearing a North Face t-shirt and dancing in his cell before ripping off his top. In the clip, with the music blaring in the background, he uses offensive phrases and it has been viewed 1,300 times in 17 hours and had 95 likes. The former friend who spotted the post said, "Tristan is posting loads of Facebook pictures and has a smartphone in jail. He's been sharing pictures from the inside of the can and the quality of the pictures is pretty good. He's been boasting about how great his life is from inside prison. There are topless pictures of the guys and they're all talking about how great their lives are. It doesn't seem as if he's showing much remorse for whatever he's done to get him in there." On July the 21st, Mr. Wilson first posted from behind bars, asking friends to write to him. A friend asked how he could post on Facebook from inside. "How come you're on Facebook, mate?" Mr. Wilson replied, "Living in prison was like a holiday camp." A week later, on July the 27th, Mr. Wilson posted again to say he was bored. The same day, he posted a picture of another inmate inside his cell, flexing his biceps in a vest. Again, on August the 1st, he boasted that life behind bars is way too nice and shared a topless photo with the same cellmate. He commented on the post that he was living like a king inside. On August the 9th, he shared the rap video with friends and responded to say he had made their day. Jerry Spencer, Serco's contract director at HMP Doncaster, said, "Prisoners are not allowed to use social media under any circumstances, and we have a zero tolerance approach to anyone who does so. We have taken immediate action to investigate this alleged incident, and if it is proven to be true, we will not hesitate to take all the necessary steps to prevent a reoccurrence and, if appropriate, prosecute any individuals involved." Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Wilson? Do you think 8 weeks for an assault on 2 women was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at an Albanian gangster who has posted pictures of himself in prison, laughing and said the only thing he misses is the whores. Tristan Aslani was one of 3 gang members who were jailed for a total of 42 years in 2016 after they were found with a submachine gun and £6 million worth of drugs. He has since managed to set up an Instagram account using a smuggled phone and posted pictures of himself showing off his muscles and listening to the prison radio. Beneath one message was the caption, "Even inside prison, we have all conditions. What's missing are only whores." A victim of the chaos that Asalani unleashed on the streets of London told about how he should have been deported. Rinaz Amin, whose shop Mr. Aslani crashed into, said he obviously got so much time in prison that he just doesn't give a crap about anyone else. He doesn't care. He looks really happy in prison. Mr. Aslani was handed a 25-year sentence for conspiracy to supply drugs, dangerous driving and possession of a firearm in 2016. It is believed the photo was taken in HMP Wandsworth. Mr. Aslani was caught after crashing his car into a shop in Crouch End during a police chase. Detectives later found a Scorpion submachine gun fitted with a silencer and 21 kilos of cocaine, as well as 16 kilos of cannabis. Phones are not allowed in prison, but jails have had a difficult time keeping them out, with a series of high-profile criminals managing to set up social media accounts and even starting online dating whilst they're serving sentences. A prison service spokesman said, "This behaviour is completely unacceptable and we have removed the content from social media. Those who break the prison rules will face tough punishments, including extra time behind bars. We are taking decisive action to find and block mobile phones in prison, including a £2 million investment to block mobile phone signals." 2 years ago, Albanian criminals in Guy Marsh jail in Dorset were able to take pictures of themselves on Christmas Day and post them on an Albanian website called Life is Fun. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Tristan Aslani? Do you think a sentence of 25 years for a submachine gun and £6 million worth of drugs was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a jailed man, Mr. Dean Boss, who had hatched a plot to flood Tyneside with Class A drugs while serving a prison term for armed robbery. Links were formed between Newcastle and Merseyside for the distribution of cocaine. Newcastle Central Station was used as a meeting point for the drugs couriers, picking up instructions from the ringleaders via phone booths outside the station. But the ring was smashed by officers from Northumbria Police Crime Team, who monitored the activity. A police spokesperson said that drugs were destined for Tyneside, and the people at the top had networked while in prison. It was a lucrative racket. Police seized 3/4 kilo of cocaine and thousands of pounds in cash. Gang members are facing jail for their parts in conspiracy to supply cocaine after admitting the offence at Newcastle Crown Court yesterday. Dean Boss, 29, of Otterburn Court, Bensham, Lucas Dixon, 31, of Almond Crescent, Gateshead, and Paul Moore, 44, of Burrows Court, Liverpool, and Daniel Morrison, 31, of Primary Avenue, Bootle, Merseyside, all admitted conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. The boss was convicted of robbery in August 1998 at Newcastle Crown Court after he and another man held up travel agency staff at Going Places, Kells Lane, Gateshead with an axe. He escaped with £7,700 in sterling cash and foreign currency after terrorising cashiers. While in jail, he met William Moore, Paul's brother, who was serving time for drug offences. When Mr. Boss came out, he recruited Paul Moore for the drugs work. William Moore is now serving 30 years for conspiracy to murder in a gangland attack in Liverpool. Mr. Boss and his partner Dawn Chappell, 22, also of Otterbourne Close, both denied a further charge of money laundering involving £30,000 as the proceeds of the drugs conspiracy. Prosecutors asked for the laundering charge to be left on the file against Mr. Boss. A not guilty verdict was recorded in the case of Miss Chappell. Recorder James Goss adjourned the case until today, but remanding all 4 men in custody. He said in each case it's purely a matter of length of sentence. Kenneth Patterson, 53, Windmill Way, Gateshead, was convicted of possession with intent to supply Class A drugs and jailed for 3.5 years in December 2004. The operation began in December 2003 as police tracked Patterson's activities. Sources say information was received that Patterson was travelling with a large quantity of cash on a regular basis to the Liverpool area and buying Class A drugs. On February 9, 2004, Patterson was seen exchanging packages with Mr. Morrison in a lay-by on the A66 at Scotch Corner. A police spokesman said, following a further visit to the Liverpool area, Mr. Patterson was stopped by a police officer in Gateshead on March 11, 2004. Officers recovered 750 grams of cocaine from his vehicle. The following day, Mr. Morrison was arrested in Liverpool and later bailed pending further inquiries. Mr. Patterson admitted being a drug courier, but refused to say for whom. He said he travelled to Liverpool and Scotch Corner on several occasions to meet Mr. Morrison and collect drugs for cash. The South Crime Team began a further investigation into Patterson's criminal associates. In photographs obtained by the Chronicle, couriers Moore and Dickinson were seen meeting in the Central Station phone booths on October the 1st last year. The rendezvous had been organised by Mr. Boss, said to be the kingpin of the drugs organisation. Mr. Dickinson had replaced Mr. Patterson as Mr. Boss's new drugs footman. It is believed that Mr. Moore had been carrying drugs and Mr. Dickinson had a consignment of cash. The pair met again on November the 30th and Mr. Dickinson exchanged £18,000 for cash for Class A drugs. Mr. Moore was stopped by the police on the A1 and the cash was recovered. He was arrested, as were Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Boss. Although no drugs were recovered, a forensic examination of the hire vehicle showed it was highly contaminated with Class A drugs. Sandwich packages brought by Mr. Moore at the train station also were covered in drugs. Mr. Moore, Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Boss were arrested on February 7th this year on suspicion of conspiracy to supply. Dickinson admitted acting as a courier, delivering packages to the Gateshead area. Mr. Morrison was arrested on March 30th and charged with conspiracy to supply. What do you think about the crimes of Mr. Boss, and how he managed to run it whilst in prison? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at taxpayer-backed NatWest is facing a fine of up to $340 million after admitting it failed to spot a Bradford gold dealer with links to business run by Petra. Ecclestone's ex-husband, James Stunt, laundered £365 million over 5 years, despite the bank itself predicting the bent business. The 122-year-old jewellery wholesaler, Fowler Oldfield, deposited up to £1.8 million a day at the height of the scam, as a procession of couriers dropped off bags stuffed with cash at the grubby office on an industrial estate in West Yorkshire. At the time of the police investigation into Fowler Oldfield, news reports linked the company to business run by Petra Ecclestone's former husband, James Stunt. Its owner, Gregory Frankel, the great-grandson of its founder, was vice president and Stunt and CEO, a gold bullion business where Mr. Stunt was chairman. Police would later raid the premises and smash the network behind the operation, later branded money laundering on a massive scale. But Britain's largest business and commercial bank failed to spot it even when deposits became increasingly large. Inside the rundown office, the cash would be unpacked and later deposited into Fowler Oldfield's NatWest account. The high street moneylender is 55% taxpayer owned after a £45 billion state bailout during the financial crisis. NatWest admitted, following the jeweller, to launder £365 million, including £264 million in cash, in the first criminal prosecution of its kind in the UK. It could face a potential fine of around £340 million under sentencing guidelines,
but a judge will set the final level of penalty at Southwark Crown Court. It is the first criminal prosecution by the Financial Conduct Authority under the 2007 law. Afterward, NatWest's chief executive, Alison Rose, spoke of her deep regret over the scandal that has tarnished the bank's reputation and will leave them with a massive fine that will dent their own balance sheet. Fowler Oldfield was liquidated following a police raid and its assets were left in the hands of the police. Prosecutions have already resulted in several defendants from the Merseyside area being sentenced, including men who transported the cash. Prosecutors said a courier would be summoned by text message and did not know how much was in each bag they dropped off at Fowler Oldfield. Action against NatWest marks the first time a financial institution has faced criminal prosecution under anti-money laundering laws in the UK. NatWest now faces a fine of up to £240 million. FCA prosecutor Claire Montgomery QC told Westminster magistrates that when Fowler Oldfield was taken on as a client by NatWest, its predicted turnover was said to be about £15 million per year. However, it deposited £365 million over the space of almost 5 years, of which £264 million was in cash. She said at its height, Fowler Oldfield deposited up to £1.8 million a day. Up to £2 million in cash was delivered to Fowler Oldfield every day as part of an extremely sophisticated money laundering. In the last statement by liquidators for Fowler Oldfield and filed at company's house, they said NatWest was the secured creditor and that the police held the company's seized assets. NatWest has a vital part to play in detecting and preventing financial crime, and we take extremely seriously our responsibility to prevent money laundering by third parties. In the time since this case arose, we have invested significant resources and continue to enhance our efforts to effectively combat financial crime. We work tirelessly with colleagues, other banks, industry bodies, law enforcement, regulators and governments to help find collaborative solutions to this shared challenge. These partnerships are crucial to counter the significant and evolving threat of financial crime to society. NatWest admitted 3 offences under the Money Laundering Regulations 2007. It will be sentenced at Southwark Crown Court. According to laws passed in 2007, financial firms must do everything possible to prevent their services from becoming the tools of criminals. The case against NatWest is the first criminal prosecution ever undertaken under those 2007 rules. When handling funds from Fowler Oldfield, the FCA alleged that NatWest failed to properly scrutinise increasingly large cash deposits. Prosecutors said couriers could hand over cash to Fowler Oldfield's reception and were usually given an envelope containing a token for proof of delivery. The men were paid for transporting the money. Bags were then unpacked in a counting room behind closed doors at Fowler Oldfield and the amount from each courier recorded in a ledger. But it was this ledger and CCTV footage that later helped investigators to identify the couriers after West Yorkshire Police's Economic Crime Unit raided the site. Police were supported by the National Crime Agency, often dubbed Britain's answer to the FBI, with 12 people arrested for money laundering. When sentencing 4 couriers, Crown Court Judge Colin Byrne noticed that they had been targeted for recruitment because of their debts, often from gambling. One man feared that if he had not delivered the money, there would be consequences for himself and his family. A source familiar with the probes said a remarkable aspect was the simple methods employed. Money laundering these days can be complicated, the source said, adding that the convicted men were doing it the old-fashioned way. NatWest previously stated it cooperated with the criminal probe and that it took its anti-money laundering responsibilities extremely seriously. So what are your thoughts about this NatWest money laundering case and the resulted criminal proceedings that gave NatWest a heavy-duty fine of between £240 and £340 million as they failed to correctly check and process Mr. Field's deposit? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at 5 men from an organised crime group who stole more than £465,000 in a series of ram raid burglaries in London's West End have been jailed. The group burgled Selfridges, Sea Line and Moncler by smashing the top fronts while the stores were closed. They were sentenced at Southwark Crown Court after pleading guilty to conspiring to burgle 3 premises in Westminster. Martin Dunn, 37,
27 of Fox's Parade, Wildham Abbey, Omar Bakali, 28 of Hopefield Avenue, Kilbourne, Gary Lynch, 32 of Tudor Close, Highgate, and Anthony Allen, 54 of Peckham Road, Peckham, were sentenced to a total of 14 years and 6 months in prison. Jamie Claydon, 28 of Ipswich Road, Newbourne, Suffolk, was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. Suspended for 2 years, he also pleaded guilty to handling stolen goods. The group's first target was Selfridges in Oxford Street, which they hit. They used a Jaguar with cloned number plates to reverse through the entrance doors before running into the store and stealing a number of designer handbags. The second offence occurred at Sea Line on Mount Street. They repeated the same plan by reversing a Golf through the entrance doors at speed and then entering the shop and stealing a number of handbags. Extensive structural damage was caused to each of the stores. The Golf was abandoned in the store while the men left the scene in an Audi. The third burglary took place at Moncler in Old Bond Street. The suspects approached the venue in a stolen vehicle, a Kia Niro and 2 motorbikes, and smashed their way through the entrance door with a sledgehammer. They stole a number of jackets, bags and other items of clothing and fled the scene. One of the motorbikes used, which had been stolen, was abandoned at the scene. Detectives from the Met's flying squad were able to track down the suspects using hours of CCTV and extensive telephone records and automated number plate recognition. Detective Constable Martin Stone from the Met's flying squad said this was an immensely complex investigation involving a huge amount of evidence. The group caused havoc in the West End, with buildings being severely damaged and high-value goods being stolen. These men have since discovered that crime does not pay, and thanks to the complex investigative work by the flying squad, they will instead be spending time behind bars. Mr. Claydon was later arrested again and charged with conspiracy to burgle. The other members of the group were arrested and also charged with conspiracy to burgle. Investigations continue to track down and bring to justice outstanding suspects who are believed to be involved in these offences. So what are your thoughts about this luxury goods organised crime gang? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we're looking at jail bosses who fear a race war could break out behind bars after hardened killers set up protection groups against Muslim convicts. Governors have been given an urgent security warning about one new network called Death Before Dishonour. The group, calling themselves DBD for short, have formed to protect themselves against what they call is an increasing risk from Muslim inmates. But it raises the threat of further meltdown in our crisis-hit jails. Members of the gangs are being recruited from special close supervision centres set up to hold the most dangerous convicts, often violent lifers. A source said that they have been top security briefings warning of this organisation being set up and focusing on inmates in close supervision units. So there is a serious concern with so many hundreds if not thousands of followers of Islam in the prison system. At many of our prisons there is already huge tension between Muslim and non-Muslim prisoners. Clearly there is a deep concern that this group could expand and the conflict could escalate out of all control. Sources said that this is the second known anti-Islam organisation set up in prisons. Another is the Piranhas gang, which was formed after extremist Muslim prisoners began assaulting other inmates and trying to convert them. The Piranhas, named after the flesh-eating South American fish, are mainly prisoners from Liverpool and Manchester. A trial at Manchester Crown Court was told. Gangland murderer Chris Ashton is said to have been handing out postcards carrying a piranha motif to Muslim convert inmates at HMP Long Lartin, urging them to fight back. Sources said the cards had the Ezekiel 25:17 vengeance Bible verse recited by Samuel L. Jackson's hitman character in the cult movie Pulp Fiction written on them. The verse reads, "And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know I am the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you." Ashton, 33, is alleged to have been moved to another prison after Muslim inmates threatened to harm him. He was handed a life sentence with a 32-year minimum term in 2006 for killing 21-year-old Leon Small. Mr. Small's burnt body was discovered by a dog walker on the Mersey foreshore near John Lennon Airport 2 years earlier. He had been stabbed with a samurai sword and a knife before being shot after a row broke out between him and Ashton, then 21, at a house in Wavertree over a gold chain. Last night, the Ministry of Justice refused to discuss DBD or its members. A spokesman said, "Safety in prisons is fundamental to the proper functioning of our justice system. We do not tolerate violence or bullying in prisons and will always take action against any kind of discrimination." The revelations come just days after it emerged that mobile phones were being smuggled into prisons inside chocolate bars. A Channel 4 documentary also revealed how the so-called legal high spice, now outlawed, was being sprayed onto children's drawings and posted to inmates who then smoke it. Richard Garside, director of the Centre for Crime and Justice Studies, said prisons are run down and overcrowded with significant issues surrounding safety. We've seen a number of homicides in prisons this year and there's certainly been an increase. The Prison Officers Association has also raised concerns about assaults on their own members. Against the background of some of the rising racial tensions in society, it's easy to see why some tensions in prison might be channeled through race lines. My view remains that what we really need is not more prison staff, but fewer prisoners and fewer prisons. The overwhelming priority is for the government to take a strategic view and set the path to reduce the number of people in prisons over the long term. Justice Secretary Liz Truss has admitted prisons are at breaking point and unveiled new powers. The ministers revealed plans to recruit 2,500 more wardens, with £100 million funding, as she said a toxic cocktail of drugs and violence is endangering the guards and inmates. As part of the proposals, Ms Truss said that she would sack governors when prisons fail. New league tables measuring everything from violence to offenders' progress at English and maths will rank jails. The white paper followed shock figures last week showing that assaults on prison staff had soared 43% last year to 5,954. Richard Bergen, MP, Labour's Shadow Justice Secretary, said the Tories' much hyped recruitment drive is already looking in trouble. Over 6,000 frontline officers have been lost under the Tories, and we've seen the dangerous consequences of falling prison officer numbers recently. What do you think about death before dishonour and other gangs in the prison system? Were you aware that the prison system in the UK can still be so dangerous for prisoners? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a family who swindled the taxpayer out of £400,000 in tobacco duty. Vicky Whaley, a 46-year-old mother of two, sourced counterfeit and non-duty paid cigarettes and tobacco, which she then sold online from her home at Cornerbrook in Lowestoft. She was helped by her husband Paul Whaley and her mother Lynn Abbey. Earlier in the trial, Bolton Crown Court heard that Vicky Whaley took the lead in selling tobacco and cigarettes via social media and websites named Dan Dan Do and Vic Vic Voo, often using the false cover of selling t-shirts and cupcakes. The family's activities were discovered following an HMRC raid on a storage unit hired by Vicky Whaley, and they were arrested in December 2016. However, the family continued to sell the illicit tobacco products after their arrests, and evaded around £396,000 in duty during the course of their enterprise. At a hearing in May, a jury found all three family members guilty on 2 counts of fraudulently evading duty on tobacco and cigarettes after 2 days of deliberation. At a sentencing hearing at Bolton Crown Court yesterday, defending Vicky Whaley, Martin Taylor described her as a loyal, hard-working and family-orientated woman who was a rock to the couple's 2 children and relatives. The 46-year-old was a volunteer for charity and worked full-time as a manager in the public sector. There is a lot of good in the life of Vicky Whaley, Mr. Taylor said. Defending Paul Whaley, Gemma Maxwell described him as a man of positively good character who had been employed since he was 12 years old. He is thoroughly ashamed of his involvement, Miss Maxwell added. The court also heard that Miss Abbey had been working as a nighttime psychiatric nurse at the time of the offences and was of previous good character and standing. Defending Miss Abbey, Stuart Neal said the 68-year-old had become involved in the offending due to maternal trust. Addressing the defendants, Judge Graham Smith said, "This is undoubtedly a sad case. It is very sad because the 3 of you, all previously of good character, were of a close and hard-working family, and that has now been ruined because of the decisions made to illegally deal in tobacco. That sales business grew in size to be a huge operation, but if your evidence is to be believed, that led to little profit to you." In tears, Vicky Whaley kissed and hugged her husband and her mother as she was jailed for 4 years on her birthday. Judge Smith refuted suggestions that she had been a smaller part of a wider illicit tobacco trading system, saying that you answer to no one but yourself. I find it astonishing that you contemplated continuing to break the law after you had been arrested, he added. Paul Whaley, also of Cornerbrook, was sentenced to 18 months in prison, suspended for 2 years, and must complete 240 hours of unpaid work and 20 rehabilitation requirement days. Judge Smith added, "You were less involved than your wife, but you knew more about the business than you are willing to admit. You are clearly someone for whom rules are very important, and I can see how you find it difficult to accept how you broke the law in this way." Miss Abbey of 4th Avenue, Heaton, was sentenced to 12 months in prison, suspended for 18 months, and must complete 120 hours of unpaid work. Judge Smith said that he took Abbey's previous good character fully into account, but added that you were well aware, at least to some extent, of what was going on. Tim Atkins, Assistant Director of HMRC's Fraud Investigation Service, said that the family pocketed money that should have gone to other public services. Their attempts to hide their illegal operation behind cupcakes, drinking cups and t-shirts were utterly futile. Tobacco fraud cheats the public and takes their public purse and undermines the honest majority of businesses who play by the rules. What do you think about today's crime? And how much of a difference on our daily lives do you think tax evasion has? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a former prison officer who has been locked up for falsely accusing a taxi driver of assaulting her. Victoria Holmes nearly destroyed the reputations of 2 innocent cabbies and wasted many hours of police time while her allegations were investigated over a busy bank holiday weekend. It became clear her story was unfounded when dashcam footage from one of the driver's cars was reviewed by officers. It was then that Miss Holmes was interviewed not as a potential victim but as a suspect, as well as working with sex offenders at HMP Frankland, County Durham. Miss Holmes was also an aspiring model. Miss Holmes took part in the Durham's Next Top Model in 2013 and had entered the Miss Newcastle beauty pageant the following year. Miss Holmes stuck to her story when interviewed and said she didn't risk her job and lifestyle by lying about what happened. But investigating officers say it was only when the dashcam footage was shown to her that she changed her account. Police received a call from Miss Holmes' mother, who told them she had come back from a night out in a distressed state, claiming she had been raped by an Asian taxi driver outside Lancaster Road Hospital on the A691 near Durham. The prison officer said she took a taxi from the city and claimed the driver, an Asian man in his 40s, stopped the car and carried out his attack. Miss Holmes alleged he assaulted her on the front passenger seat before pushing her out of the car into the grounds of the hospital. Miss Holmes, 27, said she contacted a friend who picked her up and noticed she had twigs in her hair and scratches on her clothing. Sean Dodds, prosecuting, said in her initial interview she changed her description of the driver to being in his 20s with spiked gelled hair. After extensive inquiries, a driver on duty said that night was arrested and denied the offence, stating he had taken a far to Crook, County Durham, at about that time. The cabbie was discounted as a suspect, as the focus turned to the second driver who, it emerged, had dropped Miss Holmes at the hospital. He said he drove straight home afterwards, and the footage from his dashcam showed his passenger got out unaided and there was no contact between the pair. Both suspected drivers spoke of the effect the accusations had on their livelihoods and their family life, while the case's lead investigator said Miss Holmes' actions may deter future rape victims from coming forward. Miss Holmes, from Witton Gilbert, County Durham, admitted intended to pervert the course of justice. Adam Birkby, defending, said she now accepts full responsibility and wants to make sincere apologies to both implicated drivers and to the police. He pointed to a psychiatric report which stated that her false allegations may have been an unconscious result of a depressive illness which she suffered since breaking up with a partner in 2018. Mr. Birkby added, "Ultimately, it's been a tragedy for all concerned, particularly the 2 men." Jailing Miss Holmes for 20 months at Durham Crown Court, Judge James Adkin said much effort went into proving her wicked complaint was a complete fabrication which took its toll on both suspected men and policing resources. He added, "This type of offence can affect the prospects of trial, of cases where it may be finally balanced as to whether women get the justice they deserve." I find it difficult to see how distress about a breakup would cause you to make such a wicked complaint against somebody totally innocent. So what are your thoughts about Miss Holmes, and do you think the 20-month sentence was justice for falsely accusing 2 innocent men of rape? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a nurse who threw a sickie to clean up after her son when he kneecapped a love rival with a shotgun in the back of a Mercedes. Patricia Dean, 58, called in sick to work and cleared up after her son Vincenzo Di Falco, 28, when he shot Jonathan Smith as the victim sat in the back of her C350 Sport E Auto. Specialist mental health nurse Miss Dean, who works at a hospital in Manchester, then had a car undergo a full valet and deep clean at a car wash in a bid to clean Mr. Smith's blood stains away. As police hunted her son, she left the vehicle, which had been hired for her by the NHS, at the home of her unwitting sister in the hope police would not be able to find it. Mr. Smith, 25, who was ex-lover of DeFalco's girlfriend, was found dumped in the street in Rochdale and was taken to hospital with serious leg injuries. He underwent many hours of surgery for his wounds. Police later recovered the Mercedes and found traces of his blood on the seals around the rear passenger compartment. At Bolton Crown Court, Miss Dean of Sowerby Bridge, West Yorkshire, was found guilty by a jury of assisting an offender. Mr. Di Falco of Bacup admitted causing grievous bodily harm with intent at an earlier hearing. No motive was given for the shooting. The court heard Mr. Smith was attacked after being lured into the back of the Mercedes by Mr. DeFalco. Philip Barnes, prosecuting, said that car was a lease hire vehicle hired to Patricia Dean via her employer, the National Health Service. She herself had another car, a BMW, but her son, it seems, drove the Mercedes. Mr. Smith was shot through the front of the left leg at point blank range with a shotgun while he was sitting in the back of the Mercedes. Mr. DeFalco, the shooter, had been sitting in the front seat of that car and had been turned and fired his shotgun through the leg of Mr. Smith, who was sitting in the rear, and then pushed Mr. Smith out of his car onto the pavement before driving. In the hour that followed, Mr. DeFalco made repeated telephone contact with his girlfriend, who had also been the ex-girlfriend of Jonathan Smith, the man he shot. She then called Patricia Dean and told her what had happened. Within minutes, Patricia Dean was on the move to where her son had lived, and they met in order to work out what on earth they were going to do and how they were going to try to cover Mr. DeFalco's tracks. Patricia Dean, for her part, arranged for the Mercedes to be thoroughly and deeply cleaned in an effort to remove all traces of Mr. Smith's shooting. She sent messages to her supervisors at work, suddenly telling them that she wouldn't be in the next day or indeed the rest of the week, as she was suddenly and mysteriously unwell. We suggest that she had rather more serious things to worry about than her attendance record at work. The following day, Miss Dean was seen at a car wash in the Hayden area at the wheel of the Mercedes and asked that it be given a full valet. Mr. Barnes added it was cleaned for over an hour. During the process, she repeatedly asked the operative to clean the back seats thoroughly and was seen inspecting the back seats of the vehicle very close by. The worst of the mess would plainly have been cleaned before she took it to the car wash. Nobody would take it for the valet full of blood, as it must have been, but this was about scoring out any trace of Jonathan Smith's blood within the vehicle. Having washed that car and thinking it to be forensically clean, Patricia Dean left it at the home of her sister where it might hopefully go unnoticed for a while. Miss Dean and Mr. DeFalco were arrested as she was driving the BMW. Miss Dean later told police her son would never do anything like shoot somebody and added, "He tells me everything." She claimed she had last driven the Mercedes the previous weekend and made no mention of her trip to the car wash. In court, she denied knowing about the shooting and said of her son, "I was not aware that he had done that. I did not know what happened. I had absolutely no idea. I have got nothing to hide." Miss Dean admitted visiting her son, but said it was because he had an argument with his girlfriend, Lucy Flood. They had a very volatile relationship, although she was very much in control and didn't think she was right for him. I said I will come and see you as I thought they had an argument. She seemed really upset. I said, "Do you want me to come up?" She said, "Yes." I do not start prying and questioning. I was angry and upset. When I got there, Enzo was saying, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Well, she phoned me up. She was really angry. I wanted to find out what the argument was about."
No more is said. Miss Dean and Mr. DeFalco will be sentenced at a later date. So what are your thoughts about this mother and son who looked to cover up her son Mr. DeFalco's actions after shooting a love rival? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a notorious drugs gang who tortured two men during a horrific ordeal that lasted 5 hours. Sean O'Malley, who was from Orford, Billy McCall, who was from Latchford, and David Scurfield, who was from Burtonwood, were all locked up for a combined total of 37 years over the brutal attack on their victims. The victims were threatened at gunpoint, tied up and attacked with weapons, including being attacked with axe and hammers during the brutal attack. Liverpool Crown Court heard that the victims, Darren Hall and Joshua Childs, were recruited by Scurfield to work in the cultivation and harvesting of cannabis on behalf of an organised crime group. In the weeks leading up to the incident, a crop had been stolen from the farm on at least one occasion. On a Friday evening on September the 11th, 2020, all three men and several others had been working at the industrial unit, which was located down a long country road off Arch Lane in Garswood, and had locked away a stash of drugs in a shipping container before leaving and going to the pub. The trio and two other men returned to the site the following Monday, which was September the 14th, 2020, to discover that all the cannabis had been stolen. Mr. Scurfield made a phone call to an unidentified recipient, who Mr. Childs overheard saying, "You owe us 30 grand now." Mr. O'Malley was then brought to the scene for the purpose of threatening and using extreme force in a bid to make the pair confess to being involved in the theft. Mr. O'Malley pointed a gun at the duo and threatened to shoot them and members of their family if they did not talk. This was before they were tied up with duct tape and brutally beaten. Mr. Hall and Mr. Childs were then struck with a range of weapons, including sledgehammers, claw hammers, and a metal wrench. At one stage, Mr. Hall was told to hold one of his fingers out so it could be severed off with a pair of shears, and he was also threatened with having a power drill being used on him. Mr. Scurfield and Mr. O'Malley then left before returning with Mr. McCall, who was carrying a container of liquid which he claimed was acid. He told the victims he would use the substance to inflict serious burns on their bodies. Mr. Hall was told that he would have it poured on his genitals and thrown all over his face. Mr. Hall was hit in the kneecaps with a hammer and struck in the legs with a pickaxe before the liquid, which is believed to have been either petrol or acid, was poured over the pair. Mr. McCall stubbed out a cigarette on an open wound that Mr. Childs had suffered, while Mr. Scurfield and Mr. O'Malley took Mr. Hall's house keys and ransacked his address. After the defendants left the unit, the two other cannabis farm workers, who had been ordered to wait outside the building, then bundled the injured men into a van and dropped them near Mr. Hall's home on Crab Street in St. Helens and called an ambulance. Overall, their ordeal lasted several hours, and they were left fearing that they were going to die. Both men required surgery for their injuries, Mr. Hall having sustained a broken left leg and a broken right forearm, and Mr. Childs suffering a fractured left leg. Both remained in hospital for several days. On Thursday, October the 1st, 2020, police raided Mr. McCall's home on Henshaw Avenue. The officers who attended the address saw Mr. McCall throw an object out of the rear upstairs bedroom window, which was later found and was discovered to be a converted Olympus firearm. Mr. O'Malley was also to be sentenced for his part in a shooting which was carried out on behalf of Leon Cullen, formerly Warrington's most wanted man, where he had another man shot over a row with another organised crime group. On a Monday evening on September the 9th, 2019, Mr. O'Malley and co-conspirators Lewis Sinclair and Andrew Johannesson had met up at an address on Cumberland Street in Latchford, which was the home of Mr. O'Malley's partner, Annie Webster. This was before travelling to Mr. Johannesson's home in St. Helens, then onwards to Hindon Street in Bolton in a stolen Mercedes. Both Mr. O'Malley and Mr. Sinclair got out of the car dressed in all black with their faces covered, before Mr. Sinclair stopped at a gate of the house and fired 6 shots at a window and doors. Mr. Johannesson then drove the pair to Lee, before changing vehicles to a BMW and continuing back to St. Helens. He had previously carried out the reconnaissance missions on targeted addresses, but was tracked by an electronic tag he was wearing as he did so. After the shooting was carried out, the loaded gun used in the attack, a Czech 9mm Parabellum self-loading pistol, and a quantity of low-purity cocaine were planted in rival Craig Milliton's car during a meeting at the Populars Club in a bid to frame him. This was over a dispute that he and Mr. Cullen were having over a woman they were both previously involved with. An anonymous tip-off was then made to the police, leading to Mr. Millington being arrested by armed police officers. Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Johannesson had earlier plotted together to break into lockers at David Lloyd gyms across the country, stealing items including car keys. Mr. O'Malley of Withers Road admitted 2 counts of inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent, 2 counts of false imprisonment, possession of a firearm with intent to cause fear, and violence and conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, and was jailed for 18 years. Mr. O'Malley, who was 33, had 8 previous convictions for 11 offences, and was also handed an extended licence period of 5 years. Mr. O'Malley was previously locked up alongside Mr. Cullen in 2012 for 6 years, having helped to organise his cocaine supply network before being caged again in 2017 for 2 years for further drug dealing offences. 20-year-old Mr. McCall, who had no previous convictions, pleaded guilty to 2 counts of inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent, 2 charges of false imprisonment, and possession of a firearm, and was handed 10 years. Appearing via video link, 33-year-old Mr. Scurfield of Sherwood Crescent admitted 2 counts of false imprisonment and a further 2 counts of inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent, and was imprisoned for 9 years. The cannabis farm manager had 11 previous convictions for 20 offences, including 18 months in prison for possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply in 2006, and 5 months behind bars in 2009 for an assault causing actual bodily harm. Each of the defendants will have to serve up to 2/3 of their custodial terms before being considered for release on licence by the parole board. Sentencing the trio, Judge David Swinterton said, "The facts of all these offences reveal that you were all involved in serious organised crime. It is clear that the belief that Mr. Childs and Mr. Hall were involved in the loss of cannabis, and Sean O'Malley was sent in as an enforcer. Mr. O'Malley's role was to find out where the cannabis was, and to frighten, terrorise, torture, whilst they were tied up, helpless and vulnerable. They were systematically beaten. Threats were made to Mr. Hall to drill holes in his body with a power drill. The level of threats made were absolutely terrifying, and both men spent several hours believing that they were going to die. You, Mr. McCall, were left in sole charge of them, and you spent an hour continuing with the threat. You even went as far as to stub out a lit cigarette in an open wound of Mr. Childs. This was unnecessary and sadistic torture. I've no doubt that both men will have been psychologically harmed for life by the ordeal that they have been through." Turning to Mr. O'Malley's involvement in the shooting plot, the judge added, "You don't need me to tell you what the dangers are of firing live ammunition in a street towards a house which is being occupied. That shooting was about trying to put the frighteners on people in that house as being an enforcer in organised crime. There was a deliberate attempt to frame a man for a very serious offence. The gunman, Mr. Sinclair from Partington, and the getaway driver, Mr. Johannesson, were both previously jailed for 12 years each at Bolton Crown Court after admitting conspiracy to possess a firearm with intent to cause fear and violence and conspiracy to commit burglary. Miss Webster, who was 26, was handed a 2-year community order after pleading guilty to money laundering, having transferred thousands of pounds of Mr. O'Malley's ill-gotten gains to the United Arab Emirates. His cash was discovered during Operation Longridge, a Greater Manchester Police investigation into serious organised crime, which was focusing on Mr. O'Malley's activities. Miss Webster was present at the public gallery and wept as her partner was jailed. Mr. Cullen, formerly of Honister Avenue in Orford, was locked up for 22.5 years at Liverpool Crown Court after admitting conspiracy to supply firearms and cocaine. Mr. Cullen had been on the run for nearly 2 years after being captured in Dubai in January 2020. Following sentencing, Merseyside Police Detective Phil Poynton said, "This was a brutal and sustained attack which resulted in serious injuries, threats, and was a deeply traumatic experience for both victims to go through. Our investigation has established that the dispute centered around alleged cannabis production from rival criminals. That this should have escalated to such extreme violence is beyond belief, and we're pleased to see these 3 dangerous men being removed from the streets for a very long time. The production, storage, and supply of drugs can, in this case, lead to threats, violence, and significant harm being used in the community. Cannabis use is far from being a victimless crime, and this case is a stark reminder that when people buy drugs, even in small quantities, there exists a whole supply chain where organised criminals profit from the fear and misery that they spread." What are your opinions by the crimes committed by the drugs gang? Do you believe the sentencing was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at a case of a man who has been described as a ringleader of a county lines drugs gang. This gang forced their way into victims' homes and dished out violence to anyone who stood in their way. The man who is in charge of the county line has been jailed because of the incriminating footage that was found on his own mobile phone. William Croney, also known as Scott, ran a drugs empire in Runcorn, which is in Cheshire. The police had said that he had brought heroin and crack cocaine in from Merseyside and was a dominant force in dealing it within the town. In a bid to enforce his position in the town, he oversaw a reign of terror which saw thugs smash their way into vulnerable people's houses and then start using them houses as drug dens. The Cheshire police said that the 32-year-old, who was from Bootle in Merseyside, used violence and fear to force drug dealers in the town to hold and distribute drugs on behalf of the gang. However, Mr. Croney's drug empire crumbled after his phone, which contained footage of the misery he had caused victims, was seized along with a quantity of drugs during police raids on the 10th of July 2019. A Cheshire police spokesperson said that Mr. Croney was arrested at an address on Fawn Road, and a search of the property resulted in officers seizing MDMA, heroin and crack cocaine. His mobile phone was also seized at the property, and later examination of the device uncovered several video recordings showing the ill treatment of local drug users in Runcorn. The police said that the sickening footage showed controlling behaviour, extreme violence and very degrading treatment. When he appeared at court, he pleaded guilty to the crimes he had committed, and he was sentenced to 8 years and 4 months at Chester Crown Court after pleading guilty to being concerned in the supply of crack cocaine and heroin. County lines are a new term being used to describe networks being run by city gangs who attempt to take over the drugs market in smaller towns and cities, sometimes causing misery hundreds of miles from their original base. PC Dawn Taylor of the Cheshire's Constabulary Protective Team in Runcorn said that Mr. Crony was a ringleader of a very dangerous gang, and this gang had a very dominant force in supplying Class A drugs from Merseyside into Runcorn. He subjected local drug users to very inhumane treatment. Significant violence and serious harms was a means of enforcing his empire. Mr. Crony's actions have had a deep, lasting and life-changing impact on his victims. Mr. Crony and his gang would manipulate and force their way into the homes of vulnerable adults to use their home as a drugs den, a term known as cuckooing, a technique which is very commonly used by organised crime groups running the County Lines enterprise. PC Taylor also said it's been a long operation to uncover the drug activity and exploitation which had been used by this gang to secure convictions to those who controlled it. I must give credit to the victims who have shown courage and bravery in relaying what Mr. Crony did to them, and trusting in the police officers to ensure that justice was served. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Crony? Do you believe that the sentence of 8 years 4 months was too harsh? Or do you believe that the sentence was not harsh enough? Please let us know in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel but enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at the story of a cemetery manager who pocketed thousands of pounds by selling forged burial deeds to bereaved families. William Henderson, 45, was sentenced to 16 months in prison following a trial at Edinburgh Sheriff Court. He had previously pleaded guilty to the one charge of fraudulent scheme in relation to his employment at Mount Vernon Cemetery in Liberton, Edinburgh. He sold space at the cemetery to grieving families to use for burials. For example, unused space under access paths. He targeted 13 people, taking £14,720 in money between 2006 and 2015. Andrew Richardson, prosecutor fiscal for Lothian and Borders, said Mr. Henderson was a trusted individual by those who had responsibility for running up the cemetery, and he took the opportunity to abuse that trust for his own financial gain. Mr. Henderson was employed at the cemetery between 1997 and 2015. From 2006 onwards, he created fake burial deeds and persuaded grieving families to pay for them to bury their loved ones. He also oversaw the overburial of 2 people where families were sold plots they believed to be fresh graves. In fact, they were unmarked graves that were already occupied. The offences were brought to the attention of Scottish police by the Archdiocese of St Andrews and Edinburgh, which is thought to have lost thousands of pounds. Following an investigation by Edinburgh's CID, Mr. Henderson was charged in November 2016. Detective Chief Inspector Paul Granger said that William Henderson successfully obtained large sums of money from people mourning the death of loved ones and looking to have them buried within Mount Vernon Cemetery. At no point during our inquiries did Henderson show any remorse for his actions or the impact his deception will have on his victims. We took a sensitive and professional approach when inquiring and interviewing those affected, and are extremely grateful to everyone who assisted with our inquiries, particularly when they had to relive some painful memories in the process. I would again like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to all the families who supported our investigation, as well as the staff and the Archdiocese of St Andrews and Edinburgh, who worked really hard to help with our inquiries. It is my hope that this sentence will now bring a sense of closure around this matter. Mr. Richardson added this was a very unusual offence which greatly affected a number of families. It was a complex case to investigate, requiring painstaking effort from the police and prosecutors to establish the fraud that was being perpetrated. What do you think about Mr. Henderson's crimes and his sentence? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man who attacked a woman outside her Dulwich home in the early hours of the morning has been jailed for a string of offences. Yannick Makunga, 34, of Croydon's Warwick Road, was sentenced to life behind bars to serve a minimum of 5 years and 57 days. In a London Crown Court heard that Mr Makunga attacked the victim, a woman in her 30s, early on Valentine's Day and sexually assaulted her. During the attack, he is said to have told his victim he had a knife and demanded money, marching her to a cash machine where she withdrew some cash. He left her there, the court heard, but when she returned home, Mr Makunga was waiting for her. The victim ran off to a relative's house where the police were called. The authorities managed to track him down within an hour as Mr Makunga had stolen his victim's mobile phone, which had an app on it tracking the movements of the phone. After being arrested on George Street in Croydon, officers discovered he had other valuables belonging to the victim with him. He admitted false imprisonment, robbery, committing an offence with intent to commit sexual offence, and possession of cannabis. He denied attempted rape, but the charge will lie on file. The court also heard he already had a previous conviction for rape committed in 2009. Detective Constable Cara Eri of the South East Command Unit Safeguarding Team said this was a terrifying attack which left the victim traumatised. It is every woman's worst nightmare. Even after her cries to stop, he did not hesitate to frog march the woman to a cash point and rob her, and then return to her home to continue to terrorise her. The attending officers had the foresight and instinct to quickly establish that the victim's phone, which Mr Makunga had stolen, could be traced. It ended up leading them right to their suspect and detaining him so he couldn't pose any further risk to the public. Mr Makunga is a danger to women and jail is the right place for him. Mr Makunga was charged with various offences. So what are your thoughts about Yannick Makunga? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at two men who tortured a 19-year-old in a gruesome attack, which involved carving initials into his forehead. They've now been jailed. In a bid to get money, the criminals subjected the victim to prolonged torture and urinated on him, despite one of the attackers being his friend, according to a Met Police statement. Yusuf Khan, 19, of Peabody Estate, Fulham Palace Road, and Xavier Christopher, 18, of Eastcote Lane in Northolt, both pleaded guilty to kidnap and false imprisonment and wounding. Samir Khan, 23, also of Peabody Estate, pleaded guilty to witness intimidation on the same day. On Friday, May the 29th, at the same court, Yusuf Khan was sentenced to 9 years in prison with an extended period of 5 years on licence. Mr Christopher was sentenced to 8 years behind bars with an extended period of 5 years on licence, while Samir Khan was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. The incident took place on August 26 last year when Yusuf Khan and Christopher lured a teenager to a secluded alleyway near Farmland, Northolt, where they tried to rob him, police said. When it became apparent the victim had no money, the pair subjected him to a prolonged period of abuse and torture, making repeated threats towards him and his family. Mr Khan punched the victim hard in the face before proceeding to flick a knife and holding it under the victim's eye. He then used the knife to carve his initials across the victim's forehead. Christopher then took the knife, cut the victim and carved letters onto his arm, police said. Having been repeatedly tortured for almost 3 hours, as well as urinated on, the victim agreed to take the two to his home to get money. The victim was instructed to go inside wearing his moped helmet so no one would see his injuries. They also told him to keep his phone on so they could hear what he was saying at all times. Once inside, however, he received a call from his uncle which cut off the connection to the suspect's phone, giving him the opportunity to raise the alarm. Police arrested Yusuf Khan, and the next day, Mr Christopher was identified and arrested within the week. Both were subsequently charged and remanded in custody. While in custody and awaiting trial, Yusuf Khan's brother Samir Khan made a number of unsuccessful approaches to the victim, trying to dissuade him from giving evidence in court. On November 19th, Samir Khan came across the victim in Hammersmith. He called ahead to an associate who attacked the victim in the street while Samir Khan looked on. Police said despite this new attack, the victim remained resolute and supported police action throughout. Samir Khan was arrested and charged with witness intimidation on November 24th. Passing his sentence, Judge Johnson made clear the offence was aggravated by the fact the victim had placed his trust in Yusuf Khan, a childhood friend, and this trust had been severely abused by the men willing to go to almost any length to get money. Speaking after the sentencing, Detective Constable Michael Curry said the victim was put through a horrific ordeal by someone he trusted as a friend. He and his family were strong and supported the investigation throughout, despite being intimidated by others. With evidence stacked against them, the three defendants had no option but to plead guilty. I hope this sentence allows the victim to move on and demonstrates this type of action will be met with the full force of the law. What do you think about Mr. Khan and Mr. Christopher's prison sentence? Do you think they got enough time, considering that the person who had their initials carved into his head is probably going to remember it for the rest of his life? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a 30-year-old Liverpool man who has been jailed for 12.5 years after admitting firearms and Class A drug offences. Yusuf Mohammed of Selborne Street, Toxteth, was arrested as part of Operation Venetic and charged with conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was also charged with possession of a firearm and possession of ammunition without a certificate. This is the first conviction for firearm offences in Merseyside based on Operation Venetic material only. Mr. Mohammed, who was attributed to the handle Arabian Night, was arrested and a warrant was executed at a flat at Upper Parliament Street, where officers recovered documents with his name on, over £11,000 in cash, nearly £9,000 of clothing and possessions, and drugs including 1 kilogram of cannabis, cocaine, ketamine and MDMA, with an estimated street value of £20,000. Officers recovered the firearm and 9 rounds of ammunition. Concealed within undergrowth on Upper Huskisson Street, it was found to be a fully viable working weapon. Mr. Mohammed pleaded guilty to the offences and was sentenced to 12.5 years in prison. Detective Sergeant Daniel Pilling said, "Today we have seen another criminal put behind bars as part of the national Operation Venetic. Significantly, this will be the first conviction for firearm offences in Merseyside based on Operation Venetic material only. I am pleased that we have been able to put this man behind bars and, equally importantly, removed a potentially lethal weapon, ammunition and Class A drugs from the streets of Merseyside. Our message to other people who are involved in this type of criminality remains clear. Expect that knock at the door sooner rather than later." Merseyside Police, along with law enforcement agencies across the world, will leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of those people who think they are above the law, and we will continue to target anyone involved in serious organised crime to keep this positive momentum going. So what are your thoughts about Yusuf Mohammed? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a sadistic killer who carried out a campaign of Dark Ages abuse against a vulnerable man, including forcing him to eat his own testicle, and has been jailed for 33 years. Zahid Zaman, 43, with the ringleader of a cultist gang from North Tyneside that turned to Jimmy Prout, 45, and began months of torture leading up to his death. Describing him as an evil, vindictive, manipulative and devious man, Mr. Justice Dove jailed him for life with a minimum term of 33 years after a jury convicted him of murder. Newcastle Crown Court heard how Mr. Zaman scoured the internet and local soup kitchens to find vulnerable people he could control before coming across Mr. Prout and making him his lackey. The abuse began after a series of events in late 2015 had created tensions in a group which included Mr. Prout having his teeth knocked out with a hammer and chisel. He was also made to eat one of his testicles after they had cut it out and was forced to endure sexual assaults from a dog. Eventually Mr. Prout died on February 9th, 2016, and his body was dumped on a wasteland where it began to decompose and was partly eaten by animals. Under the directions of Mr. Zaman, the group then set about covering their tracks as well as fleecing his bank account, asking people if they had seen Mr. Prout as they pretended to look for him. Anne Corbett, 26, was also convicted of murder after she assisted Mr. Zaman in his campaign of brutality and was jailed for life with a minimum term of 27 years. The court heard she had shared a bedroom with Mr. Prout and would have seen the suffering he endured and even watched him die, but did nothing to stop it. Mr. Justice Dove said words could not do justice to the brutality Mr. Prout endured, or how they all had betrayed him, saying what he suffered was beyond imagining. He said the case involved the sadistic torture of a vulnerable victim, which was designed to inflict excruciating pain and monstrous violence. Myra Wood, 50, of Kay Rayworth, 56, were both cleared of murder, but convicted of causing or allowing the death of the vulnerable adult, after they fell under the spell of Mr. Zaman. Mr. Rayworth was jailed for 12 years and 4 months. Mr. Wood was jailed for 9 years. Both were told they would have served Mr. Prout from what happened to him and given the help common humanity cried out for. All 4 defendants had previously admitted perverting the course of justice. During the 7-week trial, the jury was shown CCTV images, often taken from cameras Mr. Zaman had on his house, of the worsening condition of Mr. Prout as the assaults continued. Footage from October 18, 2015 shows him walking and jogging, but the next clip from February 5, 2016 showed him staggering along, being pushed by Mr. Corbett before slumping on a fence. The last clip of all 4 defendants with Mr. Prout, and he was in a dreadful condition, supported by Mr. Corbett and Mr. Rayworth as they walked along the street. That was the last time he was seen on any footage, and it is alleged he remained there until his death. So what are your thoughts about Zahid Zaman and his gang of followers, and how they used Jimmy Prout as their lackey and torture victim, and as Mr. Prout endured various torture methods? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at Zoe Haygarth, who on a night out got into an altercation and slashed the face in an attack against Chloe Smith, who said she had been left a changed person from the attack. A 36-year-old mum who went for a night out on the town whilst high on cocaine slashed a woman at her home after an altercation between Zoe Haygarth and Chloe Smith. Zoe Haygarth went back to Chloe Smith's Birkenhead flat with a group of people who had stayed up drinking and taking cocaine until 8 AM after a night out. The 36-year-old was asked to leave after becoming rowdy after leaving Miss Smith's flat. Miss Haygarth had realised she had left her bag at Miss Smith's flat. Miss Haygarth then went back to Miss Smith's flat in an attempt to get her bag back. On Miss Haygarth's return to the flat, knocking on the flat door, Miss Smith came back to open the door of her flat and was asked if Miss Haygarth could collect her forgotten bag. As soon as Miss Smith went to hand her the bag, Miss Smith was attacked by Miss Haygarth, who wielded a knife, or a knife equivalent, and dug the weapon into Miss Smith's face. Ben Jones, prosecuting, said Miss Smith had been out with friends in Birkenhead Town Centre on February 28, 2020. Mr. Jones said Miss Smith had been out with her boyfriend Scott Maxwell and their friend Max Brown, and while in a taxi home, Mr. Brown invited Miss Haygarth to carry on socialising with the group at Miss Smith's flat. Mr. Jones said the parties continued to consume alcohol and all parties took cocaine. Going on to say, Mr. Haygarth became verbally abusive and threatened to strangle Miss Smith's dog and smash the place up. Miss Haygarth left when asked but returned for her handbag, which Miss Smith handed to her at the front door. Mr. Jones said Miss Haygarth began immediately grabbing her by the hair and pulling her to the ground. One of the witnesses said Miss Haygarth wrapped the woman's hair around her hand before punching Miss Smith repeatedly in the face. Miss Smith felt something very sharp, which she felt Miss Haygarth digging into her face. As a result, Miss Smith suffered multiple lacerations to her face, which will leave permanent scars. Miss Smith had suffered from PTSD after the attack, and said the scars on her face made her feel very self-conscious. Miss Haygarth has previous convictions from when she was a juvenile, including 2 counts of actual bodily harm in 1999. In April this year, Miss Haygarth was fined for assaulting an emergency worker. David Polgate, defending, said Miss Haygarth had vulnerabilities and difficulties which affect how she behaves. Mr. Polgate said there was no evidence to suggest that Miss Haygarth's disorder reduced her culpability, but added someone without those difficulties may have reacted very, very differently. He went on to say Mrs. Haygarth has dependency issues and had recently made attempts to take her own life. Mr. Polgate said, there has clearly been a long-standing difficulty with alcohol, long-standing issues with domestic violence, long-standing issues with mental health, and that has led to the issues of self-harm. He continued, she didn't have long-term stability and had been unable to stay sober, anxiety-free, and receive treatment. Miss Haygarth of Craven Street, Birkenhead, admitted causing grievous bodily harm. Judge Anil Murray, sentencing, said the injuries must have been caused by a knife or a knife equivalent like broken glass or a bottle. The judge said he didn't find it was a prolonged or persistent incident, but there was grave injury which had resulted in permanent scarring to Chloe Smith's face. Judge Murray said he took into account Mrs. Haygarth's dependency issues and is at high risk of putting her own life in danger, or even as far as taking her own life. The judge said Mrs. Haygarth had been a victim of domestic violence in the past and that her father had recently died. The court heard Mrs. Haygarth suffers from emotionally unstable personality disorder, and according to a pre-sentence report that stated she can't be managed in the community and would need continued support to ensure the safety and welfare of Mrs. Haygarth. The judge said he did not find that Mrs. Haygarth's condition significantly reduced her culpability, but noted her condition would make custody more difficult. Mrs. Haygarth was sentenced to 25 months in prison and received a 5-year restraining order. So what do you think of Zoe Haygarth and the trouble surrounding the choices made on that wild, out-of-control night where she slashed the face, argued and trashed Chloe Smith to an unrelenting degree? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at how Force said the Independent Office for Police Conduct has been informed due to previous contact between the suspect and the victim. Several uniformed police officers were on duty and white-suited forensics examiners could be seen entering and leaving a modern townhouse properties where 4-bed family homes can sell for nearly £400,000. One neighbour said locals were armed with golf clubs and cricket bats trying to stop the attacker. She claimed a local Facebook group reported that the attacker was in the process of being evicted. Chief Inspector Roddy Gosden of Cheltenham and Tewkesbury Local Policing said, "Our thanks go to those who were first at the scene, including 2 off-duty police officers who bravely intervened and restrained the suspect." A 36-year-old resident of Arlington Road said, "I heard lots of sirens and a friend of mine was walking back home from my house to where he lives on Snowdonia Road. He didn't see the guy who unfortunately died or anything, but he saw the guy with the knife with blood on it. There were people on the street with cricket bats and golf clubs, presumably trying to help. Sadly, it sounded like people tried to resuscitate him, but it didn't work." A woman who said she is a friend of Mr. Borman's wife, Sarah, has set up a GoFundMe page which has already smashed its target of raising £1,000 for the family. The amount raised stands at just over £4,400. The friend, Faye Gardiner, said on the page, "It is heartbreaking to lose a loved one at any stage of life, but to lose one in such tragic circumstances is utterly devastating. I am setting this page up in memory of Matt Borman, who tragically lost his life. I am wanting to show my support for my lovely friend, his wife Sarah, and their 3 young children." CI Gosden added, "Shortly after 5:20 PM that day, we received numerous calls to the area of Snowdonia Road and Arlington Road in Walton, Cardiff, near Tewkesbury, with reports of a man having a knife and having injured others. One man suffered serious injuries, and despite the best efforts of paramedics and others who helped, he died at the scene. A second man suffered serious stab wounds and was taken to Southmead Hospital in Bristol. Another woman also suffered a wound to her leg and was treated at Gloucester Royal Hospital. This was a horrific incident in a quiet residential area. We understand that those who saw what happened will be traumatized, and many in the local community will be upset and worried. The man who was arrested in connection with the incident remains in police custody. We confirm we are not seeking anyone else in connection with this inquiry. Due to previous police contact with the suspect and the victim, the constabulary is referring itself to the Independent Office of Police Conduct. This is a standard practice in such circumstances. A Gloucestershire police spokesperson said, "Shortly after 5:20 PM, police received multiple calls to the area of Snowdonia Road and Arlington Road in Walton, Cardiff, with reports of a man with a knife and had injured others. Numerous members of the public intervened and officers attended. I commend the emergency services for their fast response." So what are your thoughts about the murder of Matt Borman, along with 2 others who were seriously injured as a result of the attack from a man only known to be in his 50s? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a knifeman who stabbed a neighbour in the chest and ear following a shimmering feud and has now been jailed. Michael Kenny lived in the same street as his victim, and the pair had fallen out with a verbal altercation taking place. Since then, the victim, Mr. Kenny, had intimidated him and his partner, including threats that he was going to get him. The victim went outside in Marion Court, Gateshead, to his bin, and Mr. Kenny was standing next to it. Newcastle Crown Court heard Mr. Kenny called him a mug and added, "You called me something I didn't like. This is not going to go away." Sue Hurst, prosecuting, said he approached him and had both hands inside his waistband and his tracksuit bottoms. He suddenly pulled a knife out and lunged at him, stabbing him in the left ear. Mr. Kenny then stabbed the man in the side of his chest before the victim was able to run inside of his home. The court heard the victim's partner was horrified to look out, on hearing his panicked voice shout her name to see the knife attack. She went out to try and summon help from a neighbour, and Mr. Kenny walked towards her holding the blade before leaving the scene. Her partner was bleeding from his ear. The victim had been stabbed through the cartilage of his ear and behind the ear, and had also had a knife wound to his chest. In a victim impact statement, he said the attack has impacted his mental health and he is constantly paranoid when he hears noises outside. He said, "I constantly think it's people coming to attack me. I rarely go out now, even to the shops. I'm paranoid I'm going to be attacked again." The court heard Mr. Kenny had previously approached a woman when she was walking her dog. He was drunk and she thought he was trying to chat her up, and they ended up arguing. Mr. Kenny, 39, of Marion Court, who has previous offences including 9 for robbery, pleaded guilty to wounding with intent, affray and threatening with a bladed article. He was sentenced to 6 years and 3 months and given a restraining order. Jamie Adams, defending, said he had a difficult upbringing. He was in care and had found solace working for a travelling fairground. So what are your thoughts about this knife man, Mr. Kenny, and how an altercation turned violent as he attacked his victim with a knife? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a rookie police dog who was beaten, hit and slashed with a machete more than 20 times but refused to let go of the suspect, and who has been honoured with a bravery award. Dramatic moment: PD Stark, who was searching allotments for thieves following reports of suspicious activity, tracked and detained a suspect before the young dog was attacked with what was handler initially thought was a stick. It wasn't until PC Paul Hopley managed to intervene and arrest the young man that he realised the weapon was in fact a machete, and also saw his 4-legged partner was bleeding. Stark was given immediate treatment at a 24/7 vet, having been struck in the head numerous times, with one strike just 5mm from hitting Stark's eye. His amazing efforts that night have seen him now given the Thin Blue Paw Outstanding Bravery Award for a serving police dog who has shown extraordinary bravery in the line of duty. At the inaugural Thin Blue Paw Awards, supported by Animal Friends Insurance, the brave dog had been nominated by multiple police colleagues as well as strangers who'd heard the story. Belgian Malinois German Shepherd Cross, Stark was bred as part of the West Midlands Police breeding scheme and was, like his littermates, aptly named after the brave Game of Thrones family, the Starks. All 5 pups went on to become police dogs either within the force or elsewhere. PC Paul Hopley, who joined West Midlands Police in 1994 and worked for 17 years as a traffic cop and 7 years in forensic collision investigations before joining the dog unit in 2018, was an experienced police officer but was new to the dog unit when he was partnered with the young PD Stark. The rookie duo licensed in April 2019 and hit the streets. At around 4 AM on December 14th, 2020, the pair were called out to allotments in Handsworth, Birmingham, for a routine check following reports of suspicious activity in the area. PC Hopley said, "We were searching for around 20 minutes in the pitch dark, and I was very aware that I was there alone. But I have complete trust in Stark, and I knew that if there was someone to find, he'd find them. He located the offender and gave chase, so I followed and could hear the sound of him hitting Stark. I shouted and told him to stop hitting him, but everything escalated so quickly. He was raining blows down onto him. He hit him well over 20 times. It was such a shock to see Stark being hurt. I thought he was going to kill him. He didn't yelp, he didn't leave him or run back to me for protection. He was such a young, inexperienced dog, but he stayed on the task, and despite being viciously attacked, he never backed down. The officer used his incapacitation spray, which stopped the offender swinging his weapon, giving PD Stark the opportunity to detain him, and gave PC Hopley the opportunity to push him to the ground and arrest him, while the dog dragged him away from what turned out to be a machete. It wasn't until afterwards that I realised how bad it could have been, PC Hopley said. When I saw the blood, I realised how lucky he was to be alive and how lucky I was to have him. Now I find it really difficult to watch the footage from my body-worn camera that night. I find it really upsetting to see how close I was to losing Stark. Stark was rushed to a local vet where he needed stitches for 2 deep lacerations to his face, one just 5mm from his eye. He'd suffered 9 strokes to the face, and staff were concerned he may have suffered internal injuries. He had 4 weeks of operational duty to recover, during which time the dedicated duo completed a 2-week training course to qualify for firearms support. They returned on full duty, and their first night shift back at work were called out to Dark Gardens to search for a man who'd fled from officers. I didn't know how PD Stark would react as I got him out of the car, but he went straight to task. There was no apprehension, fear or hesitation, which goes to show his courage and dedication to his job and to me, said PC Hopley. He's incredibly resilient and it's a privilege to work with him. He's well-mannered and well-tempered, but he has that edge he needs to. You can never doubt his bravery or courage, but his ability as a police dog also continues to improve day by day. He's still a young dog, and I know he has many successful years ahead of him. In February 2021, a 17-year-old appeared in court where he was sentenced to an 8-month detention training order for possession of a bladed weapon and causing unnecessary suffering to a service animal. The sentencing came under Finn's Law, new legislation introduced following a campaign spearheaded by PC Dave Wardle, co-founder of the Thin Blue Paw Foundation and owner of a retired police dog. Finn, who was lucky to survive after being stabbed in the line of duty. Superintendent Sarah Burton from West Midlands Police said, "When our police dogs get injured, it is felt by everyone across the whole policing family." Thankfully, Stark made a full recovery and was back at work within weeks of the attack, which is remarkable. Our police dogs are an integral part of our police family and play a huge part in keeping us all safe. We are so proud of both PC Hopley and PD Shark for their immense bravery in what was a very scary situation. PC Hopley added, "I was really touched that so many people felt he deserved the award, some who had never even met him or me. It was humbling. I am immensely proud of him. It's an honour to work with him every day. I know he would have my back if anything went wrong, and he'd look after me as I would him." So what are your thoughts about this police team, PD Stark and PC Hopley, and how despite being attacked, the duo went straight back to work? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a report from the NCA about the quality of drugs being smuggled into the UK. Heroin, which has been smuggled into the UK, is being contaminated with a drug 500 times stronger than morphine. Law enforcement officials have revealed. The National Crime Agency, the NCA, is targeting drug networks that mix isotoniazine into batches of heroin brought into Britain from Afghanistan. The contamination is thought to be behind a recent rise in drug poisonings and deaths in parts of the UK. The NCA Director of Investigations, Nikki Holland, said, "This coincides with a recent spike of drug poisonings which have come from the heroin adulterated with isotoniazine, which is comparable to the strength of fentanyl, across various regions within the UK, and it has resulted in a number of deaths." Nikki Holland also said, "In terms of Afghanistan, now the Taliban have control, it has led to lots of speculation regarding how this might affect the heroin trade and in turn impact upon the UK. A similar spate of contamination occurred in 2017 when the NCA said it had prevented large-scale loss of life after identifying batches of heroin spiked with the drug fentanyl that had been brought over from the dark web. Keith Rawson, drugs threat lead for the NCA, said, "Drug dealers, heroin suppliers have little regard for people that they exploit, and to boost profits, boost stockpiles, dealers have been known to contaminate their UK heroin supply with high-strength synthetic opioids, much stronger than heroin, which increased the fatal overdoses." The UK law enforcement remains sceptical about the Taliban pledges to crack down on opium production in the country. Opium farming continued in Taliban-controlled regions of the country in the past, and the drugs can be dried out and stored for long periods of time. The NCA previously had operatives based in Afghanistan working with the country's police. but they had to withdraw since the Taliban takeover. Demand in the UK heroin market, the largest in Europe, remains relatively stable at around 38 tons per year, around a third of the size of the cocaine market. However, there are 3 times more opiate-related deaths per year than those associated with cocaine. For joining us today, what are your opinions on what people are mixing with the heroin in the UK? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a government official's son who was jailed for assaulting and taking the life of a high-class escort at a flat in Aberdeen. Bala Chinder, who was 26, had taken the life of 37-year-old Jessica McGath only a few weeks after arriving in Scotland to study at Robert Gordon's University. Her body was found partially clothed in a bedroom of a flat she had rented in Aberdeen's Union Terrace the following day. Extensive police investigations carefully pieced together the call girl's last movements following the grim discovery on the February the 12th. CCTV footage revealed that she had travelled to Mr. Chinder's student accommodation on King Street with him in a taxi before they returned to her apartment a short time later. She had made her last ever call on her mobile phone a few minutes before surveillance cameras recorded Mr. Chinder walking down the street away from her flat. A jury of 8 women and 7 men unanimously found Mr. Chinder guilty of murdering Jessica in the city centre flat. They took more than 6 hours to reach their verdict and also found him guilty of sexually assaulting the mother of one and stealing her 2 mobile phones in an attempt to defeat the ends of justice. Judge Lord Beckett told the jury that they had gone about their duties commendably after listening to the evidence they may have found very distressing. Jailing Mr. Chinder, he told him that he had ended the life of a woman described by friends as full of fun and who had much left to live for. Mr. Chinder, a Nigerian whose dad works as the immigration attach at the Nigerian embassy in Beijing, wept uncontrollably as he was found guilty by the jury. The court heard that Miss McGath died of asphyxiation and was likely smothered with a pillow, possibly strangled by her scarf. The taxi driver taking Mr. Chinder and Jessica back to her apartment had heard them discussing money before she was killed on February the 11th. Mr. Chinder changed his mobile phone number after her death. Following the hearing, Detective Chief Inspector Stuart Houston said this was a challenging case for all involved, using the full resources of the police in Scotland to understand what happened to Jessica and trace the person responsible for her murder. A man went to great lengths to cover his involvement and deceived his victim from the outset. At the heart of this horrific crime was a young mother, a daughter, and a friend whose life was cut tragically short in what must have been terrifying circumstances. Throughout, Mr. Chinder has shown no real remorse for his depraved actions and taken no responsibility for robbing a young boy of his mother. It is hard to imagine how difficult this past year has been for her family and friends, and our thoughts are with them. During the trial, the court heard that the mother had a young 7-year-old son who lived with her adopted mother in London. Miss McGath was originally from Nigeria and was an orphan, but sent money back to her 2 sisters and brothers who lived abroad. Her double life as an escort was only exposed to her closest friends after a sudden death, with many believing she travelled around the country selling hair extensions. She visited her son in London every month and took him on luxury holidays abroad, and was dating a young man in Dublin who she planned to marry. Detective Chief Inspector Houston added, the police in Scotland recognise that many males and females involved in prostitution are there as a result of force or perception of limited alternatives. We have worked closely with a range of partners, including the health authorities and support groups, to ensure that our responses to prostitution focuses on protecting individuals and communities from harm while targeting organised crime groups and individuals who attempt to control, abuse, exploit or coerce others. Mr. Chinder was told he must serve a minimum of 18 years. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of a former escort who was convicted of running a £35,000 a week illegal puppy farm and had been jailed after being caught selling sick animals whilst on bail. Grace Banks, who was 29, was rumbled despite having 6 aliases, partly because of her distinctive groomed eyebrows, pouty lips and a Mercedes-Benz. She was found guilty of running an illegal puppy farm with her brother, Julian King, but continued to sell sick puppies to unwitting families for as much as £600 a time. There were reports that 2 of her victims have even become ill after catching stomach diseases from their new pets. It meant that she emerged from a 5-month jail sentence in time to stand trial for new offences of animal cruelty and unlicensed pet selling and fraud. Prosecuting Hazel Stevens told how Miss Banks tricked families into believing the tiny puppies were healthy pedigrees, when in fact they were often sick or dying. She was caught by the RSPCA after a raid at her £850 a month address on Buckstones Road in Oldham. Inspectors found a dead puppy in the boot of her Mercedes, which had suffered days of agony. A probe revealed that she had rented an address in Oldham, Rochdale and Littleborough, and even changed her name from Lily Cooper by deed poll to cover her tracks. Appearing at Manchester Minshull Street Crown Court in a black leather bomber, she was jailed for 9 months by Judge Geoffrey Lewis. Describing the puppies she sold as flea-ridden, diseased and a risk to human health, the judge added this was well planned and sophisticated. The goal of his enterprise was maximum financial gain, and you the one benefiting from that gain. Insisting Miss Banks is remorseful, Marianne Alton, defending, said Miss Banks is no saint, and she may have made plenty of mistakes in her life, but she wants to move forward and step away from criminality. She said that her client had faced the agony of being released from prison only to be appeared before the courts again. Mr. Lewis was critical of the prosecution's defence, the RSPCA and the GMP, the blunder which had led to the Crown Court not being made aware of a second ongoing investigation when he jailed Miss Banks in December. He said if he had known, the 2 cases could have been combined for a sentence, but he reminded Miss Banks of Reed Street Gorton that she had pleaded not guilty in her second enterprise despite overwhelming evidence against her. He jailed her for 9 months and imposed a lifetime ban on her keeping or selling any animal. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Banks? Do you think a sentence of 9 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, press subscribe and hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a lottery winner who has been left with lifelong physical and emotional scars following her former partner's attack. The 49-year-old Emma Brown had won a $7.2 million lottery in 2017 when she tried to break up with her partner of 12 years, 45-year-old Stephen Gibbs. He stabbed her multiple times and left her for dead. A court sentenced the attacker to an extended prison sentence after he pleaded guilty to the attempted murder charge against him. A court in Wales heard how the relationship between the partners devolved since the woman won the national lottery. Mr. Gibbs reportedly had become controlling and even dedicated how Miss Brown used her winnings. He was suspicious that his partner was having an affair with one of their tenants, identified as Scott Mackenzie. Mr. Mackenzie and Miss Brown were school friends as well. The victim told the court that Mr. Gibbs had threatened to kill her if he caught her with the tenant. When Miss Brown returned to their home in Barry, South Wales, she was confronted by her partner. Mr. Gibbs accused her of having gone to see Mr. Mackenzie. When their argument got heated, Miss Brown told her partner that she wanted to end their relationship. Angered by the prospect of being dumped, Mr. Gibbs grabbed Miss Brown by her neck and slammed her against a wall, breaking her arm. He then went to the kitchen and got a knife. Initially, he threatened to harm himself before starting to stab Miss Brown. CCTV footage of the couple's home showed Miss Brown on the floor with Mr. Gibbs stabbing her in the face while on the top of her. After stabbing his partner, the former construction worker fled from the scene in the victim's vehicle. Miss Brown was saved by her neighbours, who heard her groaning and asking for help. The stabbing had left the victim with limited eyesight. It has also limited the movement of her right arm, the victim told the court. How the incident had affected her confidence and trust. Court also noted Mr. Gibbs had stabbed his previous partner as well as her 11-year-old son. He had been convicted for the previous stabbing. On the day of his trial, he submitted made a guilty plea. He was sentenced to a 13-year prison term and has to serve a 5-year extended licence after release. So what are your thoughts about Stephen Gibbs? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of two drug dealing brothers who were embedded in the Northwest gangland and had paid a runner £1,500 every time he made a trip to deliver or collect cash on their behalf. Brian McQuillan was linked to up to 21 illicit trips by investigators who concluded that he made just over £30,000 for the work that he did. He was employed by the notorious Tobin brothers, both who were languishing in jail after the collapse of their multi-million-pound drug empire. The downfall of Alan and John Tobin's network began with the seizure of 186 kilograms of cocaine as it was transported up the M6 in August of 2018. The haul, given the street value of around £20 million, was being driven up from Kent on behalf of the pair, who were supplied drugs to the Warrington area. They also sold cannabis, heroin, ketamine and cocaine to gangs in Scotland, London, North Wales, Cornwall, West Yorkshire, Cumbria, Manchester and Humberside. Mr. McQuillan was one of the men they relied upon for their day-to-day dealings of their business. The 51-year-old was responsible for currying large amounts of cash across the United Kingdom, and Liverpool Crown Court heard he was paid £1,500 per trip. In April, he was sentenced to 6 years and 4 months for his role in the gang. His case returned to the Courts of Proceeds of Crime Act hearing, in which it was said he had benefited from his criminality of the value of £32,000, £963. He had benefited from his criminality to the value of £32,963 and 3 pence. This was said to have been due to the 21 trips he was found to have made for the gang. Nicola Daly, who was prosecuting, told the court that an investigation had revealed no assets had been identified as being available for seizure from Mr. McQuillan, formerly of Buttermarket Street in Warrington. The same conclusion had been drawn from an investigation into the assets of Simon Leach, another member of the gang. Mr. Leach, who was 29 and formerly of Brindley Avenue in Warrington, was used by the Tobins to manage their operation and was jailed for 8 years. He was found to have benefited to the value of £3,234 and 38 pence. Both Mr. McQuillan and Mr. Leach had pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply cocaine. Recorder of Liverpool, Judge Andrew Menery QC, made nominal confiscation orders to the value of £1 in the cases of both men. The Proceeds of Crime Act proceedings remain ongoing against both Tobins and other members of their enterprise. Alan Tobin was sentenced to 20 years and his brother John received a 19-year and 8-month sentence. Both admitted conspiracy to supply cocaine, conspiracy to supply cannabis, conspiracy to supply heroin and conspiracy to supply ketamine. In September, they each received additional jail terms following Cheshire Police's investigation into a shooting in Warrington. Alan, 52, formerly of Regency Park in Wines, was sentenced to a further 8 years for conspiracy to cause GBH with intent. John, who was 41 and formerly of Manor Road in Prescott, was handed a further 2.5 years for participating in the activities of an organised crime group. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. McQuillan? Do you think a sentence of 6 years 4 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, press subscribe and don't forget to hit that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at two men who have been sentenced to a total of 9 years in prison after they were found guilty of laundering nearly £5 million of criminal funds. Harkishan Tawar, 44, from Southall received 2 sentences of 8 and 3 years to run concurrently for laundering £3.5 million of criminal funds over a 4-month period, and Mohammed Khan, 24, from Southall was tried in his absence
after breaching his bail conditions by fleeing the country. He was found guilty of laundering £1.4 million and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Their conviction at the Old Bailey followed an investigation by the City of London's police. Both men were arrested on suspicion of money laundering after officers witnessed an exchange of £50,000 in cash between them in Mr. Talwar's Range Rover on Hambrel Road, Southall. A note found on Mr. Khan identified that he had taken part in a number of earlier cash handovers totaling £1.4 million, for which he was paid £5,500. Mr. Talwar ran a money service bureau called Fortune Exchange on Earls Court Road, and when police searched the premises, they seized £250,000 in cash and notebooks belonging to Mr. Talwar, showing the illegal movements of a further £3.5 million. Mr. Talwar and Mr. Khan were charged with money laundering the following day. Following an investigation assisted by HMRC, Mr. Talwar was also charged with money laundering offences. Investigating officer Detective Constable James Nealist from the City of London Police said Mr. Khan and Mr. Talwar were making a lot of money by laundering millions of pounds on behalf of criminals, and in doing so played a vital and significant role in enabling serious criminal behaviour. Using his position as the director of a money service bureau to help transfer criminal money around the globe in an attempt to make the money look legitimate and hide it from law enforcement agencies, Mr. Talwar is as culpable as the criminals he helped. These results and the dismantling of criminal enterprises is a message to those supporting criminal gangs. We will relentlessly pursue and prosecute you. Chris Gill, Assistant Director of Criminal Investigation for HMRC, said, "This was a complex operation and we are pleased to have supported our colleagues from the City of London Police. Mr. Talwar claimed to run a legitimate money service bureau, but this was merely a front for laundering criminal cash. Money laundering is a serious crime and we will take action to bring those responsible before the courts so justice can be served." So what are your thoughts about Hakasham Talwar and Mohammed Khan? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
The mastermind behind an online fraud shop used to con victims out of more than £100 million has been jailed for more than 13 years. TJ Fletcher, 35, bought a £230,000 Lamborghini, 2 Range Rovers worth £110,000 and an £11,000 Rolex after making around £2 million from icebooth.cc website. He was the founder and leading administrator of the site, which was brought down last year in the UK's biggest fraud sting. Criminals were offered tools that allowed them to disguise phone calls so that they appeared to be from a trusted organisation such as a bank, enabling them to empty their targets' accounts. Victims around the world were defrauded of at least £100 million, including a minimum of £43 million from people in the UK, Southwark Crown Court was told. The website made about £3.2 million in Bitcoin, with the lion's shares of about £2 million ending up with Mr. Fletcher, said the prosecutor, John Adjacott. Mr. Fletcher last month pleaded guilty to 4 charges, including making or supplying an article for use in fraud, encouraging or assisting the commission of an offence, possession of criminal property, and transferring criminal property between the 30th of November 2020 and the 8th of November 2022. Judge Sally Cahill, KC, jailed him for a total of 13 years and 4 months, telling him, "For all the victims, it was a harrowing experience. One victim lost £3 million, while the 4,785 people who were reported as being targeted to the action fraud lost about £10,000 according to the police." The judge said they suffered damage to their businesses, personal financial problems, sleeplessness, depression, emotional stress, and fallouts with family members. She told Mr. Fletcher, who had 18 previous convictions for 36 offences, he didn't care about them, adding, "The late expression of remorse is regret for being caught, rather than empathy for your victims. The evidence, in my view, shows very clearly you had a leading role and an active role in creating a sophisticated article for fraud, which generated a substantial profit for you." Simon Baker, KC, defending, had told the judge his client had no idea of the scale of the eventual fraud when he set up the website. But the judge told Mr. Fletcher As is the case with any successful business, you probably didn't realise how successful and profitable your enterprise would be. Mr. Fletcher was arrested at his girlfriend's house in East London last November in a global operation to bring down ice booths as part of the UK's biggest fraud sting. Judge Cahill praised the Metropolitan Police for their investigation, which involved 700 days of work. The Met said iSpook was created in December 2020 and at its peak had 59,000 users, with up to 20 people a minute targeted at one point by callers using technology brought from the site. The scam calls, along with other features offered the site to obtain passwords and pins, were used to empty the victims' bank accounts. Users of the website paid hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds a month for its features, which were marketed on a channel called iSpoof Club on the encrypted messaging app Telegram. Court heard Mr. Fletcher carried out market research, promoted new products, and encouraged users to commit fraud. Kate Anderson, Deputy Chief Crown Prosecutor for the Crown Prosecution Service, said, "Fraud is not a victimless crime, and the cost to many victims in this case had not just been financial. It had had a huge emotional impact, causing extreme distress and devastation to those affected, many of whom had their life savings stolen from them." Greater Manchester Police failed to disclose key evidence that could have prevented a man spending 17 years in prison for rape when no DNA linked him to the crime, a court appeal was told. Andrew Morkinson was convicted of raping a 33-year-old woman by the motorway in Greater Manchester in 2003. He has always insisted he was innocent, spending an extra decade in prison as a result. His case was referred to the Court of Appeal in January after another man's DNA was found on the victim's clothing. The victim said she recalled causing such a deep scratch to her attacker's cheek that she broke her nail. Yet Mr. Morkinson was seen by police the next day with no marks on his face. At the directions hearing in the Court of Appeal on Wednesday, it emerged that photographs of her left hand after the attack showing a broken nail were not disclosed at the original trial. Instead, the judge was able to suggest his summing up that she may have been mistaken about the scratch. The prosecution also failed to tell the court that a couple who claimed to have been able to identify Mr. Morkinson walking past their car had 16 convictions for 38 offences between them. The male witness also had a lengthy history of heroin addiction that was not known to the judge or jury. The prosecution's case relied on these eyewitnesses and the victim choosing Mr. Morkinson in a video lineup. The lack of DNA evidence was explained by saying that he was forensically aware and had deliberately left no trace. Wednesday's hearing also heard and missed opportunities by the authorities to revisit Mr. Morkinson's case. Further forensic testing in 2009 revealed traces of a mixed DNA in saliva in the victim's bra that did not match Mr. Morkinson's, but the Criminal Cases Review Commission did not think it was enough to refer the case for appeal. Speaking outside the Royal Courts of Justice in London, Mr. Morkinson, 57, said he had often fantasised from prison about making it to appeal. He said the conviction means he is still on the sex offenders register and still being punished. He said, "It's been 20 years this August since I was taken and I'm still not free. I can't go on holiday. I can't leave this country. It's taken a big toll on me, a big toll on my mental health, as well as my physical freedom. I just want it to conclude as soon as possible." Edward Henry KC, representing Mr. Morkinson, said the case raised concerns about the police conduct because an array of procedural breaches and abdication of responsibility. A man was arrested on the 13th of December last year on suspicion of the rape after new DNA testing of a sample of the victim's clothing matched his on the police database. He has been released under investigation. A full hearing on the appeal is now scheduled for July. The Crown Prosecution Service is waiting for further forensic reports before deciding if they will oppose the appeal. Mr. Morkinson's lawyer, Emily Bolton, director of the Charity Appeals, said, "This process is taking way too long. The testing that they are doing now could have been commissioned on an urgent basis. This is not a system that is treating wrongful convictions as an emergency." As well as wanting his conviction overturned, Mr. Morkinson wants to be compensated. "They can't give me my life back, can they?" he said. "So the only thing they can do is give me a secure future for what's left of my life. I'm 57, I have type 1 diabetes, I'm not well, and I might not live another 10 years. A man who live-streamed a sadistic 2-hour attack on a man who died more than a week later has been jailed for life. Even as his social media followers pleaded for him to stop, Declan O'Donnell repeatedly punched, kicked and stamped on Paul Cox, who was 63, for 2 hours. Mr O'Donnell's aunt, who was Mr Cox's partner, was also at their flat in Nottingham Centre at the time of the attack and begged him to stop beating the elderly man. The victim suffered 45 injuries, including a crushed esophagus and a blunt force injury to his spine and head. Police found an uncooperative Mr O'Donnell at the scene, who tried to blag his way out of the situation, delaying even further the medical attention Mr Cox needed. He was lying on the floor, covered in blood and unable to speak. Mr O'Donnell, an alcoholic who drank 10 pints of beer and 2 shots, then threatened officers with a knife before being handcuffed. Mr Cox died 9 days later of severe trauma on the 18th of February 2022. Mr O'Donnell was sentenced to a minimum term of 23 years at Nottingham Crown Court. Court heard how Mr O'Donnell of Mansfield Road blamed Mr Cox for his mother's death by alcohol abuse, but yet there was no evidence at all to back this claim. The jury watched clip by clip the video Mr O'Donnell filmed for his Facebook and Instagram followers. In the relentless and humiliating assault, the prosecution said Mr Cox was kicked in the face, had his genitals stamped on, and was threatened with rape. Mr O'Donnell was subsequently charged with murder. Mr Cox was unable to provide an account before his death, but police figured out what happened using the livestream. While he admitted manslaughter, he pleaded not guilty to murder on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The prosecution rejected this, launching a trial on the 2nd of May. Judge James Sampson said that Mr O'Donnell was suffering from a mental condition at the time of the attack, but this didn't absolve him from the brutal beating. You punched him so hard that you damaged your own hand. With that punch, you knocked him out. And the injury to your hand angered you even more, he told Mr O'Donnell. For almost 2 hours, you subjected this defenceless and semi-conscious man to a relentless and humiliating assault. Throughout the attack, you filmed yourself and him as he lay bloody, beaten and distressed on the floor. Words do not do justice to the horror of the images the jury had to see. For Mr Cox's family, life in jail for Mr O'Donnell has at least brought some sense of justice. But as a family, we are so saddened at the thought of how many lives this has destroyed, they said in a statement shared by the force. Nothing can bring our Paul back, although it does not make what has happened any easier to deal with. We believe that this was truly the right result. For our family, the past 15 months have been the most difficult time of our lives. And now that this is over, we can finally focus on grieving for Paul.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at Sarah Louise Hanson and Mark Andrew Scott, who each claimed the other was responsible for the 87.8 grams of Class A drugs at a trial at York Crown Court. But the jury rejected both of their stories and convicted each of possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply on what recorder David Nixon said was overwhelming evidence. Class A drugs are horrible, he told them. When sold to members of the public, it can lead to quite devastating results. You weren't working for others, you were working for yourselves. This was a profit-making operation. Miss Hanson, 45, of Elveston Avenue, Selby, and Mr Scott, 31, who gave his address as Coupland Road, Selby, each denied the charge but were convicted at the end of a 4-day hearing. Prosecuting Andrew Semple said police raided Miss Hanson's home. Inside its attic, detectives found the drugs divided up into smaller amounts. Both the defendants' fingerprints were found on bags containing cocaine. They also found scales that could be used to divide the drugs up, and elsewhere in the house they found caffeine and another drug commonly mixed or cut with cocaine before it is sold. The prosecution estimated if sold on the streets, the cocaine would fetch more than £4,000 and said both defendants lived at the house. In evidence, Mr Scott denied living at the house. He claimed he was so in love with Miss Hanson he had asked her to marry him but had never lived with her. He had argued with her because he believed she was drug dealing and shortly before the police raid had found the drugs in a drawer downstairs and moved them into the attic. He refused to answer questions after his arrest though. He claimed he loved Miss Hanson so much he didn't want to get her into trouble. Miss Hanson, in evidence, denied she was drug dealing and claimed she knew nothing anything about the drugs. Miss Hanson's barrister, Patricia Dorey, said she was about to get the promotion at work but would lose that job and her house because she wouldn't be able to pay the rent in jail. Mr. Scott's barrister, Glenn Parsons, said he would too lose his job and he contributed to the upkeep of 4 children. So what are your thoughts about Sarah Louise Hanson and Mark Andrew Scott? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of 2 dentists who were blackmailed by a nymphomaniac call girl who had been jailed for threatening to expose them to their families. Amelia Horn, who was 24, had sex with both men and threatened to reveal the details of their secret ties if they did not pay her. With the help of accomplices Luke Burton and Loretta Isaac, Miss Horn, who was 24, had gotten £16,500 out of the 2 victims, who were both terrified of being exposed. She used the name Logan Montoya, and although she was 23 at the time, she later claimed to be only 17 and threatened to expose them for having underage sex. Police recovered mobile phone footage of the 3 plotters celebrating after the first victim transferred a total of £10,000 into Mrs. Horn's account. They were seen on film leaping around and hugging each other before Miss Isaac put her face up to the camera and yelled, "Blackmail, blackmail." Teesside Crown Court was solved. Rupert Doswell, prosecuting, said professional man A was a dentist. He is married with children. He became involved with Amelia Horn, who was working as an escort, and he paid her for sex. She said she was 23 and from Middlesbrough, and he met her 5 or 6 times. On one occasion, she visited him at his place of work and received dental work. On August the 11th last year, a couple of months later, Mr. A received a message on his mobile phone from Miss Horn demanding £5,000. He was distraught and thought she would ruin him, his career, his family, and so he paid the £5,000. Then, on November the 29th, he was at work when he received a call from a man saying he was a relative of Amelia Horn. It was in fact Luke Burton. He told Mr. A he was aware that he had been seeing Logan Montoya, which was an alias used by Miss Horn. He told Mr. A that she was underage, and that if he didn't pay £10,000, he would go to the press and turn up at his house and speak to his wife and family. Mr. A paid him the money. Mr. Doswell said a second victim was also a dentist who had found Miss Horn after looking for a female companion online, visiting an adult website on his iPad at the home in November of last year. He found Logan, who appeared to be in her 20s, and they arranged to meet for sex in a property in Sunderland. After he'd paid her £200, Miss Horn leapt onto the bed with him and performed oral sex on him, later asking him several times what he did for a living. He left after 90 minutes, but began to receive texts from Miss Horn, one of them saying she desperately needed £1,500 for building work on her home. He agreed to pay her cash in return for sexual favours, which she agreed to. Each time he contacted her afterwards, she made excuses not to meet. She later asked for a further £2,500, which he refused, but he did give her £250. Mr. B was called by Luke Burton on the same day that he threatened the first victim. He demanded £5,000, saying he would expose Mr. B for having sex with a minor and would give his story to the newspapers, even suggesting the headline, "Depraved dental surgeon pays 17-year-old for sex." The second victim went to the police and told them what had happened, leading to Miss Horn, Mr. Burton and Miss Isaac being arrested. In a police interview, Miss Horn said of her victims, "To be honest, these men make me sick. They pay me for unprotected sex. I just wanted to scare them, you know." She had described herself as a nymphomaniac in press interviews in the past. Miss Horn of Stockton Tees and Mr. Burton, 31, of Pool Farm Road, Birmingham, both admitted blackmail. Miss Isaac, who was 24 of Oakland Road, Birmingham, admitted possession of criminal items. Miss Horn and Mr. Burton were each jailed for 30 months, whilst Miss Isaac, Mr. Burton's girlfriend at the time of the offences, was given a 12-month sentence suspended for 2 years. Rachel Dyson for Miss Horn said she accepts responsibility for these offences and understands that the consequences and impact on the 2 gentlemen involved. She's had a baby since the offences took place and had proven herself to be a good mother, said Miss Dyson, and asked that she be put in a prison with a baby unit. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Horn Mr. Burton and Miss Isaac. Do you think the sentence was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we're going to look at a new crime plan that has been proposed. One that is said to protect victims and make the streets of the UK safer. The Beating Crime Plan will level up the country by ensuring everyone has the security and confidence that comes from having a safe street and a safe home. This plan has been put together by the Home Office, the Ministry of Justice, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson MP, the Right Honourable Robert Buckland QC MP, and the Right Honourable Priti Patel MP. This new plan to reduce crime and protect victims and make the country safer was set out by the government on Tuesday the 27th of July 2021. The measures build on the progress which has been made to date in toughening sentences to keep the most dangerous offenders behind bars, and the delivery of almost 9,000 of the 20,000 extra police officers which are promised to be delivered by 2023. This was one of the Prime Minister's first commitments in office. The plan will ensure the public is better protected across all parts of the country, with each neighbourhood having contactable, named police officers who know their area and are best placed to ensure that persistent crime and antisocial behaviour is being tackled. The UK government's promise to the public through this plan is that every crime matters, every victim matters, and every neighbourhood matters. That is why, alongside getting more officers out on the street and making more local forces easily contactable, the public will be given more opportunity to scrutinise the results, with league tables for 101 and 999 call answering times being introduced for each force. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said, "When I first stood on the steps of Downing Street as Prime Minister, I promised to back the police and make people safer, because we cannot level up the country when crime hits the poorest, hardest, and draws the most vulnerable people into violence. That is why my government has remained unstinting to its efforts to protect the British public, and this plan delivers a fresh commitment as we emerge from the impacts of the pandemic to have less crime, fewer victims, and a safer society. The Beating Crime Plan spans work across the police, courts, prison, and probation service to drive down and prevent crime, improve confidence in the criminal justice system, rehabilitate offenders to ensure they do not go on to commit crimes again, and create the safer streets and homes the public want for themselves and their neighbours. A particular Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a high-class escort who was bludgeoned to death with a pestle by a city banker. As the judge said, she would have suffered unimaginable terror in the final moments of her life. Christine Abbots was struck 13 times in the back of the head with a chromatic kitchen utensil on her 29th birthday in a flat in Crawley, West Sussex in May. Financial consultant Zahid Nassim was jailed for 19 years after he was convicted of the murder over a brutal, prolonged killing. "Your attack was of extraordinary ferocity," Judge Christine Lang said as she passed sentence in Lewes Crown Court. "When I consider the extent of the injuries you inflicted, considerable pain. The terror of her final moments of life is unimaginable." In his testimony, Mr. Nassim, who was 48, said he struck Miss Abbots in self-defense, fearing he was being strangled in a sex game gone wrong. But the jury rejected this and found him guilty after a trial that was at times harrowing for Miss Abbots' family. Born in the West Midlands and educated at Oxford Brookes University, Miss Abbots was remembered by her parents as a caring, happy and popular young woman. Her relatives and friends believe she worked in IT, but she had secretly worked as a high-class escort in London, charging clients thousands of pounds. She was described at trial as a socialite who mixed with posh and wealthy friends, often visiting the Polo, Theatre and Royal Ascot. Mr. Nassim enlisted her services after spotting her profile on adultwork.com under the pseudonym Tilly Pexton. She had described herself as a well-spoken city girl with the face of an angel. Judge Lang suggested Miss Abbott's line of work put her at greater risk of harm. She had chose to earn money in a business that is as old as time, she said, and one that has always carried with it huge risk of danger, as this case sadly demonstrates. A Sussex police detective, however, said Miss Abbott's should have been safe and no one was to blame but her killer. The only person responsible for Christina's death is Mr. Nassim. Detective Chief Inspector Emma Heater said, "Many jobs carry risks, where you have to meet and deal with strangers." In a statement to the court, the family of Miss Abbott's said she was the love of their lives. Christina, our petite, happy and well-educated daughter, her father Michael Abbott said in a victim impact statement read by prosecutor Christopher Terrani. "We will miss her coming home to visit us, as she always managed to brighten up our lives, always happy and always positive." The family said they had worried about Miss Abbott's safety and finances as she had lived in London, but she was so proud. She would always just say she was okay. The court heard that Mr. Nassim, who lived in a £600,000 home in Amersham, Buckinghamshire, was addicted to alcohol, drugs and sex. The father of 2 young children turned to escorts when his whirlwind romance with his partner had fizzled out, he said. For nearly a decade, he hired sex workers, drank on an almost daily basis, and took cocaine, saying this behaviour was common in the financial district. He studied economics in the University of Durham and was the top of the class, gaining sponsorship for his degree from Sainsbury's. He worked with Merrill Lynch for 10 years, earning up to £250,000 a year, but became a freelance consultant in 2012 because he found the job stressful. Since January, he had worked for Toronto Dominion Bank's London office, but they may have been struggling with debt, the court heard. He met with Miss Abbott's on the evening of May the 24th in Crawley before spending the night with her. Friends became worried when she failed to turn up for a birthday party in South Kensington the next day. Police broke down the door of the flat and found Miss Abbott's body killed 12 hours earlier. Mr. Nassim was lying on a sofa in only a dressing gown, surrounded by half-drunk glasses of alcohol and underwear. He was pretending to be unconscious, paramedics thought. Defence lawyer Lewis Power QC said Mr. Nassim was in his prime and had achieved high status as a risk analyst. He had now fallen from grace in almost a dramatic of manner. Mr. Nassim was jailed for life with a minimum term of 19 years. Thank you for joining us. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Nassim? Do you think a sentence of 19 years was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Oxford University student who was dubbed too bright to go to jail after stabbing her then boyfriend has now dropped out of her degree. Lavina Woodward, who was 26, attacked lover Thomas Fairclough with a bread knife after drinking heavily at Christ Church College in 2016. After admitting unlawful wounding, the judge decided that she was too bright for prison, arguing it could damage her future career as a heart surgeon. She was sentenced to 10 months behind bars, suspended for 18 months. Miss Woodward paused her studies after a court appearance, choosing to wait for it to blow over before she returned to university. But the treasurer for Christ Church has since confirmed that she has formally withdrawn from the college and the university. She is now reportedly living in a £1 million Kensington flat with her boyfriend, Philip Klagosky, the son of Russian billionaire oligarch Konstantin Klobosky. The student was said to be a high-flying academic, and her research on lipoproteins and vein grafts has been published in journals. An unnamed friend said at the time of her sentencing, "I think they will be very happy to have her back, and that she will end up returning quietly. She's done some very interesting work in cardiology." They described her as a future Nobel Prize winner. Miss Woodward was arrested in December 2016 after Mr. Fairclough went to visit her in Oxford. He had tried to stop her from drinking, and she became increasingly volatile before flying into a rage when she discovered he had Skyped her mum for assistance with the situation. She then began throwing objects at the Cambridge student, including a laptop, a glass and a jam jar, before stabbing him in the leg with a bread knife. Emergency services arrived to find Miss Woodward intoxicated, deeply distraught and mentally disturbed. She planned to turn the knife on herself before Mr. Fairclough disarmed her. In court, she admitted unlawful wounding and was sentenced in September 2017, with Judge Ian Pringle QC stating that she was an extraordinary, able young lady. He called the incident a one-off before describing her as a highly intelligent individual. The sentencing was met with controversy, as justice campaigners claimed it would not have happened if she had been a different gender or had come from a poor background. Thug Reese Booth yelled, "I'm a gangster" in a Jamaican accent and then punched a man so hard he suffered a stroke. Reese Booth reacted to being suspected of shoplifting by swearing, claiming that he is a gangster and punching the security guard. A security guard suffered a stroke after being punched by the suspected shoplifter at an Asda store in Leeds. Reese Booth reacted to being suspected of shoplifting in the Middleton store by using Jamaican patois swear words, claiming he is a gangster and punching the security guard. The 21-year-old of Autumn Grove, Burley, Leeds was jailed for 2.5 years after pleading guilty to inflicting grievous bodily harm. He also pleaded guilty to an affray in relation to an attack in which a group racially abused a woman at Leeds Coach Station before attacking her boyfriend with railings and chairs. Prosecutor Mark Kellett said Mr. Booth attacked the security guard on February 27, 2019. Mr. Kellett said, "A woman was seen acting suspiciously in the store before joining 3 others outside, including Mr. Booth and an 11-year-old boy. A security guard stopped the group in the doorway and asked for the receipt of the items in the woman's basket. Leeds Crown Court heard Mr. Booth immediately became aggressive and started taking off his jacket. The security officer was joined by some of her colleagues as Mr. Booth started speaking in Jamaican patois and said, 'Look me up on Facebook, I'm a gangster.' He then asked why he was speaking in an African language, and he replied, 'My mum's half-caste, you racist bastard.' The defendant then swung a punch which struck the male security guard on the chin. The victim developed pain to the left side of his ear after the attack. The prosecutor said he felt like his eyes were going to burst from their sockets, and his speech became slurred. An ambulance was called, and the doctor later informed him he had suffered a stroke as a result of the trauma of the incident. Mr. Kellett said the injury caused by the defendant aggravated a pre-existing condition the victim had suffered 3 years earlier. Mr. Booth and another defendant, Adam Barker, were also involved in an attack on a couple at the National Express coach station in Leeds City Centre on December 28, 2018. Mr. Kellett said the couple were on their way to the station where Mr. Booth shouted racial abuse at the woman. Both Mr. Booth and Mr. Barker were with 4 other males who turned violent when they were challenged over the comments. The group carried out a sustained attack on the couple and used metal railings and chairs to attack them. Mr. Booth, described as the ringleader of the attack, removed his belt during the attack and used it to hit the couple. The victim suffered a broken jaw, and the attack only ended when security officers intervened. Police were called to the area after being contacted by a frightened member of the public who reported that a gang had been using a stun gun on people at random. Mr. Barker, 19 of Bridge Farm, Beeston, Leeds, pleaded guilty to an affray and possession of a prohibited weapon. Cara Firth, mitigating for Mr. Booth, said her client regrets both incidents and understands the harm he caused. She said he committed the offences to fit in with his peers, but has now distanced himself from these people. She said the soon-to-be father suffers from type 1 diabetes, but does not look after it well. Edison Flint, mitigating for Mr. Barker, said his client was aged 17 at the time of the affray. Mr. Flint said Mr. Barker accepted being in possession of the taser when the police arrived, but had not been responsible for discharging the weapon during the incident. Mr. Barker was sent to the Young Offenders Institute for 1 year and 2 months. Describing the affray offence, Judge Robin Mears told the defendants, "This was mob violence in a public area. Those 2 people were set upon by your group like a pack of animals." Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at a man who had an unhealthy obsession with David Cameron. A man who burned down an elderly widow's house after mistaking it for David Cameron's, was detained under the Mental Health Act. Joseph Steed, who was 35, had intended to petrol bomb the ex-Prime Minister's house in the village of Dean near Witney in Oxfordshire, but struck the house next door, a judge had heard. It is understood that Mr. Steed, a paranoid schizophrenic, had made homophobic allegations against Mr. Cameron and printed out pictures of his home. A judge at Oxford Crown Court ordered Mr. Steed to be detained in a secure psychiatric hospital under the Mental Health Act, saying that there was a risk to the public. It was heard how obsessed Mr. Steed touched the wrong house after setting fire to an almost £800,000 farmhouse belonging to an 82-year-old woman who had been staying at her son's house at the time. He was stopped by the woman's son and grandson, while the police later found searches for Mr. Cameron on his computer, sentencing the arsonist to a Section 41 hospital order with restrictions. Judge Nigel Daly said, "I consider that there is a real risk that if he is released from hospital, if he is not under the day-to-day care of persons who can make sure he takes his medication as appropriate, that there would be a risk to the public of serious harm from him." Prosecutor Jonathan Stone said that Mr. Steed had travelled from his home in Wellingborough, Northamptonshire, through Aylesbury and Oxford to the village of Dean near Chipping Norton. Checks on his computer showed that he had searched the internet for the village where the former Conservative leader lived. Mr. Stone said at around 10 PM, Mr. Steed was seen in the village of Dean, swigging from bottles of alcohol. At 10:30 PM, he called the fire brigade, telling the call handler about a fire in the village. A neighbour also called 999. The fire report found the blaze that had gutted the house was started by a petrol bomb thrown through a downstairs window. The remains of a bottle of spirit and a petrol-soaked rag were discovered at the house. In a victim impact statement, the owner, a widowed farmer's wife who had lived in the property since the 1960s, said the news had been broken by her daughter shortly after midnight. Summing up her feelings when she heard of the fire, she said, "Murderous, furious, and shocked that anyone, regardless of their feelings, could do such a thing." The house had been valued at £800,000 before the fire, with the plot now only worth half of that amount. She had lost personal memories of her late husband in the blaze, as well as family photographs, her books, and a collection of croquette squares she hoped to make into blankets for her great-grandchildren. Judge Daly heard that Mr. Steed was arrested at the scene whilst making bizarre racist and homophobic comments about David Cameron. The arsonist leader told psychiatrists that he had gone to Dean after reading articles online. The fire was meant as a threat to Mr. Cameron, but he did not intend to cause him any harm. Mr. Steed, formerly of Wellingborough, admitted arson being reckless as to whether life was endangered. He had no previous convictions. Mitigating, Graham Blower said that his client had been receiving treatment for paranoid schizophrenia at the psychiatric unit since his arrest and was responding well to the treatment. He had shown an insight into his behaviour. Judge Daly commended Mr. Steed for taking the help he had been offered, but raised concerns about the potential for him to stop taking his medication if he were released into the community. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Steed? Do you agree the judge did the right thing by sentencing the arsonist to a Section 41 hospital order with restrictions? Or do you believe a determinate sentence should have been given? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man who burned down a nightclub and bricked a pub to stop them from asking from CV19 passports. Owen Marshall, who was from Bristol, had threw a brick through a window of the Barley Mow pub with a note attached claiming that the new passports were a breach of human rights. Mr. Marshall, who was said to be obsessed with the pandemic restrictions, had burned down a nightclub to stop them from asking for a passport, has been jailed for 6 years. Owen Marshall set fire to a petrol-soaked towel and posted it through the letterbox of a club in SWX in Bristol. Mr. Marshall then went on to deliver a letter to the home of Bristol Mayor Martin Rees, where he claimed responsibility for the arson. The 29-year-old said that he wanted the attack to be a warning to other venues. Mr. Marshall then threw a brick through the window of the Barley Mow pub with a note attached saying that the new passports were a breach of human rights. Then, on August the 2nd of this year, a Bristol nightclub, Lakota, received a handwritten note saying that it would sustain substantial damage like SWX if it introduced a new passport system. Police officers tracked the movements of a man seen starting the fire back to a shop where Mr. Marshall had bought a box of matches. He was subsequently identified following a public appeal and was later arrested. Mr. Marshall pleaded guilty to arson, being reckless as to whether life was endangered, criminal damage and making threats to cause criminal damage at Bristol Crown Court in September. He was then sentenced for the 3 offences at the same court this Wednesday. Following the sentencing, PC David Stevenson said Owen Marshall's actions were motivated by completely misguided belief that the venues he targeted were about to introduce the new vaccine passport system. His obsession with COVID restrictions ultimately led to carrying out the extremely reckless attack at SWX, and it is only through sheer luck that no one was physically harmed. Staff had been at the venue just hours before and they could have easily been inside when he had used the accelerant to start the fire. More than 130 fire service personnel were also put at risk, tackling the resulting blaze, which took several hours to extinguish. PC Davison added, "The attack had a devastating impact on the club and the 3 businesses based below it, with hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of damage and lost revenue being caused. These were businesses which had all suffered as a result of the pandemic and which were looking forward to serving their community once more, only for their livelihoods to be put in jeopardy. While Mr. Marshall has never explained his actions, I am pleased that he has ultimately accepted responsibility and it has negated the need for a trial. The attack on SWX took place a week before it was due to reopen in July, following months of COVID restrictions. At the time, Mayor Rees said, "It's such bad news for Bristol's night economy, as the industry sought to recover from a tough year." Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of a man who had murdered his mum and stepdad and left their bodies for days whilst he celebrated with hired escorts and took a trip to the pub, but later ended up getting jailed for life. Knife obsessed Amol Singh Channa, who was 25, stabbed Jasbir Kaur, who was 52, and her husband, Rupinder Singh Basan, who was 51, more than 40 times in a ferocious attack at their home in Albury in the West Midlands. He then dragged their bodies into another room and left them for 4 days whilst he celebrated with escorts and a trip to the pub. Mr. Channa denied murder but was found guilty following a 9-day trial at Birmingham Crown Court and jailed for life with a minimum tariff of 36 years. Police discovered their butchered bodies on February the 25th, when Mrs. Kaur's daughter, Kiran Singh, raised the alarm after she was unable to contact her mum. CCTV inquiries showed Mr. Channa had taken his stepfather's Toyota Aygo during the early hours of February the 23rd, and he had received hospital treatment for a bite on his thumb. The court heard that the injury was a result of Mr. Basan desperately trying to fend off his raging stepson. After the murders, Mr. Channa had been drinking and playing pool in a local pub and deposited money into his bank, which he stole during the killing. He also bought a plane ticket and dumped the car, but detectives tracked him down before arresting him on February the 25th at his home in Smethwick, West Midlands. Police searched his home and found the keys to the Toyota, his passport with travel details, with a blood-covered combat-style knife with a sheath on his bed. Jason Pitter QC, prosecuting, told the court during the trial how the couple had been murdered in cold blood during a ferocious attack. They had been stabbed multiple times, inflicting what can only be described as a horrendous injury. The tragedy is that they allowed the defendant to stay under their roof. What did he do when he killed them? He left them. He took their car and a small amount of money. Developed a fascination with knives and knives had to be locked away in the house. Jurors heard that on one occasion, Mr. Channer had sent a message about his mother saying, "I want to knife her, pour boiling oil down her throat, pour her head into a chip pan." Mr. Pitter added, tragically, he did one of those things. During the sentencing, Mr. Pitter said that Mr. Channer treated his mum and stepdad with a real disregard and stole money from them after they had died. He said, there must have been some element of suffering given the prolonged nature of the attack. Mr. Bassan was moved from one part of the house by dragging while he was still bleeding. This was a case where the defendant treated the deceased with real disregard. Sentencing Mr. Channer, Judge Mark Walk QC said, "You have had a deep-seated animosity for your mother. Despite your behaviour towards her, she has always sought to help you. Mr. Bassan was nothing but kind to you. After the killing, you did nothing to assist your victims. You treated them in death in a similar way you had treated them in life. Instead, over the next day or two, you left their bodies and went to the pub and to sort out the company of escorts." Following Mr. Channer's conviction, Detective Inspector Hannah Whitehouse from the West Midlands Police said, "Mr. Channer carried out a despicable crime against his family in their own home, which should have been a place of safety. Our investigation revealed that Mr. Channer was fanatical about knives and had previously expressed a desire to kill his mother. Sadly, we do not know what led him to carry out such a vicious and sickening attack. My thoughts remain with the couple's wider family and friends. I can't imagine how they're feeling. The shock and pain that his actions have caused will stay with them forever. Knife crime is devastating, and this case has been a harsh reminder of the tragic consequences." The couple's daughter, Kira Channer, paid tribute to her parents, saying, "My parents are the most loving people I've ever known. My mum went through hell and kept going to look after me and my brother. She's the toughest woman I've ever known. Dad was the perfect match for her. He was the only person that was able to give my mum the space and warmth to relax and to be loved in a way we all deserve. I'm sad that their lives were ended so quickly without second thought by a person whom they both loved dearly. Their lives together had just started. Not only did he take their lives, but he tried to defame them in court to protect himself. I am angry at him for trying to use such tactics against their memory and against the person who always did her best for us. I have painful daily reminders that I won't be able to have their guidance throughout my adult life. The only comfort I have from any of this is that at least my parents are at peace together, two beautiful souls together eternally, and that I'll always love them." Inderjit Bassan, the former wife of Rupinder Bassan, said, "We were married for 26 years and had one child, our son. My son and I were devastated and overwhelmed. Rupinder is a popular man in the Sikh community. He must have been very scared when he took his last breath. He will never see his son graduate from university." Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Channer? Do you think life in jail was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at an assault on a police officer with an air weapon in New Ash Green has led to a man being sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. Adam Woodbridge fired pellets in the direction of police who had been called to a disturbance in Bays Shaw. Officers attended the address following reports Mr. Woodbridge had made threats and assaulted a woman who was known to him. When requests were made by police for Mr. Woodbridge to come to the front door, he shouted abuse, threatening, "Whoever comes in here is getting hurt." Shots were fired from inside, with one pellet penetrating the door and striking an officer in the hand. Additional resources were sent to the scene and entry was secured to the property. Mr. Woodbridge was arrested and an air rifle was seized. Appearing before Maidstone Crown Court, Mr. Woodbridge, aged 49 of no fixed address, pleaded guilty to possessing an air weapon with intent to cause fear of violence, common assault of an emergency worker and criminal damage. He denied a further count of common assault as well as a charge of assault by beating, both of which the court ordered to remain on file. Mr. Woodbridge was sentenced to 3 years and 3 months in prison. He was also made subject of a 5-year restraining order. Detective Constable Megan Hughes of the West Kent Vulnerability Investigation Team said, whilst no one was seriously injured, the custodial sentence Mr. Woodbridge will now serve is a reminder of the dangers air weapons can pose when in the wrong hands. The restraining order, also passed by the court, is a reflection of a lengthy period of distress that Mr.
Mr. Woodbridge has also caused to the women involved in this incident. I hope the outcome of this case will at least provide some reassurance and comfort to her. So what are your thoughts about Adam Woodbridge? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a man who has been jailed after police raided his home and found guns, ammunition and orders for more weapons. Officers from the Serious and Organised Crime Group of Greater Manchester Police raided Aaron Melville's home in Buxton. Inside his home, on Walker Brow, cops found several homemade weapons, a revolver which was examined and found to be a modified revolver, a dismantled handgun, a number of rounds of ammunition in the process of being converted from blank firing to illegal ammunition. Officers also found a delivery note that showed Mr. Melville had ordered 3 Rite blank firing pistol replicas. The Turkish-made blank firing pistol can be legally sold in the UK, but criminal gangs have worked out how to convert them into deadly weapons. Detectives later discovered that Mr. Melville had ordered 25 firearms, 2 of which were found in the addresses by officers, and another one that had been found converted with his DNA on. His name came to the attention of police as part of a wider investigation into organised crime from in Manchester. Mr. Melville's phones were seized and images of him posing with firearms were discovered. The 21-year-old Mr. Melville was jailed for 5 years and 7 months at Manchester Crown Court after he pleaded guilty to possession of a firearm and ammunition. Detective Constable Christopher Chinnery from GMP Serious and Organised Crime Group said, Mr. Melville had a clear setup and a keen interest in firearms, which could have led to some devastating consequences. A lot of the work we are doing to tackle firearms aren't always visible, but the raid on Mr. Melville's home is an example of us acting on intelligence and taking another dangerous criminal off the streets of Greater Manchester. Converting Rite guns into live-firing lethal firearms is a national issue, and one we are absolutely committed to tackling in Greater Manchester, and Mr. Melville is one of many we are bringing to justice. So what are your thoughts about Mr. Melville and how he would purchase blank firing ammunition and guns and then would convert them into more deadly firearms? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a flirty prison officer who's been jailed for 10 months after bosses found a secret tattoo on her leg with a lad she'd in love with. Scarlett Aldrich was 20 when she had an armed robber's prison cell number inked on her upper thigh as a symbol of her affection, but the horrified officials found the body art when she was forced to undergo a medical examination. At the time, Miss Aldrich, whose mum and stepdad are both police officers, was a trusted member of staff at the maximum security Full Sutton Jail near York. She also wrote love letters to the convicted robber and smuggled in a mobile phone and SIM card. Hull Crown Court was told. Miss Aldrich, who was 22 now, who had a number of other tattoos, appeared for sentence via video link from HMP New Hall in Wakefield, where she is being held, jailing her for 10 months. Judge John Thackeray QC said he had considered a suspended sentence because immediate custody would have had a devastating effect on you and your loved one, but he said the offences were so serious that the least he could impose was 10 months custody with half to be served. He told her, "Your offending is obviously very seriously committed. While you were acting as a prison officer in a high security prison, you did receive the training about the obvious dangers of developing close relationships with inmates. Despite this, you developed a relationship with an inmate serving a sentence for robbery. You allowed yourself to be taken in by him." The judge said that you put the safety and the security of the prison in jeopardy. This was a huge security prison where mobile phones and SIM cards can be used as currency, providing power, influence and disrupting prison life. You breached the trust that you had been given to you. The judge accepted that she had provided the phone and SIM card only for the inmate to speak to her, and there was no evidence that he had used it to commit any form of crime. But I have to consider not only the intended harm, but the actual harm. In a maximum security prison, the risk of harm was very high. Miss Aldrich, who lives in the village of Swarby, near Fisk, North Yorkshire, showed no emotion as she was jailed. She admitted misconduct in a public office and smuggling a mobile phone and SIM card into the prison at the previous hearing. The phone was later found jammed in the inmate's backside. In his cell, officers found love letters from Miss Aldrich. They also intercepted a saucy snap sent to the prisoner, referred to as Jones of a tattoo of her upper left thigh of his jail cell number. Suspicions began in August 2019 when Miss Aldrich and Mr. Jones were seen chatting together for up to 2 hours in the prison workshop. Prosecutor Eamon Coker said it was noted that the defendant would enter the workshop, greet other prison staff before going to sit with Mr. Jones and chat with him for up to an hour at a time. These visits became more frequent and other prisoners commented on the closeness between the two. Miss Aldrich's time with Mr. Jones in the workshop increased to 2 hours a day. Colleagues spotted they were being flirty and confronted Miss Aldrich about her behaviour. She was warned about what her behaviour looked like, but the defendant returned to the workshop and still chatted with the prisoner. Prison officers were alerted and jailers found the phone, which included a text sent on September the 9th saying, "Abby is coming over, so I won't be able to call you. I miss you. We'll try and get some credit. Sending all my kisses." Another message a day later read, "I'm at my mum's. I'm not ignoring you and I've got you a voucher." On September the 18th, 2019, Miss Aldrich was suspended, confessed to the governors that the relationship had started following a violent row with her ex. Susanna Proctor, mitigating, said she had a cut on her face. He was providing comfort towards her, and that led to the relationship she is now in court for. She underlined there was no sexual activity between the two, and that Miss Aldrich had no contact with Mr. Jones in his cell. She brought the phone in so he could contact her, said Miss Proctor. She understands that this man was not interested in her at all, and he was just using her to obtain the mobile phone. Mr. Coker added, she explained that she had been vulnerable due to her partner assaulting her, which left the mark. Mr. Jones noticed the mark. He contacted her and made threats towards her partner. She admitted she brought the mobile phone and the SIM card. She was then asked by the prisoner to hold up to £5,000 at her home, which would then be collected by a gentleman named Ginger Scouser. She became concerned and blocked the prisoner's number. In her first interview with the police, Miss Aldrich denied the relationship with Mr. Jones, claiming that he had called her home and threatened her family. However, a letter addressed to Mr. Jones was intercepted by the staff at HMP Full Sutton, which contained a photograph of a tattoo inside. The tattoo was of Mr. Jones' cell number, and whilst Miss Aldrich was in police custody, a nurse carrying out an examination on her body found the same tattoo on her upper left thigh. The court heard that Miss Aldrich, who had no previous convictions, joined the prison service after getting her A-levels because she wanted to help people and follow in the footsteps of her mother and stepfather, who are both police officers. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Aldrich? Do you think a sentence of 10 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a suburban housewife with a sordid double life who had been jailed for her role in a Breaking Bad style plot to smuggle £1 million of crystal meth into the UK. Paola Morris, who was 42, who had also worked as an escort, plotted to sneak the drug into Britain disguised in bags of coffee and children's Mexican wrestling dolls made of plastic. The mum of one from posh Malmesbury in Wiltshire was arrested after Eagle Eye Border Force agents spotted a suspicious package at Stansted Airport in Essex last year in January and tracked it to an address linked to her. Last month, her husband, David Morris, who was 48, also admitted a charge of assisting an offender at Swindon Crown Court in relation to the case. He had disposed of a package that had been received by Paola in February. Incredibly, it is believed the drug could have been linked to a shadowy Mexican crime cartel operating across South America, although it is unknown if they were due for distribution on British streets or were set to be dispatched to Europe. The court heard how Paola claimed to detectives she had made the contacts during her time as an escort, where some of her clients were involved in the importation of drugs. A London-based gang member, who was believed to be the intended recipient of the drugs, Paolo Matos, who was 35, fled his Battersea flat back to Mexico last year. He is wanted by the UK and Italian authorities. At Swindon Crown Court, Judge Jason Taylor told Mrs. Morris, "You were the glue that bound the countries together. You had contact with several people in Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, as well as others. You even asked 2 of those contacts whether they had ever thought about setting something up serious in Europe. I find you were an integral part of this chain of supply. You aspired and dreamt of large-scale imports and doing great things. If this operation hasn't been caught in its infancy, that's direction it would have been headed in. You were A, if not the major driving force. The judge described Mrs. Moorish as a quick-witted, canny and manipulative, but acknowledged that she had not made the money that she was expecting from her offending. Foolish, naive and hapless criminals could still be highly culpable, said Judge Taylor. Paola was jailed for 6 years and 4 months, while her husband, a self-employed gardener and removal man, was handed a suspended sentence for disposing a bag which he believed to be connected to his wife's criminal activity. He received a 9-month sentence, suspended for 18 months, and was ordered to carry out unpaid work. Reacting to the sentence, Detective Inspector Adrian Hawkins of the Southwest Regional Organised Crime Unit said Mrs. Moorish was clearly heavily involved in the potential lucrative plot to smuggle large amounts of Class A drugs into the UK on behalf of a Mexican organised crime group. The work colleagues at the border force and our team has ensured that their network was disrupted and that the sentences handed down today show that playing part in any such plot has very serious consequences. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Moorish? Do you think a sentence of 6 years 4 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Also, what are your opinions on her husband's sentence of 9 months suspended? Do you believe that was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. A man who stabbed a teenager to death in a row over a pair of £90 Nike trainers and who has been jailed for life. Romario Lindo, 21, was told he must serve a 21-year sentence at Woolwich Crown Court for murdering Perry Jordan Brammer, 15, who died 5 days after the attack. Mr. Perry confronted Mr. Lindo after he had robbed a 14-year-old boy of his Nike sneakers in the street after purchasing a pair of Nike trainers from JD Sports. As Perry tried to get them back, Mr. Lindo grabbed him around the neck and stabbed him 10 times on the Broadwater Farm estate in Tottenham, North London. Mr. Lindo had pleaded guilty to robbery but denied murder. The jury found him guilty, however. The court heard that at just 11 AM at Bruce Grove Station in Tottenham, North London, Mr. Lindo saw a 14-year-old boy carrying a JD Sports bag with a new pair of trainers. Mr. Lindo approached the teenager and made out he had a knife before grabbing a bag, but punched him in the face when the boy clung on to the drawstrings and the strap snapped and Mr. Lindo walked away carrying the stolen. The 14-year-old victim called his friend, who was with Perry Jordan Brammer, and told them his attacker was heading towards the Broadwater Farm estate. The friend cycled towards the area with Mr. Perry on the handlebars. Mr. Perry ended up riding the bike himself and caught up with Mr. Lindo and got into a Mr. Lindo grabbed Mr. Perry around the neck and repeatedly stabbed him, ignoring a witness who was screaming at him to stop. Mr. Perry dropped to the ground and Mr. Lindo cycled off on the bike he had used to get there. He dumped the bike and his blood-stained clothes as he fled. Police and London ambulance services rushed to the scene and desperately tried to save the schoolboy, but despite their best efforts, Mr. Perry died 5 days later from his injuries in hospital. After the case, Mr. Perry's family said, "Perry will always be the light of our lives. We often wonder what our children will be like as adults. We will never know for Perry." Mr. Perry was unique, sincere, loyal, genuine, loving, honest and a very caring son. He had a smile that would light up a room and had a gift for making people feel loved and important. We take some comfort that our child was done the right thing at the time he was being a hero. He was helping another child, who he did not know, who was violently robbed of his trainers. For some there may have been a choice not to help, however, our Perry would, as he always stuck up for what was right. Our Perry did not deserve what happened to him, no one does. Detective Chief Inspector Neil John from the Met Specialist Crime North said, "This was a vicious and sustained attack on a young man who lost his life while simply trying to help another teenager. Mario Lindo is a dangerous individual who has robbed both Mr. Perry of his life and Mr. Perry's family of their precious son." Your thoughts about Mr. Lindo and how he took the life of a teenager over a row for the boys' Nike trainers? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at two men who have been sentenced for drug offences following an investigation by Tower Hamlets police. They are Connor Armstrong, 26, of Byng Street and Stephen Brissett, 20, of Tiller Road. Mr Armstrong was jailed for 3 years and 2 months at Snaresbrook Crown Court, having pleaded guilty to assault, dangerous driving and being concerned in the supply of cannabis. This is yet another timely reminder that cannabis should be legalised in the UK to stop it from falling into the hands of criminals. After all, it is already legal in so many places for medical purposes. Some who need it to relieve chronic illnesses sometimes are even granted permission for growing cannabis. Some people even use it recreationally in some places too. It's not that much of a big deal, especially if it would save so much of the authorities' time and lower drug crime rates too. Mr Brissett was given a suspended sentence of 16 months imprisonment, having pleaded guilty to being concerned in the supply of cannabis. It's still probably very confusing for some how such companies like Stateside Wellness is considered a health and wellness centre for medical marijuana patients, but yet we are still fighting the war on drugs, saying cannabis has no medical advantages. It is a tenuous time for the drug, with many choosing to take it in CBD oil-based forms for the benefits, whilst others prefer the traditional method of smoking it in beautiful glass pipes. Either way, if there were more legal angles for obtaining cannabis, then these situations would decrease. The police investigation began after Armstrong was identified as a suspect for an assault in Hackney Road. The 31-year-old victim of the assault received injuries to his face which required stitches. During the investigation, officers discovered his extensive involvement in the cannabis supply alongside Mr Brissett. Mr Brissett was arrested at his home address after a search uncovered half a kilo of cannabis. Mr Brissett admitted to being a street dealer. Mr Armstrong was arrested at Epping High Road, Buckhurst Hill. The court heard how he was supplying Mr Brissett with large amounts of the drug. So what are your thoughts about this drug dealing duo? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Two drug dealers have been jailed for a total of more than 16 years after being concerned in the supply of £310,000 of cocaine on EncroChat. John Gates and Andrew Brearley, who were also involved in 4 kilograms of cannabis grows, had been using the encrypted communications platform to deal 7.75 kilograms of the Class A drug on Tyneside. The court heard that while 2.25 kilograms of cocaine was returned because it was too poor in quality, the remaining 5.5 was sold to users for a total of £200,000. Prosecutors heard that Mr Gates had a leading role in the criminal enterprise by sourcing the drugs from upstream suppliers, while Mr Brearley acted as his trusted lieutenant by dishing them out and taking payments. However, the pair's secret scheme came to light when the French police managed to intercept EncroChat in 2020, and their details were given to Northumbria police. Now Mr Gates, who was 34, of Green Hills in Killingsworth, has been locked up for 9 years and 7 months, and Mr Brearley, 31, of Allendale Road in Walker, has been jailed for 86 months after both men pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply cocaine and conspiracy to supply cannabis. Mr Brearley also pleaded guilty to a further charge of being concerned in the supply of a Class B drug. Newcastle Crown Court heard that EncroChat is a subscription-paid service providing a fully encrypted communications platform, which users have used to purchase mobile phones in order to access. As a result of an investigation by French police in 2020, the EncroChat system was exposed, resulting in Mr Gates and Mr Brearley's illegal scheme also being unearthed. Paul Cross, prosecuting, said Mr Gates had the username No Dramas and Mr Brearley went by the name Normal Head, and the pair were involved in the dealing of cocaine in Tyneside Gates between December 2019 and May 2020. Mr Brearley between March and June 2020. Mr Cross added, "The prosecution say that this conspiracy was plainly already running when this data became available." Mr Cross said that there were numerous messages and calls found concerning the supply of cocaine and evidence of cannabis growth and supply. He continued, "There was evidence that Mr Gates employed Mr Brearley. Mr Gates didn't have possession of the actual drugs, but used Mr Brearley for that. Mr. Brearley also accounted for the money. The court was told that Mr. Gates sourced the cocaine from an upstream supplier and used Mr. Brearley to take possession of it and sell it on to users. In total, he had dealings with 7.75 kilograms of cocaine, worth £40,000 per kilogram, but 2.25 kilograms was sent back because it was of poor quality. The pair were also concerned with 4 kilograms of cannabis grows, worth £18,000, Mr. Cross said. When arrested, Mr. Gates tried to smash one of his mobile phones, while neither of the duo's EncroChat mobiles were recovered. Police, during an interview, said that Mr. Gates remained silent, while Mr. Brearley denied any knowledge of drug dealing. Oliver Kirk, defending Mr. Gates, who had 31 offences on his record, including 8 relating to drug possession and supply, said there were others higher up in the chain. Mr. Kirk continued, Mr. Gates acted as a middleman. The reality is, Mr. Gates was a local supplier, and although there is an indicative suggestion of a leading role, there is no evidence of substantial financial advantage or close links to the original source. Mr. Kirk said Mr. Gates had become involved in the conspiracy as a result of being in debt. Jonathan Rosen, defending Mr. Brearley, who has one unrelated past conviction, told the court that he had also become involved in the scheme because of debt. Mr. Rosen added, his father is extremely ill. Mr. Brearley knows that today, having come to court on bail, is probably the last time he's going to have a face-to-face contact with his father. It's unlikely he'll be able to visit his son in prison. Sentencing the pair, recorder Mark Giuliani said, you, Mr. Gates, can be classified as having a leading role. You were directing the organising and selling of drugs on a commercial scale through your trusted lieutenant, Mr. Brearley. You had contact with the upstream suppliers and you were able to obtain credit. You were given directions that you wanted the drugs to be Colombian. You gave instructions for an upstream supplier to contact Mr. Brearley directly. Recorder Mr. Giuliani said, you, Mr. Brearley, can be correctly classified as having a significant role. Did have an operational function within the chain and an understanding of the scale of the operation. Speaking after the sentencing, Northumbria Police Detective Chief Inspector Mark Michael praised the continued work of his team. He said, we have made incredible strides over the past few years through our continued activities as part of Operation Sentinel. Today's results are just another example of what the dedication and effort can achieve, as we now have 2 members of an organised criminal group behind bars. Mr. Brearley and Mr. Gates were observed over a period of time carrying out illegal business activities in plain sight, using their encrypted devices to buy and source cocaine and a variety of other items like cannabis and MDMA to sell for profit. Their brazen and shameless behaviour has now landed them behind bars and their criminal cash and drugs seized. We will work to continue to dismantle and disrupt organised criminality because it has no place here in Northumbria. Illegal drugs harm our communities by exploiting and manipulating those who are most vulnerable, and we know the profits of their sales never benefit the neighbourhoods they are sold in. They are funneled back into more serious crime. I'd like to thank the team of officers and staff who helped us secure these convictions. Thanks to their hard work, this pair had no choice but to admit their guilt in court, and I am pleased they have been dealt with. Drunken Lau has finally been locked up after she assaulted a police officer for the 10th time. Ashley George, also known as Wilson, was on 2 suspended sentences for lashing out at constables when she failed to keep her intoxicated temper in check once more. On this occasion, the 32-year-old kicked an officer as she was getting arrested for breaching the peace, hitting her shin, a court was told. The thug of Allendale Court in West Denton previously pleaded guilty to assaulting an emergency worker, and her case was adjourned for a pre-sentence report. However, on Tuesday, District Judge Paul Curran told her that she'd reached the end of the line with her chances to keep freedom, jailing her for 26 weeks. The judge said, you have assaulted police officers 9 times in the past and on 6 occasions in the last year alone. In relation to each, you were told how serious it was, and you were told you would go to prison if you committed any further offences. Unfortunately, you became involved with the police again, and you were drunk at the time and you lashed out after losing your temper. Unfortunately, you have reached the end of the line. Newcastle Magistrate Court heard that Miss George was on 2 suspended sentences for assaulting police officers when she was arrested for breaching the peace at her accommodation on the 21st of April this year. A constable who had attended the scene but was not involved in detaining Miss George was watching as she was transported to a van. Paul Clark, prosecuting, added, as the defendant approached the officer, She raised her right leg and kicked the officer in the shin. She was further arrested for assaulting an emergency worker. Alana Winscraft, defending, said Miss George had problems with alcohol and drugs, and she was vulnerable to exploitation from others. She accepts that she recklessly kicked out and it struck the officer. She's 32 years old and made full admissions when interviewed and apologised. Miss George lost her temper and had to be detained and escorted from the dock to the cells by 8 security workers. When she was told she was getting locked up. A Heaton teen robber left taxi driver praying for his life after a ferocious attack. Christopher Tams of Heaton has been jailed for robbery and racially aggravated criminal damage. A taxi driver was subjected to a ferocious and terrifying robbery during which he was punched, kicked and throttled and racially abused. Christopher Tams was already on a community order for supplying drugs when he targeted a cabbie who picked him up with a friend in Newcastle. Despite being told to take what he wanted by the frightened driver, Mr. Tams rained down the punches and kicks and shouted vile racist insults and left him fearing death as he throttled him from behind. The court heard that Mr. Tams told the driver, prayed during the onslaught, "No one's going to save you now, and you're gonna die." Newcastle Crown Court heard the taxi driver was asked to pick up customers from the Metropolitan pub in Newcastle at around 5:30 PM on December the 18th last year, and Mr. Tams was one of the 2 men who got in. During a trip to the hostel where they were living, the cabbie felt intimidated by them. When they got to the hostel, Mr. Tams asked the driver to wait, but then came out and said he didn't need the taxi anymore, and asked for the £10 which had been paid at the start of the journey to be handed back, but was told the fare had already reached £8. Omar Ahmed, prosecuting, said the defendant became hostile and the driver was frightened and so returned the money. The defendant then proceeded to punch him in the face and demanded he hand over his takings for the evening. He handed over £40 and the defendant punched him again. He then got in the passenger seat and punched him again in the face before getting out the car, opening the driver's door and kicking him several times in the stomach. Mr. Tams then got in the back of the car, shouting vile racist abuse and punched a plastic screen, causing damage. Mr. Ahmed said he then grabbed him round the neck and pinned him to the side. He couldn't breathe. The victim tried to drive a short distance, hoping he would get away from Mr. Tams, but he then punched the car key, breaking it. The cabbie then ran from the car to seek help. He was left with a cut lip, bruising to his eye and a suspected broken rib. The car was later found with liquid on the bonnet, with a rag hanging out the fuel tank, but the prosecutors could not prove who did that. The taxi driver said in a victim impact statement, "The impact has affected every aspect of my life, and I still feel very scared and keep getting flashbacks. I've been traumatized and I'm not sleeping well because I have nightmares. I honestly thought I was going to die when he said he was strangling me with the seatbelt. Prayed to Allah to save me, and he said no one's going to save you now, you're going to die." He added that he was unable to work full time or help his wife with 3 children as a consequence of what had happened to him. I would like the court to ask Christopher Tams why he attacked me when I told him to take everything he wanted and not physically assault me. Mr. Tams, who was 19 of Simonside Terrace, Heaton, Newcastle, has 9 previous convictions and he was on a community order imposed last November for supplying Class A drugs at the time. He was caught in a crackdown after students had died, but there was no suggestion he had sold any of the drugs that caused that death. He pleaded guilty to robbery and racially aggravated criminal damage and was jailed for 3 years. Recorder Brian Whitehead told him it involved quite ferocious violence, punching, kicking and shouting racial abuse, and then getting in the back and grabbing him round the neck so he couldn't breathe. Jane Foley, defending, said he had a troubled upbringing, had spent time in care, and added he remembers very little about the events from which we are concerned. He is a vulnerable young man with a history of mental health problems associated with a complex childhood trauma. Mr. Tams himself added, "I'm horrified in myself and I want to apologise to the court and to the victim."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man acting as a minder for a 6 kilo stash of Class B drugs worth £75,000 was given a suspended jail sentence. Edward Bouchan, 38, pleaded guilty to possessing the Class B drug with intent to supply on the basis he was a custodian. Following his arrest, he initially claimed he had paid £1,000 for the drugs found stowed in a suitcase to binge out on and smoke himself following his mother's death. However, Leicester Crown Court was told he admitted he had been offered £1,000 to look after the stash for a short period afterwards intending to return it to the owner. Mr. Bouchan, formerly of Bank Terrace, Barwell, was given a 16-month jail sentence, suspended for 2 years with a 5-day rehabilitation activity requirement. He was ordered to do 150 hours of unpaid work and placed on a 3-month nighttime curfew between midnight and 5 AM. The case was originally adjourned for trial of issue for a judge to hear evidence surrounding the circumstances of the offence. The prosecution accepted his basis of plea to be a custodian and not a dealer prior to sentence. At an earlier hearing, Mara Silva Romefort said there's no way he was dealing in drugs. There's no mobile phone evidence to suggest that he was a dealer. He accepts he was a user of cannabis. Mitigating at the sentencing hearing, Miss Silva Romefort said the defendant had been mourning his mother's death at the time of the offence. She said he was now devouring to wean himself off cannabis and had since moved to Cardiff where he had employment. So what are your thoughts about Edward Bouchan? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at the case of a man who exposed himself to women, including off-duty police officers, over a 5-year period and changed his outfits to avoid being detected. Transport police arrested Tajinder Saherbal, who was 40, from Bedford on April 3rd, 2021, after he was spotted exposing his genitals and touching himself inappropriately while sitting across from a woman on a train travelling from London Bridge to Cambridge. After the woman challenged Mr. Saherbal, an off-duty police officer arrived and removed him from the train and arrested him at St Pancras station. Officers searching Mr. Saherbal found several items including clothing and a number of hats which matched previous CCTV stills from earlier incidents. British Transport Police were able to link Mr. Saherbal to an incident when an off-duty police officer boarded a train from Red Hill to London Bridge on January 30th, 2021. Mr. Saherbal spotted the woman, moved across the aisle from her and began touching inside of his shorts. Inner London Crown Court heard that the officer challenged Mr. Saherbal, who pushed past her violently when the train arrived at Colston South and ran out of the station. He was found guilty on 7 counts of outraging public decency and 1 count of assault against an emergency service worker. The offence dated between 2016 and 2021 on trains around London and Surrey, as well as the 18-month jail sentence. Mr. Saherbal was handed a sexual harm prevention order. Officers examining the CCTV footage of the journeys discovered that Mr. Saherbal routinely changed outfits after offending to avoid detection. When he was eventually arrested, he was found carrying several of his disguises which were linked to previous offences. Detective Constable Olivia Hill of the British Transport Police said Mr. Saherbal's odious actions were evidently premeditated and for his own sexual gratification. These incidences would have led to serious impact on the victims' lives, and we believe no one should be subject to such vile behaviour on a railway. I am pleased he will have plenty of time to reflect upon this in prison. Thank you for joining us. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Saherbal? Do you think 18 months in jail was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, press that bell and hit subscribe so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Two men have been jailed for their involvement in the plot to manufacture and supply firearms which were made at home using a 3D printer. Sabucio Moyo and Christopher Gill were convicted of the charges in what is thought to be the fourth prosecution of its kind. Police found the homemade guns alongside bullets and other gun-making equipment in the raids at addresses in Bradford and Hull, where the weapons were manufactured on a kitchen worktop and a domestic garage. The weapons, described as a hybrid 3D printing gun with metal parts, were destined to be used in organised crime. Officers stopped Bradford man Majid Rehman, an associate of the pair, in his BMW car on the 17th of May last year. A search of the vehicle found an FG C9 homemade automatic submachine gun, magazine and bullets hidden in a supermarket bag for life in the rear footwell of the car. They had earlier seen a man, later identified as Gill, get into the BMW while carrying the bag. Further investigations led the Yorkshire and Humber Regional Organised Crime Unit, YHROCU, found 2 further almost complete FG C9s in a holdall hidden Gill's loft. Mr. Moyo was later arrested, and the evidence obtained that he had been manufacturing FGC9s at his home address in Hull, where he had obtained 2 3D printers and other component parts to make the weapons. They also found a range of other tools and parts, including springs and screws, that could be used to make the guns as instructed in an online manual. Evidence also included videos and pictures of firearms at various stages of construction. These images were taken in residential premises, which included Mr. Mayo's kitchen and garage, as well as Mr. Gill's home address. Mr. Mayo's DNA was also found on the weapons taken from the BMW. The court heard that forensic firearms experts based at the Royal Armouries in Leeds had tested the seized items and confirmed that they were viable firearms. Appearing before Sheffield Crown Court for sentencing, Mr. Mayo, aged 41, of Eleanor Grove Hall, was found guilty of illegally manufacturing a firearm and a separate identity fraud offence following a trial, and he was jailed for 18 years. Mr. Gill of Dick Lane, Terrassel, Bradford, was found guilty of illegally manufacturing a firearm and was jailed for 13 years and 8 months. Mr. Raymond, 46, of Central Avenue, Littlehorn, Bradford, was found guilty of possession of ammunition and conspiracy to transfer a prohibited firearm, and he will be sentenced at a later date. Speaking after sentencing, Senior Investigating Officer Detective Chief Inspector Andrew Howard of the Yorkshire and Humber Regional Organised Crime Unit said, "Over recent times we have seen the tragic and devastating consequences that criminally held firearms being used by offenders have caused. These include the fatal shootings of innocent people and the shattering of lives of those close to them, not to mention the impact such incidents have had on our communities. Today, 2 men who were involved in the manufacture, supply and distribution of privately manufactured 3D printed automatic weapons have received significant sentences for their roles. Our investigations found that Mr. Mayo and Mr. Gill followed detailed instructions and systematically bought items to manufacture and construct these deadly firearms and ammunition. They demonstrated levels of sophistication in the manufacture process and successfully produced viable firearms. Majid Rehman, a close criminal associate, was found guilty of distributing 1 viable FG-C9, a 3D printed firearm with ammunition clips containing 8 live rounds of ammunition. The manufacture of viable 3D printed firearms is a real threat, and these firearms were built for only one purpose: to be supplied to other organised criminals who would use them to inflict harm. This has been a groundbreaking, complex investigation supported by the National Crime Agency into the new threat posed by 3D printed guns. I would like to pay tribute to the team of officers and staff who have shown the tenacity and determination in successfully bringing this case to trial. Their professionalism has been recognised by the courts today. These are officers that put themselves in harm's way on a daily basis to protect our communities from dangerous offenders armed with weapons. The Yorkshire and Humber Regional Organised Crime Unit welcome the sentences imposed by the court today. We are determined to keep the public safe by tackling those that chose to manufacture these lethal weapons. Those that do this will be hunted down, and they will feel the full weight of the law and should expect to see very lengthy sentences. instances. Matt Perfett, the operations manager at the National Crime Agency's National Firearm Targeting Center, said, "The NCA's National Firearms Targeting Center coordinates the national intelligence picture on firearms and played a key and decisive role in this investigation, working alongside the YHROCU. This organised crime gang was the first in the UK to be convicted of trying to supply other criminals with 3D printed firearms. Gun crime in the UK continues to be relatively low compared to mainland Europe and is amongst the lowest in the world. However, demand for firearms in the criminal market continues. Suppressing their availability is therefore a national priority for the NCA and UK law enforcement. The NCA works closely with our policing partners at home and abroad to target criminals with using firearms and to cut off the supply routes into the country as well as the distribution within it." Two men who pocketed hundreds of thousands of pounds from a £3.9 million Ponzi scam have been jailed. Ex-Spalding United chairman Christopher Toyton and Ross Gibson tricked hundreds of people into investing into the Lottery Syndicate Club. Between them, they spent more than £500,000 on holidays, cars and watches, while much of the remaining money was lost when the scheme collapsed. Both men were jailed at Lincoln Crown Court. The scheme operated between 2017 and 2019 when an investigation was launched by the police following complaints of a suspected fraud. Mr. Toyton acted as the sole director while Mr. Gibson, despite his lack of professional experience or qualifications in financial investment or market trading, was appointed the scheme's trader. The court heard the men convinced several hundred people from across the country, including Lincolnshire and Cornwall, to invest in the scheme, telling them that it was legitimate and their investments were safe and that it was a low risk. Ponzi scams, named after the fraudster Charles Ponzi, offers investors high returns on their money, but those returns are in fact paid for with other later investors' own deposits into the scheme. Lincolnshire police said when the scheme collapsed in 2019, it was discovered that Mr. Toynton had spent £134,000 of investors' money on luxury cars and holidays, whilst Mr. Gibson spent £400,000 on holidays and designer watches. Mr. Toynton, who was 73 of Horseshoe Road, Spalding, was found guilty on 4 charges of fraud by false representation and 5 charges of fraud by abuse of position and jailed for 4 years and 6 months. The jury was directed to clear Mr. Toyton of a regulatory offence after the trial judge ruled that there was insufficient evidence to conclude that he was acting as an agent or offering financial advice. He was also cleared of 1 charge of fraud by false representation. Mr. Gibson, who was 27 of Eve Lane, Upper Cornwall, Dudley, pleaded guilty to fraud by abuse of position, carrying out regulated activities, and fraud by false representation, and he was jailed for 4 years and 5 months. A gang who supplied golden ticket falsified passports to fugitive criminals, including murderers and drug dealers, has also been jailed. Anthony Beard, who paid vulnerable people for their expired passports so he could apply for renewals using their names but criminals' photos, was sentenced to 6 years and 8 months at Reading Crown Court. He was jailed after admitting conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and conspiracy to make false instrument with intent. Another 74 offences linked to fraudulent passport applications were taken into consideration. High-level criminals paid up to £20,000 for the fraudulently obtained genuine FOG passports that enabled them to go on the run and start new lives abroad in countries including Spain, Portugal and cities such as Dubai. Mr. Beard, who was 61 from Sydenham, South East London, put contact numbers of his own burner phones on official forums and countersigned some of them himself as he shepherded more than 100 fraudulent applications through the completion. He would find people with similar facial features to his criminal clients and pay them to donate their expired passports, with other contacts pretending to be professionals to vouch that the criminal photos were genuine. Evidence of his offering went back to 2007, but Mr. Bird was heard bragging that he had operated the scam for 20 years. In 2019, he began working with Christopher Zetek, a broker who represented a Glaswegian crime gang allegedly run by 2 brothers called James and Barry Gillespie, and a man described both as Zetek's trusted lieutenant but also his dog's body Alan Thompson. Mr. Zetek, who was 67, who had homes in Sydenham, Ireland and Spain, was jailed for 8 years for conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, conspiracy to make false instrument with intent, and converting criminal property. Mr. Thompson, who was 72, from Sutton in Surrey, was sentenced to 3 years for the same offences. Both men were found guilty on March the 17th after a trial. Passing sentence. Deputy Circuit Judge Nicholas Ainley said of the scheme, "It was to enable very wicked, sophisticated, violent criminals to escape justice by providing them with documents that, because they were genuine, would deceive the authorities and enable them to escape." He said that Mr. Zetek was clearly the organiser, providing a link to serious criminals, while Mr. Beard was the legman and Mr. Thompson had a lesser role. Mr. Zetek, formerly known as Christopher McCormack, was also once an enforcer for North London crime group the Addams Family, investigators believe. Lawyers for the trio pointed at their age and various health problems for mitigation. Craig Rush, for Mr. Thompson, said he had been forced to retire on medical grounds in 1999, and by 2017 was so bored that he was driven to crime. Describing Mr. Thompson meeting Mr. Zetek, he said, "These days from 1999 to 2017 or 18, watching Homes Under the Hammer, Daytime TV, totally bogged down in a world of boredom, were lightened by a man who could spin an interesting story." Mr. Thompson had become a gopher for Mr. Zetek, not for money, but because it gave him something to do, Mr. Rush told the court. Investigators from the National Crime Agency believe Mr. Beard was responsible for at least 108 fraudulently obtained genuine passports being issued, with several more unsuccessful applications being made. The passports enabled serious criminals to go on the run from the UK and start a new life abroad, remaining undetected even if they had a brush-in with the law under their fake name. Craig Turner, the NCA Deputy Director of Investigation, said this was the golden ticket for the organised crime networks in order that they could evade arrest, evade identification by local law enforcement, either internationally or at home in the UK. Once the passport scam was uncovered, the fake identities of around 50 fugitives were discovered and they were arrested. Their trial focused on 12 passports that were obtained for customers, including Glasgow murderer Jordan Owen and Christopher Hughes, Liverpool drug trafficker Michael Mugan, Manchester fugitive David Wally, and suspected Scottish drug traffickers Barry Gillespie, Jamie Stevenson and James White. Mr. Beard also obtained fake passports for Stephen Lawrence murder suspect Jamie Alcott, Irish drug kingpin Christy Kinahan Sr. and firearms trafficker Richard Burdett, although these are not part of the trial. Mr. Alcott spent more than 2 years on the run using the name Simon Alfonso, having been accused of leading a £3 million drug smuggling plot. He was arrested in Barcelona in Spain 2018 after being spotted in surveillance footage of an associate of Mr. Beard by NCA investigators. He was later jailed for 9 years for the plan that moved around 750 kilograms of cannabis. The fake passport was obtained by him by Mr. Beard but ultimately never reached Mr. Alcott. The NCA said it now plans to make an application to recover proceeds of crime from 9 men involved in significant drug supply and distribution networks between Liverpool and Northamptonshire have been jailed for almost 62 years. Through a large-scale investigations, detectives from the East Midlands Special Operation Unit, Regional Organised Crime Unit, the EMSOU-ROCU, unravelled the men's various roles in bringing Class A and B drugs from Merseyside to Kettering, Corby and Northampton over a period of at least 24 months. Between August 2019 and August 2021. Officers were able to establish that 3 Liverpool men, Paul Campbell, aged 43, James Connor, aged 35, and Wayne Toner, aged 51, had made at least 28 trips to Northamptonshire, delivering packages of cocaine and amphetamines and returning homes with thousands of pounds in cash. Investigations revealed repeat meetings with 47-year-old Gilbert Sterling in Kettering, and with at least 6 further wholesale purchases in Northampton and Corby. John Chapman, aged 79, Stephen Davison, aged 32, Connor Sherwood, aged 28, Darryl Marshall, aged 35, David Madden, aged 46, and Aaron Vidler, aged 24. On September the 29th and October the 1st, 2021, a number of warrants were executed in connection with the investigation, resulting in the arrest and charge of 10 of the range of drug-related offences. All went on to enter guilty pleas during subsequent court hearings, with Mr Toner, Mr Vidler, Mr Madden and Mr Chapman all pleading guilty at the outset of their trial on May the 2nd and May the 3rd. At Northampton Crown Court, Tuesday the 30th of May, 9 of the group were sentenced to a total of 61 years and 8 months in prison, with ringleader Paul Campbell receiving a total sentence of 12 years and 9 months. Sentencing, Judge David Herbert said, Mr Campbell is a principal member of the defendant group. He occasionally came to Northamptonshire to oversee business, and he would have been the person out of all these men who had profited the most. Speaking afterwards, investigator Hazel Score from the EMSOU-ROCU said, this sentencing results represented a huge amount of painstaking, tireless work by our team, who gathered detailed and compelling evidence which gave these 10 defendants no choice but to enter guilty pleas. A substantial amount of illegal drugs were brought and sold by these individuals, with a conservative estimated street value of £885,000, which illustrates the large-scale nature of dealing involved. Paul Campbell in particular has shown to be in contact with every single person in the case, and no doubt many others elsewhere. So in breaking up this network of criminals, we're confident we've removed a major source of Class A and B drugs into Northamptonshire and beyond. Detective Inspector Darren Brown, also of the EMSOU-ROCU, added, I'm really pleased with the sentences imposed. They reflect the severity of the offending, and also the dedication and attention to detail our team put into this case. Rest assured, if you're involved in the supply of illegal drugs in our region, sooner or later we will catch up with you and it will be your turn to face justice too. The charges and the sentences were as following. Gilbert Sterling, aged 47 of Eastbrook, Corby, pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to supply Class B drugs, namely amphetamine, and he was sentenced to 4 years 10 months. Stephen Davison, aged 32 of Helmsley Way, Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs, conspiracy to supply Class B drugs, possession with intent to supply Class A drugs, and supply of Class A drugs. He was sentenced to a total of 6 years and 9 months. Connor Sherwood, aged 28, of Nistdales Avenue, Market Harborough, formerly of Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was sentenced to 4 years. Mr Sherwood was also sentenced to a further 12 months to be served consecutively, after admitting 1 count of controlling or coercive behaviour relating to incidents in Corby in July 2022. He was also given a 10-year restraining order. Darryl Marshall, also known as Darryl Alcorn, aged 35 of Bridford Square, Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and was sentenced to a total of 6 years. Aaron Vidler, aged 24 of Westfields Road, Corby, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and was sentenced to a total of 5 years 6 months. David Madden, aged 46 of Beanfield Avenue, Corby, pleaded guilty to being concerned in the supply of Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and was sentenced to a total of 6 years. Paul Campbell, aged 43 of Tom Man Close, Liverpool, pleaded guilty to supply of Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and was sentenced to a total of 12 years and 9 months. James Connor, aged 35 of Wapshire Road, Liverpool, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was sentenced to a total of 8 years 7 months. Wayne Toner, aged 51 of Wapshire Road, Liverpool, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. He was sentenced to a total of 6 years and 3 months. John Chapman, aged 79 of High Street, Upton, Northampton, failed to appear at court for sentencing and a warrant has been issued for his arrest. Mr Chapman had previously pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class B drugs and possession of Class B with intent to supply, sentenced at a later date. A man has been jailed for murdering his brother in a row over an incident in Liddell. Lenville Waite, who was 59, stabbed to death his older sibling, Clifton Waite, who was 61, at their home in Waverley Road, Small Heath, on November the 7th last year. He then went on the run, first staying at a homeless shelter in Birmingham city centre, before travelling to Coventry where he brought new clothes from Primark before he was arrested. Following a trial at Derby Crown Court, Mr. Waite was found guilty of his murder. Today he was sentenced to life with a minimum term of 17 years. Judge Sean Smith KC said, "On the 7th of November, there had been a build-up in your family because of the fact your brother Clifton, the deceased, didn't really like you being in the house. There had been a previous occasion where you had confronted him when he was harassing you by taking a knife in order to scare him, and that worked. You told the jury on this occasion, when in the front room, that's exactly the reason you picked up the knife again. The trial had heard that the family had argued that day over a news article with a picture of Lenville that implicated him in some sort of incident at a little shop where security guards was attacked. At one stage, the brothers left the house separately, but resumed the quarrel after they both had returned." Judge Smith continued, "There was some sort of confrontation. Probably nothing to do with that, about a fan. Going back to what you told the police, your brother would find fault in quite a few things to start an argument. During the course of that, the little incident got brought up again. Your brother said you couldn't do to him what you did to the Somalian, in reference to the security guard knocked to the floor at the shop. Your temper clearly just went at that moment in time. I accept initially you picked up the knife in the way you picked it up previously. But when your brother wasn't having that, when he wasn't going to back down, as he had done previously, and started wrestling you, that's when you decided, albeit momentarily, you weren't going to use it to threaten him. You were going to use it to stab him, and you did stab him. It went in the wrong place, as far as he's concerned. It could have gone anywhere. It didn't. He died very, very quickly." The judge concluded the offence was aggravated by the use of the knife, but he accepted Mr. Waite had not premeditated the killing and had an intention to cause really serious harm, but not an intention to kill. The judge also accepted there was some small elements of provocation and self-defence. Mr. Waite had told the police he was glad it was all over when he was arrested, and he was said to give a consistent account of the background to the attack over the course of 9 interviews. Judge Smith added, "To be fair, I don't think anybody really disagrees with the picture painted. What was in disagreement was how you used the knife. The jury decided and assure you used it deliberately to stab him."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the moment a gun-toting robber stole 10 grand from a pensioner's home but was captured on their home CCTV. Jamie Porter from Kensington knocked on the door of a property in Wigan at 8:30 AM armed with a fake firearm. The 39-year-old lied to the occupant that he was looking for his wife, but then pushed past the 73-year-old, revealing the weapon which he had hidden underneath a newspaper. Mr. Porter forced the man to hand over cash and jewellery with a combined value of 10 grand. Mr. Porter also stole a mobile phone that contained a number of sentimental pictures, but because he had left a perfect image of himself behind, a vital forensic evidence, police managed to catch up with him the next day. Mr. Porter was arrested the following day in Liverpool and found to be in possession of £4,150 in cash. Jamie Porter of Hannon Road pleaded guilty to robbery and possession of an imitation firearm and was jailed for 7.5 years at Bolton Crown Court. Detective Sergeant Nigel Rigby of Greater Manchester Police said this was a brazen robbery that targeted a vulnerable member of our community. Mr. Porter, though, nothing of threatening a lone 73-year-old man, was an imitation gun during what must have been a terrifying ordeal. We are thankful that no one was hurt during this robbery, but the psychological impact of this kind of crime can be considerable. Mr. Porter was clearly visible wielding a fake gun in the footage obtained by inside the property. He was also forensically linked to the crime. The evidence was irrefutable. Quite frankly, he didn't have a leg to stand on. This was a bungling robbery by a foolish and clumsy offender. We are pleased he is now behind bars, where he belongs. So what are your thoughts about Jamie Porter and his ruthless robbery of an elderly man in his own home? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Former boxing champion Scott Fitzgerald has been jailed after flooring a man outside a pub with a single punch. The Commonwealth gold medalist attacked Levi Francis in a pub in a drink and drug fueled rage. Levi suffered a broken jaw and a cut below his eyebrow after being knocked unconscious outside the Grand Junction in Preston, Lancashire. Mr. Fitzgerald has now been jailed for 46 weeks after he pleaded guilty to GBH on the first day of his trial. Preston Crown Court heard how the boxer had been drinking all afternoon and smoked cannabis on November the 27th last year. CCTV footage shows him bouncing around the pub before he went into the pool room. Landlady Kirsty Allen kicked him out after he stamped on the floor hard, close to the pool table. After being shoved outside by a group of drinkers, Mr. Fitzgerald first confronted another man. Seeing this, Levi stepped in to help and was punched to the ground by the British light middleweight champion. He lay unconscious for around a minute before being taken to hospital. In a victim impact statement, Levi said a plate inserted into his jaw causes him pain at night, and he was told how he lost 2 stone after being left unable to eat. He also revealed he has suffered socially since the attack and feels anxious about his son's boxing hobby. Ayaz Quasi, defending, told the courts how Mr. Fitzgerald's successful career, which saw him win a gold medal for his country in 2014, was blighted by drink and drug use. His lawyer said how he was now banned from professional boxing, but has remained sober whilst being kept on remand in custody. Mr. Quasi added he is utterly aghast and ashamed at the way he was behaving. This loutish and disorderly behaviour in public. Sentencing, Judge Richard Archer said Mr. Fitzgerald using his fists was the equivalent of using a weapon in a fight. He said, "You know, as somebody who's supposed to be trained to control aggression and channel it for purposes of professional sport, that when you behave that way, even by your own admission under the influence of drink and drugs, it is entirely unacceptable. You risk very serious consequences for your victim." A professional boxer who is under the influence is unable to charge the power in those fists could also easily have rendered a man not just unconscious but dead. It is fortunate you are not facing a much more serious charge. There are many people who face those charges based on a single blow. The sentence is the latest drama in the boxer's personal troubled life. In 2021, worrying pictures emerged of the super welterweight champion lying on the street outside a pub. Mr. Fitzgerald took to social media to reassure fans after promoter Eddie Hearn voiced his concerns over the pitch. A gangster's girlfriend who helped her boyfriend run a racket in which 3 16-year-old schoolboys were used as slaves to deal drugs avoided jail by the skin of her teeth. Georgia Burns, who was 22, agreed to repeatedly drive her boyfriend 100 miles from their homes in Manchester to Hull, where one of the exploited teenagers was set up in a squalid flat. During a callous text exchange with drug boss Jamie Upton about one of the teenagers, Miss Burns said, "You can tell this boy's been living in a crack house. He stinks." Mr. Upton, 25, then responded, "Yeah, he stinks, don't he? Ha ha ha." Police busted the racket after placing the flat under surveillance and found Mr. Upton in the upstairs toilet trying to flush drugs down the toilet. Officers seized heroin and crack from the flat worth around £2,295 plus £3,162 in cash. The 3 boys, who cannot be named, were rescued and moved away from Manchester following the police operation named Marconi. It emerged that they had been dealing drugs for Mr. Upton in Oldham and Manchester over the course of a year. Miss Burns had driven to Upton from Hull 4 times and made 2 trips with one of the boys. At Bolton Crown Court, Miss Burns from Failsworth near Oldham and Mr. Upton of Newton Heath, Manchester, admitted being concerned in the supply of crack and heroin between March 2020 and March 2021. She was sentenced to 2 years jail, suspended for 2 years, and was ordered to complete 200 hours of unpaid work. Mr. Upton, who also pleaded guilty to arrange the travel of another person with a view to exploitation under the Modern Slavery Act of 2015, and possession of Class A drugs with intent to supply, was jailed for 9 years and 3 months. The court heard Dublin-born fitness instructor Mr. Upton became involved in 4 separate drug lines between Hull and Manchester in 2020 to make easy money after moving to the British mainland. It is thought he brought the so-called Hugo drug line from another mobster known only as David before chucking it out the flat in Hull. He sent his predecessor a message saying, "I can make $3,000 a month from this. I will be able to pay you back in literally a day," before telling Miss Burns it's all settled. Later, he booked himself and Miss Burns into a hotel room before moving one of the 16-year-olds into a flat to run the Hugo line. He subsequently set up a second Snickers drug line in Oldham, run by another 16-year-old lad. Mr. Upton would be ferried around by Miss Burns in her car, as he believed drug squad police were less likely to pull over a woman driver. One of the boys he recruited had been in and out of care. At the time, he was conscripted into the drugs racket. He was doing well at school, but his performance and attendance dropped off when he got involved with Mr. Upton. In one text to Miss Burns, Mr. Upton boasted, "I've sent the kids to go and get me a pizza. They get $1.50 a day. It doesn't matter what I make them do. They are my Joeys. I fucking pay them, so they know where their bread's buttered." Miss Burns replied, "True. If you pay them, they can't say no." A later message from him to her read, "I'm not asked about anything anymore. I shattered the guy in the car park earlier. I'll get GBH if we get caught." Maria Brannan, prosecuting, said, Mr. Upton told Miss Burns it was going well, and Miss Burns said, "I'm glad it's going well and you're making money. Why don't you ask David for a lift down to Hull next time?" But Mr. Upton responded, "Fuck David, he owes me £1,300. He's taking the fucking piss." Miss Burns told him, "I've put 600 miles on my car driving you," to which he offers £200 to drive him again. Officers were alerted to the racket after one of the boys confided in his social worker. The lad was said to be scared and confessed, "I'm selling his stuff because he owes people money." The boy also told how an enforcer acting for Mr. Upton told him, "You've got 9 sisters, haven't you? Which one am I going to have to fuck up?" Mr. Upton was bailed after the raid on the flat, but was arrested at his home on March 2021, with officers seizing a .22 Colt rifle, 16 bullets, £10,000 worth of heroin and cocaine, and 17 mobile phones. Miss Burns was arrested later. Both gave no comment in an interview. All 3 boys did not assist the prosecution. In mitigation for Miss Burns, defense counsel Miss Catherine Pierpoint said she now appreciates what she got herself involved in was serious and knows that those who assist others help these kinds of operations take place. She knew there was a concern from Mr. Upton about being stopped, which led him wanting to get driven around by a woman as they were less likely to be stopped. Although she never handled the drugs or dealt with any of the others accused, she did drive Mr. Upton from Hull to Manchester on 2 occasions. Although she was actively involved over that period of time, it was contained to the trips. She had just turned 19 at the time, and she was not paid through these months. Only on one occasion she was given money for petrol, and it is clear that she acted at his request throughout. She was not acting under duress, and she should have and could have made a different decision, but other messages taken from her phone showed a relationship in a different light. One night before they both drove to Hull, Mr. Upton asked her to drive him, to which she is hesitant and refuses, but in response he says, "You're always driving to go to the sunbed." She says, "That's not fair. The sunbed is close," but he responded sarcastically, "Well, thanks, I really appreciate your help." Then the next day he messaged her saying, "There is something really going on with you, and if I am going out, you're up to something. If you don't see me tonight, I'm gonna smash your car up." She says, "Why do you expect me to be friendly with you after what has happened? You threaten me all the time." He responded, "Get in your car when you come home and come see me. You've got an hour." She ended up driving him, but sent messages to Mr. Upton telling him how the whole situation was making her stress and how seemingly constant trips had taken their toll on her. She said, "I've got to the point where I've just ended up feeling numb." On another occasion, Mr. Upton sent her 3 individual messages saying, "Get here now." Miss Pierpoint added she met Mr. Upton when she was 16 and they were going out for a number of years. Throughout their relationship, he controlled and manipulated her. This was not a girlfriend who liked excitement of the criminal lifestyle. She was not emotionally strong and mature enough at the time. Everything, of course, was kept from her family at the time. It seemed that she was under this spell of his during that time they were together. As of September 2020, she has cut relationship ties with him. She is a very different woman to the one she was back then. Sentencing Judge Martis Walsh said, "Vulnerable youths and children are often used in the so-called county lines drug dealing because they enable others higher up in the supply chain to distance themselves from the end users. They can also be easily controlled, manipulated and intimidated. The motivation was selfish desire to make significant financial gain regardless of the damage done to others." The judge told Miss Burns, "You were fully aware of Mr. Upton's involvement, but I am prepared to accept you were in an unhealthy relationship with him, in which you felt some degree of coercive control. You have escaped jail by the skin of your teeth." Cade Joyson, 28, of Crumpsall, Manchester, a friend of Mr. Upton, who temporarily took over the running of the drugs line, was jailed for 8 years and 3 months. Pedro Begantim, 21, of Ashton-under-Lyne, was given 2 years jail, suspended for 2 years, and 200 hours unpaid work, whilst Edvard Voldovic, 35, was locked up for 7 days. All pleaded guilty to drug charges. 4 men who conspired to supply drugs from the Netherlands to the UK and Ireland have been convicted following a National Crime Agency investigation. Anthony Terry, 49, from Wolverhampton, organised the importation and was under surveillance when £1.6 million worth of cocaine was seized at Belfast Port on the 22nd of February 2021. The drugs were transported from the Netherlands to England and then across on the ferry to Northern Ireland in fuel tanks being transported within a van. When Mr. Terry learned about the seizure, officers watched him in the Wolverhampton area moving identical fuel tanks to those found in the van so that they would not be linked to him. He was arrested on the same day. Mr. Terry and his organised crime group associates were using the encrypted messaging service EncroChat, and the NCA identified other occasions in 2020 when he had smuggled drugs and cash for other organised crime groups. Mr. Terry had enlisted Michael Collins, 62, from Wolverhampton, to travel to the Netherlands where he would meet contacts to pick up the cocaine, concealing it in his van. 2 more drivers were recruited by Mr. Terry. Mohammed Omar Khan, 38, from Birmingham, supplied drugs to customers in the UK, and Josh Pal Singh Kothria, 33, from Wolverhampton, supplied them to the Republic of Ireland. Mr. Terry instructed Mr. Collis to travel to the Netherlands on the 6th of April 2020, where he collected 17.5 kilos of cocaine. From there, the drugs were divided up, and while Mr. Khan delivered 6 kilos to Luton and 4 to Slough, Mr. Collins travelled to the Republic of Ireland to hand over the remaining 5.5 kilos in County Wicklow. At the same time, Mr. Terry sent Mr. Kothria to East London to collect 10 kilos of cannabis and a vacuum-packed sealing machine. Mr. Kothria brought these back to the West Midlands, where the cannabis was packed before he took it to County Leitrim in the Republic of Ireland. A couple of weeks later, Mr. Collis had picked up 18 kilos of cocaine in the Netherlands, going on to deliver 10 kilos to the dealer in the UK before taking the rest to Ireland. The final drug run captured on EncroChat between the 26th of May and 3rd of May 2020, where Mr. Terry discussed a cannabis delivery. Mr. Kothria was sent to pick up the load from Leicestershire and take it to the Republic of Ireland. Later, in June 2020, the NCA's Operation Venetic saw the takedown of the EncroChat service and the abandonment of the platform. Mr. Terry and Mr. Collis continued their criminality. However, the NCA investigators established that Mr. Collis had travelled to the Hook of Holland again in July and September 2020 before returning to England and travelling onward to Belfast. He then distributed the drugs in Limerick in the Republic of Ireland. Mr. Collis and Mr. Kothria were arrested in March 2021. Mr. Khan had been arrested earlier in December 2020, following a trial in November 2022. Mr. Terry was jailed for 18 years in relation to the Belfast cocaine seizure. He was charged with additional drug trafficking offences linked to the messages found on his EncroChat device in April 2022 and pleaded guilty April this year. Mr. Collis also pleaded guilty to drug trafficking offences in April. Mr. Kothria and Mr. Khan were convicted at Wolverhampton Crown Court after a 2-week trial. All 4 men will be sentenced at a later date to be confirmed. Mick Pope, NCA branch commander, said, "This was a sophisticated operation to smuggle drugs into the UK and Ireland to make a significant profit. Mr. Terry was the kingpin of this group, offering a service to criminals who needed to obtain drugs or move money. These convictions have taken a harmful crime group out of action and demonstrate the NCA's commitment to protecting the public from serious and organised crime."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a father of 3 who posted a video on Facebook racially abusing 3 England players after the Euro 2020 final and has been spared jail. Plasterer Bradford Pretty, 50, embarked on a drunken tirade against Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka after the loss on penalties to Italy. The clip, which includes him using 2 racist terms to describe the 3 young men, was uploaded to Mr. Pretty's Facebook page. Playing the video for the court, prosecutor Julie Farbrace said it shows him talking about the game, in particular talking about the England players who had missed a penalty at the final. In relation to the matter, there were people who commented on the video, people who were upset about the word he put in there. In the video, an intoxicated Mr. Pretty can be heard saying, "Where do I start? Where do I start?" So gutted like all of us. Proper deflated. Big proud of the boys. Big proud. But anyone and everyone that knows me well will understand what I am talking about. He uses 2 racist terms as goes on to refer to Rashford, Sancho and Saka
who all missed penalties in England's defeat to Italy in the final. I am so fucking sad. I am so fucking sad, he adds at the end of the video. His defence solicitor, Richard Graham, called the video was aberrant and described Mr Pretty's actions as a moment of drunken madness. He said Mr Pretty had drank 15 or 16 cans of lager on the day of the final and was clearly heavily intoxicated in the video. Mr Graham asked that his client be given credit for his early guilty plea. Chairman of the bench, Chris McKenney, told Mr Pretty that his offending clearly passes the custody threshold, but suspended the sentence for 50 days in prison for 12 months. Mr Pretty of Folkestone in Kent was told to complete 200 hours of unpaid work and must also pay prosecution costs and a court surcharge totalling £213. After Mr Pretty's sentencing, Elizabeth Jenkins, Deputy Chief Crown Prosecutor and Hate Crime in Football lead of the CPS, said, "There is no room in the game nor elsewhere for racism. Where there is sufficient evidence and it is in the public interest, we will prosecute such cases and seek increased sentence on conviction. Hate crimes such as these have a massive impact on players and their mental health. CPS takes this kind of offending very seriously, and in this case shows that where offensive content is reported to the police, we can successfully bring offenders to justice." Mark Tavender, Senior Crown Prosecutor of the CPS, said the video uploaded to Facebook by Bradford Pretty was entirely unacceptable and included racist language that will never be tolerated in our society. After Kent Police reported the case to the CPS, we made the decision to charge Mr Pretty with sending an obscene message via a social network. Mr Pretty then entered a guilty plea in which he accepted the charge. The CPS is committed to tackling hate crime wherever it appears in society and will never hesitate to prosecute crimes of this nature whenever our legal test is met. So what are your thoughts about Bradford Pretty and how he went to social media platform Facebook to let out his frustrations to the public regarding the missed penalties by 3 England footballers, which also included racial slurs? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the massive Class A drugs conspiracy which saw high purity cocaine, ecstasy, amphetamine and cannabis fill the streets of Bristol, Weston-super-Mare, Swindon, Wales and Oxford has been crushed by police. Prosecutors described the conspiracy as sophisticated and professional, as 6 members of the gang were jailed for a total of 54 years. Paul Faheli, Michael Anderson, Christopher Jones, Stephen Clark, Stephen Laidlaw and David Kavanagh ferried huge quantities of drugs. They were taken down by a supergrass who turned informant and told the police details of the operation. 8 men in total have been prosecuted for the conspiracy, which applied drugs as far as Scotland. At Liverpool Crown Court, Paul Faheli, 42, of no fixed abode, was handed 14 years. Michael Anderson, 63, of Bracken Lane, Higher Bebbington, got 2 years and 7 months. Christopher Jones, 34, of Charwood Close, Prenton, was jailed for 11 years. Stephen Laidlaw, 35, of Oriel Road, Tranmere, got 9 years and 7 months. And David Kavanagh, 34, of Shaw Drive, New Ferry, received 5 years and 3 months. 2 more defendants, Ian Birchall, 34, of Gothic Street, Rock Ferry, and Stephen Clark, 43, of Castle Avenue in Ayrshire in Scotland, part of the controlling faction of the gang, were due to be sentenced 5 days later. Reports have these 8 men form part of the main conspirators in the massive Class A drugs enterprise, with more trusted lieutenants caught and sent to jail in December of 2018 and onwards. The drugs plot, based in Wirral, Liverpool, involved illicit hauls of drugs flooded into the north and southwest of the UK, some branching out to Scotland, while more drug avenues snaked down to Oxford, Bristol, Wales, Swindon, Milton Keynes and Weston-super-Mare. Around 200,000 ecstasy tablets were manufactured, many of them from a hidden press machine which operated in secret in a cellar of a property in Clifton Road in Birkenhead. The investigation was led by Titan, the Northwest Regional Organised Crime Unit, and their officers concentrated surveillance on the gang in operation nicknamed Manhattan. But detectives scored a major hit with their investigation when they managed to persuade another accomplice, but not yet part of this prosecution, to turn the tables on his pals, and reveal all to the police. Ronnie Bateman took on the mantle of Supergrass and explained to cops exactly how the complex drugs operation worked. The organised crime group were primarily based in Wirral, with encrypted laptops and throwaway mobile phones as part of the day-to-day running of the enterprise. The Merseysiders used PGP devices, more commonly known as Pretty Good Privacy, which is an encryption program that provides privacy when sending texts or chat messages. Two men who cannot be named for legal reasons headed the gang, making all the top business decisions, and who spent a lot of the time abroad. Those two men are said to have fled out of the UK to prevent getting caught. Mr. Fahili, also from Wirral, and who got the longest sentence, used to be one of the Echo's festive fugitives in December of 2017. Mr. Fahili had 19 different mobile phones, no legitimate form of income, and often swapped his phone numbers to avoid detection. He played a key role in the organised crime group and was in regular contact with one of the unnamed masterminds who cannot be named. Seizures were made by police at different stages of their investigation, including a 3-kilogram discovery of cocaine at an 88% purity in Scotland, worth up to £335,000. The large amount of Class A drugs seized was a fraction of what was actually involved. Cheltenham and Northampton were two more towns where the illegal product was flooded, with less powerful gangs operating in those locations to manage and ultimately the sale to desperate addicts. Detectives watching the gang and recorded 150 separate trips in and out of Merseyside, with drivers or couriers paid £1,000 per delivery. How the gang was snared by the Supergrass. A top-level drugs gang was snared by police after one of its members changed sides and turned Supergrass to bring his pals down. 8 men were part of a sophisticated organised crime group who flooded all areas of the country with their high-purity cocaine, ecstasy, amphetamines and cannabis. The Wirral gang was spearheaded by 2 men who cannot be identified, who remain fugitives and are believed to have fled the UK to avoid detection, Liverpool Crown Court heard. But the Class A drug peddlers were brought to their knees after senior drugsman Ronnie Bateman agreed to help detectives and give compelling evidence to the prosecution. His insight offered a peep behind the curtain, said Mr. McNally, into the daily dealings of the organised crime group and described how different cells operated within the overall plot. Caught in a Merseyside police operation called Manhattan, the gang supplied and produced vast quantities of Class A and Class B drugs on a significant scale, prosecutor Stephen McNally said. This was drug dealing on an extensive and commercial scale, it was heard, with the organised crime group using encrypted laptops and throwaway mobile phones as part of their day-to-day running of the enterprise. Cars were used with complex hides, secret compartments that would stash away big quantities of drugs or cash, so the casual observer would see no criminal wrongdoing. Children even became sick after taking ecstasy. Police decided to strike after the spate of children became sick after taking some of the ecstasy, with around 10 hospitalised over a 6-month period, which brought fear to people across Wirral. The large amount of Class A drugs seized was a fraction of that actually involved in the huge amount of telephone contact between the men saw the defendants constantly chopping and changing their mobile numbers. Police went on to say Detective Superintendent Stuart Dixon of Lancashire Constabulary's Serious Crime Team said the organised criminal gang was involved in bringing huge amounts of Class A drugs into Blackpool and profiting from their illicit trade. One drugs factory in Prenton was discarded as the gang realised the noise from the press machine would quickly come to the attention of its neighbours. Mr. Fahili, 42, has twice been convicted for trafficking Class A drugs, receiving a 10-year sentence in 2006 for possession with intent to supply Class A and Class B substances. Michael Anderson, 63, of Bracken Lane, Higher Bebington, was often behind the wheel transporting the 2 most senior gang members, driving them to and from the airport as they jetted off abroad. Christopher Jones, 34, of Charleswood Close, Prenton, was once caught with components for the MDMA making machine hidden in secret compartments in his car. So what are your thoughts about this Bristol-based drugs gang and how they peddled and profited from distributing various Class A and Class B substances to anyone who would take them? If not for the Supergrass that led police to break this Bristol-based drugs gang, many more lives could have been seriously damaged. Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and thanks for joining us. Until next time, stay safe.
A man stabbed his girlfriend in the neck as she lay half asleep in bed following a row over a Snoop Dogg song. Stephen Turnock launched an appalling attack on the mum in her own home and proceeded to shave some of her hair off, throw an iron and an Xbox at her, and sprayed deodorant in her mouth. The 40-year-old was also repeatedly hit in the face. She escaped wearing only her dressing gown but was covered in blood, having suffered 2 black eyes and a broken nose. Mr. Turnock from Oldham had been jailed for 4 years for the brutal attack. Jailing Mr. Turnock, recorder Kieran Ranking told him, "You are remarkably lucky you are not facing more serious charges, looking at the injuries and the blood loss." The judge said Mr. Turnock had done everything you could to humiliate her. The couple had been together for 18 months, and Mr. Turnock moved into her home in January. Her son left to stay with a friend overnight, and she and Mr. Turnock had drank together during the afternoon. During the evening, they had an argument about a Snoop Dogg song that they were listening to. Prosecutor Daniel Lister told Minsell Street Crown Court. The kitchen table was flipped over during the row, and she ran upstairs to get away from Mr. Turnock. He chased after her and hit her on the nose with his palm. Mr. Turnock went downstairs and returned armed with a kitchen knife. He lunged at her, and she suffered a cut to her hand as she went to protect herself. Mr. Turnock continued to hit her in the face. After stopping his attack, she went to bed and fell asleep, with Mr. Turnock joining her later. Then, at about 5:30 AM, she heard Mr. Turnock getting up, assuming he was going to work. She felt a knife pierce her neck, and she felt it pierce her in the side, Mr. Lister said. Mr. Turnock called her a slag and started throwing things at her, including an iron, an Xbox and a bottle. He sprayed a can of deodorant in her mouth and then used clippers to shave the front section of her hair off. Then he started cutting up her clothes with a knife, and he stabbed the mattress and broke her phone. Mr. Turnock left after she agreed to allow him to transfer money from his bank account to hers so he could withdraw some cash. She fled shortly after and saw a friend's partner who described her as looking a complete mess with 2 black eyes. She was holding towels to her neck and side, which were covered in blood. After going to the hospital, she was found to have suffered multiple wounds and needed surgery on her hand. But Mr. Lister said, mercifully, the injuries do not appear to be permanent or irreversible. Mr. Turnock of Clyde Street, Oldham, who had previous convictions including for affray and violent disorder, admitted wounding with intent. Defending Gwen Henshaw said Mr. Turnock is terribly ashamed of his behaviour and is very remorseful. He accepts he lost control and that he behaved in an appalling violent manner, she said. He doesn't wish to make any excuses for his actions. Mr. Turnock has had a difficult experience in his life, including the recent death of a child he had come to know as his grandson, Miss Henshaw said. He suffers from depression, which led him to drink, and he began to behave aggressively, the court heard. Two brothers had been sentenced for a total of 43 years in prison for smuggling illegal firearms into the UK. The at the time 30-year-old Daniel Burdett and Richard Burdett, 35, both from Liverpool, were convicted of arranging the importation of 16 pistols and automatic weapons, along with live ammunition and sound moderators. In early 2018, Border Force found a stash of weapons and accessories hidden inside a HGV lorry, spread across 2 trips to Dover and Killingholme docks. A National Crime Agency investigation identified that the organised crime network responsible for using corrupt truck drivers to smuggle firearms and ammunition from the Netherlands into the UK. Both brothers were linked to the seizures through DNA and fingerprints on the weapons and their wrappings. Richard Burdett was arrested in the UK but fled to the Netherlands whilst on police bail. He was located with the assistance of the Dutch law enforcement partners, arrested and extradited back to the UK in July 2019. Daniel Burdett was also tracked down to the Netherlands, where he was living at the time. He had fled the UK 5 years previously after being linked to a drugs conspiracy by Merseyside police. He was detained by Dutch police on a European arrest warrant in Christmas Day 2019 as he sat down to eat his Christmas dinner at a 5-star restaurant at The Hague. Daniel was extradited back to the UK by NCA officers to face trial alongside his brother, and the pair were found guilty on importation of firearms and ammunition at Manchester Crown Court. Richard was also convicted of possession of fraudulent UK passports. In addition, Daniel pleaded guilty to conspiring to supply cocaine in connection to the Merseyside police investigation. They were both sentenced at the same court. Daniel Burdick received 25 years in prison and Richard was sentenced to 18 years in prison. The NCA branch commander, Richard Harrison, said, "Had this significant quality of lethal weapons reached the criminal marketplace, there is no doubt they have been used to inflict serious violence and fear into our communities and put the British public in serious danger." The successful prosecution of the Burdick brothers demonstrates the commitment of the NCA and its partners in disrupting the supply chains of illegal firearms and identifying the organised criminals behind them. I would like to thank Border Force and the Dutch police, the Royal Dutch Military Police, the KMAR, and Merseyside Police for their excellent cooperation over the course of the investigation, which enabled us to bring them to justice. Six drug dealers have been locked up after the police uncovered a nationwide conspiracy finding £70,000 of drugs on a courier driving the A19. Joanne Cook was pulled over at Crawthorne near Yarm as she was couriering the drugs into the area from Liverpool. She was found with 2 kilos of cannabis in her car and half a kilo of cocaine, which was described as high purity and high import. The drugs were being offloaded to Teesside and the southeast of England. A network supplier on Teesside then sold the drugs on the street. Police records showed Miss Cook was in constant contact with Liverpool-based Dennis Durant Jr. during every trip she made. Teesside Crown Court heard that Mr. Durant Jr. was the gang's organiser, and he worked alongside his dad, Dennis Durant Sr., with both stepping in to courier the cocaine and cannabis after Mr. Cook's arrest, until they found a new courier to take over her job. Members of the Merseyside-based gang, which were placed under surveillance by the police, had different roles in order to keep the drugs operation running smoothly. Dennis Durant Jr., who was 43, described as the linchpin at the heart of it, arranged more than 70 courier trips from Teesside to Liverpool. Durant Sr., who was 62, was the warehouseman who also kept notes on financial transactions. Edward Medcalf, Alan McCraig, and Stephen Folan were sentenced for their roles as couriers. The gang's text messages revealed that they were paid approximately around £200 per journey. The gang were responsible for transporting large quantities of cocaine and cannabis, mainly to Teesside, but also to dealers across the country. All of the gang pleaded guilty to the 2 charges of conspiring to supply Class A and Class B drugs, except for Mr. Folan, who was found guilty after a trial. Mr. Folan's defence told the judge that he now accepts his part in the operation. Judge Paul Watson told the court that Class A drugs like cocaine are highly addictive. The misery and damage that addiction causes to the physical and mental health is all too familiar to those who practice and sit in criminal courts. Addicts invariably resort to crime in order to satisfy their cravings. At a higher level, the drug trade and the astronomical profits that it generates frequently gives rise to gang rivalries and turf wars, which lead to public disorder and serious violence. Jailing them one by one, the judge told them, "Each of you were involved. It's supply at a serious and commercial end of the scale, and you are a plague on society."
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the jealous boyfriend who has been jailed for life after he brutally murdered his partner moments after having sex with her because he thought she had cheated on him, a court has heard. Drink and drug fueled Carl Chadwick, 35, was sentenced to a minimum term of 25 years after he strangled Sarah Keith, 26, with a dressing gown cord and stabbed her in the heart. Leeds Crown Court heard he launched the savage assault as revenge because he thought Miss Keith had cheated on him while he was in prison. It was not confirmed in court either way whether this was the case. Mr. Chadwick armed himself with the dressing gown cord before having sex with his partner, it was heard. Afterwards, he positioned himself behind Miss Keith and, as she got to her feet, he quickly put the cord behind her neck and strangled her. To ensure the woman was dead, he then got a knife from the kitchen and stabbed her 5 times in the heart. After concluding the heinous attack, it was heard Mr. Chadwick covered her body with a curtain, watched pornography and took cocaine. The killer intended to flee, but ended up wandering Leeds for a number of hours the next day before handing himself into West Yorkshire Police. Mr. Chadwick, who admits murder, appeared in the dock at Leeds Crown Court ahead of his sentencing later in the day. Jonathan Sharp, prosecuting, said Mr. Chadwick has a long-standing history of drug and alcohol misuse and became convinced that Miss Keith had been unfaithful to him. The prosecutor said on this basis he developed a settled intention to kill her, thinking about it, on his own account, several times a week. Sarah was, of course, oblivious to this and their relationship continued. The court heard how the murder took place after the couple had been out drinking at a pub in Leeds. They remained there all afternoon and evening and continued drinking at a friend's house after closing time, but before Miss Keith's flat at around 1 AM. The defendant said he had 6 or 7 pints and also brought a double whiskey every time he went to the bar at the pub. Mr. Sharp said the couple were both well in drink by the time and Mr. Chadwick had taken cocaine. He said once home and after the defendant had viewed some pornographic material on his phone, the defendant instigated sexual intercourse with Sarah. The court heard they moved from the bedroom to the living room where Mr. Chadwick put a duvet down on the floor. Mr. Sharp continued, as they made this move, the defendant took her dressing gown cord and hid it behind his back, saying to himself, "I'm going to do this." He positioned himself so he was behind Sarah, in a position where she could not see what he was about to do. The fatal attack took place after they had sex. Mr. Sharp said, as Sarah got up, she did not have good balance and the defendant was aware of this. He quickly put the cord around her neck and began strangling her. The absence of defense injuries on her shows that she was taken completely off guard and was unable to put up any resistance. He decided to ensure her death by getting a knife from the kitchen and stabbing her to the heart 5 times. The condition of the body post-mortem indicated that she was still alive when he did this. Mr. Sharp said Mr. Chadwick formed the intention of running away to Blackpool. He added, however, after some aimless wandering around the centre of Leeds, he then handed himself in at Ellen Road shortly after 3 PM. He made comprehensive admissions to the desk staff and later in a formal interview. The police went to the flat and their observations confirmed the accuracy of Mr. Chadwick's admissions. Following his arrest, Mr. Chadwick pleaded guilty to murder, but he denies that there is sexual motive to the killing. Mr. Chadwick gave evidence before the court. He said, "I am really sorry for what has happened. I did love Sarah, no matter what people heard or see in this case. She did a lot for me, and so did her family. I just want to express that I am deeply sorry for what I have done." In the heartbreaking victim impact statement read out in court, Sarah's father, Andrew Keith, said their family were left broken following the brutal murder. Mr. Keith said Sarah's daughter Emma was unable to understand what happened and still asked if she was going to get better until her ashes were returned to the family. The statement read to the court by prosecutor Jonathan Sharp. Mr. Keith said, "Carl, what you have done has broken my family apart. We are all broken, especially Emma, Sarah's daughter. You have broken her heart. She does not understand what has happened. Until her ashes were returned to us, she asked if her mum was going to get better. She could not understand that her mum was not getting better and would not be coming home to see her." Mr. Chadwick and Miss Keith had been in a relationship for 4 years, the court heard. During that time, Mr. Chadwick had been controlling and violent towards her. Mr. Keith said, "We thought you were a nice bloke. Over the time you spent with our daughter, the truth came out. We are heartbroken and devastated that our daughter was taken from us in the way that she was. We are all so lost without Sarah and struggling without her being with us. She was loved and will be missed by her daughter, family and friends." Jailing Mr. Chadwick, Judge Jeffrey Marson QC said, "The victim personal statement speaks of the loss of Sarah's family have suffered. You have destroyed the lives of Sarah's family, and for them, it is a life sentence. They will never be able to forget what you did in taking the life of someone they loved and valued so very much." So what are your thoughts about Carl Chadwick and this shocking case where he took the life of his loving girlfriend, Sarah Keith, in a vicious, unprovoked attack? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a female court security officer who helped smuggle drugs and mobile phones into a Kent prison. Serco employee Carly Morris, who worked at Canterbury Crown Court, acted as a go-between in a conspiracy orchestrated by a convicted prisoner. Darren Bryan was serving an intermediary sentence at Elmley Prison on the Isle of Sheppey for causing death by dangerous driving when 25-year-old Miss Morris was approached for help. Maidstone Crown Court heard that Bryan arranged for deliveries of heroin, mobile phones, SIM cards and other paraphernalia by his man on the outside, Dino Gillette, to Morris. She first passed on a package to remand prisoner Jack Hennessy, described as a mule in the conspiracy. While in the cells with him at Canterbury Crown Court in February last year, Hennessy secreted the mobile phone and 27.5 grams of heroin estimated as having a value inside prison of £13,000 up his backside before returning to Elmley. The phone, which was of an unusual design and looked like a watch, was found on Hennessy's cell floor together with a SIM card and a charger, a plastic bag and a plastic knife. The heroin was also retrieved. A second delivery to be made by Morris was intercepted by police a month later as she made her way to a rendezvous with Gillette in a car park at Canterbury Crown Court. Officers found 25.3 grams of heroin hidden in her handbag lining, estimated to be worth £4,000, as well as 2 mobile phones, SIM card and a tube of lubricant gel. Jailing the 4 defendants today, Friday, for a total of 23 years and 8 months, Judge Jeremy Gold QC told Morris it was a tragedy that she had abused her position of trust. Miss Morris of Queen's Rise, Ringwood near Dover, Mr. Bryan, 30, of no fixed address, Mr. Gillette, 37, of Canterbury Road, Westgate, and 23-year-old Mr. Hennessy of Pritchard's Avenue, Hawkinge, Folkestone, all admitted conspiracy to supply heroin and conspiracy to take mobile phones, SIM cards and batteries into Elmley Prison between February 8th and March 14th. The court heard that she had become involved in the conspiracy following a year-long unrelated campaign of harassment against her and her family. Mr. Bryan, it was said, was not involved but exploited Miss Morris. He exploited her predicament by adopting a carrot and stick approach, assuring her that the harassment would ease if she helped him. In text messages exchanged between the pair, Mr. Bryan told Miss Morris that she was a star, 1 in a million, and that he could give her a big kiss. Mr. Bryan was jailed for 8 years, Mr. Gillette was jailed for 6 years and 8 months, and Mr. Hennessy was sentenced to 4 years. Mr. Gillette also admitted to 10 offences of supplying undercover police officers with crack cocaine and heroin between April the 14th and May 1st last year. He was jailed for a further 16 months consecutively. What do you think about Miss Morris's crimes? And what do you think about the drugs that she brought into the prison system? How would that affect the other prisoners? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at the dangerous repeat offender who has been jailed for 7 years for robbing a man at knife point in his home in front of his family. Charles Dickey of Ericsson Close, Daventry, appealed at Northampton Crown Court that he had seen the errors of his way and wanted to turn his back on the years of violent offending. But when he was told he would spend the next 7.5 years in prison, the 32-year-old swore at the judge and left the hearing barking homophobic slurs. Her Honour Judge Rebecca Crane said in sentencing, "I consider you pose a high risk to members of the public. You pose a significant risk of harm to specific adults. You use violence not only in reckless situations, but also to gain control over others and maintain a reputation." It comes after a frightening attack when Mr. Dickey burst into a man's home wearing a face covering and brandishing a knife while the victim slept. He held the man at knife point in front of his partner while making stabbing gestures at him and demanding he hand over a stash of cannabis. Before making off with the drugs, Mr. Dickey slashed the victim in the arm, causing a deep wound that needed emergency surgery. It is understood children were in the house during the offence. The 32-year-old was also sentenced for an unprovoked attack where he and another defendant, Brogan Everest, 22, of HMP Peterborough, slashed out at 3 drunk Polish men and told them to go back where you came from. One of the victims was punched unconscious in the attack, who then fell and hit his head on a doorstep, an injury that reportedly still causes memory problems to this day. The 32-year-old has been sentenced for a string of offences in the past, including an incident of religiously aggravated offence against a Muslim taxi driver. Other offences have included carrying a bladed article, theft, robbery, ABH and wounding. In court, Mr. Dickey's defence barrister, Mr. Paul Webb,
said the 32-year-old had freed himself of a drug habit and wanted to put a stop to his criminal lifestyle before he ends up in prison for life. But Judge Crane was unmoved. She ruled Mr. Dickey was dangerous and posed a risk to the public before jailing him for 7.5 years. He also faces a 5-year extended license period when he is released. So what are your thoughts about Charles Dickey? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe. Today we look at the case of Charles Riddington, who was found guilty of the murder of George Barker. We also look into the appeal that Mr. Riddington has made and on what grounds he has appealed on. And finally, we will look into what the appeal courts had to say on the matter. George Barker was having a good week. His partner had recently given birth and he was on his way to the gym. However, he had no idea that Charles Riddington, who was 37 at the time, lay in wait for his arrival behind the front door of the Double K gym, which is in Bexley, South East London, whilst he was wearing goalkeeper gloves with his hood up. Once Mr. Barker got inside the gym, Mr. Riddington then proceeded to stab the 24-year-old Mr. Barker 17 times in front of many horrified gym users. It is run by Kieran Kettle, who is a well-known personal trainer and who had trained the very well-known UK actor Idris Elba in preparation for a professional fight he was taking part in Thailand a month before the killing. Mr. Riddington, who had once claimed he was a friend of the ex-England star Jamie Redknapp, had fled the country on a false passport and then went on a run to South Africa, jetting to Cyprus twice to see his wife and 2 children. However, on one of his trips to Cyprus, he was caught and extradited back to Britain in 2018. The court had heard how Mr. Riddington was involved in the importation and supply of cocaine in the southeast of London, and it was in dispute with Mr. Barker over a £20,000 drugs debt. When Mr. Riddington had turned up to the gym on the 14th of November 2016 with 3 other men, the group took control of the gym and told other gym users to stay where they were as an ambush was about to take place. Mr. Riddington had been asking the gym users what time the victim usually turned up, and one witness said how he laid in wait for him behind the door. Jonathan Rees, who was prosecuting, said that Mr. Riddington took out the knife to teach him a lesson and butchered that young boy. Mr. Riddington, who claimed he had acted in self-defence but was convicted of murder by a jury at the Old Bailey. However, he was cleared of possession of an offensive weapon following a 2-week trial. Mr. Riddington has had many previous convictions for offences of dishonesty, and when he was much younger, had served a 30-month sentence in the Young Offenders Centre for conspiracy to steal. When the police searched Mr. Riddington's home, they found a CS gas canister and a stun gun. Mr. Riddington had accepted the charge of possessing them in the court. Mr. Riddington's wife was very upset in the public gallery as she watched her husband be jailed for life with a minimum of 19 years, and said he didn't even have a knife as she watched Mr. Riddington be led away to the cells. Judge Nigel Lickley, QC, told Mr. Riddington, "The wounds suffered by George Barker were horrific, and you aimed the knife at his face and body, cutting and slashing him, causing him deep and severe wounds. George Barker knew he had been injured because he asked for an ambulance. He was able to walk to the end of the gym where he had collapsed. You then began planning your getaway, disposing of the clothes and the knife." Judge Lickley also added, "The distress and damage you have caused will continue to affect people for many years to come, if not throughout their entire lives." The judge said that Mr. Riddington had planned the murder and was clearly associated with the 3 other men who were at the gym. Mr. Barker was killed in a vicious attack and suffered dreadful injuries. You chose to use that weapon, and you did so with devastating effects. I reject any suggestion that you were acting in self-defense or lost control when you said you used that knife. One of the witnesses who was there, Carol Cox, told the court how she had gone to the loo at the back of the gym before her scheduled training session was about to begin. She told police how she had barricaded herself inside the toilet after hearing raised voices and banging on the door. Miss Cox described seeing splashes of blood coming from under the toilet door after Mr. Riddington drove Mr. Barker right across the gym from the entrance, leaving a trail of blood behind them as the attack continued. Mr. Riddington kept swinging at him and Mr. Barker was screaming at him to stop, before he pulled out the lock knife and plunged it into Mr. Barker's head and body. A champion kickboxer who was present at the crime had failed to turn up to the court and give evidence after witnessing the grisly murder. Luke Skywalker Wellen, who was 28 at the time, explained how he had went into fright mode after seeing the killing of George Barker at the Double K gym. Ahead of the trial, Mr. Wellen had received repeated contact from the victim's family, which triggered a perceived fear for his safety, the court had heard. Shortly before he was expected at court, Mr. Wellen had left his bank cards and his phone at his mother's house and was dropped off by his girlfriend at the King's Cross station. Despite a warrant for his arrest, Mr. Wellen had disappeared for 3 weeks, only resurfacing after the trial had finished. Early the following morning, Mr. Riddington had boarded a flight from Manchester to Dusseldorf using a false passport which was under the name of Barry Ryan. Mr. Riddington had told the jurors that he spent the day before the stabbing at Sky Sport pundit Jamie Redknapp's house. The pair both had children who played for Chelsea's youth team and had been celebrating Mr. Redknapp's son's 8th birthday. Mr. Riddington said that the 3 men had approached him outside the gym a week before, saying that Mr. Barker had told them he was unable to pay a £20,000 coke and skunk debt because Mr. Riddington owed Mr. Barker money. Mr. Riddington was very upset in the witness box as he recalled how the brawl seemed to go on forever, telling jurors he just wanted to get the knife off of him. He told the jury, "I was so scared for my life. I was fighting for my life." In an impact statement by the victim's mother, Julie Underwood, she said that the gruesome torture and the details of which were heard in the court will be forever embedded in our minds forever. Mr. Barker, who also had 2 sisters, was described as cheeky and funny and always smiling. Mrs. Underwood said that her son's cap is still in the kitchen where he always left it. His trainers are in the hall and his clothes are still in his wardrobe in a home where his family still lights a candle for him every night. The last time we saw George was on a mortuary slab. This was the worst moment of our lives, Mrs. Underwood added. Mr. Barker's father, Tony Barker, who was being treated in hospital for a life-threatening condition when his son had died. He last saw his son in his hospital bed and he said they shook hands and put their previous difficulties behind them. "We were set for a new future, a harmonious one. If I survived and came out of hospital, it was all going to be different this time," he said in his impact statement. "I managed to get out of hospital. What a terrible tragedy that he didn't." Mr. Riddington, who was from Orpington, Kent, denied that he was guilty of murder, but he was convicted by the jury. However, he was cleared of possessing an offensive weapon. He smiled at his friends and family in the public gallery as he was led away. However, recently, Mr. Riddington has applied to appeal his conviction, and he has had his case heard before the Court of Appeal. Why did Mr. Riddington appeal his sentence, and on what grounds does he plan to appeal? On the 17th of October 2019, at the Central Criminal Court, Mr. Riddington was convicted unanimously of the offence of murder. He was sentenced by Judge Lickley, QC, to a sentence of life imprisonment. The minimum term was specified as 19 years, less 28 days for which he had been spent in custody in a foreign jurisdiction awaiting extradition, and 342 days which were spent on remand in the UK. Mr. Riddington was acquitted on count 2, which was an allegation of possession of an offensive weapon. He had earlier, on the 19th of August 2019, pleaded guilty to counts 3 and 4, each of which was a charge of possession of a prohibited weapon contrary to the section of 5(1)(b), which is of the Firearms Act of 1968. On each of those counts, The judge imposed a sentence of 3 months, which was made concurrent both to each other and to the main sentence. These are the facts which were laid out to the appeal court. On the 14th of November 2016, Mr. Barker in total sustained 17 injuries, 3 of which, the wounds to the torso, were fatal. Mr. Riddington and Mr. Barker knew each other, and it would appear there had been a dispute between them both, apparently over money. Mr. Riddington arrived at the gym before Mr. Barker that morning, but did not start training. He was wearing goalkeeper's gloves. Mr. Barker arrived at the gym at 9:20 AM, and within minutes, Mr. Riddington was seen to punch him in the face. As the two men struggled, one of them produced a lock knife. Mr. Riddington took the knife and stabbed Mr. Barker numerous times about the face and body. Mr. Barker stumbled towards the front of the gym, where he collapsed. The owner of the gym, Kieran Kedall, called the emergency services, but despite the best efforts of the paramedics, Mr. Barker was pronounced dead at 10:44. Following the incident, Mr. Riddington disposed of the knife and bloodstained clothing, and the next day fled the country using a false passport. Initially, he flew to Germany and spent some time in South Africa. He was eventually arrested in Cyprus on a European arrest warrant and extradited on the 8th of November 2019. Mr. Riddington was arrested and charged on the 9th of November 2019, but was not interviewed by the police. Mr. Riddington's home address was searched and the police found a stun gun and a CS canister. Those were both subjects to count 3 and 4. At the trial, the prosecution's principal case was that Mr. Riddington had brought a lock knife with him to the gym on the 14th of November 2016 in order to reap revenge. He had waited behind the door and ambushed Mr. Barker in a short, furious attack. The number and the extent of the wounds indicated that he was the aggressor. He had gone there with the intent for murder, and at no stage did he lose self-control. To prove the case against Mr. Riddington, the prosecution relied on the following strands of evidence. First, evidence from Mr. Kedall was read. He was the owner of the gym. He became aware of a tussle between Mr. Riddington and Mr. Barker, and Mr. Riddington saying to Mr. Barker that he owed him some money. He asked the men who were with Mr. Riddington to try and pull him away. They tried to do so, screaming, "Stop, stop, that's too much." He thought that Mr. Riddington was just throwing punches, but he could see that Mr. Barker was bleeding and holding the side of his body. He then saw that Mr. Riddington was holding a knife. The incident only lasted about 10 seconds or so, and Mr. Riddington left with the same group of men. Mr. Barker came forward to Mr. Kedall and collapsed. The second piece of evidence that the prosecution relied on was from Luke Whelan, a personal trainer. He did not attend the court as we explained earlier, but his statement was read to the jury. Mr. Whelan explained that he knew Mr. Barker and was not aware of any trouble. Mr. Whelan explained that he saw 5 white men walking into the gym and knew that something dodgy was about to happen. They were wearing gloves and had their hoods up. Not one of them said anything. The first man went straight behind the door. Minutes later, Mr. Barker walked in and the first man punched him straight away. Mr. Barker was pleading with him, saying, "What have I done?" The man said, "You owe me money and you've gone behind my back." He then saw the same man pull out a knife and plunge it into Mr. Barker's head. When Mr. Whelan spoke up, he was told to sit the fuck down. It appeared to Mr. Whelan that Mr. Barker did not want to fight and held his arms out, indicating this. The third piece of evidence that the prosecution relied on was evidence from Charles Peters, another personal trainer who was in the gym. Mr. Peters became aware of a commotion and noticed a group of men swarming around Mr. Barker, preventing him from getting to the door. Mr. Peters said he heard Mr. Riddington accusing him and Mr. Barker, saying, "No, it wasn't me." Mr. Peters jumped out of the way and ran towards the front door. He did not see any punches or any weapons being used. The fourth piece of evidence that the prosecution relied on was from Carol Cox, who who was also at the gym that morning to train. She had went into hiding in a toilet at the relevant time and did not see the incident. There was also expert evidence from the pathologist, Dr. Chapman, who had conducted a post-mortem. He identified 17 knife wounds on the head, body and arms of Mr. Barker. There was a mixture of slashing type wounds and stab wounds. There were multiple slash wounds to the left side of the head and neck, and one of them to the left cheek, which had severed the roots of the upper molar. There was a cluster of 3 deep stab wounds to the left side of the back. These were the fatal injuries and associated with the 2 areas of stab damage to the lower lobe and the left lung and spleen. The grouping of these injuries suggested a rapid infliction with very little movement between Mr. Barker and Mr. Riddington. Dr. Chapman agreed that it was possible that some injuries could have been caused as a result of tussling over the knife. He also agreed that the injury to the right arm could have been a defensive action. At the trial, the defence's case was that Mr. Riddington had been acting in self-defense during the fight. Mr. Riddington gave evidence at trial. He had known Mr. Barker for a number of years, and they both trained at a number of gyms. Mr. Riddington explained that Mr. Barker had owed some men around £20,000 in respect of a drugs debt. He had gone to the gym to train and had a confrontation there with Mr. Barker about the fact that he alleged that he was owed money by himself. Mr. Riddington explains that Mr. Barker then punched him, and then Mr. Riddington then punched him back. The struggle continued, and Mr. Barker then pulled out a knife from his shorts. Mr. Riddington then managed to disarm him, and the two began to grapple for possession of the knife. During the fight, he accepted that he had stabbed Mr. Barker 3 times to the left side, intending to cause really serious bodily harm. The defence say he might have lost his control as a result of the attack on him. When Mr. Riddington had heard that Mr. Barker had died, he decided to flee to Germany and then to South Africa, where some of his family had lived. The main issue for the jury was whether they were sure that Mr. Riddington had not acted in self-defence. This would have been a complete defence to the charge of murder. There was also an issue, in the alternative, whether Mr. Riddington had the partial defence of loss of control, which would have reduced the offence from one of murder to manslaughter. Before the court considered Mr. Riddington's grounds of appeal, they said that it was important to note what the judge had said in his summing up. The judge gave the second part of the summing up, having earlier given legal directions in part 1, in which he summarised the evidence that the jury had heard at the trial. This was given on the 2nd of September 2019. It is important to see how the issues were framed for the jury to consider. The summing up of the evidence of the pathologist, Dr. Chapman. Mr. Barker had 17 sharp injuries, including 3 which proved to be fatal. In contrast, Mr. Riddington's evidence was that he had suffered no injuries in the struggle, and in particular, had suffered no injuries to his face, arms or body from the knife, although he had some bruises. The original grounds for appeal were as followed. There were 2 grounds of appeal. First, the route to verdict document was equivocal to the steps to be taken before reaching a verdict of guilty of murder. Secondly, the judge erred in omitting to direct the jury as interpretation of the phrase, considered desire for revenge. That, of course, is an issue in the context to the partial defence of loss of control. Those grounds are not now in fact pursued by Mr. Pownall, QC, who has appeared at this hearing with Mr. Milner on behalf of Mr. Riddington. We can therefore deal with them briefly, because in our view, the points were in any event unarguable. In relation to the first ground, first, we note that the judge correctly directed the jury that they must consider each count separately as to their verdicts, and that their verdicts needed to be in the same 2 counts. In particular, the judge directed the jury that it was open to them to acquit on count 2, but convict on count 1, depending on the view they took on the facts. In the end, that is exactly what the jury did. There was nothing illogical about that. Furthermore, this outcome was consistent with the way in which the issues had been framed, and in which the way Mr. Riddington himself had given evidence. It was common ground that whoever had brought the knife to the gym, there came a point in time where Mr. Riddington had held the knife. He had used that knife to inflict at least some of the injuries which took place, and that he did so with the intention of causing really serious bodily harm. The main issue for the jury was therefore to decide whether he has done so reasonably in self-defense. The other issue for the jury was to decide whether he had partial defense for loss of control. There was therefore no necessary overlap between the issues which arose under the two counts. Under the original ground 2, Mr. Ponell submitted that the phrase "considered desire for revenge" needed further definition in order to assist the jury. We consider that this argument was also unarguable and has rightly been abandoned. First, the phrase "considered desire for revenge" comprises plain words of English language and does not require no elaboration. If anything, elaboration might simply have served to confuse the jury. Secondly, we note that the direction which the judge gave corresponds exactly with the relevant passage in the model directions suggested by the Crown Court Compendium, at paragraph 35 in particular. This is a point which Mr. Ponell expressly accepted in withdrawing this ground at the hearing before us today. In a document called Perfected Grounds of Appeal, dated 6th of December 2019, Mr. Riddington made some observations in response to the first of the respondent's notices. He also took the opportunity to add further ground for appeal relating to directions of loss of control. In essence, Mr. Ponell now submits that there was ample evidence to show loss of control, going back to the events which led up to the day before the incident, and in his opinion, the event did not occur in a flash. The difficulty with this submission is that Mr. Riddington's own evidence at the trial was that he may have lost control in a flash. Mr. Ponell also fairly concedes that he did not raise this matter with the judge during the trial, even after a note had been passed from the jury, which he now submits raised the issue and made it such as to require further elaboration from the trial judge on this element of the potential partial defence of loss of control. We do not accept that this is an arguable ground for an appeal. Since the refusal of leave on papers by a single judge, Mr. Ponell has added further grounds for appeal. In support of that new ground, he also makes an application under Section 23 of the Criminal Appeal Act of 1968 to adduce fresh evidence, namely a witness statement by Luke Whelan dated 17th of September 2020. In that content, Mr. Ponell relies on the decision of this court in the case of Ishtaq Ahmed to the effect that this court must reach its own assessment of evidence and then decide what effect it had on the safety of the conviction. At the trial, the evidence of Mr. Whelan, as we have said, was presented to the jury as being read. This was because he was unwilling to give evidence and had disappeared. An appropriate warning was given to the jury about the need for caution in treating this evidence because he was not present before them to be cross-examined. In his summing up, the judge summarised that the evidence of Mr. Whelan during his submissions. Mr. Ponell now submits that the new evidence of Mr. Whelan gives a rise for a potential ground of appeal because it's subsequently different from the evidence read out to the jury at trial. The details of those suggested differences has emphasised in particular that Mr. Whelan now says that he does not know whether Mr. Riddington produced a knife and he did not actually see the stabbing. We do not consider that this evidence, even if it were admitted, would have any material impact on the safety of the conviction. First, as we have noted earlier already, the jury acquitted Mr. Riddington on count 2. it was not necessary for the jury to be sure that Mr. Riddington had first produced the knife before they could convict him of murder. Furthermore, as we have noted earlier, Mr. Riddington himself accepted that there came a point in time when he had the knife, and that he did inflict some of the injuries on Mr. Barker, and that he did so with the intention of causing serious bodily harm. In those circumstances, the main issue for the jury was whether they were sure Mr. Riddington was not acting in reasonable self-defense. Another issue for the jury was whether Mr. Riddington had the partial defense of loss of control. Mr. Welland's evidence was not crucial to their determination of those issues. In this context, we bear in mind the evidence of Dr. Chapman, both as a number of injuries and the degree of force which would have been required to inflict 3 injuries which proved to be fatal. We also bear in mind that Mr. Riddington himself said that he had suffered no injuries from the knife, although his case was that there was a struggle after Mr. Barker had produced the knife. Finally, it should be noted that Mr. Riddington gave evidence in his own behalf at the trial and said he had not acted in self-defense. The fact of the matter is that the jury did not believe him. At an oral hearing before the appeal courts, Mr. Ponnell has elaborated a still further new ground of appeal, although he fairly acknowledges that it has not been so far formulated in writing. We say straight away that this is not an appropriate way to conduct appeals before this court or applications leave for him to bring an appeal. There have been many opportunities in this case, in numerous documents to which we have already referred, to formulate with precision the proposed grounds for further grounds of appeal. This is important for the court to be able to do justice, not only to Mr. Riddington, but also to the prosecution and for the public's interest. With all that being said, we propose to deal with the merits of a further new ground which has been outlined before us today, only in oral submissions. In essence, Mr. Ponnell submits that there is now expert evidence before the court which, particularly taken with the new evidence of Mr. Welland himself, to which we have already referred, give rise to a new potential ground of appeal, that he was suffering from PTSD at all times, to the extent that it is arguable that his evidence ought not to have been read to the jury at all. The note is dated the 13th of April 2021, and our attention has been drawn particularly to what has been submitted in paragraph 2. That is a reference to a report prepared by Professor Hacker Hughes on the 20th of December 2019, following a client interview on 4th of December 2019. Mr. Ponnell relies in particular in what is said at page 6 of that report. We will quote paragraphs 54 and 55. Paragraph 54 states, "He has an inability to recall important aspects of the trauma." In paragraph 55 it says, "Mr. Welland told me that he could only recall the important bits of the episode, with many aspects not being remembered, and recall only being possible with some effort." This continues currently. With respect to Mr. Ponnell, we do not consider that this evidence can possibly give rise to any new ground of appeal, casting doubt on evidence that was read to the jury by Mr. Welland at all. To the contrary, what the evidence of Professor Hacker Hughes highlights is that Mr. Welland was able to recall the important bits of the episode. In those circumstances, we have come to the conclusion that none of the grounds of appeal which were proposed in this application are reasonably arguable. Accordingly, the application to appeal against this conviction is refused. Lord Justice Singh, who was at the hearing, had this to say: "This is a renewed application for leave of appeal against the sentence. The background facts have already been set out in the judgment of the court given earlier today in refusing the renewed application for a leave to appeal against the conviction. In passing sentence, the judge said he would do so on the basis of findings of facts which he had made according to the criminal standard of proof. He said that the wounds suffered by Mr. Barker were horrendous. Mr. Riddington had aimed the knife at his face and body, cutting and slashing him, causing severe and deep wounds. The judge expressly directed himself that he was in possession of a knife and used it as a weapon to inflict the wounds that led to Mr. Barker's death. In order to do that, Mr. Riddington had pursued Mr. Barker at the rear of the gym, where he became trapped. The judge also found that there was an element of planning in this case, that Mr. Riddington had made inquiries of when Mr. Barker may arrive at the gym. Mr. Riddington did not start a training session that day, but had waited 30 minutes for the other men and for Mr. Barker to arrive. In setting the minimum term for the offence of murder, the judge noted that both parties agreed that the starting point was 15 years, which was consistent to paragraph 6 of Schedule 21 to the Criminal Justice Act of 2003. The judge endorsed that agreed position. He then carefully went on to consider the aggravating factors, both statutory and other. The judge accepted that he was not a planned murderer with a knife, although there was some element of planning. There was also the use of a knife, and the reason for the offence had been a dispute between those involved in the drug trade. There was then the factor of the concealment of evidence, since Mr. Riddington had disposed of both his clothes and, importantly, the knife itself. He accepted that they were bloodstained. Next, there was Mr. Riddington's departure from the UK early that next day. He then remained outside the UK for a number of years using a false identity. Finally, there was the location and timing of the offence. It was committed in front of other people who had to witness the attack and did their best to aid the dying Mr. Barker. The judge also carefully had to regard the mitigating factors against both statutory and other. The judge found, as a fact, that Mr. Riddington had an intention to kill, and not simply an intention to cause serious bodily harm. Therefore, the potential mitigating factor was not available to him. The judge also took into account the personal circumstances of Mr. Riddington, including the fact that he had a close bond with his two young children. The judge noted that Mr. Riddington did not have previous convictions of violence, and that he expressed remorse when giving evidence for the death of Mr. Barker. For the avoidance of doubt, the judge rejected any suggestion that Mr. Riddington had been acting in self-defense, or he had lost control when using the knife. As we have said in our earlier judgment, the judge fixed the minimum term to be served at 19 years, less the number of days spent on remand awaiting extradition. In renewing his application for leave to appeal against sentence, Mr. Ponell QC submits that the judge first failed to make factual decisions when he was required to do so for the benefit of Mr. Riddington. Secondly, he made factual decisions on the part of sentencing exercise that were wholly unjustified on the facts and appeared to ignore compelling mitigating circumstances that should have served substantially to reduce the minimum term imposed. Mr. Riddington could be forgiven for thinking that the judge did not agree with the verdict of the jury and strove to ignore the necessary and obvious implications of their verdict on count 2. We reject the suggestion that the judge sentenced on such a basis, which was inconsistent with the verdict of the jury. Acquitting Mr. Riddington on count 2, the judge was carefully loyal to that verdict. Otherwise, he would have started with a minimum term of 25 years rather than 15. You can see paragraph 5A of Schedule 21 of the 2003 Act. Furthermore, we have reached the clear conclusion that the judge, in particular, having presided over the trial and having heard all the evidence, was entitled to make the findings of fact which he did. In particular, he was entitled to reject any suggestion that this had been an act of self-defense, or that the applicant had lost self-control during the incident. The judge was also entitled to find that there was an element of planning in the period leading up to the offence. The judge carefully took into account both the aggravating and mitigating features of the case. He was entitled to find that there had been an intention to kill rather than the intention to cause serious bodily harm. In his oral submissions before us today, Mr. Ponell has emphasised certain matters. First, by reference to paragraph 9 of his perfected grounds of appeal, i.e. sentence, he submits that the judge wrongly declined to make the finding as to the prevalence of the weapon despite being encouraged in the course of the argument by the defence to do so. In assessing the factual basis and the merits of application, the court is left to guess as to the proper interpretation of the jury's verdict and the judge's view of the facts. It is submitted that, remaining true to the jury's verdict, no judge could have been sure that the applicant had brought a knife with him to the gym. We do not accept that submission. As we have already said, the judge was careful to be faithful to the verdicts of the jury, in particular the acquittal of Count 2. That is precisely why he declined to make a finding, for example, that after all, it had been Mr. Riddington who brought the knife to the gym. He was not required to do so. If anything, this was a feature of the case which fell to the benefit of Mr. Riddington rather than being an adverse to him. Another aspect that Mr. Pownall has emphasised in his oral submissions is that the judge did not mention that the absence of premeditation is a statutory mitigating factor under paragraph 11 of Schedule 21 of the 2003 Act. Mr. Pownall fairly acknowledges that the judge did mention this in absence, in noting that there was an absence of premeditation as a statutory aggravating factor. Reading the sentencing remarks fairly and as whole, we are unable to accept that there has been any merit to this argument. It is quite clear to us that the judge had this point well in mind. In all circumstances of this horrific case, the appeal courts do not think that it is reasonably arguable either that the sentence was wrong in principle or that the minimum term of 19 years was manifestly excessive. For those reasons, the renewed application for leave of appeal against the sentence is refused. What are your opinions on what happened to Mr. Barker? What are your opinions on the sentence of 19 years in which Mr. Riddington received? Do you think the sentence was too harsh or not harsh enough? What about Mr. Riddington's grounds of appeal? Do you believe that he lost control, or that the judge had not listened to the jury when they accepted that he had not brought a knife to the incident? Please let us know in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you like this true crime content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel, please don't forget to hit subscribe and press that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us today. And until next time, stay safe. Hello, and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a group of women who were dubbed the Charlie's Angels Gang and had ran a £1.35 million Deliveroo style heart-shaped pill delivery ring and had a candy shop list for their customers to pick from. The glamorous gang of women who ran the £1.3 million pill delivery service have now been jailed for almost 40 years. Judge Gregory Perrins told the court that the criminal organisation was professional and highly organised, and they had supplied a vast array of controlled drugs at a vast scale. Larissa Nascimento dos Rios, who was 24, had acted as a bookkeeper for the organisation, which was ran by Vanessa Ananias, who was 29, Nayara Ribeiro, who was 33, and Andressa Santos, who was 24, and Nain Fernandez Silva, who was 24, rode mopeds to make deliveries. Southwark Crown Court heard how the gang had operated the service between 1 PM and 10 PM between Monday and Saturday. Their illegal venture was so successful that they were able to take a Sunday off. The gang had saved up and brought their own press to make heart-shaped pills, with customers being offered a candy shop list with up to 90 different drugs available on the list. The list included Class A and Class B, as well as prescription pills. Diego de Lima, who was 30, was the only man involved in the whole operation and had hired out the glamorous women to help him. However, Mr. De Lima was responsible for selling large quantities to other dealers. Various addresses were raided during the police operation, including a storage unit in northwest London and 2 distribution centres in Cromwell Road and South Kensington. During the raid, the police seized almost 4 kilograms of cocaine, 2 kilograms of MDMA tablets, and almost 5 kilograms of cannabis. The police valued the drugs at somewhere between 1 million and 1.35 million. Southwark Crown Court heard that £54,000 in cash, clothes belonging to the women, and 3 firearms as well as ammunition were seized from the facilities. A computer which was seized as evidence demonstrated that the retail side of the business made around £90,000 profit per month. Encrypted WhatsApp messages revealed that most deals were between 10 and 15 kilograms of cocaine, but on one occasion, someone purchased 50 kilograms of cocaine. Upon further analysis, more evidence of criminality was uncovered, including selling fake IDs, moving people out the country by helicopter, and bribing a prison officer. After hearing all the evidence, Judge Perrings jailed the gang for more than 37.5 years. Miss Ananias of Brent, Miss Robiero of West Acton, Miss Santos of Southwark, and Miss Fernandez Silva of Brent all admitted 3 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. The group also pleaded guilty to 4 counts of conspiracy to supply Class B and 1 count of conspiracy to acquire criminal property between April 2020 and February 2021. Mr. De Lima of South Kensington also admitted 1 count of driving whilst disqualified and was sentenced to 18 years imprisonment. Miss Ananias was given 6 years in jail, whilst Miss Robiero, Miss Santos and Miss Fernanda Silva were each handed 4.5 year sentences. Miss Dos Reyes of Prince Regent Lane, Canning Town, admitted 3 counts of conspiracy to supply Class A drugs, 4 counts of conspiracy to supply Class B, and 1 count of conspiracy to acquire criminal property. She was jailed for 2 years and 3 months. Judge Perrins also ordered the forfeiture and destruction of the drugs and paraphernalia. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by the gang? Do you believe the sentences were too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell button so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at Chesterfield Jordan of Corlington Road, who lied to police to protect Adil Tahir, who later broke down in interview and admitted he had fabricated the whole story. Reading Crown Court heard how Mr. Jordan, 46, had been coerced into giving false evidence by others who wanted him to take the rap for the crime. Charles Ward Jackson, prosecuting, said events started when police found a suspicious car parked in Fullmead Road, West Reading. The BMW was taken to Loddon Valley Police Station, where it was searched and a sawn-off shotgun and a pump-action shotgun plus ammunition were discovered. Subsequent DNA analysis of the weapons found they had been handled by Adil Tahir of Westbrook Road, West Reading, who was arrested and charged the following day. The car was registered to an address in Bracknell where Mr. Jordan used to live, and he was also arrested on suspicion of firearm offences and later released on bail. Mr. Jordan then started making complaints of various types to police, including being assaulted and having a brick thrown through a window of his sister's house with a note attached reading, "Tell Chester to keep his mouth shut." During an interview with police, Mr. Jordan said he had been asked to put 2 packages in the BMW as a means of paying off a drug debt. He told police he had opened the bags and taken the weapons out and handed them to Mr. Tahir, explaining why Mr. Tahir's fingerprints were on the weapons. However, Mr. Jordan then became distressed during the interview and after a short break admitted the whole story was a fabrication which he had been forced forced to come up with by Mr. Tahir. He said he had also been threatened by other people. Alistair Granger, defending, said Mr. Jordan and Mr. Tahir had previously been good friends, and he was initially offered money for taking the rap for the weapons offences. However, he said the incentives were later withdrawn and Mr. Jordan was threatened and intimidated to go along with the conspiracy. Mr. Granger said the officers themselves were aware from the moment he started his first interview he was talking rubbish because they knew whose DNA was on the gun and he wasn't fooling anybody. Mr. Tahir, 31, admitted possessing the shotgun, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison plus a further 4 years for perverting the course of justice to run consecutively. Sentencing Mr. Jordan, Judge Peter Ross said, "I accept that you were, in a sense, the fall guy. You were the person who was going to take the rap for this, and those involved were determined to do that through a mixture of promises of reward and treats, and I accept violence, staged or otherwise. I accept that you were at the very bottom of this conspiracy." He continued, "But you were prepared to act for a period as part of this conspiracy." So what are your thoughts about Chesterfield Jordan? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at 3 men who have been given extensive prison sentences for conspiring to supply Class A drugs in Chichester after a very long road of investigations, police have confirmed. According to police, Samuel Dean was chased down and arrested after officers spotted a car linked to drugs in Sherborne Road. A police spokesman said officers followed the vehicle into Hannah Square, where the driver decamped the vehicle and attempted to flee. Officers chased down Samuel Dean, arrested him and seized the vehicle. A search was conducted of the car and Class A drugs with a purity of 94% and a street value between £18,000 and £27,000 was discovered. Officers also found a quantity of ketamine with a street value of £140 within the vehicle. Police said extensive research by the Chichester investigations team was conducted, and it was found that Samuel's brother Harry's name was on a parcel with 360 grams of ecstasy inside. The statement added, officers were informed by Border Force they had intercepted a package with 360 grams of ecstasy inside going to Samuel Dean's address, but with his brother's name, Harry Dean, on the parcel. Officers were then able to link Samuel Dean to Blondell after text message conversations regarding the purchasing of the drugs packages were discovered. Police said Samuel Dean, 20, of Grafton Road, Chelsea, was charged with conspiracy to import Class A drugs, conspiracy to supply Class A drugs, possession with intent to supply Class B, and money laundering, receiving a 6-year and 9-month prison sentence. His brother Harry, 28, of the same address, was charged with conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and money laundering and was given 6 years and 4 months, police said. Finally, police confirmed that Samuel Blondell, 23, of Church Lane, Eastergate, Chichester, was charged with conspiracy to import Class A drugs and was handed a 6-year prison sentence. Cerise Spratt of Chichester's investigation said the case took months of analytical computer and phone investigations to enable the trio to be charged. She added, "It has been a very long road with a lot of hard work by Sussex police, but the end result with their sentences has proved it to be worthwhile. This should send a strong message to those who deal in drugs that we will use the full extent of our powers, abilities and technology to secure evidence and achieve convictions. No one knows their neighbourhood like you, and we ask that you report matters of drugs to us immediately." Border Force Senior Officer Steve Jones warned offenders that it will be continuing to work closely with law enforcement partners to bring them to justice. He said Border Force's close liaison with Sussex police officers following the interception of the drugs in the postal system proved to be a vital part of this criminal investigation. "My officers work 24 hours a day at ports, airports and mailing sorting centres to disrupt attempts to smuggle illegal substances into the UK. We will continue to work closely with law enforcement partners to bring offenders to justice." So what are your thoughts about Samuel and Harry Dean and Samuel Blondell? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a woman who smuggled cannabis into jail and who was walked free from court after claiming she was forced to become a drugs mule by a criminal she met on Facebook. Chloe Buckland, 26, was caught sneaking in 50 grams of the drug for an inmate at Gloucester Manchester prison after falsely claiming she was visiting her cousin. Guards at HMP Buckley Hall in Rochdale were suspicious because the former fashion student looked anxious and nervous as she met prisoner Ian Smith at the Category C jail. Mr. Smith was later searched in a side room and found to have a wrap of cannabis in his pocket, a court was told.
but Miss Buckland revealed she had been extensively threatened, even that her family house would be burnt down. Miss Buckland, who was a regular on Liverpool's nightclub scene, later showed police a number of abusive texts she had received saying she had been hounded by Mr. Smith, from a man known only as Joel, after she met him through social media. Miss Buckland alleged Mr. Smith told her to take drugs into jail, but when she refused, he sent her threatening messages warning he would burn down her family home, and she begrudgingly gave in to his demands. At a covert meeting at Kirkdale train station in Liverpool, she was told to pick up the drugs from a mysterious fixer who was waiting in a car. Miss Buckland then made a drop at the jail the following morning. At Min's full Crown Court, Miss Buckland of Bootle showed no emotion as she admitted bringing prohibited articles into prison. Miss Buckland was sentenced to 6 months in jail, suspended for 18 months and ordered to complete 180 hours of unpaid work. Prosecutor Nicoletta Amatino said a guilty plea was entered on the basis she was coerced into bringing the articles in through text messages which were provided to police. This has affected her mental health and she has been diagnosed with chronic anxiety. She feared for her safety and for the safety of her family. Miss Buckland received no financial gain and had no understanding of the operation or the size of the operation. She was sent messages which were threatening. One of them was threatening to burn her house down. She told the police these were from a man called Joel. The defendant had replied quite forcefully to these messages at first. The incident occurred when Miss Buckland, who has no previous convictions, attended the jail falsely claiming Mr. Smith was her cousin. Miss Amatino added the attention of the prison staff was directed towards the defendant because she was presenting herself to be very nervous. The prisoner, Ian Smith, was detained after the visit and was taken to a sterile area for a search in which a pouch was found in his hand. Inside the pouch was the drug, cannabis resin, with the amount of 47.73 grams. The defendant was interviewed sometime later and she made admissions as to what happened. Miss Buckley explained that she had been in contact with somebody on social media called Joel. She met him on one occasion and he would contact her asking her to take drugs into prison. He was controlling her and being threatening towards her. Miss Buckley attended Kirkdale train station at 10 PM the night before and was given a package by a male driving a car. She didn't even see his face. Mr. Buckley was reluctant to take the package into Buckley Hall, but she was concerned about her family and she was afraid to inform the police or prison staff. In mitigation defence, counsel Stella Hayden said this offence was out of character and she has shown clear remorse. Miss Buckley has evidence to support how this became about how she was susceptible to his threats. She had been treated for anxiety and had been receiving counselling as she suffered after having 2 miscarriages. Miss Buckley was suffering with verbal threats which were made to her and her family. She is anxious to put this matter behind her and she wants to move on with her life forward and focus on addressing her health. Sentencing Judge Angela Neal told Miss Buckland, ordinarily offences of this nature call for the deterrent sentence as well as a punishment. Conveying a drug into prison has consequences, not simply as a result of the one who takes the drug, but from the many ways it is used in prison for bartering to gaining. It can also cause arguments, often physical, between prisoners. But you appear before this court today as a young woman who has never committed any previous offences. You are left struggling with your own mental health, most notably anxiety, and you were vulnerable. You became a target for an individual who made threats towards you after you initially refused his request to convey cannabis into prison. Often people tell the court they were coerced into this type of matter, but it is woefully unusual for somebody to have such graphic evidence to support their case. Evidence of threats through lots of text messages which became more and more violent. Threats against you and your own family, even threats to burn your house down, threats which you thought could be carried out. You did have the opportunity to go to police and even at the last moment to speak to prison services to tell them of your unfortunate mission. Prison officers could see you were highly anxious when you attended prison. You have expressed significant remorse. They were able to intervene at an appropriate time to prevent the drugs from entering into the prison system. You have told the court of the pressure you were under and I accept that you have expressed your significant remorse. So what are your thoughts about Chloe Buckland and how she was lured and threatened by Ian Smith, who was serving time behind? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a story of a British tourist who tried to open up a Jet 2 plane's door at more than 30,000 feet and screamed, "You're all gonna effing die," and they've been jailed for 2 years. Chloe Haynes, 26, of High Wycombe, forced the pilot to turn back just 45 minutes into a flight to Turkey in June last year, and 2 RAF Typhoon fighter jets were scrambled to escort the plane into Stansted. Miss Haynes had lunged at a door handle on the plane which had 206 people on board, before kicking and punching cabin crew and passengers who tried to detain her. One terrified holidaymaker told police afterwards, "I honestly thought I was going to die." Miss Haynes was sentenced to 2 years in prison at Chelmsford Crown Court today after pleading guilty to endangering the safety of the plane and to assaulting cabin crew members. Miss Haynes was accused of causing absolute chaos in the sky after she tried to open one of the emergency exits, and then the main door at more than 30,000 feet after downing a gin from a bottle stashed in the overhead locker. In her drunken rampage, she also sent one flight attendant flying across the plane before attacking people on board who made a citizen's arrest by pinning her down on the aisle as she screamed, "I'm gonna effing kill everyone, you're all gonna effing die." 2 RAF Typhoon fighters then arrived at either side of the aircraft and guided it back to Stansted, with the jets sent with such speed a sonic boom could be heard across the east of England. She was arrested on the tarmac, and Miss Haynes told the police that she blacked out and didn't really remember what happened after mixing alcohol with medication. Jet 2 later sent the Costa Express worker a bill for £85,000 to cover the cost of the airline of her extremely disruptive behaviour, and said that she must face up to the consequences of her actions by pushing for a prosecution, while also handing her a lifetime ban from their planes. Miss Haynes, dressed in a white shirt and black top, with her blonde hair in a ponytail, sobbed through much of today's hearing. Judge Charles Gratwick sentenced Miss Haynes and said that those that are trapped in the confined space of the aircraft will inevitably be distressed, frightened and petrified by the actions of those who are in a drunken state endanger their lives. He added, for some it will be their worst nightmare come true. The drama began whilst the plane was on the runway at Stansted Airport after a 90-minute delay where she hurled abuse at the fellow passengers, telling them to F off. Prosecutor Michael Crimp told the court that Miss Haynes appeared intoxicated and had been seen swigging from a 200ml bottle of gin stashed in an overhead locker. The court heard that Miss Haynes was unsteady on her feet and seemed to be intoxicated and was slurring her words after the plane took off. Whilst in the air, she then barged past cabin crew and one of them shouted she's going to open the door, with staff and passengers wrestling her to the floor. Mr. Crimp said one of the passengers, Stephen Brown, later told police that he really feared she would open the door and said, "I honestly thought I was going to die." Cabin staff, and with some passengers, were able to restrain Miss Haynes to the floor. She struggled punching out at people, saying things like, "I want to die, I'm going to kill all of you." 3 of the cabin crew pulled her away and she continued to shout in a similar way. She continued whilst being pinned down by cabin crew and passengers to be aggressive, but her behaviour was also erratic, ranging from shouting to singing and crying. During the fight, she scratched cabin crew member Charlie Coombe as she was brought under control and she was charged with assault. The pilot was made aware of the fight, and when he saw the matter escalating, he told air traffic control that there was a disruptive passenger incident. Mr. Crimp added that he took the view for the safety of the passengers, crew and aircraft, as it was necessary to return to Stansted Airport. The barrister told the court that it was impossible to open the door mid-flight, but passengers were not aware of that, and Miss Haynes' actions stopped cabin crew from dealing with other emergencies. 2 RAF Typhoon fighters were scrambled in error to intercept the Airbus 321 bound for Turkey, to guide it back to the Essex airport where Miss Haynes was arrested. Oliver Saxby, QC for Miss Haynes, said the troubled young woman who has a personality disorder was now engaged in Alcoholics Anonymous programs and has not had an alcoholic drink since. He also said that his client was convicted of drink driving 17 days before the plane drama, describing the incident as a tragic cry for help and something that left her deeply embarrassed. Those who recklessly or negligently endanger an aircraft's safety, whether through alcohol consumption or not, must in any judgment receive appropriate punishment. Miss Haynes was sentenced for 2 years for endangering the plane and hit with a 3-month concurrent sentence for assault. The court did not impose any compensation order. The Typhoon fighters caused sonic booms as they flew to meet the plane and escorted it back to Stansted in June. The sonic booms triggered panic in Essex, with police receiving multiple calls. Steve Heapy, CEO of Jet2.com and Jet2 Holidays, said, "We welcome today's decision and we are pleased to see the courts taking the issue of disruptive passenger behaviour as seriously as we do." Miss Haynes' behaviour was one of the most serious cases of disruptive passenger behaviour that we have experienced. It is evident that excessive alcohol consumption was a contributing factor for this incident. We have been leading the industry to tackle the issue of drinking to excess in the airport before flying, as well as the illicit consumption of duty-free alcohol on board the aircraft for some time. As a never busy summer approaches, we look forward to continuing to work with the government and our partners across the industry to ensure that everyone has an enjoyable and comfortable journey without the minority spoiling it. What do you guys think of Miss Haynes' actions? And what would you do if she was on your plane going for the emergency door? I personally didn't know that you couldn't open it mid-flight, but I still would panic. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today, we look at a bouncer who claims a policeman bit his finger after a 14-hour booze-filled bender that turned violent. Christopher Holland Lumsdale, who had a budding police career, was left in tatters after he was arrested by his own colleagues outside Newcastle's Grosvenor Casino. Pictures show a bloody injury, which the victim claims was sustained when disgraced officer Mr. Holland Lumsdale saw red in December 2018. The officer was later convicted of assault at Teesside Magistrates Court and fined £383, and after unsuccessfully appealing, he quit Northumbria Police. More recently, Mr. Holland Lumsdale was banned from ever joining the police force ever again, following a misconduct hearing at Middle Edge Lane Station. Speaking from his South Tyneside home, Mr. Holland Lumsdale still maintains his innocence, and he calmly told Chronicle Live, "I will deny it until the day I die." However, his victim claims Mr. Holland Lumsdale tried to use his job to curry favour with the cops, who came to investigate and even uttered the phrase, "Do you know who I am?" He was a corky ticket. The more drunk he got, the worse he was, recalled the doorman, who asked to remain anonymous. He had been on the drink since noon and had been drinking that day for 14 hours, and he was pretty drunk, the anonymous source claimed. He was removed from the casino for his behaviour, and he had become aggressive and swearing at people. He was told to calm down, but he didn't, so the manager told him to leave. 5 minutes later, brandishing his membership card, he claims that Mr. Holland Lumsdale re-entered the casino once again, but he was ordered to leave, but the PC just wasn't having it. He decided he wanted another drink, but I told him he wasn't, so he told me to get your fucking hands off me, alleged the doorman. I said, "You need to go. You've been asked to leave twice," and then he said, "Do you know who I am?" I told them he had to go, and that if he didn't, I was paid to make him go. Unwilling to budge, the bouncer claims to have pushed the officer towards the exit, and once the pair were outside, the bouncer claims he got angrier and angrier, and I mean to the point where he was raging. It was like he was possessed or something. However, the doorman knew CCTV was recording every second of the incident. As the fracas continued, the bouncer claimed Mr. Holland Lumsdale took a swing, missed and was pinned to the floor. Telling him to go home, the bouncer released the officer, only for things to take a dramatic turn for the worse. The bouncer continued, "I pinned him to the floor again, but this time he latched onto my thumb and it felt like he tried to bite my thumb off. The pain was incredible," added the doorman, who gave one punch to shake him off. "It broke his beak, split his eye, and he banged the back of his head, but that was it. He let go." As he held the officer down, police were called to the St. James's Boulevard Casino. When the officers arrived, the victim claims Mr. Holland Lumsdale burst into tears, claiming he'd been attacked. However, after checking the footage, Mr. Holland Lumsdale was the one placed in handcuffs. What followed was over 2 years of court hearings, trials and appeals. The victim claims that he spent over 4 hours being cross-examined by a barrister. His defence tried all sorts, claiming that he didn't bite me and that I'd put my finger in his mouth. "What planet do they live on?" claimed the bouncer. "Did I move his jaw up and down until I cut my own thumb?" The case lasted for over 2 years, largely due to an appeal lodged by Mr. Holland Lumsdale, which was dismissed in March. Mr. Holland Lumsdale was ordered to pay a further £620 in costs. He pleaded innocence all the way through, but you couldn't take away the fact that you see him attack me. I pin him to the floor, get off him and turn away, as I didn't see him as a threat and he was 5'5" and I'm 6'1", claimed the victim. I've dealt with some pretty scary characters in Newcastle, and I didn't see him as scary, but when he got off me, that's when he jumped on my back and started punching my head. That's when it started. It ended last month, when a misconduct hearing found that the 35-year-old former PC, who had already quit after his appeal failed, would have been sacked anyway, after a panel ruled he'd committed gross misconduct. The ruling means Mr. Holland Lumsdale, who had only joined the force in August 2017, is now on the police blacklist, permanently ending the student officer's police dreams. Detective Superintendent Steve Amari, head of the professional standards at North Cumbria Police, said, "We always expect officers and staff to maintain the highest standards at all times, and if anyone is found to have fallen below these, we are committed to taking appropriate action." On June 24th, the panel of a misconduct hearing chaired by the Chief Constable concluded the former student officer Christopher Holland Lumsdale, who resigned from the force in March this year, breached the standards of professional behaviour. The panel determined that, had he been a serving officer, he would have been dismissed without notice. We have also ensured he cannot rejoin the police service ever again by placing the officer on the police barred list. We want to make it clear that this behaviour was completely unacceptable. In doing so, we want to assure the public that his actions are in no way a representation of our officers and our staff, who display the highest levels of professionalism and commitment to the communities we are proud to serve. When approached for his side of the story, Mr. Holland Lumsdale accused the victim of having an agenda against the police and claims the case against him was built on falsehoods. He admitted he was devastated to lose his career, adding, "This has gone on for over 2 years and all for something I didn't do. I just want to move on with my life." However, the victim, who no longer works on the doors, dismissed the suggestion he had an issue with the police. Instead, he claims his only issue was with the thug who attacked him. "I asked him to leave and he wouldn't. It was a lawful ejection. There was nothing unpleasant about it," he added. "It was just him being annoyed that he'd been chucked out of the casino, and how dare he, as a police officer, be manhandled. He had the attitude of, 'I'm a policeman, so you can't touch me.'" So what do you think of Christopher Holland Lumsdale's situation and arrogance towards the public, and other officers thinking he, Mr. Holland Lumsdale, was above the law or was too good to get caught, and later proven thwarted lies got himself permanently thrown out of the police force for life? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a man who helped arrange the murder of a Dutch convicted killer turned crime writer has been jailed for at least 25 years. Christopher Hodges, 33, was with Martin Koch, 49, when he was shot and killed outside the Boccaccio Club in Lauren, Holland. Mr. Hodges, a member of an organised crime gang, had alerted others to Mr. Koch's location and let them know when he was leaving the club. Mr. Koch, who had been convicted of murder, had set up a blog detailing the activities of criminals. Mr. Hodges was convicted of murder following a trial at the High Court in Glasgow and sentenced to life with a minimum term of 25 years. The 33-year-old from Glasgow was also sentenced to 6 years for his involvement in serious organised crime to run concurrently with the other sentence. Prosecutors said that for almost 7 years, Mr. Hodges was involved in an organised crime group with the international reach. He was involved in the importation and supply of cocaine, firearms and ammunition, money laundering, and the setting up of a company to supply encrypted communication devices to gangs throughout the world. After Mr. Hodges was found guilty, Detective Chief Superintendent Stuart Houston described him as a dangerous individual and said his conviction is a testament to Police Scotland's commitment to relentlessly pursuing criminals who think they are untouchable or above the law. Laura Bushan, Procurator Fiscal for the Specialist Casework, said Christopher Hodges was a key member of an organised crime gang for many years, facilitating criminal behaviour which culminated in the brutal murder of Martin Koch. The conviction of Mr. Hodges was truly a collaborative and international effort, and the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service worked closely with colleagues in both Scotland and Holland to ensure Mr. Hodges answered for his actions. It is thanks to this great work with international justice colleagues that were able to prosecute Mr. Hodges. So what are your thoughts about Christopher
most of our Hudgers. Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we take a look at the case of a con woman who plundered up to £1.9 million from thousands of people she duped into paying administration fees to join bogus escort firms. Claire Miller, who was 32, placed adverts on the internet and in newspapers for companies which purported to recruit male and female escorts and chaperones, told there would be a job waiting for them once they paid the £250 administration fee up front. But no such companies existed, and Miss Miller, formerly of Liverpool, used the cash that she had received to fund her lifestyle in Málaga, Spain, where she lived. She was jailed for 3 years 9 months at Liverpool Crown Court after pleading guilty to fraud at an earlier hearing, the Crown Prosecution Service said. Prosecutors identified 40 victims, but given the amount of money that Miss Miller had amassed, they believe she could have defrauded more than 7,000 people onwards from 2007. Police recovered 33 pairs of designer shoes, most still in their wrappers, 11 designer handbags, and an expensive collection of jewellery from the home of Miss Miller, who drove a luxury Mercedes-Benz M-Class sports car. Andrew West, Crown Advocate for the CPS Central Fraud Division, said Miss Miller's tactics were willy, as she knew those applying for the jobs as escorts and chaperones were less likely to make a complaint to the police when the £250 administration fee they paid vanished into thin air. This case shows that before handing over money, people need to know exactly what they're paying for and how they're protected. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Miss Miller? Do you think a sentence of 3 years 9 months was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a forger who built a mansion in Zimbabwe whilst raking in thousands from fake marriages and benefit scams. The master forger behind one of the West Midlands' largest sham marriage scams and a £720,000 maternity allowance fraud has been jailed for a total of 17 years. Clements Margeni produced fake documents for the money-spinning rackets, which ran simultaneously for almost 4 years. The Zimbabwe-born 44-year-old father of two completed a law degree at Wolverhampton University after coming to the UK in 2006, and claimed to earn £30,000 a year from his role in a shipping business. But the graphics expert pocketed more cash by selling forged paperwork to others involved in the two frauds, whilst using 8 bank accounts under false names to collect at least £55,000 from bogus maternity allowance claims for himself. Meanwhile, he and his Zimbabwean wife, Paula Chikua, aged 37, also part of the swindle, had a mansion built in their home country. The gang made at least 165 fake maternity applications between May 2011 and August 2015, pocketing £450,000, but would have collected £720,000 if a considerable number had not been spotted as phony by the Department of Work and Pensions officials and rejected. Henry Basra, the alleged brains behind the operation, was interviewed by investigators, but fled the country before he could be arrested, and he is now thought to be in Malawi. Hundreds of bogus documents involving both the swindle and the sham marriage racket were found on a computer discovered at the home of Mr. Marageni in Western Road, Bilston. But the maternity allowance conspiracy was still under investigation when the other case went to trial. Mr. Marageni was a key player in the bogus marriage fraud, creating fake histories in a bid to help at least 45 West Africans to stay in the country illegally through bogus weddings. Czech and Slovakian people allegedly working and living in the UK were paid to tie the knot. He was jailed for 10 years when convicted of the fraud following a trial in October 2016, and now a further 7 years has been added to the term after he was found guilty of being at the heart of the maternity allowance racket. Mr. Harpreet Sandhu, prosecuting, said he was more than just a facilitator of criminal activity, he was directly engaging with it. Personal details of almost 30 people working with one of the gang were used on fake benefit claims, which were laundered through the bank accounts of others, among the dozen people convicted of involvement in the fraud. Bogus application forms were submitted with a forged maternity certificate, confirming either a pregnancy or birth, apparently signed by a member of a GP practice with an official stamp meant to prove the document's authenticity. This included the personal identification number of the alleged signatory who knew nothing about it. Bogus payslips were sent with the form in a bid to trick officials into believing the applicant met the basic requirement of having worked for at least 26 of the 66 weeks immediately preceding the birth. Judge Barry Berlin said, while passing the latest sentence on Mr. Marigeni, "You are a clever, devious, thoroughly dishonest man. This was a well-organised and ruthless fraud against the public purse, and you were one of the prime movers." The defendant's wife, Ms. Chikawa, was jailed for 3 years after using the name of a cousin to set up 2 bank accounts into which money from the scam was paid out, but made the mistake of settling her own rent with some of the cash. The judge told her, "You built a house in Zimbabwe, and I am quite satisfied that that was the motivation for your involvement. You assisted your husband when you knew he was at the heart of the web." Another of those jailed was former Blackpool and Zimbabwean national team footballer Liberty Masunda from Mapleton Road, now a clinical engineer in Somerset, who received a 3-year jail sentence for his involvement in the conspiracy. Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a prolific Derby criminal with more than 64 previous offences to his name punched a prison guard over a dispute about who and why he could call while in custody. Derby Crown Court heard how Clint Randall escaped immediate custody when he placed a Kinder Egg of drugs in his backside. On that occasion he was given a get out of jail free card when a judge in Derby handed him a suspended sentence. But the Allington 28-year-old soon found himself in HMP Nottingham after being remanded on a new charge, and on his first night back there he punched a prison officer in the face. Jailing him for 4 months, Judge Jonathan Bennett said, "You have a dreadful record. You understand that, and when you were handed a suspended sentence, it would have been made abundantly clear what would happen to you if you committed another offence. Assaulting an emergency worker, whether it is a police officer, a prison officer or anyone else working in a similar profession, is a serious offence and attracts a sentence of custody. You have to go into custody, however, it will be for a relatively short period." Lucy Jones, prosecuting, said, "Mr. Randall's criminal record stretches back to 2004, when he was just aged 12 years old. She said some of the previous convictions he has include robbery, burglary, drugs, theft, indecent exposure, and assaulting occasioning actual bodily harm. Miss Jones said he was handed a suspended sentence for drug dealing, dating back to 2019, when police executed a warrant at a house in North Cumberland Street, Normanton, and found Mr. Randall inside, sweating profusely and surrounded by weapons. He then tried to secrete the Kinder Egg full of drugs up his bottom. Miss Jones said 2 months after he received that suspended sentence, he was on remand at HMP Nottingham. It was shower time and he became aggressive and threatening towards staff. One officer went to him as he advanced. The defendant punched him straight in the face. So what are your thoughts about Clint Randall? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at the musician whose real name is Courtney Freckleton used the encrypted messaging platform EncroChat to contact an unknown exporter referred to as Microbird to arrange large-scale shipments of the drug. Boilers were used to smuggle some of the cannabis from Poland, Harrow Crown Court was told. Nines, who topped the UK album chart with his third studio release Crabs in a Bucket, appeared at the court in northwest London with Jason Thompson, 35, where they both admitted to conspiring to import cannabis into the UK from Poland and Spain. They also pleaded guilty to conspiring to transfer criminal cash. The pair successfully imported some cannabis, but a second attempt failed, the court was told. Prosecutor Genevieve Reed said the money laundering charge was linked to a £98,000 debt, the value of the cannabis, and the use of Bitcoin to purchase it. The two men were arrested as part of police raids across London, Boreham, Hertfordshire, following on from the infiltration of EncroChat, which was used by organised crime networks around the world. The network had been based in France before it was shut down after being hacked by investigators. When Judge Rosa Dean sentenced both Nines of Barbican, Central London, and Mr. Thompson of Barnet, North London, to 28 months in jail, she said, "What a waste of all of that talent to be sat in Wormwood scrubs." Nines was known as Big Boss to his co-conspirators and referred to cannabis as Cali in his messages, the court heard. The 31-year-old musician was previously jailed for 18 months for possession of cannabis with intent to supply. The star, originally from Harlesden, northwest London, won the Mobile Award for Best Hip Hop Act the previous year. His third album, which beat Metallica to #1 when it was released, was also named Album of the Year despite fierce competition from the likes of Stormzy, J Hus and others. The rapper found fame with his 2017 debut album 1 Foot Out, which reached #4 in the charts. His songs have racked up millions of listens on the streaming platforms, and he has collaborated with the likes of Dave, Ray BLK and SL. So what are your thoughts about Nines and his attempts to purchase and import cannabis into the UK? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a married couple who dealt Class A drugs out of their hair salon have been jailed. Police found a sports bag containing Class A drugs with a street value of £5,520 hidden in the storeroom at the At Diamond Hair Salon in Gloucester, managed by Corton and Stacey Ann Cunningham. A search of the couple's home yielded £61,555 in their bedside cabinet, under the bed and in a jacket in the wardrobe. As well as this, officers found a large quantity of heroin and crack cocaine in a blender, glass dish and cling film wraps also hidden in the bottom of the wardrobe. The Cunninghams of Hillcock Close appeared at Gloucester Crown Court, where they were sentenced for being involved in the supply and sale of Class A drugs. Corton, 38, was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison after pleading guilty to possession of criminal property and possession with intent to supply heroin and crack cocaine. Stacey Ann, 39, was found guilty of possessing criminal property and encouraging or assisting the commission of an offence, and received a 2-year sentence which was suspended for 2 years, as well as a community order. Officers first became aware of the couple when Corton was stopped by plain-clothed officers in the Barton area after suspicious activity was spotted around his car. Corton fled from officers and he was detained a short while afterwards following a pursuit. Officers conducted searches of Corton's car and he was found in possession of £1,050 in £50 notes, along with 2 burner phones and a smartphone. He was subsequently arrested on suspicion of being concerned in the supply of Class A drugs. Officers continued searches in his car before finding paperwork which attributed him to Diamond Hair Salon and products, and inquiries found that he ran the business along with his wife Stacey Ann. The business and the Cunninghams' home were then searched. Searches were also conducted on Stacey Ann's car, and officers found £550 in £50 notes. Investigating officer Amy Wilson said, in total, the drugs which were recovered as part of the investigation are believed to have an estimated street value of around £41,910. We believe that Corton was using the hair salon to store the drugs that he would later sell without being noticed, and I am pleased that we have been able to put this to a stop. I hope that our investigation and this conviction shows Gloucestershire Constabulary's dedication to tackling drug dealing. So what are your thoughts about Corton and Stacey Ann Cunningham? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Welcome to Street Crime UK. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Former Crown Prosecution Service CPS employee who was found guilty of passing a highly sensitive intelligent material to an organised crime gang has been sentenced to 9 years in prison. Rachel Simpson, who was 39 from Newport, had admitted to 29 counts of an unauthorised access of a computer system and 2 counts of misconduct in a public office when she appeared before Cardiff Crown Court. She was found to have made repeated searches on the CPS and Crown Court computers that related to cases that she had no involvement in before passing that information on to gangs, describing her actions as inexplicable. The court heard how Miss Simpson first began her illegal searches after she entered into a relationship with a man involved in serious organised crime. Miss Simpson is said to have accessed the files between 2016 and 2020, passing files onto the gang leaders via a third party. Miss Simpson, a mother of one, was caught after officers from the regional organised crime unit known as Terrain hacked and encrypted a chat between high-level drug dealers. Upon finding a picture of a highly classified CPS document, Miss Simpson was arrested in June 2020. Police initially investigated a very limited number of people who would have had access to such classified documents before finding Miss Simpson to be the leak. Prosecutor Mr. Temkin said the defendant abused her position to research and obtain sensitive information about prominent criminals and organised crimes investigations in South Wales. She did so by unauthorised access to the Crown Prosecution Service computer system and the Crown Court digital system. He continued, many of the cases accessed by the defendant were handled by the Crown Prosecution Service Complex Case Unit, which deals with the most serious, sensitive or complex cases. The defendant has never worked in that unit and it should have been inaccessible to her. He went on to explain that the defendant's actions were uncovered by Terrain officers who had hacked and encrypted an EncroChat messaging system, a messaging service regularly used by criminals due to its safe nature at the time. Although it is not known the specific number of searches which were undertaken, Miss Simpson was found to have passed information on following searches on 2 specific cases. Mr. Temkin said, as part of an EncroChat conversation, the National Crime Agency discovered photographs of a sensitive and privileged police document that had been sent from one criminal to another. Both of these criminals were involving in multi-kilo trafficking of Class A drugs. The defendant provided material to the third parties rather than directly to the criminal fraternity. Two people have been jailed and 3 guns have been taken off the street after police stopped the car in South London. Officers stopped the car in Thornlaw Road, West Norwood on April 10, 2022 while out on an operation and found a loaded revolver in a handbag of the driver's seat. The driver, Renee Cox, 21 of Stockwell Road, Brixton, and the passenger, Donnell Morgan, 22 of Crosby Walk, Brixton, were both arrested. Mr. Morgan's DNA was run through the National Police database, linking it to 2 other guns that officers had recovered from a property in Lambeth on March 31st, 2022. 2 sawn-off shotguns and 112 rounds of ammunition were found hidden in a cupboard at a property in Crosby Walk. At the time of the raid, the property was unoccupied and there was no registered tenants. Mr. Morgan was charged with 3 counts of possession of firearm with intent to danger life and 2 counts of possession of ammunition with intent to danger life. Miss Cox was charged with 1 count of possession of firearms with intent to danger life and 1 count of possession of ammunition with intent to danger life in relation to the revolver in the handbag. Mr. Morgan was sentenced at Croydon Crown Court to 16 years, 4 of which will be served on licence, and Miss Cox was sentenced to 5 years. Detective Constable Harry Ford from the Met Specialist Crime Command said, as police officers, we regularly see the grave consequences of gun crime, and across the Met, we are committed to reducing violence on the streets of London. I am pleased that this proactive operation has resulted in 3 potentially lethal weapons being taken out of the hands of 2 very dangerous offenders. A gang who stripped lead from a string of Norfolk churches as part of a nationwide crime wave which caused £1.25 million in damage have been jailed after an international manhunt. The 3 men are thought to have targeted as many as 40 churches in a 7-month spree spanning 10 countries. They were finally caught after a church warden spotted them leaving the scene of one of their raids and followed them in a car, providing police with updates to allow officers to intercept them. When they were stopped, all 3 were packed into the front seat of their cars, with the rear of their cars full of lead sheets. The men were arrested, sparking a grueling 6-year police investigation, Operation Dastardly, which eventually unravelled the trail of their destruction. The gang were based in Edmonton area of London, but between April and November 2016, had carried out raids over a huge area of southern and eastern England, targeting rural and isolated churches. They would commit the offences in the early hours of the morning and then travel back to the capital, where they would weigh in their stolen lead at the scrapyard. In total, they received around £70,000 for the metal, but the damage caused to the historic buildings was more than 1.25 million. In October and November 2016, they travelled to Norfolk, where they stole from the St Andrews in Blicking, St Andrews in Deerfound, St Benedict's in Hornick, and All Saints in Scotto. They also stole from 2 churches in Suffolk at around the same time, the St Mary's in Yaxley and the All Saints in Great Glamour. Other areas which were covered by their crime wave included Northamptonshire, which they did 11 churches, Thames Valley, in which they did 8, Leicestershire, in which they did 5, Cambridgeshire, they did another 5, Bedfordshire they did 2, in Wiltshire they did 1, and in Hampshire they did 1. They were eventually caught in Lincolnshire, where they had another 5 offences, and that is where the church warden actually spotted them. DC Andrew Woodcock, who led the investigation, said, "The courage of the church warden and his wife gave us a huge head start. Without that, it would have taken us longer to track and find them." During the investigation, 2 of the offenders had fled overseas, triggering an international search. Detectives eventually found one of the offenders in Austria and the other in Romania. They were both arrested in November 2019 on European arrest warrants and extradited back to the UK, where they pled guilty to a combined 55 offences. Police were able to piece together their case through a combination of mobile phone data, ANPR evidence, and records of payments to the scrapyard. Central to the investigation was a mobile phone seized from one of the offenders who was in Romania, which contained an archive of material relating to research on churches, including Google Street View images. From these images, 17 different churches were identified, many which had suffered thefts. Evidence on the phone also included data extracted from a satellite navigation image and searches of hundreds of churches. Gigi Pradaru, who was identified as the main organiser, was sentenced to 6 years and 1 month in prison. Laurenetu Rebecca was sentenced to 4 years and 10 months in 2019. The third member, 26-year-old Madeline Gabriel Pradaru from Redbridge Lane, East Ilford, was not convicted until 2023, when the full scale of the gang's operation was revealed for the first time. Madeline Gabriel Pradaru, who was found guilty of 18 lead theft charges, appeared at Lincoln Crown Court and received a 24-month community order. The judge also awarded £350 of public money to the church warden, who was said to be instrumental in catching the group. Altogether, the group was charged with 100 thefts or attempted thefts from 40 different churches, resulting in 73 convictions. DC Woodcock said, "This was a painstaking inquiry into a large-scale organised criminality. The thieves caused significant distress to local communities of the churches they targeted. Some of those churches years later are still completing repairs." Mark Harrison from Historic England said, "Removing large areas of lead or copper from roofs has significant emotional and financial impact on those communities who care and maintain our historic church buildings. This form of criminal behaviour can result in irreversible loss and damage, which is why tackling this problem is so important." Today's video has been sponsored by FlexiSpot, a leading brand dedicated to providing ergonomic solutions for your workspace. They're committed to creating products that promote healthier work habits and improve your overall well-being. They have asked us to review a product that they have to offer. Introducing the Standing Desk Premium Series E7 by FlexiSpot, the ultimate choice for those who are looking to revolutionize their work experience. This state-of-the-art Scurabridge is designed to improve your well-being, boost productivity, and seamlessly blend into any modern workspace. Discover the E7's unmatched stability and ultra-smooth whisper-quiet motor system, allowing you to effortlessly transition between sitting and standing positions at a touch of a button. Say goodbye to a sedentary lifestyle and hello to a healthier, more attractive work routine. Make it your own with a wide range of customizable desktop materials, colours and sizes to perfectly fit your style and workplace. The E7 also features an advanced cable management system, ensuring your workspace remains organised and clutter-free. But that's not all. The FlexiSpot Standing Desk E7 comes with a built-in USB charging port and a convenient storage solution. With FlexiSpot, you're not just investing in a high quality product, but also supporting a healthier lifestyle and increased productivity. So why wait? Elevate your workspace with the FlexiSpot Standing Desk Premium E7 and experience the difference yourself. Visit flexispot.co.uk to explore their range of ergonomic products and see why the FlexiSpot Standing E7 desk is one that you should definitely consider picking. Transform your work life today with FlexiSpot. Thank you again for FlexiSpot for sponsoring today's video.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a prolific Nottingham criminal known for walking around the city dressed as the Joker has been jailed after dropping a bowling ball on a council worker's head, leaving them with permanent brain damage. Damien Hammond was high on the drug Mamba when he targeted his victim, who was collecting and discarding a TV left in the street. The 31-year-old shouted from his flat that he wanted the item before dropping the ball, wrapping in a pair of jeans from his first floor window 14 feet up. He was found guilty of causing grievous bodily harm with intent following a trial at Nottingham Crown Court. Judge James Sampson sentenced him to 16 years in prison. "You are a volatile individual who will almost certainly offend again," he said before labelling the crime a wicked act. The incident left the council worker with a fractured skull and caused a brain hemorrhage. After it, Mr. Hammond of Strelly Road in the city's Bilborough area engaged in a 2-hour standoff with police, threatening to kill anyone who attempted to get into his flat. After eventually setting himself on fire, he jumped out of the window where he was arrested by police. Prosecutors said Mr. Hammond, who has a history of mental health problems, had committed more than 100 offences over the last 19 years, dating back to when he was just 12 years old. Among them was a 12-month prison sentence for wounding. In a statement released after the sentencing, Detective Constable Sarah Gregg of Nottinghamshire Police said evidence proved that when he dropped the heavy bowling ball from his first floor window, he was fully aware that the council workers were under the window and he intended to hurt one of them. I would like to pay special thanks to the victim and his very supportive family, who have had their lives changed by the incident and have been living with the consequences of a terrible act. So what are your thoughts about Damien Hammond? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a violent, cowardly bully who broke his girlfriend's eye socket and cheekbone, then later hurled paint. Damien Rich broke into an ex-partner's home at night and completely trashed the house when off his head on cocaine. Whilst on bail for that burglary, Mr. Rich started dating another woman who tried to kill herself 3 times after his vile abuse. Liverpool Crown Court heard Mr. Rich was in a relationship with woman A for 8 months in 2019 and 2020, but this ended as a result of his violence towards her. Nick Cockerell, prosecuting, said a domestic violence protection order was imposed, but Mr. Rich was jailed 8 weeks in July 2020 for breaching it. By September 2020, the couple had split up, but he was constantly trying to contact her and speak to her, despite her blocking all his known contact details. Woman A went to stay at her mum's on September 4th, 2020, but when she woke up at 7 AM, she had missed a call from the concerned neighbour. A large stone had been thrown through her front window. Pictures and mirrors were smashed, there was glass everywhere, and in her bedroom, Mr. Rich left a note saying, "You were just a slag." Her neighbour had seen Mr. Rich outside at around 2 AM, calling her a slag and a fat bitch, and he cut himself during the raid, leaving his blood at the scene. Mr. Rich was arrested and interviewed, but exercised his right to silence and was released on police bail on November 11th. Mr. Rich started seeing woman B in September, who said they both worked at a convenience store in Wallasey, but while staying at a hotel on December 23rd, they argued about Mr. Rich having a relationship with another woman. Mr. Cockerell said woman B went to walk out of the room, but Mr. Rich stood in her way. He said she pushed past him and he reacted by punching her once in the face. She described it as a proper punch, which resulted in her seeing stars and knocking her to the floor. When she woke up, she couldn't feel that side of her face. Woman B went to hospital, but told doctors she had hit her face on a metal chair, which had caused bruising and a bleed on her left eye. Mr. Cockerell said an x-ray revealed she had suffered depressed fractures in the left lower margin of the eye socket and left cheekbone arch. The victim returned to work, but CCTV cameras showed Mr. Rich enter the store on Boxing Day, go behind the till, grab her and push her into some boxes, when her eye injury was still clearly visible. Over the next few days, Mr. Rich sent her texts including, "I am gonna break your face for you. You think you're funny? Where did you go last night? I'm gonna punch your head in, you fat mess. And, you fat mutt, I'm gonna ruin your slag. You was in the taxi, you slut. I'll be in soon and I'm gonna knock you out." On December 29th, he carried out another assault, again captured on CCTV. Mr. Cockrell said in what was clearly a planned attack, he arrived in a taxi, strode into the shop with a tin of paint and proceeded to throw it over woman B. This happened whilst a colleague looked on in horror. A friend of woman B called police after seeing photos of her injuries, but Mr. Rich again remained silent when arrested and interviewed. Mr. Rich of Conway Street, Birkenhead, admitted burglary with intent to cause damage 2 weeks before a trial. He admitted assault causing actual bodily harm on the opening day of a trial, having previously admitted harassment, 2 counts of battery and 2 counts of criminal damage. Mr. Cockrell said woman A made a statement in which she tried to minimise the impact of the burglary and take blame for it. Woman B read out a statement in court explaining she had already suffered from anxiety, depression and emotionally unstable personality disorder. She told the court since Mr. Rich's abuse she had tried to kill herself 3 times and had her medication increased. Woman B said, "I suffer vivid flashbacks. I feel like I'm being attacked by Damien Rich. I'm in a constant state of high alert." The woman said she was awaiting a diagnosis of PTSD but stopped getting treatment for her facial fractures. She added, "I can't feel my teeth. I've lost feeling in my jaw and I just can't face going back and explaining it again." Mr. Rich has 20 previous convictions for 28 offences, including wounding, attempted robbery, and possessing an offensive weapon and assaulting emergency workers. Anna Buke, defending, said the hotel attack was a gross overreaction by Mr. Rich to being pushed by woman B. She said he suffered from depression and ADHD from a young age, witnessed domestic violence. Ms. Duke said it's not unusual for young men who have seen domestic violence from a young age to therefore become the perpetrator themselves. She said Mr. Rich, who had been in custody for 9.5 months, described his own actions as disgusting and disgraceful. Judge Andrew Menery, QC, told Mr. Rich, "The circumstances of this offending seem to indicate that you are violent, a cowardly bully who has an appalling attitude currently towards others, especially women with whom you are having a relationship." He added all of these offences are seriously aggravated because they arise out of and amount to domestic abuse. The judge said Mr. Rich told a probation officer the burglary at woman A's home happened because at the time you were off your head on cocaine and it felt in some way she was being disloyal or unfaithful to you. He said, "She says you are someone who needs help and are not all bad." Judge Menery said Mr. Rich left woman B with facial fractures and potential nerve damage, sent her vile threatening messages, and throwing paint over her was just shocking. He said, "You plainly have a poor family background with a history of you yourself being the victim of abuse and violence with a lack of real support. It may well be has made you something of a person you are today, but your record of past offences of violence cannot be ignored." Judge Menery jailed him for 3 years and 9 months and made an indefinite restraining order to protect woman B. So what are your thoughts about Damien Rich and how he struggles with substance abuse and mental health, which leads to domestic abuse, which he also witnessed as a child? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we're going to take a look at a man who killed his estranged wife in a house fire in Harlesden, northwest London. He has been found guilty of murder and arson with intent to endanger life. Damien Simmons, who was 45 and of no fixed address, was convicted at the Old Bailey and he will be up for sentencing on the 22nd of September. The jury was told how Mr. Simmons deliberately started a fire at a residential property in Alric Avenue in the early hours of Thursday the 16th of April 2020. Denise Keane Simmons, who was aged 36 at the time, was inside the property at the time and was found suffering serious injuries. She was taken to hospital but was unfortunately pronounced dead when she arrived at the hospital. The court was told how Damien and Denise Simmons had been married since 2019 and were in a relationship which broke down in the months before Denise's death. The separation caused Mr. Simmons to begin a campaign of abuse and torment against his former partner. In the hours before her death, on the evening of Wednesday the 15th of April 2020, Mr. Simmons had posted an intimate photo of Denise on Instagram. At around 10:30 that night, he was captured on CCTV buying a can of petrol from a petrol station in Hornsey Rise. Denise had reported the Instagram image to the police, and officers went to her address shortly after midnight on the 16th of April 2020 to take a statement from her. They stayed for around an hour, leaving Denise in the care of a friend who was staying at the property. During this time, Mr. Simmons had boarded a bus and travelled to Housden, where he was hiding near Denise's property. At around 2 in the morning, he was seen on CCTV pouring petrol through the letterbox into the house. He also used a panel of wood to smash the glass window before climbing into the property. A short time later, the fire had started and was spreading throughout the address. Emergency services were called and firefighters entered the property. They found Denise suffering serious injuries and in an upstairs bedroom. She was taken to hospital and subsequently pronounced dead. A post-mortem examination carried out on the 22nd of April 2020 gave her cause of death as severe burns and smoke inhalation. Further analysis suggested that Mr. Simmons had poured petrol over her body. Mr. Simmons was found lying in the garden beneath the bathroom window. He is also thought to have jumped from the property. He was arrested at the scene and taken to hospital with minor burn injuries before being taken into custody. He told officers and various doctors that he had only intended to harm himself when he started the fire. Detective Chief Inspector Neil John from the Specialist Crime Command Unit said, "My thoughts remain with Denise's family and friends. I hope today's outcome can offer them some degree of comfort, knowing that her killer has been brought to justice. Denise was clearly loved by all, and this tragic incident has affected many people far and wide. The actions of Damien Simmons that night were calculated, and the jury has come to the conclusion that he set out that night not just to kill himself as he claimed, but to kill Denise. His actions were both selfless and reckless. He cruelly took away Denise's future and could have easily caused serious harm to the other woman inside the property and adjoining households. This type of behaviour, unfortunately, epitomises extreme domestic violence, and I would urge anyone who feels they may be in such a relationship to contact the police or our partners, who will be able to help take positive action and provide the necessary support and advice. A referral was made to the Independent Office of Police Conduct in relation to previous police contact with the victim prior to her death. We are currently waiting to see the findings of the IOPC's investigation. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Simmons? What do you believe is an appropriate sentence for the judge to give for this crime? Do you agree with the jury that Mr. Simmons had set out that night, not just to hurt himself, but to hurt others? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and you enjoy Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and press the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at two brothers who have been sentenced to a total of 43 years in prison for smuggling illegal firearms into the UK. 30-year-old Daniel Burdett and Richard Burdett, 35, both from Liverpool, were convicted of arranging the importation of 16 pistols and automatic weapons, along with live ammunition and sound moderators. In early 2018, Border Force found a stash of weapons and accessories hidden in a HGV lorry spread across 2 trips to Dover Killinghome docks. The National Crime Agency investigation identified that the organised crime network responsible was using the corrupt truck drivers to smuggle firearms and ammunition from the Netherlands into the UK. Both brothers were linked to seizures through the DNA and the fingerprints on the weapons and their wrapping. Richard Burdett, who was arrested in the UK but fled to the Netherlands whilst on police bail. He was located with the assistance of Dutch law enforcement partners, arrested and extradited back to the UK in July 2019. Daniel Burdett was also tracked down to the Netherlands, where he was living at the time. He had fled the UK 5 years previously after being linked to a drugs conspiracy by Merseyside police. He was detained by Dutch police on a European arrest warrant on Christmas Day 2019, as he sat down to eat his Christmas dinner at a 5-star restaurant in The Hague. Daniel was extradited back to the UK by NCA officers to face trial alongside his brother, and the pair were found guilty of the importation of firearms and ammunition on the 19th of August at Manchester Crown Court. Richard was also convicted of the possession of fraudulent UK passports. In addition, Daniel also pleaded guilty to conspiring to supply cocaine in connection to the Merseyside police investigation. At the same court, Daniel Burdett received 25 years in prison and Richard was sentenced to 18. NCA branch commander Richard Harrison said, "Had this significant quantity of lethal weapons reached the criminal marketplace, there is no doubt they would have been used to inflict violence and fear in our communities and put the British public in serious danger." The successful prosecution of the Burdett brothers demonstrates that the commitment of the NCA and its partners in disrupting the supply chains of illegal firearms and identifying the organised criminals behind them. I would like to thank the Border Force, the Dutch Police, the Royal Dutch Military Police, the KMAR, and Merseyside Police for their excellent cooperation over the course of the investigation, which has enabled us to bring them to justice. Thank you for joining us today. What are your opinions on the crimes committed by the Burdett brothers? Do you think a sentence of 25 years and 18 years was too harsh or not harsh enough? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share, and if you're new to the channel and want to see more Street Crime UK content, hit subscribe and press that bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a getaway driver who committed 2 early morning cash machine robberies in Stockton and has been handed an 18-year prison sentence. Daniel McBride denied being part of the 2-man operation that threatened security guards until they handed over cassettes containing hundreds of thousands of pounds of cash meant for in-store ATM machines. Prosecutor Christopher Baker told at Teesside Crown Court that the 2 robberies were carried out in exactly the same way. A security van containing between £1 and £2 million in notes left Manchester at 5:15 AM on October the 10th, 2020. The unassuming driver didn't realise a car began to follow him from Tadcaster. The van stopped in Stockton at 6:45 AM, where the security guard went to the Premier store on Oxbridge Lane. CCTV footage shows the cash operator in full protective gear as he went in and out of the shop, unloading and refilling the ATM machine. On his 3rd journey into the store, 2 men in balaclavas ran in. One was holding a pickaxe and he raised it at the cash operator and ordered him to open the ATM machine. The cash operator handed over 2 cassettes containing £100,000 cash before one of the men threatened to smash his head in if he followed them out of the shop. The 2 men ran out and got into the back of a waiting Vauxhall Insignia, which was followed at high speed by a Corsa. The cassette cases were later found dumped by the side of the A67 near Kilvington. The cassette cases were later found dumped by the side of the A67 near Kirk Levington. Police later found that the Vauxhall Insignia had false number plates and had been stolen from an address in Leeds. The second ATM robbery was on December the 2nd, 2020. at the one-stop shop on Station Road, Eaglescliffe. Again, CCTV footage shows the security van was followed from Leeds by two vehicles. The cash operator was refilling the cash cassettes in the shop's ATM around 7 AM when two men wearing balaclavas burst into the shop. They warned the shopkeeper to stay back and headed for the cash machine. In a statement to the court, the cash operator said that he froze in fear as the men held up a machete and an axe and demanded cash. He said that he was shaking and kept making mistakes as he tried to open the cash machine. He tried to shut the security door on them, but one of the robbers waved his machete at him as if to strike him with it. The cash operator pressed the panic alarm and handed over a cassette containing £60,000 in cash. The men ran out into a waiting blue Seat Leon. The getaway car was later found on fire in Eaglescliffe, where local residents battled to extinguish it. Police found that it had been stolen from a West Yorkshire address back in March 2020. The court heard that police found a discarded receipt in the Seat Leon, which was from Farm Foods in Seacroft in Leeds. CCTV showed Mr McBride of Ironwood Crescent in Seacroft, Leeds, at the entrance to the Farm Foods at the time and date when the receipt was issued. Forensic examination of the machete showed McBride's DNA along with the DNA of 2 unknown others. Mr McBride pleaded guilty on 2 counts of robbery and 1 count of possession of a bladed article. He refused to name the other 2 men who carried out the robberies with him. Defending McBride, Michael Collins told the court that the 37-year-old is scared to give the names of his accomplices. He's worried about the reprisals to his partner and children. Michael Collins said although Mr McBride did have a long criminal history for theft and burglary, his offending stopped after 2004 when he kicked his drug habit. However, he was jailed in Egypt in 2017 for 4 days, accused of crimes that he was never charged with. Mr McBride said that he was attacked in prison during those 4 days and has been left with PTSD. On arriving home, he fell back into drugs and a debt. He claims he was pressured by dealers to take part in the robberies to pay back what he owed. What do you think about Mr McBride's cash machine raids? And do you think he was really afraid of his partner? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe. Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we're looking at Daniel John Morgan, who was a British private investigator that was murdered with an axe in a pub car park in Sydenham, London in 1987. Despite several Metropolitan Police investigations and arrests and a trial, the crime remains unsolved. An independent review into the handling of the investigation of Morgan's killing was published in 2021. It found that the Met Police had a form of institutional corruption which had concealed or denied failings in the case. At the time of his death, Morgan worked for Southern Investigations, a company he had founded with his business partner Jonathan Rees. Rees was arrested in April 1987 on suspicion of murder, along with Morgan's future replacement at Southern. Detective Sergeant Sid Fillery and 2 brothers, Glenn and Gary Vian, were all released without charge. Over the next 3 decades, several additional police inquiries were conducted. In 2009, Rees, Fillery and the Vian brothers and a builder, James Cook, appeared at the Old Bailey charged with Morgan's murder. The trial collapsed in 2011 after evidence obtained from supergrasses was deemed inadmissible by the court. Shortly after the case, the activities of Rees as a private investigator became the centre of allegations concerning the conduct of journalists at the now defunct News of the World newspaper. Morgan's unsolved murder has been described by Jeanette Arnold, a former Labour co-op politician who served as chair of the London Assembly, as a reminder of the culture of corruption and unaccountability within the Metropolitan Police. The profile of the case has been raised by investigative journalist Peter Jukes, who released a podcast and book about the murder in conjunction with Alistair Morgan, Daniel's brother. Daniel Morgan was born on the 3rd of November 1949 in Singapore. The son of an army officer, he grew up with an elder brother and younger sister in Monmouthshire, Wales, where he attended agricultural college in Usk before spending time in Denmark. Mr. Morgan had an exceptional memory for small details, such as car registration numbers, and in 1984 he set up a detective agency, Southern Investigation, in Thornton Heath, southern Greater London. He married in his late 20s and moved to London, where he and his wife settled and had 2 children. At the time of his murder, Mr. Morgan was having an affair with a woman named Margaret Harrison and had met her at 6:30 p.m. at a wine bar in Thornton Heath shortly before the murder. On the 10th of March 1987, after having a drink with Jonathan Rees, his partner in Southern Investigations, at the Golden Lion pub in Sydenham, 37-year-old Morgan was found dead in the pub car park next to his car. He was found by a BBC sound producer lying face up with an axe embedded in his head. Although a watch had been stolen, his wallet had been left and a large sum of money was still in his jacket pocket. The pocket of his trousers had been torn open and notes he had earlier been seen writing were missing. Detective Sergeant Sid Fillery, based at Catford Police Station, was assigned to the case, but had not revealed to superiors that he had been working unofficially for Southern Investigation. In April 1987, 6 individuals, including Fillery and Reese, the brothers of Glenn and Gary Vian, and 2 Metropolitan Police officers, were arrested on suspicion of murder. At the inquest into Morgan's death in April 1988, it was alleged that Mr. Reese, after disagreements with Morgan, told Kevin Lennon, an accountant at Southern Investigation, that officers at Catford Police Station, who were friends of his, were either going to murder Mr. Morgan or would arrange it, and that Mr. Fillery would replace Mr. Morgan as Mr. Reese's partner. When asked, Reese denied murdering Morgan. Mr. Fillery, who had retired from the Metropolitan Police on medical grounds and joined Southern Investigations as Mr. Reese's business partner, was alleged by witnesses to have tampered with evidence and attempted to interfere with witnesses during the inquiry. The murder of Stephen Lawrence in 1993 and subsequent reports on police conduct further brought insight into the ongoing police corruption in South East London. In the years following Morgan's death, 4 police inquiries were conducted. There were allegations of police corruption, drug trafficking and robbery. During an initial Metropolitan Police inquiry, Mr. Reese and Mr. Fillery were questioned, but both denied involvement in the murder. The Hampshire Inquiry's 1989 report into the Police Complaints Authority stated that no evidence whatsoever had been found of police involvement in the murder. Mr. Fillery retired from the Metropolitan Police on medical grounds and took over Morgan's position as Mr. Reese's partner at Southern Investigations. In 1998, the Metropolitan Police Deputy Assistant Commissioner Roy Clark secretly conducted an intelligence gathering operation with potential links to the murder, during which Southern Investigations' office was bugged by a known police informant. In December 2000, Mr. Reese was found guilty of conspiring to plant cocaine on an innocent woman to discredit her in a child custody battle, and sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for attempting to pervert the course of justice. When the Morgan family called for disclosure of the 1989 Hampshire Police report, Mr. Clark imposed very restrictive conditions. In the 4th inquiry, which took place from 2002 to 2003, a suspect's car from Glenn Vian's house were bugged and conversations recorded. As a result of the inquiry, the Metropolitan Police obtained evidence that linked a number of individuals to the murder, but the Crown Prosecution Service decided that the evidence was insufficient to prosecute anyone. After the Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Ian Blair declared the first police inquiry involving Mr. Fillery was compromised, a secret 5th inquiry, or 4th according to the independent panel report's terminology in 2021, began. Detective Superintendent David Cook was appointed to head an inquiry to review the evidence. Mr. Cook described the murder as one of the worst kept secrets in South London, claiming that a whole mass of people knew the identity of at least some of those involved. He said that efforts had been made to blacken Mr. Morgan's character, and dismissed claims that Mr. Morgan might have been killed after an affair with a client, or because of involvement with Colombian drug dealers. Mr. Morgan's brother, Alistair, who had been critical of police inaction and incompetence, expressed confidence in Mr. Cook. In 2006, Jeanette Arnold, a member of the Metropolitan Police Authority and Alistair Morgan's London Assembly constituency representative, described the unsolved murder as a reminder of the old police culture of corruption and unaccountability in London. Police arrested Mr. Reese and Mr. Fillery once again, along with Mr. Glenn and Mr. Gary Vian, and a builder named James Cook, all on suspicion of murder, as well as a serving police officer suspected of leaking information. Mr. Fillery was arrested on suspicion of attempting to pervert the course of justice. Alistair Morgan described it as a massive step forward. In 2009, the trial of Mr. Reese, Mr. Fillery and the Vian brothers and Mr. Cook began at the Old Bailey in February 2010. The trial judge dismissed a key Supergrass witness, and a stay of prosecution was ordered in Mr. Fillery's case. In November 2010, a second Supergrass witness was dismissed. James Cook was discharged, and in January 2011, a third Supergrass witness was dismissed. In March 2011, Director of Public Prosecution Sir Keir Starmer abandoned the case. Mr. Reese and his former brother-in-laws were acquitted, because the prosecution were unable to guarantee the defendant's right to a fair trial. Charges against Mr. Fillery and another had already been dropped. The case had not reached the stage of considering whether the defendants had murdered Mr. Morgan, but was still dealing with preliminary issues. The judge, Mr. Justice Madison, mentioned the case's vastness and complexity, involving some of the longest legal arguments submitted in a trial in the English criminal courts. While he considered the prosecution had been principled and right to drop the case, the judge observed that the police had had ample grounds to justify the arrest and prosecution of the defendants. In the course of the 5 inquiries, some 750,000 documents associated with the case, most of them not computerized, had been assembled. Some of these related to evidence provided by the criminal Supergrasses, but the defence claim was too unreliable to be put to a jury. In March 2011, 4 additional crates of material not disclosed to the defence were found. This followed earlier problems with crates of documents being mislaid and discovered by chance. Nicholas Hillard QC, appearing for the CPS, acknowledged the police could not be relied upon to ensure access to documents that the defence might require, and the prosecution was fatally undermined as a result. The Metropolitan Police's senior homicide officer, Detective Chief Superintendent Hamish Campbell, apologised to the family, acknowledging the impact on the case of the police corruption in the past. This current investigation has identified ever more clearly how the initial inquiry failed the family and wider public. It is quite apparent that police corruption was a debilitating factor in that investigation. While indicating a satisfactory relationship with the police officers at present, Morgan's family condemned the way the police and the Crown Prosecution Service had investigated the case, and their failure to bring anyone to trial. For much of the family's 24-year-long campaign for justice, they had encountered stubborn obstruction and worse at the highest levels of the Metropolitan Police, an impotent police complaint system. After the collapse of the Old Bailey trial in March 2011, it was revealed that Mr. Rees had earned £150,000 a year from the News of the World for supplying illegally obtained information about people in the public eye. After Mr. Rees completed his prison sentence for perverting the course of justice, he was hired again by the News of the World, at the time edited by Andy Coulson. Mr. Rees worked regularly on behalf of the Daily Mirror and the Sunday Mirror as well, investigating the bank accounts of the royal family and obtaining information on public figures. He had a network of contacts with corrupt police officers who obtained confidential records for him. He claimed that his extensive contacts provided him with confidential information from banks and government organisations, and he was routinely able to obtain confidential data from banks, telephone records, car registration details and computers. He was also alleged to have commissioned burglaries on behalf of journalists. Despite detailed evidence, the Metropolitan Police failed to pursue investigation into Mr. Rees's corrupt relationship with the News of the World over more than a decade. In 2006, the Metropolitan Police accepted the News of the World's disclaimer that the paper's royal correspondent Clive Goodman, who had been sent to prison in 2007 for intercepting the voicemail of the British royal family, had been operating alone. They did not interview any other News of the World journalists or executives, and did not seek a court order allowing them access to the News of the World internal records. In June 2011, The Guardian newspaper, calling for a public inquiry into the News of the World phone hacking scandal, focused its criticism of the parent company News Corporation's handling of accusations of crime within the organisation on the newspaper's use of Jonathan Rees's investigative services. Mr. Rees's activities were described as a devastating pattern of illegal behaviour, far exceeding those of the other investigators commissioned by News Corporation, who used illicit means to target prominent figures. They included unauthorised access to computer data and bank accounts, corruption of police officers and alleged commissioning of burglaries for information about targets at the highest level of the state and government, including the royal family and the cabinet, police chief commissioners, governors of the Bank of England, and the intelligence services. The Guardian queried why the Metropolitan Police had chosen to exclude a very large quantity of Mr. Rees's material from investigation by its Operation Wheating Inquiry into phone hacking. The Guardian had published extensively on Mr. Rees's involvement with corrupt police officers and the procurement of confidential information. For what Guardian journalist Nick Davies described as Mr. Rees's one golden source of income in particular, commissions from the News of the World, Mr. Davies has reported at length on what he described as the empire of corruption that Jonathan Rees and Sid Fillery built in the years following Daniel Morgan's murder, after Mr. Fillery replaced Mr. Morgan as Mr. Rees's partner. The report also commented that there was substantial evidence linking an alleged corrupt police officer with involvement in the murder of Mr. Morgan. In July 2014, it was announced that Baroness O'Lone would be taking over chairing the inquiry, on the withdrawal of previous chairman Sir Stanley Burnton, and Kate Blackwell QC was appointed as counsel to the panel. In October 2014, the Vian brothers, Mr. Fillery, Mr. Rees and Mr. Cook launched a £4 million lawsuit against the Metropolitan Police. In February 2017, the High Court ruled on the lawsuit. Mr. Rees and the Vians lost their claim, but Mr. Fillery was awarded £25,000 in interim damages with a higher amount to be determined later. Mr. Rees and the Vians' appeal was heard in 2018. In 2019, Mr. Rees and the Vians were awarded damages of £414,000 after winning their malicious prosecution case against the Metropolitan Police. The inquiry was due to publish its report on 17th of May 2021, but was delayed further by the Home Secretary Priti Patel wanting to review it for national security and human rights issues. On the 18th 18th of May, the panel refused to hand over the report, claiming that it had already been extensively vetted to ensure it compiled with the government's human rights obligations, and senior police officers had confirmed that it did not pose any national security issues. Mr. Morgan's family objected that the intervention was unnecessary and inconsistent with the panel's independence, and also suspected the involvement of Rupert Murdoch's media empire. The report was finally published on the 15th of June 2021. The report found that the Metropolitan Police were institutionally corrupt in its handling of the investigation into the murder of Daniel Morgan, and that the force had placed protecting its reputation above the investigation. In May 2016, Morgan's murder became the subject of a 10-part podcast presented by Peter Jukes, Untold: The Daniel Morgan Murder, which topped the UK iTunes podcast chart. The following year, Mr. Jukes co-authored a book with Alistair Morgan titled Untold: The Daniel Morgan Murder Exposed, which featured new revelations about the case. What do you think about Mr. Morgan's murder? I'm interested to know, is this the first time you've heard about Mr. Morgan's murder and the corruption surrounding it? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at men from Newham and Bow are among 7 to be jailed for more than 60 years after conspiring to supply firearms and ammunition. Newham man Daniel Nagu, 30, was sentenced to 16 years imprisonment for conspiring to sell prohibited weapons and ammunition. Damien Mead from Bow was jailed for 5 years and 4 months. The 34-year-old admitted to selling a prohibited weapon, namely a .45 caliber revolver. Both men were part of a group of 7 sentenced at Southwark Crown Court. All 7 were arrested after a 10-week police operation into the activities of an organised crime group where 5 firearms were seized. Mr. Mead, together with 4 other defendants, 2 from Basildon, 1 each from Hitchin and Southend respectively, pleaded guilty, meaning they did not stand trial. They were each given custodial sentences ranging between 9 years and 5 years and 3 months. Mr. Nagu and co-defendant Stephen Donkor did stand trial and were convicted at Southwark Crown Court. Over the course of 4 weeks, jurors heard how Mr. Nagu had a leading role in the overall criminal enterprise, using co-defendant Mr. Donkor to source the weapons and to agree the prices with customers. Mr. Donkor was Mr. Nagu's facilitator in the day-to-day running of the operation and acted as a go-between for criminals wishing to buy and sell firearms and ammunition. The 45-year-old from Grays in Essex received a 15-year custodial sentence. He and Mr. Nagu were arrested in Grays. The operation saw officers spend hundreds of hours on surveillance and arrest phases, with specialist officers from the Met and Essex Police taking part in 12 armed deployments. Its success had been praised as an excellent example of collaborative working between the forces. Detective Superintendent Simon Mooring from Central Specialist Crime added, "The convictions and removal of these firearms from circulation shows the continued aim of the Met to protect the public from harm." So what are your thoughts about Daniel Nagu and Damien Mead, as well as 7 other group members? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at an older man who desecrated his girlfriend's body by daubing "It was me" in red nail varnish on her leg after a callous attack. The badly beaten body of Imogen Bohadjuk, 29, was discovered lying on her bed with multiple stab wounds when police were called to her flat in Oldham on the 4th of March. Weeks earlier, Daniel Smith, 41, killed her in a ferocious and brutal attack, and then went on a buying spree with her bank card, emptying her account before he was later arrested in the early hours on the 5th of March. On February 18th, Miss Bohadjuk texted an ex-partner to say Mr. Smith has visited her home and became violent with her, Manchester Crown Court heard. She wrote, "I thought I was going to die. He strangled me so much I nearly died, and then he got a knife." Miss Bohadjuk called police to report the violence and that Mr. Smith had left the address. Officers arrived at her property the next day but got no response, the court was told. Police were confronted with a grim scene when they returned to the address in Ashton Road, Bardsley, on March the 4th after her body was found by a housing officer at Miss Bahachuk's supported accommodation. Prosecutor Tim Story, QC, said Imogen Bahachuk had been laid on her bed. Her body had been arranged as though she was a spectacle. Her arms were crossed and she appeared to be clutching a bottle of perfume. A soft toy was by her neck. Her legs were crossed at the ankle, and on examination the discovery was made that her body had been dubbed in nail varnish with the words "It was me." Chillingly, an exhibition had been made of her body. In late 2020, Miss Bahachuk started seeing alcoholic Mr. Smith, originally from the Isle of Wight, who had a story of violent and abusive behaviour towards women. Officers arrived at her property the next day but got no response. The court heard our one ex-partner of Mr. Smith described how she thought of taking her own life because of Mr. Smith's controlling behaviour and that he sought to manipulate her by shamelessly lying that he had cancer. Another former girlfriend of Mr. Smith, nicknamed Boxer, said she left him because she was convinced he would kill her if she continued to see him. Mr. Story said, "We observe that this pattern of violent and manipulative behaviour was to be replicated in respect of his relationship with Imogen Bahachuk." A post-mortem examination of the victim's body revealed bruises on her face, jaw and scalp, and on her neck in a manner which suggested attempted strangulation. One stab wound was delivered with such force it separated a rib bone and fully penetrated her lung. A bloodied knife was recovered at the scene in the kitchen knife block. When interviewed, Mr. Smith said he accepted he was responsible for her death, but he claimed it was out of character and drunkenly dubbed on her leg merely to make it clear he had inflicted the injuries. Benjamin Knight, defending, said his client does not remember the stabbing itself, but did recall placing her favourite perfume and soft toy on the bed. He said that was not to create a spectacle, but placing her in some form of peaceful position in his mind. He does not recall what he was thinking at the time, only that it seemed to be the right thing to do, although he accepts, objectively, that does not make any sense. Sentencing Mr. Smith to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17.5 years, Judge Patrick Field, QC, told him, "On her right leg you had dubbed the words 'It was me' in red nail varnish. This graffiti is said to be some kind of confession by you, a sign to the police that you were responsible for the killing. I reject that notion entirely. This act looks like an act of callous and cruel triumphalism. There was cruelty here because you desecrated the body of a woman you had just killed in order to proclaim what you had just done. It is said that you had laid Imogen out on her bed because this is what you thought was right. That is a grotesque irony. There was nothing that you did on that day that could be described as right. She was the mother of a young child. In killing Imogen, you have deprived that child of a mother, and Imogen's parents and siblings have been deprived of their daughter and a sister. Their grief is palpable." In a victim personal statement, her mother, Kim Bahachuk, said her daughter had told them about her plans to rebuild her life with her son and family, and of her everlasting love for her child. She said the family fully recognised descriptions of Imogen in sympathy cards they had received: intelligent, kind, caring, warm, beautiful, and full of life. Mr. Smith of Park Road, Oldham, pleaded guilty to murder. So what are your thoughts about Daniel Smith and how he took the precious life of Imogen Bahachuk and left her family grieving over her death forever? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a Bristol woman who has been jailed for 11 years after she attacked another woman with a knife and a hammer and left her with serious injuries. Danielle Hill of Cutler Road in the Bishopworth area of the city attacked Rachel Luxton in the early hours, causing injuries to her head, neck and leg. Miss Hill was found guilty of causing grievous bodily harm with intent following a trial at Bristol Crown Court. She was cleared of a further charge of attempted murder. On the first day of her trial, the court heard that Mrs. Luxton went to Danielle Hill's flat following an argument with her husband on the night of the attack. The court heard they had a drink before she next recalled fighting for her life. Miss Luxton told police, "I remember her beating and cutting me. She wouldn't let me out of her flat. She got me out of my clothes." Police responding to an anonymous call found a wounded Miss Luxton slumped in the blood-splattered hallway of Miss Hill's flat. Miss Hill told police she was the victim of an assault, claiming Miss Luxton headbutted her, came onto her and got what she deserved. She repeatedly told police she wanted to kill her. Prosecuting Richard Posner said, Danielle Hill subjected her to the most brutal and savage attack, stabbing and slashing her neck, arm, head and leg with a knife and striking her repeatedly with a hammer on her arms, legs, body and face, smashing out a tooth. She beat her, kicked her and strangled her. She dragged her from room to room. She stripped her of her clothes and her dignity. A red mist had descended on Danielle Hill that night. After a cocktail of drink and drugs, she sat up to mutilate the face and body of Rachel Luxton. Following her sentencing, investigating officer D.S. Simon DaCosta of Avon and Somerset Police said the victim was left with some very serious injuries and is still deeply affected by her ordeal. I hope this conviction and resulting jail sentence will in some way help her to move on from this incident. So what are your thoughts about Danielle Hill? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at Darren Dunn, 34, of Farleys Lane, Hucknall, was sentenced to 15 years in prison, while Gemma South, 29, of Malborn Close, Nottingham, was jailed for 3.5 years. Nottingham Crown Court heard that police officers executed a warrant at Mr. Dunn's home address. Inside a car at the property, the officers found a gift bag containing a large quantity of Class A drugs with a potential street value of £180,000. Analysis of mobile phones found at the house showed Mr. Dunn messaging people that he had drugs available for sale. In addition to the drugs, the officers found 3 guns, one of which was already loaded, and a large quantity of ammunition. Mr. Dunn did not possess a firearm certificate. Cash amounting to around £10,000 was also found at the house. When analysing the fingerprints on the gift bag, police matched one of the fingerprints to Gemma South. Officers then went to her home address the same day and recovered 2 further bags containing Class A drugs. Mr. Dunn was charged with 3 counts of possession of a firearm, 3 counts of possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life, possession of ammunition, possession with intent to supply Class A drugs, and possession with intent to supply. He pleaded guilty to all offences at Nottingham Crown Court. Miss South was charged with possession with intent to supply Class A drugs. She was convicted following a trial. Temporary Detective Chief Inspector Karen Pearson said, while the sentencing of Darren Dunn and Gemma South is obviously very welcome, it is perhaps even more satisfying to know that the 3 guns have been taken off the streets of Nottinghamshire. It is very disturbing that a determined criminal such as Mr. Dunn has been able to obtain these weapons. Thankfully, the excellent work of the investigative team means he will never be given the opportunity to use them to threaten or to carry out acts of violence. This outcome also means that we have again disrupted part of the drug supply network in Nottinghamshire, ensuring that Mr. Dunn and Miss South will no longer be able to profit from the sale of Class A drugs that they had acquired. So what are your thoughts about Darren Dunn and Gemma South? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a conspiracy theorist who caused damage worth more than £100,000 by torching a 5G mast has walked free from court. David Patterson was mentally unwell and had previously covered himself in tinfoil to protect himself from waves from the masts. Delusional online theories about the dangers posed by the technology sparked the drastic action and arson attack in Gateshead. Mr. Patterson set fire to one of the masts above a garage, causing between £100,000 and £150,000 of damage to the mast and around £15,000 of damage to the business. Newcastle Crown Court heard Mr. Patterson, who was schizophrenia, was suffering a mental disorder at the time and had been adversely influenced by material he had read online. He had stopped taking his antipsychotic medication intended to kill himself, but was persuaded not to by a police officer, the court heard. After reading mental health reports on him, Judge Sarah Mallet imposed a 12-month prison sentence, suspended for 2 years with 200 hours of unpaid work and rehabilitation. The judge told him, "You thought it was necessary to destroy it to protect others. Obviously that was a product of your mental ill health at the time. You were experiencing a psychotic episode at the time." Reports said Mr. Patterson represents a low risk of reoffending, a medium risk of harm to members of the public. Judge Mallet said at a previous hearing he believed he was protecting his family and others in reality from the harm he thinks in his delusional beliefs was coming from an aerial. She added, Mr. Patterson believed tins and tinfoil act as a barrier from the waves he believed he was experiencing from the 5G masts. Furthered as it was, that belief by material that is accessible on the internet that frankly feeds beliefs that are widely considered and accepted to be completely delusional. Mr. Patterson, 41, went to Wardley Garage on Sunderland Road, Gateshead, which had a 5G mast attached to the roof in the early hours of June 22nd, 2020. The owner of the garage got a call around 4:30 AM saying the building was on fire, but in fact it was the BT-owned mast which had been torched. Alec Burns, prosecuting, said a witness who lives nearby was woken at around 4 AM and saw Mr. Patterson get out of his car and noticed his car registration. She then heard the sound of the burning and saw him return to his car. Mr. Patterson of Penta Street East, Felling, Gateshead, stayed in the area and was still there when police turned up to arrest him. Mr. Burns said he admitted he set fire to the mast, saying because it was 5G and he believed it was dangerous. An investigation showed there were 2 sets of fire. Mr. Patterson, who said he called the fire service afterwards, was seen on CCTV climbing over a fence after forcing a padlock. Mr. Burns said it had been difficult to repair the mast and it will have to be replaced, which will cost between £100,000 and £150,000. Repairs to the roof of the garage cost almost £3,000 and will probably cost another £5,000 to fix properly, the court heard. There was a further almost £8,000 of damage to the electrics, more than £1,000 of damage to the alarm, and further damage to the plumbing. The owner of the garage has been caused stress and financial problems as a result. Tony Davies, defending, said reports showed Mr. Patterson was suffering from a psychotic episode at the time. He added, he said it was a spontaneous thing for him to go out and do what he did. Mr. Patterson previously covered himself in tinfoil, surrounded by food in order to wait out in some sort of self-made bunker in his kitchen. The court heard Mr. Patterson was admitted to a psychiatric hospital the day after the offence and has started taking his medication again and is making good progress. He told the court, I know what I did, I was totally wrong. Mr. Patterson added that he is aware conspiracy theories are not good for his mind and said, I just want to spend lovely time with my lovely friends and family, which also resulted in damage to the neighbouring garage, which saw tens of thousands of pounds worth of damage, including the £100,000 and £150,000 worth of damage to the mast. Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at the crook who stole an OAP's handbag in a grim street robbery that left her with a broken hip and was later attacked with boiling water in prison. Dean Kenyon, 35, snatched from the 79-year-old victim as she waited for her daughter to pick her up. The traumatic incident in Consett, County Durham left her with life-changing injuries. After the criminal was caught by cops via CCTV images, he was arrested and remanded into custody. While Whilst on remand behind bars, he became a victim to a horrific attack involving boiling water that left him in constant and searing pain. Durham Crown Court heard how Mr. Kenyon of Parkside Crescent, Seaham, needed 5 skin graft operations following the incident. Mitigating lawyer Chris Morrison said his client had boiling water poured over his arms and legs, resulting in skin grafts. He has 5 skin graft operations and his mobility is to be affected by these. He is currently heavily sedated and is in constant and searing pain. Mr. Morrison told the court that Mr. Kenyon committed the crime to get cash for drugs and claimed the level of remorse in this matter is apparent. When the sober realization of what he had done to the vulnerable lady dawned upon him, he was mortified and is mortified to this day. A prosecutor, Annie Richardson, said the elderly victim was left with severe pain in her right hip and explained her keys were later found in Mr. Kenyon's jacket. It wasn't the first time the 35-year-old was involved in such a crime, and the court heard he also pinched a purse from a woman in her 50s. Mr. Kenyon, who pled guilty to robbery after he appeared at the court via link from HMP Durham, was sentenced by Judge James Atkin to a 6-year prison sentence with a 3-year extended license. So what are your thoughts about Dean Kenyon? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the brother of notorious police killer Dale Cregan, who has been sent to jail for 5 years after stabbing their sister's ex-boyfriend. Dean Moores, who uses a different surname to his evil sibling, knifed his victim in the street following an argument. But the whole thing, including his getaway, was caught on CCTV, leading police straight to his front door, where the arresting officers also discovered a cannabis farm. After Mr. Moores, 37, was jailed for 5 years and 5 months after pleading guilty to Section 18 assault and cultivating cannabis, a detective told how the evidence trail led police straight to him, adding his actions were as foolish as they were brutal. Manchester Minns Hall Street Crown Court heard how the 26-year-old victim was walking along Manchester Road in Castleton, Rochdale, when a Renault Clio pulled into an alleyway nearby. Mr. Moores got out and began arguing with the man before getting back in the car, which drove off. CCTV footage then showed Mr. Moores get into an alleyway next to the shop, which the victim had just entered. When the man left the shop, Mr. Moores emerged from the alley and stabbed him in the thigh. After chasing the man a short distance, Mr. Moores, also of Manchester Road, got back into the Renault Clio and fled. At the time, the victim limped to the nearby Smith's Bakery, where staff wrapped his injuries in tea towels before calling the police. Dean Moores, notorious brother, got life in 2013 for slaying policewoman Nicola Hudges, 23, and Fiona Bone, 32, while on the run for 2 other murders. He lured the officers to a house in Hattersley, near Manchester, with a fake 999 call before throwing a hand grenade and shooting the officers 32 times. Then giving himself up, Mr. Moores landed himself in trouble 20 miles away in Rochdale. He was caught on camera arguing with Ryan. Dean's a family man. He's really sad that he's ended up in prison. She added, "As a mother, it's hard enough having one son in prison, and now I have another one inside. I am devastated. They've not been brought up with guns and knives." Mr. Cregan is currently in Strangeways, Manchester, and has been told he will never be released. So what are your thoughts about Dean Moores, and do you believe he was out fishing on the day he stabbed and killed his victim? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a 24-year-old Derby man who was described during his trial as looking like the Milky Bar Kid and who has been found guilty of murder. John Williams plunged a vicious-looking hunting knife 3 times into the legs of Simon Jones during a robbery at Chaddensden Park. One of the wounds was so deep it severed a major artery in the 57-year-old's leg and he bled to death an hour later. Mr. Williams had been driven there by Jacob Ali under the orders of drug dealer Kurt Guy to rob a man called Carl Callandine of £7,000 worth of cocaine. But instead, with his face covered by a balaclava, he ended the life of Mr. Jones, a former RAF serviceman, father and grandfather. A jury of 7 men and 5 women cleared those 2 defendants of murder, but found them guilty of manslaughter. All 3 men, all from Chaddensden, were found guilty of a second count of conspiracy to commit robbery. All the verdicts were unanimous. It was an emotionally charged atmosphere in courtroom 4 when the verdicts were delivered by the foreman. Mr. Guy and Mr. Williams had entered the dock, smiling at the packed public gallery full of family and friends.
After the guilty verdicts had been delivered, Mr. Ali and Mr. Williams shook hands before the freshly convicted murderer blew a kiss to the public gallery. Mr. Guy looked stern-faced as he was led away, his grin now gone. His Lordship, Mr. Justice Robin Knowles, who was to sentence the men, said, "You have been an exemplary jury, and I give you my thanks for the way you have carried out your public duty." Prosecutor Peter Joyce said, "Victim personal statements have been made by the son of Mr. Jones on behalf of the family, and by the partner of Mr. Jones, and they would like these read out at the sentencing hearing." The 7 men and 5 women took 4 days to reach their unanimous verdicts after hearing 4 weeks of evidence. Mr. Guy, 34, of Hayden Road, Mr. Williams of Waterford Drive, and Mr. Ali, 20, of Ashworth Avenue, all in Chaddonsden, had denied the charges. Prosecutor Peter Joyce QC said Mr. Guy had arranged a drug deal with a friend of Mr. Jones, called Carl Callandine, which was scheduled to happen at the site of the killing on the evening of April 20th, 2019. He said Mr. Callandine and Mr. Jones drove into the latter's Volkswagen Transporter van to the car park at Chaddonsden Park and arrived at 9:35 p.m. Mr. Callandine was supposed to hand over cocaine to Mr. Williams and Mr. Ali, who had gone to meet him in a blue Renault Megane, which belonged to Mr. Guy, and be handed around £7,000 in cash in return. Mr. Joyce opened the case at the start of the trial said, "That was the belief of Carl Callandine, but in fact no money was taken to the meeting by Mr. Ali and Mr. Williams, as they and Mr. Guy had agreed that Mr. Callandine and Mr. Jones were to be robbed of the drugs and done over as ordered by Mr. Guy with a knife or knives. The entire meeting was a setup arranged by Mr. Guy." At the park, Mr. Callandine went up to the Renault Megane and was robbed at knife point of 3 packs of cocaine, his phone and the keys to the transport van by Mr. Ali and Mr. Williams. Mr. Callandine managed to run away, but the Megane was moved closer to where the Volkswagen van was parked and Mr. Williams went over. Failing to get the rest of the drugs, there was supposed to be 10 packs in total, he attacked and stabbed Simon Jones. Mr. Joyce said, "The wound that killed him was around 6 centimeters deep, caused a particularly severe cut to an artery and was afflicted by this enormous knife. Mr. Jones suffered 3 stab wounds to the leg, 1 to the left and 2 to the right, one of which severed an artery, caused an internal bleed which proved fatal and which killed Simon Jones." Mr. Joyce said Mr. Jones also suffered an injury to his face, consistent to him being stuck, and 2 fractures to his ribs. He said he managed to get to the front door of a house in nearby Chaddonsden Lane, where he was bleeding heavily, and a 999 call was made to the emergency services. But after being taken to the Royal Derby Hospital, and despite the best efforts of medics, he was pronounced dead at 10:40 p.m. that night. Mr. Joyce said the prosecution case is that it was Mr. Williams that actually stabbed Simon Jones, and that the others, Mr. Guy and Mr. Ali, either intended to assist him or intend to both rob him and cause him serious injury or to kill him in the course of the robbery. Mr. Guy set it up. Mr. Ali drove Mr. Williams to the scene, and Mr. Williams was the killer. After the stabbing, Mr. Williams' knife was then driven back to Mr. Ali's address, where it was cleaned in a bucket of bleach, wrapped and then hidden at an address in Alveston. 2 men, Ty Johnson, 20, of Renfrew Street, Chaddonsden, and Zach Stevens, 27, of Cruton Way, Alveston, have already pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of assisting an offender, admitting they cleaned and hid their weapon, and await sentencing. Mr. Callandine has already pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and will also be sentenced at a later date. Mr. Jones's family have previously described him as a true gentleman who was adored by everyone. All of the men are scheduled to be sentenced at Derby Crown Court. John Williams will spend a minimum of 25 years behind bars before being eligible to apply for parole for the murder of Simon Jones. The jury who found Mr. Williams guilty of murder found his accomplice Kurt Guy and Jacob Ali guilty of manslaughter. Mr. Guy and Mr. Ali were sentenced to 20 years and 8 years in prison respectively. So what are your thoughts about how this drug deal went bad, and on the instructions of drug dealer Kurt Guy to rob Carl Callandine of Class A drugs, and in the mix how 3 men took the life of Mr. Jones? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at the faces of 3 Derbyshire drug dealers who have now been put behind bars for over 11 years combined. Luqman Rehman, Muhammad Ali and Usama Hussain
all distributed cocaine in huge quantities across the county. Their vast network supplied Normanton, Spondon, Mackworth, Belper and even Castle Donington, and 2 of them are as young as 19 years old. Police caught them red-handing, separating 61,000 pounds of cocaine into street deal bags using scales when they raided the house they were using as a base. Mr. Rehman and Mr. Ali were also part of a mobile cannabis dealing team Derby Crown Court heard. Now, Mr. Rehman of Avondale Road, Mr. Hussein of St. Chad's Road and Mr. Ali of Clarence Road have all been sent to prison. Mr. Rehman and Mr. Hussein are 19 years old, while Mr. Ali is 27. Andrew Pete, prosecuting, said, first, Mr. Rehman, he had in possession of a controlled drug, cannabis, with intent to supply. The allegation was that Mr. Rehman, Mr. Ali and Mr. Sultan were a mobile cannabis dealing team. Mohammed Sultan is a 4th defendant who will be sentenced at a later date. Mr. Pete said scales were found in their car when it was stopped in Osmaston Park Road. Mr. Rehman was the driver. In that car was also found a large amount of cannabis worth over £500. Police found mobile phones with messages on them that suggested the owners were taking part in drug deals. Then, Mr. Rehman was stopped by police as he was leaving his home in Normanton. He was found to be driving without a license or insurance. Police then searched that house and found inside Mr. Rehman's bedroom £15,705 in cash and a fake Rolex watch, along with more phones indicating drug deals. The court heard and Mr. Ali and Mr. Hussein were at a property in Derby where Mr. Ali drove off in his taxi but was stopped by police who found 5 wraps of cocaine inside. Mr. Pete said Mr. Hussein was wearing latex gloves and was in the process of weighing, packing and cutting cocaine. On the table next to him there was about £61,000 worth of cocaine. Mr. Hussein then tried to run and threw a mobile phone to the floor that was later seized by police. Mr. Pete concluded by saying that Mr. Ali, Mr. Hussein and Mr. Rehman were all involved in a large-scale supply of cocaine. He said they were busy but they were making a lot of money. All 3 men pleaded guilty to possession with intent to supply Class A drugs. They all had clean criminal records before this case. Mr. Rehman also pleaded guilty to driving without a license and without insurance and possession of criminal property. Stephen Cobley, defending Mr. Rehman, said Mr. Rehman knows he will be remanded into custody. He understands there has to be brevity as to what can be said in his defence. He said to me, I did wrong, I am sorry and I won't do it again. I do not want to come back here. He knows he has disappointed his girlfriend and his father. He was due to get married, but because of the COVID situation, his work diminished to the point where he was waiting around and not receiving any calls. He felt that he had to provide and had to be.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at the case of an inmate who hurled a jug of feces and urine in a prison officer's face in front of other laughing prisoners and will now have to serve extra time behind bars. Edward Highton, who was 40 years old, had launched a disgusting and degrading attack at HMP Swaleside, which is in Kent. Mr. Highton, who is a convicted robber and has 17 previous convictions for 40 offences, which include kidnapping and GBH. It was reported that Mr. Highton had targeted a prison officer after he had asked other prisoners to go back to their cells for lockup. Maidstone Crown Court heard the guard throw up on himself several times as he frantically tried to shred his clothes and wipe himself down. Very luckily, test results for any diseases which may have been potentially transferred came back negative, but the officer later quit the prison service because of the humiliating incident. Mr. Highton, who was previously from Gloucestershire, was serving an 8.5-year prison sentence for a robbery which was carried out in Oxford last year. Mr. Highton was handed an additional 27-month term after administrating a poisonous or noxious substance with intent to injure, aggrieve or annoy. However, Mr. Highton claimed he had been under pressure from other inmates to carry out the attack, saying that there was money put on his head, and explained how he had been beaten and stabbed in the past. But the court was told that jail records showed that the only complaints that Mr. Highton made were about the way that the governor was running the prison, and nothing to do with violence or mistreatment. Sentencing Mr. Highton, Judge Catherine Moore said this was a disgusting attack on a prison officer as he went about his responsibilities. He was a public servant performing a difficult and challenging role in protecting the public from those who have been detained. Such attacks are designed to, and indeed did, upset, demean and distress the prison officer that was concerned. Any conduct of this nature creates an obvious and serious risk of wider disorder and disobedience. It not only affects the morale of officers, but also the safety of those in a custodial environment. Detective Constable Matthew Robinson of Kent Police described the attack as disgusting and degrading. Detective Robson said after the hearing, "Mr. Huyton has already spent a considerable part of his adult life in prison, and this case shows that he remains incapable of displaying the most basic standards of respect and decency to other people. What the prison officer was subjected to was disgusting and degrading. Prison officers know their position can expose them to unpredictable and challenging incidents, but that does not in any way provide an excuse for Mr. Huyton's unacceptable behaviour. We will work closely with the prison service when staff are targeted in this manner, and we will always prosecute the offenders. I am pleased a new jail term has been imposed. It clearly demonstrates that such offences will not be tolerated by us or the courts. I hope the victim feels a sense of justice has been served. Thank you for joining us today." What are your opinions on the crimes committed by Mr. Huyton? Do you believe that an extra 2-year sentence was too harsh, or not harsh enough? Do you believe that Mr. Huyton did in fact have money on his head, or that he attacked the officer just out of pure spite? Please let us know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this content, please don't forget to like and share. And if you're new to the channel and you enjoy the Street Crime UK content, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button and hit the bell so you can join us on the next video. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a family which made a fortune out of running 8 brothels in Devon, but have been stripped of more than £100,000 of ill-gotten assets. Former prostitute Edwina Christian Stockwell rented out rooms to sex workers from Eastern Europe and Thailand by the night for £80 a time. She recruited her 70-year-old husband Michael and 33-year-old son Richard to help collect rent and launder the profits. Christian Stockwell was jailed at Exeter Crown Court in March this year, and now she and her family have been ordered to repay £108,911.13 under the Proceeds of Crime Act. Their string of brothels was busted by police after neighbours in Exeter and Torquay complained about suspicious activity with a stream of men visiting the properties. Families living near one pop-up brothel in Linnet Close, Exeter were so alarmed that they stopped their children playing outside. The family made £176,000 over 2 years, and the police found £3,588 cash hidden in the school bag of Christian Stockwell's 11-year-old daughter. Messages on Madame Christian Stockwell's phone showed that she had also helped to organise a sex party for swingers in Exeter, calling her clients kinky bastards. The brothels were located at Union Street and Grange Apartments in Torquay, and Linnet Close, Mount Pleasant Road, Winford Road and flats in Akeland Street, Exeter. Christian Stockwell, also known as Kaylee, aged 59, of Vine Road, Torquay, admitted 8 counts of managing a brothel and 2 of money laundering, and was sentenced for 2 years 8 months in March. Stockwell, of the same address, admitted converting criminal property and was jailed for 9 months, suspended for 18 months. Christian of Cleveland Road, Torquay, admitted 5 counts of assisting in the management of a brothel and 1 of converting criminal property, and was jailed for 18 months, suspended for 2 years and ordered to do 200 hours of unpaid community work. Judge Timothy Rose made orders against all 3 under the Proceeds of Crime Act. He declared that Christian Stockwell had benefited from crime by £143,000, but only had available assets of £91,000. He ordered her to repay that amount within 3 months or serve a further 11 months. He said Stockwell's benefit was £16,365 and ordered him to repay the full amount or face 6 months in jail. The son's benefit was said to be £16,778, but he only had £1,000 in available assets. He was ordered to pay that amount or serve 7 days in default. At the hearing in March, Mr. Kenna Siva prosecuting said Christian Stockwell has a previous conviction for running a brothel in Oxford and set up again in Devon in 2017. She kept spreadsheets for what she called the business, and a message on her phone showed she found that renting rooms by the night was easier and more lucrative than running her own brothel. She showed contempt for the women who rented the rooms for £80 a night and recruited the sex workers through the same website which they used to advertise for clients. Christian Stockwell got her son to collect rent from 5 of the properties when he told her he was struggling to make a living from his sandwich business. Her husband also collected rent on one occasion, and almost £18,000 of the profits went through his bank account. A total of £117,000 went through the couple's accounts in the 21 months before police shut down the business in March 2020. The houses were raided at different times by police who found large numbers of condoms, lubricants, cash and a sex toy. Mr. Siva said the women who paid rent to Christian Stockwell were vulnerable to danger and came from Thailand, Romania or other parts of Eastern Europe and had little grasp of English. The houses at Lynette Close in Exeter and Grange Apartments in Torquay both caused upset to people living nearby. Mr. Brian Fitzgerald for Christian Stockwell said that she had herself been driven into prostitution when she was younger as a way of escaping an abusive relationship. He said that she was not involved in exploiting the women or in their day-to-day management. She is in poor health with osteoarthritis and has mental health issues. Mr. Barry White for Christian and Mr. William Parkhill for Stockwell both said they have not been in trouble before and they were drawn into the business by Christian Stockwell. Her husband had worked hard as a bricklayer throughout his life before retiring 5 years ago. What do you think about Miss Stockwell's story? Do you think she's as innocent as she claims? Or do you think that she's taking advantage of these other sex workers? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at a Cambridge academic who fraudulently claimed £2.8 million in government grants and who has been ordered to pay £1.3 million back from his crimes or face another 8.5 years in prison. Dr. Ehsan Abdi Jalebi, 40, claimed government funds allocated to develop renewable energy products and siphon the money into his own accounts using fake documents. The National Crime Agency started an investigation into Abdi Jalebi after he was stopped 3 times attempting to leave the country carrying a large amount of cash. In one case, he tried to conceal the cash in a chocolate box to avoid detection. NCA officers discovered Abdi Jalebi's companies had made a series of grant applications to fund research, but on a number of occasions, Abdi Jalebi had falsified documents, included invoices and accounts and bank statements to show what was happening to the money. He sent his accountants forged invoices to show payments which were actually non-existent or where the amount had been altered. Abdi Jalebi had fraudulently claimed £2.8 million in grants and had withdrawn more than £820,000 in cash over a period of just under 4 years. He was jailed in December 2018 for 4 years after he admitted 13 counts of forgery. NCA investigators then began an investigation into Abdi Jalebi's accounts and showed more than 1.5 million of the funds had been transferred to Dubai for his personal use or removed to Iran in cash. Abdi Jalebi appeared on the confiscation hearing on the 19th of August 2018, where it was determined the benefit from his crimes was £2.1 million. He claimed the money had been used to conduct research and development work, but this was rejected by the judge, who agreed with NCA investigators much of the funds spent on Abdi Jalebi's lifestyle. This included payments towards the purchase of a property near Cambridge and the lease of a Maserati sports car. Abdi Jalebi was ordered to pay £1.3 million, the amount the judge found was still available from his crimes. He will face another 8.5 years in prison if the funds are not paid within 3 months and will still owe the money. NCA senior investigating officers Ian Truby said, Abdi Jalebi fraudulently claimed these grants and took millions from the taxpayer, immediately removing the money to Dubai and Iran and lived a lavish lifestyle. NCA investigators worked hard to establish where the money had been sent to, so that as much of these taxpayer funds could be recovered as quickly as possible. This result shows that a prison sentence is not only the consequence for fraud, and the NCA will work to deny you from the proceeds of your crimes. So what are your thoughts about Mr. Adi Jalebi and how he was ordered to pay back £1.3 million back to the courts for his continued efforts to forge documents and become wealthy? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at two killers who hacked a drill rapper to death with knives and machetes in a merciless attack and have been jailed for 28 years each. Crosslyn Davis, 20, known as Biss, suffered at least 9 wounds to his head, back and chest when he was set upon by 4 youths armed with knives and machetes. Most of the attack in Deptford, South East London, early on December 6, 2019, was caught on shocking CCTV footage. Mr. Davies has been a highly regarded drill artist and member of the Harlem Spartan Collective based in Kennington, South London, and was shooting a video for his latest track the day before he was killed, the Old Bailey Herd. Elijah Morgan, 20, and Jediah Parham, 21, were found guilty of murder and possessing a blade following a trial. The defendants were on licence at the time of the killing, have both been convicted of knife-related offences in the past. The pair were each jailed for life with a minimum term of 28 years. Judge Angela Rafferty, QC, said it was a sustained and vicious attack. This was a savage murder of a defenceless man. He was hacked to death. It is clear he had been shown no mercy whatsoever when he died in the streets despite extensive efforts of emergency services to save his life. She added that it was a heartless and merciless crime. The judge said Mr. Parham and Mr. Morgan both had appalling records for violence and possession of weapons, which were a very significant aggravating factor. Earlier, the victim's mother, Vivian Davis, tearfully paid tribute to her son, who had been rapping since he was age 2 and was about to start university. She told the court he was intelligent and had the whole world in front of him, such a bright future, cruelly cut short. On his killers, she said, those cowards pleading not guilty and causing us to have to go through this horrifically detailed trial, and how they brutally and callously murdered my baby. Refusing to acknowledge guilt or responsibility for their heinous crime speaks for itself. They have made me watch my son being killed around 15 times on CCTV footage, which was shown to the court. She added, the last time I held my baby was December 5th, 2019. We hugged and said, I love you, as we usually do when he leaves, but this time I said, break a leg for luck, as I would normally do when he is performing or going to That day, Mr. Davis had filmed in Kennington and Cambridge, accompanied by friends the court had heard. On the journey back to London, Mr. Davies appeared to become angry with someone on the phone. The court heard he had got the impression the caller was being disrespectful about Latz, real name Latwan Griffith, a fellow Harlem Spartan who had been stabbed to death in July 2018. Mr. Dias Rubber suggested they meet the caller to sort it out, and they arrived in the Deptford Creek area at around 1:15 in the morning. The defendants had just got into the cab in Deptford when Mr. Davies, armed with a mallet, opened the rear door and tried to attack Morgan, the court heard. The cab sped off, but the driver was told to stop and the occupants got out and ran back, the court heard. Mr. Davies dropped the mallet and was set upon by the defendants and 2 other unidentified assailants. Just 11 days after the murder and while on the run, Mr. Morgan was involved in another street stabbing in Nuneaton. He admitted violent disorder, threatening with a blade, possessing cannabis, and 2 charges of assaulting police officers. Mr. Parham also admitted separate offences relating to an attack on a man with a Lucozade bottle containing ammonia at a probation office in May 2019. The sentences for those offences were ordered to run concurrently. Mr. Parham of Norwood, South London, and Mr. Morgan of no fixed address had each denied murder. So what are your thoughts about this brutal and unforgiving murder of an aspiring drill rapper, Crosslyn Davies? Did the 2 suspects receive a fair sentence? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Today we look at an Ellesmere Port drug gang that had trusted lieutenants, 5 safe houses and a number of cars to avoid detection from the police. The drug-dealing enterprise gang often made trips to Wirral, Scotland and Greater Manchester to sell the stash of crack cocaine and heroin. A number of techniques were used by the gang to help them remain hidden from the law, which included 5 safe houses, encrypted phones and a regular change of cars. Ringleader of the gang, Mark Kavanagh of Foxteen in Ellesmere Port, moved to the town from Merseyside to launch his drug-dealing enterprise. Mr. Kavanagh headed up the Kavanagh gang, which had 2 lines of operation, the Dell line in Laish and the Dark line in Ellesmere Port, and often made trips to Wirral, Scotland and Greater Manchester to secure his commodity. It is estimated that the gang was involved in the selling between 25 kilograms to 50 kilograms of Class A drugs. Mr. Kavanagh, 30, regularly changed his vehicle from the likes of a Mini Cooper to a Jaguar. Trusted lieutenants Carl Evans, Joshua Burns, Hakeem Stockton and Liam Roberts were granted access to the graft phones and cash and often got involved in street dealings. During the course of the 10-month investigation by Cheshire's Constabulary Serious and Organised Crime Unit, there were a total of 19 drugs purchases made by undercover officers working on the case. A total of 5 safe houses were used during the course of the lengthy operation, including addresses in Newham Drive, Plemston Court and Ellesmere Port. Officers also safeguarded a vulnerable man who had been targeted by the gang to deal crack cocaine and heroin. The hard work of officers paid off during a strike day on June 16, 2020, when 18 men were arrested and 20 addresses raided across Cheshire. One of those arrested was Mark Kavanagh. Mark pleaded guilty to conspiracy to supply Class A drugs and appeared at Chester Crown Court, where he was sentenced to 14 years and 6 months in prison. Mr. Kavanagh also pleaded guilty to a dangerous driving offence where he attempted to run an unmarked police car off the road in April of 2020. The gang, who supplied crack cocaine and heroin, with an estimated street value of £1.8 million in Ellesmere Port and Chester, have been jailed for a combined total of 55 years and 11 months. The following members were also sentenced. Joshua Burns, 24, of Flint Court, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 50 months for conspiracy to supply Class A heroin and crack cocaine. Carl Evans, 20, of Hillside Drive, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 66 months for conspiracy to supply Class A heroin and crack cocaine. Hakeem Stockton, 20, of Vale Road, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 62 months for conspiracy to supply heroin and crack cocaine and GBH. Liam Roberts, 23, of Wilmslow Drive, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 70 months for conspiracy to supply Class A heroin and cocaine and for breaching a suspended sentence. Curtis McHugh, 22, of Bailey Avenue, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 22 months for conspiracy to supply Class A heroin and cocaine. Anthony Carr, 32, of Wellstone Hay, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 22 months for conspiracy to supply Class A heroin and cocaine. Adam Arthur, 22, of Parklands, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 26 months for the supply of Class A drugs. Callum Watson, 23, of Sheepfield Close, Ellesmere Port, was sentenced to 22 months for conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Daniel Riley, 19, Mancott Way, Mancott, was sentenced to 22 months for conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Wayne Galland, 52, of Crispin House, Chester, was sentenced to 24 months for conspiracy to supply Class A and for the breach of a criminal behaviour order. Daniel Winning, 33, of Talbot Road, Dunham-on-the-Hill, was sentenced to 25 months for conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Sean Winning, 31, of Malvern Road, Blacon, was sentenced to 58 months for supply of Class A drugs. Mark Griffin, 40, of Ludlow Road, Blacon, was sentenced to 50 months for the supply of Class A drugs and possession of a Class C drug. Jake Cunner, of Sakell Road, Blackon, was sentenced at Chester Crown Court to 7 years and 9 months for conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Detective Chief Inspector Mike Evans from SOCU said, "After this lengthy investigation, it is really pleasing to see the sentences passed down reflect the serious harm that these individuals have caused in their community." Mr. Kavanagh saw an opportunity to take over a small market town and have a monopoly over drug dealing in Ellesmere Port. His dangerous actions caused misery for anyone who got in his way. This operation shows how, when acting on information from local communities, we can bring down gangs who believe they are above the law. David Keane, Police and Crime Commissioner for Cheshire, said, "The sentencing is fantastic news for the people of Ellesmere Port and Chester. The work has paid off for the officers involved in this case, who have worked extremely hard to bring another drug dealing gang off our streets and make our communities safer. I commend the work of SOCU and hope that this acts as a deterrent to those who believe they can get away with illegal drug dealing activity in Cheshire." So what are your thoughts about this Ellesmere Port drugs gang and how one man, Mark Kavanagh, led his Kavanagh gang to take control over the drug dealings in Ellesmere Port and Cheshire? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and thanks for joining us, and until next time, stay safe. Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Today we look at a Class A drug dealer who has been locked up after he was caught red-handed with the Class A drug during a stop and search. Elliot Bedward of Thatcham will spend the next 2 years and 7 months behind bars for a single drug dealing offence. He was stopped and searched on Station Road, Thatcham, where officers found suspected Class A drugs, cash and 2 mobile phones on his person. After a police investigation, it was discovered Mr. Bedward was selling Class A drugs to a number of people in the area. Mr. Bedward was charged with being concerned in the supply of a controlled drug of Class A. Investigating officer PC Joe Goronsky, based at Newbury Police Station, said many people who use and supply Class A drugs do not realise the level of exploitation and criminality that goes on behind the scenes. Some may consider supply to be a quick and easy way to make money. However, the supply of drugs causes untold harm in our communities, and Thames Valley Police will robustly seek out those supplying Class A drugs in West Berkshire and bring them to justice. Throughout our Stronghold team, we will relentlessly pursue those who seek to profit from drug dealing and exploit the most vulnerable people in our communities. I am pleased that Mr. Bedward has been given a prison sentence where he can now reflect on his actions. So what are your thoughts about Elliot Bedward? Please share your thoughts in the comments below, and until next time, stay safe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe for more exciting true crime content. Today we look at a former glamour model who was jailed for life after she admitted stabbing her boyfriend to death when he dumped her by text. Alicia Allen, 29, plunged a knife into former partner Carl Bloxham in a frenzied attack after he sent her a message reading, "It's over." She attacked Carl, 39, with the 5-inch blade when he returned to their home after he had been out for a drink with work colleagues on July 29th last year. Miss Allen called emergency services at 9:52 PM and said, "I've just stabbed my boyfriend. He's dying in front of me. I've just stabbed him. He was calling me names, he was drunk. I've got a mental health problem. I've just grabbed a knife and I've just stabbed him in his heart. I didn't know where I was stabbing him and I've just stabbed him to death." Miss Allen gave her address to the operator and added, "He's dead. His eyes are open and he's dead. He's not moving and I stabbed him." One neighbour told police they heard loud thumping noises coming from the flat, as well as Miss Allen shouting, doors slamming and their dog barking. Another resident heard Miss Allen shouting, "Carl, please don't leave me," and a third heard a male voice shouting, "Stop, you're hurting me." When police arrived at the flat in Hucknall Knotts, they found Carl lying on the floor with Miss Allen kneeling close to his head, covered in blood. Paramedics tried to save the father of two's life for 35 minutes, but he was pronounced dead in hospital later that night. The court heard Miss Allen, who has previous convictions for assaulting police and for a drunken rampage on an aeroplane, had started a relationship with Carl in 2011, but it was volatile and unpredictable, almost from the outset. Today, the ex-model admitted murder at Nottingham Crown Court and was sentenced to serve a minimum term of 14 years behind bars. Judge Gregory Dickinson QC said, "I'm absolutely sure you picked up a knife and used it because you were angry because Mr. Bloxham decided to leave you." Carl's sister, Kylie, said in a victim impact statement that "I miss him and I regret that I did not tell him enough that I loved him." Mr. Bloxham's father, Ted, also said he lost his son and his best friend. He added, "We have a life sentence ourselves that will never go away." Peter Joyce QC defending said that Miss Allen had an emotionally unstable alcohol disorder, bulimia and anorexia, and had all 5 characteristics for emotionally unstable personality disorder. He said at the time of the offence she was suffering from a number of recognised medical conditions. It is plain she was utterly stricken by remorse for what she had done. In September 2008, Miss Allen was spared jail after she forced a British Airways jet to make an emergency landing after downing a cocktail of Bacardi, gin and antidepressants. The glamour model, then aged 21, lashed out at a cabin crew after losing her bag in the plane's toilet during the 3-hour flight from Tirana. Miss Allen was also kicking and flailing her arms at anyone who tried to help her, and even crawled along the floor towards the cockpit and main exit. She also spat at a policeman as he tried to restrain her after the plane was given priority landing spot at Gatwick Airport. Judge Charles Kemp gave her a suspended sentence and told her, "Your conduct on that plane was an absolute disgrace and an outrageous in terms of the interference with cabin crew who have responsible jobs to carry out." Miss Allen was also spared jail in November 2008 when she spat in the faces of 2 police officers who were forced to have vaccinations for hepatitis after it landed in their mouths. But what do you think about Miss Allen's crime? Thanks for joining us today. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like and a share, and leave any thoughts or suggestions you have in the comments section. We love to read through them all. And if you're new but enjoy UK true crime content, then subscribe to see when our newest video releases. And as always, stay safe.